Chapter 1, Dad's Note Number 1. Welcome to the Rule Ghost Story, Dad's Note. Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes. Rule Ghost Story? Am I? Before he could think more, another system prompt followed immediately. Extracting your random talent. Random talent extraction complete. Do as you wish. Do as you wish, as long as you follow the rules, whether they are real or fake, the weirdness cannot harm you. The damage from any attack will bounce back to the attacker. After a few seconds of his brain freezing up, Su Ming finally reacted. Did I die? Muttering to himself, Su Ming's eyes flashed. 2.5 years ago, Blue Star completely fell, becoming the world of Rule Ghost Stories. In this world already invaded by Rule Ghost Stories, everyone who dies is pulled into the ghost stories, given a chance to live again. And Su Ming vaguely remembered that he had been strolling on a rainy street when a three-wheeled vehicle, sparking and flashing lightning, came straight at him. The speed of that car, even a Porsche Panamera would have to admit defeat. After less than 0.25 seconds of pain, he was brought into the ghost story world. And in this ghost story world, every time a player participates, they are given a random talent. What is this? Do as you wish? According to Su Ming's understanding, talents are usually support types. Even slightly useful ones have terrifyingly low chances of being drawn. But this one, it seems a bit too strong, doesn't it? He then looked around, and as expected, there was a small note neatly placed on the nightstand. This must be the so-called rule, right? He picked up the note and lowered his head slightly. A line of blood-red words appeared before his eyes. Dad is out, but you need to follow these rules. 1. Remember to eat on time at 8 o'clock, 1300 hours, and 1800 hours every day. 2. Remember to sleep at 9 p.m., don't make noise, and never stay in the living room wandering around. 3. When sleeping, remember to open the window, it helps to breathe fresh air. 4. Xiaomi is your best partner, please take good care of it. It only eats noodles. 5. When you're bored, you can play with Xiaomi, or you can give it a nickname. 6. You can trade some things with the neighbors, but be careful not to stay out for more than 3 minutes. 7. If your little sister invites you to play a game, try to satisfy her. 8. Try to make sure your little sister eats on time, otherwise, her mood will get worse when she's hungry. 9. At 12 o'clock noon on the third day, Dad will knock on the door exactly. If it's not 12 o'clock, then it's not Dad coming back, please don't open the door. These are the many rules on the note, making Su Ming a bit dizzy. Hiss. Is it this complicated? This difficulty should be the highest in the beginner ghost stories, right? Su Ming furrowed his brow. When he was alive, he had never heard of the Dad's Note ghost story. It's safe to say, this is not an ordinary ghost story. Knock, knock, knock. While Su Ming was thinking, a heavy knock sounded on the door. Su Ming's face changed slightly, and he cautiously approached the door, peering through the peephole. What he saw was a little blonde girl in a JK uniform, with half of her white stockings exposed, grinning weirdly. Is brother back? Su has been waiting for you for so long. She laughed as she knocked hard on the door. The already dilapidated door shook violently, as if it would be smashed open in the next second. Wow! A newcomer. I'm used to Mom's note, but occasionally having Dad's note is not bad. You must be a little out of the loop. This is different from the Mom's note copy. It said that the death rate is as high as 99.9999%. I can't believe I can see such a rare copy in my lifetime. Sir, aren't you paying attention to this little girl? Take a good look, her head is bigger than mine. Big? Where is it big? At this time, a few viewers started streaming into the live broadcast room. In a world invaded by strange tales, everyone had developed a good habit of watching live streams whenever they had free time. After all, no one knew when the next moment might be their last, becoming a player in the world of bizarre stories. Of course, at this moment, Su Ming was unaware of the content inside the livestream. His eyes flickered, and Su Ming didn't respond immediately. After all, he had just read the rules, and the second one clearly stated, go to bed on time after 9 o'clock, and avoid making loud noises. And right now, heavy curtains hung over the windows. And aside from the dim light in the bedroom, it seemed impossible to see any light from outside. So, it was hard to tell the exact time. If it were an ordinary person, unable to determine whether it was day or night, even the slightest mistake could probably lead to the whole village gathering for a feast. His gaze flickered slightly. Su Ming suddenly yanked open the curtains, and a burst of blinding sunlight nearly blinded him. Meow. A faint cat meow sounded, making Su Ming freeze for a moment. A gray tabby cat was lying quietly on the balcony, leisurely soaking up the sunlight. Is this little thing the kitten mentioned in the rules? A smile tugged at the corner of Su Ming's mouth as he slowly opened the window. A gentle breeze rushed in, but Su Ming felt no discomfort, instead stretching lazily with satisfaction. A soft white light enveloped his body. Rule 3 only said that the window must be open when sleeping, but didn't mention anything about opening it during the day. As long as Su Ming didn't go against the rules, he was practically invincible in this instance. As for whether the rules were right or wrong? Sorry, he could do whatever he wanted. He bent down slightly, then swiftly grabbed the little cat. Su Ming squinted his eyes and chuckled softly. You're really cute, so I'll call you Dog Egg from now on. Very well, not speaking means you've accepted it. He nodded in satisfaction, then gently placed the cat back on the balcony. Meow. The kitten raised its paw, a human-like look of confusion in its eyes, as if pondering its newly unlocked nickname. Didn't the rules say I could give you a nickname? I want to be a law-abiding player. He scratched Dog Egg's soft belly, his smile deepening. Knock knock knock. Brother, I know you're in there. A series of knocks brought Su Ming's thoughts back to reality. Looking at the doorframe that was about to collapse, Su Ming took a deep breath and slowly opened the door. After all, it was daytime, so it was naturally impossible for it to be 9 p.m. Creak. As the old door opened, the little loli stopped knocking. Her eyes were fixed on Su Ming, as if looking at a delicious dish. Chapter 2, Daddy's Note Number 2. To the little loli's surprise, Su Ming didn't acknowledge her, but instead scanned the room, finally fixing his gaze on the old, broken clock above the fridge. Looking at the position indicated on the clock's dial, Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly. Is it 8 a.m. now? It seemed it was time for breakfast. After thinking for a moment, he stood up and walked toward the fridge. An unknown force suddenly held him firmly in place. Su Ming looked down with a black line across his face. The little lowly smooth, tender hand had a firm grip on his wrist, making him unable to move. My good brother, where are you going? Her eyes were filled with a strange smile, her face showing a sickly kind of excitement. Looking at the bizarre little lowly who was tightly gripping his collar, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Su, you should have breakfast with me. Then he forcefully pried her hand off. If you keep holding on, it will be rude. Don't make me say something that might hurt your feelings. Su Ming walked towards the fridge without looking back, speaking in a calm voice. He looked up again to confirm the time, and it indeed showed 8 a.m. As for whether the clock was faulty, why would Su Ming care? The strange little loli's eyes were filled with a faint chill, then she broke into an eerie smile. She continued to stare at Su Ming. Pouting slightly, she slowly spoke. Big brother, I don't want to eat, I want to play the horse riding game with you. And, we can go to the bedroom to play. The situation felt wrong, very wrong. Su Ming's body froze in midair, and he slowly turned his head. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. This strange, was it too forward? For Su Ming, it was still okay, but in the live stream, it instantly became very hot. WOC. This isn't the creepy story I imagined, right? Definitely not. Upstairs, are you wise? You believe in creepy stuff. If it were you, you wouldn't last 3 minutes. I think this little loli isn't bad, although it's a bit inappropriate towards the streamer, but this time, I stand behind the loli. The streamer in front of me may have some looks, but still nowhere near even a fraction of the viewers in the livestream. Reject childish beauty standards, start with you and them. Su. Su Ming's face instantly became serious. He spoke earnestly, it's mealtime, go eat on time. Seeing the strange little loli invite him to play a game, Su Ming frowned slightly, and his gaze gradually became serious. He pulled out a small note from his pocket and took a quick glance. It was correct. Rule 1, eat on time, and Rule 7, try to satisfy your sister's needs, these 2 points conflicted. But Rule 7 only says to try to satisfy her, so let's follow Rule 1. After a moment of thought, he made up his mind. Quickly walking to the fridge, he took out a few packs of noodles. Su Ming frowned slightly. The number of noodles didn't seem quite right. Big brother, let me borrow your head to play with. Then, satisfy some of my needs, my good big brother. The little loli's voice grew even more strange, and a sinister smile appeared on her face. Her weird eyes seemed to see the most delicious food. Unconsciously, she licked the corner of her mouth. Slap. The sharp sound froze the little loli's smile on her face. You little brat. You won't eat on time and are copying others by being lewd? A hard slap. It nearly deformed half of the little loli's face. You could see the red half of her face bulging up, like a ripe peach. Meanwhile, Su Ming calmly withdrew his hand and glanced lightly at the confused little loli. He slowly lowered his head, continuing to seriously count the noodles on the table. The loud slap not only stunned the strange little loli, but it also shocked the few viewers in the livestream. I'm shocked. Is the streamer out of his mind? 666,666. Mom asked me why I wear diapers, because I'm so scared I got my period. Upstairs, aren't you a guy? The few remaining viewers sent out another wave of bullet comments. They were all shaken by Su Ming's sudden and invisible slap. You! Not just the viewers, but the strange little loli was also stunned. She blankly covered her reddening cheek, her mind still frozen in place. Who am I? Where am I? No, I'm the weird one. Since the moment she became conscious, she had never encountered such a sudden slap. 1 second, everything was fine, the next, there was a sneak attack. The worst part was, he still had the audacity to demand she eat on time. This was something no uncle could tolerate, but an aunt couldn't either. At that moment, the strange little loli almost thought Su Ming was the real weirdo. After a brief silence, the little loli slowly recovered and a strange smile reappeared on her face. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. I'll make your head into a ball, turn your body into a doll. I'll slice off your disgusting face inch by inch. A chilling and bone-piercing coldness filled the air. The little loli's expression grew increasingly fierce and terrifying. Su Ming just slightly raised his head, glanced at the strange little loli, and calmly opened the induction cooker. It seemed like he didn't care about this matter at all. After all, he was now completely following the rules. As long as he didn't make any obvious mistakes, he truly could do whatever he wanted. Oh. He gave a faint hum as a response to little sister. Damn. So brave. Going solo with a 6. The last person who played like this, I think the grass on their grave is half a meter high by now, right? What's the streamer's name? I'll go prepare incense and yellow paper. Paper? Little loli? Let's go. The few viewers who were watching completely exploded. After all, in all the countless streams they had seen before, players were always terrified when facing the strange and eerie, never daring to make any mistakes. Once they angered something strange, and it started targeting them, the consequences. As expected by everyone. While Su Ming turned his body, the little eerie loli's eyes suddenly flashed with a blood-red gleam. Her sharp claws extended from her fingertips, her eerie gaze staring straight at Su Ming. And her body, also silently closing in. I want you dead. Her sharp claws aimed straight at Su Ming's neck. A low growl came from little sister's throat, the chilling and bone-piercing coldness spreading through the air. Chapter 3, Daddy's Note Number 3. And in the live stream, viewers who saw this scene, some were scared, putting their phones into their chest, covering their eyes and refusing to look again. But, more people had their hearts race faster, staring at the screen, with a hint of expectation flashing in their eyes. After all, this kind of bloody scene was more thrilling than usual, more exciting. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. This streamer really knows how to court death. Did you guys see that? He's almost making the eerie thing explode with anger. Betting time. I bet the streamer won't last 3 seconds. Ah. This little loli looks so cute when she's angry. I want to give her a loving hug just before she eats me. Replying to the post above, you're so perverted. But I like it. SSSS. The little loli's sharp claws stabbed into Su Ming's neck. But her smile froze again on her face, her body trembling slightly. PFF. A spray of bright red blood shot out. The little loli looked at Su Ming, perfectly unharmed, and blankly lowered her head, her vision spinning violently. A head rolled with a thud on the ground. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Sigh, why bother? Su Ming sighed lightly in disappointment, slowly crouching down. He picked up the little loli's head from the ground and placed it back onto her body. He even wiped his blood-stained hands on her clothes, carefully cleaning them. The rule conflict point was once again confirmed by him. As long as what he was doing at the moment followed any rule, he could still do whatever he wanted. No, it's impossible. The little loli's eyes were silent, her mouth constantly murmuring. This completely shattered her previous understanding. She, a full-fledged eerie being, was actually bullied by an ordinary player? A strong sense of humiliation surged in her heart. She slowly raised her head, her entire face beginning to twist and distort. Her mouth suddenly split open, a row of sharp fangs faintly appearing. Smack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, another big slap hit, forcing her mouth shut. If you keep doing this, I'm going to get angry. With one hand grabbing the little loli's hair, Su Ming slightly squinted his eyes. At this moment, it seemed as though an invisible force completely suppressed the little loli's momentum, forcing her to submit to Su Ming's power. It hurts. After enduring such cruelty, the little loli's eyes were filled with tears, and she finally begged for mercy. 2 clear tears slowly rolled down from the corner of her eyes. Then be a good girl and eat your meal. Su Ming slowly let go of his grip on her hair, walking toward the kitchen and seriously starting to boil water to cook noodles. Meanwhile, the little loli, left standing alone in place after such brutal and violent treatment, looked at Su Ming with a gaze that had already been laced with fear. She trembled, carefully moving her body, and sat down at the dining table cautiously, straightening his disheveled clothes. At this moment, the few viewers in the live broadcast room were left stunned by what they saw. I must have something wrong with my eyes. No, wait, let me take a closer look. This is definitely the most absurd live stream ever. What is his talent? Why do I feel like he can do whatever he wants? I get it. I think the host is the weird one. Actually, that little girl is the player. Shocking. A man is actually doing this to a little girl. Su Ming didn't pay attention to the arrogant little girl. Soon, a bowl of steaming noodles was brought out. He found a pair of chopsticks and a bowl, and without hesitation, began to wolf down the noodles, completely ignoring the pitiful little girl across from him. Eat more, grow stronger. Su Ming filled his bowl with noodles, raised his head slightly, and gave a casual greeting. He had originally thought, since there wasn't enough noodles, he might as well eat it all by himself and fill up. But Su Ming ultimately softened. Slurp. With one bite, the little girl's ugly expression slowly started to improve. Just as she was about to take a second bite, a hand suddenly reached out, took the noodles, and expertly poured them into his own bowl. I'm still hungry. Seeing this, the little girl's face changed again, and it was no longer a simple change. Her face turned a deep shade of blue, her eyes bloodshot as if they might fall out at any moment, and her mouth stretched wider and wider. It seemed like in the next second, she would devour Su Ming's brain. Slap. A crisp sound interrupted the little girl's transformation. Change back, I don't like it. Su Ming raised his eyes, spoke calmly, and then began sipping the noodle soup. I'm going to kill you. Undoubtedly, this move from Su Ming angered the strange little girl once again. She was stunned, and her mouth split wide open. Tentacle-like appendages, like snakes, twisted in the air. If anyone got caught by them, they would either die or be drained completely. At this moment, Su Ming remained calm, sipping his soup. Since his talent was do whatever he wanted, he was going to carry it out to the fullest. Hiss. Countless tentacles extended from the little girl's mouth, wrapping around Su Ming's head. Seeing the attack was effective, the strange little girl's eyes slightly lit up, and then a cruel glint flashed across her face. The countless tentacles began to shake, as if they wanted to drain Su Ming dry and fill her stomach. No doubt about it, the host has brought this upon himself. That's it, I'm out. It's true, good-looking people live short lives, ugly people live long ones. I'm new here, but I've heard of this level. When this little girl gets hungry, she sucks the life out of players, completely drained, not a drop left. To the person above, this is not a kindergarten bus, let me off. As the viewers watched the scene, their reactions were all different. Some thought Su Ming was too reckless, easily throwing away his life. Others felt a sense of empathy, realizing that, compared to the bazaar, humans are just too small and fragile. Just as everyone was about to leave, the live stream room fell into an eerie silence. On the screen, Su Ming was still calmly holding his bowl, showing no signs of injury. He slowly finished the last sip of soup, then raised his head slowly, his cold gaze fixed on the strange little girl in front of him. Slap. First, a powerful slap sent the little girl's head flying into the air, drawing a graceful arc. Then, it fell to the ground, spinning slowly for 2.5 circles. Su Ming grabbed her hand and dragged her body out. In the little girl's horrified eyes, he quickly opened the door and walked toward the neighbor's house. You've eaten, you've played, now it's time to contribute to your brother, my dear sister. He cradled the little girl's head with one hand and dragged her decapitated body with the other, stopping in his tracks. He threw his body onto the ground. He gently knocked on the neighbor's door. If it weren't for the do-as-I-please talent, he wouldn't even know how many times he died in front of this damn little lowly. And Su Ming, being a magnanimous player, naturally had to play some interesting little games with this little lowly. Don't you like to play? Looking at the lowly whose head had moved without any reaction. Bang! 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 Su Ming slightly narrowed his eyes, still knocking on the neighbor's door slowly and unhurriedly. Chapter 5, Dad's Note Number 5. He turned on the faucet, and the warm water flow made Su Ming feel as if he had returned home. The little lowly had just been sold to the neighbor's house, so Su Ming took advantage of this time to take a shower. And naturally, she wouldn't need to use the bathroom now. 10 minutes quickly passed. A strange chill spread through the air, and the once steamy mist slowly disappeared. The water spraying from the showerhead seemed to carry a hint of blood. An itchy feeling appeared on his back. But Su Ming didn't seem to notice anything unusual. He held the towel and carefully scrubbed himself from top to bottom, as if he had already reached some key spots. I'm the first to oppose partial mosaics. The atmosphere seems off. What's that black thing behind him? Blood, the showerhead is spraying blood. It's obvious the second rule is fake. Did this streamer forget his brain while taking a shower? The viewers in the live stream room once again questioned Su Ming's calm actions. Some viewers who had seen this instance before had a faint smile on their faces. Because, as most people guessed, the second rule was fake, and the first rule was the real one. If he didn't leave now, after 15 minutes, he would face endless horror and despair. And when leaving the bathroom, he had to be fully dressed, otherwise, it would be considered that the bathroom wasn't properly used. This water doesn't clean properly. Su Ming frowned and looked helplessly at the bloodstained water flowing through his fingers. As for the strange sounds and the odd sensations from behind, Su Ming didn't react much. After all, Rule 3 clearly stated that these situations were normal phenomena. Just illusions caused by exhaustion. At this moment, bang! Bang bang! A small shadow suddenly appeared outside the semi-transparent door, causing Su Ming to pause slightly. That shape, it looked like a cat? Meow. Sure enough. The next second, the cat's cry sounded outside, seemingly eager to get in. Is this cat the life-saving charm for players in the ghost stories? Su Ming's gaze moved slightly. But he calmly took a cloth and started wiping his body, showing no intention of opening the door. Meow. Meow. The shadow outside became more anxious, the cries louder. And the sound of its body crashing into the door echoed, as if trying to remind Su Ming that he was in extreme danger. But as the noises from outside grew louder, Su Ming actually smiled slightly. If he wasn't mistaken, the thing outside probably didn't have good intentions. Because Rule 4 clearly stated that when using the bathroom, one should close the door tightly. So, when someone knew they had violated Rule 1 or Rule 2, they would instinctively trust that little cat outside. And they would open the door, once again violating Rule 4. As time passed, the entire bathroom had turned blood red. And the black figure behind Su Ming was tightly pressed against his back, causing the viewers in the live stream to have their hearts in their throats. Because from their perspective, they could clearly see that a decaying woman with long black hair was crouching on Su Ming's back. The lips almost touched Su Ming's ear. No way, why isn't the streamer opening the door? The little cat outside is obviously here to save him. Didn't you all carefully study Rule 3? This could very well be a trap. In a situation where Rule 1 is already violated, trying might still give a chance for survival. Certain death or possibly dying, which one would you choose upstairs? Get lost. As Su Ming was wiping his body, his brows furrowed slightly, and he suddenly turned around, kicking. Bang! The sound of the head hitting the ground came, slowly followed by yellowish-white liquid dripping out. Son, why didn't you go with your mother? The rotten woman on the ground climbed up again, her two claws reaching forward, trying to grab Su Ming. First, I'm not your son, second, I'm still not dressed. Smack! Su Ming swung his hand back with a slap, delivering another mental blow to the thing. My good big son. The rotten corpse mechanically repeated these words, while a dark green smoke poured out of her mouth, wrapping around Su Ming. Without a doubt, this thing was highly poisonous. SSSSS. The intense corrosive sound echoed, but it didn't affect Su Ming much. At that moment, a faint milky white shield enveloped his body, securing him inside. Clearly, doing whatever you want really meant doing whatever you want. You're asking for it, aren't you? First it's all blood, then it's all poison mist. A perfectly fine bathroom, and now you've turned it into this. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming grabbed the woman, who was almost just bones, and lifted her up. You like to howl, huh? Come on. Watching her mouth open and close, Su Ming grabbed her head with both hands and shoved it straight into the nearby toilet. Hot water released the valve. Coincidentally, a dried-up arm reached out from deep within the toilet, grabbing the woman's head. No matter how much she struggled, the dried-up arm remained unmoved. After finishing all of this, Su Ming calmly put on his clothes and confirmed he was done with the bathroom before pushing open the door. Damn! The streamer is this brave? The streamer is a beast, even passing by a female ghost and giving her a rough time. I admire him. Why is the weirdness unable to harm him? Kids just don't get it. I think the streamer is about to become one of the 0.000001% of players to complete the game. Su Ming's incomprehensible thought process once again gave the viewers in the live stream a good lesson. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed from a few dozen to thousands. Among them were some professional dungeon analysts who came to watch and take notes. Su Ming pushed open the bathroom door. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked toward the balcony where the curtains were lifted. There, a tabby cat was lying quietly on the balcony, basking in the sun, its eyelids drooping as if it could fall asleep at any moment. As expected? Just a moment ago, he had wondered why the anxious cat shadow disappeared when he finished putting on his clothes and was about to open the door. It was probably because after he dressed, the condition for finishing the bathroom was met, so the weirdness no longer tempted him to open the door. Dog egg. Come here. Meow. The little cat meowed in confusion, lifting its head to look at Su Ming. Click. The sound of the lock turning made Su Ming's face change slightly. He then ignored the little cat, swiftly walking behind the door. Creak. The door slowly opened, and a gloomy little loli walked into the room. Her clothes were torn and ragged, as if they had been fiercely ripped apart by a beast. The exposed thighs and arms were covered in horrifying, hideous scars. Looks like the old wang next door is quite the player, huh? Supporting his chin, Su Ming carefully examined the battered little loli in front of him, a strange smile curling at the corner of his lips. A glimmer of unexplainable light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 6 Dad's Note Number 6. Nothing happened? Looking at the perfectly fine little girl, Su Ming shook his head in disappointment. In his mind, the little girl should have had her arms and legs ripped off by old Wang, cruelly treated in every possible way. But unexpectedly, this old Wang is completely useless. I really don't know what he's doing. Of course, what he didn't know was that, at this moment, a part of the otaku audience in the livestream was already crying uncontrollably. My dear brother, I will repay you well. The little girl numbly walked into her bedroom, as if she no longer had the mood to play with Su Ming. She probably just had enough fun, right? Oh. Su Ming calmly spoke, staring at her back. It seems that, for now, this family doesn't pose any danger to him. After messing around all morning, it was time for lunch. Su Ming cooked noodles, put them on the table, then picked up the kitten and fed it some noodles. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the little girl's bedroom door. What? The little girl's voice came through, her cold tone no longer hiding its anger. Time to eat, I've served you a big bowl this time. I don't need it. Oh. Su Ming looked at the closed door with a half-smile, placing the noodles in front of the door. At this moment, the scene felt extremely bizarre. It seemed that the roles of the little girl and Su Ming had somehow reversed. In the end, seemingly unable to resist temptation, the door slowly opened just a crack. A small hand reached out, quickly grabbing the noodles and pulling them inside the room. Seriously, I'm starting to suspect that the little girl is the one being weirdly bullied here. The streamer deserves to die, sobbing, my beloved little girl. Not bad, this player seems to have some skills. When I die, I want to play like the streamer. Try dying first? After finishing the meal, everything calmed down. The little girl also settled down, and the neighbors sensibly didn't cause any trouble. So, this is what it feels like to use cheats to clear dungeons? Su Ming whispered to himself, feeling somewhat lonely. Meow. A soft cat meow brought Chin-Yu back to his senses. Dog egg, you're still the most reliable. With a slight smile, Su Ming gently stroked the kitten's fur, sitting by the balcony to rest. Knock, knock, knock. Another series of knocks made Su Ming pause for a moment. Could it be that old Wang next door is still not satisfied? With a strange expression, Su Ming slowly walked to the door, peering through the peephole to see who it was. Who are you? Su Ming didn't open the door right away, asking in a low voice. Because the person in front of him was hard to identify. It was an old woman, probably around 80 or 90, with a face full of terrifying wrinkles. Young man, I'm your neighbor next door, and I want to make a trade with you. A trade? Su Ming squinted his eyes, took out a small piece of paper from his pocket, and furrowed his brows as he looked at it. Neighbor of Rule 6. Could it be referring to not just one person, but a group of people? Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the old woman. A trade, huh? All right. Slowly opening the door, a strong, foul odor rushed in, causing Su Ming's brows to furrow involuntarily. The stench was so overpowering, it was like fermented poop, making one want to vomit with just one sniff. I want one of your arms, as payment. I can help you get through tonight safely. The old woman grinned, revealing two big yellow teeth. She stared at Su Ming seriously and uttered a bone-chilling sentence. An arm? Su Ming slammed the door shut with a loud bang and turned away. What a joke, he didn't need this old woman's help, and she kept trying to take advantage of him. The old woman's scheme was so obvious, even the viewers in the livestream could hear it clearly. Ha, as expected of the streamer, still so decisive and straightforward. He's done for, I've seen this dungeon before. Without the help of this old woman, he would definitely die tonight. I think the person upstairs must be new, and I believe the streamer can pass the level perfectly. Pass the level? I've never seen anyone pass this level, they are purely treating players like cattle. Ha ha ha. You will regret it. Really not considering trading with me anymore? The old woman outside seems to be unwilling to give up, with a somewhat strange smile, still lightly knocking on the door. Knock again, do you believe I'll break your old bones? Su Ming suddenly turned around, his eyes turning dangerously. He wasn't lying, when making a deal with his neighbor, he was in the stage of following the rules. With the do-as-I-please attitude, breaking a few of her bones would really not be a problem. The voice outside the door was unusually silent, then let out a light sigh and slowly left. Not paying attention to the situation outside, Su Ming grabbed Dog Egg and began searching the living room and the room, trying to find some useful clues. As time passed, for Su Ming, this plain day came to an end at night. Is it almost 9 o'clock? Looking at the wall clock approaching 9 o'clock, Su Ming picked up the kitten, slowly closed his bedroom door, and leisurely lay down on the bed. As for the window, Su Ming had never intended to close it from the beginning. With his eyes slightly closed, Su Ming found it hard to fall asleep. After all, this was a rule-related strange talk. Although as long as he followed the rules, Su Ming would not be in any danger, but an inexplicable excitement kept stimulating his brain, making him restless and unable to sleep. "Brother, are you sleeping?" Around 9 o'clock, the little Loli's voice came from outside the door. But Su Ming ignored her, since the rule said no loud noises after 9 o'clock. As for what counted as loud noise, who knows? "Brother, I miss you. Don't ignore me, okay?" Seeing that Su Ming didn't respond to her, the little Loli smiled even more happily. At this moment, it seemed as though she had regained her strange sense of dignity. Her calls did not stop, and instead became even more intense. Bang! The bedroom door suddenly burst open, and Su Ming stared expressionlessly at the little Loli in front of him. "Brother!" Looking at the suddenly opened door, the blonde little Loli's expression gradually stiffened. Then, as if she thought of something, an eerie smile gradually appeared on her face. She reached out to grab Su Ming. However, things developed in a completely unexpected way. As soon as she reached out, Su Ming was faster than her, suddenly pulling the little Loli into the bedroom. Then the door quickly closed. Chapter 7 Dad's Note Number 7. What do you want to do? A sharp voice came from the little Loli's mouth, and almost instinctively, her body quickly retreated. However, Su Ming seemed to have anticipated this. The moment he pulled her in, he locked the door, leaving the little Loli with no way out. "Guess what I want to do?" Su Ming slowly approached the little Loli, staring meaningfully at a certain spot. The window next to the bed had been left open all along. This meant Su Ming was protected by do as I please. This situation indicated that he could once again do as he pleased with the little Loli. Smack! Smack! The crisp sound echoed in the small bedroom, so natural and pleasant to hear. One sound after another, until 2 clear tears streamed down the corners of the little Loli's eyes again. Only then did Su Ming slowly withdraw his hand, rubbing his sore wrist, and looking at the little Loli's face full of humiliation. His expression turned serious as he warned, "Don't go against me again, or..." He raised his hand, and the meaning was already obvious. I am watching something new. The streamer is a beast. I'll pay 5 million, let me do it. Why? This guy clearly broke the rule of no loud noises after 9, yet there's no consequence? The life of someone who's cheating the system needs no explanation. Dog head. Su Ming's actions once again refreshed their perception of this newcomer streamer. After all, since the rule oddities invaded Blue Star 2.5 years ago, no player has ever done something this ridiculous, even if some players occasionally get powerful talents. They can't compare to this cheater in front of us. Such a talent is simply outrageous. It's like outrageous gave birth to outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme, can't you see? Huff. So refreshing. After venting, Su Ming comfortably lay on the bed, his body shaped like an F. So, this so-called rule oddity isn't as scary as I imagined? He muttered softly. Su Ming changed his sleeping position, facing the wall, his eyes slightly squinting. However, at the window he didn't notice. A strange black shadow seemed to be slowly climbing. Meow. The dog, Dog Egg, who had been sleeping soundly, seemed to sense something. Its eyes showed a hint of alertness, its claws scratching relentlessly at the balcony edge. A low, threatening cat growl filled the air. As time passed, the balcony was slowly engulfed by darkness, and a pitch-black arm reached over the edge. Soon, more and more arms poured out of the window. Hee. Huff, hee, Eerie laughter echoed in the bedroom, and dense blood handprints appeared on the glass of the window. The tabby cat Dog Egg, seeing something was wrong. Its meow grew louder, tinged with desperation. Hee. The eerie laughter grew louder, the tabby cat's fur bristled, its sharp claws extended. Wanting to teach this thing a lesson. However, it seemed it had misunderstood its own combat abilities. Bang! A huge force struck. Dog Egg was slammed against the wall, its forepaws weakly scratching, leaving only small cracks behind. Sigh. A little headache, Su Ming rubbed his head and slowly opened his eyes, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. All I wanted was a good night's sleep. Why are these guys buzzing around my ear like flies? Because of the invasive eerie laughter? A shadowy color appeared in Su Ming's eyes, but immediately, a faint white light emerged from within, and his eyes returned to normal. After a brief silence, Su Ming slowly got out of bed, walked slowly to the window, his brows furrowed. No. This little cat looks so fierce, but it's actually a weakling in battle? The key here is that I made a deal with a few neighbors earlier, the streamer is in big trouble now. That idiot upstairs, when have you ever seen the streamer back down? Mom, I'm scared, look at that cat, it hurts, too painful. Whether it's the eerie laughter or the pitch-black arms, they all signal that something unexpected is about to happen. Some of the more timid viewers were already trembling, hugging their girlfriends tightly. I want to see what you all plan to do. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, watching the pitch-black arms still struggling to climb. He made a move that no one expected. Give it to me. He crouched down, grabbed the black arm with both hands, and pulled it hard. He. Ha! The laugh was cut off suddenly, as a fat man's mouth froze in midair. His small, greenish eyes locked with Su Ming's. Laugh, keep laughing. Seeing this guy, Su Ming's anger flared, he grabbed the fat man by the neck with his left hand and swung his right hand violently. Slap. The loud slap, though physically harmless, caused a magical critical hit of 999. The fat man froze for 2 seconds, his eyes showing disbelief. A professional window climber for decades, this was the first time he met such a stubborn player. He. I'm hungry. Then, he reacted, drooling from the corners of his mouth, his eyes shining, and he lunged at Su Ming. He sniffed hard, a perverted smile spreading across his face. Then, he bit down fiercely. Crunch! The sound of skulls cracking rang out, blood and brain matter slowly flowed down. A large pile of red and white stuff scattered across the ground. Ugh! This is disgusting. Looking at this scene, even Su Ming, who considered himself to have a strong stomach, felt a bit queasy. You. What about me? Looking at the fat man whose head had exploded but was still making noises, Su Ming felt somewhat curious. That's right. Just now, the do-as-I-please talent was triggered again. Perfectly transferring the damage the fat man had caused to Su Ming back onto the fat man himself. In the past, I had no choice, now I just want to be a good person. Su Ming sighed softly and patted the fat man's shoulder. Damn. I get it now, this guy's talent is invincibility plus reflect damage. Impossible, there's absolutely no way such an absurd talent exists. Ah brother, this move made me cry, the bed sheets are all wet. Upstairs, stop posting nonsense, if you're brave, message me privately and give me your address. Chapter 8 Dad's Note Number 8. Good brother, you're my neighbor, right? Su Ming looked at the headless fat man, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the fat man's brain seemed to still be recovering from the bizarre explosion. Countless flesh and blood gathered around his neck, finally allowing his head to grow back. What's going on? Perhaps because the newly grown brain wasn't functioning well, the fat man subconsciously asked. Now, I want to make a deal with you. Feeling an eerie rule descend, the fat man instinctively shivered. Because once a player offers a deal, they can't refuse, and he certainly wouldn't believe that the person in front of him was being so kind. Slap. A loud slap shocked everyone. Even the live stream audience was the same. The live stream room went dead silent, all the viewers with their mouths slightly open, their expressions exactly like the fat man's. I damn it. The fat man, already a hot-tempered person, was now so humiliated that his eyes turned bloodshot, nearly losing all sense of reason. Don't rush, I just gave you a big slap as part of the deal, don't you want to know what I want? Su Ming's face remained calm, a strange smile curling at the corner of his lips. That's right, it was a strange smile. At this moment, in the eyes of the live stream audience, Su Ming looked more eerie than anything else. What? He almost ground these words out from between his teeth, and you could imagine the fat man's emotions were on the verge of collapse. Slap. 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 The 3 slaps finished, and Su Ming slowly relaxed his furrowed brows. The deal is that I give you a big slap as a reward, me hitting you 3 times seems reasonable, right? Deal finished, I wish you a happy life. Su Ming calmly turned around, opened the door, and tossed the tabby cat into the living room. Then, with a smile, he shook the fat man's small hand. After climbing onto the bed, he stretched comfortably. And, to avoid catching a cold, he carefully covered himself with a blanket. Remember to be quiet. With a kind reminder, Su Ming took 2 cotton balls from his pocket and stuffed them into his ears. This mysterious action completely broke the fat man, whose brain wasn't functioning too well to begin with. Veins bulged on his smooth head, as if he were about to have a stroke at any moment. Roar! I'm going to kill you. You little bastard. You don't deserve to be human. The fat man leaped onto the bed, trembling all over as he squeezed Su Ming's neck, as if he wanted to strangle him to death. Although he was squeezing Su Ming's neck, the fat man felt a suffocating sensation. And his freshly grown head gradually turned pale. But he still stubbornly held on, even as his eyeballs were almost bulging out from lack of oxygen. After a while, looking at Su Ming, whose breathing had evened out and who had completely fallen asleep, 2 streams of blood tears fell from the corners of the fat man's eyes. "I can't strangle you, then I'll chop you to death." With a low growl, the fat man glared with murderous intent, grabbing a rusty kitchen knife from the balcony, and suddenly chopped down at Su Ming. Put! Chunks of flesh fell from the fat man's body. User is working on translating a story and has a specific task to translate a Chinese story into English with an emotional impact and simplicity, using direct translations that retain the original expressions of from the original water bucket. Waste was forcibly transformed into a small waste. Ah! Ah! Why? The fat man painfully held his head, collapsing to the ground. Large patches of blood covered the entire room. No one knows how much time passed. Blood slowly seeped from the fat man's numb, expressionless face, and a foolish smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He, I'm a little mouse. 2 gourd babies, digging. Oh, my dear Jackson Tom. Are you here to talk to me about building a wall for the Pacific Ocean? Smiling, he picked up the kitchen knife, and the fat man slowly began to slice his own flesh, tasting it with delight. Occasionally, a silly grin appeared on his face. What the heck, is the weird streamer driving him crazy? I've never seen such an awesome person. Not only did he drive a little girl crazy, but now he's driving his fat neighbor crazy. He's really daring. Doesn't he care about his life? Help! Although I really feel sorry for the weird fat man, watching him encounter a locked health cheat and get desperate, I really can't stop laughing. Morning. It was only 7:30, but the sun had already passed over the horizon. From the distance, strands of bright sunshine came through, lighting up the bedroom. You're the cat, I'm the dog, he's the only myth. Lulu. At this moment, the fat man's face had turned pale, his lips dark purple. He didn't react at all to the changes outside. Clearly, he had been sitting here for the entire night. Sizzle. With a strange, foul smell coming in, Su Ming furrowed his brows slightly and slowly opened his eyes. His gaze lowered, and he saw the fat man sitting on the floor, his skin burnt red from the sunlight, with horrific ulcers appearing. But he still didn't react, his eyes empty, drool slowly dripping from the corner of his mouth. Did he go mad? Looking at the fat man in this state, Su Ming felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. After all, this guy had become like this because of him. Sorry. He whispered an apology and decided to take some action to make up for what he had done to the fat man. He gritted his teeth and completely drew open the curtains. The blinding sunlight completely covered the fat man's body. Ah! It hurts. Finally, the fat man reacted, subconsciously trying to escape. But in just a few seconds, his body was completely eroded by the sunlight. Semi-transparent flames clung to his body. Before he could do anything else, only a pile of ashes remained on the spot. Is it just him who's afraid of the sunlight, or are all the weird creatures in this scenario like this? Looking at the scene in front of him, Su Ming's eyes flashed slightly. His recent actions were just to test his own theory. As for the apology and guilt? Not at all. Honestly, if Su Ming didn't have the do-whatever-I-want talent, he would have been killed by the fat guy countless times already. Forget it, I'll go prepare breakfast. He pushed open the bedroom door and looked at the time. It was 7:35. Sighing helplessly, Su Ming slowly walked into the kitchen and began to cook noodles. As for the clock on the wall, as Su Ming had said, as long as he was following a certain rule, the correctness of time really didn't matter much to him. Bang! Bang bang! Get up, it's time for breakfast. Maybe it was because of what happened last night, but Su Ming's actions towards the little girl seemed to have made her a bit depressed. He knocked on the door a few times, but there was no response from inside. Last chance, really, are you not coming out for breakfast? It seemed that he had lost some patience. Su Ming's gaze grew cold, and his voice became emotionless. Chapter 9 Dad's Note Number 9. Meow. A faint cat's meow drew Su Ming's attention to the corner of the room. He slowly walked to a corner, his brow slightly furrowed. Because right now, Godan seemed to have Parkinson's disease, his body uncontrollably trembling. It seemed that the events from last night had caused some changes in it. He noticed that most of its fur had already fallen out. The exposed skin was covered with patches of black spots, and the way the cat looked at Su Ming started to feel a bit off. Meow. Meow. The cat's meowing grew more intermittent and increasingly eerie. In the air, it seemed as though a strange atmosphere began to slowly fill the space. I'll give you a chance, based on how you performed yesterday. As if unaware of the unusual situation in front of him, Su Ming still smiled and patted Dog Dan on the head. Who would have thought? At that very moment, the cat's fur quickly fell off, and its body began to undergo a strange transformation. The black spots on its body began to spread. Then, the skin started to rot, releasing an extremely foul stench. Crack, crack. With the sound of bones breaking in its neck, the cat's head turned sharply to look behind it, its pitch-black pupils staring at Su Ming. Seeing the cat like this, Su Ming instinctively took 2 steps back. It wasn't out of fear, but to test if the cat would attack him. Hiss. Hiss. Watching Su Ming step back, the cat's long, drooping tongue stuck out, and it slowly began to approach, making eerie sounds. Bang! A size 42 shoe sole filled the cat's entire view. Then, its body was sent flying off the balcony. If it weren't for you helping me last night, I wouldn't waste so much time with you. Shaking his head, Su Ming slowly withdrew his foot and walked toward the little lowly's room. Creak. Creak. An extremely piercing scratching sound came from below the balcony, making Su Ming stop again. At this moment, the number of people in Su Ming's live stream room had already surpassed 4 figures, some of whom had seen this strange tale before and were sneering. The streamer is in trouble, this cat has completely mutated, and it will only get more terrifying as time goes on. Yes, yes. I remember that it has to be fed cat food from the very beginning to delay the mutation. No matter what you guys say, after watching this long, I still like the little lowly. That's truly torture. When Su Ming slowly turned around, the scene in front of him shocked him. The cat's body had grown to almost human size, its entire body almost completely rotted, with most of its exposed skin clearly showing its skeletal structure. Completely transformed into a bizarre version of a cat, it suddenly pounced towards him, opening its foul-smelling mouth, viciously trying to bite Su Ming. Thud. Surprisingly, this time Su Ming didn't use his big beezy, an item, but grabbed a chair beside him and shoved it straight into the terrifying mouth. Woo woo woo. The back half of the chair got stuck inside, causing the cat to momentarily freeze in place. The mouth, which had been about to bite off Su Ming's head, seemed to be unable to pull back anymore. You guys never listen. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming slowly turned his head. A pale face, almost devoid of color, was almost pressed against his head, its blood-red eye sockets continuously oozing blood. Plop. The sound of something hitting glass echoed nearby. Without even looking, Su Ming already guessed that it was the little lowly's 2 eyeballs that had fallen onto the floor. Damn. That scared the crap out of me. Why did the little lowly suddenly become so terrifying? Woo woo woo, Lolas scare me 1,000 times, but I still treat them like my first love. Did you see? The little lowly's white stockings have turned into blood-colored threads. True, even through the livestream, I can feel the chill. But, the blood threads look better than the white and sheer ones. What? Can't wait to come out and eat? Su Ming nodded in satisfaction, seeming excited that the little lowly had voluntarily come out. Smack. Suddenly, a big beezy, an item, slapped her face hard. I'm glad you can come out to eat, but you intentionally scared me like this. I'm not too happy. Looking at the little lowly's ghostly appearance, Su Ming's smile slowly turned cold as he turned his head to look at the cat, still struggling to pull the chair out of its mouth. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Ming decisively opened the door. And then forcefully grabbed the little lowly's clothes. Ah! No! The little lowly, with a twisted expression, seemed to have recalled some terrifying experience. Her eyes filled with terror as she glanced toward the neighbor's direction. Her face finally showing some fear, her body desperately struggling, trying to resist. The more you resist, the more excited I get. As Su Ming watched the little lowly turn into this state, his smile gradually twisted into something disturbing. At this moment, his body seemed to have gained more strength. And with a swift move, he trapped the little lowly in his arms. Whoa whoa, not there, no. Ignoring the cries coming from his back, Su Ming slowly opened the door and walked toward the neighbor's room from yesterday. Knock knock knock. Who's there? A tired voice came, and the door slowly opened a crack. Wait, what the hell? The strange old Wang stared blankly at the player in front of him, his eyes bulging out of their sockets. Put them back in, you scared me. Okay. Hastily stuffing his eyeballs back in, old Wang looked at Su Ming's shoulder with an excited expression, staring at the strange little lowly. Tentatively, he spoke, Bro, are you here to trade this little lowly again? Nodding slowly, Su Ming spoke calmly, I need a weapon that can harm the weird things. A drop of cold sweat fell from old Wang's forehead, and he once again cast a hungry look at the little lowly. His expression darkened, uncertain. To be honest, I don't have the kind of weapon you're talking about. Then goodbye. Without hesitation, Su Ming turned around, carrying the lowly and walking away. The little lowly's face showed a hint of relief, and she looked warily at old Wang's door. To be honest, is the streamer too cruel to the little lowly? I think they could totally coexist peacefully. The person upstairs is a wise one, can't you see that the little lowly has been repeatedly trying to kill the streamer? But she hasn't hurt the streamer, right? Isn't this a bit too much? My pajamas have turned into a monk's robe, and my phone has turned into a wooden fish. This is called evil will meet its end. If I were the protagonist, I would have done whatever I wanted with her. Because of Su Ming's actions, the livestream chat was divided into two factions. Some people thought the streamer was too cruel since the little lowly was also a life. While others thought the streamer did nothing wrong. In this rule-bending world, sympathy would only get you killed. Chapter 10, Dad's Note Number 10. At that moment, a post titled "Shocking. A streamer actually did this to a little lowly" went viral. It was quickly shared across various social forums. There were even outrageous headlines, "You might not believe it, but a player made the weird thing cry." Rule-bending world, the living king of hell is actually a streamer? Su Ming, once a nobody, suddenly became famous due to a series of outrageous actions, attracting more and more people. Wait. Let me finish. After walking a few steps, Su Ming suddenly turned around, smiling strangely and asking, "What is it?" "I don't have the weapon you're looking for, but I can help you deal with it tomorrow." Old Wang's voice came out in bits and pieces, but it sounded a bit lacking in confidence. It seems this father of the weird thing is unusual. With a soft mutter, Su Ming furrowed his brows and calmly stared at Old Wang's door. "Remember what you said." Then, he slowly walked back to the neighbor's door and, in the little lowly's face of despair, threw her inside. Hiss. Ha. Don't worry, I keep my word. Bang. The door slammed shut, and eerie laughter mixed with crying, sending chills down one's spine. Of course, these subsequent events were temporarily irrelevant to Su Ming. He quickly returned to his room, planning to take advantage of the fact that the little lowly wasn't home. Time to take a bath for today. Dog egg? Looking at the cat squatting in the corner, glaring at him fiercely, Su Ming showed a flash of surprise in his eyes. "Clearly, it's you who wants to mess with me. Why are you so angry?" At this moment, the mutated cat was angrily biting a chair to pieces, its rotting body lunging towards Su Ming once again. The momentum was as if it wouldn't rest until it was dead. Alright, you want to play this way, huh? Letting it chew on him, Su Ming's eyes were once again filled with a strange smile. He quickly rushed into the bathroom. Then he forcefully pried the cat's claws away and tossed it above the toilet. Bang! Then he walked out the door, slamming it shut suddenly, gripping the doorknob tightly with both hands. This series of smooth actions was completed in one go. Roar! At this moment, the cat's cries had completely changed, as if it guessed the consequences to come, clawing desperately at the door. Regretting now? Too late. Like a heartless robot, Su Ming's hand remained immovable on the doorknob. He firmly blocked the cat inside the door. 10 minutes passed, and once again terrifying sounds echoed from the bathroom. The sound of the toilet flushing, a woman's wails. Of course. There were also dog eggs' cries of misery. The noise inside grew louder, with all sorts of strange sounds coming out. It was hard to imagine what was happening inside. About 15 minutes later, the noise gradually lessened. The cat's cries became weaker. Su Ming's gaze shifted, pondering for a moment. In the end, he slowly opened the door, letting the cat, covered in wounds, out. Strangely, after the door opened, inside, besides dog egg being covered in various injuries, everything else seemed perfectly normal. As if everything inside had just been an illusion. I don't even know if you can understand what I'm saying. Dragging the half-dead dog egg out, Su Ming calmly gazed at it. I just want to clear the levels, I want to survive. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If you're obedient, I'm not interested in bothering you, but if you keep this up. At the end, Su Ming's gaze became more and more dangerous. If not for the fact that he couldn't inflict real damage on the strange beings, how would these oddities dare to try and kill him again and again? Meow. To Su Ming's surprise, it seemed dog egg understood his words. Its face showed an ugly smile, worse than crying. It licked the rotten fur by its mouth and wobbled to the corner, quietly lying there. You're more reliable than that weird little lowly. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Ming headed straight to the bathroom, starting his wash for today. The viewers in the livestream had become somewhat numb, immune to Su Ming's series of odd actions. Some strange thoughts popped up like bamboo shoots after rain. Do you think the host will hard steal with the strange father tomorrow? You don't believe me? I said it from the beginning that the host is a hanging one. A prophet, huh? Cut off. I still want to curse, the host is simply a beast. Why not give us a stream of old wine next door now? The one above has spoken the voice of most of us. If nothing unexpectedly happens, the strange being in the bathroom should take a break after being triggered by dog egg today. Even if it doesn't rest, it doesn't matter to Su Ming. It's just a difference between whether someone keeps the rhythm while he showers or sings. Sure enough, just as Su Ming expected. After washing for 15 minutes, there was no abnormal reaction, as if the bathroom rules had failed completely. This allowed Su Ming to enjoy a comfortable bath. Unfortunately, during the bath, some important parts were automatically blurred out, causing some female viewers in the livestream to cry foul. Ahem, of course, none of this is important. After taking a shower, Su Ming wandered around the living room again, trying to find some other clues. But in this room, apart from the strange little girl in his own bedroom, there was only the strange father's room left. And that room seemed to be blocked off. No matter how hard Su Ming tried, it had no effect on the door. So there are only two possibilities. After trying for a long time and looking at the still silent room, Su Ming finally chose to give up. This room is either a hidden place in a horror story, not yet time to open, or it is deliberately weakened by the rookie dungeon to give new players a glimmer of hope. Both possibilities exist. In Su Ming's former life, he actually studied many testing rules and clever tricks to outsmart the weird. But in the end, none of them were useful. The feeling of cheating really can be addictive. This was the only thought in Su Ming's mind at that moment. Chapter 11, Daddy's Note number 11. After an unknown amount of time. Creak. The door slowly opened, and Su Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, looking calmly at the little girl who walked into the room. Back already? Looking at the little girl whose clothes were torn and tattered, Su Ming asked with some concern. Especially the bloody white stockings on her legs. At this moment, already torn off more than half, the patterns on them were tattered, and her smooth thigh was exposed. In a drastic change from her usual demeanor, the little girl's face turned bright red. As if deciding to throw caution to the wind, she pointed at Su Ming and started cursing wildly. Seeing her reaction, Su Ming squinted his eyes slightly. Just as she was about to return to her bedroom, her body was suddenly embraced tightly. What are you doing, woo-woo? Before she could finish her words, Su Ming directly covered her mouth, stood up, and walked out of the room, knocking on the neighbor's door. Is this called using the same trick again? Can you let go of that little girl and let me in? Brothers, I can't take it anymore, the host is really a beast. This is not weird at all, it is clearly just a tool. Kid, you. Why are you here again? Old Wang slowly opened the door a crack, looking at the scene before him, his voice trembled as he spoke. You know. With a somewhat eerie smile, Su Ming casually adjusted the little girl's position. I can't take it anymore. Can't take it? Suddenly yanking the door wide open, a stench filled the air, instantly turning Su Ming's face dark. If you can't take it, then you are his fate. Do you believe? I will sell you to the old lady next door? I'm sure you don't want her to know, right? Old Wang's body froze in place, looking at Su Ming's serious expression and listening to his devil-like whispers. After hesitating for a moment, with a sad face, he nodded. So what do you want? Forget it, I don't want anything, consider yourself lucky. Without hesitation, Su Ming tossed the little girl in, and turned around quickly, hurrying back to his own room. As for whether old Wang was alright, or how the little girl would end up, that was not his concern. I was originally planning to let you go, but you are still as cheap as ever. Listening to the strange noises next door, Su Ming murmured. After all, his consistent principle was, if others don't offend me, I won't offend others. Why doesn't this little girl learn from her mistakes? The next night was especially quiet, perhaps that fat guy from last night has met his end. Su Ming slept very soundly. As for what time the little girl stumbled back to her room last night, Su Ming didn't pay much attention. Time passed. And it was the morning of the third day. Su Ming served 2 bowls of noodles for the little girl and dog egg and then sat on the sofa to rest. Noon of the third day, at 12 o'clock? Boredly looking at the clock on the wall, Su Ming picked up a book from the drawer next to the wall and began to pass the time. He had already carefully explored these books before, and found no useful clues. There were some private photos, as well as exotic styles. It was completely different from what Su Ming originally imagined. Every time the streamer looked at these books, it was the moment I slaughtered billions of lives. Ha! Instead of these things, I might as well go directly to the big health like a decent person. You guys are too much. No sneaking around. By the way, isn't anyone concerned about the dungeon progress? Why does the atmosphere feel completely different from other live streams? Every time Su Ming sat on the sofa to pass the time, it was when these LSPs in the livestream started getting excited. Of course, he had no idea about all this in the livestream. Time had come to 11 hours 57 minutes and 30 seconds. There were 2.5 minutes left until Father returned. The atmosphere started to become oppressive, and the audience in the livestream grew unusually tense. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a strange knocking sound echoed, causing Su Ming to slightly furrow his brow. Slowly putting down the book in his hand, Su Ming stood up and slowly opened the room door. Then, he walked straight towards the next door. Old Wang, I want to trade with you. Outside his door, a middle-aged man with a pale face wore a rather gloomy expression. A bizarre aura began to wrap around Su Ming, trying to assimilate and erode him. Old Wang? Is Old Wang here? However, Su Ming seemed completely unaffected, a faint white light shrouding him. He continued to knock on Old Wang's door with all his might. Little brother, I really can't take it anymore. Let me rest a bit longer, alright? Intermittent sounds came through. And just from that tone, one could feel Old Wang's weakness at that moment. I'm not trading for a little lowly, don't be afraid. Upon hearing this, Su Ming smiled understandingly. Creak. The door slowly opened, and Old Wang nervously spoke through the crack, so what do you want to trade? Just like this, let me stall for 3 minutes. Su Ming shook his head with a smile and turned back to look. The middle-aged man in front of him looked extremely gloomy. Dark blue spots covered his entire cheek, anyone could tell that this person was not normal at first glance. My good big son. The middle-aged man's face wore a strange smile as his body slowly leaned closer to Su Ming. Since he couldn't erode Su Ming mentally, he prepared to use physical methods, like the big knife in his hand. My old father is always so nuclear and cute. This bizarre one is the final boss, it is said to have high intelligence, the streamer is in danger. Where's the little lowly? A day without a little lowly is really boring. Why is the streamer still thinking about trading with the neighbor at a time like this? The playful comments in the live room continued one after another, and the audience gradually became numb to Su Ming's various abnormal actions. Damn! If you're a brother, come kill me. An unexpected event occurred. Old Wang suddenly pushed the door wide open and stood in front of Su Ming. Holding a mop shaped like a human head, he glared fiercely at the approaching middle-aged man. I didn't expect you to really be prepared to help me? Shaking his head, Su Ming felt a bit surprised. He had never expected this unreliable neighbor to really help him deal with the bizarre father. Unexpectedly, he was so brave. Of course, brothers are all about loyalty. Back in the day, Old Wang raised the mop in his hand, ready to say something. Click. An unexpected knife cut. It directly sliced his mop into 2 pieces. I tried my best, little brother, the rest is up to you. Looking somewhat dazed at the wooden stick in his hand, Old Wang's mouth twitched. Then, in a flash, he quickly pulled open the door, his body darted in, with a bang the door closed, and then with a click it was locked. An operation as smooth as flowing water, all done in one go. A bit of loyalty, but not much. Chapter 12 Father's Note Number 12, Final Chapter. Now, who can help you? The low, strange father slowly approached, and the big knife in his hand was still inexplicably dripping with dark blood. The transaction with my neighbor is not yet complete, you can't hurt me. Su Ming murmured, his gaze a bit cold. As the strange father suddenly swung down the big knife, the sound of bones shattering echoed. Crack! Su Ming stood expressionless at the spot, watching the headless body groping around. He then lowered his head and glanced at the human head mop rolling haphazardly on the ground. A peculiar idea popped into his mind. Come, your head is here, don't litter. He picked up the head mop and, in one breath, installed it onto the father's neck. He. The middle-aged man's body froze after a cold sneer, and he shakily touched his own head with both hands. Why has my voice turned into a woman's voice? And this head full of black, long hair? Ah! I'm going to kill you. You little beast. A female scream rang out as the middle-aged man wildly swung the blood-stained big knife. He wanted to tear Su Ming apart to relieve his hatred. Crack! Crack! Bang! Bang! Various strange sounds echoed in the corridor, but Su Ming, with arms crossed, coldly watched the madman before him. Huff, huff. As if tired from the hacking, the middle-aged man stumbled to find the head that originally belonged to him. He threw the head mop on the ground and stomped on it, crushing it. Staring with bloodshot eyes, the father looked extremely ferocious. Little beast. Just as he began to speak, he suddenly crouched down in pain, holding his head with both hands. A wretched scream echoed. Pieces of flesh fell to the ground one after another from his body. What? My old father, doesn't it feel great to chop people like this? A smile crept across Su Ming's lips. He slowly walked in front of the father, patted his head, his gaze somewhat mocking. Filial piety killed me, loving father and his obedient son. The streamer's reckless appearance makes my 68-year-old heart flutter. Don't say, you really shouldn't say. If the streamer appeared in a horror story, he'd definitely be a terrifying boss. Isn't he just that right now? Cough, cough, you win, it is already 12 o'clock. A fragmented whisper came, the father's whole body began to change. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a battered strange figure into a kind middle-aged man. A hint of helpless smile appeared on father's face. Child, you can pass now, daddy has returned. Let's go inside the room, I'll knock on the door. Nodding gently, Su Ming, with a hint of a smile, slowly walked into the room. Then closed the door. Dong. Dong dong. Daddy is back, dear son, hurry and open the door. A gentle voice came from outside the door, with a hint of reluctance in the father's eyes. Son, open the door quickly. Time is running out. Open the door, understand? The knocking became more urgent, and his voice grew anxious. If you don't understand, why doesn't the streamer open the door? Didn't he pass? This level is very tricky, there is another pit waiting. Although I don't understand the streamer's actions, I am greatly shocked. Shock +1. Fool. Su Ming silently stood outside the door, his gaze as calm as ever. He glanced at the wall clock, which showed exactly 12 o'clock. If I'm not mistaken, the clock in your hand just hit 11:59, right? So, the time at home is actually 1 minute fast. Su Ming spoke with a gloomy expression, without any intention of opening the door. Though even if he opened the door now, the strange father couldn't do anything to him. But what if it caused a bug that kept him from passing through? Better to be cautious. Bang bang bang. Dog bastard. Open the door for me. Open the door. Why aren't you opening the door? The strange man saw his plot exposed, and his original disguise vanished. He looked at the peephole, his pupils gradually tinged with madness. Calling me a beast, honestly, who do you think you are? You should be thankful I don't have any harmful weapons. Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming ignored the deranged figure. To say that he has no intelligence, he can still play tricks within tricks, and can also use the tactic of pretending to lure. Silently calculating the time, Su Ming slowly opened the door, making an international friendly gesture to the father before him. Amidst the smoke rising from father's head, with a gaze that seemed ready to eat him alive, Su Ming's body gradually became ethereal. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared father's note rating, S, highest rating for novice levels. Rewards: 1 real estate certificate in the world of ghost stories, several rule points, 1 silver treasure chest, and 1 Wuling Hongguang vehicle. Title obtained, Lowly Killer. Lowly Killer, when facing adult girls under 23 years old, your damage ignores defenses, dealing crits with every blow. Title evaluation: due to your brutal performance, this is specially awarded to encourage you. This is a cubic space. Su Ming quietly stood in the room, looking around. Title? His eyes flickered slightly as Su Ming clicked on his title and chose to equip it. He roughly understood this thing: as long as you were in the highest scoring ghost stories based on your performance within the story, you can obtain a unique title. As for the platinum treasure chest and rule points, the former can yield some skills, potions, or equipment items, and the latter is the trading currency used in the world of ghost stories. Silver treasure chest, open. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, a dazzling light flashed, and a somewhat oddly shaped item appeared before him. Steel wireball gloves, gloves made from pure steel wireballs, capable of dealing minor damage to the supernatural. Looking at the shiny gloves in hand, Su Ming blinked, slowly stowing them away. Not bad, it's definitely a good item. As for the real estate and Wuling Hongguang, Su Ming was not very interested in receiving them for now. The most important thing at the moment is to start the real ghost story quest. After all, to be honest, the highest score for the novice level is just an S, and the rewards received are indeed quite underwhelming. Let's start the ghost story quest. A soft voice came out, with a hint of melancholy on Su Ming's face. Drawing the quest. Please players prepare, always fasten your seatbelts, countdown 3, 2, 1. Go! Chapter 13, Death Amusement Park Number 1. F-level quest confirmed, Death Amusement Park. It's the weekend, finally I can relax for a day at the amusement park. How could it be, these amusement rides, so thrilling? Ah, so fun, really fun. I've finally experienced everything, ha ha ha. But I think I won't be able to go back. Dull yellow sunlight. A bus steadily stopped at the entrance of the amusement park. Dear travelers, this journey has reached our final destination, Death Amusement Park. The mechanical voice of the announcer echoed. Curiously, Su Ming looked at the grand amusement park before him. The amusement park was not as deserted as Su Ming had imagined. He could see visitors coming and going from time to time. What kind of quest is this? An amusement park? Oh no, I've never heard of this at all. I hope to draw some strong skills. On the bus, a somewhat arrogant voice sounded. It's just a mere F-level quest, look how scared you all are. A man with dyed yellow hair slowly stood up, showing a hint of disdainful smile. After all, he achieved a rare A-level rating in the novice quest with his own ability. Just with this alone, he surpassed at least 95% of novice players. Hey! What's with that look? Looking down on me? The yellow-haired guy turned his gaze to Su Ming, pointing with a finger. His head held high, like a proud little rooster. Idiot! Su Ming helplessly shook his head and turned to look out the window, his brows slightly furrowing. Hey, damn it! You little! What are you still looking at? Hurry and get off the bus! The bus driver shouted impatiently, a terrifying aura sweeping through. Glancing at the driver's seat, the yellow-haired guy's face turned pale. Not daring to say another word, he stood up and walked toward the door. Kid, my name is Li Yan, remember it? Seemingly feeling that Su Ming had embarrassed him, Li Yan glanced back coldly and made a slightly arrogant gesture of cutting his throat. I remember. Su Ming nodded and then got off the bus with many players from the vehicle. Extracting your random talent. Random talent extraction complete. Calling thieves fathers. Calling thieves fathers. When you encounter strange or player characters, you can call the other party foster father, and they will unconditionally protect and favor you. Noticing the voice in his mind, Su Ming's expression began to turn strange. How to say this talent? It's a bit absurd, but very reasonable. Ticket hall. Hello, I need a ticket. Handing over the only $100 bill from his pocket, Su Ming watched the bunny girl cashier calmly. He still felt a bit regretful inside. If it were a man, maybe he could try to get it for free. Sir, please take your ticket and change. The bunny girl smiled slightly, threw a glance at Su Ming, and handed him the ticket and change with both hands. Bending slightly, one could vaguely see half of a big white rabbit. Wow, why did I see something I shouldn't see as soon as I came in? To be honest, the weirdness in the bizarre world is quite good. It's just a pity I don't like this bunny girl's fishing net. I came here to catch the streamer for real. I truly don't believe he isn't cheating. What? My donkey Benway is not cheating. As soon as Su Ming entered the bizarre dungeon, hundreds of viewers flooded into the livestream within minutes. And as time passed, the number of viewers continued to increase. Hey! Brother! Feeling a weight on his shoulder, Su Ming furrowed his brow slightly and turned to look at the fat guy behind him. We're all new players, and I think you seem nice. Why don't we team up? We can look out for each other then? I don't need that. Su Ming shook his head slowly, taking 2 steps forward to make room for the players behind in line. Then he lowered his head to examine the ticket in his hand. That's really too bad. The fat guy cast a gloomy glance at Su Ming's back. And then once again put on a smile, walking to another player. Brother, I see great potential in you. Wow. The ticket alone cost 15? Looking at the ticket in his hand, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly, and his expression gradually became serious. Because on the back of the ticket, clearly written were the following rules. Amusement Park Guidelines. 1. After entering the amusement park, you can enjoy yourself, but please be polite to the staff. 2. If a staff member in red clothes invites you to play a certain game, you can refuse, but you only have 3 chances to refuse. 3. There are only staff members in red clothing in the park. If a staff member in black clothing approaches you, please ignore them. For, if you feel any discomfort during the amusement process, it is a normal phenomenon. Just buy something to drink at the shop. 5. There are no roller coaster rides in the amusement park. 6. If your $100 run out, please immediately ask the staff for a voucher. 7. To ensure your gaming experience, you need to play at least 5 projects. 8. The tour group is a warm family. The rules aren't particularly complex, only 8 in total. But for Su Ming, after acquiring the Calling Thieves Father skill, these have become less significant. Taking advantage of the fact that other players were still examining their surroundings, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly as he walked straight into the entrance. Please take care of your personal belongings. Su Ming slowly turned back, looking at the security guard by the corridor, smiling as he spoke. Uncle, could you do me a favor? Pointing to the short yellow-haired guy not far behind him, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly. Earlier on the bus, this guy was acting like a moron, trying to kill him at every turn. So, it's better to strike first. It started. Su God is about to operate again. Watch closely, learn well. Learn to operate? You want to learn how he beats up weirdness. Still learning to bully Lolas like him? The streamer is dumbfounded, right? Asking for weird help right from the start? Tell me what gives him the right? Who knows, it's the first day I miss my little Loli. Ever since Su Ming perfectly cleared the beginner dungeon, the audience in the livestream finally knew his name. Less than a few minutes into the broadcast, the viewers in the room reached a terrifying 4-digit number. Put. The little yellow-haired boy, also known as Li Yan, couldn't help but snicker when he heard Su Ming speaking to the security guard. So you're still a brainless newbie? Is the weirdness your daddy? You think he'll help you? With arms crossed over his chest, Li Yan wore a playful expression, leaning closer to the guard's face, looking at Su Ming like he was an idiot. Please take care of your personal belongings. As everyone expected, the security guard stared straight ahead, completely ignoring the two in front of him, speaking to himself. Did you see that? Fool. Slowly shaking his head, Li Yan raised his middle finger at Su Ming and swaggered into the amusement park. Chapter 14 Death Amusement Park Number 2. Su Ming watched his back, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I want you to help me kill him, adoptive father. Ha! As soon as the words came out, the guard jolted as if wound up. I can't kill him, but I can beat him up. Cracking his knuckles, the guard vanished and appeared in front of Li Yan. What are you doing? Li Yan stared blankly at the guard in front of him, not having time to speak again. Bang! A huge fist landed solidly on his forehead. Before he could react, bang! Bang! Several more punches followed. With a strange smile on his face, the guard overpowered Li Yan and pressed him down forcefully. My adopted son said to let me beat you. He, beat you. The whispers echoed in Li Yan's ear like a devil. Ah! No! I'm sorry. Whoa, I was wrong, bang. Don't hit me there. The sounds of ghostly howling echoed at the entrance of the amusement park. It made all the players nearby stop in their tracks, staring at this scene in disbelief. It turns out that calling the security guard adoptive father lets you command him to help? A few clever players' eyes flickered, casting a sly glance at the guard. Adoptive father, can you give me some money? Bang! As the guard was happily beating Li Yan, he didn't lift his head and countered with a punch. That player flew back 7 or 8 meters, clutching his groin, rolling on the ground in pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This scene made several players instinctively clamp their legs together and quickly enter the park. They didn't dare to utter another word. Humph. You better keep your eyes open next time, dare to bully my adopted son, Li Yan was now more exhaled than inhaled, trembling as he shook his shoulders, full of bitterness, saying, I got it, adoptive father. Smack. In Li Yan's eyes filled with disbelief, a heavy slap landed on his face. Who do you think you are calling adoptive father? No respect. The guard's face darkened as he slowly pulled back his arm, then walked back to his post, smiling and giving Su Ming a nod. The huge contrast in the guard's attitude made Li Yan at this moment have a fleeting moment of life questioning. Little yellow hair? Does it still hurt? Su Ming slowly squatted down, patting his swollen cheek. If nothing's wrong, don't act cheap, it's what I hate the most. Muttering softly, Su Ming shook his head without looking back and stepped into the amusement park hall. If it weren't for Rule 8, tour groups are a warm family, meaning players are prohibited from harming each other, Su Ming would want to kick this yellow-haired guy and land another heavy slap. With a dark gaze watching Su Ming's back, Li Yan took a deep breath, clenching his fists. With my talent this time, you just wait. In the vast amusement park, underneath the Ferris wheel, stood 2 players. In front of them was a staff member dressed in red. Hi! Would you like to try our Ferris wheel? It's absolutely the most enjoyable ride in the park, fun and affordable. Hold on, how much does it cost? The player on the left waved his hand, feeling the coins in his pocket, and cautiously asked. Unexpectedly, the staff member's once warm smile slowly changed, and his expression turned dark. Interrupting someone while they're talking is rude. Really rude. As he continued to mutter, the staff member's face became increasingly sinister. Rip. Before the player on the left could react, his body was suddenly split in half. Scorching blood soaked his companion's clothes. Alright, sir, would you like to try our Ferris wheel ride? After doing all this, the staff member's face once again showed a bright smile. I'm not feeling well, I'm sorry. The remaining player was pale, his body trembling uncontrollably, and after hesitating for a while, he slowly spoke. Oh, that's really too bad, you're welcome to come again next time. To his surprise, the staff member did not lose control, but instead shook his head with regret. Then he ignored him. Ha! Letting out a sigh, the player politely waved his hand and stumbled back. That scene of tearing a living person apart really scared him, he probably would have a psychological shadow from it. At this moment, Su Ming's figure slowly appeared. Seeing all the blood on the ground, and looking at the staff member with an unusually eerie smile, he frowned slightly. Sir, would you like to try our Ferris wheel project? In the distance, the fortunate survivor stopped in his tracks. After all, according to the rules, he had used one chance to refuse, and the next would be riddled with danger. Secretly watching Su Ming, eager to see what choice he would make. Excuse me, how much does it cost? Su Ming smiled slightly and gently inquired. Sir, it costs 40 yuan for one ride, do you prefer cash or QR code? As soon as these words were spoken, both Su Ming and that player's faces changed dramatically. Is it 40 for the Ferris wheel, or does every ride cost 40? If it's the latter. Everyone only had 85 yuan left in cash, meaning they could at most ride 2, and would find themselves in a financial crisis. And Rule 7 stated that at least 5 entertainment projects must be completed. Then the remaining 3, only the staff could provide vouchers? After pondering for a moment with his head lowered, Su Ming slowly lifted his head and smiled. Could you give me a 50% discount? I'm sorry, according to the rules. Father. As soon as this was said, the staff member's eyes widened, staring intently at Su Ming. Taking the 20 yuan offered by Su Ming, his face breaking into a look of excitement. Clearly, Su Ming's skill of identifying a thief as a father had activated again. Of course, son. He then escorted Su Ming onto the Ferris wheel, waving his hand with a smile. And as he turned away, the corners of his mouth curled into a brilliant smile. Have fun. The player observing from a distance was utterly shocked, his jaw dropping. So it can really be discounted? After hesitating for a few seconds, the player gritted his teeth and walked back to the base of the Ferris wheel. Hello, could you give me a 50% discount too, father? Imitating Su Ming's tone, a glimmer of hope shone in the player's eyes. A 50% discount, ooh, okay. The staff member seemed taken aback for a moment, then a strange smile spread across his face. Damn! It's actually real. The player's inner joy exploded. This hidden mechanism actually allowed the staff to give a discount. Good, good, good. So you want a discount, huh? Boom! A deafening sound echoed, accompanied by endless pain. Hee hee. Break a bone? I haven't heard such a strange request in a long time. The staff member's lips curled into a mysterious smile, staring intently at the shadow lying on the ground. Gently helping him up. He looked exceptionally kind and friendly. Do you want to break any more bones? No, I don't want to anymore, I want to play. I boo-hoo. Wiping his nose, the player quivered as he propped himself up, tears flowing uncontrollably. Crack. A faint sound came from within his body, causing his expression to freeze. If he wasn't mistaken, it seemed like a certain vertebra near his kidney had broken. I will charge you 40, enjoy your game. Feeling around the player's pocket, the staff member cheerfully flung him onto the Ferris wheel. A kind smile once again appeared on his face. What Su Ming didn't expect was that there were 2 more tourists sitting on the Ferris wheel with him. One looked like a 7 or 8-year-old girl, the other was the little girl's father. At this moment, neither of them was admiring the view outside, but rather staring straight at Su Ming, occasionally letting out eerily strange laughs. Hee hee. Daddy, that brother smells so delicious. I want to invite him for snacks. As expected. When they reached the highest point of the Ferris wheel, the little girl's expression looking at Su Ming became increasingly odd. Her pale, bloodless cheeks showed a smile. Holding a bag of snacks resembling popcorn, she cheerfully offered it to Su Ming. Su Ming glanced at it coolly, slightly frowning. Inside were some wriggling, milky white maggots, crawling incessantly along the walls of the bag. And what disgusted Su Ming the most was there were a few half-segmented maggots desperately wriggling between the little girl's teeth. Get lost, don't annoy me. Su Ming's lips twitched, his eyes slightly narrowing. If this little brat didn't get the hint, he wouldn't mind roughing up this future flower. Hee hee. Since Big Brother doesn't like snacks, then I can only eat you. Who told you to smell so good? The little girl laughed joyfully, her mouth splitting open, revealing rotting flesh inside. Smack. Su Ming seized the moment, put on the steel wool gloves, and delivered a hard slap. A crisp and loud sound followed. Countless bits of rotten flesh splattered, turning the cabin into a rain of decay. The atmosphere in the livestream reached another peak with Su Ming's loud slap. The bullet comments flooded in one after another madly. Damn! Su God's moves are still so outrageous. I love Su God's domineering style, please slap me hard. Ah! How dare he, how dare he! This is bizarre. It can't be that his skill is invincible plus retaliation again? I, Wang Tong, officially report him for cheating. The little girl and her father froze in place, a hint of astonishment appearing in their eyes. Boo-hoo, Daddy. Damn. How dare you bully my child? The middle-aged man's eyes turned red, blood-colored fangs growing from his mouth, veins bulging all over. Reaching out his hands covered with corpse spots, he was about to choke Su Ming by the neck. Adoptive father. Ha! Adoptive son. The bizarre man, who had just been about to act, froze for a moment, then a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. The rage that had been there before disappeared, returning him to normal. I'll just teach sister a lesson, isn't that reasonable? Su Ming's lips curled into a smile as he waved his hand with the already on steel wool gloves. I have to say, the title, Lowly Killer, is indeed quite impressive. This hit almost splattered the bizarre little girl's brain matter out. Smack! The middle-aged man delivered a loud slap, sending the little girl's head flying, rolling onto the adjacent seat. This bizarre operation genuinely startled Su Ming. What the hell, I haven't even moved yet, why did you just start attacking out of nowhere? You little wench, how did you treat him? He is my adoptive son. The middle-aged man panted heavily, glaring fiercely at the little girl. Then, with a hint of apology, he glanced at Su Ming. Slowly picked up the little girl's head, preparing to put it back on her neck. Whoa whoa. Dad, he is human, he is our food. Pa! Su Ming struck again, slamming it down like hitting a volleyball. The whole head drew a beautiful arc, perfectly landing in the hands of the player who had just gotten on the Ferris wheel. At this moment, that player was lying in his seat, struggling to move, trembling as he held the girl with a strange expression, his face already devoid of color. His voice trembled with a hint of a sob. I accept it, we will be together forever. As he was saying this, he suddenly felt something land firmly in his hands. He instinctively glanced, together forever, vomit. The girl with pus-covered skin trembled slightly, sensing the warm flow, her face instantly turned pale. Well. So you really dislike me? Ah, you dislike me. As she spoke, the pus-filled spots on her face burst one by one, oozing out a pale yellow pus. I don't. I vomit. Pooh. The player felt darkness before his eyes, and his hands slowly relaxed. A large pool of blood soaked the seat, and the girl hugged his corpse, smiling foolishly. Ah, you don't dislike me now, dear. We are finally together forever. Su Ming at this moment was also unusually nervous. No other reason. It was just that he had just sent the little girl's head flying. The middle-aged man seemed to still be in shock, staring blankly at his empty hands. And the little girl's headless body. Silence, a deathly silence. Foster father? Ha? What's wrong, son? Coming back to his senses, the middle-aged man scratched his head, kicked out the little girl's body as if throwing out garbage. It's okay. This little girl really doesn't know better, how dare she bully my son? She should be punished, let her remember this. The middle-aged man patted his chest, appearing completely unconcerned. What is happening? Why did the strange creature become the host's foster father? I don't understand. Is this the unique charisma of Su God? Reborn as the son of a strange being? Ah, Sri. Damn, he just sent your daughter's head flying, you go get him. You go get him, damn. 6. Su Ming slowly took off the wire ball boxing gloves and gave a thumbs up to his foster father. And secretly gave him a 5-star rating. This is strange? No. This is Su Ming's family, who he feels brotherly love for. Before long, the Ferris wheel had slowly descended to the bottom. Foster father. Take care. After getting off the Ferris wheel, Su Ming waved to his foster father as a gesture of thanks. It's nothing, if you run into trouble, just come find me. I'll go find that little girl's head back first. The middle-aged man waved goodbye with a smile, holding the little girl who was almost a puddle of meat. Chapter 16 Death Amusement Park Number 4. Following a rugged little path. It didn't take long for Su Ming to see the next attraction, the big swing. Sir, want to try the big swing? I guarantee it's thrilling and exciting, letting you experience a different sensation. A staff member looked at Su Ming coming over, wearing a strange smile. Enthusiastically invited him. Then I'll trouble you. I want half price, foster father. Nodding slowly, a brilliant smile appeared on Su Ming's face. Hiss, son. No more words, half price is half price. The staff member's expression changed, looking at Su Ming with concern in his eyes. Then he hurriedly arranged a spot for Su Ming. By the way, if you feel thirsty after it ends, remember to go buy some drinks. The staff seemed to have thought of something. His face showing some entanglement, finally mysteriously reminded. Did I misinterpret? Does the strange being still remind Su God? I have a feeling that this level is still just a setup for Su God. Damn. Why are all these staff members male along the way? Can you arrange for 2 sisters with big chests and beautiful appearances? Sparrow food, mainly because the brothers upstairs love to watch. These strange attitudes left the viewers in the live stream a bit perplexed. Clearly, every ghost story is a life or death struggle. But when it comes to Su Ming, it's like a leisurely vacation? Okay, adoptive father. Gratefully nodding, Su Ming climbed onto the big swing without looking back. There was a trace of enjoyment on his face. Nothing else, just because this newly acquired adoptive father gave him VIP treatment, sitting in first class. Nodding in satisfaction, the staff wore a look of slight intoxication on their face. As the big swing was about to start, he finally shifted his gaze to a player standing nearby. "Hello, sir, have you considered experiencing the thrill?" With his chin propped up, the staff's face once again showed a strange smile. "Thank you, not for now." The player's face looked somewhat grim as he gazed at the big swing soaring in the sky, ultimately shaking his head slowly. He had already finished one project. And now this one looked much more dangerous, so he hesitated a bit. "That's really a shame." Saying that, the staff walked towards the switch of the big swing. "Wait." At that moment, a loud shout came from the distance. The three people present looked towards the direction of the voice at the same time. Wow, enemies on a narrow road. Su Ming slightly narrowed his eyes, looking at the panting figure of Li Yan in the distance. "Sir, would you like to try the big swing?" Sorry for the trouble." The yellow-haired Li Yan straightened his body, inadvertently glancing at Su Ming, and his expression instantly turned somewhat ugly. Looking at the palm extended by the staff, he finally gritted his teeth, pulled out 40 yuan from his pocket, and turned to head towards the big swing. As the big swing slowly started up, Li Yan sat in the last few rows, staring at Su Ming's back with extremely gloomy eyes. In his mind, the scene of Su Ming commanding the security to beat him up in front of everyone seemed to replay again. A low voice emerged from his throat. "Kid, wait for it, sooner or later I'll kill you." "Oh?" Su Ming slightly squinted his eyes, chuckling without looking back. Anyone familiar with him knows that Su Ming always repays kindness with kindness. For any potential crisis. Isn't it reasonable to strike first? The longtime fans in the livestream were laughing joyfully at the scene before them. After all, watching Su Ming deal with self-destructive players is much more thrilling and entertaining than dealing with dull ghosts. To be honest, I think this yellow-haired guy is pretty brave. Sparrow food, doesn't he know Su God can't do anything, but is especially fond of big beauties? I really don't get how this brainless character survived the newbie dungeon. It's ridiculous. But I feel like the host is also pretty arrogant. Upstairs, you didn't see when they were in the newbie dungeon, Su God was way more brutal than now, sob sob my dear little loli. Nerd cries. As time passed, the big swing swung faster and higher. At this moment, the yellow-haired guy was already drenched in cold sweat. With no time left to continue the trash talk, instead clutching the railing and trembling. "Is this too much? Little yellow-haired?" Su Ming calmly turned back, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile. Joking. When he died back then, being sent flying by that spark and lightning rickshaw was probably much more thrilling than this big swing. But a strange dizziness still made Su Ming slightly frown. This seems a bit abnormal. Not long after, the big swing finally came to a gentle stop. Li Yan, trembling, supported himself on the railing and stepped down slowly. "Let me tell you, you little brat, vomit." Before he could finish his words, Li Yan's face changed slightly. The pale face gradually turned iron gray. Holding his stomach, he couldn't stop vomiting. "You finish throwing up before you complain." Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming began to walk towards the nearby beverage shop. His breathing became a bit heavy. In Su Ming's pupils, a hint of gray faintly floated. Is this mental pollution so serious? He softly murmured, taking a few steps forward. "Hello, I need to buy some drinks." At the same time, Li Yan also held his stomach, trembling as he walked over, his face a bit pale as he said, "Why you, hello? I also need, drinks." Seeing this scene, the convenience store staff showed a faint smile, slowly nodding. "Sure, gentlemen, our drinks are priced at 5, 20, 50, and 100 yuan a bottle, which one do you need?" Pointing at the bottles of drinks on the counter, the staff enthusiastically introduced. Not only Li Yan but even Su Ming had a big question mark appear in his mind. These drinks have such a big difference in quality? The cheapest is 5 yuan, and the most expensive is 100 yuan a bottle? It's faster than getting robbed. May I ask, which one do you need? The staff looked at the two who had not chosen for a long time, their expression changed slightly, and the smile gradually took on a hint of weirdness. It's worth mentioning that the convenience store worker was also a bunny girl. The only highlight was that she wore black stockings. At this moment, her long white legs were crossed on the chair, looking at the two with a strange expression. "Please give me a bottle of the 20 yuan one, thank you." With a slight flicker of his gaze, Su Ming pointed to a drink priced at 20 yuan, slowly speaking. "As long as one isn't a fool. Everyone knows that the 5 yuan one looks a bit unreliable." Chapter 17, Death Amusement Park Number 5. "Okay, please wait a moment." The bunny girl worker smiled slightly, then took the drink from the shelf and handed it to Su Ming. The drink looked a bit like tomato juice. Its bright red color and thick texture made one's imagination run wild. Gulp. Without hesitation, Su Ming took the drink and gulped it down in one go. No way, Su God isn't afraid of death? Yeah, what if the fourth rule says drinking the beverage is the wrong rule? Though I don't understand, I am greatly shocked by the host's actions. Protect my black stocking bunny girl. 1 out of 100. The live broadcast room once again presented a polarization, or some people thought. Su Ming drinking the beverage directly was an extremely risky action, as Rule 4 could very likely be misleading. Moreover, that drink looked so strange. Huff, really refreshing. As he gulped down a few sips of the drink, Su Ming felt his entire body regain vitality, a refreshing feeling coming from within. The reason he felt so at ease is because the staff from before with the big hammer had given him a hint. And under the skill of mistaking thief for father, the strange things would definitely wholeheartedly favor Su Ming. Even if Su Ming had blown the little girl's head off before, that foster father still treated him sincerely. I'll take a 5 yuan one. Seeing Su Ming's reaction after drinking the beverage, Li Yan's eyes slightly brightened. He immediately didn't hesitate anymore and handed the only 5 yuan bill left in his pocket to the staff. Okay, sir, please hold it. The black bunny girl didn't mind and handed a drink to Li Yan. Taking the drink, Li Yan decisively gulped it down. Refreshing. The effect was immediate, his body felt as if it had been completely renewed. Li Yan's eyes slightly flickered, casting a malicious glance at Su Ming, and was about to turn to leave. You wait, Just 2 steps away, his body suddenly stumbled. Cough cough. In his somewhat disbelieving gaze, a stream of fresh blood unconsciously flowed from the corner of his mouth. Then, his entire skin became unusually loose. As if he suddenly turned into someone in their 70s or 80s, his eyes had already lost their brightness. This is... A hint of anger flickered in Li Yan's eyes. Staggering toward the beverage shop, just as he wanted to say something. Thud. The body fell straight down. Sure enough, cheap goods have no good quality. Goodness, did he really play himself to death? Su Ming looked at the strange scene before him, his mouth twitching involuntarily. He hadn't even started yet. And this guy had already kicked the bucket? Su Ming shook his head with some regret, touching his somewhat empty pockets. And looking at the tourists coming toward him. A strange smile crept onto his face. Foster father. It's you. Foster son. The middle-aged tourist suddenly stopped, looking at Su Ming with great excitement. Foster father. Money. Su Ming didn't hesitate, diving straight into the topic. That's right. The money was a bit tight. I didn't die. A roar echoed, and Su Ming looked back in confusion. The old body with yellow hair on the ground was inexplicably emitting a faint white light. Then, in Su Ming's astonished gaze, Li Yan slowly stood up, biting his teeth, and quickly walked toward the staff at the swinging hammer ride. Hello, I need some vouchers. Sure, sir, may I ask what denomination you need? Just a friendly reminder, vouchers can only be requested once. The staff under the swinging hammer's eyes lit up slightly. And a strange smile returned to his face. Li Yan's gaze flickered slightly as he looked at his dry arms. This was the skill he had drawn, Rebirth of Light. Its effect was to extend life force after completely dying, allowing oneself to live again. But the downside was also obvious. His body could not fully recover and was still in a state of mental pollution. What are the denominations? The vouchers are worth 50 yuan, 100 yuan, and 300 yuan, which one would you like? Then make it 300. Biting his teeth, Li Yan's gaze hardened. Although he knew there could be tricks with the vouchers, he couldn't care less now. If he couldn't lift the mental pollution immediately, he would be close to death. Alright, please keep your voucher safe. The staff handed over a 300 yuan voucher, his smile growing even more strange. Foster son. I only have a little over 1,000 in cash on me. Is that enough? If not, I can go get more. Seeing the middle-aged man pull out a wad of cash and hand it over to Su Ming cheerfully, Li Yan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. Looking at another passing tourist, his gaze slightly turned, imitating Su Ming's actions. Foster father. Money. Smack. A loud slap came, sending him flying, his bright yellow hair dancing in the wind. Ah, what a double feature. I'm dying of laughter. Why do some people think they can imitate Su God's moves? I can see it clearly now. Su God's skill is just calling others foster father, right? Did you see that bunny girl's expression? Looks like, hiss. Master, please whip me hard. Cough cough, I. Watching the distant figure disappear, tears welled up in Li Yan's eyes. Why? Does the gap between players have to be so big? Just because he didn't cheat? Forcing down the anger in his heart, Li Yan took a deep breath and tremblingly walked to the drink stand. Handing over the voucher in his hand, he pointed at a 20 yuan drink. Please get me that one. Okay, please wait a moment. The bunny girl showed a charming smile, her rabbit ears swaying slightly. Sir, here is your drink and your change, please take it. Aha, thank you. Li Yan took it with difficulty, forcing a smile. Fortunately, his skill was quite powerful, allowing him to come back to life once. He opened the cap. Looking at the familiar liquid, and without hesitation, he gulped it down. Su Ming watched every move of the yellow hair and his expression gradually became serious. The drink had quietly turned black. Could it be that this guy's perception has already gone wrong? His gaze flickered. As if he thought of something, Su Ming quickly walked a few steps, looking from another angle at the staff by the swinging hammer. His brows furrowed deeply. A large part of the back has already turned black. Where is the problem? Without lingering in place, Su Ming quickly walked toward the next amusement facility. Based on the existing clues, as long as he asked the staff for vouchers, would it accelerate his own mental pollution? Or perhaps accelerate the staff's pollution? Once the staff's clothes completely turned black, what would the consequences be? No, wait, what does it have to do with me? This isn't my concern. Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming decided not to think too much about it. Once he suffered from mental pollution, the money in his pocket would be enough to buy him several lives. And if he faced physical attacks? Sorry. The hundreds and thousands of foster fathers in the whole amusement park would become Su Ming's most loyal bodyguards. Chapter 18, Death Amusement Park Number 6. Not long after Su Ming left, Li Yan's eyes were vacant as he walked toward a certain place in a daze. Hello, sir, would you like to try our newly opened roller coaster? You can ride it for free. A strange voice sounded from behind him. Li Yan slowly turned around, looking at the staff in front of him, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. Sure. Roller coaster, heh, let's go ride the roller coaster. Alright, sir, please follow me. The staff quickly stepped forward, grabbing Li Yan's hand. Walking toward a small path. Their footsteps were in sync. Both stiffly advancing further into the depths. A gentle breeze blew. The staff's black jacket became darker and more striking. What is this? Upon reaching a fork in the road, Su Ming blinked. Before him was an enormous swimming pool, with a large sign above it that read, Water Amusement Park. In the center of the pool, there were many tourists in swimsuits, big tourists. Sir, would you like to experience our water amusement park? Absolutely refreshing. A staff member smiled at Su Ming, waiting for his reply. Then let's give it a try, please. Handing over 40 yuan, Su Ming followed the staff to the changing room. Don't ask why. Just ask, because this staff member is too dedicated, and not only wearing a bikini, but those long, guiding signs were simply long and white. Ladies, soon we'll see Sushin in swimwear, looking forward to it. Nice, it's my favorite part again, the tissues on the bedside are running low. I've seen this urban legend before, this place is not dangerous, it can purify pollution. What a pity for that little yellow-haired kid, if only he could find this place. In such a big amusement park, not everyone can accidentally stumble upon it. After changing into his swimsuit, Su Ming entered the swimming pool with the staff. By the way, how long can I soak? Seemingly remembering something, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Sir, there is no time limit here, but for your gaming experience, I suggest you at least play for 20 minutes. Okay, thank you. As soon as he entered the water, Su Ming felt all his capillaries relax. Cool streams washing away the oppressive feeling that lingered from the urban legend copy. Handsome, would you be interested in playing together? A woman who looked to be in her 30s beckoned to Su Ming from not far away. Her eyes carrying some blatant suggestion. No, thank you. Without looking back, Su Ming's voice sounded somewhat cold. What he needed to do was quickly soak for 20 minutes, and then hurry to the next activity. Women? Ha! In a small forest not far from the water amusement park. At this moment, 3 figures were walking toward the water amusement park, one of whom was the little fatty who had previously approached Su Ming. Ji Lu, it seems that the rules of this urban legend aren't too difficult this time? The tall, skinny youth on the left casually spoke to the little fatty in the middle. Yeah, by the way, do you still have 45 yuan left? The chubby boy Ji Lu looked at his allies on both sides, a radiant smile appearing on his face. That's right, Lu Gu, we all still have 45 yuan, right? When the money runs out, let's just exchange some vouchers with the staff. After all, it's just an F-level urban legend, how hard can it be? The player on the right shook his head, a look of pride in his eyes. At first, he had sought thrills, dissatisfied with the boring life in the real world. That's why he had made up his mind to leap from a high building and successfully entered this dangerous and extremely exciting world of urban legends. That makes sense. The chubby boy Ji-Lu nodded slowly, enjoying the bright future with the two and showing full agreement. I'm telling you, as long as you stick with me, as long as I don't die. Just as he was talking, Ji-Lu casually glanced over a certain spot on the right and suddenly his expression changed dramatically. Look over there. There's something weird. Where? Poochie. The two players standing on either side stiffened. A small blood mark appeared on their necks, then the crack widened, and blood sprayed out. Turning their heads with some difficulty, the two players wanted to say something more. But due to their trachea being ruptured, they could only breathe heavily, then blood flooded back into their trachea, and soon they fell completely silent. They collapsed straight on the ground. Stick with me, as long as I don't die, I will inherit your legacy. The chubby boy Ji-Lu wore a playful smile, slowly retracting the surgical knives into his sleeves. He crouched down, carefully feeling around. TSK, TSK, TSK. Took care of two piglets again. No wonder they're just newbies who just cleared the beginner dungeon, this guy is rather honest. Kicking the 90 yuan bills into his pocket, the chubby boy hummed a little tune and walked step by step towards the water park. Before these two unfortunate souls, he had already stabbed 3 other allies in the back. This was also why he was so eager to gather allies at the start. With his instincts, he guessed that the so-called vouchers must definitely have a problem. So, he showed these partners what the dark side of humanity truly means. Since we have enough money, we can consider clearing the game now. The chubby boy's mouth showed a brilliant smile, his steps still slow and leisurely. On the other side of the water park, Su Ming frowned slightly, not because there was a problem with the pool water, but because this group of shameless female tourists was trying different ways to tease him. Any normal person would have their heart racing. But, this is a damn rule-breaking urban legend. Without needing to think, even using his feet, Su Ming could tell that something was off. Hey handsome, look at this, is it big? Brother, I lost my top, can you come help me pick it up? You are my little treasure. Seeing Su Ming's lack of reaction, these female tourists became more aggressive. Whether in frequency or scale, they made Su Ming feel it was hard to bear. Cough cough, HSSS. I can't take it anymore. To be honest, despite them being weird, they are all damn hot. Especially that lace. I'll pay $10 to be the streamer. Can I see this stuff without paying for a membership? Regarding Su Ming's current dangerous situation, besides a few newcomers, not many people really cared. Most viewers in the livestream room stared at the screen without blinking, eager to see Su Ming's next actions. Wanting to know what choice he would make. Would he rise against it or pull out a gun? Chapter 19, Death Amusement Park Number 7. A bunch of dead old hags. Don't mess with me. Watching these increasingly twisted female tourists, Su Ming couldn't help but shout in anger. And he made a strong international friendly gesture. Dead hags? You little bastard, you really think you're something, don't you? Come, let sister take good care of you. The expressions of the female tourists became even stranger. It seemed the more Su Ming resisted, the more excited they got. A strong possessiveness appeared in their eyes in unison. The body rushed towards Su Ming at high speed. Adoptive father. Adoptive father, help me. Another roar echoed out. All the male tourists in the water park stiffened, then quickly moved closer. But their bodies firmly formed a wall, surrounding Su Ming in the middle. The staff outside the water park stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. What's happening here? I have a feeling that God Su is about to start his performance, can't wait. Hey, host, if you don't like those fair-skinned, beautiful long legs, just let me take over. Better to die under the peony, than to be a ghost and still be free-spirited? Old Lee, are you going against me? Let me in, I want to tear this kid into pieces, hee. Wang Yi, don't be silly, why are you blocking me for this ingredient? The female tourists did not expect this situation, staring with wide eyes, anxiously wanting to squeeze in. Fathers, help me hold them down. A deep voice came from Su Ming's throat, carrying a hint of something strange. At this moment, all the male tourists remained silent. But their bodies were unusually honest. They immediately reached out to firmly hold down the female tourists in front of them. You all weren't so impressive just now? Su Ming was calm, slowly taking something out of his pocket, with a dangerous smile on his face. That's right, it was his steel wool gloves. TSK, this is going to be fun. Counting roughly, this strange number must be at least 40 or 50. Stay in line, I'm going to respond to your enthusiasm. Smack! A crisp sound made the eerie middle-aged woman on the far left change her expression drastically. Her face visibly turned blue with rage. You little brat, you. Smack. This smack was even more vicious. Su Ming almost used all his strength. The woman's face was severely distorted. Even her eyes popped out, causing ripples in the pool. Bang! Su Ming stepped in with 2 kicks, completely crushing her eyeballs. Bang! Your mom exploded. Turning to the little girl beside the woman, Su Ming's mouth curled into an eerie smile. Smack! The critical hit doubled. The eerie little girl's head was directly split open by Su Ming's slap. Ah, that feels good. So thrilling. Su Ming held his head. His voice becoming more and more twisted, and his smile growing crazier. Ha 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 ha. So good, it's just too good. Smack. The laughter grew louder. And Su Ming slapped even harder with each hit. 10 minutes later. Su Ming sat slumped at the edge of the pool, a satisfied smile on his face. From elderly women in their 70s and 80s to little girls of 4 or 5. He had not spared anyone. Holy crap. God, Su really is a beast. How could he do this? This is outrageous, oh my. Men and women, young and old, he didn't miss a single one? It's heating up. I just gave myself a big slap. What's that upstairs? I just came out of the bathroom and saw the scene. I immediately gave Tom a spin. To be honest, Su Ming felt no guilt at all for beating up these eerie figures. On the contrary, it felt really good. When watching the live stream before, the players were really miserable, often losing limbs. Or becoming corrupted and turning into monsters. These just actions of his were vengeance for those tragic players who died. It's definitely not because of his own selfish desires. This was Su Ming representing those dead players, using slaps to send them silent shouts, roaring with anger. Time is running out. Fathers, you need to step up, keep holding them. Su Ming smiled faintly. Counting the time, there would be about 4 to 5 minutes left. Rest assured, my son. With your fathers here, not even a mosquito can get through. My son, you've been working hard, make sure to rest well. The fathers around, all had serious faces. They held the female tourists tightly. Don't let them get close to Su Ming at all. To these strange women's cursing and crying. For Su Ming, it was like a Beethoven symphony, beautiful melodies that made people feel at ease. Gulp. By the edge of the pool, the little chubby guy Ji Lu swallowed hard. At this moment, he was a bit flustered. Who the hell is who? Su Ming and the weird ones are a family? Cough cough. Hey, big boss over there. It seemed he thought of something. Ji Lu's gaze shifted slightly, and a plan quietly formed in his mind. Looking at the chubby guy, who had a big smile, walking towards him. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. In his previous life, he was in sales, and when it came to reading people, he was truly excellent. This guy is probably a wolf in sheep's clothing. Boss, can I team up with you? At least we have each other's backs. No need. Alright then. To Su Ming's surprise, the chubby guy froze for a moment, then a look of apologetic smile appeared on his face. He really obediently walked to the other side, without speaking further. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly at the chubby guy's actions. He decisively raised his threat level a few more notches. People like this, once they become enemies, will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. I hope you don't provoke me. Shaking his head slowly, Su Ming withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes, and began to recover his spirit. From the looks of it, this chubby guy hasn't done anything yet. Su Ming's steadfast principle is, if a person doesn't offend me, I won't be malicious. If he dares to make small moves, then he can't blame me for striking first. A few minutes later, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, quickly got up, and walked towards the changing room. Since he had rested enough, it was time to continue to the next amusement ride. So comfortable, so this is a recovery and relaxation area? Truly humanized. In the pool, Ji Lu enjoyed lying on the swim ring, his expression a bit relaxed. Too bad I can only soak for another 10 minutes. Slowly opening his eyes, his gaze carried a hint of regret and reluctance. Then he glanced at the nearby still motionless tourists, his eyes flashing with curiosity. Forget it, what does it have to do with me? Shaking his head slightly, Ji Lu stopped thinking too much. Once again slowly closing his eyes. He looked a bit relaxed, enjoying this wonderful leisure time. However, as Su Ming walked away after changing clothes, all the tourists in the pool unanimously made eye contact with each other, their corners of their mouths gradually curling into a strange smile. Chapter 20 Death Amusement Park Number 8. Hey handsome, come play with your sister? Brother, my strap seems to have come off, can you come help me fix it? He, want to try your sister's skills? As the male tourists dispersed, those female tourists reverted to their previous appearance, staring at Ji Lu with piercing eyes. They used all their means to tempt him. Ji Lu looked around in confusion. There wasn't this situation when Su Ming was still here, right? Could it be? I'm too charming? Bah! What am I thinking, talking about charm with the weird? His gaze flickered slightly. Ji Lu came back to his senses, his brows slightly furrowed. It's already been 11 minutes, just 4 minutes left. Looking at the watch on his wrist, Ji Lu muttered to himself. So, he closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down and ignored the female tourists. However, as time passed, the little chubby guy Ji Lu's expression became increasingly unsightly. Because these female tourists seemed no longer satisfied with simply teasing him, now they were ready to act. Damn! Only 2 minutes left. Ji Lu frowned tightly, glanced back, and realized he was trapped. The expressions of the female tourists had turned increasingly strange. The atmosphere gradually solidified. Splash! A large splash of ripples appeared in the water. Ji Lu's knees were submerged in the pool. Ladies, I'm sorry, I was wrong. The nearby strange women showed a hint of anger, then reluctantly opened their mouths. All right, then. This time, I'll forgive you. Then, the body slowly retreated, restoring the original distance again. So, the previous guy also had a similar skill? With a slight flicker in his gaze, Ji Lu's heart stirred with some guesses. Just now, he had activated his own skill, kneel. As long as he knelt down, he could gain a strange forgiveness that would let him off the hook. But unfortunately, this ability could only be used once. After that, it would lose its effect. I didn't expect to use my life-saving skill on what seemed like the safest ride. Ji Lu's brows furrowed tightly, his expression a bit grim, and his eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. Hello sir, would you like to try our newly launched carousel? It's absolutely worth the money. Just a short while after walking out of the water park, Su Ming arrived at the next venue. That's right, it's this brightly colored carousel in front of him. I think Su God should refuse this once? I've seen before that players who ride this carousel end up dying terribly. What do you mean? Are you kidding? Those ordinary players before couldn't be compared to Su God, this game cheat. My opinion is, suggest the staff to change to another black stocking bunny girl? Bunny girl? Come and collect my selfie with stockings. Seeing that Su Ming had already engaged in the fourth entertainment project, the viewers in the livestream became more and more lively. Chatting, eating melons, selling selfies, it was simply everything. Alright, thank you. Su Ming took out 40 yuan again, handing it to the staff beside him. Again, he did not ask for a discount. For no other reason than that he had plenty of money and was feeling indulgent. Okay sir, please wait for the next round. With a slight smile, the staff indicated for Su Ming to wait a moment, as a group of kids and a player were currently experiencing it. Alright, good. Nodding slowly, Su Ming walked over to the resting area and sat down to wait. At this moment, he held 2 bottles of bright red drinks in his hands, with a label showing a series of numbers, 100 yuan. What effect will this drink have? Carefully examining the 2 bottles of drink in his hands, Su Ming slightly furrowed his brows. To be honest, he was somewhat hesitant to try it easily. Although the drink was very likely safe, Su Ming did not want to joke with his life. Pulling radishes, hey ha, pulling radishes. Quick, come, let's pull radishes together. The carousel was spinning rapidly, accompanied by a joyful nursery rhyme. Su Ming could clearly see. That player on the carousel seemed to be in an immersive experience, wearing a light smile, their body slowly rotating with the nursery rhyme. Looks like it's not bad? Watching the excited player, a smile slowly crept up on Su Ming's lips. But his gaze was a bit icy. This player, if nothing unexpected happens, was bound to be doomed. As the nursery rhyme ended, the carousel slowly stopped, yet that player remained seated, unmoving, with a somewhat vacant gaze. Their eyes were dull, staring blankly ahead. He. Pulling radishes. Hey, pulling radishes. The other kids on the carousel leaned in, surrounding that player in the center, singing that familiar nursery rhyme. Their expressions grew more and more strange, numerous hands slowly reaching out, aiming for the player's neck. It seemed they wanted to pull out this big radish. And that player had no reaction at all, sitting bolt upright with a bizarre smile on their face. They even began humming pulling radishes along with the surrounding kids. Smack! At this moment, Su Ming suddenly lunged forward with a big urge. The target was that player. Don't talk. As the player suddenly woke up, just about to speak, their mouth was unexpectedly stuffed with a thick drink bottle. With a flicker in his eyes, Su Ming didn't hesitate. He pried open the player's mouth, forcefully pouring the drink down their throat. Cough, cough. No, not anymore. Suddenly, this player covered his throat and widened his eyes. Struggling to pat Su Ming's arm, thick liquid slowly oozed from the corner of his mouth. What are you refusing? I'm doing this for your own good. You, just hold on a little longer. The sunny boy Su Ming grinned widely, revealing a brilliant smile. But he did not stop his actions at all. I don't know how to say it. I think I misunderstood. Is this the first time Su God has actively saved someone? What's going on? Looking at Su God's personality, he clearly seems like a living Hell King. I absolutely don't believe it. Calm down. From my perspective, Su God is testing the effect of this 100 yuan drink, so he's using this player as a trial. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't believe Su Ming's act of tremendous kindness. Is this still the familiar Su God? Chapter 21 Death Amusement Park Number 9. Cough cough, cough cough. What are you doing? This player's face turned red, coughed in pain a couple of times, and his expression became extremely ugly. What am I doing? Just look around you? Following Su Ming's gaze, this player was slightly stunned, then his pupils suddenly shrank. What is this situation? A group of children beside him looked filled with resentment and then slowly spread apart. They stared at Su Ming without any disguise, their eyes flickering with malice. Anyway, thank you. My name is Zhang San. This player smiled a little awkwardly, his gaze at Su Ming filled with gratitude. No need, I just see you as a test subject. Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming turned and walked towards the staff, not taking this matter to heart. As for the effect of this 100 yuan drink, Su Ming had a rough understanding. Just as Zhang San drank it, not only was the mental pollution relieved, but his body also radiated a faint glow. It was probably some temporary buff or something. Sir, it's your turn. The staff smiled slightly and gestured invitingly. At that moment, the bizarre children who had just been forcefully interrupted by Su Ming wore strange smiles. They were eagerly waiting for Su Ming to sit on the carousel. Benefactor. What's up? Turning his head, Su Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at Zhang San who was standing still. It's a bit dangerous for you alone. I'll go again, maybe I can help you. Looking at the eerie children around, Zhang San hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and decided to sit on the carousel again. This player named Zhang San has a good heart. In the world of creepy tales, to encounter someone with clear feelings of gratitude and resentment is truly rare. I think you still can't trust anyone, it's crucial to be on guard. Am I blind? Is this live broadcast about the Peach Garden Oath from the Three Kingdoms? The audience in the live broadcast room was somewhat touched by Zhang San's actions. They knew that the previous live broadcasts they had seen were mostly filled with deceit and backstabbing. And this Zhang San in front of them. You don't need to, just go down, I have my ways to handle this. Surprised at his words, Su Ming shook his head again. Waving a stack of cash in his hand, with a subtle smile, the meaning was clear. Is money everything? Zhang San looked at Su Ming dumbfounded, touching the few bills left in his pocket. A hint of envy flashing in his eyes. All right then. I should go to the next attraction. Anyway, thank you. I owe you a life. Looking at the several bottles of drinks in Su Ming's embrace, and the stack of cash in his hand, Zhang San nodded slightly. Then, without looking back, he walked down a small path. Su Ming glanced at the cash in his hand and smiled nonsensically. In this world of creepy tales, the first rule of survival is, trust no one. The second rule is, never be a saint. Regarding saving Zhang San, just as Su Ming said, it was just to let him test the effect of the drink. Surviving was his good luck. If he died, Su Ming's conscience wouldn't hurt at all. After confirming that Zhang San had walked far away, he casually pulled out a few $100 bills and handed them to the staff, smiling as he spoke. This carousel, I'm booking it all. Sir, this is somewhat against the rules. Adoptive father. Alright, you little brats, get the hell out of here. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, the staff quickly accepted the cash, then narrowed his eyes and viciously pointed at that strange group of children, scolding them. Uncle, bang. Why? Puff. Bang. After doing all this, the staff's mouth lifted into another smile. Son, with me here, no one can disturb you. That's troublesome. Nodding slightly, Su Ming's body slowly rotated alongside the carousel. I have to say, the strength of the skill, recognizing thieves as fathers, is indeed somewhat ridiculous. Pulling up radishes, hey-ya, pulling up radishes. 10 minutes later, Su Ming slowly got off the carousel and walked straight towards a certain place. What are you doing? Not far from the carousel was a children's bungee park, with about 10 children inside. Among them, a few kids who had just come from the carousel looked at Su Ming with some caution, their eyes flickering with fierceness. Just now, you were fierce to me, I don't like it. Su Ming's face was calm, directly stating his intention. Slowly taking out an item from his pocket, he put it on his hand. That's right, it was that pair of steel wireball gloves. You dare to bully me? Dad. Adoptive father. Su Ming's voice and that of the child echoed simultaneously, causing the few middle-aged men nearby to suddenly stiffen. Then, in the disbelieving gaze of the group of little brats, the middle-aged man picked them up and then with a smack sound, he slapped them fiercely across their faces. What are you looking at? Dare to bully my son? Whoa, but you are my dad. One little boy could no longer hold back, tears streaming down his face, looking pitifully at his father. Smack. However, what welcomed him was still a big slap. What are you whining about? He is my son. It seemed to have stirred the man's fury, as he raised his hand again and viciously struck the boy's bottom. This streamer seems to be vengeful. He won't get himself killed, right? Upstairs, are you new here? God Su is blessed with intelligence and can use hacks, okay? Brothers, I'm coming clean. I am the reincarnation of King Joe. If you hit one, I will let Dodgy play with you for 3 days and 3 nights. This seemingly absurd wave of operations had already become routine to the viewers in the live broadcast room. You dare to provoke me, I will mess with you. Aside from a few sparse taunts, thousands of viewers actually found this completely reasonable. Looks like I don't need to make a move. Watching this scene in front of him, Su Ming shook his head in disappointment, taking off the steel wireball gloves and slowly turning to leave. It's already the 5th amusement project, right? Muttering softly, Su Ming looked at the surrounding entertainment facilities and found himself at a loss. Sir, would you like to try our newly opened roller coaster ride? Hearing the voice behind him, Su Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. Roller coaster? Suddenly turning around, a staff member dressed in red had somehow appeared behind him. With a somewhat strange expression. Not for now, thank you. After thinking for 2 seconds, Su Ming slowly shook his head. Since the rules clearly stated that there was no roller coaster project, it was better not to take this risk. He was not the type who enjoyed reckless actions. Okay, sir, that's truly too bad. To Su Ming's surprise, this staff member only showed a hint of disappointment on his face, then stopped paying attention to him. With his eyes slightly narrowed, at this moment, Su Ming's expression did not relax. To confirm his guess, Su Ming quickly walked to the slide beside him, pointing at the long slide and looking at the staff nearby. Hello, I want to play on the slide, can I? The staff came back to his senses, a strange smile creeping on his lips. I'm sorry, sir, would you like to try our roller coaster instead? Taking a deep breath, Su Ming emphasized again. I want to play on this slide, can I? I'm very sorry. Foster father. Words that dug deep into the soul escaped him, and the staff's face gradually twisted. Okay, then you just cough. Before he could finish, a burst of blood erupted from his mouth, and the staff bent down in pain, slowly collapsing to the ground. Sir, would you like to try our roller coaster? Behind the staff, a shadow suddenly appeared, and then the shadow slowly wriggled, transforming into a staff member dressed in a black jacket. With a creepy, terrifying smile, he stared intently at Su Ming. Wow! Can the strange also stab in the back? Never seen this before. I remember the strange and ghost stories were always a group, right? It's over. Why do I feel the atmosphere is starting to get terrifying? Don't be afraid, throw the strange into the merit box, let Buddha deal with it. This sudden scene genuinely scared the viewers in the live stream. Crimson blood seemed to splatter all over the screen, making people's hearts cold. What's going wrong here? Taking a deep breath, Su Ming didn't know how to begin. Rule 3, if a staff member in black clothing talks to you, please ignore them. Sir, have you made your decision? The staff member in the black jacket's smile grew more and more creepy, then he continued. Our roller coaster project. Bang! The sound suddenly cut off. Su Ming didn't know when he had put on his wireball gloves and struck fiercely at this guy's face. Hee. You're done, hee. Foster father. Touching his high, swollen face, the staff's expression suddenly froze. Tell me, why must I ride the roller coaster? Su Ming spoke coldly, and as he finished his second sentence, a visible gray hue surged from the depths of his eyes. Gulp! Without hesitation, Su Ming quickly pulled out a drink bottle labeled 100 yuan and downed it in one go. In just a few seconds, this strange mental contamination disappeared. But at this moment, Su Ming's skill effect kicked in, the strangeness on the staff's face vanished, and he answered calmly. Players must ride the roller coaster to clear the 5th project. However, if you carry contamination while riding, it will devour you. Only normal people can leave. So you must prepare enough drinks, at least 50 per bottle, to be effective. After finishing his speech, the staff continued to ask, "Foster son, would you like to try the roller coaster? Wait for me here, I will be back soon." Su Ming nodded slowly, once again marveling at this skill of recognizing thieves as fathers, which was truly perverse, directly making him the strange adopted son. The feeling of thirst crept back. This was already a sign of a mental contamination. He took out another bottle of drink and drank decisively. Then Su Ming looked at the passing tourists, stepped forward and stopped them. "Foster father, give me money." As expected, another 1,000 yuan in cash came in. "Hello, this, and this. All included." Exiting the drink shop, Su Ming held a transparent plastic bag, neatly containing 10 bottles of drinks. "Alright, let's go." Sipping on a drink, Su Ming slightly nodded at the staff and gave a live demonstration of what money power really meant. "Okay, please follow me." Thus, the two walked along the small path in the woods. The plastic bag full of drinks shone exceptionally bright under the sun. After walking for about 10 minutes into the depths of the woods, they finally reached their ultimate destination of this trip, the roller coaster. "Is it you?" Su Ming slightly narrowed his eyes. On the roller coaster, besides a dozen tourists, there were 3 players sitting on it. Of those, Su Ming recognized 2. One was a chubby kid from the water park experience, and the other was Zhang San, who was riding the carousel. Benefactor. Noticing Su Ming's arrival, Zhang San's eyes lit up, and he shouted loudly. "What a coincidence!" With a smile at the corners of his mouth, Su Ming walked straight onto the roller coaster and sat down next to Zhang San. Behind him was the chubby kid. A quick glance revealed that Su Ming was somewhat surprised. Both of them had 2 bottles of 50 yuan drinks, and though they weren't rich, it was clear they had some capabilities. "The tourists are all here. Now, we can start." The staff smiled slightly, calmly looking at the few people. None of the 3 replied. They tried to avoid mental pollution and reduce drink consumption. "What's this? Is it really about to clear? Looks like this session of Scary Tales is really easy. 3 players are about to clear it. What do you think about Su God's score? I think it should at least be an S, right? Waving goodbye to my sexy rabbit girl." As the dungeon approached its end, the audience in the livestream felt a mix of emotions. Su Ming's livestream seemed to possess an invisible magic, leaving people wanting more. Boom! With a slight tremor, the roller coaster slowly slid down the hill, gaining speed. "Thank you for saving me, benefactor. Once we get out, I'll treat you to a good meal." With a hint of excitement, Zhang San patted Su Ming's shoulder, gratitude showing in his eyes. "You don't have to be so polite." Gently shaking his head, Su Ming also smiled. "Big boss. By the way, your skill that can freeze the abnormality is really powerful. Finally leaving this damn place." The chubby kid's voice came from behind, filled with deep envy. "It's not bad, after all, it's just a one-time skill, all you have to do is shout foster father and it can." Su Ming's voice was somewhat regretful, then he regained his smile and turned to the chubby kid. "Even though it's one time, I took the opportunity to grab some cash." After saying that, Lai knew he raised the plastic bag in his hand. Impressive. Truly deserving of the big boss, so decisive. Thumbs up. The chubby kid's smile grew even wider at Su Ming's response. He. Forcing a smile, Su Ming turned his head and slightly closed his eyes. It seemed that in a moment when Su Ming was unaware, Zhang San and the chubby kid, Ji Lu, exchanged glances and subtly nodded, a smile appearing at the corners of their mouths. Can't wait. Unfortunately, it wasn't just the 2 of them who smiled. Su Ming's corners were also twisted into a strange smile. Chapter 23 Death Amusement Park Number 11, Final Chapter. The scenery on the roller coaster is really nice. Zhang San scanned the area, then pointed to a nearby hill. "Benefactor, what's that over there?" Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly, looking over in confusion. PFF. The sound of a blade-piercing flesh came, and the smile appeared at the corner of Zhang San's mouth. "Sorry, benefactor, we only have 2 bottles of drinks, it's hard to guarantee. However..." His words suddenly stopped. Because it was not Su Ming who was stabbed, but the chubby kid behind him. What's going on? Wasn't everything fine? Why suddenly a knife? Holy crap, I take back what I said earlier. Damn, Zhang San doesn't seem like a good person. Fortunately, Su God predicted their prediction, which is why he didn't flop in the ditch. Did you all not notice, from the beginning when chatting, Su God already shouted foster father to activate the skill? Damn it, the chubby kid can be forgiven, but Zhang San really is not a good person. The audience in the livestream was shocked by this sudden scene. Most people never expected that as they were about to clear the game. The other 2 players actually stabbed him in the back. And even more shameful, this Zhang San kept calling him benefactor. Cough cough, WI? The chubby boy Ji Lu struggled to turn his head, his expression showing disbelief. A tourist behind him slowly drew a dagger from his hand, his expression somewhat eerie. Do you dare to hurt my adopted son? After the man spoke, a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. The dagger stirred back and forth, piercing through Ji Lu's chest with a chilling thrust. Are you a little confused? Su Ming's gaze remained calm as he turned his head to stare at Zhang San, his meaning unclear. I didn't. Zhang San was just about to make a move when a tourist beside him quickly pressed down on his shoulder, making it impossible for him to move. Don't play innocent, I knew from the very beginning. Su Ming mockingly patted Zhang San's shoulder and continued to explain. In the realm of bizarre rules, most players are not much different from the strange, they just have a bit more cunning, don't they? I'm sorry. I was wrong, benefactor, please forgive me. Zhang San could no longer hold on, his voice tinged with a hint of a sob. With a slight smile, Su Ming slowly turned Zhang San's head in one direction and gently pointed. Look, what is that? As time passed, a terrifying silhouette appeared on the nearby mountain. Upon closer inspection, it was the head of a spider stretching hundreds of meters long. I wondered why this track felt so familiar. Looking at the colorful tracks beneath him, Su Ming revealed a look of relief. If he guessed correctly, they were probably on one of the spider's legs? Just the head of the spider was hundreds of meters long, how big would the whole spider be? Su Ming slowly took out the amusement park ticket. The front of the ticket, that colorful map, now looked so much like a spider web. Hiss. When the few of them looked at the spider, it seemed to be looking back at them. In an instant, Su Ming felt an extreme thirst. Gulp. He quickly opened a bottle of drink and downed it, the gray in his eyes disappearing at last. Benefactor. No need to say more, let me feed you. With an eerie smile, Su Ming opened another bottle of drink and poured it into Zhang San's mouth. This gentle gesture felt so familiar to Zhang San. At one time, Su Ming had saved him like this. You forgive me? Benefactor? Tentatively asking, a glimmer of hope appeared in Zhang San's eyes. Let's first enjoy this wonderful performance together. Pointing at the chubby boy behind them, Su Ming's lips curled into a strange smile. The chubby boy Ji Lu's condition visibly changed, his originally clear eyes gradually turned a shade of grayish-white. Then transformed into a deep black. His entire face seemed to lose moisture, becoming extremely dry, as if he had aged decades in an instant. Swish! A white remnant flashed, and then the chubby boy's figure instantly disappeared. Looking again, his whole body was wrapped in grayish-white spider silk, moving toward the mouth of the giant spider. So beautiful. Calmly watching all of this, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. Wah, thank you, benefactor, for sparing my life again, I will certainly be your beast of burden. Next to him, Zhang San watched the scene, and a chill rose in his heart. Then wiping his nose, he tearfully expressed his gratitude. Stop. When did I say I would let you go? Blinking, a hint of confusion appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Didn't you just promise to let me go? You even gave me a drink to remove the pollution. Oh, okay. Su Ming slowly nodded, looking somewhat thoughtful. Just as a glimmer of hope reappeared in Zhang San's eyes, Su Ming furrowed his brows slightly and shifted the conversation. So, I promised to let you go just a moment ago, but what does that have to do with him next? Goodbye. Waving his hand, Su Ming slowly put on his steel wire ball gloves. A cold glimmer gradually emerged in his eyes. Those who know me understand that I just like to repay every slight. As soon as the words fell, in Zhang San's pale-faced gaze, a big, steel wire-covered slap came crashing down. Smack! This slap easily produced 80 decibels. But Su Ming felt it wasn't loud enough. Adoptive father, hit me harder. Smack! 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 3 consecutive slaps, each one more satisfying than the last. Each sound louder than the previous. I raised the banner for Su God. Su God, please don't hit him anymore, come hit me hard instead. Ah. Brothers, I privately chatted with her, she said I'm a colorful toad. With Zhang San's kind, even breeding a sow would find it embarrassing. This makes my blood boil. It feels like I just resowed my eggs and they got squished again. As Su Ming finally vented his anger, the atmosphere in the livestream once again grew heated. Everyone was clapping in delight at Zhang San's miserable end. It's a familiar feeling. Slowly withdrawing his palm, glancing at the half-dead Zhang San, Su Ming gazed into the distance, a bit lost in thought. Swish! Not long after, another web thread came, dragging the pig-headed Zhang San away. Such a big spider. Su Ming could clearly sense the numerous eyes on the spider's head, all eerily staring at him. Accompanied by a faint sound of wind, Su Ming's body gradually became ethereal. And this roller coaster. Still moved toward an unknown direction. Chapter 24 Restaurant of the Yellow Springs Number 1. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the level, Death Amusement Park score, SSS, highest score of the instance. Rewards, a shop in the world of strange tales, several rule points, 1 golden treasure chest, 1 beginner gene enhancer. Game title, Master of Slaps. Master of Slaps, your current slap can deal damage to the strange beings, but to some extent will be resented by the strange beings. Title evaluation, practice makes perfect, even slaps are no exception. 6. Looking at this ridiculous title, Su Ming twitched his mouth. Then without hesitation, decisively equipped it. As for the small side effect of being hated by strange beings, to be honest, Su Ming didn't care at all. After all, these strange beings have disliked him for quite some time. But this reward shop and beginner gene enhancer are quite interesting. Looking at the light blue syringe in his hand, Su Ming was somewhat surprised. This thing isn't cheap. Congratulations, player Su Ming has achieved a perfect clear of F-grade instance Death Amusement Park, merging the Death Amusement Park into the world of strange tales, and this instance will be permanently closed. Little White God, Demon. I remember the highest score was set by Great God Lu Bai with SS, right? Yanghua, G Master impossible, absolutely impossible. Can someone achieve a perfect clear? Chicken from Hell, Kunkin merged into the world of strange tales? What does that mean? Can someone explain? Boiling Sheep, idle after so long, this is the first time someone has achieved a perfect clear with an SSS rating. It means this instance has merged into the strange tale world, becoming a public facility? With this announcement, the World Channel immediately erupted. Everyone speculating who Su Ming is, actually breaking the instance record ever. And it's an unprecedented SSS level score. Merged into the big world? Su Ming, who heard this news, furrowed his brows slightly. Because at the end of this instance, the giant spider that seemed even larger than the amusement park. Wouldn't it come to trouble him in the future? He shook his head slightly. Staring at the beginner gene enhancer in hand, Su Ming didn't hesitate to inject it into his skin, then slowly pushed the syringe. Hiss. A sharp pain caused Su Ming's body to twitch slightly. He could clearly feel that it was like a fire within his body, burning fiercely through the impurities. About 1 or 2 minutes later, Su Ming, pale-faced, collapsed onto the floor, gulping for breath loudly. Yet in his eyes, there was an uncontainable joy. He clenched his fist and raised it, as if the muscles in his arms had terrifying power. If he had to compare, he could now take on 4 or 5 of his former selves with little effort. The enhancement from the genetic potion was comprehensive. At this moment, Su Ming felt his thinking speed had increased significantly. So much so that the endurance of every part of his body had more than doubled. It is worth mentioning that, after officially completing a dungeon, some basic functions in the horror world were also unlocked. Su Ming decisively purchased a table, sofa, and some decorative furniture from the shop, making the empty space look less monotonous. Then he opened his attribute panel. Player, Su Ming. Special skill, none. Title, Master of Pocketing, click for details. Equipment, steel wool gloves, golden treasure chest *1. Fixed assets, rule points 14225, a 3-bedroom apartment, a store on the first floor of the Horror Plaza, a Wuling Hongguang vehicle. I have quite a lot of rule points, let me check the shop first. Looking at the remaining rule points, Su Ming decisively chose to open the shop interface and typed in the directory, Weird. Weird Reaper, image a cutting machine made of titanium alloy, capable of effectively cutting the weird. 19,999 rule points. Transform, skill activate this skill to mimic anyone for 5 minutes. 18,000 rule points. Anti-weird missile, image all fear comes from insufficient firepower. 15,000 rule points. Damn. Cursing under his breath, Su Ming decisively closed the switch interface. He thought he had a lot of rule points, but it turned out he couldn't afford a single good item. And the ones he could afford weren't even worth buying. Forget it, I'll save up some more. After sorting by price, Su Ming finally felt rich this time. Mineral water, 1 rule point. Master Kang's Old Sour Cabbage, 2 rule points. Flashlight, 5 rule points. Mitsubishi Military Knife, 30 rule points. Lin Xieying's Enlightened Peachwood Sword, 250 rule points. These items seemed economical and practical. Su Ming decisively bought a Mitsubishi military knife, some jute ropes, and a flashlight. He originally planned to check out his properties, but at this moment, Su Ming had completely lost that thought. Another round should be enough. After thinking for a long time, Su Ming finally made up his mind. Begin matching. Random dungeon selection in progress. 15/50ths, 50/50, match successful. E-level dungeon, the restaurant of Yellow Springs. Finally on summer break, today is my first day interning at the restaurant. The supervisor told me that as long as I get through the 3-day internship, I will earn a decent pay. Hee. I'm so happy, this work outfit is really beautiful. I must work hard. Wait. Why do the customers here look at me strangely? Where are Li Qi? Where's Wang Fangxia? Where did you all go? The supervisor is really nice to me, hee. Haha, so this is my purpose. Customers, please enjoy. A flood of memories surged in. Su Ming's consciousness slowly restored, as if he had just gone through a strange dream. His cuff stained with some yellowish stains. He spread his hands, and the delicate palms made Su Ming momentarily startled. Isn't this my original body? His gaze flickered. Su Ming touched his chest and took out a work ID. Name, Su Ming, profile picture. Age, 18. Identity, intern at Yellow Springs Restaurant. Goodness, this is seriously ugly. Looking at the big photo on the work ID, Su Ming couldn't help but complain. Dark skin, bald head. This certainly doesn't look like an 18-year-old boy. You could write down 48-year-old Su Ming and nobody would doubt it. Extracting random talents. Talent extraction complete, money ability. Money ability, the great Dr. Marx once said, nothing can't be solved by money, and if there is, then you simply didn't give enough. Another question mark rose in his mind. Chapter 25 Restaurant of the Underworld Number 2. Then he looked at the back of his work ID. A total of 8 rules for interns made Su Ming frown slightly. As an excellent intern, your job is simple, just treat the customers as gods. 1. Be polite when serving guests, and never doubt any dish they order. 2. After the customer orders, deliver the food on time within 20 minutes. 3. Working hours are from 14 to 2200 hours. During work, you cannot leave the restaurant. 4. The dormitory is a double room, please do not disturb your roommate's rest. 5. If you encounter any trouble, you can ask your supervisor for help. 6. As an intern, you must serve at least 3 guests every day. 7. Go to bed on time before 2300 hours, no matter what you hear or see. 8. Always remember, your identity is a waiter, not the food of the guests. Just as Su Ming was engrossed in reading. Hey! Kid! Do you see the customers over there? Don't keep them waiting. A rough voice came from behind, and Su Ming suddenly turned around. I got it. Coming back to his senses, Su Ming looked at the distant dining table. There, a headless figure dressed in a suit looked extremely elegant. Sir, may I ask what you would like to order? Su Ming smiled lightly, looking at the elegantly headless figure in front of him. Kid. I don't like the tone you're using. Who would have thought? The headless figure showed no mercy to Su Ming. Gracefully arranging the plates, then placing a napkin against its chest. Its tone carried a hint of hostility. God Su is live again, is he a donkey from the production team? Never takes a break? You don't understand this, right? There's an old saying in Daxia, one effort leads to another, then to decline. No way, sir. How can this creep be both ugly and elegant? Not to mention, I haven't slept in 3 days, can't you take a break? Su Ming's speed in completing tasks took everyone by surprise. Not only did he achieve the highest rating for 2 consecutive tasks, but absurdly, he didn't take any breaks. Of course. As Su Ming's loyal fans, they still checked in on time. Oh? Then what attitude do you think I should have that you would like? Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, then asked with a playful expression. This guy must be a rookie, right? Daring to talk to a customer like that, he must not want to live. A player noticed Su Ming in the corner of the restaurant, displaying some disdain. This kind of guy clearly has never been beaten up and doesn't know why flowers are so red. Whatever, not my problem? Helplessly shaking his head, this player carefully walked towards his own customer. Bang! You filthy waiter, is this how you speak to me? The headless figure slammed the table suddenly, its tone becoming extremely angry. Standing up. Slowly walking towards Su Ming, let me tell you what it means when a customer is a god. Oh? 10,000, is that enough? Casually pulling out a stack of cash from his pocket, Su Ming's gaze remained calm. 100,000? Sorry. It's my fault. I offended you, sir. Looking at the thick stack of cash, the headless figure's voice became a bit excited, trembling as it accepted the money. Knowing that, as a working-class creep, its monthly salary was only around 7 or 8,000. And with Su Ming's gesture, it practically received almost a year's salary. Sniffing carefully with its stomach. This scent of money. It sighed drunkenly for a moment, then sensed Su Ming's increasingly cold expression, and hurriedly spoke up. Sir, I'm truly sorry, you are magnanimous. Clearly, the headless figure had already regarded Su Ming as a rich second generation coming to experience life. Even the tone of its voice changed to be cautious. Do you want more money? With a hint of a devilish smile, Su Ming slowly spoke. Sir. 100,000, a slap, do you want to do it? At this moment, not only the headless oddity in front of them, but even the girl with a split mouth at the dining table and the cat girl were stunned. This person in front of me. Is he really that rich and heartless? I do. Then please transfer the money. Slowly taking out his phone, Su Ming opened his wallet, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Cash power is so satisfying. Looking at the string of zeros in his wallet that was hard to count, Su Ming did not hesitate and directly scanned 1 million. 1 million? The trembling voice of the headless oddity came through, staring blankly at the transfer record with its belly button, and suddenly Thud fell to the ground on its knees. Hiss. How many zeros was that? I'm a little dizzy. I'm going to report this. This is getting more and more outrageous. Are you just going to ignore the rules? If nothing unexpected happens, I feel this is still Sushin's random skill, just having a bit of money. Did you see the look in the eyes of that cat girl next to him? I feel like just her gaze wants to burn Su Ming alive. After Su Ming opened his phone, the balance was just visible to the audience in the live stream. In an instant, Su Ming's identity was surrounded by various speculations. Some said he was the chosen one in the world of weird tales, while others said he could exploit loopholes to gain advantages. Even more absurdly, some said he was actually the creator of the world of weird tales, and the entire world was made to please him. In short, all kinds of rumors flew around, and each description of Su Ming was more outrageous than the last. What 8 legs, 3 eyes, all kinds of nonsense. What's going on with this guy? A player noticed the commotion here, watching the headless oddity constantly kneeling and bowing its head, knocking on its chest, and his mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. Tear. A sharp pain pulled him back to reality, his face instantly turning pale. What kind of service attitude is this? You actually daydream while I'm ordering. Chewing on a bloodied arm, the strange old man in front of the player continued expressionlessly, this time, I'll take your one arm as punishment. If there's a next time. Yes. Please take my order, customer. Enduring the intense pain, this player shook and handed over the menu with his remaining left hand. Get up, I'm about to start, bear with it. Slowly putting on a ball of wire gloves, Su Ming's gaze gradually became dangerous. Exactly, he also wanted to experience the power of the title forceful master. Smack. With just one hit. The oddity's shoulder was slapped into deformation. Raising his hand again, Su Ming felt a strange sense of familiarity rise within him. As if this slap had been tempered 1,000 times, with the most perfect angle and appropriate force, he struck hard at the headless oddity. So fast that it almost left an afterimage. Smack. A dark red liquid sprayed from the neck of the headless oddity, and then the oddity collapsed to the ground, rolling in immense pain. My lord, please continue. I can still hold on. Forget it. Slowly shaking his head, he decided to let it go for now, as he was not some kind of obsessed sadist. Get up, this little injury doesn't affect you. Yes, my lord. As soon as the words fell, the headless oddity restored itself, its tone exceptionally humble. Chapter 26 Yomi Restaurant Number 3. Goodness, so this guy was just pretending? I really thought he got sprayed by Sushin's slap. Upstairs, why don't you see what you're saying? No wonder Sushin keeps me up watching live streams every day, still as violent as ever. If I'm not wrong, shouldn't Sushin go and torment that cat girl next to him next? The scene before them looked unusually familiar to the live stream audience. Seems a bit reminiscent. As the camera turned to the pitiful cat girl nearby. Even more, it makes countless lonely young people in the deep night dry and thirsty. Alright, ready to order? Su Ming looked unsurprised. After all, it was nearly impossible for a player to actually harm the strange creature. Currently, all he could do was to have a little fun. I would like a portion of sour and spicy shredded potatoes, do you think it's fine? The headless creature pondered for a moment and tentatively asked. At this moment, it looked at Su Ming as if seeing its reborn parents. Everything it said and did became unusually careful. All right. Slowly nodding, Su Ming walked towards the kitchen outside the restaurant corridor. What are you looking at? I want a portion of human blood-soaked black chicken feet. The black chicken feet must be at least 2.5 years old, got it? The player who initially mocked Su Ming now had an unusually ugly expression. Because this dish was simply not on the damn menu. This strange creature was clearly just trying to make things difficult for him. Customer. Stop. If you don't have the ingredients, can't you figure it out yourself? Or, should I just eat you? The black-skinned creature sitting opposite him grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth. In its hands, it held a human head shaped like a basketball. Got it, I'll find a way. With a hint of a cry, this player also walked towards the kitchen. As if thinking of something, he quickened his pace, a glimmer of hope appearing back in his eyes. Following behind him was a short-haired girl in a super short skirt. Chef, table 38 wants a portion of sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Reaching the kitchen door, Su Ming politely knocked and spoke softly. Oh. One of the chefs turned back to look at Su Ming, his face showing some displeasure. How long will it take? Get lost. Can't you see I'm busy? By the way, other tables want a portion of steamed human brain. With Su Ming's second remark, the chef raised his forearms, a wicked smile on his face, slowly approaching Su Ming. 100,000, is that enough? A stack of cash was thrown onto the chef, and Su Ming leaned against the door casually, calmly lighting a cigarette. The aura of a rich second generation was unmistakable. 100,000? Clang. Pots and pans fell to the ground instantly, the chef's fierce expression vanished, a smile slowly crept across his face. Have it ready in 5 minutes, and I'll add another 100,000. All right. The chef's face lit up with joy, frantically picking up the cash from the floor, his forearms moving like whirlwind. In less than a minute, a portion of sour and spicy shredded potatoes was freshly made. Sir, your dish. Next time, mind your attitude, maybe I am your boss. Looking at the chef meaningfully, Su Ming casually tossed 100,000 in cash, picked up the shredded potatoes, and walked out. The reason he dared to be so arrogant was that Su Ming was certain the chef could not harm him without breaking any rules. As for what comes next, Su Ming already had some strategies in mind. Hey! Brother! Just as Su Ming was about to walk back, a voice stopped him in his tracks. What is it? And I'm not your brother. Turning back calmly, Su Ming looked at the two people in front of him. Hello? I am Zhou Bai. The boy on the left had a somewhat flattering smile on his face, slightly bowing his head to introduce himself. I am Zhang Jie. The girl in the super short skirt on the right was blushing, her voice a little shy. Speak your business, I don't have time to listen to your introductions. Seeing the two of them like this, Su Ming knew without saying that they wanted something from him. They just wanted him to help them clear the dungeon. We want you to. Not interested. Before Zhou Bai could finish his sentence, Su Ming waved his hand, holding the sour and spicy shredded potatoes and heading towards the restaurant. Seeing Su Ming about to leave, Zhou Bai panicked. He quickly ran up, grabbing one of Su Ming's wrists, tears streaming down his face as he shouted, I know you seem to have some sort of identity, making the strange creatures flatter you. Please, I'm begging you. Get lost. The voice suddenly turned cold. Bang! With a flip of his hand, Zhou Bai's body was slammed to the floor tiles, creating a massive pit. You see, after Su Ming used the basic gene potion, his physical abilities were like an enhanced version of Tyson compared to these ordinary players. Why doesn't this streamer, who obviously has so much money, share some with him? Does it have to be so heartless? Who doesn't have their own difficulties? Honestly, if I had billions, I'd give everyone here $1 million. This is hilarious, it turns out you can only meet living bodhisattvas in the livestream. How about I send you my payment code? I'm really struggling right now. Can you send me 50 for a KFC meal? Watching Su Ming's firm refusal instantly made some kind-hearted people uneasy. In their eyes, Su Ming, who obviously had hundreds of billions in his account, should help others in need. Many kind-hearted people deeply disdained Su Ming's actions. Ahem, cough. After a hard cough, Zhou Bai slowly lowered his head, his eyes filled with resentment. There's no benefit and no use to me. Why should I help you? Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming adjusted his sleeves and continued to walk forward. Brother, can you help me? Hearing the voice behind him, a trace of impatience appeared on Su Ming's face. As he turned around, just about to get angry, his face suddenly froze. Put it on quickly. Damn. Swallowing hard, Su Ming hurriedly glanced to the side. Goodness. That scene just now was too damn exciting. Ah, brother, it's my fault. Please punish me. Casually tossing a piece of black lace onto the ground, the girl named Zhang Jie knelt, her legs in a bow, looking at Su Ming with a rosy face. Her eyes revealed a hint of lewdness. Ahem, are you saying that as long as I help you pass this level, I can treat you like a toy during this time? Clearing his throat awkwardly, Su Ming curled his lips into a sarcastic smile. Yes, master. I'm at your disposal. Blinking her eyes, tears gleamed in the girl's eyes. With 3 parts anticipation and 7 parts shyness, she resembled a budding flower, swaying in the wind, about to fall. There are strong players besides me, go find someone else. They will surely be willing. Shaking his head slowly, he turned and walked away without hesitation. Su Ming's face returned to calm, his eyes turned cold again. What a joke, this kind of flirt. Didn't stir a single ounce of desire in Su Ming. Chapter 27, The Yellow Springs Restaurant, Number 4. Hey, girl, you're Zhang Jia, right? Struggling to get up from the pit, Zhou Bai looked at the stunning beauty before him, licking his lips with thirst. Slap. Pervert. A loud slap shattered Zhou Bai's pride again. Touching his cheek in disbelief. He started to doubt life. Why was this girl's attitude towards Su Ming so different from her attitude towards him? Damn it. Dirty bitch. Sooner or later, I'll pin you down and make you sing for me on your knees. And that little brat. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Bai's eyes slowly darkened. Because he still had a killer skill that could turn the tide. He. Just wait, you two dog lovers. Rubbing his reddened knees, Zhou Bai gritted his teeth and muttered curses. This is the dish you ordered, if nothing else, I'm leaving. Placing the sour and spicy shredded potatoes on the headless, eerie table, Su Ming walked away without looking back. Hey. Young master, I seem to need some service over here? Just as Su Ming was about to leave, the cat-eared girl at the nearby table couldn't sit still. Quickly getting up and gently tugging at Su Ming's clothes, her cat ears trembling slightly. Her cat tail also swung restlessly back and forth. Let's talk later, I have something to do. Shaking his head slowly, Su Ming tossed a stack of cash aside, pushing away the cat-eared girl's hand, and walked straight into the depths of the restaurant. Here we are, the manager's office, right? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming gently pushed open the door. Who let you in? You worthless intern. 1 million, now shut up. Su Ming had prepared this, tossing out several stacks of cash, calmly looking at the suited female manager in front of him. Is this still the horror story world? Is this still a player? Is there still any law here? Help me out, my friends. When I go to the horror world later, how can I try to get someone like Su God's attention? This scene is too ridiculous, right? This player starts with hundreds of billions? Honestly, I've seen some who seem to cheat, but I've never seen a streamer act so carefree without even pretending. For Su Ming, who had that ability of cash, the viewers in the livestream had long since become numb. Because tossing out hundreds of thousands was as casual as tossing a coin to Su Ming, leaving many viewers gasping in shock. Many even started buying lottery tickets, hoping to become rich overnight, casually winning billions to spend at will. Is this real? Swallowing hard, the female manager's face changed, and she quickly stood up. Please, have a seat. What can I help you with, miss? Don't worry. Help me contact your boss. Shaking his head slowly, Su Ming naturally sat down, raising his hand to interrupt the female manager's words. Contact the boss? The female manager's smile froze slightly, glancing at the bundles of cash on the table, her expression became a bit flustered as she spoke. Is there something you're not satisfied with? If there's a problem. There's nothing I'm unsatisfied with, just help me contact the boss, I want to buy this restaurant. With a slight flicker in his gaze, Su Ming lightly tapped his fingertips, slowly explaining. The restaurant, buy it? A strong shock flashed in her eyes, and the female manager began to stutter her words. Then she glanced again at the cash on the table, her eyes revealing a look of understanding. After all, this 1 million was equal to her salary for several years. And this person casually took it out. It's easy to imagine. Having realized all this, the female manager hurriedly picked up the phone. Hello, boss? All right. Sir, you are very lucky. Our boss usually isn't here, but today she is checking the ingredients in the restaurant. Please wait a moment, she will be right here. Suppressing her excited heart, the female manager hastily poured a cup of hot tea, respectfully handing it to Su Ming. If he really bought the restaurant, then in the future, he could very well be her boss. As long as she performed well, she might not, cough. Thinking of this, the female manager became more proactive, bending low, subtly revealing a glimpse of a snow-white rabbit. Wow! This is surprisingly uncensored. I screenshotted it, image. So white, so big. This female manager is acting strange, I feel she wants to be with Su God. Oh my, is this really the horror story? Did I get into the wrong app? To be honest, if I also had endless money, I might play even more extravagantly than the streamer. The originally tense atmosphere of the horror story suddenly changed. While others were flirting with death, Su Ming was lost in pure joy. Completely contrasting, the other players were like broken accounts, living on the edge of survival. How much longer? Turning his head subtly, pretending not to see the enticing sight in front of him, Su Ming slowly lit a cigarette. He looked somewhat lonely and isolated. On the other side. I'm so sorry, customer. Put. My hand, my hand. I don't care. I want to eat large intestine sashimi today. If there's none, then use your own large intestine. Occasionally, players' cries echoed like ghosts lamenting. In this empty restaurant, the air echoed with indifference as some guests and waiters stared with cold expressions. For them, this kind of thing happened every day. It was simply too normal. Just humans, after all, they are just livestock, eat them and it's done. The scene on this side of the restaurant resembled hell, creating a stark contrast with the office deep in the hallway. Su Ming lounged with his legs crossed, seriously examining the calligraphy and paintings on the wall. At the same time, he was quietly contemplating the item he had his eye on, wondering if it could be exchanged after this instance ended. That special skills effect was nearly useless for most people. But for Su Ming, not for any other reason, just because the skill had one unique function, a 5% chance to imprint it as a permanent special skill during each random skill draw. If the skills from the previous two instances could be imprinted, it could be said that Su Ming could practically walk sideways in the world of weird tales. I hope I can gather enough this time, he murmured softly, then let out a gentle sigh. Creak. Along with the sound of the door opening, a pleasant voice came through. May I ask which guest is, a human? Su Ming suddenly turned his head, his expression showing some surprise. The restaurant owner in front of him was not tall, barely reaching about 1.5 or 6 meters. Dressed in a Lolita outfit, her light yellow skirt swayed slightly. This was actually a white-haired loli. Chapter 28, The Underworld Restaurant No. 5. Xiao Hong, is this the wealthy, young master you mentioned? With her eyes slightly narrowed, a hint of doubt flashed in the white-haired loli's eyes. She slowly turned her head, looking at the female supervisor next to her, with a faint spark of anger in her eyes. Come on, give me your phone. Su Ming smiled calmly, without giving much explanation. After all, his intern outfit was quite shabby, he didn't look like a wealthy person at all. Human, what do you want my phone for? The doubt in the white-haired loli's eyes deepened, looking at Su Ming as if she were staring at a creepy uncle. Not for any other reason. It was just that Su Ming's dark Mediterranean look made it hard not to raise suspicion. Don't you not believe me? Let me transfer you 5,000 to show my strength. In the puzzled gaze of the loli, Su Ming skillfully picked up his phone. Ding. WeChat received 50 million yuan. Not enough? Su Ming raised an eyebrow and scanned the code again. Ding. WeChat received 5 billion yuan. Listening to the voice announcement, trembling, they opened the WeChat wallet. Both the white-haired loli and the female supervisor fell silent, not speaking for a long time. To be honest, I have no doubt, as long as Su God wants, this white-haired loli, cough cough. Dog head, dot. Just kidding, if I had a few billion, I'd gather a loli team and have bumper car fun every day. Brave one upstairs, you are really something. This white-haired loli is too beautiful. I feel like she's a good cabbage, about to be, by pigs. This scene felt somewhat familiar to the old fans in the livestream room. In comparison, this time the white-haired loli appeared more mature in Kavya than the one Su Ming had encountered before. One could say it was a combination of plump and slender, sparking the imagination. Woo! Uncle! You're not joking, you really want to acquire our restaurant? Regaining her senses, the white-haired loli's voice trembled, and she spoke with a hint of sobbing. I'm sure. Is 50 billion enough? If not, how about 100 billion? He slowly picked up the teacup, gently blowing on it, and slowly raised his head. His gaze remained completely unfazed. Enough. Our restaurant's valuation is just 20 to 30 billion, your offer is too high. Xiao Hong, hurry and prepare the contract. Yes, miss. Nodding excitedly, the female supervisor quickly pushed the door open and ran towards another room. Hello, I'm Bai Miao, may I ask what your name is? As if realizing her loss of composure, Bai Miao patted her chest and extended her fair arm. Su Ming. Politely shaking her hand, Su Ming reluctantly withdrew his hand. I have to say, this white-haired little loli, whether in appearance or figure, seems to gather all kinds of charm into one. The little sparrow is not bad. Mr. Su, please take a look at the contract. Just then, the female supervisor also pushed the door in, handing over the contract in her hands, her demeanor respectful as she spoke. 3 billion? I don't like it. Change the contract. Just by glancing at it, Su Ming frowned slightly, his expression somewhat displeased. Watching this scene, Bai Miao was slightly stunned, then turned red as she spoke. Do you think the price is too high? We can change this part. No, change it to 30 billion. The extra can be considered for restaurant renovations and employee benefits. Slightly shaking his head, Su Ming unhesitatingly picked up his phone. Because he carefully counted, there happened to be more than 300 billion in his current account, and he just needed to leave a few billion for himself. Moreover, he still didn't know if this money would still exist after he completed the quest. If you all have no problem, then let's sign. After looking over it briefly, Su Ming slowly wrote down his name and casually pressed his fingerprint. Mr. Su, I need to tell you something first. After hesitating for a long time, Bai Miao suddenly raised her head, a hint of tears glimmering in her eyes. This restaurant was left to me by my father, and he hasn't returned for a long, long time. Recently, a restaurant opened across the street, and whether in standards or service, it's far superior to ours. The Huangquan restaurant is actually already on the verge of bankruptcy. After saying all this, Bai Miao deeply lowered her head, somewhat afraid to look at Su Ming again. The reason I am so happy is that the restaurant is currently in debt by billions and will soon go bankrupt, getting swallowed by the restaurant across the street. But if this 30 billion, not only can the restaurant be renovated, but it can also be expanded quite a bit. By the end, her voice was already as faint as a mosquito. Her small hands fidgeted with the light-colored skirt, seemingly a bit anxious. It doesn't matter, go ahead and sign. Glancing at the two, Su Ming handed over the contract. As Bai Miao finished signing, a strange wave passed through, making Su Ming's expression turn odd. It felt as if he had formed a link with this Huangquan restaurant, where all the rules seemed non-existent to Su Ming. And Su Ming could customize his own rules in this restaurant. Cough, brothers, if I'm not hallucinating, did Su God just buy this restaurant? Then what the hell is there to play? Just flip the table. Angry. Since he bought the restaurant, does that mean it includes that married woman and the white-haired little loli? Humorous. What are you thinking? I don't think the streamer is that kind of person, after all, that's a white-haired loli. As Su Ming signed his name and pressed his fingerprint, the viewers in the live stream couldn't sit still. Some switched out to see other players' streams, and sure enough, still as bloody and eerie. And switching back to Su Ming, they all exclaimed wow. Since this restaurant now belongs to me, then starting from now, in this instance, my rules shall be the rules. Yes. Everything is up to you. Bai Miao and the female supervisor bowed their heads respectfully, not daring to look directly at Su Ming. Mr. Su. Su Ming slowly sat back in his chair, looking at Bai Miao in confusion. Please don't drive me away. I want to wait for my father to come back. I can be your secretary or assistant. Bai Miao slowly raised her head. Her snow-white long hair draping over her shoulders, her light red pupils filled with a hint of pleading. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Waving his hand, Su Ming smiled slightly. Then he seriously looked at the white-haired little loli from top to bottom. In name, you are still the owner of this restaurant. The later debts and renovation issues, will you handle them? Thank you, Mr. Su. A hint of gratitude appeared in Bai Miao's eyes, her knees slightly bending as she performed a full bow. It's nothing. Slowly nodding, a hint of smile appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Then he looked towards the restaurant outside the corridor. Squinting slightly, he slowly walked towards the restaurant. You all go ahead and get busy, I still want to experience life. Chapter 29 Restaurant of the Underworld Number 6. Is that you? As soon as he stepped out of the corridor, a figure was already waiting at the fork in the path, leaving Su Ming slightly startled. Young master, you have become the restaurant owner? The cat-eared girl wanted to greet him, but her body froze in mid-air, her face showing a hint of panic. Now Su Ming's aura had changed, connected with many aspects of the restaurant, making her realize the person before her had already become the owner of the restaurant of the underworld. Oh? You can tell? Yes, young master. The tips of the cat-eared girl's ears turned slightly red, and she shyly spoke. Young master, may I ask if you have a girlfriend? Do you think I am suitable? Her tail swayed gently as the cat-eared girl gazed at Su Ming, a flicker of mist in her eyes. The violent rise and fall of her chest showed her inner turmoil. After all, who doesn't like someone wealthy and powerful? Stop it, I'm not interested in women. Even if it's you. With a calm gaze directed at the cat-eared girl before him, Su Ming slightly shook his head and turned to leave. Hey! Young master, wait. A faint trace of anger surfaced in his eyes as Su Ming squinted slightly. In his principles, there was no saying of not striking against overly flirtatious women, whether they were players or odd beings. Whoa. 2 crystal tears slid down from the cat-eared girl's cheeks, and her eyes turned red in an instant. She bit her lip, stepped forward to grab Su Ming's clothes, and spoke tearfully. Young master, my mother is sick and needs a large sum for surgery. I'm not looking down on myself, but I really can't produce that much money, I was just thinking. Stop. With an expressionless face, Su Ming moved the cat-eared girl's hand away, slowly lifted her chin. His expression holding a hint of mockery. How much is the surgery fee? I'll give you the money, what can you offer me in return? At least 2 million. If that's the case, I can obey your orders, until the rest of my life. As she mentioned the surgery fee, tears welled up again in the cat-eared girl's eyes. Wow! What kind of plot is this? Rich people really play big. Honestly, I'm tempted. Who would refuse a cat-eared girl with fluffy ears? Bro, a character with lust is like a knife above your head. Aren't you supposed to focus on the story? Isn't something a bit off? At this moment, those love-hearted people in the live broadcast room were the most active. They occasionally went to bring warmth to the widows in the neighborhood. Sometimes unable to bear the lonely plight of the fallen girls on the streets, filling society with love. Of course, love is just one kind of blessing. Is it worth it to gather the surgery fee for your mother? Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly, he touched the cat-eared girl's ears and asked with a playful expression. Worth it. This time, the cat-eared girl did not hesitate, but instead had a serious expression on her face. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. How much do you earn in a month? 3,000. So if you earn 3,000 a month, that's less than 40,000 a year, for 2 million. You would have to work for 50 years without eating or drinking? After a little calculation. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Su Ming's mouth. How about this, the restaurant happens to need a front desk clerk. Here, I will provide food and accommodation, sign a 20-year contract, how does that sound? Thank you, young master. As soon as Su Ming's words fell, a glimmer of light appeared in the cat-eared girl's eyes, which then transformed into a face full of gratitude. You must know. Working for just 20 years can earn 2 million, even with food and accommodation included. This treatment in the world of strange tales is at least beyond 95% of the oddities. Xiao Hong. Looking at the cat-eared girl before him, Su Ming nodded secretly. After all, the restaurant of the underworld could be considered a high-end restaurant. If there was a beautiful cat-eared girl at the front desk, it should have a very wonderful effect. I hope I can bet right. Watching the manager approach, Su Ming slowly shook his head and walked towards the restaurant hall. He was now betting. The money brought by this cash ability will disappear once he clears the game, right? If it disappears, then it's just wasting some time. But if it doesn't vanish after clearing the game, that would be interesting. In his previous life, while often watching live streams, Su Ming also vaguely heard some experts reveal that some top players almost consider the Bizarre Talk world their second home. Some even started investing in industries within the Bizarre Talk world. Of course. Right now, all of this is still too far from Su Ming. Upon reaching the restaurant, Su Ming scanned the area, his gaze flickering slightly at the scene before him. Since he had already bought this restaurant, then everything here is under Su Ming's control. Still 37 players alive? Counting me, that's a total of 38. After pondering for a moment, a brilliant idea appeared in Su Ming's mind. Ahem. Players, please stop for a moment, I have something to say. Raising his voice? Unexpectedly, the players were still confused, while some strange guests were angrily banging the tables. Even if you're the boss, can you respect the guests? 100,000. A stack of cash flew to the chest of that strange customer, their eyes widening in shock. Then they knelt down on the spot. I'm sorry, boss, I was too loud just now. It's all right. Looking around, Su Ming spoke again. Today is the restaurant's anniversary celebration, can I say a few words? Every guest here gets 100,000. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, the guests who had been a bit irritable exchanged glances. In the next second, they placed their hands on their legs, seriously waiting for Su Ming to speak. Tonight, all of you will be treated by young Master Su. I've opened my eyes, so this is what the Bizarre Talk world is like? Upstairs, don't be fooled by Su God, he's different, he cheats in the game. Awake from the world, laughing and crying. Since Su Ming cleared the dungeon with the highest rating twice in a row, the popularity of the Su God livestream reached new heights. Who could have thought, just a newcomer who cleared 2 dungeons, his livestream had nearly 20,000 viewers. Indeed, money can make the strange work. Reflecting on it again, at this moment, as long as Su Ming wants, throwing out 100,000 would have these guys rushing to clean toilets. He then turned to the confused players who still didn't know what was happening. Su Ming wore a friendly smile again and raised the loudspeaker. I know you're having a tough time, but please don't feel bad. Even though I'm struggling too, I can help you. If you want to clear the game. As Su Ming spoke halfway, a rough-looking player suddenly turned around. Are you crazy? Don't waste my time. Security. Su Ming wasn't angry but instead smiled as he set down the loudspeaker. What's the matter, boss? 2 tall and powerful figures in uniforms suddenly appeared beside Su Ming. Chop him. Okay, boss. The two security guards demonstrated what it means to act decisively with few words, picking up a carving knife from the table and walking toward the arrogant player. No, no. I was wrong. I'm sorry. The player's face instantly turned pale, as if he realized he had crossed a line with someone formidable. He knelt down, bowing his head, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. The two security guards immediately stopped walking, turning to look at Su Ming. Su Ming didn't speak, his gaze growing colder. Little brat, the boss said to chop you up, obey. The observant security guards displayed a strange smile at the corners of their mouths as they lifted the player up. Don't, Before he could finish his sentence, two carving knives cruelly tore away half of his face, blood spraying out. I was wrong, Screams echoed in the restaurant. The guests within the restaurant seemed okay, but those players all had pale faces, looking in terror at the demon before them. A few overly sympathetic players showed a trace of anger on their faces, their eyes shifting with a hint of shadow as they looked at Su Ming. This, and that. Kill them all. His gaze suddenly turned cold. Su Ming's lips curled into a playful smile as he pointed at a few unsavory characters. You guys, since you look down on me, why don't you take the chance to take me down? But unfortunately, this time, I will strike first. Slowly closing his eyes, Su Ming leaned back against a wooden chair, his expression still calm. No way? Why? They are just a bit uncomfortable, what have they said? Sushin went too far this time. Even if others have grievances, they haven't attacked yet, right? Are you saying that one can only fight back when the knife is already in the chest? Honestly, if I had this ability, I'd kill all the other players. After all, that's how the haunted world works. Su Ming's actions stirred up another heated debate in the livestream. The viewer count dropped from 18,000 to 15,000 instantly. The barrage of comments began to argue incessantly. To survive, I won't allow any existence that threatens me. Whether it's a monster or a player, it's the same. The sounds of screams echoed in his ears, yet it had no effect on Su Ming's state of mind. Sympathy? Guilt? Conscience? These things? In the haunted world, they are just deadly poison. When others stand against me, it's either I kill you, or you kill me. As for winning or losing? It all depends on one's own means. The only thing Su Ming could do was to keep his original intention, as long as others did not act out of line and posed no threat to him. Alright, I hope you can now listen to me. Looking at the players who finally quieted down, Su Ming's lips formed another smile. As you can see, I am the owner of this restaurant now, so everyone has at least gone through 2 or 3 dungeons, so I won't beat around the bush. If you want to clear safely, each person needs to pay 1,000 rule points. With a slight frown, Su Ming slowly explained. The reason for setting the price at 1,000 rule points is that these semi-newbie players usually clear dungeons with a B or C rating. In other words, the rewards typically range from 500 to 1,000 rule points. Of course, if you want to try it yourselves, I won't force you. Lightly lighting a cigarette, Su Ming looked steadily at the players before him, his expression becoming more amiable. Because, these are all walking rule points. Just 1,000? Seems not bad? Even if I still get a C rating this time, I will still get 500 rule points, it seems quite cost-effective? To Su Ming's surprise, the majority of players murmured to themselves, seriously analyzing, as if they were becoming a bit tempted. Damn! Charged too little. Seeing their expressions, Su Ming felt a pang of heartache. Next time I have a chance to extort, I need to research the market price properly. At this moment, one player stepped forward, his expression a bit anxious. You won't cheat me, right? People from the Great Xia do not cheat their own kind. Then, deal. Just like that. With the first one leading the way. The following players traded one after another, and in just half an hour, Su Ming successfully earned 23,000 rule points. This amount could almost be exchanged for a fairly useful skill or equipment. The remaining 10 don't plan to pay? Looking at the 10 players standing still with no movement, Su Ming's brows furrowed slightly. I've already been this kind-hearted. Yet there are still people who are not tempted? Don't they fear that if I'm in a bad mood, I might just eliminate them? I don't have enough rule points. A short-haired woman suddenly raised her head, her voice trembling slightly. This was the same Zhang Jia who had started by throwing her belongings around. I only have 934 rule points, can I give you all? Please. Not enough? Then find a way to gather some. With a slight glance, Su Ming still showed no expression on his face. 1,000 points, to guarantee one person, even if it's just 1 point less, it won't do. This is my rule. Listening to Su Ming's words, Zhang Jie nodded with a somewhat aggrieved expression, her arms crossed over her chest, not knowing what to think. I'll pay. Zhou Bai, who had been struggling in place for a long time, finally made up his mind. Oh. Sorry, you are excluded. This is my second rule. Clearing his throat, Su Ming looked at Zhou Bai and slowly shook his head. This guy seems to want to mess with him, so he'll just get rid of him first. I can only say, 6. This move by Su God is a total steal. Indeed, if I were Su God, protecting this guy at this moment would be like getting kicked in the head by a donkey. Speaking of, is there really a skill that gives so much wealth? A bit ridiculous? Cough, I'm an old fan, I can testify. Su God's skills are more twisted than the last, it's just like he's the favored child of a horror world. The real world is currently 3 in the morning, but the live stream is still exceptionally hot, with comments flying everywhere. There are even people outside taking bets on how many weird things Su Ming can draw, and how many players can survive this instance. Even more outrageous, there are bets on whether Su Ming will bully the white-haired loli? Guests, sorry to keep you waiting. Now, to give back to our new and old customers, this restaurant is offering more benefits. After distributing the promised cash, Su Ming looked at the satisfied customers and pointed to the eager players waiting nearby. Give 3 interns a good review, and you'll get a cashback of 100,000. Hiss. As soon as this was said, all the strange looks changed. With greedy eyes, they looked at the players beside them, filled with excitement. Serve 3 guests a day, those who have paid should go brush up on performance. You see clearly, those 10 over there haven't paid. Pointing to a group of 10 players looking somewhat grim in the distance, Su Ming shook his head slightly. Once you gather 1,000, we can trade anytime, right? Zhang Jia, with a complicated expression, raised her head and stared at Su Ming without blinking. But that guy is an exception. Pointing at the unusually grim Zhou Bai, Su Ming's mouth curled up into a smile. Then he spoke in a low voice. You are a smart person, you should be able to tell I'm targeting you, right? If you want to live. Su Ming slowly extended 3 fingers. First, find a way to gather 5,000, and I can overlook past grievances. Second, find a way to kill me. Third, find a way to kill me before I kill you. Chapter 31 Restaurant of Yellow Springs Number 8. Alright, those who have paid, your tasks for today are over. I've even prepared the dormitory for you. With a shift in tone, Su Ming's eyes flashed with a strange smile as he looked at the excited players, wearing a warm smile on his face. I can arrange luxury suites for you in the dormitory, 1 person per room. This way, you can also avoid Rule 4, not disturbing your roommate's rest, right? After this sentence, the players who had paid were filled with joy, while the remaining 10 players who hadn't paid wore dark and uncertain expressions, glancing at each other, their hearts churning with thoughts. Rent also has costs, so charging you 500 points each is very reasonable, isn't it? The players who were just filled with joy suddenly froze. Damn. I thought Su God had turned over a new leaf? I feel like the streamer is getting more and more potential as a capitalist, he's really cashing in on this group of players. In general, after going through 2 or 3 dungeons, newcomers usually have just this little left. I really want to see how much more this heartless capitalist can squeeze out. Watching Su Ming gradually turning into a capitalist, the audience in the livestream couldn't help but laugh and cry. This also requires payment? Can I not stay? Looking at the players with various expressions. Su Ming did not care and shrugged his shoulders. No money, then go live in the dorm by yourself, if something happens I will not be responsible, ha. After saying these words, Su Ming slowly picked up a glass of cocktail from the front desk, calmly sat on the sofa. After the first time was taken away, these players, facing Su Ming's second asking, became a bit numb and unmoved. After all, the most precious first time was already given. What else is there that cannot be given? 10 minutes later, Su Ming looked at the balance inside the backpack, and a bright smile spread on his face, counting the newly arrived 9,500 rule points. Now his wealth had already reached a terrifying 46,384 points. At this level, it was almost equal to the entire belongings of players who cleared more than 10 Strangetale dungeons. And Su Ming had only just reached the 3rd one. Sure enough, extortion is always faster than working. Sighing in his heart, Su Ming slowly shook his head, lifted his glass, and walked toward the office deep in the hallway. Going to chat about life with the white-haired loli, to talk about things. Security, don't forget to chop up that guy from just now. I even gave him 10 minutes of chance, but I did not expect his move was still slower than mine. Su Ming's voice came from the deep hallway, his tone carrying some regret. Zhou Bai glanced at the security guards, then his face changed wildly. Damn this. 2 security guards circling around you like licking dogs, how the hell do you expect me to make a move? With a face full of grief and anger he spat out the words. Then quickly fled toward the back of the restaurant. Human, you cannot run away. The two security guards wore strange smiles, their bodies almost turning unreal, like ghosts closely following behind Zhou Bai. Then their whole bodies pressed onto his shoulders. A wave of black mist wrapped him. Boring. Indeed, these humans are too weak. Shaking their heads, the two security guards slowly left. And behind them was a ground full of blood and torn flesh, with a work ID stained with blood falling onto the floor. Name, Zhou Bai. Yet as the security guards walked farther away, the torn flesh on the ground began slowly wriggling, the blood began flowing back. Ha! That was close. A weak voice came out, Zhou Bai touched his pale cheeks. And a shadowy look rose in his eyes. That's right, this was the skill he drew this time, rebirth. After completely dying inside this dungeon, he could revive one time. A skill like a cheat. Now all those guys probably think I am already dead. Zhou Bai's smile gained a hint of gloom. Stroking the bloodstained kitchen knife in his hand, he quietly stared at the office deep in the hallway, the corner of his mouth lifting. Then his body slipped into the darkness. Brother, can you lend me 30 rule points? I only need 30. At another corner of the restaurant at this moment, Zhang Jia bit her lips, looking pitifully at a player in front of her, with a few drops of tears falling from her eyes. It's not that I don't want to help you, you also know inside the strange tale world, this thing called sympathy. Although he still had a few hundred left after giving Su Ming 1500 rule points. But that did not mean he was a saint overflowing with sympathy. The young man slowly shook his head, turning to walk toward the kitchen outside the restaurant. Brother, if you are willing to lend me these 3 days, I am all yours. Seeing the young man about to leave, Zhang Jia panicked. Grabbing his sleeve, her face red, pleading bitterly. Cough cough, seems not impossible? The young man licked his lips, pulled Zhang Jia into his arms, buried his head in her chest, and sniffed lightly. Nice, has a good smell. A trace of enjoyment appeared in his eyes, all principles thrown behind him. Then he smiled and said, let's go. Brother wants to eat seafood. In the dark corner of the hallway, outside a storage room filled with clutter, strange rhythmic sounds echoed. No way, damn. This, in broad daylight. Cough cough, so this new streamer plays this wild? I just want to know, why not show us the streamer's view? Is it because I didn't buy membership? True, even Mosaic I can still accept. Listening only to the sound, it seems I can charge too? In Zhang Jia's live stream room, there are only a few dozen viewers at this moment. After all, she is just an ordinary new player, so naturally not many people pay attention. But with this wave of operations, many people already at their friends in the group, bro, I found a treasure streamer, hurry. Unexpectedly, this gave her live stream some popularity. In the spacious office, Su Ming lay on the chair, slightly frowning. By meow, you can handle these things yourself, why do you need me to sign? Did I not say you are still the boss? Glancing at the determined white-haired lowly in front of him, a hint of pain welled up in Su Ming's eyes. On the table was a large stack of documents, such as raw material procurement lists, food safety notices. All sorts of things needed a damn signature. Mr. Su, although you are very wealthy, but... Alright, enough talking, I'll sign. Grabbing the ballpoint pen, Su Ming gritted his teeth and signed his name page by page. Mr. Su, you can't do it like this. You must read everything carefully before signing. Bai Miao's little face was serious, her white hair swaying slightly. In her bright eyes, there was a lot of responsibility and seriousness. Is this the pain of being rich? Throwing his head back, Su Ming's heart was filled with mixed feelings. About half an hour later, the noise from the storage room at the end of the corridor slowly quieted down. The door pushed open. Zhang Jia wiped the light yellow stain from the corner of her clothes, her eyes flashing with intense disgust. I'm sorry. I really didn't want this to happen, really. Chapter 32, Underworld Restaurant Number 9. With a bloodstained knife tucked into her waist, her expression gradually returned to calm. Then she bit her lip, looking toward the pitch-black surroundings, as frightened as a rabbit. With a fearful look, she walked toward the distant bathroom. The storage room was pitch black. Only a cold corpse lay there, slowly bleeding. The terrified face of the young man was filled with disbelief, his wide-open eyes full of regret. Unfortunately, in the world of ghost stories, there are no regrets. One misstep leads to another. Brother, I'm here to pay the protection fee. The office door was knocked, and Zhang Jia's soft voice came out. Come in. Su Ming slowly raised his head, his expression painful as he pushed the documents aside. Bai Miao pouted, her chest heaving violently, staring at Su Ming with some annoyance. This is 1,000 rule points, can you help me complete today's task? Don't worry, after paying, you won't have to worry about the 3-day tasks. Skillfully opening the trading interface, Looking at the 1,000 rule points transferred again, a smile reappeared in Su Ming's eyes. No need for the luxury suite anymore? Zhang Jia looked at Su Ming with red eyes. She shook her head with grievance, not saying a word. Letting out a light sigh, she slowly left. Her back looked somewhat lonely. Xiaohong, go help him complete the task. Here's 500,000, the remaining 200,000 is yours. Thank you, Mr. Su. Supervisor Xiaohong nodded gratefully and quickly pushed the door out. What does Mr. Su think of this person? Bai Miao handed over a cup of hot tea, quietly standing aside. Disgusting. Oh? Seemingly surprised by Su Ming's answer, a hint of confusion appeared in Bai Miao's eyes. Even if Mr. Su can smell the blood on her, it shouldn't be like this. What disgusts me is that she clearly did these things but pretends to be pure. It's just so annoying. Impatiently waving his hand, Su Ming interrupted Bai Miao. His gaze flickering slightly as he took a small sip of hot tea. Blood smell? What does that mean? Is Su God saying this guy killed someone? Not likely, besides, killing doesn't drop gear or rule points. I also think, she looks so protective, how could she be a bad person? I feel like Su God is hasty. Good person? Bad person? Hee, wait until you enter the world of ghost stories, then you'll know what's reported in the newspapers. On the street, even on every person's face, 2 words were written. Eat people. Su Ming's attitude towards players and the strange situation left the live stream audience feeling puzzled. Sometimes he would strike down swiftly, giving no chance at all. But sometimes, he would stick to his principles, unlike most players who would clean out everything without saying a word and then stab you in the back. So far, the players that Su Ming promised to protect, except for a few unfortunate souls who couldn't afford the dorm fee, were mostly safe. So why is Mr. Su helping her? Who would go against money? We're all just common people. He slightly closed his eyes and lay back in his chair again. If it weren't for the equipment, the rules could only allow active trading. There's no way to have players drop loot upon death. Otherwise, in this restaurant, besides Su Ming, no player would still be alive. I have a moral bottom line, but it's not very high. His eyes suddenly opened wide, and Su Ming's gaze gradually turned cold. Time flowed by. Before long, it was already 10 at night. Time to get off work. It's really been a tiring day. Rubbing his sore thigh, Su Ming sighed. Mr. Su, do you need me to take you to rest? Bai Miao blinked, seemingly understanding Su Ming's meaning, shyly lowering her head. Let's go. Nodding slowly, Su Ming closed the door and followed behind the white-haired lowly. Why haven't these guests left yet? As he passed the restaurant, seeing it still packed with people, Su Ming felt puzzled. They will be here for a while, after all, night is when there is. What is there? Seeing Bai Miao's hesitance, Su Ming felt even more confused. Mr. Su, these things are restricted by it. Pointing to above her head. Bai Miao's expression changed a bit, closing her eyes and shaking her head slowly, seemingly unwilling to say more. Fine. Glancing once more at the restaurant, there were still 7 or 8 players inside. Perhaps they hadn't completed their tasks since paying up today and were in a panicked mess. Mr. Su, this room is specially prepared for you. After going up to the 2nd floor, line end. Bai Miao smiled and then pushed open the door to the room. It's quite nice. Looking around, Su Ming's eyes lit up. This place has a 48-inch big color TV, a personal cinema, a gym, and an arcade room. Outside the balcony, there's even an outdoor swimming pool. Bai Miao, with her head slightly lowered, crossed her hands, her flushed face showing a hint of conflict. Finally, biting her lip, she quietly asked. Mr. Su, do you need me to fill the bathtub with water for you? Ahem, you can go busy yourself, I can manage this myself. Coughing awkwardly twice. Su Ming shook his head and pushed Bai Miao out of the room before suddenly closing the door. Although she was already over 18, this is a strange world after all. Besides, it's clear that my current appearance is that of an old uncle. How can this little lowly have eyes for me? What the hell? The streamer is a eunuch? Honestly, you upstairs are really bold. So far, I haven't seen any players daring to do that with the strange things in the strange world. Isn't it because these players don't cheat? If I were Su God, I'd give you all a live broadcast, no need to pay for membership, I'm serious. Just a note for those upstairs, looking forward to it +1. Multiple choice, press 1 to choose to die under the lowly's leg, press 2 to choose to be a eunuch. Of course, playing is one thing, but life is the most important. Bai Miao stood at the door as if relieved, seemingly having let out a sigh of relief. The redness on her cheeks gradually faded away. So embarrassing, so embarrassing. Covering her face, she fled in a panic without looking back. Damn. Today I'm still missing one guest. In the dark corner, Zhou Bai confirmed that Su Ming had gone upstairs before slowly coming out. But his mood was still extremely bad at this moment. During the day, he had been avoiding Su Ming, which led to. He had now violated Rule 6, at least 3 guests must be hosted in one day. What to do? I must sleep before 11 o'clock. Walking alone in the corridor, his face was dark and uncertain. Waiter? I need your help. A shout came from behind, making Zhou Bai's body stiffen slightly, then he slowly turned around. When he saw who it was, a look of surprise appeared on Zhou Bai's face. This was exactly a guest he had seen during the day, and he had not made things difficult for any players then, giving them all 5-star reviews. But it's already off-duty time, can I still? Don't worry, it's alright. The guest slowly stepped forward and gently patted Zhou Bai's shoulder. Want to smoke? He offered a cigarette, and a smile spread across the middle-aged man's face. Thank you, what kind of help do you need? Taking the cigarette offered by the middle-aged man, Zhou Bai felt a surge of gratitude, and his body finally relaxed. I'm a bit hungry, please help me prepare a dish. Grasping Zhou Bai's hand, the middle-aged man slowly walked toward the kitchen. I won't take up your time, it will be quick. As Zhou Bai was being pulled along, the joy on his face slowly faded, because the middle-aged man's hand gripped his arm like a vice, surprising strong. I want to ask, what do you plan to eat? The middle-aged man turned his head, looking at Zhou Bai with confusion, his expression becoming a bit strange. You are the dish I want to eat. Chapter 33 Yin Yang Restaurant Number 10. In an instant, a chill rushed straight to the crown of his head. Seeing the middle-aged man's smile becoming increasingly terrifying, Zhou Bai desperately tried to pry his hand open. At this moment, there were just a few steps left to the kitchen. It's useless, stop struggling. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth curled into a smile. As an oddity in this strange world, these ordinary humans had no power to resist in his hands. After all, you are originally the food provided to us by the restaurant. So that's it. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Zhou Bai's pupils contracted as he murmured. Then, looking at his arm firmly clamped by the oddity, after 2 seconds of silence, his right hand pulled out a dinner knife from his pocket, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Put! A splash of blood startled the middle-aged man for a moment. Looking at Zhou Bai's body crazily escaping, then at his own half of an arm, he shook his head helplessly. Creak! He casually tossed the severed arm into his mouth to chew, a look of enjoyment appearing in his eyes. The food I've set my eyes on will not let you escape easily. The middle-aged man remained standing there, calmly watching Zhou Bai's back. A strange smile curled at the corners of his mouth. I knew it wouldn't be so easy, this useless streamer is doomed. Indeed, this must be a hidden rule, after working hours, these strange guests become even more ruthless. Does anyone know who the streamer next door is? I want to learn from their experience. What I can't understand is, why that player who killed the streamer once looks more strange than the strange guests. Zhou Bai's live broadcast room was filled with wails, and the few viewers had almost no hope that he could survive. With obvious rule violations, his chances of survival had almost dropped to freezing point. RIP. Suddenly tearing his clothes apart, wrapping them around the severed arm, Zhou Bai's face became paler from blood loss. Damn. I knew these strange guests had ill intentions. But this should count as completing the last guest's service. Where should I go sleep next? The rules didn't say I had to sleep in the dormitory, right? Cursing under his breath, Zhou Bai gasped for breath, tiredly leaning against the wall, his gaze somewhat vacant. By the way, what did he just say? Yes, it turns out we humans are the food for the guests. At this moment, Zhou Bai had a deep bewilderment about his identity. First, let me find a place to rest. I am food? It's food. Staggering to his feet, Zhou Bai seemed oblivious to the fact that his eyes had turned pitch black. Limping down the corridor. At that moment in the restaurant, the remaining players who had not completed their tasks were facing the same fate as Zhou Bai. Except for 2 lucky ones who had a sudden idea and decisively cut off one of their own ears to serve as a snack for the guests. The other 7 or 8 players were weirdly dragged into the kitchen. And when they came out, they had turned into a whole roasted lamb. The next day at noon, Su Ming stretched slowly, got out of bed, and started to wash up. I haven't slept so comfortably in a long time. What is this bed made of, that it feels so nice? Oh, it's hair. Lifting the mattress, looking at the dense black hair inside, Su Ming instantly lost interest. Meanwhile, Bai Miao had already gone to the kitchen in the morning, thoughtfully preparing a meal for Su Ming. No need to be so troublesome, you're almost becoming a nanny. Seeing Bai Miao bustling around, Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. This little girl clearly didn't cook much. Well, it was obvious from the way she poured a whole bottle of soy sauce into the rice cooker. Let me do it, you take a break. Hastily shooing by Meow out of the kitchen, Su Ming began to get busy. In less than half an hour, several steaming dishes were laid out on the dining table. Mr. Su, your cooking is really delicious. After tasting the braised chicken, Bai Miao's eyes lit up, then she placed a few pieces into Su Ming's bowl. What happened to those humans who didn't pay yesterday? Glancing at Bai Miao, who was devouring her food, Su Ming furrowed his brow slightly and slowly asked. Humans, it seems 4 died in the restaurant, 2 in the dormitory? 3 survived, but one of them seems to have some problems with their cognition. Nodding slowly, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly, feeling a bit emotional inside. This is what they call the world of weird tales. If I didn't have the money ability, then just on the first day, at least 80% of the players would have died. Let alone those who had already been mentally corrupted. No matter the level of the dungeon, the clearance rate is still shockingly low. Not to mention getting a good score. In the dimly lit corridor. I am food, I am the guest's food. Just as Su Ming stepped down the stairs, he took a moment to pause. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. Is it the player whom I had chopped up yesterday? With a hint of confusion, Su Ming slowly pushed open the door, and the scene before him made his pupils contract sharply. Guest, please enjoy. A figure was leaning against the wall, the blood pooling beneath them had long since congealed. Holding a bloodied dinner knife. They were repeatedly cutting the skin off their own chest, and carefully placing it on a plate, repeating this action over and over. The skin from the thigh to the belly had completely disappeared, revealing the crimson muscles and tendons that were slowly writhing, sending chills down one's spine. This guy is Zhou Bai? After a careful look, Su Ming became even more puzzled. Wasn't he chopped up by the security yesterday? Why is he back again? Seems the food has fermented well. The white-haired lowly behind Su Ming licked her lips, quickly walked to Zhou Bai's side. Picking up the plate full of skin, she gently took a piece to taste, slightly closing her eyes with a look of enjoyment. Whoa, my beloved white-haired lowly, how can you do this? Did the idiots upstairs forget? This is the world of weird tales, can there be normal people? Indeed, if it weren't for Su looking after this restaurant, this little lowly would probably be the biggest boss of the dungeon. Help! The way she eats human flesh with her eyes closed is so beautiful. Watching this scene, some viewers in the live broadcast recalled the fear of players being controlled by the weirdness. Even though the lowly looks extremely cute right now, in the eyes of other players, she is still a terrifying weird creature that has killed countless players. Mr. Su, would you like to have a taste? No. Turning his head in slight disgust, Su Ming narrowed his eyes. This guy seems to have violated Rule 8, suffering mental pollution, taking himself as food. So the question arises. When was he polluted? Was it because he stayed in this corridor during off-work hours? Or was it because he hadn't completed Rule 6, serving at least 3 customers? What will you do with him later? Of course, we will turn him into the most delicious food. I think the guests will love it. Bai Miao looked at Su Ming in some confusion, replying as if it were natural. Then I'll go check on others first. Nodding, Su Ming no longer thought too much. If the dead one had paid, he might feel a hint of guilt. As for this so-called Zhou Bai, it has nothing to do with him. What a pity. I can't exchange items now. Opening his backpack and looking at this large sum of wealth, Su Ming showed a hint of regret in his eyes. If he could exchange that item that could imprint skills right now, a 5% chance of turning into a permanent skill, perhaps after this dungeon ends, he could turn money ability into a permanent one. In that case, wouldn't every dungeon be able to yield countless riches, making one incredibly wealthy? Chapter 34 Hell Restaurant Number 11. Oh right. I also need to find a way to exchange for a weapon that can kill weird creatures. After all, even though his skills in these few dungeons seemed quite abnormal, who knows if the next one might turn out to be very normal. It's best to be prepared in advance for such things. What did Su God just say? Get a weapon that can kill weird creatures? If I remember correctly, just a weapon that can do damage costs several thousand rule points, right? Hey, can you see what you're saying? Did you not notice how much rule points the streamer just extorted? Speaking of which, Su God's steel wireball gloves, whoosh, I usually love this kind of thrilling stuff. Listening to Su Ming planning to exchange for a weapon to kill weird creatures stunned the viewers in the live stream. After all, such things can only be gathered by high-level players, and only someone like Su Ming, who grabbed thousands of rule points from a group of players, could afford to exchange for them. Restaurant. After having lunch, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Although it wasn't work time yet, some players began to prepare. That's right, it was the few remaining players who hadn't paid. Please, you've helped them so much already, just help me. I don't want to die. Get lost. Su Ming's gaze suddenly turned cold, scanning the players in front of him. Two security guards also stood appropriately behind Su Ming. Ah! Woo woo! Two female players were so frightened by the scene that they cried on the spot. The tragic situation of those players yesterday was still fresh in their minds. If you have no money, don't bother me. If you want a freeload, I don't mind sending you away first. Glancing casually, Su Ming's expression didn't change at all, slowly turning to leave. Just a little regret remained in his heart. It seemed these players were really poor, which meant they had nothing to do with Su Ming. It's a bit boring. Sitting at his desk, Su Ming held a bowl of coffee, his brows slightly furrowed. Knock. Knock knock. Come in. The office door was slowly pushed open, and the person who came in was Bai Miao. At this moment, she was holding a stack of documents, looking a bit unhappy. What's wrong? Seeing her like this, Su Ming put down the coffee cup in his hand and softly asked. Mr. Su, the restaurant across the street is here to collect protection fees. Collect protection fees? Pfft. Su Ming regained his senses and spat out a mouthful of coffee. Cough cough, what nonsense? The restaurant across the street is here to collect protection fees? Truly a world of strange tales. This really left Su Ming a bit dumbfounded. Mr. Su, let me wipe it for you. Seeing the coffee on Su Ming's clothes, Bai Miao hurriedly put down her documents and picked up a tissue to walk over to Su Ming's side. She carefully wiped the white liquid that had stained his clothes. Of course, looking at Bai Miao getting overly close, Su Ming's mouth twitched, and then he suddenly stood up, frowning deeply. Forget about that for now, you tell me, what is this thing that requires a protection fee? Waving his hand, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Now, he was the boss of the Huangquan restaurant, which meant, the protection fee was being collected from him? It's like this, our restaurant has been on the brink of bankruptcy, so we signed a document with the restaurant across from us. As long as we pay them 10 million every month, they won't pressure us for a while. Who? Taking a deep breath, Su Ming stared seriously at the white-haired lowly in front of him. Show me the contract. Okay, Mr. Su, this contract needs your signature. Before she finished her sentence, Bai Miao's expression suddenly froze. Then her face turned pale. Rip. Accompanied by several crisp sounds, the contract swiftly ended up in the trash bin. Now, I am the boss of this restaurant, right? The previous contract was not signed by me, so let's consider it void. Looking at Bai Miao's frozen expression, Su Ming gently patted her shoulder, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. What is the name of that restaurant across from us? It's called the Spirit Medium Hotel. Bai Miao spoke softly, then nervously added, if we don't pay the protection fee, once they start pressuring us, with their strength, we'll almost lose our source of customers. Oh? Spirit Medium Hotel, is it very strong? Observing Bai Miao's demeanor, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke slowly. If we count Mr. Su's 300 billion, economically, both sides are about equal, but they have a backer. And their backer is the infamous Fengdu City. After explaining the whole situation, Bai Miao seemed somewhat unable to meet Su Ming's eyes. By the end, her voice had grown weaker. Damn! What did I just hear? Fengdu City? If this is that Fengdu City, is Sushin close to hitting the lunchbox? Indeed, it's one of the top 10 level A horror stories known to humanity. Sushin, stop. The waters here are very deep. Listening to this familiar term, the viewers in the livestream were completely unsettled. You have to know what it means to be on the list of the top 10 level A horror stories. So far, even the most elite players who entered faced a death rate of up to 90%. No one dared to step lightly. Fengdu City. Hearing Bai Miao's words, Su Ming softly murmured. He naturally came across the name Fengdu City before he died. Ever since the Blue Star was invaded by the rules of strange stories, it has been known as one of the top 10 level A horror stories. Famous for its harsh rules, terrifying oddities, and a horrifyingly high death rate. It had become a nightmare that countless top players were most reluctant to face. Alright, let's first find a way to renovate and transform. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming rubbed his aching temples, his gaze gradually turning cold. If they dare to stir trouble. Why didn't Huangquan Restaurant's garbage pay the protection fee on time this month? Have they gotten? A surge of anger filled his heart. Su Ming pushed open the office door and walked straight to the restaurant. He wasn't boasting. Ever since he became the owner of the Huangquan restaurant, Su Ming could vaguely tap into the power of the restaurant's rules. In other words, he could make rules for others. Chapter 35 Huangquan Restaurant Number 12. Where is your boss, Bai Miao? Come out here, now. In the center of the restaurant was a young man who seemed unusually arrogant, his presence causing the surrounding customers and security guards to avoid direct eye contact. Clearly, he was also weird. But their combat abilities were not on the same level at all. Wenxuan, this is not your Lingmei Hotel. Looking at the arrogant young man in the hall, Bai Miao's face darkened, and she couldn't help but shout angrily. Oh! My dear sister Bai Miao, long time no see, you're still as beautiful as ever. Wen Xuan smiled with a hint of malice, licking his lips as he eyed Bai Miao. Is this strange a second-generation official? Look at how this white-haired lowly doesn't dare to speak, it must mean he is a big shot. No, how dare he act so arrogantly in front of Su Shen? I suspect he is very likely connected with Fengdu City in countless ways. Watching the arrogance in front of him, the viewers in the livestream couldn't sit still. They all speculated about what kind of identity this person had. Again licking his lips. When Xuan looked at the somewhat nervous Bai Miao with unhidden desire in his eyes, can't afford the protection fee? No worries, as long as you come to your brother. Slap. A loud slap rang out, leaving all players and oddities in the restaurant stunned. No loud noise allowed in the restaurant. Su Ming rubbed his somewhat numbed palm, his eyes filled with mockery. You. When Xuan touched his face in disbelief, looking at Su Ming before him. A little lackey from a garbage restaurant dared to lay hands on him? Damn it! Realizing what was happening, he raised his hand and swung at Su Ming's head. A faint black smoke even billowed from his palm, making one feel an inexplicable sense of dread. Hey, no fighting in the restaurant. Su Ming calmly extended his hand, gently grabbing Wen Xuan's palm, then he slapped again. Slap. Though not damaging, it was extremely insulting. This scene caused everyone present to blink in surprise. Mr. Su, he is from the Wen family. I don't care who he is, if he dares to cause trouble in my territory, even a wild dog has to crawl out. Su Ming's gaze gradually turned cold. Now, in this restaurant, he was almost an invincible existence, all rules were set by him. Little bastard, slap. The response to Wen Xuan was still a loud slap. This time, it also knocked out his two pearly white front teeth. My hand is a bit numb, Bai Miao, can you take him on? The white-haired lowly's face turned pale as she glanced at the twisted expression of Wen Xuan, and could only answer honestly, Mr. Su, if I were still the boss, I could easily take him on, but... Seeing Bai Miao's hesitant expression, Su Ming nodded slowly. It seemed that without the support of being the restaurant's boss, Bai Miao's strength was indeed a notch lower than that of Wen Xuan. As if realizing something, line end. Su Ming looked back at Bai Miao, his brow slightly furrowing. If I hold him down, can you find a way to kill him? Su Ming's tone was exceedingly flat, as if he were merely dealing with a tiny ant. This made Wen Xuan, who was being grabbed by the collar, feel a chill in his heart. What do you want to do? Do you know who I am? My dad is Wen Gang, one of the shareholders of Fengdu City. In this area. So noisy. Su Ming turned his head and scanned the room, finally focusing his gaze on Bai Miao. Take off your white stockings. Ah. Everyone in the restaurant widened their eyes, and Bai Miao blinked, her face stiffening. Mr. Su, how can you? If I tell you to strip, then strip. Listening to the constant wails and cries around him, a trace of anger flickered in Su Ming's eyes. Hey. Damn, I got so excited I ripped my girlfriend's stockings. Now When is it now? Su God finally figured it out. The key is that this timing is a bit inappropriate. Ah. Beast, let go of that white-haired lowly, let me do it. Upstairs, our company has large lowly figures. Completely lifelike, at an affordable price, those interested, private message. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast stared wide-eyed, not daring to miss any detail. Of course, these were all LSPs. The true gentleman was seriously taking screenshots to post on social media at this moment. Alright, okay. Somewhat aggrieved, she took off her shoes and tossed the white stockings to Su Ming. Bai Miao's face became increasingly flushed. It's already this time, why is Mr. Su still playing so? Taking the stockings, Su Ming looked at Wen Xuan beside him, his eyes slightly narrowing. Cheap for you, come, learn from me. Ah. Looking at the smiling Su Ming, Wen Xuan blinked in confusion. Slap. Damn. I'll make you scream. The familiar sharp pain returned to his face, like a steel wire ball scraping at rotten flesh. It made Wen Xuan unable to hold back a scream. Ah. Woo-woo. As soon as he opened his mouth, the crumpled stockings were quickly stuffed into his mouth, forcing him to emit only whimpers. His face turned exceptionally red. Finally quiet. Bai Miao, you haven't answered me, can you kill this guy? Woo-woo. At this moment, Wen Xuan finally felt unprecedented terror. He never imagined that the Huang Quan restaurant would actually be acquired by a human. What the hell did this Bai Miao see in him? It can't be the wealth, can it? He had prepared a sky-high contract of 5 billion, but this B*TCH wouldn't sign. What did this guy have to deserve this? Mr. Su, if you really want to kill, I have that capability, but... Then do it. Suddenly pinning Wenchuan to the ground, Su Ming's mouth curled into a strange smile. Once we leave this restaurant, you should treat me like a grandson. But here, I am your father. Woo woo. Bai Miao slowly raised her head, looking at the immobile Wenchuan, her expression slightly changing. Su Ming didn't know the consequences of killing the person in front of him. But she knew. With a complex expression, she closed her eyes, her body slightly trembling. The surrounding air seemed to become suffocating. Bai Miao, obey. Chapter 36 Huang Quan Restaurant Number 13, Final Chapter. A voice devoid of emotion sounded. Bai Miao slowly opened her eyes, and a strong chill appeared deep within her gaze. Immediately, her body began to change. Lines of blood-red patterns surfaced on her originally pale skin. Woo woo. Woo woo. Wenchuan's face instantly turned pale at this scene, and his body struggled desperately. Unfortunately, his hands were firmly held by Su Ming. And a thick, rule-bound power bound him in place. No matter how hard he tried, it was futile. Puff. In just an instant, Bai Miao's body became a blood shadow, as if a metallic sheen flashed by. Soon after, Wenchuan's severed head appeared in Bai Miao's hand, continuously dripping thick, crimson blood. So powerful? Slowly releasing Wenchuan's headless body, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling somewhat surprised. Boss Su, there's something I don't know if I should say. A customer, pale-faced, stared at everything in front of him, trembling as he pointed at the bleeding corpse on the ground. Say it. Taking out a tissue, he carefully wiped the bloodstains off the steel wireball gloves. Su Ming's expression remained unchanged. He is the owner of the Lingmei Hotel, although he is just the most unremarkable son of Wen Gang. But since you killed him, Wen Gang will inevitably. The strange guest frowned, slowly voicing his guess. Fengdu City, even if he doesn't come to find me, I will have to go there eventually. And since it's already done, what's the point of regretting? With a calm smile, Su Ming slowly walked deeper into the corridor. Su Ming had long since let go of life and death. Since one was already so meek in life, why be submissive as a ghost? The so-called players, in a strict sense, were no longer related to the people of the real world. Damn! Su God is so cool. This is really igniting. This is the first time I've seen a new player actually kill a strange one. You might not believe this, but I accidentally crushed an egg while getting too excited just now. Egg? Is it the kind of egg I'm imagining? As Wenchuan died, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room reached its peak. You must know that the reason strange beings are called strange is because, in front of them, ordinary people are almost like sheep waiting to be slaughtered. And Su Ming seemed to be different from the others. Bai Miao stood still, the strange changes in her body disappeared. She turned back into the cute little white-haired girl. Humph. Before, it was just that you had backing. I didn't dare to do anything out of line. Now, Mr. Su seems to be even more mysterious. With a charming smile, Bai Miao somewhat disdainfully wiped her hands. Then she bounced over to Su Ming. The reason she made up her mind to act was exactly because of Su Ming's calm and indifferent attitude towards everything. This kind of innate quality cannot be faked, which means Su Ming must have a great background. Mr. Su, wait for me. Having figured this out, Bai Miao's fear of Fengdu City lessened once again. As for the next 2 days, Su Ming's days were somewhat plain. Bai Miao was crazily planning various decoration styles for the restaurant and implementing the plan to counter the merger with the Spirit Medium Hotel. And Su Ming occasionally sipped tea and offered some opinions. Glimpsing at the excited and busy Bai Miao, he surprisingly felt a rare sense of guilt. Because once he completed the level and the effective cash ability expired, and he achieved an SSS score, if Huang Quan Restaurant was integrated into the big map, Su Ming would have seriously let Bai Miao down. On the contrary, if the cash ability did not disappear and the Huang Quan Restaurant merged into the big world, then Bai Miao would also have the opportunity to grow Huang Quan Restaurant strong and successful again. The premise was that Su Ming had the highest score. If not, the instance would reset after clearing. Bai Miao was still the same Bai Miao. What the hell? I actually managed to get through 3 days, and I'm about to clear it? To be honest, this guy Su Ming is quite principled. He actually let me clear the level. I hope to encounter such a thigh in the next instance. This money is really worth spending. Players in the restaurant were chatting and laughing, finally relaxing their previously tense hearts. The few guys who hadn't paid were left with only one, shivering on the edge. Half an ear, one arm, and blood on one side of his waist. Enough to show how difficult his past 3 days had been. Ha, look at those players now, I want to laugh. If they still look like this now, it's likely the next instance will be a total wipeout. To be honest, Su God has really been enjoying these days, with a little white-haired girl serving him. I couldn't take my eyes off her for 3 days. What do you think Su God will score this time? As the instance was about to end, the audience in the live broadcast room was still a bit unsatisfied. After all, Su Ming's live broadcast style was completely different from others, with the identities of players and strange beings seemingly reversed. Even the passing dogs must endure 2 big kicks. Time is almost up. Standing in the restaurant lobby, Su Ming spoke quietly. Mr. Su, are you leaving for now? Bai Miao stood silently behind Su Ming, a trace of reluctance flashing in her eyes. Once I leave, you should try to swallow the Spirit Medium Hotel. As for the other consequences, I will find a way. Nodding slightly, Su Ming looked at the watch in his hand. Only 1 minute remained until the end of the instance. At that moment, a miraculous scene appeared. All players began to change, turning back to their original forms. Su Ming glanced around. Goodness! That short-haired girl, Zhang Jie, turned out to be an ugly monster. Less than 5 feet tall and at least 200 pounds. Isn't this just a walking gas cylinder? Fortunately, I didn't let her succeed, otherwise, it would have been a big loss. As several players beside her retched, a smile appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Clearly, those guys had done something they shouldn't have, and now they probably regretted it deeply. Mr. Su? Bai Miao's eyes widened, as if she couldn't understand how Su Ming transformed from a bald uncle into a handsome young man. Is this really your true form? Gulping nervously, Bai Miao's cheeks turned slightly red. What's wrong? Su Ming waved his hand, a gentle smile on his lips, while slightly tilting his head to look at the cat-eared girl at the front desk. Keep it up, do well, and I'll give you a raise. Thank you. The cat-eared girl lowered her head, her voice quivering a bit. Just yesterday, her mother finally paid off an overdue surgery fee. After doing all this, Su Ming's body began to fade away, and he looked at Bai Miao. Little girl, wait for me to come back. Bai Miao blinked, not responding immediately, but furrowing her brows, her flowing white hair slightly swaying. After a moment, her brow relaxed, and a smile appeared on her lips. I will wait for you here. Chapter 37, Apartment Number 103 and 1. The screen suddenly shattered. In a daze. Congratulations on successfully clearing Underworld Restaurant Rating, SSS. Reward, a set of the ruined building in the Weird Tales world, some rule points, and a substitute doll. Awarded title, Wealthy Beyond Measure. Wealthy Beyond Measure, wearing this will always increase rule points earned by 25%. Title evaluation, don't ask where the extra rule points come from, just know you are wealthy beyond measure. Touching his cheek, Su Ming was still somewhat lost in thought. What did that white-haired loli mean? I can't be favored by something weird, right? His pupils shrank suddenly, and goosebumps rose all over Su Ming's body. Forget it, since the rating is SSS, does that mean the Underworld restaurant successfully blended into the Great World? Indeed. In the next second, a mechanical voice echoed in all players' minds. Congratulations to player Su Ming for clearing Underworld Restaurant, earning the highest rating. The Underworld Restaurant will merge into the Weird Tales world, and this instance will be permanently closed. What the heck? It's that Su Ming again? Isn't this just a few days later, and he has already gained a second SSS rating? Brothers, do you know where this so-called Underworld Restaurant is located in the Great World? The last instance that merged into the Great World, Death Amusement Park, hasn't even been found by players yet? The World Channel exploded again. It's that Su Ming again. It's that triple S rating. Many players began to look for these two places within the Weird Tales world, but so far, they had not found them. It's just a matter of time. Looking at the constantly refreshing messages, Su Ming shook his head slightly. After all, although the Weird Tales world is vast, it has a range. Since the two instances have merged, they must be in some corner now. Given the number of players, it wouldn't take a week to find the location. I hope the money from the money ability hasn't expired yet. A thought flashed through Su Ming's mind, and he smiled lightly, not taking it to heart. First, let's exchange that item. With a thought, the item exchange interface appeared before Su Ming's eyes. Adding the 10,000 rule points from this dungeon reward, Su Ming's current balance had reached 57,384 points? It was enough to exchange for 1 or 2 weapons that could deal damage to the strange beings. But exchange successful, Trester's Fate Dice. Trester's Fate Dice, special equipment after the dungeon ends, there is a 5% chance to imprint a temporary skill as a permanent version. This is just what I wanted. Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. To others, this item might seem rather useless, but if the skill he got was still as terrifying as before, then the effect would be completely different. He then clicked open the search bar and typed, strange. Looking at the array of equipment, Su Ming found himself in a bit of a dilemma, because these items seemed quite good? When filtering down to one item, Su Ming was slightly stunned. Then, joy exploded on his face. Skull Crusher Hammer, can deal slight damage to strange beings. Price, 33,333. Unique special passive, if you hammer enough times for 99 hits, you can force a kill on some strange beings. This thing looks ordinary, but that passive is amazing. Just don't know which so-called part it applies to. A flash of white light. Holding in his hand a half-meter long hammer covered in black spikes, Su Ming waited satisfactorily. The wait was acceptable. For Su Ming, a player who had used a low-level genetic potion, holding this was no different than wielding a dagger. And what about this substitute doll? After receiving fatal damage, can randomly respawn in a location. After studying for a while, Su Ming simply put both items into his backpack and then took out another item. It shone with a mysterious light. Golden treasure chest, open. Congratulations, you have obtained Awesome QQ Candy Package, Spicy Skyward Mini Lobster Package. Golden chest, is this it? Looking at the two items that appeared in his hand, Su Ming's eyes widened. He rubbed his eyes. Yep, it was that package of Awesome QQ candy and a bag of Skyward Mini Lobsters. Forget it. He casually tossed both items into his backpack, swept his gaze around, and took out two property certificates. One was for a 3-bedroom apartment, and the other was for a shop in the Strange Talk Plaza. 3-bedroom apartment? What a worthless thing. To be honest, he really had no desire for these material possessions, so he hung these two up on the trading post to see if any player wanted to buy them. 3-bedroom apartment, selling for 300 rule points, rent 10/month. Strange Talk Plaza shop, selling for 1,000, rent 50/month. Housing in the strange world is really cheap. Shaking his head, Su Ming felt a bit helpless. This was also why he looked down on these things. For new players, dungeon rewards were already quite a large sum of money. But Su Ming really didn't care about this little bit. As for the title, let's use Master of Shovels. Why not we're the rich and wealthy one just now? Su Ming didn't like it, mainly it didn't look violent enough, but it could be useful for business later on. Things are almost settled, then let's prepare to enter the Strange Talk dungeon. Now that everything that needed changing was changed, and his balance was gradually running low, Su Ming took a deep breath and clicked confirm again. Dungeon matching. Hope these players can help me find the location of the Yellow Spring restaurant after I get out. Su Ming was quite eager to see that little girl, by meow. Of course, if the money needed for cash ability had already expired, then he would run as far as he could when the time came. By meow selling herself wouldn't fill this hole. Random dungeon selection in progress. 20/100, 68/100. Matching successful. D-grade dungeon, apartment 103. In this terrifying apartment, every tenant seems unusually strange. Every midnight, strange and bizarre noises can always be heard. Is it the decline of morality, or the extinction of humanity? Welcome to apartment 103, young tenants. Chapter 38, apartment 103, number 2. The night gradually revealed a glimmer of light. Su Ming blinked, and his body had already appeared in an old-looking apartment. There were 4 buildings, and they all looked exactly the same. Are 25 players assigned to each building? But they are in the same instance? He scanned the area and saw more than 20 players looking around just like him, causing Su Ming to frown slightly. If these 4 buildings are unrelated, there would be no need for such an arrangement, right? Extracting your random talent. Talent extraction complete, equality of all beings. Equality of all beings, the damage you receive will be shared equally among everyone, but you are not affected by this effect. Wait a minute? Taking a deep breath, Su Ming stood still. This random skill, surely isn't it typically advantageous for oneself at the expense of others? Brilliant, truly brilliant. Hey! Are you renting or not? Nearby, an old man with pale hair and a single eye yawned, looking drowsy. His right eye, a strange bluish-white, seemed to have completely rotted. No player in the corridor spoke, no one wanted to be the first to act. After all, who knows if this creepy instance has any instant death traps? I'll go first. A cold, calm voice broke the silence, and a stunning figure instantly drew everyone's attention. Even Su Ming could only evaluate her with one word: cool. This tall girl, carrying an ancient longsword on her back, truly exuded a certain heroic spirit. With arched brows, the girl cupped her hands and smiled. May I ask how I can go about renting? Just sign the contract on you and then receive your key. The landlord old man raised his only eye and weakly waved his hand. The contract. The girl frowned slightly, then she patted herself down and indeed pulled out a wrinkled rental contract from her pocket. Su Ming squinted his eyes and also took out a piece of paper, carefully examining it. Young tenant. Welcome to apartment 103, you need to try to rent for 7 days. 1. No pets allowed in the apartment, and rooms must be kept clean and tidy. 2. If you encounter any animals, do not attempt to approach, quickly leave and notify the landlord. 3. The landlord dislikes being disturbed while sleeping, otherwise, his mood will worsen. 4. If in trouble, you can ask your neighbor for help, but ensure they are not wearing red clothing. 5. The stairs and corridors have no lights. If you see light, quickly close your eyes and silently say 3 times, "I cannot see." 6. When opening the rooftop door, you must keep your eyes closed throughout, and do not open them even if you feel any movement. 7. If you hear any noise or sounds at midnight, do not panic, it is just the neighbors playing. 8. Meals will be provided 3 times a day, be careful not to waste. 9. If there is a knock at night, you can open the door after confirming it's a neighbor and ask them why. At the bottom of the contract, there were some small words that made Su Ming's brow furrow slightly. Renting requires payment. And each player had only 100 yuan, barely enough for the first day's rent, the rest would have to be figured out. 100 yuan a day? The girl with the ancient longsword frowned slightly, handing the money and contract to the landlord old man. He. The old man chuckled and said nothing. Slowly collecting the money, he then signed the contract. Next. Hello, this is my contract. With the first person testing the waters, the players behind naturally were no longer afraid, lining up one after another to hand over their contracts. Next. Hello, pft. A player was sent flying. A face filled with disbelief. Bang. Before he could finish speaking, the old man smashed a stick onto the player's forehead. The player's head exploded. He. Slowly squatting down, the old man laughed cheerfully as he grabbed the red and white substance from the brains, taking big bites. Occasionally letting out a strange laugh. What's going on? For a moment, all the players were stunned, standing frozen in place. Because this unlucky guy seemed to have violated no rules at all, how did he suddenly get? Does this old man prefer young, pretty girls? Isn't that gender discrimination? Yeah, that player clearly didn't break any rules, why? Most of the players in the hallway were discussing. Looking at the nearly cold body of the unlucky guy, a hint of sympathy appeared in their eyes. His body stiffened just now, could he be sleepwalking? Only Su Ming, standing aside, slightly furrowed his brow, murmuring softly. Slowly taking out a half-meter-long spike-covered skull-crushing hammer. Step by step, he walked towards the eerie old man. Be careful. Impulsiveness is dangerous. A kind-hearted player turned pale and couldn't help but step back, quietly warning. Only the girl with the sword on her back slightly flickered her gaze, slowly retracting a segment of the sword sheath. Calmly watching Su Ming's back. Hey! Old man, it's time to get down to business. Looking at the leisurely eating eerie old man. Su Ming patted the old man's shoulder, a strange smile appearing on his face. Bang! The sound of his voice and the hammer striking came at the same time. Caught off guard, half of the old man's head was smashed in. Touching his head, somewhat coming to his senses. The eerie old man suddenly stood up, almost roaring in anger. Ah! Kid! Are you disturbing my sleep? That's rude, very rude. What the old man didn't expect was. Su Ming pointed a finger at the old man's nose, giving him no chance to react. I am very courteous, always, convincing with virtue. A flash of fierce light appeared in his eyes. Su Ming's right hand swelled with veins, swinging the hammer down hard. A precise impact on the back of the eerie old man's head. Hey! Why is Su Shin suddenly so violent as soon as he starts streaming? I don't know, maybe that old man asked for it? Did he draw some heaven-defying skill again? And not even pretending to act? Are you an idiot? If he's already cheating, why pretend to be an actor? Su Ming's streaming speed was still beyond what the viewers in the livestream could imagine. After just a couple of games, he started streaming again? However, some people thought about it, line end. Su Ming completely treated the dungeon as a vacation, sleeping and drinking whenever he liked, which seemed quite reasonable. Isn't he afraid? All players exchanged glances, seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. Then they came to their senses and quickly retreated. After all, in the Creepypasta dungeon, if you anger the Yuri, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Interesting. Only the girl standing still looked at the scene in front of her with great interest, her eyes shining slightly. I will kill you. The roar of fury came. The eerie old man's nails suddenly grew long. Lightning fast, they clawed towards Su Ming's face. Bang! Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and swung the hammer again. Clap. And with his left hand, he even added a big slap. Chapter 39, Apartment 103, Number 3. At this moment, every player's face in the dungeon suddenly changed. At the same time, they touched their right cheek, looking around with a surprised expression. Why does it feel like someone scratched them? Thud. Thud thud. one hammer after another, hammering into flesh. At this moment, Su Ming was like a war god, constantly fighting with the eerie old man. The old man's body became more and more twisted, his face growing more and more angry. But Su Ming still acted as if nothing had happened. Just like he had taken something, the more he hammered, the more excited he became. It's just a shame for these good brothers. When he struck the 73rd blow, Su Ming took 2 gasps, a hint of fatigue flashing in his eyes. His gaze swept over the surrounding players, his expression a bit strange. Because everyone's faces were already bruised, as if they had been beaten down by street thugs. "You, what the heck, what did you do?" A girl player was already sitting on the ground, crying loudly. "Woo, what did he do? How could he make the girl cry again and again? Is the one above blind?" Clearly, Su God was hitting the creepy old man. But look at those players, they obviously did nothing. Why are their faces so swollen like monkeys? If this were put on into science, it could at least be filmed as a series. The audience in the livestream was just as confused by the swollen cheeks of these players. From Su Ming's perspective, there was absolutely no creepy attack on those players, so why did they suddenly swell up? Ahem, this creepy ability is very strange, it's area damage. After clearing his throat, Su Ming's eyebrows furrowed, his expression turning somewhat ugly. Then he swung his arm hard. Bang! The blood-drenched iron hammer smashed down again towards the rotten meat slowly squirming on the ground. "I will eliminate you, this evil guy, on behalf of the players." Seemingly sympathetic to the player's plight, Su Ming's swinging arm felt even stronger, each blow louder than the last. "Old man? Whoa. He is such a good person. I didn't expect him to care so much for us." Su Ming's heroic act truly touched the surrounding players deeply. "No, stop hitting. Hero. I won't collect your rent anymore, okay?" The old man's broken voice came out, still struggling to process what was happening. Why did his attacks have no effect on this human in front of him? Could it be because he hadn't eaten breakfast today? Rent? Wouldn't it be easier to just take you down? Su Ming looked at the rotten meat on the ground in confusion, the hammer still swinging in his hand. He had already hammered 88 times, only 11 more to go, and if luck was good, he could kill it. And this landlord old man would be the first creepy creature Su Ming personally defeated. So refreshing, this is the feeling. Bang! Bang bang! The old man's pleas for mercy had been completely ignored by Su Ming, his inner defenses utterly shattered, unable to summon any arrogance. But, would Su Ming stop? No way. Large hammer 80. Large hammer 80. The skull-smashing iron hammer rose and fell, Su Ming's expression growing more and more excited. The players in the apartment corridor seemed to have forgotten their fear, intently watching this bloody and twisted man. Bang! The count finally reached the 99th hit. The creepy old man had already become a pile of mush, resembling a thin bacon pancake. Skull-smashing iron hammer special effect judgment in progress. Judgment failed. Special creepy. How could this be? Taking a deep breath, Su Ming's brow slightly furrowed, his face showing no hint of excitement. In the eyes of ordinary players, this creepy old man was likely dead. However, Su Ming knew that this old man hadn't completely died, instead, his body was slowly recovering. "Ha, you're lucky." Putting the hammer back in his backpack, Su Ming put on a wire ball glove and fiercely slapped the pile of mush. Smack! After venting his feelings, Su Ming's emotions were released, and he leaned back contentedly in the chair the old man had been sitting on. Hiss, how did I not notice the streamer is so twisted, smashing someone into meat sauce but still whipping a corpse? You'll get used to it. Now, if Su God doesn't beat a creepy one in a day, it feels like something is missing. Just look at Su God like this, it's exactly like I'm in sage mode. Hey, upstairs, do you want a bottle of kidney treasure? If it doesn't work, you can refund it. Hurry up and DD-me. These bullet comments are actually true. Now, in the live broadcast room, there are more than 10,000 people, completely divided into 2 parts. One part came to watch Su Ming's violent aesthetics, while the other part came specifically for the white-haired lowly. Among them there are even a few selling private goods. When this guy recovers later, you can ask him for an autograph. Before the words finished, Su Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. Swish! A golden sword energy sliced through, cutting the lump of meat in half. The tiles on the ground exploded as well. Not simple, huh? With his eyes slightly squinted, Su Ming glanced toward the edge of the corridor. The girl slowly sheathed her long sword, her eyes met Su Ming's, and a smirk tugged at the corners of her mouth. I don't like him either, just helping a bit. Nodding slowly, Su Ming did not speak further, quietly sitting in his chair, waiting for the strange old man to recover. After all, he still needed to sign a rental contract with him. Probably because of this, the skull-smashing hammer warned him that he was a unique anomaly, unable to be killed. Su Ming didn't speak with the girl. While the other players naturally didn't dare to speak, standing there in a daze, the air became unusually quiet. Cough cough, cough, my old bones. After an unknown amount of time, the old man who was smashed into meat paste by Su Ming finally fully recovered, coughing painfully a few times. Hey! Can I sign the contract now? Looking at the strange old man who had recovered in such a short time, a hint of surprise flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Undoubtedly, this kind of freakish recovery ability indeed made people a bit envious. Sign, I'll sign right away. Watching Su Ming stretch out his hand, the strange old man instinctively covered his single eye. Realizing Su Ming didn't want to beat him, he then trembled and cautiously took the contract, pulling out a pen to prepare to sign. I have no money, but I want a rent for 7 days. You like this? The old man, halfway through his words, looked at the bloodstained hammer reappearing in Su Ming's hand, shift his tone. What you're doing actually makes sense. He quickly made a few marks, changing it to 7. Only then did the old man cautiously sign his name, revealing an expression that looked worse than crying. He swore. In this lifetime of being strange, he had never encountered such a violent human being. A player watched the contract Su Ming just signed, his eyes brightening. I want to sign too. Seeing who had come, the old man's expression changed again, his whole being looking like a plucked monkey. Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost. Chapter 40, Apartment number 103, number 4. Ha! The player hadn't reacted yet when he was kicked away 10 meters, his whole body almost sticking to the wall. The kind that's hard to peel off. What's this called? This is called a triple hit. I'm really going to laugh myself to death. How come every dungeon has a fool following Su God? Wow wow wow. Look at this wall, it's white and shiny, and look at this floor, it's big and round. Upstairs, are you a little black? Showing your chicken feet? Dog head. Damn it. The old man hunched his back, gasping for breath, a fierce light flickering in his single eye. His gaze swept around, as if he still wanted to vent the anger from being crazily humiliated by Su Ming earlier. Cough cough. Gently coughing a couple of times, Su Ming's gaze gradually turned cold. He put away the smile at the corners of his mouth. Others don't need you for free, but you have to sign properly. Otherwise, I won't mind using you to train a bit more. He picked up the key from the table at any moment. The key showed room 103, which is the third room on the first floor. Speaking of which, it's quite faithful with this dungeon. With a strange smile at the corners of his mouth, Su Ming cast a meaningful glance at the landlord old man. Under the landlord old man's dark and uncertain gaze, he slowly walked toward his room. The girl with the long sword watched this scene, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her mouth. When Su Ming walked past her, looking at the cheerful players lining up to sign, she calmly spoke. I didn't see it coming. You actually have some sympathy. Her voice had a hint of magnetism, making it sound very pleasant. Brothers, I'm sorry. What can a lowly do? A mature woman is my true love. How can there be a player using a sword? That shouldn't happen. This is only a D-level dungeon. To be honest, this woman has top-tier charm, body, and looks, but she seems a bit unworthy of me. Others say I'm a colorful toad, how about you upstairs? The girl in front, carrying a long sword, contributed another wave of comments to Su Ming's livestream. There's no doubt, mature men prefer this type. After all, who can refuse a fresh, mature, and sexy woman? The key is, she can wield a sword. That's definitely a plus, right? Sympathy? Ha! Unable to hold back a sneer, Su Ming revealed a brilliant smile on his face. He casually waved his hand. He did not stop, but walked straight towards his room. This thing wouldn't even be touched by a dog in the ghost story world. If it weren't for the skill drawn this time being, equality for all, these players would all be dead. What does it have to do with Su Ming? But now it is different. The current players are basically like a bunch of disposable dolls. For Su Ming, they still hold some value for use. Creak. With a creak, Su Ming slowly pushed open the door. The room looked a bit dusty, perhaps due to long periods without anyone living there. Doesn't Rule 1 say to keep the room clean and tidy? Slowly closing the door, Su Ming began to seriously clean up. Actually, violating the rules isn't such a big deal, even though the 100 players here are like Su Ming's life. But unnecessary consumption doesn't seem very cost-effective. Knock knock knock. Not long after he started cleaning, there came a knocking sound at the door. Is anyone there? I'm your neighbor next door, I want to ask you. Get lost. Before he could finish, Su Ming impatiently shouted. He continued to clean up the dust in the room. Oh. Ha 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 ha. The neighbor really came. Hurry, open the door, hurry. He. Still not clean enough? The neighbor slowly raised his head, his eyes strangely staring at the player. Ah! The piercing scream echoed through the apartment, clear for all players to hear. On the first floor corridor. Su Ming smiled as he looked at the big fatty in front of him, speaking slowly. I can guarantee that as long as your foot dares to step in here, you definitely won't be able to go back. Do you believe it? He casually glanced at the fatty's outstretched little foot. A hint of mockery flickered in Su Ming's eyes as he planted the skull-crushing hammer on the ground. This fatty, is he weird from eating hormones? Young man, you don't understand the two-dimensional world. Have you seen the clee on that fatty? He's definitely a homebody. By the way, that old man before, he really was selling swords. If it weren't for Su God finding out he was sleepwalking, just signing contracts could have killed several players. The weirdness in this instance is quite cheap, but this weird fatty is particularly severe. But Su God was able to notice this? Su Ming's cautious attitude refreshed some people's perception of him again. Most players don't pay attention to this neighbor's lower body when chatting. So the death rate in this ghost story instance has always been high. Because the weirdness here is pretty cheap. Cough cough. The fatty neighbor's eyelids twitched suddenly, awkwardly retracting his foot, his eyes darting around. I was just joking with you. Don't take it to heart. I was just joking with you too. With a smile and a nod, Su Ming suddenly slammed the door shut. Bang! The fatty stood still, his icy gaze fixed on the door before him, showing no expression. After a moment of silence, he then bizarrely smiled and slowly left the doorway. Can even frame someone? Listening to the silence outside the door, Su Ming felt a bit emotional. These weird things in the ghost story instance are becoming less human. To make players break the rules, they are even playing Sun Tzu's Art of War. Chapter 41, Apartment 103, Number 5. Looking at the time on the wall, it now showed 11:30. Is it time to prepare for lunch? Feeling a bit of protest from his stomach, Su Ming decisively walked towards the stairway. He quickly arrived at the fifth-floor cafeteria. By now, quite a few players had gathered, exchanging experiences. Did you hear that? Just now, it sounded just like killing a pig, that scream, tisk tsk tsk. I heard a certain unlucky guy was killed by the neighbor? To these, Su Ming had no reaction. Probably just like himself, they encountered the old neighbor. Big shot? You also came to eat? Come sit here. A slightly skinny scholarly young man in the crowd pushed up his glasses, passionately invited. Glancing over, Su Ming slowly sat down next to this player. Want some water? Seeing Su Ming actually sat beside him, the skinny young man was pleasantly surprised. After all, this was a tough guy who almost got wrecked by the weird things. No need, let's wait for the meal. Gently shaking his head, Su Ming seriously observed the cafeteria environment. A dozen simple tables, some yellowed walls, and a kitchen covered in grease. Strange and loud noises were coming from it. Not to mention cooking. If someone told him that there was a brawl happening inside, Su Ming would believe it. Food is ready. With a shout, an old weird man in an apron slowly came out from the kitchen. He was holding a big pot. Strange aromas wafted from the pot, making one's appetite surge. What on earth is so fragrant? I have to take a look. The skinny young man sitting next to Su Ming could hardly hold back, standing up to walk toward the big iron pot. When he saw the food in the pot. Ugh! His throat contracted violently, his cheeks instantly puffed out, and some yellow-white substances started to spill out. Just as he was about to throw up, it seemed he remembered something, and his gaze gradually became firm. Then he strained his neck and swallowed hard. And, did he just swallow it back down again? What the hell? This isn't just ruthless, it's simply freaking brutal. This is the most shocking moment I've seen while watching live streams for so long. Swallowed it back? I really want to ask him what this thing tastes like. Puke. I can't take it anymore, I'm freaking eating, and I just spat stinky tofu right on my girlfriend's face. What to do? Asking for help online. Urgently. This is simply a screen-shocking blow. Even through the phone screen, it's enough to make some viewers vomit on the spot. One can only say this guy will definitely achieve greatness in the future. But it is precisely because of his ruthless act that he barely saved his life. What the hell? You freaking, puke. Two players saw the scene and simply couldn't hold back, vomiting heavily on the ground. I have to say, even for Su Ming, this is a heady visual shock. Can't tell, this guy is actually quite smart, just a bit disgusting. Although Su Ming had no expression on his face, when he saw the skinny young man gradually walking toward him, his eyelids still jumped. Then he quickly stood up and walked to a few nearby tables. Burp. Boss, why are you leaving? The skinny young man instinctively let out a big burp and still wanted to walk towards Su Ming. Until he saw Su Ming slowly take out the skull-crushing hammer, only then did he blink and sit back down, somewhat disappointed. And around him, at the nearby tables, no players dared to approach, looking at this ruthless person with terror. Hurry up and eat, or else, the dishes will get cold soon. Pointing at the dishes in the pot, the landlord old man showed a strange smile. After saying this, he slowly walked towards the two players who couldn't hold back their vomit earlier. Why can't you keep the room clean? The old man slowly hunched his shoulders, his single eye gradually turning crimson. I'm sorry. Thud. One of the players, pale and trembling, knelt on the ground, bowing his head uncontrollably. Boss, please, can you save me? The other player appeared to be smarter at this moment, looking at Su Ming with eyes full of pleading. You violated the rules, saving you would mean. Su Ming murmured softly, frowning. After hesitating for a while, he added solemnly, it'll cost extra. The two players, who were already in despair, showed joy on their faces upon hearing Su Ming's words. Afraid that Su Ming would change his mind, they excitedly spoke up. I have all the rule points in my bag, a total of 2,400, all for you. I have 1,800 here, and I'll give it all to you. Hearing this extremely satisfying answer, a brilliant smile appeared on Su Ming's face. Oh! Bang! The skull-crushing hammer instantly flew out, accurately smashing the old man's head flat. In the strange old man's slightly dazed eyes, his body crashed straight to the ground. Old man, first of all, I didn't provoke you. Secondly, I really didn't provoke you. Why are you hitting me? To be honest, although Su Ming can be a bit scheming and indifferent, he's actually quite reliable when it comes to deals. Why do I feel the streamer is so arrogant? Is there no moral compass left? Is there no strange element left? Newcomers? I remember sitting at the kids' table when I tried to reason with that strange guy. For some reason, at this very moment, the old fans in the livestream were surprisingly filled with a bit of sympathy for the strange old man. Maybe it's because Su Ming is a bit more humane. Whether facing Su Ming, the players, and the strange creatures, those who died, those who were injured, the remaining few were all paralyzed. Take advantage of him not waking up and quickly clean up your vomit. Slowly walking forward, picking up the hammer, Su Ming smiled somewhat kindly. Thank you. The two players came to their senses again, thanked him once more, and then quickly grabbed a cloth to wipe the floor. A few minutes later. Is it time to eat? The strange old man slowly stood up, somewhat bewildered, rubbing his deformed head. You just accidentally fell asleep. User is working on a translation of a Chinese story into English with high emotional impact, while keeping the original meaning in simple vocabulary. The translation should be direct and impactful. Su Ming stood next to the old man, patted his shoulder, and explained seriously. So that's how it is. Then just now, I think I saw someone dirtying the floor. You're just tired, your eyes are blurry. Pointing to the clean and tidy floor, Su Ming remained calm and unshaken. I see. The old man, understanding the reason, nodded in sudden realization. And quickly walked to the large pot, starting to serve lunch to the players. Line up, one by one. Holding an iron pot, spoon in hand, the strange old man shouted loudly. What is this? Su Ming, standing at the front, suddenly changed his expression. The iron pot smelled of a strange, pungent aroma, but inside, it was filled with rotting, pus-filled animal corpses. This scene made Su Ming frown involuntarily. Rule 1, no pets allowed. Rule 2, if you encounter an animal, quickly move away and notify the landlord. Then how did these rotting animal corpses end up in the landlord's pot? Chapter 42, Apartment number 103 NO. 6. Here you go. As Su Ming was thinking, a spoonful of rotten meat soaked in a foul-smelling liquid was dumped onto the plate, causing his brow to furrow. Don't waste food, meaning it must be eaten. Then, his gaze flickered slightly, and Su Ming's expression grew colder as he stared fixedly at the old man in front of him. It seemed like in the next second, he was about to smash the plate of rotten meat onto the old man's forehead. Ahem, you don't have to eat in the dining hall. Seeing Su Ming's expression, the old man suddenly changed color. He hesitated and awkwardly reminded him. If you're trying to fool me, you'll regret it. After pondering for a while, Su Ming temporarily gave up on the idea of smashing the plate, instead carrying the meal and walking up to the two players from earlier. Pay up. The simple two words, with a hint of amusement in Su Ming's eyes. Be boss. This is all my 1,800 points. One player did not hesitate and immediately opened the trade, giving all his rule points to Su Ming. What about you? His gaze shifted slightly, and Su Ming stared at the other player without blinking. I am sorry, boss. Actually, I lied to you, my rule points are all used up. The second player's expression was anxious as he stammered an explanation. He gritted his teeth. Since he'd already done it, he might as well go all in. Very good. Su Ming stood silently for 2 seconds, holding his plate, then slowly turned around, seemingly unwilling to say more. Thanks. Boom. But just because he didn't want to say anything didn't mean Su Ming didn't want to do something. The plate was on the table before anyone knew it, and Su Ming, holding a skull-crushing hammer, his veins bulging. With a loud crash, the player's head was instantly deformed, half of it caved in. This player really thought Su God was some kind-hearted person? I think this guy must have thought Su God was just a player. Even if he didn't like him, he wouldn't take it too far. Su God is so cool. Even his hammering stance is full of youthful hormones. Pain, it hurts so much. I feel sorry for this guy for 1 second. Oh my god, you guys see this exploding watermelon juice? The audience was not surprised at all. They were already numb to Su Ming's violent actions. It was as if everyone had reached an agreement. Su Ming was ruthless, whether against players or the strange creatures. He treated them all the same. He would crush them without hesitation. Maybe feeling he hadn't vented enough. Su Ming took a deep breath, the blood-stained and meat-smeared hammer glistening strangely under the light. Boom. 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 You lied to me. Damn. You really think I'm a saint? The hammer kept swinging. The player's body on the ground gradually compressed, his bones almost all shattered. Remember this for the next life, I'm never a good person. Slowly retracting the hammer, Su Ming's expression once again became calm as he picked up his plate and slowly walked toward the stairs. From start to finish. The player didn't even scream, he was beaten into a pile of meat mush. You got it dirty. The strange old man stuttered, pointing at Su Ming, wanting to say something. Su Ming slowly turned around, calmly waving the big iron hammer in his hand. What do you want to say? Look closely, the blood and flesh on the ground, did I do it? Clearly, this player threw the meat himself. I suggest blowing his body to medium rare and wrapping it in breadcrumbs. After saying this, Su Ming ignored the strange old man's reaction, leisurely walking downstairs. This plate of rotten meat cannot be wasted. So, I can only let my dear neighbor do it for me. The stairway was still quiet for now. In less than 2 minutes, Su Ming arrived at the first floor again, hesitating for a moment, and gently knocked on the door of the neighbor's house on the right. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Who is it, making so much noise? A familiar voice came, causing Su Ming's brow to twitch slightly. Isn't this the voice of that strange fat man from before? Just right, let's settle old and new accounts together. Open the door, I want to ask you for a favor. With his eyes slightly squinted, Su Ming spoke slowly. Creak. The door opened, revealing the fat man wrapped tightly in his pajamas. I have a feeling this fat man is going to have bad luck. Why is he wrapped so tightly? It seems like our Su God wants to take advantage of him. Little sister upstairs, do you want to touch my 8-pack abs? Forget it. This guy is using a stock photo. Little sister, message me, I'll show you a video. After a brief surprise, seeing the strange fat man in front of them, most people were not panicked at all. Instead, they were quite interested and kept spamming the comments, secretly looking forward to how much surprise Su Ming could bring to this fat man. Need help? Sure, we are all neighbors, come in. The fat man blinked, then reacted, with a strange smile appearing on his face. No need to trouble yourself, just help me eat this food. Pointing at his plate, Su Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Come in and talk. All right then. Slowly nodding, Su Ming calmly walked into the room. Bang! The door was suddenly slammed shut, and the fat man even locked it behind him. Sorry, I'm not in a good mood today, so... As soon as the door closed, the fat man's expression instantly turned dark. He quickly walked up to Su Ming. Then, with a lewd smile on his face, he slowly lifted the pajama he was wearing. I'll clean you up, and then enjoy it to the fullest, Under the fat man's pajamas, he was actually wearing a blood-red apron. Wrapped so tightly in pajamas before, this made the livestream audience's heart race faster. No way? I remember Rule 4 stated that you must ensure the neighbor is not wearing red clothes. It's over, looks like the broadcaster is done for this time. Hey upstairs, are you still asleep? This bizarre fat man won't be laughing soon. Just saying, you guys might not believe it, but when this weird fat man spoke, I thought he was a BT. Watching the fat man suddenly take off his pajamas, some players couldn't help but sweat for Su Ming. In clear violation of the rules, there's no way Su Ming's skills can still be invincible, right? As the fat man's laughter echoed, he stepped closer to Su Ming. At the same time, waves of black energy surged from his body, all rushing towards Su Ming. Oh? It also carries mental pollution? What the fat man didn't expect was that at this moment, Su Ming showed no signs of abnormality. Instead, a strange smile crept up the corner of his mouth. Calmly weighing the iron hammer in his hand. My dear neighbor, bang. What do you mean? Su Ming, with a smile that was neither smiling nor frowning, retracted the hammer, placed the plate aside, and slowly crouched down, gently patting the fat man's cheek, his eyes full of mockery. You think I can't see it? You wrapped yourself in pajamas like this at noon. Why, are you afraid of the cold? The fat man was about to argue when the huge hammer in his sight kept growing larger. Don't, Bang! The floor was almost smashed to pieces. Even if I break the rules, what can you do to me? His gaze gradually turned cold. During the smashing, Su Ming even put on steel wool gloves. Bang bang pop. Bang bang pop. Pop bang bang. It seemed he had found some strange musical rhythm. Su Ming's lips curled up, and he appeared even more excited. Isn't this rhythm so familiar? It's that dung beetle symphony? What do you know? Su God is just good at using tools. Why is it that there's clearly mental pollution, but the streamer isn't affected? Totally not beaver. Pollution? Su God is already invincible, why fear a fat little weird? It was the familiar segment again, aside from a small part of new viewers being shocked by Su Ming's actions. The vast majority of old fans were no longer surprised. It seemed that this guy, Su Ming, had never been afraid of the oddities in the mission. At the same time, all the players in the mission shook. Dizziness swept through their heads. Some players with poorer physical conditions couldn't help but lower their heads and rub their foreheads. Is this food poisoned? The previously weak young man's face turned extremely ugly. He had just forcefully held back his nausea and finished off the rotten meat on the plate. But unexpectedly, why did he suddenly feel dizzy and want to vomit? Am I lacking in something? Looks like this perfume is toxic? What's going on? Did I not sleep well last night? Countless players were puzzled, especially those nearby who exchanged glances, with a hint of panic in their eyes. Could it be that this mission is so twisted? As time passes, will it pollute us? Now, you aren't wearing red clothes, are you? Waving the red apron in his hand, looking at the fat man who resembled a boiled chicken, Su Ming spoke with a smile. Then, feeling the image was too beautiful, he mercifully added another smash, making the fat man's head completely burst. You say, should I kill you? Su Ming slowly stood up, picked up a cigarette from the fat man's coffee table, unwrapped one, and slowly lit it. Why yes, I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to help eat those? I'll eat. The strange fat man was now lying on the ground. His head, smashed to a meat pancake, slowly recovering, and his skull gradually growing back. But he still looked miserable. Like a boneless chicken claw, he weakly moved toward the plate. Then, he shot a terrified glance at Su Ming, struggled to stretch out his hand, and began to gobble up the rotten meat, fearing he would move too slowly. Su Ming would give him another big hammer. Is there anything else to eat here? Furrowing his brows slightly, Su Ming exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression appearing exceptionally calm. Like a friendly neighborly big brother. Yes. Yes. Behind the apartment, there's a vending machine, it only needs a little bit of cash. The fat man quickly licked the plate clean, his head nodding crazily like a chick pecking rice. Then where does the cash come from? Smiling contentedly, Su Ming set down the shattered skull hammer from his shoulder and gently lured him. Cash? You can just work in the apartment, or exchange organs for it. Nodding thoughtfully, Su Ming's lips curled into a smile. So, are you willing to help me earn cash? For example, do some work, be a black slave? The fat man's eyes bulged, struggling to swallow a gulp of saliva. Seeing Su Ming's hammer slowly rise, the fat man's face turned pale, reason finally took over. I am willing. After a moment of silence, the fat man sniffed, speaking with a face full of grief and anger. At the same time, he decisively took out a few bills from the drawer and handed them over with both hands. He wore a smile more difficult to bear than crying on his face. Hee, very smart, I really like it. Taking the several bills, Su Ming's frown slowly relaxed, and he enthusiastically patted the fat guy's shoulder. He unlocked the door and walked out of the room. By the way, I'll come to collect the protection fee at this time tomorrow. Although Su Ming's figure was no longer visible, his devilish voice clearly reached the fat guy's ears. I got it. Boo-hoo! Staring blankly at the open door, the strange fat guy slumped on the floor, unable to hold back any longer, finally bursting into tears. The fat guy was not wrong, behind the apartment was a huge vending machine, shining brightly. To Su Ming's surprise, someone arrived even before him, already picking food at the vending machine. Is it you? Su Ming squinted his eyes slightly, staring at the girl in front of him carrying a long sword. What's wrong? The girl's brows slightly furrowed, looking back at him with some confusion. What the heck? Is this fate? I have seen my goddess again. Hey upstairs, what nonsense are you talking? This is clearly my wife. Lowly party, please step aside, let me crush the older sister party. Actually, I think this older sister is just okay, her looks are not worth a tenth of my goddess. With black stockings photo. It must be said that the girl in front of him still had some beauty. The originally firm lowly party now had some audience join the older sister party. Although he didn't expect Su Ming to have an awakening, it's a nice choice to occasionally enjoy some pretty legs. Nothing. Su Ming withdrew his gaze and slowly shook his head. The girl's outfit was indeed somewhat unusual, which caught Su Ming's attention. But realistically speaking, what did these players have to do with him? Beef jerky, mineral water, a bucket of instant noodles plus a sausage. Although the food in the vending machine was normal, the prices were quite expensive. Just these few items that Su Ming picked cost a whopping $100. Even if he saved a bit, he would still spend at least $200 a day on food. For a moment, Su Ming really wanted to smash this capitalist vending machine. Grabbing his items, Su Ming ignored the girl and turned back toward his room. Hey. Su Ming slowly stopped and waited for the girl to speak. My name is Yu Xiaoyu, are you interested in collaborating? Not interested. His tone remained flat, and Su Ming never looked back. That's really too bad. Yu Xiaoyu stood there, lightly tapping the vending machine with her fingers, her eyes containing some inscrutable meaning. In room 103, Su Ming picked up the kettle, poured hot water into the instant noodles, turned on the TV, and then comfortably lay on the couch, waiting for the noodles to soften. Welcome to this live show, I'm the host of this station. Driven by the world, Volkswagen motorcycles. Choose Volkswagen motorcycles. What the heck is this? Chewing the beef jerky hard, Su Ming slightly frowned and pressed the remote again. Breaking news, recently, many fierce animals have appeared in our city, please residents. Fierce animals? Looking at this news, Su Ming put down the remote and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 44 Apartment 103 Number 8. What? My kidney is only worth $300? On the other side of the apartment, a player stared at the doctor-looking guy in front of him, full of surprise. He was the ruthless one who swallowed his vomit. This is already the discounted price, I just sold the last player for $250. Sell it or not? The doctor scoffed, with a look of disdain in his eyes, I'm only considering your desperate need. You know how weak your kidney is, don't you have any self-awareness? The skinny youth fell silent, his face dark and uncertain. Because what the doctor said was true, he had never lasted more than 3 seconds since he was little. WC. Pass it on, the streamer's kidney is weak, only sold for $300. Honestly, although this is a quick way to make money, doing this in the ghost story instance is undoubtedly equivalent to slow suicide. But it's not certain, what if working a job leads to death directly? I don't think it's a big deal, didn't I trade my kidney for an iPhone 6s last year? I'm living fine now, right? At first, this weak young man's live stream only had a few viewers. If it weren't for his earlier forced swallow of that thing, it's likely that the few remaining people would have run away. Now, watching him getting his kidney cut has actually made these few viewers more lively. I sold it. But I have one request. The weak young man seemed to have made up his mind, his eyes gradually becoming firm. What request? The doctor's mouth curled up in a strange smile, slowly asking. I hope you can give me anesthesia during the cutting. Don't worry about this. Slowly taking out a syringe from his pocket, the doctor chuckled eerily. The needle swiftly pierced into the player's body. The young man let out a muffled grunt. Then his body softly collapsed to the ground. When he awoke again, there was a centipede-like horrific scar on his waist, with blood slowly oozing from the wound. And behind him, more and more players were in line, filled with excitement. After all, cutting out a kidney is not really dangerous in the ghost story world. On the contrary, it can exchange for some money, at least it can help get through the first 3 days. Why not take advantage of it? As for working a job? Working a job is impossible, it will never happen in this life. Good luck to you all. A smile appeared on the weak young man's face, then he supported his waist and slowly walked to his room, leaning against the wall. But when he was going up the stairs, a smile appeared on his face, and his hunched body gradually straightened. This skill seems to let me clear the game easily? Licking his lips, the weak young man showed a proud expression. The skill he drew this time was super speed regeneration. This means, no matter how many kidneys he loses, he can regrow them instantly. This also means he can endlessly use the doctor to earn money and safely get through 7 days. When he first drew the skill, in order to verify its true effect, he even cut one off on the spot. He. With a sneaky laugh, this tough guy slowly walked up the bright staircase. But it seemed he was a bit too excited. He seemed completely unaware that Rule 5 clearly stated, there are no lights on the stairs and corridors. Meanwhile, on the other side, some hard-working players were standing in front of a bulletin board. Room 405 needs a teacher to help my child with homework. Educational requirement is college degree or above. Compensation is 100 per hour. Recruiting apartment cleaners, can work long-term 100, pay 150 a day. Recruiting human research assistants, interview in room 308, come if you're brave. These jobs don't look simple. Yeah, maybe these strange things are trying to trick us in various ways. Is anyone teaming up to go for interviews? Interview? No way. That human research assistant down there, could it be that they're specifically researching you? Surrounding players were discussing, looking at the recruitment notices on the board. Their faces looked a bit dark and uncertain. So far, no one dared to try, because it's very likely that trying would lead to death. RIP. Accompanied by a crisp sound, one of the papers was taken in hand by Yu Xiaoyu for a careful look. Tutoring, huh? Without any hesitation, her expression calm, she walked towards the marked spot on the paper. It's her again. Follow her to check the situation. A few players exchanged glances. A smile curled at the corners of their mouths, slowly following behind. Do you think those guys behind us are after the streamer's beauty? Goddess Yu. This is my 520th confession to you. I have long fallen into love and cannot extricate myself, loving you to the point of losing my mind. What a joke, I'm an old fan, how could I not know? In the last weird story quest, some guys tried to plot something bad, but Sister Yu chopped their tools away with a single blow. Ahem, upstairs, can you elaborate on those tools? As a cool and aloof goddess, Yu Xiaoyu's livestream still draws many viewers. Although she can't compare to Su Ming, just based on her looks and figure, countless young and passionate men swarm to her. Not to mention, she has extraordinary sword skills, which really adds extra points. Time slowly moved to the evening. After picking up a free dinner again, Su Ming, still thoughtful, called for the takeout service next door. He cleaned the food on the tray until it was spotless. Then Su Ming bought a cup of instant noodles and a bag of sunflower seeds from the vending machine, happily slurping the noodles while cracking open the seeds. Roar! Ah! Help me, someone help me! Suddenly, some strange sounds emerged from outside the room, giving a chilling feeling. Can't you be quieter? Do you have any manners? Pressing the remote controller in his hand, Su Ming switched the channel, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He then increased the volume of the TV again and continued to slurp his instant noodles. Knock, knock. After a while, a loud knocking sound came, making the door tremble slightly. Who is it? Just finishing the last sip of soup, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and asked slowly. Is it the new neighbor? I'm a tenant in 102, can you help me out? The voice sounded like a middle-aged woman, mixed with a hint of nervousness and anxiety. All right. After a moment of silence, a smile appeared on Su Ming's face, and he slowly opened the door. After all, rule number 9 mentioned that hearing a knock on the door during rest at night allows you to open the door for the neighbor and ask for specific reasons, right? What's the matter? As the door slowly opened, standing before Su Ming was a woman in a gray coat, looking a bit worn out, with wrinkles around her eyes. It's like this, I just discovered that there are animals in our apartment. Animals? Su Ming squinted his eyes slightly, tentatively asking, where did you find them? It was apparent that the woman had large streaks of blood on her, as if she had just been bitten by something. Can you come with me? I will take you there. Seemingly grasping at a lifeline, a flash of surprise appeared in the woman's eyes. I'm in a good mood, let's go. Surprisingly, after pondering for a moment, Su Ming actually nodded slowly, indicating for the woman to lead the way. Thank you. Just follow me, it's this way. Receiving an affirmative answer, the woman cautiously glanced in a certain direction and slowly walked toward the darkness. And Su Ming followed behind her with a smile on his face. However, his hands, at some unknown point, had been placed behind his back. Hey, did you notice? Is Sushin hiding something behind him? I took a screenshot, he's hiding a big hammer behind him, ready to smash the strange woman. I really thought the host was going to help this poor woman. I didn't expect it, it was all a misunderstanding. Seeing how sympathetic you are upstairs, do you often help widows and fallen women in the village? Even though the middle-aged woman looked pitiful, there was not an ounce of sympathy in Su Ming's eyes, as he was still preparing to crush her strongly plus ruthlessly. Just as the audience outside the live stream expected, Su Ming was still as fearless towards the weirdness as ever. Ah! Help! He. Having only taken a few steps, 2 screams echoed again, resonating through the apartment. Hearing these screams, Su Ming's smile deepened. This sound was made by players. Are you done? Where are the animals? Shaking his head, Su Ming seemed a bit impatient. The woman in front suddenly stopped her steps, her body not moving. But her head was turned a complete 180 degrees. A strange smile gradually appeared on her face. He. Neighbor, there really are animals. Where are the animals? Su Ming stood with his hands behind his back, common expression, his face also curling into a strange smile. The animal, he, is me. As soon as the words fell, the woman's body slightly hunched, and her wrinkled face slowly grew some gray fur. He. Ooh. Awah. A strange sound came from her throat, her body grew thicker, and her clothes were instantly torn apart. In this manner, she became more and more like a fierce animal. Grandma Wolf? Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, slowly pulling out a skull-crushing hammer from behind. The blood-stained hammer shook slightly. And Su Ming still watched the woman continue to transform with interest. Even if you transformed, your speed still. Bang! Su Ming was knocked away by the ferocious wolf claw, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. You're quite fast, huh? He licked his lips, excitement in Su Ming's eyes grew stronger at this moment. With a wave of his hand, the hammer flew back into his palm again. It's a pity. I can't feel the pain. Have you not eaten? A smile crept onto Su Ming's lips as he looked at the increasingly agitated werewolf. He shook his head in regret, as if blaming it for not having eaten. Awah! Seems that Su Ming's words ignited its rage. The werewolf fiercely clawed down at Su Ming. Su Ming slowly raised the skull-crushing hammer, with no intention of dodging at all. Awoo. Seeing the human before it so arrogant, the woman transformed into Grandma Wolf had an even more ferocious look. Didn't this guy say it hadn't eaten? Then let him see, even after starving for 3 days and nights, old wolf can still easily pin him down and ravage him. Ah! I take back what I said before, this ugly creature really deserves to die. Yeah, deceiving my sympathy. Fortunately, God Su is always on guard, that's why he hasn't fallen for it. Come on, have some understanding. When thirsty, one can do anything, it's just that she can't bear it, wanting to pin God Su down. What's wrong with that? Look at those strange, slime-covered fangs, I really want to have a tongue kiss with her. The audience in the livestream continued to brag and joke, not caring at all about Su Ming's life or death. After watching for so long, basically most people had already confirmed, Su Ming was either a deadbeat or the beloved son of the strange talk world. What these weird players did was simply more perverse than the last. Rip! A huge wolf claw slashed fiercely at Su Ming's shoulder. Though at this moment, that great hammer was less than 0.01 centimeters from his head. But none of this mattered anymore. In terms of physical quality, in terms of strength, damage, what could the human in front of it compare with? Who gave him the courage? Clang! A fawn, stained with a bit of blood, drew an arc in the night sky. Proudly retiring. Next, you should stretch out your claws and tear me apart. I have already immersed myself in this roleplay. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming slowly grasped Grandma Wolf's neck, unable to help licking his lips. It hurts. Too painful. Who the hell is scratching my face? I'm truly fed up. I feel the same. There's a cut on my shoulder, my face feels swollen, it's like being beaten up. All the players in the 4 buildings wore a look of deep fear on their faces at this moment. Especially after seeing others around them in the same miserable state, panic instantly chilled everyone's hearts. This copy was too terrifying. Even if they haven't violated any rules, they would still suffer damage. As for other reasons, these players had basically ruled out. It couldn't possibly be done by players, right? Bang! The ground was smashed into a medium-sized pit. Su Ming's clothes were stained with a large amount of dark red blood. Awah? No. Awah? Impossible. The werewolf stared blankly at its broken claws, its expression dull, filled with disbelief. A grand anomaly. Bang! Another few heavy strikes brought it to the point of not even being able to scream. 80. Bang, bang. The more it struck, the more excited it became. The more it hammered, the more comfortable it felt. Finally, after achieving 99 strikes, the special effect of the shattering hammer was triggered. This wolf grandmother stuck out its tongue, groaning softly, and dropped dead on the spot. After a careful examination, Su Ming's gaze turned a bit cold as he slowly lifted the giant hammer. A satisfied smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I finally got first blood, even if it was a middle-aged woman. Chapter 46, Apartment Number 103, Number 10. Su Ming looked around in the jungle, ultimately shaking his head in disappointment. This place was different from what he initially thought. Surrounded by silence and desolation, there seemed to be no hidden clues at all. Why is it again animal corpses? The landlord's eerie voice came out, making Su Ming squint slightly. Oh, it's so dirty here. Even though it's not indoors, I still feel. Bang! Looking at the slowly approaching old man, Su Ming showed no hesitation, directly swinging the hammer, hitting the old man's forehead hard. Ah! Is that brat impatient to live, is it you? Cough, cough, I was just here to clean. The old man, who was previously filled with rage, slowly raised his head to face Su Ming's cold expression. His face instantly became stiff, and then a look of fear appeared in his eyes. I didn't disturb you, did I? If not, I. Subconsciously touching his smooth head, the strange old man couldn't help but shiver. As a grand anomaly, why are you being so timid? Go take care of him? Old man, if you can do it, then go ahead, if you can't, don't whine. Honestly, I've visited countless live rooms, only the streamer made me so shocked, just with a gaze, scaring the anomaly to tremble. It's still Su God, simply appealing to all ages. The fearful look of this strange old man made many viewers feel as if they saw shadows of players from other live rooms. But unlike others, those players were tortured by the anomalies, struggling to survive. While Su Ming here was, torturing these anomalies to death? Forget it, just clean up. Su Ming smiled slightly and walked towards his room with the hammer on his shoulder. Indeed, the world of strange tales is actually no different from the real world. These things only bully the weak. At this moment, Su Ming shook his head helplessly. In fact, not just the anomalies, the players in this strange tale world, the vast majority were like anomalies. Enjoying to bully the weak and fearing the strong, adding insult to injury. As for trust, sympathy? Such compassionate things are often one's own death warrant. Creak. As he pushed open the door, Su Ming didn't go in immediately. Instead, he slightly closed his eyes, aimed at a direction, and suddenly swung the hammer. Bang! Pooh! Brother, I mean no harm. A spurt of fresh blood suddenly sprayed out from the empty air, and then a semi-transparent figure slowly solidified. Invisibility? Su Ming furrowed his brow tightly, his gaze flickering slightly. Screech! The sound of the giant hammer dragging on the floor echoed, as Su Ming slowly moved toward this player. I haven't seen you before, are you from another building? As Su Ming walked and looked, glancing at this unfamiliar player, he had an inkling of suspicion in his heart. Brother! I really mean no harm. Seeing Su Ming slowly approaching like a demon, dragging a bloodstained hammer. This player's pupils suddenly shrank. Bang! What responded to him was Su Ming's big hammer, solidly delivering a critical hit to his shoulder. Still not willing to tell the truth? Slowly putting on the steel wool gloves, watching the figure crumple to the ground. Su Ming's mouth curled into a strange smile. No, don't hit me. I said. Actually, I just wanted to use my invisibility skill to sneak over here and steal some cash. The player looked nervous and uncertain, swallowing hard, his gaze towards Su Ming filled with sincerity. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed in the night sky, and the player's face instantly became a bloody mess. The steel wires on the gloves acted like barbs, shredding pieces of flesh from his face. You are lying. Su Ming's gaze gradually turned cold, his indifferent tone devoid of any emotion. Aiming at the player's other cheek, he raised his hand again, seemingly ready for round two. Ha! The intense pain made the player gasp, disbelief filling his face as he touched his bloody cheeks. Tears welled up in his eyes, his voice trembling with a hint of sobbing. I'm telling the truth, our boss got the news that there is only one way to clear this instance. The player sniffled, seemingly resigned, and explained in a somewhat defeated tone. What's the purpose? Su Ming withdrew his palm, asking with a half-smile. That is? The player slightly raised his head. In the next second, a glimmer seemed to flash at his fingertips. Then, in a lightning-fast move, he fiercely swiped towards Su Ming's neck. Ha, do you know that the villain always dies from talking too much? Having confirmed that this strike hit its mark, the player trembled all over and started to laugh excitedly. Though he felt a dull pain in his neck, that didn't matter anymore. Ha 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 ha. You're just the first, our boss. What happened to your boss? Ha? Like a duck having its throat squeezed, his laughter suddenly stopped. A chill rose within him. Did you all see that? Something's off. I'm sure just now this guy's blade grazed Su God's neck, but why didn't he suffer a bit of injury? What I'm saying is there a possibility that Su God's body went through holy light baptism, bathing in divine spring? Damn. I can't come up with anything anymore. I think it should be a skill, but random skill power usually isn't this outrageous? Seriously, get him out for a P-test. Remember that sword girl from before? I feel like she was pretty strong too, I can't wait to see Su God fight her. Most of the audience clearly saw the blade swipe across Su Ming's neck. But looking at Su Ming, who seemed unfazed, they fell into deep self-doubt. This is ridiculous, isn't it? My, didn't the blade swipe over your carotid artery? The player slowly pointed at the blade, his speech becoming stammered. Go on, if you tell me everything, I'll let you go. Squatting down, Su Ming gently patted his shoulder, his tone unexpectedly gentle. Really? Actually Fake. Su Ming blinked, his muscles taut, raising the shattered skull hammer high. Bang! Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining Su Ming's clothes red. And the corpse fell soft to the ground. I asked you several times and you still didn't tell the truth, you really don't know your place. Su Ming's gaze gradually calmed, and with a sneer, he walked back into the room. As for this player's purpose. Actually, after Su Ming acquired equality for all, everything became unimportant. To put it simply, as long as Su Ming wanted, even if 99 players in the instance gathered to hack at him, all those players would suffer backlash and die. Su Ming himself would be unharmed. I just wanted to be a good person. But if you dare to provoke me, I won't rest until I've wiped you all out. Looking at the bloody and mangled corpse outside the door, a smile crept across Su Ming's lips. The door slowly closed, Su Ming took off his clothes and tossed them into the washing machine, then slowly walked into the bathroom. A key to whether a new book is popular is how many reviews it gets. Chapter 47, Apartment Number 103 and 11. After everything was tidied up, Su Ming went to bed early, and to avoid being disturbed by outside noises, he thoughtfully inserted earplugs. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. The strange old man knocked on Su Ming's door at 8 o'clock again, calling him to eat hot, bubbling meat from the iron pot. How many died last night? Su Ming slowly got dressed and headed to the restaurant on the 5th floor. 5 died? Counting the number of players gathered in the restaurant, Su Ming furrowed his brows slightly, then took a deep breath. If we look at the average level, then that would mean 5 died in one apartment, for apartments, so that's 20 died in a day? Be big boss, what's wrong? Seeing Su Ming's slightly gloomy face, the frail young man quietly asked. But his condition seemed a bit off. His already thin body looked even skinnier, and his eyes had a slightly yellowish tint, looking somewhat dull. Why does this guy look so familiar? Ahem, I feel like his condition is similar to mine after struggling all night. That's impossible, right? This is a spooky story dungeon, this guy must have been mentally tainted. Su God, stay away from him, what if you get infected? The viewers in the live stream began to guess his experience after seeing the player's appearance. After a heated discussion amongst everyone, they finally reached a consensus, this guy must have rewarded himself too many times last night. What's your name? Did you not sleep well last night? Looking at his appearance, Su Ming's eyes flickered as he slowly walked over and sat next to him. A strange smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Clearly, Su Ming probably had some misunderstandings. Big boss, my name is Li Yi. Ah, no, it's because I encountered a light on the stairs yesterday. Recalling what happened yesterday, Li Yi's face revealed a hint of fear. You know, in the pitch-black stairwell, some faint yellow light suddenly lit up. Then it seemed like a person was approaching me. I immediately closed my eyes and silently chanted, "You can't see me." I have no idea how long it took, probably about 3 seconds? I suddenly shivered, and then everything around returned to normal. After hearing this, Su Ming slowly nodded, then his eyes narrowed slightly. Unfortunately, you were still corrupted. Corrupted? Didn't I follow the rules? I feel fine. Surprisingly, Li seemed unaware of his own abnormal condition. Instead waving his thin arm with a puzzled look on his face. For a moment, all the players instinctively moved a bit further away. This guy was clearly not just mentally tainted, even his perception had been altered. Be careful. Su Ming rarely patted Li Yi's shoulder, smiling casually. Then he ignored him, picked up a plate of food, and walked toward the fat neighbor's house on the 1st floor. Open up. Su Jun, you're here? The fat man respectfully opened the door, then offered a few bills with both hands. Oh. A big good citizen. As Su Ming received the money from the fat man's hand, the corner of his eye twitched, shaking his head with some helplessness. Don't play this game with me, tell me what's on the rooftop? The rooftop? As the fat man, who was busy devouring rotten flesh, suddenly stiffened, a hint of terror appeared on his face. You must not go up to the rooftop, there's... What is it? Looking at his expression, Su Ming grew even more curious. And no, I can't say. The fat man's face gradually turned pale. Suddenly, his whole body sat down on the floor. Grabbing his neck, he struggled to gasp for air. Seeing him like this, Su Ming slightly squinted his eyes and chose not to ask further. He turned around and closed the door behind him as he left. Ugh. In a room on the 3rd floor, a series of violent vomiting sounds echoed. How could this be, ugh? Leaning over the sink, Li Yi's face looked exceptionally pale. A pile of vomit, already mixed with streaks of blood, emitted a strong, rancid odor. And on his body, fine yellow hair had inexplicably begun to grow. Brothers, come look, this streamer probably won't live much longer. What kind of pollution is this? Why do I feel like he is slowly turning into an animal? Brothers and sisters, I am called Divine Calculator. I can predict love, fortune, and karma. I already foresaw that the streamer would face a disaster. If you want me to read your fortune, give me a thumbs up, and I'll add you as a friend. Scam artist upstairs, get lost. Li Yi's livestream audience had never been large, but his toughness had attracted some viewers. But at this moment, Li Yi looked like he was on the verge of death. The audience scattered, leaving the livestream quiet except for a few loyal fans. Could what that big shot said earlier, ugh, be true? Have I already been contaminated? After a round of vomiting, he looked at the unfamiliar, thin figure in the mirror, his pupils constricted. This hair. Suddenly grabbing the hair on his arm, Li Yi's gaze turned fierce. He yanked hard. Ah! What the hell? The intense pain made him collapse to the ground, his body rolling uncontrollably. The part of his arm where the hair was ripped off had become a bloody mess, but as Li Yi expected, super speed regeneration was quickly repairing his skin. Staring at that part of his arm, confirming that the healed skin would no longer grow hair, Li Yi slowly let out a breath. Rip, ah! Z. Clumps of hair fell from his body, even though Li Yi's face twisted in pain, he still did not stop his actions. What's on the rooftop? Su Ming sat on the sofa, his brows slightly furrowed. It was only the second day, and nearly 1/5 of the players had already died. This instance probably isn't just about surviving for 7 days. At this rate, within 5 days, there would be very few players left in the apartment? The talent equality for all beings didn't explain if the damage done after all players died would affect oneself. Su Ming wasn't afraid to gamble, he just didn't want to. Since players can comfortably use their own health packs, why not take this opportunity to uncover more clues? It's time to go check the rooftop. Looking in the direction of the door, Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly as he murmured softly. Chapter 48, Apartment Number 103, Number 12. Thinking of this, Su Ming pushed open the door and slowly walked toward the stairway. This apartment had a total of 7 floors. But it seemed that the 6th and 7th floors had no players residing there, likely hiding significant secrets. Step. Step. A few strange footsteps echoed, causing Su Ming's expression to slightly change. He slowly raised his head. At the corner of the staircase leading to the 4th floor, a faint light appeared without warning. The light was slightly yellow, adding a sense of eeriness. Rule 5 states, the stairs and corridor have no light? Muttering softly, Su Ming squinted his eyes slightly, but his steps did not stop. Previously, that guy Li Yi had followed the rules at the first moment, but it seemed to have no effect. I want to see if you can kill me? Slowly raising his head, Su Ming took out the skull crusher and rested it on his shoulder, a strange smile showing at the corner of his mouth. Actually, even if I break the rules, I won't be the one who suffers. I just want to be a good person. Slowly taking a few steps up the stairs. The body was engulfed in light, and Su Ming's gaze swept across. What lay before him? Greatly surprised Su Ming. He began to understand why he saw Li Yi that morning looking drained. He must have truly been drained. What stood before him was a girl who looked about 18 or 19, her appearance almost perfect. With willow eyebrows and phoenix eyes, a cherry blossom mouth. Su Ming had to admit, even the girl carrying a long sword before seemed slightly inferior in comparison. Of course, what shocked Su Ming wasn't the girl's beauty. But rather, she was completely naked. What the heck was that just now? Why did it suddenly get pixelated? But I just sprayed milk tea all over my girlfriend's face. Is Sushin's livestream always this intense? I wasn't paying attention earlier, can someone explain what just happened? Cough, luckily I was recording the screen. Even though it was pixelated in the blink of an eye, I have screenshots, message me if you need them. I really hate people who hide things like this, brothers, let me share the benefits. Screenshot. Though most people didn't notice the moment, the screen quickly turned into a block of pixels, leaving them somewhat dazed. But still, there were some who clearly saw that moment. Her breathtaking beauty and perfect body made countless viewers rush to the bathroom. What exactly are you? With an increasingly serious gaze, Su Ming stared intently at the girl's bare body, gripping the hammer tighter. Ah! The girl let out a soft murmur, her bare feet touching the floor, her eyes seemingly full of charm. Just as Su Ming's pupils constricted to their limits, his arm ready to strike, the girl suddenly made another unexpected move. He saw her slowly squat down. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, her hand reaching towards the waistband of Su Ming's pants. That's too much. Bang! Without hesitation, Su Ming swung the hammer, aiming directly at the girl. This strike almost smashed her shoulder into a bloody mess. What a joke! Did he really fall for such strange seductive tricks? Rule 5 also says to close your eyes? What the heck, closing your eyes for what? The more he thought about it, the more disgusting it felt. Su Ming's gaze turned fierce, he raised the heavy hammer again, no mercy in his eyes. Damn, we guessed right. Isn't this strange? This is pure benefit. I'll give the streamer 1,000 if I can have this scene instead. To the LSPs above, I just came back from that player's livestream, he's in such a terrible spot now. Buzz. At this moment, the girl suddenly lifted her head, her eyes flashing with a strange light. In an instant, her figure seemed to transform into an afterimage, flying swiftly into the darkness before Su Ming could react. Hey! You revealed your fox tail. Watching the girl retreat so decisively, Su Ming awkwardly shouted, feeling a twinge of regret when he realized she didn't respond. What a pity the first strike had missed. If he had hit her squarely on the head, she'd probably not escape. As the girl fled, the lights on the stairs gradually faded, returning to their original state. Sigh, she really is a fox spirit. Rubbing his chin, Su Ming felt somewhat helpless as he continued walking up the stairs. He wasn't wrong. While she was escaping, Su Ming clearly saw the foxtail behind the girl, a light yellow, somewhat fuzzy. Passing the 6th floor, strange noises echoed in the hallway, seemingly trying to stop Su Ming from going further. Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming chose to ignore it. 7th floor. This place looked different from the other 6 floors, whether it was the staircase or the corridor. They all looked very old and worn, in stark contrast to the floors below. Hey! I suggest you don't go up. An old and eerie voice came, it was the strange old man in the apartment. You live on the 7th floor? With his eyes slightly narrowed, Su Ming gripped the iron hammer tightly, staring straight at the slowly approaching old man. Young man, heed my advice. The secret on the rooftop, you cannot grasp it. At this moment, the strange old man seemed to forget about fear, wearing a sinister smile, signaling Su Ming to leave. At that moment, Su Ming noticed that his equality of all beings had been triggered again, meaning both the instance and the weirdness seemed unwilling to let him go up. Old man, come here. With a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, Su Ming beckoned to the strange old man. I won't. To his surprise, the old man seemed to return to normal, looking at Su Ming with wide-eyed terror. Then he said nothing and hurriedly ran towards the 7th floor corridor. Did I really think this old guy was going to confront Su Ming head-on? No, did you notice he seemed to be in the same state as when he first entered the instance? Is he sleepwalking again? But doesn't Rule 3 say that the landlord must not be disturbed while sleeping, or else his mood will worsen? Is the one upstairs an idiot? What does it matter if his mood worsens? One hammer from me, Su God, and I'll crush your spirit. The physical kind. I really thought you were ready to confront me. Watching as the old man's back disappeared from sight, Su Ming shook his head helplessly and walked up the steps again. After a few steps, a door, either stained with blood or coated in red paint, stood at the end. The iron door looked somewhat old, with some rust on it. But that red was strikingly bright. Is it really blood? Approaching the iron door, smelling the strong metallic scent, Su Ming was a bit shocked. Then he pondered for a moment. Slowly raised the big iron hammer, aimed at the direction of the lock, and smashed down hard. I really want to see what's hidden inside this thing. Chapter 49, Apartment 103 and 0.13. Bang! The blood-red door was suddenly smashed open. What lay before Su Ming made his pupils constrict violently. The rooftop was like a blood-red hell, endless blood soaking everything around. Railing, walls, ground. Everything seemed to have been soaked in blood, and the entire space was left with nothing but blood red. The eeriest part was, the ground was covered with animal bodies, all soaked in blood, displaying an eerie scarlet, looking rather creepy and terrifying. He. In the very center of this rooftop was a figure wrapped in a red cloak, holding a blood-colored sickle, bent over as if slaughtering various animals. Blood trickled down the dark red sickle, dripping slowly onto the ground with every swing. As if sensing Su Ming's gaze, the figure in the red cloak slowly turned its head, revealing a rotting face, blood-red eyes, and teeth stained with blood. Ah! What's going on? My head. My head hurts so much, I don't want to live, let me die. I am an animal, he. Throughout the apartment, the screams of countless players echoed from the apartment to the rooftop, causing Su Ming's expression to change slightly. So terrifying, what the hell is this? I've seen this instance before, this strange ability is extremely abnormal. As long as any player observes it in any way, they will be cursed and contaminated. If we are now in a horror world, thousands of people would disappear in an instant? Then why has Su God been fine for so long? And why do I hear the screams of countless players? The weirdness before him was more terrifying than ever, just the sight of that eerie face made people's scalps tingle. Even the audience in the real world, separated by the screen. A wave of fear and anxiety surged. At this moment, some people had already inferred the general effect of Su Ming's skills from the reactions of players inside the copy. Wasn't this a clear case of invincible self-damage transfer? What is this strength of mental pollution? Taking a deep breath, Su Ming suddenly closed his eyes. This chilling feeling instantly vanished. And the players in the apartment, crying and howling, gradually eased their painful expressions. So, Rule 6, you must keep your eyes closed on the rooftop is the correct rule? In other words, the rules didn't actually want players to see this scene? Is it for the protection of the players? Furrowing his brow slightly, Su Ming pondered quietly. The figure clad in a red cloak only cast a glance at him. The horrifying mental pollution was enough to kill ordinary players 3 times over. But did I just see something? A rare look of struggle appeared on Su Ming's face. Because this presence before him was simply too absurd enough that merely being stared at by it could kill top players. Something's off, this copy shouldn't feature an unsolvable plot. Su Ming whispered softly. To verify his guess, he slightly turned his head, then squinted his eyes into a slit. Then he slowly opened them. Indeed, there was no response from the apartment below. This indicated that Su Ming's guess was correct. There might be pollution, but not much. The strength of mental pollution depends on the degree to which this bizarre presence perceives it. At this moment, Su Ming's vision was fixated on the bodies on the ground. Even with his eyes open, the level of pollution he suffered could already be ignored. Well, the level of pollution suffered by the players in the copy temporarily had nothing to do with Su Ming. What is this? As his eyes narrowed slightly, Su Ming's expression grew heavier. In the corner of the rooftop lay human bodies. And among these bodies, Su Ming discovered to his shock, there were a total of 25 bodies. Of these, 7 or 8 were already decayed and turned into blood water. While the rest of the human bodies remained intact for now, except for being covered in bright red blood, no other abnormalities could be seen at the moment. This is me? When looking at one of the bodies, Su Ming smiled eerily. That bloody figure was indeed himself. Ah! My head is going to explode. Why is God Su lying on the ground? Then who is this God Su now? Is it possible that this ghost story copy originally split the players into 2 identical parts? Talking about this is useless. Let's see what God Su will do next. Stop guessing. If I, with my Einstein-like brain, were to predict, this must be a silicone doll. In the livestream, viewers, already creeped out by the blood everywhere and the lined-up bodies, were shocked by the sudden appearance of Su Ming's body. This made them even more curious about Su Ming's next reaction. Would it be as reckless as ever? I see now. His gaze gradually swept across the center of the rooftop, catching a glimpse of that bizarre presence out of the corner of his eye. He. To his surprise, the voice of the red cloak seemed to have discovered Su Ming again, slowly turning its head, a strange smile hanging on its decaying face. An invisible terrifying pollution surged again. Ah! Which damn freak is this? My head hurts so much. Is this copy really that terrifying? Is this bizarre thing ignoring the rules to kill in groups? The painful voices of the players echoed again in the apartment, with some already lying on the ground, clutching their heads while rolling non-stop. Is this that person's skill? In the corridor of the first floor of the apartment, Yu Xiaoyu, with a long sword on her back, calmly watched room 103. At this moment, the room was pitch black. Evidently, no one was inside. Gone to the rooftop? A smile appeared at the corner of Yu Xiaoyu's mouth as she gently caressed the sword's body. His gaze flickered slightly. Strangely enough, at this moment, she did not seem to be in pain like other players, suffering greatly. Every time her eyes gradually turned crimson. The long sword on her back trembled slightly, and streams of sword intent merged into her body, driving away that shade of red. On the rooftop, Su Ming quickly scanned the area. Although it was only a brief moment, it was enough for him to grasp the general situation. He then swiftly turned his gaze away. Is this the real reality? Just as he suspected. The presence of this figure in the red cloak seemed solely for the purpose of slaughtering bodies. While the players' bodies remained at the outermost edge, as if it would take some time for them to be summoned. But, it definitely wouldn't exceed 7 days. About 5 or 6 days, and it will be the players' turn? If by then no one has cracked it, or if we don't evade the strange gaze after reaching the rooftop, we'll be killed instantly. Then this instance will result in a total wipe? Standing quietly in place, Su Ming's expression appeared somewhat strange. Chapter 50, Apartment Number 103, Number 14. Could it be that all players actually have their bodies waiting on the rooftop to be slaughtered when entering the instance? And what is in the apartment is just our souls. How interesting. Su Ming's eyes gradually lit up with excitement, and a smile crept onto his lips. Then he closed his eyes and took out the skull-smashing hammer. He slowly walked toward the center of the rooftop. Hee hee hee. The eerie laughter still echoed, but it had no effect on Su Ming, who had his eyes closed. Listening carefully, he aimed and took his shot. The hammer fired. Bang! Hee hee, ha? The strange laughter carried a hint of surprise, as if looking for something that had struck its head. Bang, bang, bang. You little punk trying to scare me, damn it. At this moment, Su Ming confirmed the rules of its pollution. As long as he could not see it, then it would never see him. In that case, you become quite adorable, bang. Another hammer came crashing down, and Su Ming heard the sound of bones shattering. This feeling is great, ha ha ha. Bang bang bang. At this moment, the eerie creature squatting in place was struggling to figure out which bastard hit it. Hee hee hee, bang, ugh. After over 10 strikes, the eerie creature could no longer manage to keep laughing, much like a chicken with its neck gripped. Ha ha, this is killing me, this creepy thing is actually brain damaged? Did Su God find its loophole so quickly? As long as it can't see, this eerie creature has no offensive ability. The streamer could have easily turned and left after discovering the clue, yet is this character so strong-willed? Bro, upstairs, Su God will take you to experience a different kind of eerie instance. Click to follow and don't get lost. At this moment, although Su Ming's vision was blacked out, the viewers in the livestream with a god's eye view were watching everything clearly. Su Ming was indeed going all out against the creepy creature. He couldn't see it at all, but he was using his feelings to furiously beat this pretentious eerie creature. One small step for daily exercise, one giant leap for a healthy life. Bang bang, pop. Swinging punches from both sides, Su Ming's smile became more and more manic. Ah ha, ugh, cough cough, ha ha ha. Hey! Big hammer goes perfectly with a big mouth. As time passed, some liquid soaked the soles of Su Ming's shoes, and it even felt a bit warm. Su Ming slowly crouched down, blindly feeling around with his eyes still closed. He placed his fingertip at the tip of his nose and sniffed. It should be blood? Then he put his bloodied finger into his mouth, the smile on Su Ming's face growing thicker. Is this the blood of the eerie creature? Quite nice. At the same time. Ugh, my tongue, why the hell is it swollen? Me too. This instance is terrifying, mommy, my tongue is numb, woo woo woo. Regardless of what they were doing, at the same moment, players felt something unusual with their tongues, growing increasingly panic-stricken. Some players even squatted on the ground, unable to hold back their tears. Bang! With the final strike, the 99th hit landed, and a prompt of failed execution echoed in Su Ming's ear. Su Ming felt no surprise at all. This level of eerie terror is several ranks higher than that old landlord. Since the old man couldn't be crushed, there's no way this guy could be either. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Turning his head to the side, a hint of regret flashed in Su Ming's eyes. I was just a little too restless. Ha ha, Ignoring the noise behind him, Su Ming returned to his friendly demeanor. He slowly walked towards the staircase. Connecting this with previous players from other apartments trying to assassinate him, Su Ming had roughly figured out the way to clear this apartment 103. Clang! The blood-red iron door slammed shut. Su Ming put away his wireball gloves and skull-crushing hammer, slowly walking down the stairs. When he reached the 3rd floor, Su Ming paused. Is it you? Did you just come down from the rooftop of the apartment? Looking at the girl in front of him, Su Ming slightly furrowed his brows and nodded slowly. Can you tell me the information about the rooftop? With calm eyes, Yu Xiaoyu asked. A glance was all Su Ming gave, his expression unchanged as he continued toward the stairs. As for the information, why should he give it to her? Just because she was a little prettier, or had a better figure? In exchange, I can give you 2,000 rule points. Yu Xiaoyu's cold voice came, freezing Su Ming's body instantly as if cast under a spell. Then he slowly turned his head, a friendly smile appearing on Su Ming's face. Why didn't you say so? I am the type who loves to help others and contribute. What else do you want to know? Just give me a little more. Like a mechanism being triggered, Su Ming now seems so considerate and understanding. Here he comes, the evil capitalist is here. Wow, Su God directly changes his face like a Sichuan opera, just hearing about rule points? Brothers, think about it. As soon as this girl spoke, she offered 2,000 rule points. Forget Su God, even I can't handle it. Rich sister, come closer. My specialty is being very long. Looking at Su Ming, who was completely different, the viewers in the livestream were almost laughing out loud. The seemingly cold-hearted Su Ming actually had this warm side? This caused the attitude of most viewers towards Su Ming to change again, with some cute girls and some not-so-straight men cheering for him. Stop, I just want the rooftop information. Player, Yu Xiaoyu has made a trade request to you. Yes/no. Without a doubt, Su Ming reluctantly accepted the trade. Looking at the 2,000 rule points that arrived instantly, the smile on his lips could no longer be held back. Cough, cough, it is correct that Rule 6 says you must keep your eyes closed on the rooftop, but it's not entirely correct. The key is that your gaze must not see the strange thing at the center of the rooftop, then you will be absolutely safe. With just 2 sentences, Su Ming smiled slightly, then turned and walked away. As for the player's body and the way to clear it, that would have to rely on her to figure it out. After all, Su Ming didn't lie to her about the information. Just based on that, Su Ming felt his conscience was truly good. Chapter 51, Apartment 103 and 0.15. Back in the room, Su Ming slowly lay on the sofa, slowly closing his eyes. The time is not yet ripe? Mumbling softly, Su Ming's brows slightly furrowed. Then, as if he thought of something, a smile gradually appeared at the corners of his mouth, and he slowly fell asleep. In the blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day. Are there only 13 players left now? Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly. The cafeteria now seemed a little empty, with only sparse shapes remaining. Big shot. Do you have any clues to share? Hearing the voice, Su Ming slowly turned his head, staring intently at the guy in front of him. Why are you looking at me like that? Li Yi's eyes flickered with surprise. Then sat next to Su Ming, took a deep breath, and his face became a bit serious. It's only been 2 days, and half of the players are basically dead. Are you a player? Huh? Looking at the large iron hammer slowly pulled out by Su Ming, Li Yi's eyes twitched nervously, and he stood up in a panic. What do you mean, big guy? It's nothing. A smile appeared on Su Ming's face. After confirming that Li Yi was not corrupted by the abnormality, he slowly set down the large iron hammer. Shaking his head helplessly, Su Ming held the tray and slowly walked toward the stairway. I remember yesterday this guy was completely corrupted, right? How did he become so spirited again? Fool. Isn't there a possibility that he has a resurrection or purification item? Indeed, it has been so long, these players must have some items by now, don't worry about it. Speaking of which, what happened to that humanoid fox in the stairwell? Shouldn't the streamer care a bit more and bring her some warmth? The viewers in the live stream didn't pay much attention to Li Yi's normal recovery. After all, some skills and items might have such effects, and what the viewers really cared about was, first, how Su Ming was going to clear the level, and second, where that naked little fox went. Bang! 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 Knocking on the neighbor's door, after taking the cash he handed over, Su Ming smiled as he watched him finish all the food. Then he went to the vending machine, bought some food, quickly ate it, and his gaze gradually turned cold. Pushing open the door, he walked out. It's almost time. According to Su Ming's speculation, this dungeon said it was to let people survive for 7 days, but based on the situation on the rooftop, that bizarre entity would definitely start chopping up players' bodies within 5 days. And once the players' corresponding bodily issues were not resolved, then the consequences. Naturally, it goes without saying. Hey! Hey, big guy! What's wrong? Hearing the voice coming from behind, Su Ming's eyes slightly squinted as he slowly turned around. Are you going to do a mission? I think you can take me with you. A somewhat panting figure quickly approached. Li Yi patted his unusually thin body and vowed loudly. I don't think that's a good idea. Glancing at Li Yi, Su Ming did not hesitate and continued walking straight toward the other end of the apartment plaza. There was where the other 3 apartment buildings were located. Since the players from the other apartments would eventually take action, Su Ming simply decided to strike first. I have my own value, big guy, take me with you. You definitely won't regret it. Watching Su Ming's figure growing farther away, Li Yi's face showed great conflict. His intuition told him that to survive in this dungeon, he had to cling to Su Ming's leg. Su Ming stopped in place, did not turn back, nor spoke. Seeing Su Ming stop, Li Yi immediately understood what he meant and quickly explained. It looks like you need to go communicate with the players from other apartments, right? I may not be good at fighting, but I still have some skills. The more people on the other side, the more obvious my advantages will be. So impressive? Could he be bragging? I think so too. This skinny guy looks nothing like someone who can fight, right? Skinny guys? What the hell? Your whole family is skinny. I'm stronger than your arm, do you believe it? I don't believe it, unless you show it to my sister. It wasn't just the viewers in the livestream who had doubts, mainly, because of Li Yi's bamboo pole thin body, many people couldn't bear to look. It felt like a bag of rice could crush him without air. It's no wonder the comments were filled with mockery. Su Ming, standing still, turned his head, as if he was seriously thinking. Let's go. After saying these 2 words, Su Ming continued walking toward the edge of the plaza. Thank you, big guy. Li Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. With a shy smile, he quickly followed. Inside the third apartment, a young woman wearing a mink coat casually sat on a dining chair, looking somewhat lazy. The details of the players in the second apartment have been figured out. Besides one player whose skill is frost magic, the rest of the players are almost powerless. The fourth apartment isn't scary either, those players are nearly dead, with only 4 or 5 barely hanging on. 2 players stood respectfully beside the woman, secretly glancing at her enticing figure, unable to resist swallowing their saliva. Then their bodies began to blur, slowly transforming back to their own appearances. Oh. The woman patted the dust off her mink coat, her expression somewhat playful. What about the players in the first apartment? We still don't know, Lin, she hasn't returned yet. The 2 players exchanged glances, helplessly speaking up. With the disguises given by me, you can't even handle such a small task? What useless fools. The woman suddenly stood up, her expression seeming a bit angry. Hey! Look! Just then, a player stood by the window, shouting in surprise. Isn't that Lin Chi back? This efficiency is just terrible. If nothing goes wrong this time, everyone in our apartment should be able to clear the level, right? After all, with Miss Yang here, we can sweep them all away. Yeah, I really wonder how many points we'll score this time. The players in the dining room were discussing excitedly, seemingly holding great confidence in this Miss Yang. Back? The woman sitting in the chair slowly stood up and walked leisurely to the window. Just one glance made her expression change slightly. Get ready for battle, he is not Lin Chi. Chapter 52, Apartment 103, Number 16. Below the apartment building. Su Ming slowly raised his head, looking up, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I've come to your doorstep, aren't you going to come down? After waiting for a long time. Seeing the unresponsive apartment, Su Ming couldn't help but frown. It shouldn't be like this, right? With other apartment players barging in so boldly, these players should at least have some reaction, right? Given the current situation, either the players in this apartment are nearly all dead, or they've formed a united front against outsiders? Boss. Let me do it. Seeing Su Ming's expression change, Li stepped forward, determination gleaming in his eyes. Is he about to unleash a big move? Frowning slightly, Su Ming subtly stepped back 2 paces. Players inside the apartment. You. Taking a deep breath, Li's chest puffed out slightly, and then his face turned bright red. You are all trash. In my eyes, you are worse than the boss's little toe. To be honest, with your cowardly turtle-like demeanor, even wiping the boss's backside would dirty his hands. Su Ming, question mark. All players in the third apartment, question mark. Haha, good one. So this is the special skill he mentioned? I see now, we misjudged him, this guy is definitely a master of words. Did you notice how philosophical his words sound? He's drawing the boss's hatred. If I were Su Ming, I wouldn't even need anyone else to move, I'd personally scatter this guy's ashes. As Li unleashed his verbal onslaught, the audience in the live stream erupted. They all expressed their apologies for previously misjudging him, this guy is definitely a solid talent. He probably raised the opposing player's blood pressure by several degrees. Not only the players in this third apartment but even Su Ming was dumbfounded. Good grief. So this fellow's special skill is to draw hatred onto himself? You bunch of soft-shell shrimp, do you dare to come down? Be careful, my boss could crush you with a single fart. My boss said that a simple wave of his hand would take out all your men and drag all the women back to warm the bed. Li seemed to get even more fired up as he spoke. A mouth was like a Gatling gun, constantly firing madly at the players in front of the apartment. Its speed was so fast, it sounded so loud, that everyone present felt ashamed of themselves. Su Ming's face grew darker, desperately suppressing the impulse to hammer this guy to death. Enough. Slap. A loud slap finally made Li awkwardly stop his mouth attack. Those two really are too arrogant. Big shot? I don't know how big he can really be. Standing by the 5th floor window, a young woman licked her lips, looking at the 2 people on the ground with a mocking gaze. Without a doubt. Although Li's method seemed a bit extreme, the effect was undeniably excellent. You 2 go take care of these guys, and you can use their bodies to replace your own. After pondering for a while, the young woman slowly turned her head, her eyes turning icy. Yes, Miss Yang. The 2 players behind her exchanged glances, a hint of joy appearing in their eyes. Then they quickly ran downstairs. You go ahead, they should be coming down. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Su Ming smiled. As he slowly put on a wire ball glove and took out a half-meter-long skull-crushing hammer from his storage space. Next, it would be a fierce battle. For Su Ming, pounding to death a whole apartment full of players was quite exhausting. No, big shot. Don't abandon me, I want to stand on the same front as you. I want the light of the righteous path to shine on the earth. Patting his chest, Li Yi's eyes were full of determination. Don't blame me if you die. Glancing at the Chinibya youth in front of him, Su Ming shook his head helplessly. Then he quickly walked to the staircase on the first floor. Finding a concealed corner, holding the big iron hammer without moving, a strange smile on his lips. No way, the streamer actually plans to launch a sneak attack? Is he not a gentleman anymore? You up there, do you have some misunderstanding about God Su? Who the hell told you he is a gentleman? So cruel, is God Su preparing to single-handedly challenge a whole building? Read more books, look at The Art of War. This is clearly called the 36 Strategies Hitting a Drowning Dog. Soon, it was an all too familiar scene of bloody violence, causing some viewers to develop a habit of opening the screen to record. Always ready to document Su Ming's violent artistry. Previously, someone specifically edited videos of Su Ming's brutal actions and posted them online, instantly making him a huge internet celebrity. Damn it, I'm going to torture these two idiots fiercely. But you can't say that, they are coming to us, isn't that a bargain for us? In the stairwell. Two players rushed down the stairs, their eyes suddenly brightening as they looked at the previously arrogant loudmouth. You little brat, I'm coming. Bang! Before one player could finish his sentence, a sharp pain suddenly struck his back of the head, causing his mind to spin, and his vision turned dark. Damn! You don't follow the rules of martial arts. The other player reacted quickly, leaping out of the stairwell, his eyes full of fear as he looked at Su Ming, who held a bloodstained hammer inside. Idiot! Kicking away the obstructing corpse, Su Ming slowly walked towards the remaining player. Weren't you talking big before? Why, are you scared now? Su Ming weighed the hammer in his hand, wearing a strange smile. Isn't this just a sneak attack? Damn it, why are you pretending? As Su Ming closed in, the player's face grew dark, slowly pulling an item out of his pocket. Damn! Big shot, be careful. Seeing what the player held, Li Yi's face changed drastically, and instinctively his body lunged forward, trying to block Su Ming. It's too late. Bang! With a hint of triumph, this player quickly pulled the trigger. With a gunshot, Li Yi stood frozen, dumbly turning to look in Su Ming's direction. This clothes are torn? Su Ming helplessly lowered his head. A large hole has been torn open at the collar, revealing the strong muscles inside. Ah! My chest, it hurts so much. This strange thing attacked again? My heart is pounding. At the same time, all players in the copy screamed out in agony, their voices filled with extreme pain. Including the player in front of Su Ming. How could this happen? My chest. A strong sense of weakness washed over him, causing his pistol to fall to the ground, while disbelief shone in his eyes. He had clearly hit Su Ming with a shot. So why was Su Ming completely fine while he felt a dull pain in his chest? I got it. Your damn skill is backfire. Covering his chest, the player suddenly realized. Correct. Then I'll reward you with a big iron hammer. Su Ming nodded in agreement and quickly rushed forward, not giving him a chance to escape. He grabbed the player by the collar, his arms' veins bulging, then he suddenly exerted force. Ah! No! Bang! As expected, with all his strength, a single blow overturned the player's skull. The scene was extremely bloody. Anyone else? Meticulously wiping the blood off his face, Su Ming revealed a brilliant smile. Slowly raising his arm, he gave the middle finger to the apartment in front of him. Chapter 53, Apartment 103, Number 17. Miss Yang, were they just taken out in an instant? Is there really such a powerful player at this stage? Obviously, Miss Yang is one. The players in the apartment looked at the scene before them, fear flickering in their eyes. The two players who had just gone down were the strongest fighters on their side, and they didn't expect Su Ming to eliminate them so quickly. This caused great panic among everyone. Quiet. The woman standing by the window scolded without turning her head. All of you come down with me, I want to see what gives this guy the audacity. Slowly turning around, the woman's face was icy, and her tone was exceptionally angry. After all, in front of her, Su Ming humiliating these players was nothing short of slapping her face. If Miss Yang steps in, won't this guy be wiped out in an instant? Yeah, that little brat doesn't know the sky from the ground. Seeing the woman finally take action, a glimmer of joy flickered in the remaining players' eyes. Everyone knew her strength. She was just a few steps away from the top players in the strange talk world. Let's go. The woman spoke with a bit of anger, then she walked down the stairs without looking back. The players quickly followed behind her. Do you think they might be scared? Li Yi stood in the shade, speaking with some doubt. If they are scared, should I take action and call a few more people down? If a fight breaks out later, remember to stand behind me. Su Ming stared directly at the seemingly honest tough guy before him, shaking his head slightly. If he had no ill intentions, Su Ming could nicely help him out, but if he was thinking something sinister. He. By the way, do you still have any rule points in your bag? I have some, but not much. Li spoke awkwardly, stammering. That's fine. Give them all to me. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then he slowly spoke. He could help others. But he wouldn't make a losing deal. I only have 200 in my bag. Stop talking nonsense. Looking at Su Ming's eyes, which were gradually growing colder, Li gritted his teeth and quickly initiated the trade. Ding. With 243 rule points transferred, Su Ming's expression finally softened a little. I increasingly feel that ever since Su Shin discovered a path to wealth, it has become darker and darker. Speaking of which, Su Shin does have principles, he only helps if there's money involved. What can a mere 200 rule points do? It's only because the broadcaster is in a good mood, otherwise, would he bother to take him? Sigh. If I enter the strange talk world after I die and my skills are as perverse as this, then I want to play however I want. It seems that most viewers in the live stream agree with Su Ming's insistence on taking money. After all, there's no free lunch in this world, players basically pour their hearts out. Those who are overflowing with sympathy often die the quickest. Once I collect your money, I'll try my best to help you. Slowly exhaling, a hint of a smile appeared in Su Ming's eyes, but if you're ready to self-destruct, then you can't blame me. Don't worry, big boss. You go west, I absolutely won't go east. Hearing Su Ming's warning words, Li shivered all over, then suddenly slapped his shoulder. That's good. With a somewhat indifferent shrug, Su Ming fixed his gaze on the staircase entrance. On his shoulder, the blood-stained big iron hammer swayed slightly. Such boldness. How dare you kill Ah Wan and brother Huang? Miss Yang, please make sure to avenge them. As a crowd of players came out from the staircase, they were confronted with two extremely tragic corpses. They couldn't help but widen their eyes, wishing they could tear Su Ming apart. They all stood before Su Ming, glaring fiercely. Oh? You want revenge? Then come over. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and, with a somewhat mocking expression, beckoned with his finger. I love seeing your dog-like helplessness, unable to stand me but cannot do anything. If you're a man, stop talking and just fight me. Slowly raising the big iron hammer in front of him, Su Ming showed no sign of nervousness at all. Clap, clap. A round of applause echoed, surprising Su Ming slightly, and he turned to look. It was a young woman in a mink coat, wearing a blue cheongsam underneath, just standing there, an invisible aura surged forth. May I ask for your esteemed name? Su Ming. Su Ming's gaze scanned briefly before returning, slowly uttering two words. Mr. Su. I wonder how you view this little woman. The woman's words made the surrounding players frown involuntarily. One player, showing a hint of indignation, pointed at Su Ming and Li Yi, his face reddening as he shouted. Miss Yang, you need to understand, it's these two guys who. Put. Is this the right place for you to talk? The woman slowly turned her head, casually summoning a small silver needle into her palm. The player, however, clutched his throat in sheer terror, gasping twice, before falling to the ground helplessly. Goodness, this woman looked so beautiful and gentle, who knew she was a tough character? Did you see her eyes? Killing a person is as easy as killing a chicken. Of course, otherwise, why would others show her such respect? Honestly, I really like this type. I just happen to sell this type, it's quite popular. Anyone upstairs interested? Watching the aloof woman, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but perk up again. With the most discussion about how Su Ming would deal with her. After all, Su Ming is famously cold and ruthless, a flower-crushing fiend. The players around had a deep fear flicker in their eyes, remembering her strange personality and merciless methods. Now how do you view this little woman? The woman tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a smile appearing in her eyes. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at this strange woman with a smirk. I think you're just a bit insane. You clearly killed your subordinate, yet you still want to win me over. Shaking his head with a chuckle, Su Ming slowly raised his head. How do you plan to win me over? Are you going to use your body to please me? Whoosh. As soon as his words fell, the woman's expression suddenly darkened, her fingers trembling slightly, and a silver needle flew out again. Puff. The silver needle seemed to pierce Su Ming's brow, yet there was no wound. Your sewing needle doesn't seem that effective, does it? Accompanied by a sharp pain in his forehead. The young woman's expression changed slightly. In that instant, Su Ming seized the opportunity, quickly stepping forward, showing no mercy, and brought down a heavy hammer. Bang! The iron hammer struck solidly on the young woman's forehead, causing it to swell up high. And her entire being seemed to transform into a unicorn. Chapter 54, Apartment number 103, number 18. Ah! I will kill you, you little wench. Only then did the young woman react, conjuring a handful of silver needles in her hand. And like a rainstorm of pear flowers, she fiercely hurled them at Su Ming. Szzzzz. The dense silver needles flew through the air, yet Su Ming remained calm and composed, standing in place. How is that possible? Ah! Ah! My body, why does it feel like I am in excruciating pain? All players in the instance were crying out in agony, and some were even rolling on the ground uncontrollably. Weren't you always so good at pretending, Suddenly, Su Ming grabbed the young woman's neck, gently teasing her chin with his hand. Now, why aren't you pretending anymore? I clearly am so strong, you can't possibly withstand this. At this moment, the young woman appeared extremely helpless, her entire body slumped on the ground. And her hands weakly clawed at Su Ming's arm. Her eyes filled with pain and disbelief. Why did her ultimate technique rainstorm of pear flowers have no effect on this guy right in front of her? She definitely hit him, right? And why did her body feel so numb and tingly, as if pricked by needles? Ha ha ha. I knew it, this guy is definitely going to be dumbfounded. I finally understand, Su God's skill must be transferring damage to other players, right? How twisted is that? I just want to ask, from the first dungeon onward, hasn't every one of Su God's skills been overpowering? Indeed, I came here just to watch the cheaters. The viewers in the live stream, upon seeing this scene, felt a rush of delight even from behind the screen. Watching the young woman's extremely miserable and dumbfounded appearance, the viewers felt as if they were there in person. As if it was not Su Ming brutalizing her, but themselves outside the live stream. Li Yi. What's up, boss? Hearing Su Ming call him, Li Yi hurriedly ran over, his expression respectful as he asked. I have a task for you, go help me block their stairway. Don't let anyone in. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Su Ming spoke with a smile. But even though Su Ming did not appear fierce at all the surrounding players felt a chill. This guy is planning to wipe them out? Don't worry, boss. As long as I still breathe, absolutely no one will get in. Take this. Casually tossing the large iron hammer to Li Yi, Su Ming slowly nodded. The reason he did this was that he discovered a hidden rule: players in different apartment buildings cannot enter each other's apartments. This was also why he didn't rush in after killing the previous two. Brothers, let's kill him. If we don't take him down, none of us will survive. Quick, back to the apartment, this guy is completely a devil. The cacophony of voices erupted again, as all the players rushed toward the stairway in a panic. Bang! Struggling to swing the heavy iron hammer, he sent one player flying. Li Yi slowly wiped the sweat off his forehead, breathing slightly heavy, with a cold expression. I said, as long as I still breathe, you all will not get inside. The hammer stood firmly on the ground. Li Yi's gaze was like a hungry wolf, becoming extremely fierce and brutal. Charge! Brothers, this guy looks weak, he must be pretending. Li Yi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his acting was that poor? Did he get seen through just like that? Damn it, I'm going all out. Determined, he raised the heavy iron hammer again and swung it toward the trash-talking wench. Now, let's talk about the two of us? What do you want to say? The young woman was firmly pinned underneath Su Ming. Eyes filled with anger. Are there any rule points? No. Without thinking, Miss Yang firmly refused. Smack! The steel wire ball fiercely scraped across the young woman's cheek, taking away a large chunk of flesh. Ah! A sharp scream rang out, leaving everyone present slightly stunned. Are there rule points? I have, woo-woo. Ultimately unable to withstand Su Ming's intimidation, the young woman lowered her noble head, touching her bloodied and swollen cheek, speaking with a hint of tearfulness. That's more like it. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction, casually opening the transaction interface, all. Ding! 10,023 rule points credited. Now, can you let me go? The young woman, her eyes red and filled with shame and anger, shouted. Ah! To everyone's surprise, Su Ming's expression was even more exaggerated than that of the young woman. Wide-eyed, he exclaimed in disbelief, when did I say that if you pay me, I would let you go? You, smack. Another fierce slap came, completely shocking the young woman. What you? I have a principle, anyone who wants to kill me. Su Ming calmly stroked the young woman's bloodied cheek, his face filled with tenderness as he continued. Anyone who wants to kill me, I will, first make sure to kill them completely. So, smack. As his gaze gradually turned cold, a hint of a smile appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The slap struck a third time. You beast, you kill me, hurry and kill me. Unable to accept such humiliation, tears flowed from the young woman's eyes as she screamed with all her might. No, I must take advantage of this. As Su Ming's words fell, the fear deepened in the young woman's eyes. You cannot be so beastly, no, worse than a beast. The young woman's tone was filled with extraordinary anger, her hands trembling as they shielded her chest, her body shivering continuously. What did I just hear? Did I hear it wrong? Woe, my aloof male god, why would you say such wolfish words? Shocked. A well-known streamer collapses today, actually doing such things to female players in the world of strange tales. I am a UC editor, does that guy above have any interest in working at UC? As soon as Su Ming spoke this line, the audience in the live stream erupted. After all, no one expected that the always calm and indifferent Su Ming would say such things. Some young girls in the live stream almost fainted in tears. What are you thinking? I'm not interested in you. I just want to deal with these players before that guy Li Yi dies. Gently shaking his head, Su Ming raised his head and looked toward the direction of the stairs. However, it didn't matter if he didn't look, just one glance made Su Ming's eyes twitch. Goodness, Li Yi was covered in grotesque wounds, blood constantly flowing. And most crucially, a player was holding a dagger, fiercely stabbing toward Li Yi's neck. Watch out. Su Ming rushed forward quickly, but it seemed he was still a step too late. Lone Star 9 Styles, Falling Plum. At the critical moment, a crisp voice rang out, accompanied by waves of sword energy resembling plum blossoms. Puff, puff. Puff. With just this strike, more than half of the 10-odd players present fell. Immediately after, a girl in a light blue long dress, carrying a long sword on her back, slowly stepped forward. Is it you? Su Ming looked at the girl in front of him and slowly spoke. Is it enough to pass if I collect the bodies of these players? Yu Xiaoyu slowly turned her head, her gaze calm as she spoke. Clearly, she had roughly guessed the so-called conditions for passing the level. Sword energy? Su Ming had no reaction. But the young woman who collapsed on the ground suddenly exclaimed, terror appearing in her eyes. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sword energy can only be obtained from at least an A-level dungeon. I am among the strongest of the new players, yet. Su Ming grabbed two nearby players and violently smashed their heads together. Oh. Licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, Su Ming slowly turned his head back, speaking with a semblance of a smile. Of course, you are the exception. Facing Su Ming's gaze, the young woman trembled even more intensely, like a frightened little rabbit. Don't look at me, I'm not that kind of person. Glancing at Yu Xiaoyu, Su Ming slowly shook his head, his expression remaining quite calm. But this person, she seems. Tremblingly extending her finger, the young woman's eyes were still filled with disbelief as she looked at Yu Xiaoyu. Surprised? Who said that sword energy needs to be exchanged to obtain? A sliver of sword light gathered at her fingertips, and Yu Xiaoyu's lips curled into a slight smile. Puff. The young woman blankly lowered her head, her wide eyes unable to close. A splash of crimson blossomed at her chest, like a blood-stained rose. She still couldn't understand even in death. Why a proud existence like herself encountered two cheaters in the same instance? What does she mean? That it can be obtained without exchange? After watching the live stream for so long, this is definitely the most abnormal player besides Su God. I think a big shot once revealed that sword techniques start at least at 100,000 rule points? Is it possible she meant that these are all insights she comprehended herself? In the live chat room, the audience watched the scene before them, all a bit shocked. If this woman truly is a new player, it means she has already comprehended sword intent in the real world? But most of the audience remained skeptical, speculating the most that she must have gained certain opportunities in the world of horror tales. I killed her, you have no objections, right? A cold voice came, causing Su Ming to shake his head helplessly. I originally planned to smash her to death, you just acted first. And I advise you not to have any thoughts about me. Still killing players one after another, a faint smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. After a long silence, Yu Xiaoyu slowly lowered her finger, her gaze tinged with a hint of a smile. How could that be? You're overthinking. Then her expression became sharp again. Drawing the long sword from her back, she swiftly slashed at the players beside her, almost instantly killing them. Su Ming was even harsher. At this moment, he had already retrieved the heavy hammer from Li Yi's hands. The clang-clang sounds continued. Each heavy blow could crush a player's head into mush. As for the pleas for mercy and screams from these players, both were completely ignored by the two. Su Ming's gaze slightly turned cold, and as he killed the last player, he withdrew the heavy hammer, slowly walking down towards his apartment building. She wants to kill me. I must kill her first. Is there any way? With his back to Yu Xiaoyu, a strange smile floated on Su Ming's face as he whispered. If it wasn't for her roughly guessing his skill, perhaps that sword energy was aimed directly at him. What does Su God mean? Is he preparing to deal a fatal blow to my goddess? To be honest, if the two of them really fight, I think Su God is at a disadvantage, but if he uses Su God's skills. I also noticed that at first she looked at Su Ming with unusual eyes. You can't hide the intention to attack someone. I hope she doesn't do anything foolish. Otherwise, with Su God's extremely cruel methods. Su Ming's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but the viewers in the live chat still clearly heard it. Many felt a bit worried about this. If Su Ming really used a deadly move, wouldn't that mean one less beautiful streamer in the future? It's worth noting that many viewers had already secretly searched for Yu Xiaoyu's livestream. Yu Xiaoyu stood still, glancing at the somewhat unconsciously Yi. Her brows furrowing slightly, her expression changing a bit. Sigh. In the end, she slowly continued to carry the long sword on her back. The expression returned to calm. Walking up the stairs, it wasn't long before he reached the 7th floor. Su Ming unhesitatingly walked towards a room. Bang bang bang. Who is it? An old voice came from within the room as the knocking sounded. Su Ming said nothing, his expression calm as he continued knocking on the door. Which one is it? The door slowly opened, revealing the strange old landlord. Oh, it's you? What do you want from this old man? In Building 3, I need you to help me carry 3 bodies to the rooftop, no objections, right? Fixing his gaze on the landlord's only remaining eye, Su Ming's eyes remained calm. What objection could I have? Leave it to me. Hearing this, Su Ming slowly lowered his arm that held the hammer. Actually, I really have no objections. On the contrary, I feel exceptionally happy. Coughing awkwardly with an embarrassed expression, the tension and panic in the landlord's eyes vanished, replaced by joy. You all. Watching the landlord's expression, Su Ming guessed some of the backstory. Well, actually, those animal bodies are us, all the residents here are sheep waiting to be slaughtered. If we can't find other bodies to substitute, it will be our turn sooner or later. Su Ming followed the landlord down the stairs step by step. At this moment, light reappeared in the stairwell, revealing a naked girl with a fox tail. Xiaoxin, what are you doing? Hurry up and put your clothes on. Before Su Ming could react, the landlord shouted angrily. Then the light went out, and the girl's figure disappeared again. That's my granddaughter. Let's go. Su Ming's calm voice came through, as he continued down the stairs. From start to finish, he had no thoughts about this flirtatious fox. About half an hour later, the landlord's figure slowly appeared, his body carrying 3 unearthed bodies. But now, these bodies had become stiff. As time passed, they gradually grew a bit cold. Quick! Change them while we can. A hint of anxiety was seen in the landlord's eyes. Behind him was the strange fat man and a neighbor Su Ming had never seen before. There are a total of 18 human bodies, but we only got 9. At this moment, the landlord and the fat man had some strange wounds on them, their clothes were also a bit tattered. They looked quite pitiful. What happened? Taking one of the bodies, Su Ming's eyes slightly flickered. It's nothing, just those few little rabbits from Building 4 trying to snatch bodies from us, they're young and strong. Oh. Casually nodding, Su Ming carried the player's body toward the stairs. Dude. Wait for me. Li Yi was also struggling to drag a body, laboriously trailing behind Su Ming. His face was red, gasping for breath from time to time. This body of yours is really... At the back, Yu Xiaoyu looked at Li Yi's figure, her eyes flashing with deep disdain. Finally, the corner of her mouth curled into a sneer. Lifting a body with one hand, she quickly passed Li Yi, heading up the stairs. Wah! I'll buy 10 girlfriends to train when I get back, I won't let anyone say I'm a softie. Li Yi's desperate roar echoed through the stairs. His cries were relentless. Young man, lighten up. My old man's body is better than yours. The landlord laughed and patted Li Yi's shoulder, slowly making his way upstairs. Pushing the rooftop door open again. Su Ming suddenly lowered his head, letting his gaze only rest on the tips of his shoes. Then he slowly walked forward, stopping to feel around with each step. He. The strange being, halfway through a laugh, slowly lowered its head, a hint of confusion appearing in its rotting hollow eyes. Just now, did something touch my butt? Suddenly turning around. Surrounding him were only the scattered animal and human bodies, there seemed to be nothing else. After scanning for a while, the strange being slowly shook its head, the cloak once again covering its rotting face, lowering its head to continue chopping at the animal bodies. Hey, Su God, are you doing this on purpose? This is not a little lowly, nor is it a beautiful woman, this is a skeleton. Crying. Who knows? Maybe the streamer just likes this kind of thing? Upstairs, you are slandering my Su God brother, dare to give an address? Be careful, we Su family troops will settle the score with you. Watching Su Ming's palm touch the inappropriate place, the barrage once again became dense. Many people began to suspect Su Ming's current audience preference. After all, it has been so long, but they have not seen him show kindness to any female players or the strange attitudes. Of course, except for Bai Miao. Su Ming slowly retracted his palm, then slowly moved away, continuing to explore the body on the ground. Found it. A familiar face appeared in Su Ming's sight, his gaze shifted slightly. But he did not act immediately. Neither did the trembling Li Yi nor the indifferent Yu Xiaoyu, they simply stood in front of their own bodies silently. Don't worry too much, as long as you can't see it, we don't exist in its world. Just stab your own body, smear the blood on another replacement body. But even though the strange old man explained in such detail, the three remained unmoved. Su Ming even closed his eyes, relying on the sound source, walking all the way to the old man's side. You go first. Patting the old man's shoulder, Su Ming spoke softly. To be honest, Su Ming was a bit uneasy about this. What if the strange old man was lying to him? Then, if he can't kill him, just let him kill the fox granddaughter behind him. Thinking of this, Su Ming suddenly felt much more secure, decisively taking a few steps back and grabbing the thigh of the fox girl. Don't move. If you move again, do you believe I will knock you out? Feeling the girl's body seem to struggle a bit, Su Ming tightened his grip. His tone became extremely dangerous. I have no need to lie to you. The old man smiled helplessly, took a deep breath, and then quickly tore apart a weasel body, staining the player's body with its blood. Then a bizarre scene unfolded. The blood-soaked weasel body gradually transformed into an old man, and then the two old men became ethereal, slowly intertwining. Done, it's that simple. Can you let go of my granddaughter now? Listening to the fox girl beside him making some painful whimpers, the old man's tone seemed a bit pained. No, wait for me for 3 minutes, once I'm done, I will naturally let go. Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming raised his hand, gripping the girl's neck, then walked towards his own body. 3 minutes later. After Su Ming fused with the body, he felt an unusual comfort. Only then did he satisfyingly slowly release the girl. In the palm, it seemed there was still a faint trace of the girl's warmth remaining. Dinner time. The strange old man wore a faint smile, bringing out a steaming iron pot. Inside there were still. Where did these corpses come from? Li, standing nearby, frowned slightly, speaking with some confusion. These are the animal corpses that it slaughtered. With a hint of self-deprecation, the old man bitterly added, you could also say that these are all our deceased companions from before. Yes, at first we all thought it would be fine as long as we could replace your human bodies. The fat man took a plate of rotten meat, along with Su Ming's portion, and spoke helplessly. So that's why you used despicable and vile methods to lure us to break the rules? Pointing at the fox-tailed girl behind the old man. Li Yi seemed to recall something unbearable from the past and cursed loudly. But you didn't suffer. The strange old man rolled his eyes, responding impolitely. But I, woo. Li Yi's voice was tinged with tears. If he remembered correctly, he had only closed his eyes for a few seconds. By the way, big guy, can I get lost? Chewing on the bread he bought from the vending machine, Su Ming spoke with a blank expression. Feeling a bit disappointed, Li Yi silently returned to his seat at the dining table. Hey. This guy is feeling wronged. What about it, little dog? If not, let me take over. Truly, born with a silver spoon but unaware of his fortune. Look at his expression, it's like he's so ashamed he could sink into the ground. Dying of laughter, haha. Do not mock others' shortcomings, but learn from their strengths. Young man, rat's tail juice. Although Li Yi was a bit fast, that wasn't a reason for the viewers in the livestream to mock him without limits. Some viewers were immediately silenced, and those who went too far were awarded a 10-year account ban. I must say, such people are truly despicable. Where are the others? Just as the atmosphere fell into silence, Su Ming's calm voice broke through. What, others? Upon hearing this, the strange old man froze in place, panic appearing on his face. I wanted to ask, if the player's body is no longer enough, then what will happen to the other strange beings in this apartment? Slowly raising his head, a chill surfaced deep in Su Ming's eyes. Chapter 57, Apartment Number 103, Number 21. If they don't get a body, those guys will go berserk. Stammering out this sentence, the strange old man's expression grew awkward, his lone eye swirling restlessly in its socket. I guessed it. Little did he know, Su Ming was not surprised at all. He slowly pulled out a cigarette from the fat man's pocket and lit it. You all deserve to die. Why didn't you replace my body? You all truly deserve to die. I will kill you all. Outside the dining room, a deafening voice rang out, changing the expressions of all players except for Su Ming and Yu Xiaoyu. Only Li Yi appeared somewhat calm. But those clueless players were now staring blankly upwards at the neighbors at the dining room door. What's going on? These strange beings can't kill us, and now they dare to show themselves? Why? I clearly didn't break any rules. I don't want to die here, I'll fight them. The strange beings outside the dining room wore eerie smiles, some were dressed in red belly bands, others in red jackets, and some in red stockings. This meant that they could now directly attack the players. I can handle it alone, you all wait a little. Casually glancing at the players in the dining room, Su Ming slowly stood up, shouldering the skull-crushing hammer with no expression on his face. It's starting, could it be that Su Shin is preparing to fight a group alone? Speaking of which, did you notice the broadcaster's strength? Has he used a basic gene tonic? More than 10 strange beings, can Su Shin brother handle it? I'm really scared. If you're scared, hide in your bed. As for the bed, brother has already warmed it up, send the address and brother will come get you. Seeing this scene, the audience secretly worried for Su Ming. After all, these weren't just over 10 huskies, but over 10 strange beings. You must know, even the most ordinary strange being can kill a bunch of ordinary people in an instant. You little punks think you can go berserk? Licking his lips, Su Ming slowly raised the skull-crushing hammer in his hand. Let me tell you, when I go crazy, even I am afraid of myself. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming directly brought the hammer down on a strange being's head next to him. Blood and brain matter exploded everywhere. Bang! Bang bang! While the strange being was still stunned, Su Ming quickly struck, knocking it unconscious. How dare he? Old Yang, hold on. Quick, kill this guy. I must get my body back. He. The strange voices continued as more than 10 strange beings lunged towards Su Ming all at once. With the sharpest claws, it tore at Su Ming. With the sharpest teeth, it viciously bit into his shoulder. However, my shoulder. And my belly, why is it burning with pain? It hurts so much. How could this be? They're clearly attacking that big shot, my waist. Su Ming focused on catching a strange one and smashing it hard. While the players behind him were lying on the ground, howling like ghosts, as if they had suffered cruel abuse. Bang! The 99th hit. It seemed he reached a certain breaking point. Su Ming breathed heavily and stopped with a satisfied expression. Then he somewhat disdainfully tossed the strange corpse away. He scanned the surroundings, and his eyes once again revealed a hint of hunger. Mine, all mine. Ha ha ha. Bang! He spotted a strange one wearing a red hat and jumped up for a violent slam. Not knowing how long had passed. Clang! After a busy day, Master Su finally released the heavy iron hammer in his hand. Now this is more like it, right? As long as I kill these strange ones, no one will tell me the rules anymore, right? Su Ming slowly raised his head, quietly staring at the strange old man and the fat guy. Then he grinned, revealing his white teeth. What he said makes so much sense, I see nothing wrong with it. Exactly, like when encountering a robber, as long as I killed a robber first, he can't rob me anymore. Though that makes sense, aren't you becoming a murderer then? Upstairs, don't mind those details, I'm just making a metaphor. The viewers in the livestream were discussing the truth Su Ming spoke of, but very few noticed the strange corpses on the ground. It seemed everyone was gradually getting used to Su Ming's various violent actions. After all, once you adapt for a long time, your body slowly gets used to it. You saw it too, we didn't lay a hand. Seemingly sensing that Su Ming's gaze was off, the strange old man hurriedly pulled the fox-tailed girl behind him, speaking nervously. What are you thinking? We still need you to cook for us these days. Slowly standing up, Su Ming walked forward and gently patted the strange old man's shoulder. His blood-stained face looked quite friendly. So, you wouldn't say I'm littering, would you? Pointing at the corpses sprawled on the ground, Su Ming's mouth curved into another smile. These guys were smashed out one by Su Ming's crazy 99 hits. You're joking, whether it's the floor or you, aren't they all clean? Taking a deep breath, the strange old man forced a smile. Trembling, he began to clean up the meat paste on the ground. At this moment, the surrounding players seemed unable to recover from the shock. Their gazes towards Su Ming seemed like they were looking at a terrifying monster. Be big shot, your skill won't be to let us share the damage, will it? One player, pale-faced, covered his belly and shouted in disbelief. That's right. Nodding calmly, Su Ming admitted without hesitation. After all, as long as you're not blind. Through this wave of battle, one could see some tricks. Then big shot, since you use us to share the damage, can you help us clear the level? No. Without even lifting his head, Su Ming lit a cigarette and answered casually. Why? I think you must help us, after all, from a moral standpoint. Gathering courage again. This player looked at Su Ming's body, somewhat hesitant to speak. Morality? You're talking to me about morality? Seemingly hearing a very funny joke, Su Ming almost laughed out loud. Then his gaze suddenly turned cold. Bang! This player's head exploded into a flower. Not to mention himself, even all the surrounding players didn't react. Thud! The corpse crashed heavily onto the cold floor, blood flowing everywhere. I don't care what you think, I only care about what I think. Exhaling the last puff of smoke, Su Ming smiled mysteriously and slowly shook his head. If you want my help, send money. Casually standing up, Su Ming walked towards the staircase. Besides Yu Xiaoyu and Li Yi, the 9 other players exchanged glances, a hint of fear appearing in their eyes. Looking at the hesitant players, Li Yi's eyes flickered, and he stood on the dining table. Everyone, let me say a few words. I'm telling you, if you want to clear the level, you have to go to other apartments and kill players. Even if you win, you'll need that strange old man's help to get those bodies back. Whether you're willing to pay is up to you. The big shot is too kind, all for you. At that moment, he explained the whole situation from various angles, starting to answer the players' messy questions. In less than 10 minutes, the 9 players consciously walked to the first floor to trade with Su Ming. But it must be said, Li Yi's efficiency was truly remarkable. Seeing his balance restored to over 20,000, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh from the heart. Indeed, extortion is the fastest way to make money. Then Su Ming decisively took the lead, along with Li Yi's divine provocation, successfully wiped out the players from 2 other apartments. With the help of the strange old man and the fat man to carry the players' bodies, once everything was exchanged, everyone showed satisfied smiles, leisurely enjoying life in the apartment. In the following days, the players lived quite a mundane life. As for what to do when they ran out of money? Except for Su Ming and Yu Xiaoyu, all players chose the quick money method of selling their kidneys. The strange one who had previously helped carry the bodies with the old man and the fat man was a doctor who wore black-rimmed glasses and looked like a somewhat scholarly rogue. Some people had already lost their kidneys, contributing what else? Skin, eyes, ears? As time passed, it quickly arrived at the 7th night. Big shot, clearly you are so strong, why not try to deal with the strange creature on the rooftop? A group of people sat again in the 5th floor dining room. But the difference now was that it was already 11:58 p.m. Do you really want to die? Rolling his eyes at Li Yi, Su Ming spoke somewhat helplessly. After all, that thing couldn't be killed, and if they accidentally stared at it, those players would pay with half their lives. Big shot, can I add your contact information after we go out? A female player in the group stood up, her gaze filled with unabashed affection. No. Why? The female player nervously looked down, her hands intertwining, unwillingly retorting. No reason. I don't take dead weight. Calmly shaking his head, Su Ming showed no regard for her feelings. Just as Su Ming finished speaking, Li Yi's expression suddenly darkened. He clenched his fists tightly but remained silent. What about me? A cold voice came, as Yu Xiaoyu leaned against the wall, a half-smile on her face. You can. This time, Su Ming readily agreed. Oh, why? Gazing at the clock on the wall with a hint of melancholy, Su Ming narrowed his eyes and smiled as he explained. You've had murderous intent towards me, so I have to find a way to kill you. Unfortunately, in this instance, I can't do it yet. As these words fell, the atmosphere in the dining room sank into an eerie silence again. Yu Xiaoyu slowly straightened up, a hint of coldness rising in her clear eyes. Around her body, it seemed as though an invisible sharp aura was swirling. Stop the act, unless you want to commit suicide. Such a tense scene did not change Su Ming's expression, instead, the corner of his mouth curled up with a faint smile. Puff. As she let out another light laugh, the sharp aura vanished without a trace. Really interesting. I'll be waiting for you. Come kill me. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, weighing the shattered skull hammer in his hand. It will. Including Yu Xiaoyu, all players' bodies gradually became ethereal. A familiar voice also came to Su Ming's ears. Special equipment, Triest's Fate dice, attempting to imprint skill. Imprint failed. Failed? Only a 5% chance, seems indeed quite low. With a light sigh, Su Ming felt a bit of regret. After all, the skill equality for all was indeed quite monstrous. Unfortunately, it did not successfully imprint as a permanent skill. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared apartment number 103 rating, SS. Reward, 1 diamond treasure chest, several rule points, 1 random special skill book. You have received the title, MVP. MVP, all physical abilities doubled, wherever you go, you will be a noticeable presence. Title evaluation, all abilities enhanced, including certain areas. MVP? Su Ming casually lay on the sofa, his gaze flickering slightly as he repeatedly checked the attributes of this title. Decisively choose to equip it. Increased physical abilities, what man would refuse that? This time the rating isn't SSS perfect, is it because I didn't deal with the strange presence on the rooftop? Furrowing his brows slightly, Su Ming felt some confusion. Let's not forget the strange creature on the rooftop. Even Yu Xiaoyu, who seemed to have sword intent, could not defeat it. Not to mention other players. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming didn't take the rating to heart but instead opened the special skill book in his hand. Special skill book, use/don't use? Use. The skill book emanated a faint white light. Then transformed into a beam of light, merging into Su Ming's body, and suddenly he found an odd skill in his mind. Rage. When you are in a life crisis, adrenaline increases drastically, body strength triples. At the same time, you will remain awake, ignoring any pain. Lasts for 3 minutes, cooldown time 1 month. Not bad. Murmuring softly, Su Ming checked his attribute panel again. Player, Su Ming. Special skill, Rage. Title, MVP, click for details. Equipment, steel wool gloves, Triest's fate dice, shattered skull hammer, substitute doll. Fixed assets, rule points 35247, Yellow Spring Restaurant, 1 Wuling Hongguang. Seeing some words, a look of surprise appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Calculating the Yellow Spring Restaurant as fixed assets means that the money brought by money ability has not expired? Since that's the case, then I should go to the Yellow Spring Restaurant and catch up with Bai Miaoshu. Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly. Slowly stood up, his mouth curled into a faint smile. Chapter 59, Is someone causing trouble? Ding. You have a new friend request. Just as he was about to open the world channel, a system notification sounded. As Su Ming expected. It was indeed a request message from Yu Xiaoyu. Does she really not fear at all? Shaking his head, Su Ming squinted his eyes slightly at the only friend in this friend list. Didn't expect my first friend to be my enemy. Shaking his head slightly, Su Ming didn't bother much. If nothing goes wrong with both their personalities, the next time they meet, only one is destined to live. Brothers, let's go to the Yellow Spring Restaurant. It's cheap and good, and the key is the receptionist is super attractive. Why not go to the amusement park? Didn't I hear there's a big spider there? Go to the amusement park to seek death? Since it was discovered, not a single player has come out after going in. Damn, the boss of the Yellow Spring Hotel seems to be a white-haired loli? Coordinates, 113.54.83. Looking through the world channel. As Su Ming expected, the 2 previously integrated instances had already been found by the players. The world channel was nearly flooded with messages about Yellow Spring Restaurant and Death Amusement Park, so fast it was dazzling. Seems a bit far from here? This damn game, why is there no teleport function? Silently complaining a bit, Su Ming grabbed a car key. Slowly pushing open the door to this white space. This was also his first time stepping out of this small room. As soon as he stepped out, the space seemed to twist gradually, and then Su Ming's figure vanished without a trace. The next second, on an endless square, Su Ming's figure slowly reappeared. I have a special skill that allows me to enter a ghost story dungeon with my brother. I can help you fend off the strange things outside and relieve your stress inside if you need it, just give me a shout. Idiot, that girl over there is a con artist. Brothers, don't fall for it. Come and see my exceptional sword. IF*CKU, beast. It's fine to take advantage of me, but do you have to go that far? The sacrifice doll produced from the dungeon costs 20,000 in the shop, but here it's only 18,888. This square was surprisingly lively. Following a faint sense, Su Ming walked along the street. Finally, he saw his exclusive Wuling Hongguang not far ahead. In those days, I was still considered a car god on Akina's mountain. A smile crept onto his lips. Su Ming gripped the steering wheel tightly, directly starting in 5th gear, racing towards the Huangquan restaurant like a rocket. Inside a brightly lit restaurant. Bai Miao blinked her eyes, slightly tilted her head back, with her white hair cascading down her shoulders. Xiaohong, why hasn't Mr. Su come to see me yet? It's been a week. Xiaohong. Seeing that the supervisor, who was focused on her documents, showed no reaction, Bai Miao couldn't help but frown slightly. Her eyes filled with sorrow. Boss, I know you're anxious, but can you please calm down? With a soft sigh, the supervisor slowly turned her head, tiredly rubbing her temples. Mr. Su might be busy lately. Once he finds time, he will definitely come to see you. Really? Tightly clutching Xiaohong's sleeve, a glimmer of doubt appeared in Bai Miao's eyes. Really? All right then. After getting the answer she wanted, Bai Miao's frown immediately relaxed, her white dress swaying slightly. Xiaohong, you've worked hard. I'll go get you a cup of coffee. Watching Bai Miao bounce out the door, the supervisor leaned back in her chair, her eyes filled with pain. I really don't know how charming Mr. Su is, making this girl act like this. This past week, the number of human customers had surged. Adding to the negotiations with the opposite Spirit Hotel had made the supervisor extremely stressed. Now. Xiaohong, the coffee is here. Carefully holding the coffee, Bai Miao slightly rose on her toes to hand it over. Sigh. Taking a gentle sip of the hot coffee, the supervisor looked at the piles of documents on the table. Her brows knitting slightly. What service attitude is this? Call your boss over, I want to complain. Fire you all. You useless scum, idiots. In the restaurant. A sharp scream suddenly pierced through, sounding somewhat androgynous, with a strange tone. What is going on? The supervisor and Bai Miao exchanged angry glances. I want to see who's causing trouble. Her face instantly darkened. Bai Miao angrily pushed the door open and walked down the corridor towards the restaurant. What happened? As she entered the first-floor restaurant, the scene before her made Bai Miao's expression turn strange. A young man dressed in a white robe, holding a folding fan, was arrogantly stepping on a server on the ground, spewing vulgarities. Oh, are you the boss of this restaurant? The young man in the white robe's eyes lit up as he looked at the white-haired loli in front of him. Slowly waving the folding fan in his hand. He spoke in a voice resembling that of a duck, laughing and saying, What's your server's attitude? I could get splashed with tea just by her pouring it. Do you have any idea how expensive this outfit I'm wearing is? Pointing at his wet sleeve, the young man curved his lips into a mocking smile. This outfit is from Anomaly brand. It could cost this worthless thing a few months of work without food or drink. Oh. My apologies. Watching him act like this, Bai Miao slowly raised her head. The voice sounded somewhat cold. Ha? The white-haired loli? Slowly releasing the foot he had on the waitress. A flicker of desire flashed in the young man's eyes as he pretended to be somewhat unconcerned, waving his folding fan with a faint smile on his face. It's fine, it's fine. Since you are the boss, why not serve me exclusively, come and make it up to me. The reason he dared to be so reckless was that ever since players discovered this place, it was somewhat different from the bazaar copy. It was not filled with all kinds of terrifying rules, but rather like a normal restaurant, where players could spend rule points. A luxurious meal only costs around a few dozen rule points. The key point was, as a player close to the top of the bazaar world, he naturally had enough capital to be arrogant. As long as there were no rules, he could practically walk sideways. And as a godlike consumer, it was only reasonable for this white-haired loli to serve him well, right? Good, sir, then let me serve you well. Bai Miao gazed at the young player, hesitated for a moment. Then slowly nodded. Chapter 60, Troublemaker, Mercilessly Kill. Just as the young man was still lost in his beautiful fantasies, the white-haired loli's body almost turned into an afterimage, suddenly appearing in front of the young man, her red eyes showing a hint of bloodlust. A pair of blood-red nails fiercely slashed toward the young man. At the critical moment, the young man suddenly came to his senses and quickly rolled backward. Hiss. But still, he couldn't dodge in time, and a drop of blood splattered from his chest. A mere E-level copy can have such power? Holding his chest in pain, cold sweat suddenly poured down the young man's forehead, and his expression gradually became serious. His original elegance and demeanor vanished completely. He seemed to turn into a wounded wolf, his eyes slightly squinting. Very good, but unfortunately, you're still too tender. Let me show you what is called the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Hee, a useless girl from an E-level copy. The young man quickly opened the folding fan in his hand and suddenly waved it. A violent wind swept out from the fan, a fierce gust blowing toward Bai Miao. Along the way, the tables, chairs, and dishes were all ground to dust by the fierce wind. Do you dare to destroy the restaurant? Bai Miao's face became increasingly difficult to look at as she watched the oncoming storm. Her crimson pupils emitting a hint of coldness. Fighting is not permitted in the restaurant. At that moment, a calm voice rang out, and the raging wind suddenly disappeared. Su. Mr. Su? Bai Miao turned her head in confusion, looking at the figure that had entered, with a somewhat disbelieving exclamation. Then her body turned into an afterimage and she pounced onto Su Ming. Whoa. Mr. Su. Someone is bullying me. Bai Miao's voice carried a hint of weeping, a touch of grievance. Her tear-filled eyes looking up, her crimson pupils gradually turning black, revealing a hint of tears. I'm back. Seeing Bai Miao like this, Su Ming reached out and gently stroked her head. You are also a player? The young man seemed to have regained his senses, his expression becoming somewhat ugly as he feigned calm and spoke. Yes, I am a player. Briefly glancing away, Su Ming's smile vanished, slowly nodding. Then you shouldn't get involved. This is the feud between players and the bazaar. His eyes slightly squinted, the young man scanned the surrounding players, speaking seriously. Just from Su Ming's arrival earlier, which invisibly dissolved his attack. This indicated that his strength was not on the same level as Su Ming's. If that's the case, He could only make Su Ming cautious from the perspective of players and the bazaar, allowing himself to retreat safely. Players and the bazaar? Hearing what he said, Su Ming's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Then tell me, what will happen if I make a move against you? If you make a move against me, all the players present can witness. You are a traitor to humanity. Explain, you have sinister intentions, wanting to collude with the strange and harm your fellow humans. The youth's words were righteous and powerful. Some players in the restaurant couldn't help but nod, feeling his words made sense. Helping the strange, isn't that the definition of a traitor? Oh. You are threatening me? Su Ming's face once again burst into a bright smile, then he scanned the room. Do you all think this way? The surrounding players didn't speak. As Su Ming's gaze swept by, they all lowered their heads. So? Am I right? Seeing their default attitude, the youth's lips curled slightly, and he leisurely added. Unless you let me go and stop meddling in this matter, I naturally won't say. No, you misunderstand. Su Ming slowly shook his head, then in front of everyone's bewildered eyes, turned and closed the restaurant door. He then explained with a serious expression. Because of your foolishness, you dragged them down with you. I just gave them one last chance, but unfortunately, they didn't cherish it. Su Ming's expression was somewhat regretful, as he picked up the little loli by Meow and slowly sat down on the sofa. What do you mean? Are you really going to be a traitor for the strange? Watching Su Ming's fearless attitude, the youth's color finally changed. Nervously pointing at Bai Miao and Su Ming's arms, his tone began to grow increasingly agitated. Fool. Without responding to him, Su Ming looked at the little loli clinging to him tightly, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Brothers, charge, kill this traitor. Why should he help the strange? The strange and humans are natural enemies. At this moment, the youth finally panicked, waving his fan in his hand, shouting loudly. His shout did have some effect. Among the players, aside from a few who remained where they were, most rushed toward Su Ming. Various skills and weapons attacks all converged toward Su Ming. Destroy. Su Ming still did not lift his head, just gently uttered one word. Then a strange scene appeared. Time around seemed to freeze at that moment, and all the players, including the youth, became stiff in place. Silence, a deathly silence. After 2 or 3 seconds, in their terrified gazes, their bodies began to turn transparent and then slowly disappeared. As if they had never existed. How has the restaurant been during this time? From start to finish, Su Ming had never lifted his head, everything around seemed irrelevant. Since Su Ming re-entered the Yellow Springs restaurant, all rules here were decided by him. As long as he did not encounter the existence that could break the rules. Then in Su Ming's eyes, these players and ordinary people were no different. Mr. Su, won't you cause? Rather, Bai Miao slightly raised her head, a hint of worry in her eyes. I can testify, that guy bullied you first. Me too, I just can't stand him being so arrogant, talking nonsense about being a traitor, I think he's just scum. Right, he even dared to touch the little loli. Before Su Ming could speak, those players who hadn't attacked him shouted up. Some with uncertain expressions, and some filled with anger. But no one dared to speak ill of Su Ming. After all, that strange scene just now made the surviving players tremble with fear. Just one word, merely one word. Directly wiping out a group of players, just how powerful had this strange man become? Of course, some people seemed to have guessed Su Ming's identity. A hint of excitement flickering in their eyes. Big boss, are you that Su Ming? Su Ming slowly stood up, slightly bowed his head, looking at the white-haired loli before him. Girl. Why haven't you gotten off me yet? Pooh. It seemed that she had noticed the strange gazes from the players, and a blush quickly rose on Bai Miao's face as she hurriedly released her arms. Let me reintroduce myself, I am the boss here. Seriously gazing at the players around him, Su Ming's eyes became somewhat cold, and he spoke word by word. You are welcome to spend here. But if anyone dares to cause trouble here, there will be no mercy. Chapter 61, Men are the ones who understand men best. We understand. After this incident, no one dared to chatter anymore. The remaining players stood honestly in place, nodding continuously like little chicks pecking for grains. The other waiters quickly cleaned up the restaurant, moving the overturned tables and chairs back into place. Su Ming watched the scene with a slight smile and gradually walked deeper into the corridor. How has the development been recently? As if he thought of something, Su Ming slightly tilted his head and stared fixedly at the silver-haired loli beside him. The development has been good. With Mr. Su's financial support, the Huangquan restaurant has not only been renovated but also expanded in scale. Xiaohong is also negotiating with the Spirit Medium Hotel across the street about the acquisition. Speaking of this, Bai Miao's eyes sparkled, and her tone even carried a hint of pride. After all, just a week ago, the restaurant was facing pressures from the Spirit Medium Hotel, racking up huge debts and almost going bankrupt. Now, it seems that since Su Ming arrived, everything has been heading in a positive direction. Well, if that's the case, then I can rest assured. Nodding slowly, Su Ming patted Bai Miao's head again and said with a gentle smile, "You've worked hard during this time." "Not at all, I just..." Bai Miao, halfway through her sentence, glanced at Su Ming behind her, stuck out her tongue, and looked wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Then, slightly embarrassed, she stammered and added, "I'm fine, it's mainly Xiaohong." "Mr. Su." A voice that sounded exceptionally tired appeared behind Su Ming, carrying a hint of grievance. "Cough cough, Supervisor Hong, what's happened to you?" As he turned his head, Su Ming almost choked on his own saliva. In just a few days, the Supervisor Hong in front of him seemed to have aged 10 years, not to mention that her eyes were filled with wrinkles, and her eye bags had swollen into a line. The most outrageous part was, the area around her eyes was as dark as if it had been smeared with potash. "What happened to you?" Seeing her looking like she could collapse at any moment, Su Ming couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth as he slowly asked. "Isn't it this girl?" Glancing at Bai Miao, Supervisor Hong lifted the coffee cup in her hand and took a small sip. "This little girl has been nagging me every day since you left, and I was all ready. Sai, why don't we hire another supervisor?" At the end of her sentence, Supervisor Hong rolled her eyes, her face filled with despair. "No way." Before Su Ming could speak, Bai Miao hurriedly grabbed Supervisor Hong's arm. "Xiaohong, you know, I can't trust anyone but you and Mr. Su." After a moment of silence, the three of them walked to the office, and Bai Miao brought a chair for Su Ming to sit down. "Mr. Su, I just wanted to ask you about the acquisition of the Spirit Medium Hotel. The other party is asking for 5 billion, but I think that price is a bit high." Picking up a contract on the table, Supervisor Hong slightly frowned. 5 billion, huh? Su Ming picked up the contract, looking at the various terms, and his expression became somewhat strange. "Supervisor Hong, let's put the acquisition matter aside for now." With a flick of his hand, he threw the contract into the trash can, and a cryptic smile crept onto Su Ming's lips. "Why? Is it because the price is too high, Mr. Su? After some time, their market value will plummet. You just need to provide good services to humans, change all the waiters to bunny girls." With a slight frown, Su Ming thought for a long time before finally making up his mind. Before he walked into the Hell restaurant, he had already tried something. As a player, he could not enter the Spirit Medium Hotel across the street. This means, they, who have not integrated into the big world of weird tales, can only serve the strange but cannot do business with players. In this case, whether or not to acquire this so-called Spirit Medium Hotel had no meaning for Su Ming. Rabbit girl? Is there none? Then cat ear girls or fox girls are fine too. Seeing the surprised expressions on the two, Su Ming slowly explained, "I am doing this to provide better service for those humans, and besides, I am quite interested in the rules." "Alright, I will take care of it right away." Seeing Su Ming's serious expression, Manager Hong looked solemn and nodded quickly. "By the way, double all the prices of the dishes. What we need to do now is not the strange market, but the player market." Looking at the deep corridor, Su Ming spoke expressionlessly. His purpose in doing this was to turn his Hell restaurant into a consumer paradise in the minds of players. Especially for those foolish rich men who love beautiful women. They are like a bunch of plump and tender lambs. "I understand." Taking a deep breath, Manager Hong and Bai Miao exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. "Do you have any objections to what I'm doing?" Looking at Bai Miao, who stood quietly aside, Su Ming smiled slightly and asked tentatively. "Mr. Su, you are the owner of the Hell restaurant, so I have no objections to your decisions." Slowly shaking her head, Bai Miao raised her head slightly, a hint of a smile appearing in her eyes. "I will arrange for the hiring of rabbit girls, cat ear girls, and fox girls right away. But is it really okay to set the prices of the dishes so high?" At the end, Bai Miao looked at Su Ming with some doubts and asked curiously. "Don't worry, it's fine." Su Ming smiled, his eyes full of confidence. He was sure that Hell Restaurant, as the first to integrate into the big world of weird tales, would be extremely popular. The World Channel was almost filled with discussions about Hell Restaurant and the Death Amusement Park. The latter scared some people due to no survivors. But Hell Restaurant was different, if managed well. For Su Ming, this restaurant was simply a money tree, specifically shaking out the money from those foolish players. Remember, the current waitstaff can be given a pay raise to do some odd jobs. Furrowing his brows slightly, Su Ming pondered for a moment before adding. "But the new hires must ensure quality. Both body and looks are essential, understand? Salaries can be higher, but they must deliver results. A rewards system can be set up, rewards for high performance, and the low performers can clean toilets. What we are promoting is sincerity." After stating his thoughts, Su Ming slowly picked up the coffee on the table, a hint of a smile creeping into his eyes. As a man, he understood other men the best. Chapter 62, The Apocalypse Train Number 1. Alright, after I finish hiring the waitstaff and doing some renovations, I will reopen in a new way. Bai Miao nodded slowly, a bit hesitantly stepping forward. Slightly raising her head, her white hair falling on her shoulders, a hint of dazedness flashing in her eyes. Mr. Su, there's one more thing. Let's talk about this after I solve the troubles in Fengdu City. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Su Ming slowly shook his head. Before Bai Miao could finish speaking, Su Ming had already guessed what she wanted to say. To be honest, he didn't have much dislike for this white-haired little girl, but she was ultimately a strange one. It's getting late, I will come back to see you in a while. Gently patting Bai Miao's head, Su Ming slowly stood up and pushed open the glass door of the office. Ah? Are you promising to be my brother? Brother Su Ming. Su Ming's body, which had just taken half a step, froze in midair, and he blinked rapidly. It turns out he had been doing mental work for himself for so long. Did he think too much? Yeah. Slowly nodding his head, Su Ming turned and walked towards the restaurant exit without looking back. He. Bai Miao watched the direction Su Ming was leaving, gently clenched her fist, and could not help but smile. From today on, I have a brother too. Brother Su Ming. Not long after, Su Ming drove his Wuling Hongguan back to his player space. Looking at the 35,000 balance in his account, his brow furrowed slightly, as if he was troubled about what to exchange. Oh right. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Su Ming's mind, and he quickly opened the mall exchange interface, then typed, Gene. Intermediate Gene Potion, price 30,000 rule points. Without hesitation, Su Ming decisively chose to exchange. Using an intermediate Gene Potion, combined with his MVP title, would double his body's functions. Then his physical fitness would already be as strong as an ox, right? If I add the effect of the rage skill. Su Ming had a feeling that with these three things stacked together, he had no doubt he could rip apart the weird creatures. Zing! The intermediate Gene Potion stabbed into his arm, and a strong pain surged again. Every cell in his body seemed to be baptized by fierce fire, constantly dying and regenerating at an astonishing speed. But since he was wearing the MVP, this intense pain did not have much effect on Su Ming. It came quickly and left quickly. Bang! As Su Ming suddenly swung his fist, a power tester against the wall flickered a few times, and a terrifying number appeared on the screen. 1,241 kilograms. Wow, this is a bit terrifying, right? Looking at the number displayed on the screen, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly, and looking at his own fists, a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. It is known that an ordinary person's punch has an impact force of about 100 kilograms. And a punch is almost equivalent to more than 10 ordinary players? Then when he enters rage, with a burst of adrenaline, won't he be able to smash the weird creatures into the ground? Of course, even without rage, he should still be able to beat ordinary weird creatures. Thinking of this, Su Ming shrugged helplessly and slowly curved the corner of his mouth into a smile. Since I'm ready, let's start the next dungeon. Random dungeon drawing. 46/200. 97/200. Match successful. D-rank dungeon, Apocalypse Train. In the 364th year of the Source Century, red mist fell from the sky. The red mist filled the world, and everyone or every animal that came in contact with it began to mutate. As an ordinary college student, I was lucky to be selected to ride the Apocalypse Train. When I thought this was a path to rebirth, I found I still hadn't escaped hell. I feel so lost, I can't see the light of hope. On a fast-moving train, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. Still a D-rank dungeon? Recalling the hints he heard before entering the dungeon, Su Ming furrowed his brow slightly. But this is a good thing. At least, before coming into contact with the top 10 A-rank dungeon, Fengdu City, he had enough time to develop. His gaze swept around. And the surrounding players were also looking around. A total of 200 people, so all players are in one carriage? That's indeed a bit thrilling. Watching the tightly packed figures on the seats, Su Ming couldn't help but lick his lips, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Su, is God Su streaming again? Let me take a look. By the way, this time God Su's streaming has taken more than half a day. Let's guess, did he go find that white-haired little loli? What nonsense! The white-haired loli can only be mine, everyone else get lost. Is this the Apocalypse Train? I remember this dungeon is a typical Battle Royale dungeon. God Su, be careful, if they team up to beat you up, then it's really game over. After more than half a day, Su Ming's live streaming room finally opened again. Those eager viewers rushed into Su Ming's live streaming room right away, ready for today's observation and learning. Unfortunately, players do not stream outside the dungeon, which made many viewers feel quite regretful. already secretly imagining the love and hate between Su Ming and the white-haired lowly. Clang 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 clang. The entire carriage was constantly accompanied by the sound of rolling wheels, which felt somewhat inexplicably oppressive. Looking out of the window, the outside world was a red and hazy scene. Ha! While looking around, Su Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. Because, it seemed that the storage space could not be opened. This means, his wire ball gloves and skull-crushing hammer had become useless in this dungeon. Well, that's something. Looking at the equally confused players, Su Ming's gaze flickered, and his brows furrowed slightly. Extracting your random talent. Random talent extraction complete, Big Dipper. Big Dipper, when you use Big Dipper, you will forcibly deal 1 physical damage, 99 mental damage to your target and apply a stun effect. The stun duration depends on your strength. Alright, then it's no problem. Listening to the familiar system prompt, Su Ming's brow slowly relaxed as he comfortably leaned back in his seat. How should I put it? This skill isn't too overpowered, but it's just right. Especially since he just used an intermediate gene enhancer and was wearing the MVP title. The experience was simply delightful. I'm sorry, but let me be honest, everyone here is trash. Slowly closing his eyes, a strange smile curled at the corners of Su Ming's mouth. Chapter 63, Apocalyptic Train Number 2. What's going on? Why can't I use my equipment and weapons? Is this a sealed dungeon? That's interesting. Apocalyptic Train? I think I've seen that before. The mortality rate is extremely high. The surrounding voices at it came, but Su Ming didn't have the time to listen to their chatter. Since this is a horror tale dungeon, the first thing to do upon entering is to find the rules within the dungeon. Where could it be? Su Ming's brows furrowed slightly as he carefully searched his pockets, scanning his seat and the table in front of him. But no sign of any rules was found. After confirming for the third time that there were no rules around him, Su Ming's expression changed slightly. Ding! A strange ringing sound attracted Su Ming's attention. Sir, your mineral water and food. An agreeable voice came, and Su Ming turned to see that at the end of the carriage, a staff member in a white uniform had appeared. Pushing a food cart, he was handing out water and food to everyone in their seats. That's not right, what about the dungeon's rules? A player in the back stiffly received a blob of bread and a bottle of mineral water, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Without knowing the rules. Who knows if these things are safe to drink or if they will cause contamination? Almost all the players in the carriage focused their attention here, with a hint of gloating in their eyes. Snap! Sir, please pick up your mineral water. Seeing the mineral water that fell to the ground, the staff member in white revealed a strange smile and gently reminded. Okay. I'll pick it up right now. Trembling, the player picked up the mineral water from the ground. He did not immediately eat the bread in his hand, but neatly placed the water and bread on the table. Looks like he's not too stupid. Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming whispered softly. No, isn't there no rules in this dungeon? How can Su God not find the rules? Stupid. I've seen this dungeon before. Its rules are in a place that average people wouldn't think of. Hee. This carriage is packed with 200 players? How thrilling, I love it. What is Su God's stubbornness? What to do when being beaten by players? I really don't know if the skill drawn by Su God is powerful or not. As the story of the dungeon officially began, the audience in the livestream perked up, starting to learn Su Ming's textbook-like method of clearing the game. Perfect, violent, simple? Having experienced Su Ming's previous incredible skills, the audience eagerly anticipated whether the skill he drew this time would still shine. As the staff continued handing out supplies, it soon became Su Ming's turn. Receiving the mineral water and bread, Su Ming was a bit surprised that not only he, as a player, but even the strange traveler sitting by the window received the same items. As the staff member in white left, the players who had been silent for a long time finally noticed something unusual. The ingredients list for the mineral water. It has the rules on it. With the low shout of a player wearing glasses, the players immediately turned their grateful gazes toward him. And as this player faced the looks from around him, he couldn't help but blush, smiling shyly. If there is no strength, being so eye-catching, it would be a terrible death. Having already picked up the mineral water to study it carefully, Su Ming smiled slightly and teasingly said. Ingredients list for mineral water. 1. Mineral water and food will be provided on the train, but if the food is moldy, please immediately find a staff member. 2. At night when the lights go out, you must close your eyes and ignore any noise. 3. If you want to go to the next car, you must get the key in advance. 4. This train does not have a no-1 carriage. If you find a no-1 carriage, please immediately stay away and report to the staff. 5. If you feel your body exhibits unusual conditions, please do not panic, this is a normal phenomenon. 6. Staff dress is divided into white, red, and black. Staff and white are absolutely trustworthy. 7. The train will not arrive at a station. If you find the train stop, please immediately hide under the seat until the train starts again. 8. Please be polite to fellow passengers and do not disturb their rest. 9. If you encounter a staff member in black clothing, be careful, you may have already been caught by the red mist. Damn. My bread is moldy. Goodness, me too, I thought this was normal. Then find a staff member to change? As the words hung in the air, several players suddenly froze. Because everyone realized too late that the rules were already gone and the staff had pushed the food cart away. 4-eye guy. Why didn't you say it earlier? It's over, it shouldn't be a problem not eating this bread, right? Drink some water to calm down. A few players with moldy bread first glared fiercely at the glasses guy, then threw the bread in the trash. Feeling hunger surge, they reluctantly opened the mineral water and started to drink, hoping to alleviate the hunger. Not just Su Ming, the vast majority of players did not act immediately, even as this inexplicable hunger interfered with their rationality. This is just the beginning. Watching those who drank the mineral water, Su Ming shook his head helplessly, pondering over the first rule. If the food is moldy, find the staff. But it doesn't say the mineral water is safe. Sure enough, after those players drank the mineral water, they suddenly started to convulse, rolling on the ground. Ah! It hurts. It seems like something is forcefully digging into my body. For a moment, everyone stared fearfully at the mineral water in their hands, and apart from a few players' painful howls, the carriage was silent. After a long while, to everyone's surprise, these players slowly stood up, casually picking up the previously discarded moldy bread, and began to munch on it contentedly. This bread smells so good, especially these molds, they are simply the best seasoning. Hurry up and eat. We've been hungry for half the day, this bread is so delicious, but I'm still so hungry. Some nearby players could clearly see that a few people, like hungry wolves, were gnawing on the bread with hands that had turned a bit red. Fins like things had unexpectedly started to grow between their fingers, their eyes widening, faces showing extreme excitement, their condition looking very strange. In such a situation, no one had to think, everyone knew the truth. This dungeon doesn't seem that hard, right? It seems breaking the rules won't result in instant death? You up there, you're too naive. By the end of this dungeon, you'll wish you were dead. Damn, so scary, is this going to evolve into a digital monster? No, look at their palms, I think it's just like the braised duck feet I ate this morning. This was the first batch of players to break the rules since entering the dungeon. To everyone's surprise, this challenge didn't seem to match the difficulty of a D-level dungeon, it appeared they had only experienced mild mental contamination. And some minor physical changes. Chapter 64 The Last Train Number 3. As time passed, the hunger in his stomach grew more intense, as if reminding Su Ming to eat quickly. It can't be that in the beginning there's such an unsolvable situation, so where's the problem? Su Ming murmured softly, his eyes flickering slightly. Is this today's breakfast? Seems pretty good? A strange traveler's voice came from the right side of the seat. Su Ming looked over to the side. It was a middle-aged man with a bit of a bald head, dressed in a black suit, holding a briefcase in his left hand and a bottle of mineral water in his right. The most special thing was that he had a pair of snake-like vertical pupils that sent chills down one's spine. Ha! Seeming to sense something, Su Ming's mouth curled into a smile, slowly extending his right hand. Slap! A crisp sound echoed in the train car. At that moment, the players in the car were instantly drawn to the noise. The bald man beside him was holding the mineral water, tilting his head to admire the scenery outside the window, covered in red fog. After a brief moment of confusion, his eyes rolled back, and his tongue hung out of the corner of his mouth, looking completely dazed. Sin. Su Ming had a somewhat apologetic smile on his face, quickly swapping the mineral water and bread in the man's hands. Taking advantage of the bald man still being dizzy line end. Su Ming also thoughtfully restored his position to how it was before. What a big slap from God Su, did he knock the strange brain out? Something's not right, look at the damage caused by the streamer's big slap to the strange being, isn't that a bit serious? Could this be the ridiculous skill he drew this time? God Su's move is quick and precise. This bald strange doesn't even know what happened. Uncle, it's not your fault, so can God Su come for 2 more slaps? Watching Su Ming strike again, the audience in the live stream room erupted once more. In countless previous live streams, there had never been anyone so outrageous as Su Ming, encountering a strange being at the start and giving it a slap. Even top players would have some concerns. Little brother, why do I feel a bit of pain in my face? As the dizziness faded, the bald man put down the mineral water and curiously touched his left cheek. That's right, that fiery pain. Drink more water, you might be on fire. Don't doubt it, I'm actually a doctor. With a serious gaze at the bald man, Su Ming's expression was exceptionally grave. Oh, I see. Thanks for the reminder. The bald man nodded thoughtfully and then rubbed his cheek, looking gratefully at Su Ming. Indeed, he is a good doctor. With one glance, he could tell that I have been feeling hot lately. What are you looking at? Remember, I only teach this once. Calmly surveying the surrounding players, Su Ming tore off a piece of bread and carefully chewed it in his mouth. Looking at Su Ming, who was as steady as a rock and even starting to open a bottle of mineral water to drink, all the players slowly had a question mark appear in their minds. Then, they watched him closely, observing his state after finishing the bread and downing the water. Burp. After finishing the bread and drinking more than half a bottle of mineral water, Su Ming comfortably let out a satisfied burp and relaxed a bit on the chair. In his hand, the half bottle of mineral water clearly had one word written on the ingredient list: water. I understand now. So that's how it is. The strange one's mineral water is normal, huh? Some players seemed to ponder, glancing at the peculiar one next to them, their brows slightly furrowed. Next, a dramatic scene unfolded. Some players took advantage of the strange one's distraction and wanted to switch the mineral water they held, but... Stealing, huh? How rude. Bang. A player's head in front of Su Ming suddenly exploded, a blood-red eyeball rolling onto the table, just in line with Su Ming's gaze. What are you looking at? I didn't ask you to imitate. Shaking his head in disbelief, Su Ming reached out his arm and casually squeezed. The eyeball burst open with a loud bang. I'm dying of laughter. What are you looking at? I didn't ask you to imitate. In every instance, there are always a few idiots wanting to copy Su God's moves, but they don't have the strength. Isn't this what they deserve? Pay attention, the little one named Kalami is nicknamed Cute Boy. He just squashed Bulger's eyeball in one go. Hey, wait a minute, the person above, why does your comment sound so familiar? The audience in the livestream felt sympathy, but as the bullet comments flowed, not many paid attention to the tragic little Kalami. Instead, they secretly looked forward to seeing what other players would use to replace the strange one's mineral water. After a brief silence, realizing that violence wouldn't work, the remaining players used all their wits, and all sorts of creative methods emerged. I can tell you are like-minded brothers. How about we play a game? Gay Jai. I really want to drink the water you've drunk. Uncle, do I look that big? Why don't you try the feel? For a moment, the carriage became exceptionally lively, as countless players sparked passionate excitement. However, unnoticed by everyone, the initially quiet boy with glasses casually stretched out his arm, said nothing, did nothing, and easily switched the mineral water. As for the strange one beside him, it was as if he hadn't seen anything, lost in looking out the window. Su Ming carefully examined the various facilities in the carriage, not knowing how much time had passed. A voice sounded behind him. Hey, hello there, big brother. Turning to look, it was a pure-looking girl with shoulder-length short hair, wearing a white cartoon t-shirt. What's the matter? Su Ming slowly lifted his head, a smile creeping onto his lips as he calmly asked. As if he didn't see the three burly men behind the girl. Kid, don't be ungrateful. This is our personal invitation to you. What attitude is this? Before the girl could speak, the three burly men behind her were already getting restless. Stepping forward, their eyes filled with threats. You look really strong, big brother, can we be friends? The girl waved her hand, smiling as she continued, think about it, all players are gathered together, so this instance is better suited for teamwork, much better than fighting alone. Not interested. Before she finished speaking, Su Ming slowly shook his head. Shift my gaze away from the girl. Then slowly stand up and walk towards the restroom at the end of the carriage. Also, if those three dogs at your back aren't afraid of dying, they can try to take action against me. As I passed by a few people, Su Ming's calm voice left the three muscular men frozen in their places. Postscript. Fans, book friends, join group 214-927-215. Chapter 65 Apocalyptic Train Number 4. Damn it. You little bastard, are you seeking death? With your little body, I'm not even interested in having fun with you. Get him. I'll go first. At the front, a brawny man licked his lips, a hint of contempt in his eyes, his hands bulging with veins, like a skinned bullfrog. Wow, so handsome. Go, brother, defeat that shrimp head guy. Give brother a heart. Next to her, another girl had little stars in her eyes, her hands on her chest forming a heart, as if cheering for the man. And she cheekily blew a kiss to the muscular man. You. Go, defeat that shrimp head guy. Ha 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 you. I can't take it anymore, I feel sick. Is there really such a girl in reality? That seems unlikely, right? The key point is, these three guys are also random players, and they didn't even know each other at the beginning. I noticed that too. This girl player seems to have a skill similar to charm. I saw her chatting with those three, and then the three players successfully transformed into boiling sheep. Watching this scene of the girl truly disgusted the audience in Su Ming's livestream. Even those who were somewhat against Su Ming's violent actions found themselves wishing for him to beat someone up. Some onlookers even wished for the girl and the muscular man to last long and develop feelings over time. He. Let me teach this reckless little brat a lesson. The muscular man swung his arms and stepped forward step by step. A cruel smile crept up on the corners of his mouth. Who? With a loud shout, he firmly wrapped his arms around Su Ming's body, trying to perform a shoulder throw. You haven't eaten? Even when held by this muscular man, Su Ming's gaze remained calm. Instead, a teasing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the muscular man hadn't reacted yet. His entire body was suddenly lifted by Su Ming and then heavily smashed onto the ground. You! Everyone, get him together! Seeing this scene, the other two muscular men panicked, fists aimed at Su Ming's head, rushing forward. Slap! Slap! Two loud slaps landed on the muscular man's face with clear sounds. Su Ming swung his arms simultaneously, his hands making intimate contact with the man's head. Immediately after, two blobs of yellow-white sticky substance scattered like pearl milk cap. This brain matter looks old, no wonder his intelligence is concerning. Su Ming slightly furrowed his brows, whispering softly. His slowly retracting arms felt somewhat numb, seemingly still not used to this strength. Ah! You are a devil. How can you be so strong? This is impossible. Woe is me. The short-haired girl beside watched in horror as the muscular man had his head blown apart on the cold floor, collapsing to the ground, her eyes filled with terror. She seemed unable to understand why Su Ming was so strong. The slap was even fiercer than a hammer? Now, is it your turn? Su Ming slowly squatted down, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. Why are you like this? My precious little princess. You, don't come over. The girl cried, tears streaming down her face, trembling as she looked at the man before her, fear deeply reflected in her eyes. I want to. A smile glowed in Su Ming's eyes as he grasped the girl's chin, examining her closely. All the surrounding players were stunned and gaping, watching this scene between one man and one woman in disbelief. Woe is me. Don't. The girl sat slumped on the ground. The brain is already blank. Then the body trembles slightly, a warm spring slowly flows. Is it really that bad? Am I that terrifying? Feeling the damp ground, Su Ming twitched his mouth, grabbed the car curtain beside him, and placed it under his feet. Sorry, I have a cleanliness obsession, you won't mind, right? At this moment, the girl was completely terrified, closing her eyes and shaking her head uncontrollably. Do you think if I slap you, your head will bloom? Whoa. Then do you think I could stomp you to death with one kick? Whoa. To be honest, at this moment, Su Ming almost thought he was a certain powerful person's princess. If it were not for this being a solo random dungeon, killing you just like this would be too boring. Slowly shaking his head, a hint of conflict appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and in the end, he seemed to have made up his mind. Rip. Woo. Looking at her clothes turning to shreds, the girl suddenly widened her eyes, forgetting to cry at this moment. When she reacted, a strong feeling of shame surged in her heart. WC. Why can Su God look openly, while we can only see the mosaic? Are there any quick-handed brothers whose screenshots? I seem to see on the ground, water? Light yellow water? Whoa, turns out my Su God likes this kind of thing. What right does she have? Just because her chest is bigger than mine? Whether it's big or not, you can't feel it yourself. I think you can show it to your brothers and ask for an assessment. This scene instantly excited the viewers in the livestream. To be honest, the girl's appearance wasn't bad at all. Even though below the neck all they could see was mosaic. A large number of people instantly exited the livestream, typed in a certain healthy website, grabbed some tissues, and slowly walked into the bathroom. You beast. I can do even more beastly things, do you want to see? Before she could finish her sentence, Su Ming's lips curled into a smile again. Put. With a chuckle, Su Ming stood up, slowly shook his head. Forget it, I won't scare you anymore. You. Whoa. Are you going to let go? Bang. A kick slammed into the girl's head. As the heavy sound of impact rang out, the girl fell to the ground, motionless, her eyes wide open, filled with regret and fear. What a pity, why not let us play with her? Her figure is quite. Slap. One of the players beside Su Ming had his face severely distorted, a mouthful of broken teeth spitting out, his body lying stiff on the ground. I don't need your extra chatter when I work. Without even bothering to look, Su Ming's expression grew cold, and a bloody light flickered in his eyes. Looking around, all players lowered their heads, no one dared to speak. Chapter 66, End of the World Trained Number 5. Sir, you've dirted the floor. At some unknown time, a staff member dressed in blood-red clothing appeared behind Su Ming. With a sinister smile on their face, they slowly spoke. Slap. Su Ming didn't speak but instead responded with a loud slapping sound. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Slowly turning his head to look at this staff member, a hint of coldness appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Stunned for a while, the staff member in red finally snapped out of the daze. Covering half of their swollen face, stuttering. And maybe you could step aside? I'll clean it right away. It seems he misunderstood this staff member. Su Ming gradually relaxed his brow and shot an apologetic glance at the red-clothed staff member. Hey, this script is not right, why suddenly back down? Yeah. The strange things in the dungeon shouldn't just be confronted head-on, gritting teeth, vowing not to yield? This staff member is wearing red, which means it's not absolutely trustworthy. Su God should be careful. Su God, I bet my gun has no bullets, but one slap can smash your face. All kinds of talents appeared in the livestream. Countless people began to speculate about the strange attitude in front of them. However, the majority had long been used to the bizarre scenes created by the oppressive Su God. After all, which strange creature that dared to resist hadn't been taught a lesson by Su Ming? By the way, how do we get to the next car? As if recalling something, Su Ming couldn't help but ask. Since the rules mentioned something about car -1, it meant that merely staying in this car made it difficult to find clues to pass through. Moreover, this so-called car -1 might very well hide some kind of secret. Are you talking about car 3? To get to car 3, you just need to stay in car 2 for a full day, and you will automatically get the key to the next car. The staff member in red, while cleaning the floor, answered honestly with a simple smile. Seeing the thoughtful expressions of the other players, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly, and he instinctively tugged at the red-clothed staff member's shirt. What are you doing? Caught off guard by Su Ming's sudden action, it asked with a puzzled look. It's nothing, just follow me. Without caring whether the staff member was willing, Su Ming pulled on its collar and forced it toward the back of the car. There was a bathroom. Looking at the corpse slowly turning cold on the ground, then glancing back at Su Ming heading toward the bathroom with something strange, a sense of inexplicable chill rose in everyone's hearts. The players exchanged glances, seeing a hint of shock in each other's eyes. Clang! As the bathroom door slammed shut, several players nearby leaned in to eavesdrop. Slap! Slap! Ah! No! Be good! Slap! The strange sounds coming from the bathroom made all the male players take a deep breath, instinctively covering a certain part of their bodies. Inside the bathroom, Su Ming slowly lit a cigarette, waiting for the dizzy spell of the great bitch to pass before taking another hit. You still refuse to tell me the real way to get to the next car? I'll tell you, just be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. Covering his face in pain, the red-clothed staff member's eyes widened, its face already swollen and red. I'm speaking the truth, just hiding part of it, about the train stopping and the lights going out at night. So you mean you still don't plan to tell the whole truth? Be brother. I really don't know, it's not that I don't want to. Slap. As soon as the words left its mouth, Su Ming didn't hold back anymore. The sound of slaps resonated in the bathroom, rhythmic and beautifully melodic. Ha! What is Su God doing? I don't quite understand. His rhythm is so fast, can the strange body handle this frequency? Not to call you out, but can't you be a little more discreet about going hard? Can you at least send me some pictures secretly? I'm out, I'm gay. This is too exciting. I genuinely like this. As Su Ming performed this wave of actions, those who witnessed it knew he was hitting the strange creature, but just from the sounds. It left much to the imagination and stirred up quite the emotions. Many spectators silently prayed, may there be no obscenity in heaven. Huff. After tidying up his disheveled clothes, Su Ming slowly pushed open the bathroom door. Inside the bathroom, the staff member in red had a face that was hardly recognizable, covered in numerous wounds, looking exceptionally sinister and terrifying. This scene left several players in shock, and the thought of provoking Su Ming became even stronger. This strange creature is truly disobedient. They recalled Rule 6 that stated staff came in 3 colors, white was absolutely trustworthy. Conversely, red and black might not be reliable, or could be absolutely untrustworthy. What he said can't be verified as true or false, either we can find the key to the next car now or, as he said, we truly. Tomorrow will appear automatically. Leaning on the seat, Su Ming furrowed his brows slightly, lost in thought. Ah! A scream echoed, drawing Su Ming's attention. He turned his head to look. A boy with glasses slowly released a player's body behind him. Then, the player fell to the ground, blood soaking his chest, his body limp. I just don't understand, what do I have to worry about? The boy with glasses waved his wrist, a beautiful butterfly knife dancing in the air at his fingertips. Why can he use his equipment? Looking at the butterfly knife in his hand, not only the other players around, but even Su Ming looked confused. Goodness, this loser can't even carry equipment. How did this guy bring it out? After calmly dealing with a player, the boy with glasses smiled slightly. He slowly walked towards Su Ming. With his eyes slightly squinted, Su Ming's gaze gradually turned cold. Even if this guy has a weapon, with his current physical condition, he could still easily take him down. Don't get me wrong. Seeing Su Ming's half-smiling, half-serious gaze, the boy adjusted his glasses and quickly waved his hand. I want to cooperate with you, are you interested? Putting down the butterfly knife, the boy casually sat next to Su Ming as if they were old friends. Let me introduce myself, my name is Lin Yelan, and I am a doctor. Height 178 centimeters, weight 67 kilograms, I like to sing and dance, occasionally play basketball. Su Ming said nothing, but quietly stared at the boy in front of him. No, to be precise, he was staring at the strange, indifferent uncle next to the boy. Lin Yelan looked at Su Ming's strange expression, his demeanor a bit dazed, and then seemed to remember something. Right. My measurements are. All right. Looking at Lin Yelan, who was almost going to reveal the color of his underwear, Su Ming took a deep breath and slightly frowned. What do you want from me? Didn't I already say, I want to cooperate with you? Seeing Su Ming finally respond, Lin Yelan revealed a smile and continued to explain. You've noticed, so far we are lacking some key clues in this instance. Like where this train is heading, what is hidden in compartment -1, and why the strange passengers around us always have some non-human characteristics. At this point, Lin Yelan pointed at the strange uncle beside him. Look at this ugly dude, his eyes look like they have pinholes. What I'm more curious about is, why it ignores you. The strange uncle still showed no reaction, but Su Ming fixed his piercing gaze on Lin Yelan, gently grabbing his collar. His gaze became more and more dangerous, like a wild beast ready to pounce. How do you know? My skill is, ignore. Lin Yelan pushed up his glasses, looking a bit strange, pointing at the odd one beside him. As long as I try not to interact or communicate with it, I will gradually be ignored by it. Ignore? Why does this sound so familiar? This seems a bit absurd, right? Didn't you see the activation condition? Not interacting or communicating to be ignored, I think it's not very useful besides finding some clues. Indeed. But back to the point, what is Su God's skill this time? Besides hitting harder, it doesn't seem special at all. Is it possible that Su God's skill is the big loser itself? Sad. The skill of the boy with glasses in front of them made the viewers in the livestream a bit curious. But after his explanation, most people lost interest as it was just the simple act of ignoring the strange. Compared to Su Ming, that was simply dull. Is that so? Slowly shifting his gaze, Su Ming nodded. I must say this guy's skill is indeed effective. If used well, he should be able to easily pass this instance. Looking at you like this, shouldn't you be able to handle it alone? Why did you come to me? With a gaze turned toward the deep corridor, Su Ming slightly furrowed his brows. You know, this instance is a battle royale game. Theoretically speaking, I could indeed clear it by myself, but... Lin Yelan scanned the surroundings, a strange smile creeping onto his lips as he slowly continued. Look at these people. Ever since you showed your power, they all want to take you out first, the strongest one. Su Ming slowly closed his eyes, his tone laced with sarcasm. You mean I should just kill all these players? Just consider it clearing obstacles in advance? Lin Yelan shifted her gaze back, staring directly at Su Ming. Their conversation wasn't intentionally kept quiet, causing the players in the compartment to change their expressions. The earlier scene of Su Ming instantly killing 3 strong men was still fresh in everyone's minds, leaving many in fear. But with Lin Yelan's revelation, most of the players simply dropped their pretense. Brothers, these two clearly aren't good people. Let's team up and deal with them. Anyway, this instance doesn't say we can't attack players. Their threat is too great. Don't forget how that girl died just now. If we don't take action, they'll come for us sooner or later. Among the crowd, voices rose one after another. As a large group of players gathered forward, their momentum was staggering. Sorry to disappoint you. I really don't want to kill the innocent. I have my principles. Looking at the players gradually closing in around him, Su Ming smiled faintly. He seemed wholly unconcerned. Oh. However, you have reminded me. Su Ming seemed to have thought of something, slowly standing up, his gaze gradually turning cold. I have a little principle. If no one provokes me, I won't provoke others. He's coming with a big bag. I bet 5 packs of spicy strips that this killer will take out another batch of people. Su God is preparing to rob, collect protection fees? Are these players not afraid of death? Do they think they can take down Su God just because there are many of them? Let's observe for 3 seconds, okay? By this time next year, the grass on their graves will probably be half a meter high, right? Though Su Ming hadn't made a move yet, many viewers in the livestream had already begun to mourn, praying for these players. Hearing Su Ming speak, everyone exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what was happening. And I have an old rule, which is to prefer ways that make money quickly. So, each of you gives me 2,000 rule points, and I'll take it as you all are paying me to avoid disaster. How about it? Twisting his wrist, Su Ming stepped closer to the players. I think you've gone crazy thinking about money? Bang! As soon as the words fell, a player was hit in the abdomen by Su Ming's punch, crashing to the ground like a cooked shrimp. Struggling a couple of times before becoming unresponsive. Brothers, let's all go together, don't let him pick us off one by one, ah. A player lowered his head in pain, looking at his own wound where a deep blood hole was, constantly spraying blood. He frantically covered the blood hole, intense pain surged, making him lose consciousness in an instant. Bang! Another random player met the fate of having their head deformed by Su Ming's big bag, falling stiffly to the ground, convulsing. Whoa. Brother, I was wrong, don't, pu. A female player suffered the same fate, her eyes filled with unwillingness and hatred, and in an instant, she ceased to breathe. Su Ming's movements didn't slow down at all, his gaze extraordinarily cold, continuously instant-killing some players. In just a few minutes, the compartment was already littered with dozens of corpses in disarray. To be honest, as long as you don't bother me, I genuinely don't want to make a move. Once everything ended, the players in the compartment were almost as compared to the start. Even the remaining players now looked at him like he was a devil, their faces exceptionally pale, their bodies constantly retreating. But, why do you all think I'm a soft persimmon? The carriage seemed like a sea of blood, whether on the ground or on the seats, all dyed in a strange red. Chapter 68 The Last Train Number 7. Su Ming slowly sat back in his seat, pulled out a blood-soaked pack of cigarettes, and calmly took out a cigarette with less blood on it to light up. What a pity, lost another big sum of rule points. Looking at the heap of bodies on the floor, Su Ming shook his head with some disappointment. Be big boss, don't kill me, I will give you rule points. Yes, I mean no harm, how many do you want? The remaining half of the players held back their fear, and forced themselves to ask. After all, no one knew if Su Ming would suddenly go crazy and kill all of them. No, you didn't prepare to deal with me, I am a person with principles. I absolutely won't take what isn't mine. Glancing back slightly, Su Ming shook his head slowly. He was telling the truth, after all, his own skills in this instance weren't overly powerful. If he wanted to take rule points, he would have to help them find a way to clear the level. For Su Ming, he wouldn't do a deal he couldn't complete. Aren't you really planning to extort something from the rest? Lin Yelan turned around, looking at Su Ming who was covered in blood, as if he had been fished out of the blood. The corners of his mouth lifted into a slight smile, teasing him a bit. Forget it, they pose no threat to me, there's no need. Exhaling a puff of smoke, and throwing the blood-soaked cigarette away, Su Ming's voice seemed calm. Then he tore off a few pieces of curtain from the window and began to wipe himself carefully. Oh, right, I seem to have forgotten something. 5,000. With wide eyes, Lin Yelan showed a bewildered expression on his face. Don't doubt, that's exactly what I mean, you're responsible for finding clues, and I'm responsible for solving strange problems. Rubbing his right index finger and thumb together, Su Ming looked particularly serious. I give you two choices, either don't cooperate with me, or if you do, give me 5,000 first. I thought Su God had changed his heart, didn't expect that he wouldn't miss any chance to extort. But to be fair, don't you think Brother Su Ming, although a bit violent, still has a little moral bottom line? A little, but not much. In the first two instances, he could have accepted the money and then killed all the players, but I don't know why he didn't do that. Upstairs, when a person becomes completely unscrupulous and despicably low, then he can't really be considered human anymore. The live chat room erupted into a fierce debate over Su Ming's character, after all, in many people's eyes. Though Su Ming seemed principled, no matter what it was, as long as it opposed him, he would go all out. This made some feel that Su Ming was indeed too ruthless in handling matters. Looking at the struggle and conflict on Lin Yelan's face, Su Ming smiled kindly. If you choose not to cooperate with me, then I will throw your body into that trash heap, because you pose a threat to me, can't be friends, that means you must be an enemy. Then if you're an enemy, naturally you should be dealt with early. The carriage fell silent, everyone stared wide-eyed at this robber who was openly threatening. At the same time, some players felt a bit confused. Why they were willing to give rule points, but Su Ming instead refused and targeted the player next to him. Ding! Transaction successful. Watching the balance increase, Su Ming's smile gradually became radiant. He had taken another step closer to success. It seems there is a crew room at the end of the carriage, why don't you go check it out? Su Ming pointed to the junction of the carriage opposite the restroom, where there was a small green sign room with the words, Crew Restroom. He patted Lin Yelan's shoulder. Su Ming's eyes held a hint of encouragement. All right. With a casual nod, Lin Yelan boldly walked towards the carriage handover area. Hope to find something. Just as Lin Yelan walked away, the lights in the carriage suddenly flickered inexplicably, accompanied by intermittent electrical sounds, stirring a thought in every player's mind. The lights are going to go out. Remembering the hint of Rule 2, when the lights go out at night, close your eyes and don't pay attention to any noise. But, it doesn't seem like it's night yet? If Rule 2 is correct but not complete, it means that the lights must be closed-eyed. If Rule 2 is wrong, closing your eyes might lead to your death. Some players were deeply conflicted, anxiously watching the dimming lights, their expressions grim and uncertain. Su Ming did not make any unnecessary moves, instead leaning back on the seat, his brows slightly furrowing. Dear passengers, there is a fault in the carriage circuit, please close your eyes and remain quiet while waiting for the circuit to be repaired. The announcement echoed at the right moment, a crisp and sweet voice lingering in the carriage. Seemingly noticing something, Su Ming suddenly stood up and quickly ran towards the crew resting room. What's going on? Are the lights going to go out? Did you hear what the announcement just said? I think she's right, after all, Rule 2 says exactly that. Hurry and close your eyes, or it'll be too late. A noisy murmur rose, with a large number of people agreeing, quickly closing their eyes while the lights were still not completely out. A bunch of fools. One player looked at this scene, his eyes filled with disdain. Frowning, he constantly scanned his surroundings. These strange things will kindly remind us? Absolutely a trap. I think so too, if we believe their nonsense and close our eyes, we'd probably just wait to die. A few players mocked, looking at those with closed eyes with a scoffing expression, feeling like they were the smart minority. Damn. It even gave a hint. We just need to confirm what that staff member was wearing to know the answer. If it's white, then it must be right. A sudden exclamation exploded in the carriage, startling all players. Z. Before they could react, the light suddenly went out. The carriage did not become completely dark, instead turning a faint red. It looked as if red mist from outside seeped in. Yes, doesn't Rule 6 say that staff in white clothing are trustworthy? Given the current situation, Rule 6 is probably true. So, here's the interesting part, if these players didn't first rush to confirm the staff's color in the crew resting room, they could only guess whether Rule 2 was right or wrong. Rule 2 can't be determined either, it says it's for when the lights go out at night, but it's still daytime now. A player seemed to run to the crew resting room to confirm the staff's color the moment the announcement was made, right? The other players' live streams exploded, even the viewers off-screen began to feel a bit nervous. The light suddenly went out, and all players, even after realizing it, had no time to confirm anything, only able to huddle in their seats with anxious hearts. No one dared to speak, the air thick with a chilling and eerie atmosphere. Ah! At that moment, a player suddenly let out a pained scream. Quick, close your put. Before he could finish his words, his voice abruptly stopped. Then, a strange laugh echoed from where the sound had come, hee. Crack! It was as if something was gnawing at his body, the sounds of flesh being torn and bones being crushed mixed together, sending chills to the bone. And the players who originally had their eyes open now turned pale. Just as I was about to close my eyes again. The strange travelers sitting beside them had, I don't know when, already climbed onto my shoulders. Turning my head to look. A pair of scarlet eyes, sparkling with a cold light, stared directly at me, while a strange smile curled at the corners of their mouth. He. So fragrant. Chapter 69, The End of the World Train, Number 8. Tentacles. What on earth is this thing? In an instant, the carriage was filled with a chorus of screams, making the players who had already closed their eyes feel a chill of fear. If it weren't for my good luck, I would probably be in the same situation as them by now. Power has returned to normal, please maintain good order. As the broadcast sounded again, feeling the true light source, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. In front of him stood a stewardess in a white uniform who put down the microphone, her face showing a slight smile. Dear passengers, please do not stay in the lounge for too long. Otherwise. Okay. Su Ming nodded, then grabbed the female stewardess's arm, pulling her out of the steward's lounge. Looking at the bewildered expression of the stewardess, Su Ming blinked. I'm not in the lounge anymore, right? Can I have some in-depth communication with you? With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. At the same time, Lin Yelan walked out of the lounge holding a brochure. What do you think this is? Lin Yelan walked straight towards Su Ming, then raised the brochure in his hand. Oh. Taking the brochure with one hand, while firmly holding onto the stewardess with the other, Su Ming frowned slightly. Steward's Code. 1. Please remember that you can never take off your white coat, it is your only proof of identity. 2. You can trust the words of the staff in red clothes, but please stay away from those in black clothes. 3. Food and water will be delivered 3 times a day, please distribute to every tourist. 4. Passengers cannot stay in the lounge for long. If you find any passenger intruding, please drive them away in time. 5. If you feel any physical changes, the drink in your thermos can effectively relieve it. 6. Please try to avoid long-term contact with passengers who have a deeper level of infection. 7. If you find a passenger in an uncontrollable state, please send an emergency report immediately. Specialized personnel will handle it. There's actually a steward's code? Su Ming stuffed the brochure into his pocket, turned to look at the female stewardess in front of him, and a bold idea suddenly surged in his heart. Wait a moment. Glancing at the fearful female stewardess, Su Ming quickly pulled her into the lounge, then slammed the door shut. Ah. No. Just because you say no means no? I insist. The sounds of their argument echoed from inside the lounge, the female stewardess's voice tinged with a hint of tears. Goodness, goodness. Why at such a crucial moment are we left outside the lounge? What else to say? It would be too troublesome to censor if we were inside. Sushin just wants to keep it to himself, right? Ah, could there be a chance that he is beating up the strange one inside? Exactly, from my perspective as a pure 36D female college student, Sushin would never do such things. By the way, my WeChat number is X. Listening to the strange noises from inside, even though everyone knew what was going on, the viewers in the livestream couldn't help but make fun of the scene. After all, this scene was indeed a bit misleading. This guy still has such thoughts? Taking a deep breath, forcing myself to calm down, Lin Yelan instinctively wanted to distance himself. Creak. Unexpectedly, after just a few seconds, the door opened again. This. So fast? What are you thinking? I just wanted to do an experiment. Su Ming's calm voice came through. At this moment he had donned the white work coat, while the female stewardess was left in only her underwear and a few thin pieces of fabric. Theoretically, I am now the steward of this carriage. I want to confirm again, where is the key to the next car? Looking at the female attendant, Su Ming slightly furrowed his brows and slowly asked. It's in the drawer. Trembling, she pointed to the drawer in the lounge, her expression full of fear and pleading in her eyes. Clearly, Su Ming's previous actions had been seen by her. So at this moment, she did not dare to resist at all, only able to helplessly sit on the ground. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who would kill you for no reason. Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming's eyes flickered as he took a metal key from the drawer. Then he casually picked up a thermos cup on the table, filled with a light yellow unknown drink. I think this key should be different from what the players will get later. Lin Yelan looked at Su Ming as he picked up the key and thermos cup, preparing to head to the end of the car. He couldn't help but remind. Well, my current identity is a crew member, and unless something goes wrong, the player rules shouldn't apply to me right now? Looking down at his white lab coat, Su Ming had a faint suspicion in his heart. As for whether the drink has any effect. Glancing at the female attendant, Su Ming suddenly yanked her up. What? What are you doing? Let go of me. Boo-hoo. The already tense female attendant completely broke down at this moment, raising her arms to wipe away her tears. Don't worry, if you help me out one more time, I won't do anything excessive. Ignoring her reaction, Su Ming quickly dragged the female attendant to a strange traveler nearby and casually picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table. What are you doing? You disturbed my rest. The strange traveler had fingers that looked like tentacles, staring at Su Ming with a strange smile on his face. Slap. Drink it. Holding the water bottle, Su Ming's tone grew a bit cold. Before the female attendant could say anything, Su Ming pried her mouth open and poured the entire bottle of mineral water down her throat. Delicious food. Hee, slap. Not even looking back, Su Ming gave the strange traveler another powerful slap to disorient him. Cough, cough. Along with painful coughing, the female attendant's body began to change, her skin gradually growing blue scales. Her eyes slightly dazed, then her pupils turned bright red. Seeing this scene, Su Ming unhesitatingly delivered several more powerful slaps, prolonging the strange traveler's disorientation. Then quickly opened the thermos cup and made the attendant drink the beverage. A few seconds later, the female attendant's body indeed returned to normal, although a few drops of light yellow liquid remained at the corner of her mouth. It seems this rule is real. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Ming capped the thermos and slowly walked towards the end of the car. You look for clues first, I'll go ahead and scout. Glancing at Lin Yelan, Su Ming took out the metal key and slowly opened the door to the next car. Okay, what delicious food. At that moment, the traveler with tentacle-like appendages finally came out of his daze, looking around in confusion at the players. At this time, in another car, Su Ming's figure slowly walked in, his gaze scanning around. A light green sign above the lounge caught Su Ming's attention. This is car number 1? Looking at the symbol on the sign, Su Ming seemed to be in thought. The facilities here seemed similar to those in the previous car number 2, the only difference being, the strange travelers inside had become even stranger. The travelers in car number 2 still bore some human resemblance. But here, their bizarre appearances had changed drastically. Some had heads that had turned into flowers. Some had legs that had transformed into 2 writhing black snakes. And even more absurd, some bodies looked as if they were inflated rafts, their heads and limbs having become a mass of flesh. Perhaps it was because Su Ming was wearing a white work outfit, so these travelers only casually glanced at him, before shifting their attention elsewhere. Number 2. An unusually cold voice rang out from behind Su Ming, tinged with a hint of anger. Su Ming turned his head but did not speak, instead slowly raising his arm. It was a strange creature with 4 eyes, dressed in a white jumpsuit similar to Su Ming's. But for some reason, it seemed oblivious to any irregularities, looking at Su Ming in silence before loudly questioning again. Are you mute, number 2? It's not even mealtime yet, what are you doing here? Is this thing blind? Can't it see such a big person as Su God? Looking at it, it seems these staff only recognize uniforms, not who you are. I think there are players in this instance successfully impersonating staff. This one is unprecedented, no wonder it's a big shot. Shouldn't be. That thing has 4 eyes, its eyesight must be excellent. Many analysts noted down the operation of Su Ming putting on the work uniform. Even though this D-class instance isn't a high-end one, this key information is enough for many analysts to strike it rich. Many wealthy people and second-generation rich in the real world like to buy detailed information about various instances in advance, preparing for entering the world of ghost tales after death. Chat. With his eyes slightly squinted, Su Ming softly uttered 2 words. Chat? Your infection progress in the second carriage is still under 10%, what the hell do you want to chat with me for? Then how do we accelerate the infection? A smile crept on Su Ming's lips as he slowly asked. Accelerating the infection is, Didn't I tell you this a few days ago? You're not that number 2 from before. At this moment, the strange being finally sensed something was off, its voice becoming somewhat agitated as it turned and attempted to run to its lounge. It can't even recognize itself in this outfit? Seeing the strange creature panic, Su Ming seized the opportunity, exploding into incredible speed. Feeling itself embraced by something, the strange creature struggled to lift its head, wanting to say something. Don't get excited yet. Slap. A loud slap sent it dizzy, as Su Ming quickly opened the lounge door and dragged it inside. Bang! Before it could react, a series of slaps echoed in the lounge. And because the lounge had decent soundproofing, coupled with the strange being in a daze for a long time, the passengers in the carriage paid no attention to these noises. 10 minutes later. Su Ming rubbed his sore arms and leisurely walked out of the lounge. In his hand was the key to the next carriage, along with 2 thermoses. Creak. Su Ming swiftly opened the next carriage. As soon as he pushed the door open, glaring red light flooded the carriage, and Su Ming's body began to change rapidly. His eyes gradually turned blood red, his palms widening and thickening. Delicate scales began to grow. Gulp. Suddenly taking a large swig of the drink, Su Ming's body returned to normal, as if everything before was just an illusion. Is the pollution this serious? Looking up at a light green metal sign, Su Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. -1. Here is the so-called carriage number -1. I want to see what secrets are inside this. Muttering softly, Su Ming stood still at the edge, his body just within the range of red light, but not entering. About 10 seconds later, the mutation in his body appeared again, and Su Ming promptly took another gulp of the drink. 15 seconds. Estimating the time slightly, Su Ming's gaze flickered as he stepped into this crimson space. So painful, it hurts so much. I'm so hungry. Why can't I die? Let me die. As soon as he entered the carriage, disconnected and chaotic noises filled Su Ming's ears. Su Ming scanned his surroundings, the scene before him was enough to make even his strong resilience feel somewhat nauseous. There were no tourists on either side here. Inside the carriage, it was as if a massive engine had mutated into a monster, with these completely transformed beings bound firmly to a platform. Above each monster was a cutting machine, slicing into the creatures' bodies at an incredibly rapid pace. Outside the carriage, there were no windows, only black metal plates filled with countless tiny holes. Through the holes, a strange red mist poured in, quickly absorbed by the monsters, allowing their bodies to heal at an astonishing speed. But as soon as they finished healing, the cutting machine, like chopping chives, dropped its metal blades once more. The pieces that were cut off were sent into a giant furnace to be burned, seemingly providing endless power for the train. Damn! This is key information. These monsters were specifically created for this carriage? What exactly is this red mist, and why can it mutate monsters and heal their bodies so quickly? Honestly, this is my first time seeing such a scene, but why do I feel like it resembles one of the top 10 A-level dungeons? Upstairs, speak to the point, I wish you the most crucial moment of glory. Watching this scene, the viewers in the livestream were shocked. Even some who had seen the livestream of this dungeon didn't uncover the secrets within carriage number 1. Vague messages floated across the screen, hinting at a connection to a certain A-level dungeon, but no specific info was revealed. So that's how it is? Listening to the countless screams and wails around him, Su Ming's eyes flickered, and his expression grew somewhat grim. Looking at a bottle that was almost empty, Su Ming furrowed his brow and was about to turn to leave. The hidden secret in this carriage number 1 was likely the final fate of players like them. Click. A strange mechanical sound startled Su Ming, and he turned his gaze toward the source of the noise. A vague figure was crouching in a corner, seemingly repairing a machine. Chapter 71 End of the World Train Number 10. Seeing this scene, Su Ming's eyes shifted, and he suddenly charged forward, grabbing the figure crouched in the corner. Who? I'm repairing. A deep voice immediately sounded, followed by intense struggling. The force was so great that it successfully broke free from Su Ming's grasp. You, slap. Before the figure could react, Su Ming seized the moment and gave a powerful slap. This terrifying and bizarre being immediately became as soft as a little sheep, collapsing onto the ground. Slap. Slap. To be safe, Su Ming dragged its body out of the carriage while continuously attacking with slaps. The aim was to ensure it remained dizzy and disoriented. I must not let this guy wake up. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming slightly narrowed his eyes, his hand already moving at a speed that blurred. He had a premonition, if this guy woke up, his certain death would follow. Clang. As the carriage door slammed shut, with no time to rest, Su Ming quickly drank a few sips of a drink to restore his somewhat mutated body to normal. Now, he finally saw clearly the figure before him, dressed in a strange yellow work outfit, with a toolbox hanging from its waist. Yellow clothes? Pulling it into the crew lounge, Su Ming's expression darkened unpredictably. Because the rules did not mention any personnel wearing yellow work clothes, what did it mean for him to pull this guy out? This guy absolutely cannot be allowed to return. Slap. Whatever good or bad, based on the strength it had shown while struggling, Su Ming could conclude that if it woke up, he would certainly die. Slap. Thinking of this, Su Ming slapped even harder. The sound of slaps echoed throughout the lounge, as the dark-skinned middle-aged man in yellow began to flush red. The entire face slowly swelled up. What is Su God trying to do? Why does he keep hitting that strange thing? Can he really kill it like this? I don't really understand either, but why isn't this strange thing resisting? What does it mean to roll its eyes like that? But the rules never mentioned any staff in yellow clothes. Will this action bring unimaginable consequences? Exactly, I think the streamer should just slap it a few times to vent. There's really no need to keep hitting it like that. The viewers in the live broadcast were baffled by the scene before them. Nearly everyone thought Su Ming was wasting his energy. After all, no matter how hard Su Ming hit that strange thing, it was still a strange entity, almost an immortal existence. How could it possibly die from such hits? Wow, this thing can really take a beating? With his eyebrows slightly raised, Su Ming's expression became a bit grim, and his breathing quickened. At this moment, he had been slapping for at least 5 minutes and had just barely made its skin crack a little. One could only imagine how thick this thing's skin was. Watch me perform the spiral slap. Slap. Without taking a break, Su Ming gritted his teeth, his face fierce. His hands moved back and forth, transforming into a merciless slapping machine. Half an hour later, Su Ming collapsed in the break room, his clothes soaked in sweat. And at his feet, the staff in yellow clothing had half of its head utterly crushed, blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Phew. So damn tiring. As his breathing gradually calmed down, Su Ming slowly stood up and peeled off the work uniform from it. By the way, what's in this toolbox? Looking at the toolbox tightly gripped by the strange entity, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly as he unlatched it. Wrench, screwdriver. A power drill? Looking at the small power drill in his hand, Su Ming subconsciously pressed the switch. V-room. Can it work without being plugged in? As he examined the spinning power drill, Su Ming's curiosity intensified. As if remembering something, Su Ming picked up the buzzing device and poked it right into the strange entity's forehead. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Large splashes of blood and brain matter erupted outward, making the scene look extremely bloody. Under the dim yellow light, Su Ming, holding the power drill and drilling into the forehead, had a twisted smile of excitement at the corner of his blood-stained mouth. This was simply more bizarre than the bizarre itself. No way. This. Did the strange entity really get killed? I remember in the last scenario, some strange entities were easily smashed to death by Su God with a hammer, right? I can understand being smashed by a hammer, but getting killed by hand like this is too sci-fi, isn't it? Su God isn't even carrying weapons, how can he kill the strange entity barehanded? Kids can't understand this. The destructive power is stronger than I expected. As if having found treasure, Su Ming wiped the blood off the small power drill and tucked it away. Although this special tool couldn't be taken out of the scenario, Su Ming had a gut feeling that this item would play a crucial role. There's also a notebook? After rummaging through, Su Ming once again pulled out a notebook from the toolbox. Repairman's knowledge. 1. You can go to any compartment and stay there for a long time, provided that the compartment has malfunctioned and needs repair. 2. If a compartment malfunctions, you must arrive within 10 minutes to perform repairs. The yellow work uniform will protect you from any infections. 3. Ignore staff in black clothing, you are not under their jurisdiction. As expected. This guy is a repairman? The previous player rules didn't mention staff in yellow clothing, which means this guy is a special existence. Washing the stains off the work uniform, Su Ming seemed to ponder. What if I utilize this buggy identity and go directly to the source? A flicker of light flashed in Su Ming's eyes as a crazy idea surged in his mind. His yellow work uniform could prevent him from getting infected or mutated. He could also freely move through the carriages. So, with his talent for the big pocket, perhaps he could quickly pass through. Without hesitation, Su Ming took a deep breath and pushed the door open, walking back to the second carriage where the players were. You're back? Lin Yelan's eyes lit up as she quickly stood up and ran over. Did you find any news? Su Ming calmly nodded, asking. I have some clues, but I'm not too sure. When it came to the clue issue, Lin Yelan blocked the other player's view and quietly took out a torn photo from her pocket. Chapter 72, The End Times Train number 11. In the old and damaged photo, a woman in a white uniform stood on the far right. Beside her stood many staff members in white and red uniforms. But part of the photo seemed to be missing. On the far left, only half of a dark green military pants could be faintly seen. What is this? Looking at the torn photo in his hand, a sense of speculation stirred in Su Ming's heart. I suspect that the person with half a body might be one of the train management staff. Or, it could be called the train conductor. Lin Yelan's tone was serious, her eyes filled with worry. Got it. Slowly nodding, Su Ming walked toward the direction of the third carriage. As he reached the connection between the carriages and saw the stewardess huddled in the corner, Su Ming didn't pay much attention. This stewardess was not anyone from the black and white photo. Wait. There are only 2 or 3 hours left until the lights go out. If you... Lin Yelan followed behind Su Ming, a look of conflict on her face. Because if Su Ming took too long exploring or faced some unexpected event, then his chances of clearing the dungeon would decrease significantly. It's fine, don't worry too much, I'll be back before dark. Su Ming frowned slightly, took out the universal key from his toolbox, and with a click, opened the door to the third carriage. It's almost dark, what are you going out for? Isn't there supposed to be a power outage at night? We can't guess Su God's ideas, but I think there's a reason he's going out now. Wow. Key piece of information, it turns out this engineer in yellow has a universal key? I don't know if it's a universal key, but I see Su God has already opened 2 doors. Many viewers noticed the universal key in Su Ming's hand, instantly shocked. It turned out that this dungeon not only had staff in yellow uniforms, but also large drills and a universal key? This news was instantly spread online by countless netizens, and discussions about Su Ming exploded, attracting many onlookers. You'd better not come in, I can't guarantee your safety. Seemingly sensing something, Su Ming suddenly turned around, his tone cold. Understood. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yelan's foot froze in midair. Then, after pondering for a few seconds, she nodded seriously and turned back toward her seat. Clang. The door to the third carriage closed again, and the players felt a bit relaxed. After all, with Su Ming here, everyone felt a heavy pressure in their hearts. Come back soon, this is only the first day, and many clues haven't shown up yet. No need to rush. Wearily closing her eyes, Lin Yelan slowly shook her head. This is... The third carriage looked like a restaurant, but there were no travelers inside. It was probably not yet open for business. Su Ming walked slowly down the aisle, the staff in red uniforms watching him with standard smiles. But they did not speak up. Su Ming's steps were neither fast nor slow, his face was calm as he walked toward the end of the carriage. If nothing unexpected happens, tomorrow the players will reach this carriage, and who knows what traps await them. Crack! The fourth carriage slowly opened, and Su Ming could clearly see that the surrounding air had taken on a faint red glow. Roar! I want to eat, I'm so hungry, so hungry. Hee. At this moment, strange sounds pierced through, sometimes frantic and sometimes sharp, making one feel inexplicably irritated after a while. Quickly taking steps, Su Ming glanced at the passengers around him with the corner of his eye. At this time, their forms had already become like the monsters in carriage number 1, their bodies extremely twisted and deformed, no longer resembling humans at all. Hey! Walk faster, or do you want to be infected too? Just as Su Ming was observing, a shout came from beside him. Black! His pupils suddenly contracted. Su Ming's face, however, remained calm. He quickly headed toward the next carriage. He. The black-clad staff behind him took a casual glance and then stopped paying attention to Su Ming, but instead focused on the monsters beside him. Next, please enjoy yourselves. This is the meaning of your existence. A pair of scarlet pupils gradually became frenzied, the face of this black-clad staff member became increasingly ferocious. The fifth carriage. The scene inside was somewhat beyond Su Ming's imagination. There were no monsters here, nor black-clad staff members. Only ordinary passengers, of course, referring to those without any mutations. This carriage was unexpectedly spacious and enormous. It felt as if he had entered another world, with all kinds of drinks and delicious food available. Men in tuxedos raised their glasses and chatted, while some women dressed provocatively showed off their figures. Old men played chess and drank tea, and children played together. White-clad waiters busily moved about. The only common point was that their clothing appeared incredibly luxurious and extravagant. Compared to the passengers in the player's carriage, these were bizarre, as if they crawled out of a slum. Is this the real passengers on the apocalypse train? Su Ming did not look back, nor did he stop his steps, he continued calmly toward the next carriage. Eyes around him scanned this out-of-place mechanic. Often filled with a hint of disdain and some scorn, with even some mocking laughter and ridicule. This carriage seems to be the one for normal people? What about those before? I remember this carriage has crucial clues. Why is Su God not even looking and keeps moving forward? Isn't it the first day? Logically, shouldn't this be a place players only reach in 3 or 4 days? Who knows, even if Su God clears it directly today, I wouldn't be surprised at all. And all of this, Su Ming seemed to hear nothing. By now, he had probably walked for over 10 minutes and finally faintly saw the end of the carriage. Time is running out. Looking at the dim red light outside the window, Su Ming frowned and quickly walked to the end of the carriage. Crack! Turning the doorknob, Su Ming tucked the key into his pocket and slowly entered the next carriage. The sixth carriage. A figure in a dark green military uniform sat comfortably on the sofa, a thin long cigar burning at the corner of his mouth. What's the matter? Didn't I say no entry without knocking? As soon as he stepped into the carriage, a voice laced with mild anger echoed within. This carriage returned to a normal size, but it did not look like a carriage, it seemed like a luxurious room. In the center of the room was a large sofa, and against the wall was a large screen, projecting some indecent movies, accompanied by bursts of gasping. Damn it, I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf? The man suddenly turned his head, thick eyebrows shaped like a bow, with a square face giving an imposing and fierce look. Repairman? What are you doing here? Looking at Su Ming in front of him, the man's brows furrowed slightly, speaking in confusion. There's a fault here, and I need to come and fix it. Su Ming's expression was calm as he replied softly. This can't be. Bang! A hammer flew from Su Ming's hand, smashing the light bulb above perfectly. The bulb shattered with a pop, dropping shards of glass all over the ground. Pointing to the glass shards on the ground and then to the black smoke billowing from the wires above, Su Ming seriously explained. Now, isn't there a fault? Chapter 73, The Last Train, number 12. Are you rubbing my intelligence on the ground? Seeing Su Ming's posture, the man laughed in anger, pressing the remote to turn off the projection, and slowly got up. As he stood, he resembled a lion ready to pounce, stepping closer to Su Ming. I think, you plan to defeat me and take this outfit from me. Is that so? Turning his neck, the man licked his lips with excitement, continuing before Su Ming could speak. But you might be disappointed. Ever since I put on this outfit, I have enjoyed every day to the fullest. Whether it's women, power, or wealth. I have it all. Countless people covet this outfit of mine, but no one has ever defeated me. The man's tone grew more arrogant, his eyes wide with contempt. Swish! His body suddenly moved in front of Su Ming, lightly patting Su Ming's shoulder, with a hint of a mocking smile. With your kind, I have no idea how to kill you. Smack! Caught off guard, Su Ming suddenly delivered a massive slap, directly hitting the man. Smack! Smack! Not giving him a chance to speak, while the man was still dazed, Su Ming's right hand moved quickly, like a skilled master. The sounds of slapping echoed continuously. The man in front never expected that this repairman he thought he could easily defeat would suddenly become so bold. Villains die from talking too much, don't you understand this? Shaking his head slowly, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. While continuing to slap with his right hand, his left hand pulled out a small electric drill from his pocket. I can perform a craniotomy on you without anesthesia. You've hit the jackpot this time. Looking at the man standing there, swaying and rolling his eyes, Su Ming spoke with excitement. ZZZ. ZZZZZ. Without hesitation, he quickly pressed the switch, drilling straight into the man's skull. The sound of the drill was harsh in the room, and the tip of the drill was even faintly glowing red. One can imagine how bizarrely powerful this body was. I give up, I'm a weakling. If you're a brother, come drill me. Science close-up, this man pulls out an electric drill, going for another man's forehead. Let's see what happens next. Hey, weakling, are we brothers or comrades? Can I drill you? This doesn't seem right. This bizarre man looks so terrifyingly strong, yet he is being pushed down by Su Shin with ease, not moving an inch. The viewers in the livestream were initially keenly watching Su Ming's actions. But after he pulled out the small electric drill, they finally began to show signs of unease. This guy Su Ming was simply outrageous. How could he be using a drill on such a sensitive spot? ZZZZ. Blue smoke was rising, sparks were flying. And the countless slaps made Su Ming want to laugh. Didn't you say you were very capable? Looking at the wildly spinning drill, Su Ming felt extremely satisfied. Remember this brand for next time, when buying a drill, get this one. Time passed by second by second. The sky is getting dark. Looking at the increasingly dim sky, a hint of madness revealed in Su Ming's weary eyes. Bang 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 bang. The frequency of the big beetle didn't slow down, but instead swung out faster, leaving behind traces of its speed. This was also Su Ming's plan. No matter how strong you are as a boss, as long as you have a health bar, even ghosts and gods can be shattered by me. After an hour of electric drill plus beetle attack, the man's face had swollen like a pig's head, with his puffy eyelids almost completely covering his eyes, blood constantly dripping. Still quite tough. Su Ming slightly furrowed his brows, restoring the electric drill to its original position while his left hand pressed down hard to prevent the drill from slipping again. ZZZ. VRRR. At some point, the sound of the electric drill suddenly changed, as if it had reached a certain threshold, and countless blood mixed with brain matter exploded. The man's head could no longer resist, and cracks started appearing all over his skull, along the drill hole, densely spreading. Bang! With an explosion, the man's head shattered into pieces. After almost 2 hours, until the very end, this strange creature didn't have a chance to fight back, lost in the endless beetle assault. And just as it died, a somewhat familiar mechanical prompt sounded in Su Ming's mind. Special skill, Trist's Fate Dice, attempting to imprint skill. Imprint successful. Congratulations! You've obtained the permanent special skill, Big Beetle. What is this? As if remembering something, Su Ming wearily sat on the couch, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. At the same time, Lin Yelan quietly stared out the window, not knowing what he was thinking. That guy, is 5,000 rule points really worth it? He mumbled softly, letting out a light sigh. The sky was gradually getting darker, it seemed as if it had completely turned night. He raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the car. He could clearly feel the lights were about to go out. Why hasn't that guy come back yet? If he doesn't come back, I'll need to change my approach. Lin Yelan's eyes squinted slightly, his gaze subtly scanning the other players around him, with a faint, inexplicable look in his eyes. Dungeon triggered an unknown bug. Trying to fix. Data rejected. Fix failed. Congratulations, you've completed the dungeon. Lin Yelan, who had been leaning against his seat, suddenly stood up, his eyes full of disbelief. Shaking his head, he slowly stood up and turned around, shocked. Ha! Triggered an unknown bug. And cleared the dungeon? What the hell? What's going on? This is only the first day. No way, triggered a bug? Who triggered the bug? Ha 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 ha. I actually cleared it like this, I love ghost stories. I'm the chosen one. The noisy voices exploded in the car, with everyone talking at once. While confused, there was a hint of joy. No one expected that this D-class dungeon would be cleared in such a way. This was absolutely the first time in history. Chapter 74, Apocalypse Train Number 13, Final Chapter. Who? It must be someone. Could it be that guy? Recalling the yellow work uniform Su Ming was wearing, Lin Yelan's pupils suddenly contracted. Now, all the players were in the first car. If anyone had the ability to trigger a bug and force everyone to clear the dungeon, who else could it be except Su Ming? Su Ming's eyes slightly flickered, and he slowly bent down to pick up a bloodstained work permit from the ground. He wiped the bloodstains off with his palm and carefully examined it. This guy, isn't the conductor? Looking at the position listed as security captain, Su Ming's brows furrowed even more. But by this time, there was no time for him to think further. The scene before him suddenly shattered like glass, and Su Ming's consciousness became hazy. He vaguely saw that, amidst the endless red mist, a train stretched as far as the eye could see, rushing towards the distance at an incredible speed. The train's exterior was alternating between purple and red, looking like a giant centipede, terrifyingly fierce. Congratulations! You've cleared the dungeon. Apocalypse Train rating, SSS. Reward, several rule points. Title expansion slot *2. Earn title, Drill Maniac. Drill Maniac, now whenever you use any electric drill, you can deal real damage to your target. Title evaluation, do you feel like the electric drill suits you? It's only what I think, not what you think. Congratulations to player Su Ming for perfectly clearing the D-Class dungeon End of the World Train. The End of the World Train dungeon will merge into the Creepy Tale world and this dungeon is permanently closed. What is this title expansion slot? Could it really be what I think it is? With a twitch of his lips, Su Ming couldn't wait to open his backpack. Where is it? But after fiddling around for a long time, he still couldn't find this so-called title expansion slot anywhere. This dungeon only rewarded this thing. Could it be that there is no physical object? With a slight frown, Su Ming seemed to think of something and quickly opened his attribute panel. Player, Su Ming. Special skills, Big Pocket, Burst Growth. Title, /MVP, click for details, /blank. Equipment, Sacrificial Doll, Steel Wool Gloves, Treaster's Fate Dice, Skull Crushing Hammer. Fixed assets, rule points 20,435, Underworld Restaurant, 1 Wuling Hongwang. Looking at the blank space in the title column, Su Ming seemed to be in deep thought. So the question is, he seems to have a bit too many titles. Which one should he use? Currently, the total number of titles obtained is Lowly Slayer, Pocket Master, Wealthy, MVP, Drill Maniac. Well, actually it's not that many. Looking at the empty list, Su Ming shook his head in disappointment. Since Big Pocket has been imprinted as a permanent skill, it overlaps with Pocket Master, so there's no need to equip it for now. Drill Maniac is not bad, and MVP can enhance my body, so I'll equip these too. Looking at the attributes of Drill Maniac, Su Ming couldn't help but smile, then opened the store and spent 100 rule points to exchange for 10 small electric drills. If all goes well, these 10 small electric drills should last him a long time. What should I choose for the last title? A slight frown appeared on Su Ming's face, showing some hesitation. Ultimately, he chose Lowly Slayer. After all, although Wealthy brings in quick cash, it's always good to have an extra means to deal with the weird. After equipping these 3 titles, Su Ming opened the exchange list again and searched, Title. Title expansion slot, using it will add an extra title slot, price, 25,000, already expanded to the limit, cannot be used. So that's why the rewards for this time's SSS rating are so few. Turns out these 2 things are worth 50,000 rule points. Previously, Su Ming was a bit confused about why there were no treasure chests as rewards this time. All the rewards were in the title expansion slot. Zun Du Jia Du? Is that the godly Su Ming again? This is too outrageous. Why does he always get a perfect score when clearing? I suspect something is wrong with him. Has this guy found some bug for scoring? Do you remember that Underworld Restaurant? Now it has become a trendy check-in place. Every time Su Ming clears a dungeon, the World Channel is almost filled with speculation about his identity. After all, with Su Ming's score and efficiency in clearing dungeons, it's almost like he's cheating in everyone's eyes. Su Ming, Lowly Slayer, MVP, Drill Maniac, can you share some news about the Underworld Restaurant? As soon as Su Ming sent this message, countless friend requests flooded in. The World Channel erupted again. This is the first time Su Ming felt despair. Opening the friend request list, the top right corner showed 99.99 plus. Just taking a silent glance, Su Ming chose to ignore it directly. Damn it, are all these people crazy? At this moment, in another space. Lin Yelan was wrapped in a bath towel, leisurely walking out of the bathroom. By the way, didn't that guy mention a number earlier? I need to add him as a friend quickly. With a slight frown, Lin Yelan decisively opened the friend list. Send a friend request. Yin Yang Restaurant? A popular check-in spot? Looking at the barrage of messages flooding the World Channel, Lin Yelan furrowed her brow slightly, murmuring softly. Should I invite him to the Yin Yang Restaurant for drinks at night, or go to the Jingxiang Foot Bath Club for a full-service treatment? Whether to invite Su Ming for drinks or relaxation left Lin Yelan's expression a bit troubled. Could it be that the time in the Apocalypse Train instance is different from the big world of ghost stories? Looking at the messages on the World Channel, Su Ming's eyes were filled with confusion. After all, it seemed like he had only entered the instance for a day. So why did it look like so much time had passed? Even the Yin Yang Restaurant had already turned into a popular check-in location? Sure enough. Opening the calendar, the numbers clearly displayed, February 18, 1982. Has a month really passed? Shaking his head helplessly, Su Ming had to accept this fact. As for the issue of time, Su Ming wasn't particularly surprised. He had heard beforehand that some instances in the big world of ghost stories had different time flows, which was quite a reasonable phenomenon. Then let's go see what the Yin Yang restaurant has become now. Gently pushing open the door, Su Ming's figure gradually became ethereal and finally vanished. Chapter 75, Awakening Player? Still the same familiar square. On the street, all kinds of shops are scattered about, with all kinds of novel foods available. The drinks and items here are still quite affordable. For example, this cup of honey blood ice city jasmine tea in Su Ming's hand costs only 5 rule points. Welcome to come again next time. The receptionist girl waved her hand, a light smile on her face. These shops are almost all opened by players themselves. They can't earn much money, but it's enough for a basic living. If it weren't for the mandatory entry into the instance once a month, there would probably be many more living players than now. I'm telling you, in the Death Amusement Park, a top player has successfully come out. When was this? What's it like in there? Not far away, outside a bar, several players were smoking, their faces slightly flushed, seemingly having drunk quite a bit. A player fully equipped with mechanical bones smiled and mysteriously added, "Just the other day." According to him, this so-called amusement park is essentially a giant spider's web that traps all the visitors inside. So how did he get out? One of the players raised a beer bottle, taking a big swig, curiosity on his face. I heard it was quite tragic. Even though he is an awakened player, he still almost lost his life and a precious life-saving item. If it weren't for knowing him back in the day as a newbie. The player waved his mechanical arm again, lighting another cigarette, seemingly wanting to say more. Ma Kong. At that moment, a loud shout came from behind a few of them. A figure with a dark expression walked up to them, looking exceptionally angry. Did I not tell you, if the information about my awakening leaks out, it's not just about losing rule points, with my current physical state, if those guys found out? The man tightly gripped the mechanical bone player's neck, his chest rising and falling, his face growing more and more ferocious. How many gulps of horse piss did you drink? What nonsense are you blabbing? The several dazed players suddenly became alert, their faces pale as they watched the scene in front of them, not daring to speak. Woo-woo, ah. The player in mechanical bones was turning progressively blue, veins bulging on his face, eyes wide in terror as he looked at the man in front of him. His fingers struggled to clutch at his neck, trying to pry open the large hand. You're just a pig. The man revealed a hint of struggle in his gaze, eventually slowly releasing his grip, continually calming himself down. This time, I'll spare your lives. If it weren't for being in the square, killing would attract the regulators. The player in mechanical skeletons gasped heavily, his eyes still holding traces of terror, nodding uncontrollably. Don't worry, not just me, they will never speak of this outside. I'm sorry. Brother Jiang. In a corner outside the bar. Su Ming's face was calm as he walked towards a certain place without looking back. Awakened player, what does it mean? Hearing this unfamiliar term, Su Ming slightly furrowed his brows. Even in his past life, he had never heard of awakened players existing in the world of strange tales. As for the so-called top players, he only had a vague concept. Forget it, I'll check the forum later. Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming didn't dwell on it too much. He got into his beloved Wuling Hongguan and quickly drove toward the coordinates of the Yellow Springs restaurant. Before long, an exceptionally luxurious restaurant appeared in front of Su Ming. The restaurant had expanded from the original first floor to an entire building, the whole building lit up with dazzling neon lights. The main door was wide open, but it seemed to be blocked by countless shadowy figures. Don't push me. Which idiot keeps shoving me forward? I'm really fed up, I've been in line for 5 hours, why is it still not my turn? If you have money, go use the VIP passage. What are you complaining about trying to enjoy the bunny girls for free here? Before Su Ming could get closer, the noisy arguments and shouts of the players surged in, making Su Ming unable to help but twitch his mouth. Wait a minute, in this endless sea of figures, it seems there are not just players, but also some strange and bizarre shapes. But a common point among these people was that the majority were male. These people didn't seem to be here to consume, but rather to appreciate the already gathered bunny girls in black stockings and cat-eared fox girls in front. A transparent glass wall blocked all the spectators outside the glass. Inside stood dozens of hot-bodied, sweet-looking girls. Some had fluffy bunny ears on their heads, while others had a vibrant foxtail sprouting from their back. Some sprawled on the ground lazily like wild cats, extremely enticing. But in another VIP passage, in contrast, it seemed a bit deserted, with just a few figures coming and going. Su Ming stopped his Wuling Hongguan thoughtfully, then walked for about 7 or 8 minutes before finally reaching the VIP passage entrance. Stop. No reservation, no entry. As soon as he stepped half a foot into the passage, a security-looking guy blocked Su Ming's way. Reservation? With brows slightly furrowed, Su Ming looked somewhat confused. Hey! Look at that fool, he doesn't even know that you need to reserve in advance to enter the Yellow Springs restaurant. One player among the crowd noticed the scene and teased, drawing many people's attention. Exactly, the Yellow Springs restaurant is the top restaurant in the world of strange tales. How could these cats and dogs just walk in? To get in, I remember it must be reserved a week in advance, and you need to have certain financial strength. He's probably a rookie just entering the world of strange tales, someone who doesn't understand anything. Many people began to murmur, all wanting to see Su Ming's jokes. After all, the security guard at the door wasn't to be underestimated. Just a few days ago, an ignorant player tried to force their way in, and it seemed the grass on their grave was half a meter tall, beaten out. Is it mandatory to have a reservation to enter? Looking at the tall and robust security guard in front of him, Su Ming's face appeared extraordinarily calm, his tone also lacking waves. If you can show an invitation letter, you can enter. After thinking for a moment, the security guard spoke somewhat impatiently. What if I don't have it? If you don't have it, I'll make you meet your deceased grandma. Su Ming slowly raised his head, his gaze somewhat mocking. It seems that by meow, that little girl didn't give you a good onboarding training. As Su Ming spoke, the air seemed to flow with invisible rules. The temperature around started to drop rapidly, making even the security guard shiver. Hey! Mr. Su! As a familiar voice rang out, the oppressive atmosphere suddenly vanished. You! Breathing heavily, the security guard's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, staring nervously at the man before him. Cat ear girl? Su Ming looked surprised and glanced to the left, seeing the cat ear girl, who had signed the 10-year contract, quickly approaching with dozens of curvy young women. Chapter 76, Surprise. Although there was a thick glass between the exhibition hall and the players, it was possible to walk directly from inside to the VIP passage. In just a few seconds, dozens of girls dressed in various outfits surrounded Su Ming. In unison, they shouted, "Hello, Mr. Su. You've worked hard." Seeing this scene, Su Ming's eyelids twitched wildly. For the players. Watching this scene, the players and the strange figures around were no longer calm. Why does this guy deserve this? They had braved many hardships just to feast their eyes. Squeezed to the front row just to be closer to their goddesses. Who the hell is this? Why are all my goddesses surrounding him? Boo-hoo. My heart is shattered. Could this person before us be someone important? Isn't there a possibility that this guy is the boss of the Yellow Springs restaurant? Glancing around, Su Ming blinked and ignored these scantily dressed fairies. But turned to the anxious security guard, smiling faintly, and said, "Now you know who I am, right? You are, Su, Mr. Su?" The security guard took a deep breath, bending down with a pale face, even stuttering, I am sorry, I didn't know it was you." Drops of cold sweat fell onto the floor, the security guard's body trembled slightly. Mr. Su. Since his first day at work, someone had told him that Mr. Su was the boss of this restaurant. He had offended him in front of him. Thinking of this, an overwhelming regret surged in his heart. The security guard painfully closed his eyes. He knew he had outperformed hundreds of competitors to secure this VIP passage security position. You don't belong here. As soon as Su Ming's words fell, the security guard's body suddenly trembled. Slowly raising his head, his rough face was filled with disappointment. I understand. Su, Mr. Su. Sure enough, he was finally paying for his recklessness. So, how about I arrange another job for you? Looking at this rugged man, Su Ming slowly smiled. What job? Confused, the security guard raised his head, scratching his head, not quite understanding. Be my bodyguard, double your salary. As soon as the words fell, Su Ming walked into the Yellow Springs restaurant without looking back. Bodyguard, wait, double my salary? Mr. Su. Wait for me. Suddenly realizing, the security guard's eyes widened and he quickly rushed into the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, it was already completely different from before. The original hall had been transformed into a suspended stage, with several stunning cat ear girls holding various classical instruments, playing elegantly. Around them were small private rooms, each with a girl holding a teapot, quietly standing at the door. Not only that, the restaurant building was designed to be hollow, allowing guests upstairs and downstairs to enjoy the beautiful view of the stage in the center. Wow! Looking at the completely different Yellow Springs restaurant, Su Ming felt a bit astonished inside. In just a month, it had been transformed like this, truly unexpected for Su Ming. Mr. Su. In the corridor, the white-haired loli was already standing there, constantly waving at Su Ming. In the restaurant, you don't have to worry about me, just follow me when I leave. By the way, can you drive? Turning around, looking at the quiet security guard standing behind, Su Ming asked. Yes, Mr. Su. Nodding slightly, Su Ming quickly walked toward Bai Miao. At this moment, Su Ming was eager to see how much profit there had been recently. How has it been recently? As soon as he entered the office, Su Ming sat down on the sofa, looking at the white-haired little girl in front of him. Brother Su Ming, your idea is really great. Bai Miao excitedly took out a document and spread it out on the table. Look, this is our total income for this month. After deducting various costs and saving some reserve funds, there's about 120,000 rule points left. Puff. Before Bai Miao could continue speaking, Su Ming directly sprayed tea out. Did you just say, how much? 120,000 rule points? Bai Miao looked at Su Ming, who was filled with excitement, a hint of helplessness appearing on her face. I actually wanted to use this money to expand the restaurant and make some renovations. By the way, Brother Su Ming, I forgot to tell you, these rule points paid by humans seem to not be convertible to our currency. But they can go directly into the company account. At this point, confusion filled Bai Miao's eyes, as if she couldn't really understand. It's okay, I prefer rule points. Su Ming nodded slowly. As long as he could earn rule points, this was undoubtedly a quick way to gain money for him. What about those non-human customers? As if thinking of Su Ming, Bai Miao curiously asked. They still use cash, which doesn't conflict with rule points. Does Brother Su Ming need to use rule points lately? If you do. Bai Miao opened the company account and skillfully began her operation. Transfer 80,000, that should be enough for now. Nodding slowly, Su Ming furrowed his brows slightly, not taking all 120,000 rule points. Because Bai Miao had mentioned earlier that some rule points were needed for renovations, leaving her 40,000 should barely support her for a while. And with his own 20,000, it would be enough for him to gather 100,000 rule points. Sufficient for him to choose some good items. By the way, I have a suggestion. Looking at the balance that came in, Su Ming supported his chin, his eyes slightly flickering. What? Bai Miao blinked her eyes, slowly raised her head, and stared intently at Su Ming. Aren't those outside just for display? The effect isn't enough. Expand the scale, recruit more of these beautiful girls, give them training in dance and singing, and then set up a stage outside. Then announce that our restaurant's bunny girls, cat ear girls, fox girls, etc., will take turns holding concerts every day, competing with each other. Su Ming began to speak slowly, his expression becoming more serious. I want to turn them into an idol group, letting these LSP players support different teams, making them vote madly for their idols. If that's the case, wouldn't that be another way to profit? Chapter 77, Bodyguard Wang Chang. I'm just now realizing, you are really a good person. You actually care so much about these humans. Taking a deep breath, Bai Miao thought for a long time before finally speaking softly. Right? I think so too. Nodding slightly, Su Ming also expressed satisfaction with his plan. By the way, hold on to this. This is... Bai Miao looked at the metal plate in her hand, holding it and examining it closely. This is a phone, press here to turn it on, and then this is. After explaining how to use the phone to Bai Miao, Su Ming picked up his coffee again, his eyes flickering slightly. Unfortunately, even the cheapest phone in this monster talk world costs 888 rule points. This also led to the fact that players with phones only accounted for a very small number. A phone? Watching the delighted Bai Miao researching the smartphone, a bold idea surged from Su Ming's heart. If phones in the monster talk world could also stream live. His gaze shifted to the girls outside the restaurant, and Su Ming's eyes became a bit fiery. Quickly taking a phone from his pocket and turning it on, he hurried into the App Store, searching for Douyin, Kuaishou, and so on. After searching for a while, Su Ming disappointingly set down the phone and softly sighed. It seemed that the phone exchanged in the world of weird tales did not have any live broadcasting features, wasting a large sum of wealth. Forget it, let's follow the plan I told you earlier and hurry up with the modifications. He picked up a cup of hot tea from the table and completely dismissed this idea. Okay. Is there anything else that needs to be modified? Bai Miao obediently nodded, carefully refilling Su Ming's tea. For now, that's it. I'll need you to work hard. Shaking his head, Su Ming slowly stood up, pushed open the office door, and walked out. Bai Miao quietly followed behind him. Brother Su Ming. Su Ming turned around, looking at Bai Miao with some confusion. How long will it be until you come back next time? I don't know, but I'll come back whenever I have time. Waving his hand, Su Ming smiled slightly and gently patted Bai Miao's head. See you. Okay. Bai Miao stood there, a bit lost, looking up at the silhouette slowly disappearing down the corridor. At the entrance of the restaurant corridor. What's your name? Looking at the honest security guard beside him, Su Ming asked. Mr. Su, I'm Wang Chang. Wang Chang patted his chest, his light blue security uniform barely hiding his strong physique. Do you have a girlfriend? The sound of their footsteps echoed in the corridor as Su Ming suddenly asked this out of the blue. No, I don't. Why do you ask that, Mr. Su? Work hard, I believe in you. Just stepping out of the corridor, Su Ming stopped, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he patted Wang Chang's shoulder. Do you see those beautiful sisters over there? Do you like them? I like them. Embarrassedly scratching the back of his head, Wang Chang's rough face turned slightly red. If you perform well, I'll give you a bonus and help you connect with one or two sisters? Really? Hearing Su Ming's words, Wang Chang's eyes widened, and a smile could hardly contain itself on his face. Why would I lie to you? Let's go, help me get the car first. Casually tossing a set of car keys, Su Ming slowly walked in one direction. Mr. Su, you are like my savior. Don't worry, if anyone wants to harm you, they'll have to cross over my head first. Flusteredly receiving the car keys, Wang Chang took a deep breath to calm his excited heart. Watching Su Ming's back, his eyes gradually became determined. In the back seat of a Wuling Hongguang, Su Ming leaned back in the seat, his eyes slightly squinted. Earlier, he had learned from Bai Miao that before recruiting employees, they needed to sign a labor contract, and once signed, employees could not betray the boss in any way. Otherwise, they would suffer the backlash of the contract. This was also why Su Ming felt so secure letting Wang Chang be his bodyguard. Of course, there was an even more important point. In the world of bizarre tales, players killing players would be hunted down by the regulators. Even the so-called awakened players were quite cautious. But the weird creatures were different, they would not be restrained by the regulators. The reason Su Ming was able to kill many players in the restaurant was precisely because of the rules he set, which made the regulators unable to notice, treating it merely as casualties caused by the weird creatures. In short, having Wang Chang by his side meant that even if he encountered some troublesome individuals outside the restaurant, he could easily call Wang Chang to handle it. Even if Wang Chang couldn't solve it, Su Ming could choose to beat others half to death and then hand them over to Wang Chang for the finishing blow. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. We've arrived, Mr. Su. Wang Chang stepped on the brake, turned off the engine, and respectfully opened the car door for Su Ming. Here's 50,000. Take this to rent a place nearby for now. From now on, when I contact you, you must be here within 3 minutes. Do you understand? Su Ming's expression was somewhat serious as he handed a letter to Wang Chang, speaking each word clearly. Understood. Wang Chang suddenly stood up, slapping his chest with a loud bang-bang sound. This is your phone, follow the tutorial yourself, I'll call you later. Handing an unopened phone to Wang Chang, Su Ming took a deep breath, patted Wang Chang's shoulder again, and slowly disappeared. This is an opportunity, seize it, you must seize it. Wang Chang stood in front of the Wuling Hongguang, appearing calm on the surface. But inside he was already roaring with excitement. After all, as an employee at Huangquan Restaurant, being chosen by the boss to be a bodyguard meant that a chance to rise to fame had just arrived. What are you looking at? This is my boss's car, get lost. Noticing a person staring this way, Wang Chang suddenly straightened up, his face fierce. Crazy. The player secretly cursed, then quickly left. Inside the player's space, Su Ming sat on the sofa, staring at his backpack, deep in thought. What should I change? Looking at his balance of 100,000, Su Ming felt a bit of entanglement. It seems sometimes having too much money can be a burden. Wait, awakened players? As if he thought of something, Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly, and he quickly opened the player forum. The number one post on the forum was currently Huangquan Restaurant. In this high-pressure world of eerie tales, almost every player could find some relaxation, facing oppression and suffocation all the time. And now, Huangquan Restaurant had developed a different kind of entertainment project. He clicked on the search bar, Awakening. Sorry, you do not have permission to view this. Chapter 78 Rose Bar Number 1. Looking at this strange prompt, Su Ming frowned slightly. Goodness, no permission? Immediately, Su Ming opened them all again, searching for items about awakened players. But still showed no viewing permissions. Looks like it's not time yet. Su Ming slowly shook his head, only to give up helplessly. Then his gaze shifted to the center of the interface. This should be matching the third D-level dungeon, right? After this is completed, it should be the C-level dungeon. Muttering softly, Su Ming slowly clicked that familiar button. Start matching. Random dungeon is being drawn. 35/100, 58/100. Match successful. D-level dungeon, Rose Bar. The moment you step into the Rose Bar, you will discover that life is this wonderful. Please forget your worries, indulge yourself. Be free. Enjoy the blooming of life. Here, you don't need to worry about expenses because everything is free. You also don't need to worry about loneliness, as we will arrange a drinking companion for you. Please do not be shy, this is the happiest paradise. The key point is, the role of the drinking companion is not just to drink with you. Whispers that felt demonic echoed in his ears, filled with a unique charm that made one naturally relax. Then, the rhythmic DJ sound lingered in the bar, and the air was filled with the intoxicating scent of youthful hormones mixed with alcohol. Go go go. AV Batlai Dog. Ah da 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 ah da da da. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes and finally saw the surroundings clearly. This was an unusually lively bar, with dim lights enveloping the entire hall. In the center was a stage, where some shadows stood in a row, hands on each other's shoulders, heads bobbing non-stop. They wore expressions filled with happiness and joy, dancing to the dynamic DJ sound. I never dreamed I would enter a bar for a dungeon? Yeah, I've never heard of this dungeon before. Is it newly opened? Did you see the rules? Where are the rules? Besides some strange guests, the bar was mostly filled with players who entered with Su Ming. Someone is constantly observing the surroundings, while some people are searching for rules beside themselves. Extracting talent. Random talent extraction complete. A little bit of luck. A little bit of luck, luck points are maxed out, you can now take infinite risks, and any life-threatening situation will turn into safety. What kind of ridiculous talent is this? Hearing the prompt in his mind, Su Ming's body stiffened, and his expression became a bit strange. Not for any other reason. Just the fact that luck points are maxed out, doesn't that mean I can just lay back and relax? Hey! Brother Su! While Su Ming was lost in thought, a clear voice came from behind him. As Su Ming slowly turned his head, his expression became a bit serious, and his eyes narrowed slightly. In front of him stood a girl who looked to be in her early 20s. Dressed in a thin black mesh top on the upper half and a body-hugging pair of jeans on the bottom. Through the mesh top, one could even see other beautiful sights. In this scene, Su Ming almost lost control. Brother, I'm your online girlfriend, Schwer. Su Ming carefully examined the girl who claimed to be his online girlfriend, furrowing his brows slightly. What's wrong? Why aren't you talking? The girl named Schwer leaned forward, smiling as she whispered in Su Ming's ear. What the heck is an online girlfriend? Who is this person? Is she the bartender mentioned when entering the instance? But, since my luck points are maxed out, whether you come hard or soft, what can you do to me? After a brief silence, a smile slowly appeared on Su Ming's face as he stood up. Schwer. How could I forget you? Looking at this seemingly harmless girl, Su Ming slowly spoke. Oh no. Just as Schwer was about to say something, she suddenly clutched her stomach, bending down with a painful expression, her face also showing some shyness. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Su Ming kindly bent down, supporting the girl's shoulders and gently asking. Brother Su, it seems like I'm not feeling very well, could you help me get the paper, tissues from my bag? Pointing to a handbag next to Su Ming, Schwer's face turned even redder. Su Ming picked up the handbag and slowly searched through it, then hesitantly took out a pack of tissues and asked. Is this what you meant? MHM. Schwer slowly nodded, quickly taking the tissues, seemingly noticing that Su Ming's expression wasn't very good. Hurriedly lifting her head, she quickly added, No, it's okay, Brother Su. Today is the last day, and by tonight it should be. Besides, even if it doesn't work out, I can still help you in other ways. After saying this, Schwer hurriedly ran towards the bathroom. Could what she said mean what I think it does? Watching Schwer's departing figure, Su Ming's eyes twitched slightly, then he shook his head helplessly. Slowly looking down, a black card appeared in the palm of his hand. This was the rule that was placed in the handbag when he helped her get tissues earlier. Rose Bar wishes you a good time. Warm tip, this bar has viewing areas, dancing areas, fitness areas, and relaxation areas. The following are precautions for the dancing area. 1. The bar's operating hours are 20 to 4 o'clock, and entry to the dancing area is prohibited during non-operating hours. 2. If a bartender asks you to dance on stage, please be sure to refuse. 3. This bar does not have Scottish popsicles, and if anyone tries to sell you Scottish popsicles, please ignore them. 4. Please remember, you have only one bartender at all times, and she will follow you wherever you go. 5. When you are in the dancing area drinking with the bartender, you can do some things you want to her, but must get her consent. 6. The bartender is your only sole comfort, so you cannot refuse any of her requests. Chapter 79, Rose Bar Number 2. Is this just the rule of the dance area? Does it mean there are rules everywhere else? Su Ming put down the card in his hand and scanned the other players, softly mumbling. Although there are only 6 short rules, some of them contradict each other. For example, Rule 2 says you cannot refuse any of her requests, while Rule 6 says you must refuse if she invites you to dance. These two rules clearly seem contradictory. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Lying on the sofa, Su Ming slightly closed his eyes. If nothing goes wrong, with his little bit of luck, even if Su Ming goes through the entire process, he probably won't die. But this way, his score definitely won't be too high. Brother Su, I'm back. Sorry to keep you waiting. Not long after he closed his eyes, the voice of Shui'er came from behind Su Ming. As my apology, I will drink 3 cups myself, and I'll serve you as you please. Shui'er quickly sat next to Su Ming, skillfully opening a bottle of dark red wine. Oh dear. Blushing face. She seems to understand quite well, let me serve you as you please? To be honest, I'm a bit envious. You know, wanting to order a girl with this looks at the bar requires at least an 8 out of 10. And after drinking, you have to pay extra. Looking around, why are there only male players? Where are the female players? Damn. By the way, have you noticed a detail? Why does this Shui'er refer to herself as Su God's online girlfriend? The viewers in the livestream had just finished analyzing the previous 6 rules when they saw Su Ming inadvertently get an online girlfriend. In an instant, some male viewers were filled with nothing but jealousy. Given Su Ming's previous habits, this kind of odd situation was simply serving him a meal. Su Ming nodded and slowly picked up the cup, his expression unchanged. At the same time, the surrounding players encountered similar situations. For whatever reason, the escort girls insisted on having a drink. Damn, why do I feel something's off about this wine? A player sitting next to Su Ming appeared pale, his eyes filled with suspicion. But due to the rules, he could not refuse her request. The player could only brace himself and raise his cup, nervously clinking it, then slowly took a sip of the wine in the cup. Delicious. Unexpectedly, after drinking the wine, a faint blush appeared on the player's face, and his expression became somewhat intoxicated. How is it, brother, isn't it very good? The girl sitting beside him leaned in closer with a smile, pouring more wine into her glass. Something's not right, even if this wine is strong, it shouldn't make someone blush immediately after one sip? Yeah, I think this wine has a problem. Some sharp-eyed players noticed this unusual phenomenon, and their expressions changed slightly. Sorry. I suddenly have a stomachache, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back to drink. A bald male player covered his stomach with a pained expression and quietly said. Then, without looking back, he ran into the bathroom. I also have a stomachache. Another player next to him also acted as if he was covering his belly and ran towards the bathroom. The escort girls next to them said nothing, just watching their backs with a strange smile on their faces. Brother Su, why aren't you drinking yet? Don't you like this wine? Shui'er's voice carried a hint of allure, although she still spoke gently, her eyes seemed to grow colder. Of course, I like it. Shaking the high glass filled with dark red liquid, Su Ming's lips curled into a smile. He raised the cup, seemingly ready to savor the deliciousness of this red wine. Brother Su, you are so considerate. The coldness in Shui'er's eyes disappeared as she gently intertwined her arm with Su Ming's. Bang! A powerful force sounded from behind Su Ming, unexpectedly causing the red wine in his cup to spill all over the place, with some droplets splashing onto Shui'er's face. Turning around in confusion, Su Ming looked back in surprise. I'm sorry, let me wipe it for you. Behind him was a girl, panicking as she apologized to Su Ming and took out a tissue to wipe his clothes. Get lost. Shui'er's cold voice came out, causing the girl behind Su Ming's face to change instantly. She then lowered her head and quickly left. I'm sorry, I accidentally spilled the wine. Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly, showing a hint of apology on his face. It's fine, Su Gij, let me pour you another cup? All right. Looking at Shui'er pouring wine for him quickly, Su Ming's brow furrowed slightly as he took the wine cup again. It seems that even if his luck is maxed out, this annoying thing still doesn't let go easily? As Su Ming slowly lifted the wine cup, preparing to take a sip, Shui'er's face once again radiated a smile. Bang! A chunk of plaster fell from the ceiling and straight into Su Ming's wine cup. Shui'er. Why does it always get interrupted when Su God drinks? This is good, didn't you see that previous player becoming all strange after finishing their drink? From my 2.5 years of watching streams, this must just be an accident. But looking at Shui'er, it seems she won't let the streamer off easily. What will the streamer do next? Many people felt relieved about Su Ming's good luck, but were also subtly worried. After all, it seemed the last 2 times were just Su Ming having a bit of luck, but can this thing always be relied on? On the opposite side, it's eerie, it won't let you off just because you had a bit of luck once or twice. This can't be drunk, right? It's not that I don't want to drink. Su Ming put down his cup, shrugged his shoulders, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness. It's okay, Su Gij, I'll pour you another. Shui'er gritted her teeth and took up the wine cup again, wanting to pour wine for Su Ming. Bang! It seemed that due to using too much force, the entire bottle shattered. You see. It's really not that I don't want to drink. Su Ming looked at Shuai, his eyes filled with sincerity. It's okay. Su Gij, I'll go get another. Taking a deep breath, Shuai's smile slowly disappeared as she opened another bottle of wine to pour for Su Ming again. Drink. Gazing directly at Su Ming, Shuai prepared to personally feed the wine into Su Ming's mouth. Chapter 80 Rose Bar Number 3. Rumble rumble. What's going on? Is this an earthquake? Isn't this a horror game instance? Why is the ground shaking? The ground shook violently, leaving everyone in the dance hall a bit confused. I want to drink, but it seems the heavens don't allow it. Su Ming smiled, casually leaning back in his chair as he slowly lit a cigarette. Su Gij. Don't smoke. After experiencing several unexpected events, Shuai no longer wore her previous smile, her voice firmly moving forward to stop Su Ming from smoking. Bang! A loud slap drowned out the music in the dance hall. Shuai widened her eyes, staring blankly at the man before her. Her brain seemed to freeze, leaving her speechless. This. Just a moment ago everything was fine, why did Su God suddenly take action? Isn't he afraid of breaking the rules? Exactly, if I remember correctly, refusing her request would break the rules, right? But no, that Shuai said to stop smoking, but Su Ming didn't actually refuse. He just slapped. What you said makes so much sense, it's making me think deeply. For a moment, whether Su Ming violated the rules or not left the viewers in the live stream a bit puzzled. According to some people's claims, Su Ming did not verbally refuse, so it didn't count as violating the rules. Referencing the two players who said they had stomach pains and went to the bathroom, although they came back still looking for excuses to change the topic, they were not directly attacked by the eerie force. All the players in the ballroom and the monster paused their actions momentarily, staring blankly at the man who was lighting a cigarette. It seemed like they were wondering why this guy was so fierce. Put. What a brainless idiot, this is a monster, do you really think she is your online girlfriend? If nothing unexpected happens, this guy will die a terrible death soon. After a brief shock and silence, some players couldn't help but laugh, even the drinking girls beside them looked at Su Ming with mocking eyes. You let me drink, I can still play with you, but if you don't let me smoke, then I have no mood to play with you anymore. Slowly exhaling a plume of smoke, Su Ming leaned back calmly in his chair, with no sign of panic on his face. Ah. You dared to hit me? Shuai's face changed drastically as she reacted. Once pretty, it was now turning red as if it would bleed. Her nails grew quickly, her eyes seemed to bulge out of their sockets. I will kill you. You heartless scoundrel. Screaming in anger, Shuai jumped high, her long nails viciously aiming at Su Ming's neck. The next second. Bang! Because she misstepped on a stair, Shuai's body went off balance, crashing headfirst to the ground. All eyes were filled with disdain. Though nobody spoke, their gazes seemed to say, you, a dignified monster, jumped up and still fell? I will kill you. Whoa whoa. Noticing the gazes around, a hint of grievance appeared in Shuai's eyes, her tone carried a hint of crying. I will kill. Bang! A rusty steel rod fell straight down from the ceiling. Shuai's body froze in place. The rusty steel rod pierced her body vertically from the crown of her head at a 90 degrees angle. It looked as if she had grown a third leg. Ouch, you like this? Seeing her miserable appearance, Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head. It hurt so much. At this moment, Shuai's body twitched violently, with no time to think about why a steel rod pierced her. She endured the intense pain and pulled the rod out. Rust scraping against flesh, making her emit muffled cries. Are you okay? Su Ming dropped his cigarette butt and helped the bleeding Shuai up, a trace of regret in his eyes. Ah. It seems like you are bleeding? You are bleeding way too much, let me get you some paper to wipe it. Su Ming transformed into a caring boy, gently using tissue to wipe Shuai's body. He didn't care at all about the increasingly bizarre looks from those around. I'm fine. Shuai opened her eyes, regret and gratitude showing, quickly waving her hand, slowly standing up. Well, your body is really good, but be careful of tetanus, I'll take you to get vaccinated later. A gentle smile appeared on his face. If the players hadn't clearly seen Su Ming's big belly, they might have actually believed it. Brother Su, I want a hug. Shuai sniffed, tears gleaming in her eyes, opening her arms to hug Su Ming. Slap. I really gave you face. Another big belly slap. But this time it hit her left cheek. After all, Su Ming had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. With you covered in blood and wounds like this, don't you think it's very rude? Eyes narrowed slightly, Su Ming pulled the tissue and tossed it to Shuai. Wipe it yourself. If it weren't for me watching the livestream, just listening to the sound I would have thought wrong. It seems like such a serious and terrifying atmosphere. Why does it change when it comes to Su God? First of all, we came to the livestream to learn strategies for clearing the game, and secondly, it is a horror story livestream, representing bloody horror and oppression. Can't you all share some pictures of little girls like I do? Attached with little girl in black silk photo. Wipe it yourself. That phrase sounded just like me after I finished up. Indifference carries a touch of ruthlessness. I don't even know when it started. The atmosphere in the livestream chat has turned sour, with sinister people everywhere coaxing others to send strange photos to satisfy their own selfish desires. Noticing that one side of her face was swollen like a dumpling, Schwer's face turned extremely angry again. Ah. I want to kill you. This shout seemed to use up all her energy, barely releasing her fury. Disturbing the bar's order. Do you want to die? Before Su Ming could act, a sinister voice echoed from the center of the stage. It was a girl dressed provocatively, with dark red hair that seemed to squirm slightly, like vividly alive snakes. From her appearance, she seemed to be a DJ. I am sorry, I was too loud. Realizing her own impoliteness, Schwer lowered her head, her face pale, her voice trembling. The DJ girl glanced meaningfully at Su Ming, then slowly twisted her body, the music beat echoing in the bar dance hall once more. You know I didn't mean to. Looking at the dazed Schwer, Su Ming smiled slightly. It's fine, brother Su. I'll go wash up first, and come find you when I'm clean. Schwer still kept her head down, walking towards the bathroom. The carpet in the corridor was stained with pools of blood, the color appearing even darker. Is this what they call a tiny bit of luck? Su Ming smiled faintly, taking off the steel wool gloves from his hands. Chapter 81, Rose Bar Number 4. Looking around the dance hall. To Su Ming's surprise, this early stage of the scenario didn't seem particularly dangerous. At least the players around him, for now, hadn't received any boxes. Over there, what is that? Gazing into the distance, Su Ming's sight rested on a spot. There was a short-haired young man in casual clothes, surrounded by a crowd like stars around the moon. At least dozens of players had gathered around him. Why does this look so much like a pyramid scheme leader? Seeing this scene, Su Ming shook his head helplessly and withdrew his gaze. As for what these guys wanted to do, he didn't care. As long as they didn't provoke him, Su Ming was too lazy to trouble them. Brother Su. Schwer is back. Not long after. The familiar voice once again echoed. It was Schwer who had finished with the blood and wounds. Truly remarkable, the recovery ability is really good. Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly, his heart once again marveling. Brother Su, do you think Schwer is beautiful? Schwer slowly leaned closer, her eyes filled with tender emotions as she softly spoke. What do you want? Suddenly pushing her away, Su Ming said with a half smile. He wanted to see what tricks the strange girl could pull. I want you to dance with me, okay? Schwer tilted her head up, looking pitifully. She's back. Just as the wounds healed, she forgot the pain. Next, Brother Su will definitely refuse seriously and then give her a big slap full of paternal love. That may not necessarily be the case. Brother Su doesn't play by the rules, who knows what he will do. Also, have you noticed? I feel like this lucky guy has run out of luck. It seems like the skills he's drawn so far are useless. That's normal, even if Brother Su keeps having good luck and draws game-changing skills, he can't have it happen every time, right? Many keen viewers noticed that up until now, Su Ming had hardly used any skills apart from using that big scuffle. It seemed a bit strange aside from that little coincidence earlier. But, nobody took it seriously. Where to dance? Do you see those people on stage? I want to go to the stage. Pointing at the crowd dancing wildly on stage, Schwer's eyes flashed with desire. She even instinctively took off her coat. Alright, then let's go. With a slight nod, Su Ming seemed indifferent as he pulled Schwer's arm and walked towards the central stage. Alright. Seeing Su Ming being so proactive, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Schwer's eyes. The big windmill creaks, and turns leisurely. The scenery here is really beautiful. As they passed through the bustling crowd, Su Ming quickly jumped onto the stage, listening to the beautiful rhythm, his eyes gently closed, his expression somewhat enjoying. Since entering the world of monster tales, it seems like it has been a long time since he felt this relaxed, right? Really nice. This music seemed to have magic, making Su Ming a bit intoxicated. Hey! This stage, can you really be on it? A cold voice reached Su Ming's ears, even surrounded by the deafening music, it seemed exceptionally clear. After a couple of seconds, Su Ming regretfully opened his eyes and looked towards the source of the voice. Truly worthy of a bit of luck. I can't even die if I want to. With a gentle sigh, Su Ming slowly walked to the DJ girl's side. Meanwhile, Schwer hesitated for a while, a hint of struggle appearing on her face, and she eventually slowly followed Su Ming's footsteps. You, a human, Aren't you afraid of dying? The girl continued to slowly twist her body, slightly tilting her head, her brow furrowed. At least in this instance, I'm not afraid of dying. After pondering for a couple of seconds, Su Ming thought about it and answered seriously. Oh? Why? Looking at his calm demeanor, the girl seemed a bit surprised and couldn't resist asking further. What's there to explain? Not afraid, just not afraid. Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming didn't elaborate further. Anyway, she wouldn't understand even if he said it. Let's go. I danced with you, what are we going to do next? Schwer is so tired, can brother Su give me a back massage? As soon as they stepped off the stage, Schwer pouted and couldn't help but complain. A back massage? Then you found the right person, my technique is often practiced. Su Ming patted Schwer on the head, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. Then, the two of them exchanged a glance and, as if they understood each other, walked towards a dark corner of the ballroom. I'm not saying, but are these two really just going for a back massage? I feel like something's not quite right, since dancing, Su Ming seems to have not refused this woman's requests. Could it be that Su Shin is already enchanted by a ghost? I said before, he might not really like the little lowly, he prefers mature ones. Brother Su, you need to work hard. Woo-woo must not be confused by this fox spirit. Watching obedient Su Ming, even the old fans in the livestream started to feel a bit uneasy. After all, Su Ming used to be different, facing various temptations, he directly shut them down. Many people began to speculate if he had already been spiritually polluted, and would soon lose himself and die in the instance. On the stage, the DJ girl stopped twisting her body, staring at Su Ming's back without speaking. Xiaofang, you're really nice. In a certain corner of the ballroom, a player kept downing red wine, holding the girl named Xiaofang by the waist. His eyes glazed over, his body involuntarily leaning forward. Young Master Yang, this is what I should do, after all, I'm your internet girlfriend. Gently placing a piece of fruit into her mouth, Xiaofang's lips slightly moved, lost in the moment as she wrapped her arms around the player. Gently kissing him. Ah, my internet girlfriend. I love you so much. The two shamelessly embraced, whispering sweet nothings without caring about anyone around them. This idiot fell for it so quickly. Noticing the commotion, a young man surrounded by players at the right end of the ballroom flashed a hint of disdain in his eyes. Whoa. What are you whining about? Do you believe I'll kill you? Hearing the whining sound nearby, the man frowned and turned his head fiercely. Beside him was also a girl, but this girl was a little lowly. What's different is, her mouth was taped with a roll of white duct tape, no matter how she tried to peel it off, it wouldn't come off. Save your worries. This thing cost me 1,000 rule points to exchange. Using a disposable item on a little brat like you, you should feel honored. Slap. As the man slapped the little girl's cheek, his eyes were filled with intense excitement. Chapter 82, Rose Bar Number 5. Exactly, just as expected of a big shot, doing things so simply and brutally. Big shot, do you still have that film? I'm willing to pay 1,500 rule points to buy one from you. Brother Yang, if we seal her mouth, can we avoid her making any demands? Seeing this scene, the surrounding players looked even more eager. They chattered away, asking various questions, their tone and gestures filled with respect. I still have 2 rolls here, the highest bidder wins. The man called Brother Yang had a flash of pride in his eyes, arms crossed over his chest, a smile curving on his lips. Although his little film was not particularly rare, it won in professional alignment. In this instance, once he sealed the mouth of the accompanying girl by his side, almost all the rules would not take effect. Naturally, there would be no need to judge the truth of the rules. Didn't the unfortunate guy who went up to dance before seem to be dancing with his accompanying girl? At this moment, he was probably already corrupted by the strange forces. Shaking his head, Brother Yang slowly withdrew his gaze. He didn't care about how tragic Su Ming's fate would be. Instead, he was pondering how many rule points he could earn from this round. By the way, since everyone trusts me so much, before we auction the film, I'll give you all a free piece of information. Looking at the passionately excited players, Brother Yang pondered for a moment and spoke mysteriously. No way, this streamer can't be that foolish, right? Actively sharing information in the instance? So cool, this is too cool. I think this guy has never been backstabbed and doesn't know how treacherous people can be. Brothers, let's disperse. Just based on his operation, this guy is destined not to live long. A fool is a fool, this Brother Yang, to put it nicely, he's an honest man, to put it unkindly, he's a bloody saint. As Brother Yang's words left his lips, the audience in his livestream instantly burst out with various mocking comments. Based on past experience, this guy had no schemes and was destined to be a short-lived character. He would either be killed by the strange forces or later be betrayed by the players. Hearing that there was more information to give, the players around couldn't help but stretch their necks, afraid of missing any key information. It's simple, see that idiot over there? Slightly raising his head, Brother Yang pointed at the player getting cozy with the strange forces. Listen carefully, has he been calling his girlfriend the whole time? Seeing the confused expressions of the surrounding players, Brother Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes and slowly explained. Do you remember the rule that you all overlooked? It says accompanying girl and never online girlfriend. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding players froze in place. Yeah, it seemed they had never noticed that the girl beside them always referred to herself as an online girlfriend, not an accompanying girl. Brother Yang, so, if we are contaminated, or our perception changes, then it could mean. Someone pondered and asked. You are still quite smart. Brother Yang nodded in satisfaction and continued, in other words, this thing is a hidden rule, not just any rule. When you can no longer distinguish the identity of the accompanying girl, it means you are lost. And this is what Rule 4 means, you only ever have one accompanying girl, not an online girlfriend, got it? Breathlessly finishing his words, Brother Yang slowly lit a cigarette. So, let the auction begin. The smile on Brother Yang's face curved again, radiating a kind look. The little girl beside him still had a flushed face, sobbing with grief, but she couldn't utter a single word. What no one noticed was that the palm in his left sleeve had quietly lost a piece of the little finger. At the edge of the dance hall, Schwer sat on a sofa. Most of her clothes had already come off, leaving only a thin undergarment. Brother Su, please help me with a massage, don't worry, no one will disturb us here. Slowly lifting her head, Schwer's eyes were filled with tenderness, and her face seemed slightly flushed with shyness. Really, no one will disturb us? Su Ming's expression was a bit strange, his hands were clasped behind his back. Don't worry. No matter how much noise you make, no one will come to bother us. After all, I'm your online girlfriend. Schwer smiled charmingly, then lay down on the sofa, slightly closing her eyes. Waiting for Su Ming's action. Then get ready, I'm about to start. Su Ming also raised the corner of his mouth in a smile, slowly taking his hands from behind. His hands were already wearing wireball gloves, and conveniently, he was holding a bloodstained big hammer. Why would I need wire balls for a massage? Am I impure? Also, so the back-thumping Su Ming talked about actually means using a half-meter-long iron hammer to thump someone's back? He's really a living king of hell. Just play along. How could Su Ming be obedient to that weird girl? Looking at the girl's excited face now, I just want to howl. Scared me. I thought my brother Su had changed his personality. He's not a pervert, and that's why I like him, If he used the wire balls on me, I might just fall in love with Su Ming. Seeing the wireball gloves and the terrifying bloodstained hammer, along with Su Ming's strange smile, the viewers in the live stream finally felt relieved. The Su Ming in front of them hadn't changed, he was still the familiar Su King of Hell. Do you like wire balls? A devilish whisper reached Schwer's ears, causing her to freeze for a moment. Brother Su, you're playing this so. Before she could finish, a piercing scream suddenly rang out from the edge of the dance hall. The voice was filled with endless pain, each scream with rising and falling intonations sending chills to everyone's heart. Keep it down, okay? I really hope no one comes to interrupt us. Su Ming still had a smile on his face, and with the wireball gloves in his hand, he scraped hard at a soft spot. Since Schwer was lying on the sofa, she couldn't see exactly what Su Ming was doing. But she could feel sharp pain from a certain part of her body. This pain was almost unbearable. Brother Su, you. That was just a little scraping, next I'll start thumping your back, bear with it for a while. Su Ming slowly raised the skull-crushing hammer, his expression slightly serious. I might be a little too strong, but don't worry. It's for your own good. Chapter 83, Rose Bar number 6. Okay. Schwer, who had just closed her eyes, suddenly opened them wide. Then, her back visibly caved in at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye, several sections of her blood-stained spine violently cracked apart. It looked extraordinarily bloody and terrifying. Do you like it? Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly, his movements in his hands never stopping, the hammer swinging faster and faster. Hurry, stop, I can't take it. Schwer's tragic wail echoed, and her body had already been smashed into two halves, with only some flesh barely holding them together, making it almost unrecognizable. Stop, I won't. His expression became strange. This was the first time Su Ming had refused Schwer's request. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly felt an unusual excitement, his heartbeat quickened, and his adrenaline levels soared. The smile on his face also became increasingly strange. Noticing the change in himself, Su Ming's expression slightly changed. Scottish popsicles. Anyone want some? At this moment, A waiter dressed in black clothing happened to walk past Su Ming, holding a round tray in hand. It held 5 or 6 snow-white Scottish ice lollies that looked like popsicles. Boom! For some unknown reason, the huge iron hammer that was originally aimed at Shuai veered slightly and cleverly smashed into the black-clothed waiter. Ah! Who hit me? The Scottish ice lollies scattered like flowers thrown by a celestial maiden. Among them, one popsicle flew straight into Su Ming's mouth. A wave of sweetness and coolness surged from his heart, bringing him back to calm. What on earth is going on? Did this popsicle just fly into Su God's mouth? Don't tell me this popsicle is meant to cleanse spiritual pollution. This is way too casual for Su God to eat, right? Did you all notice, the Scottish ice lollies appeared just after Su God rejected Shuai's request? Got it. No wonder Su God hasn't activated cheats, it turns out he never turned them off. From the viewpoint of the viewers in the live broadcast, Su Ming's luck was simply too good. It's already at a ridiculous level. Taking the popsicle from his mouth, Su Ming slightly lowered his head, a hint of an apologetic smile on his face. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you. The waiter, watching this scene, took a deep breath, a hint of vexation flashing in his eyes. You son of a bitch, how dare you hit me? Bang! Bang bang! Before he could finish his words, Su Ming's hammer suddenly swung down. Without any hesitation, it slammed straight into the waiter's forehead. Due to the great force, a bloody broken tooth flew out from the waiter's deformed head. Puff! I just had one of your popsicles, why such a huge amount of anger? Su Ming's voice grew colder, his hands gripping the huge hammer, veins bulging in his arms, as he hammered down at the services lying on the ground. Watching this bizarre scene, Shuai's eyes widened, disbelief covering her face. You have to know, this fella in front of her was just a human. And they were supposed to be the strange ones, shouldn't they toy with humans in the palm of their hands? 5 minutes later. A familiar prompt rang in his ears, the special effect of the skull-crushing hammer had been triggered. Looking at the pile of blood and flesh on the ground, Su Ming's mouth curled into a strange smile, then he turned his gaze back to Shuai, whose body was severed into 2 halves, slowly recovering on the sofa, and gently said, I know you can't wait any longer, it's okay. I'm coming. Su Ming's body moved closer step by step, and even as a strange being, Shuai couldn't stop the cold sweat from pouring down. Because she had already realized, the waiter lying on the ground was completely dead. This human actually managed to kill a strange being? You, don't come over. The sharp voice was a bit hoarse, Shuai's face turned as pale as if smeared with arsenic. Same words again. Su Ming took a deep breath, slowly raising the skull-crushing hammer over his head, his gaze gradually turning cold. My hammer is very big, so please, bear with it. Bang! With a charged swing, he directly smashed the sofa apart. Shuai, who had just barely started to heal, had her body turn once again into a bloody mess. Ah! It hurts so much, someone help me. Along with this scream was Shuai's heartbreaking wails. The commotion finally attracted the attention of the entire ballroom, even Yang Gu, standing at the farthest right, was staring blankly at Su Ming's direction, not moving at all. Human, you have crossed the line. The music abruptly stopped, and at the center of the stage, the DJ girl had changed her appearance. The originally shoulder-length dark red hair had been tied up, turning into 2 dark red pigtails. Stop! The girl's voice was calm, but exceptionally clear, echoing continuously in the dance hall. Isn't that the girl on stage, the one with the most seductive moves? Yeah, is she trying to protect something strange? Why didn't she react when that waiter was smashed to death? Who knows? But I feel like this girl won't be able to handle Sushin either. Is it possible that the escort girls next to every player are key characters? What if I don't? Bang! Su Ming swung the huge hammer again, not looking back, a hint of mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth. The DJ girl was obviously surprised by Su Ming's response, her dark red twin tail swayed slightly as a hint of scarlet appeared in her eyes. If you don't stop, I will kill you. As soon as she finished speaking, her body transformed into a scarlet blood shadow and lunged straight at Su Ming. He. Su Ming still didn't look back, continuing to pound the girl named Shuai beneath him. Just 28 more hits, and I can try to kill, just hold on a little longer. Though he spoke lightly, his words made Shuai feel cold all over. I'm going to die. But, she has made her move, she will help me. Shuai's consciousness was a bit blurred, but feeling the commotion in the dance hall, a faint smile managed to grace her broken face. Chapter 84, Rose Bar Number 7. Pooh. The player standing next to Su Ming looked confused, staring in disbelief at the large hole in his abdomen and the beating heart in the girl's hand. Bang. Sorry. I got dizzy. The girl tilted her head, watching the player before her, casually crushing the heart in her hand, and turning back to charge towards Su Ming again. Hey, I'm not saying that, such a big Sushin, this guy got dizzy? Once again, I feel sorry for this innocent player caught in the crossfire. Su Shin, go for it, kill the twin-tailed girl. I notice Su Shin's luck in this instance is really good. It seems like whatever he does goes smoothly. He. I love this tough twin-tailed girl saving my life. The sudden events happening around Su Ming finally made some viewers in the livestream aware that something was off. This bizarre situation had already made many people sure that Su Ming's talent this time was somehow related to luck. Crack. A faint sound came from within the girl, her twin tail swayed slightly, her body instantly stopping in place. Her expression also became a bit stiff. Everyone in the dance hall watched the scene before them, no one dared to speak. What's wrong? Are you okay? Hearing the noise behind her, Su Ming slowly turned around, a hint of concern appearing in his eyes. I pulled my back, I can't move. Under the gaze of everyone in the dance hall, the girl said the most embarrassing thing in the calmest voice. But her trembling body was enough to show her inner turmoil. Then wait for me a while, I will finish up first. Su Ming nodded seriously, tired from a long day, and swung his hammer again. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the entire dance hall was filled only with players exchanging glances and the dull sound of the iron hammer striking. Cranial smash hammer special effect judgment. Judgment failed. Special aberration. Boring. Hearing the familiar prompt sound, disappointment flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Looking down at the cranial smash hammer in his hand, he gently wiped away the blood on it, his brow slightly furrowing. Looks like with my current progress, this cranial smash hammer might not be enough. He murmured softly, his gaze shifting to the DJ girl behind him. Where are your twin tails? Looking at her dark red hair cascading over her shoulders again, curiosity flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Remember, if you really kill her, I won't let you go. With her eyes slightly narrowed, the girl snorted coldly and slowly turned to walk towards the stage. This person is so fierce. Almost killed his own waitress. What's the big deal? A guy like Yang who can control little Lolas and do as he pleases is what you call strong. Shut up, don't talk nonsense. Yang suddenly glared at a nearby player, his eyes flashing with fierce light. I'm sorry, Yang, it was my mistake. Realizing Yang's gaze, the player quickly lowered their head in defeat. But the eyes staring at the ground flashed with hidden disdain. At this moment, the surrounding players were too busy to pay attention to Su Ming, all trying to figure out how to satisfy the waitress's request without getting spiritually contaminated. Meanwhile, the girl proudly walked towards the center of the stage. Wait, you said you wouldn't let me go? Stepping forward, Su Ming slung the shattered skull hammer over his shoulder, a smile blooming on his face. What? Out of kindness, I let you off, and you actually have something to say? The DJ girl suddenly turned around, her eyes slightly narrowed, filled with piercing coldness. No. Su Ming slowly shook his head, casually taking out a cigarette from his pocket with the other hand, popping it up and biting it at the corner of his mouth. Gazing at the girl before him, he spoke word by word, Do you think you can kill me? In the silent dance hall. Su Ming's audacious behavior once again attracted the players' attention, everyone wanted to see. Who gave him the courage to provoke this seemingly terrifying anomaly? Tear. Is Su God going to confront this DJ girl head-on? This looks really exciting, while other players are still trying to test the rules in the instance. Su God is already confronting the anomaly. This girl doesn't look simple, does she? Could she be the most terrifying anomaly in the instance? Selling ice pops. Selling benches. Sunflower seeds, beer, and peanuts, we have everything. Don't miss it as you pass by. Both young and old are getting scammed. Actually, the viewers in the livestream were a bit confused about the girl's camp and identity. If you call her a villain, she seems to have helped Su Ming resist a spiritual contamination on stage. But if you call her a good person? The killing intent she displayed towards Su Ming earlier was quite solid. He. The girl suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled, but her gaze became colder and colder. I kindly saved your life on stage before, and this is your attitude? One thing at a time, you just tried to kill me. Su Ming's expression remained calm as he lit the cigarette at the corner of his mouth, completely unfazed. Whoosh! The girl's figure dashed toward Su Ming like a specter, her blood-red claws aimed at his throat. Boom! Suddenly, the ceiling shattered, and a small meteorite fell precisely. The floor cracked like a spider web, revealing countless fissures, with a deep black pit appearing in the center. Almost half the dance hall was turned to chaos by this sudden meteorite. The only good news was that most players had stayed away from the stage, so only a few insignificant anomalies were hit and left gasping. Cough cough. A blood-soaked hand trembled as it emerged from the dark pit. Accompanied by painful coughs, the DJ girl with twin ponytails struggled to crawl out. Why, you. Looking at Su Ming standing nearby, perfectly unharmed, a trace of panic finally appeared in the girl's calm eyes. This human seemed like the child of fate. No matter how she attacked him, it seemed completely ineffective. If you still want to come, you can continue. Su Ming's gaze remained calm, the heavy hammer on his shoulder swaying slightly. Still the same question, do you think you can kill me? Throwing down the cigarette butt in his hand, Su Ming took a step closer to the girl. At this moment, a hint of fear surged in the girl's heart. She, who had always prided herself on her strong power and was full of arrogance, had her self-esteem completely collapse. The girl slowly lowered her head, her body slightly twitching from the intense pain, her dark red twin tails swaying. Since you can't kill me, I'm going to grab your twin tails. With a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Su Ming gently stroked the girl's twin tails, then suddenly yanked them hard. Ah! Chapter 85 Rose Bar Number 8. A scream erupted as the girl felt a sharp pain for a moment, and she instinctively reached out her claws. She struggled to claw at a strange being beside Su Ming. Strange being? With a hint of unwillingness, another lucky spectator died on the spot. This person is trouble, stay away. Now not only players, but even the strange being standing nearby looked on in shock at the scene before them, their bodies swiftly retreating. The girl did not pay attention to these details, kicking the innocent strange being away and screaming as she charged towards Su Ming again. I want you dead. I want you dead. Countless dark red strands of hair turned into writhing venomous snakes, fiercely stabbing towards Su Ming. Puff! Schwer blankly lowered her head, looking at the strands that pierced through her chest, her body frozen in place. You hit the wrong person. A violent wave of dizziness hit her as Schwer clung to Su Ming's arm, her body softly collapsing. This blow, while not enough to kill her, rendered her unable to move for a short time. Cough cough, who can I go to for an explanation? Su God seems to have no problems at all, but the people around him. Even if the streamer drew luck-type skills, this is just too defiant, right? It's simply invincible. Invincible? What are you joking about? Su God is just this ridiculously powerful in every instance, isn't he? Brothers, do you think Su God is like some protagonist in novels, overflowing with luck while his friends and family either die tragically or are severely disabled? Watching the strange girl's outrageous actions and then looking at the unlucky ones next to Su Ming, many viewers burst out laughing. Little girl, are you surprised? Are you thrilled? Gently patting the girl's cheek, seeing her still dazed, Su Ming's gaze suddenly turned cold. His left hand went from caressing to delivering a heavy blow. Smack! The steel ball on his glove made contact violently with the girl's face. No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. The intense pain woke the girl up, and her body instinctively tried to retreat, her eyes filled with horror. Now you're scared? We're playing a turn-based game. Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming grabbed the girl, not allowing her to retreat an inch. Look at this, what is it? The crumpled hammer disappeared, and a drill appeared out of nowhere in Su Ming's hand. As he gently pressed the switch, a piercing noise erupted. Buzz buzz buzz. Seeing this scene, the girl's eyes narrowed slightly, her voice unusually calm. You think that thing can cause me any harm? What a pathetic worm, slap. Before she could react, a heavy slap landed solidly on her face, the steel ball tearing away some flesh. Then, in a flash, Su Ming quickly tackled the dazed girl to the ground, pressing her down with his knee. Still being defiant, huh? No problem, you'll know when you try. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Su Ming gripped the drill tightly, swiftly piercing the drill bit into the girl's chest. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The sound of intense friction was heard, a wisp of blue smoke slowly drifting in the air. What is this? Yang Gu frowned slightly, carefully examining the drill in Su Ming's hand. Time ticked by, with almost no new players in this instance. Even upon seeing this bizarre scene, most people remained still, aside from a few hesitant individuals. Smack. Buzz buzz. No one in the ballroom dared to speak until... Puff. A splash of crimson blood shot out, and the dazed girl's eyes widened suddenly. A flash of unwillingness passed through his eyes, and then his pupils began to scatter. At that moment, almost an hour had passed. Not bad, this speed is a bit faster than I imagined. As he finally pierced through the girl's skin, large splashes of heart blood sprayed onto Su Ming's face, making him look exceptionally fierce and terrifying. This. Such a terrifying strange thing was killed by Su God just like that? What's the big deal? That soldier-outfitted strange thing from the last dungeon, right? Wasn't it also forced by Su God and drilled to death? Who wouldn't love the rotation speed of his drill? A chainsaw maniac, Su God is a drill maniac. Come on, let me write a poem for Su God. On the vast plain, every step cries out, the forced drilling never stops, the electric drill keeps drilling. Even though Su Ming used the electric drill to kill the strange girl, the audience in the live room were not too surprised. For other live rooms, this was almost impossible. But for Su Ming, killing a strange being was undoubtedly as easy as splashing water. Time to wrap up. Noticing that the girl's body was gradually turning cold, Su Ming slowly stood up, rubbing his slightly sore knees. He turned to look at Shuer behind him. You. At this moment, Shuer's face had turned pale. And upon seeing Su Ming staring at her, her body shivered slightly, unable to resist backing away. Don't be afraid. Quickly stand behind me. We still need you to push the progress in the dungeon. Su Ming's lips curved into a smile, waving at Shuer. But the blood covering his face made him look like a twisted killer with a creepy grin. Shuer crossed her arms over her chest, still shaking her head and crying. You really won't come over? As he stretched out his sleeve to slowly wipe off the blood, Su Ming's smile grew softer, his tone even gentler. Whoa whoa. Shuer is scared. Su Ming's sudden change in attitude finally broke down Shuer's last line of defense. Suppressing her inner fears. Sniffling repeatedly, she quickly walked to Su Ming's side, soft sobs faintly sounding. Isn't the dance hall almost finished? Where should we go next? Turning around, Su Ming straightforwardly asked. Normally, we should relax after dancing, but what? Seeing her hesitant look, Su Ming frowned slightly. Shuer shook her head slightly, still holding a trace of fear. I'm sorry, I can't say. Let's go. Shaking his head, Su Ming didn't think much of it. He had guessed a little about the current dungeon clearing conditions. Perhaps it was to experience all 4 areas as long as they stayed alive and weren't severely polluted. That would count as clearing the game? Whatever the rules are, let's treat it as relaxing for the next dungeon in advance. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly as he walked towards the path outside the dance hall. Chapter 86, Rose Bar Number 9. Watching the gradually departing figure, Yang Gu on the far right of the stage's eyes flickered, lost in thought as he stepped forward. Yang Gu? Where are you going? What? Do I need to report to you before going to the next area? Yang Ji's body paused, slowly turning his head, looking at a player behind him with a half-smile. The player's face suddenly changed, hurriedly waving his hands, stuttering. I didn't mean that, I was saying. Pooh. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Gu put away the knife in his hand, playfully toying with 2 fingers. 2 words, 2 fingers. Casually throwing the fingers into the trash can, Yang Gu revealed a cold smile. And then his body slowly disappeared at the edge of the dance hall. The player, pale, covered his bleeding hand, slightly lowering his head, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. His expression dark and unpredictable. Damn, coward, just pretending to be this way, why don't you take action? I think this streamer is really bad. Just now Yang Gu cut his fingers and he didn't dare to say a word. Simple and foolish, just like that. I have a different view, a petty person is often scarier than a noble one. A few viewers in this player's live streaming room couldn't help but mock him when they saw his appearance. Following the sign, Su Ming soon arrived at another bright hall. Unlike the dance hall, the relaxation area had no loud music and no flickering neon lights. All there was endless cursing and anger. The noisy voices intertwined, like the whispers of demons swirling in the air. Damn it! Why did I roll a 6? Just a little bit, Please, lend me 2 more. I promise I'll return you 3 later. This is a scam. Damn it, this is absolutely a scam. I'm on a lucky streak today, I've won 3 rounds in a row, Watching this scene, a strange expression appeared on Su Ming's face. At first, he thought the relaxation area was a place to relax, but unexpectedly. Hey handsome, want to play? On a green table, a blonde girl in a black uniform raised her hand and winked gently at Su Ming. Is this the dealer? Turning slowly to look at the silent Shuer beside him, Su Ming's eyes held a hint of questioning. The relaxation area is for our entertainment. Looking directly into Su Ming's eyes, Shuer nodded slowly, her expression serious as she explained. Hey handsome, do you want to play? The girl in uniform tossed her hair and gently asked again, her light golden hair flowing over her shoulders. Only this time, her voice carried a hint of coldness. Brother Su, do you want to give it a try? Shuer raised her head slightly and glanced at Su Ming, then couldn't help but remind him. Su Ming nodded slowly, his gaze still fixed on an announcement by the wall. Welcome to the relaxation area, here are a few rules you need to follow. 1. You cannot refuse any type of game the staff invites you to play. 2. Your drinking companion has 5 chips for your entertainment. Of course, even without chips, you can still experience the entertainment projects. 3. Staff members wear white gloves. If they wear black gloves, please stay away immediately. If someone wants to take your drinking companion away, please do not panic, this is a normal occurrence. 5. You are prohibited from leaving the game before it ends. Interesting. Su Ming retracted his gaze and smiled slightly, heading directly towards the dealer who was continuously waving. Naturally, Shuer quickly followed behind him. Hey handsome, sit here. As Su Ming approached, the dealer pointed to a seat, her eyes sparkling slightly. Su Ming didn't hold back, pulling out the chair and sitting down slowly. A few strange figures sat scattered around, all eagerly waiting for the dealer to deal. Hey handsome, wait for 2 minutes. The next round is about to start. Su Ming slowly nodded, carefully examining the card table. It seemed to be the traditional 21, which means comparing points with the dealer, whoever is higher wins. During this time, you could keep hitting for cards, but there was a chance of going over 21. So this so-called relaxation area is actually a casino? But what's the point of the betting chips? From what I have seen in this bizarre livestream for so long, these so-called chips should refer to one's life. But maybe not. I think the chips refer to the lives of the drinking companions. Didn't Rule 4 say someone might take your drinking companion? Who cares whose life it is? What does it have to do with my lucky god, Su? As Su Ming focused on the rules on the wall, the viewers in the live room analyzed the situation on the screen. The rules in the relaxation area were fewer than those in the dance hall, but the danger level was probably not less than that of the dance hall. Meanwhile, more than a dozen players entered the relaxation area one by one, each followed by a drinking companion. As soon as he entered the door, several players were immediately invited by the staff to experience the game. Among them, there was a gambler-like player who just glanced at the rules and couldn't wait to sit at a card table. Xiaoro, take out your chips and watch your brother lead you to victory. The player tapped the table with his fingers, excitedly shouting to the girl behind him. Okay, brother. The girl behind him smiled shyly, a slight dimple appearing on her face. Then she slowly opened her handbag and began to search. Hurry up! Why are you taking so long? Seeing that the game was about to start, the player couldn't help but furrow his brow, impatiently chiding her. Brother, I'm sorry, it seems I left my chips in the bathroom of the dance hall. The girl behind stopped her movements and slowly raised her head. The smile on her face gradually became strange. The dealing of cards begins, please everyone place your bets. The dealer's voice sounded at the right moment, freezing the player's expression. Once the game started, this also meant that before it ended, he couldn't leave. And 2 staff members wearing masks and rubber gloves, dressed in white lab coats, had appeared behind him at some point. What a shame, he killed himself with his own stupidity. Su Ming withdrew his gaze, slowly shaking his head, softly murmuring. He seemed not to notice that behind him, Shui'er had curled her lips, also revealing a strange smile. Cards are dealt, please everyone place your bets. The dealer in front said the same thing, prompting Su Ming to slowly raise his head and quietly gaze at the 2 playing cards before him. Handsome, why haven't you placed your bet yet? The dealer adjusted his white gloves and tilted his head, sizing up the unmoving Su Ming, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Of course, if you have no chips to bet, then a part of your body can also be used as a substitute. Looking at the motionless Su Ming, the dealer added softly once again. Shui'er? Give me the chips. With his fingertips tapping on the table, Su Ming's gaze flickered, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Sorry, I don't have. Bang! Su Ming's right hand suddenly reached out. Shui'er, caught off guard, was pulled into his embrace. No, I say you have, then you have. Gently patting Shui'er's cheek, Su Ming slowly shook his head. His right hand had somehow put on a wireball glove and quickly pierced into Shui'er's body in front of the horrified eyes of the dealer and onlookers. Ah! A terrifying scream echoed throughout the hall, shocking everyone. Su Ming's expression remained calm, slowly raising his hand, which was still warm, revealing a blood-stained kidney that was still oozing blood. Isn't this your chip? Not honest at all. Shaking his head, Su Ming slapped the kidney onto the dark green table, the blood soaking the 2 playing cards in front of him. Ah! It hurts. I'm sorry. Shui'er seemed still dazed, trembling hand touching her waist, her face pale from the blood loss. Holy crap! Although I guess that Su God was going to take action against her, cutting off a hand or a foot. I didn't expect it to be the kidney? Wow, the streamer performing kidney removal without anesthesia? What a joke. Let me share a fun fact, removing kidneys without anesthesia can ensure the kidney's vitality. So ruthless. Su God really went for it. Everyone around watched the scene, almost shattering their moral views. Wasn't the plot supposed to be about the supernatural grabbing humans and roughing them up? What kind of human player is this? So intense, did he take something? Right. I can also use the supernatural kidney. The initial gambler player, seeing this, seemed to find a lifeline. The body sat in the chair, wildly reaching behind. Seeing the girl beside him not dodging, his eyes flickered with a glimmer of light. And he roughly pulled her into his arms. Xiaoro, I'm sorry, I also couldn't. Before he finished speaking, the gambler's expression suddenly froze. He stared blankly at his waist. The spot where the kidney was stored was now completely empty. That big kidney flew away. The two doctors in white coats behind him were satisfied as they retracted their scalpel, tossing a fresh red kidney onto the poker table. Crossing their arms, standing in place, eagerly waiting for the dealer to reveal the cards. The originally gentle and lovely girl had now changed her attitude, a sarcastic smile hanging on her lips, her eyes filled with icy coldness. With your bear-like appearance, do you still want to take action against me? I am your online girlfriend. The girl named Xiao Rou chuckled, gently touching the gambler's waist wound, and tenderly kissed his lips. Online girlfriend? Yes. You are my online girlfriend, you would never harm me. He. As Xiao Rou moved her lips away, the gambler's eyes gradually became blank, mechanically tapping on the table, waiting for the dealer to reveal the cards. And on the poker table in front of him, that bloody kidney looked extremely vivid. Can I place a bet now? Su Ming retracted his gaze, seriously looking at the blonde dealer, and smiled as he asked. Why yes. Nervously nodding, the dealer's hurried actions revealed her inner unease. After all, the human in front of her looked so ferocious. What if he lost his temper later, took his own kidney to gamble? Wouldn't that be disaster from the sky? If you think it's not enough, I can get you some more. With an intentional glance at the strange figure in the adjacent seat, Su Ming rested his chin on his hand and said thought-provokingly. Damn. This round counts as your win. I won't play anymore, big brother, you take your time. The other strange figures at the poker table were no longer calm. They glanced at each other and simultaneously tossed their poker cards aside, fleeing in a frenzy. What a joke, this human's methods are so brisk and decisive. It was definitely not the first time he did this. Realizing he had scared them all away, Su Ming shook his head speechlessly, looking tenderly down. Fortunately, I have you. Schwer, are you touched? Schwer, lying weakly in Su Ming's arms, struggled to swallow. I dare not move. The wound at her waist was still flowing dark red blood, soaking both of their clothes. Dealer, 20 points. The dealer revealed 2 playing cards, her smile betraying a sense of relief. For the dealer, this round was already a huge advantage. It's your turn to reveal the cards. Su Ming's expression showed no signs of emotion, looking at his 2 cards on the table. One was a diamond Q. As Su Ming slowly flipped over the card underneath, the card showed a blood-red heart A. In 21 points, A can be counted as 1 point or 11 points. I won. Sir, this is your chip. Although slightly surprised, the dealer didn't say more. As she handed Su Ming a chip, she collected the 2 bloody playing cards back. What a joke, the son of Luck Sushin has returned here, isn't it like returning to the old home? Indeed, luck skills in this round are almost a breeze. Sexy dealer, online dealing. Makes me want to come for a few rounds. Brothers, I heard there's a place next door that specializes in high-paying scams to take people's kidneys, be careful, don't be fooled. Do you choose to continue playing? With hands behind her back, the dealer had a smile on her face and softly asked. But this time it didn't seem like an invitation, but rather letting Su Ming make his own choice. No. Without any hesitation, Su Ming took the chips and put them into his pocket. Then, with one hand gripping the kidney and the other dragging Snow's body, he quickly walked towards another place. What a shame. The blonde dealer still stood with her hands behind her back, watching Su Ming leave, and while she breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of regret flickered in her eyes. But behind everyone's back, she was casually playing with 2 blood-stained playing cards. As the blood slowly soaked into the cards, the white gloves were becoming dark red. Chapter 88 Rose Bar Number 11. Su Ming stopped by a mahjong table, quietly watching a staff member dressed in a suit. The staff member felt a little nervous under his gaze, hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Would you like to play?" Slap. Blood splashed onto the table, followed by a large kidney. Sorry, this organ is no longer fresh, it can't be used as a bet. The staff member pushed up his glasses, nervously shaking his head. Su Ming didn't move much upon hearing this, but slowly turned his head to look at Snow behind him. Ah! The lively hall fell silent once again. Only Snow's heartbroken scream lingered endlessly. Now, this is correct, isn't it? Su Ming threw another kidney, his eyes narrowing slightly, calmly staring at the staff member in front of him. Su Go, I think I. Shoo. With a finger on his lips, Su Ming smiled gently. You little rascal, who told you to be so careless? Can't find your chips, now you've lost big, huh? Then, with his right hand covered in a steel wool glove, he patted her head. Later, I'll take you to eat something to make up for it, be good now. You. Slap. Su Ming seemed to predict Snow's move. Just as she was about to speak, he forcefully interrupted her with a large slap. 3 minutes later. The staff member in the suit looked at the clear 18 arhats with a flower on the table, falling into deep thought. In his hand, he was holding a missing 1 bamboo that he was about to discard. What the hell, a full straight and 3 trips of 18 arhats right at the start, followed by a flower. Even the god of gambling wouldn't dare play like this, would they? Catch Su Ming's luck. I hope tonight every round of mahjong is a straight self-draw. What is mahjong? Why do so many people like playing it? Does it beat playing Mobile Legends? I'm dying laughing. The idiot opposite just set their suit, and hasn't even drawn yet. Contact with fresh blood, does the white glove turn black? Watching the staff member who quietly kept his hands behind his back, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly moved to the next table. If he guessed correctly, the focus of this game wasn't on gambling, but on time. At this moment, more players were gradually appearing, all coming from the dance hall to the relaxation area. And except for that unlucky gambler at the start, almost all the later players checked the chips their escorts brought, confirming that all 5 were present before heading to the table. Handsome, would you like to play? Turning a corner, a voice made Su Ming stop his steps. This table is playing. Do Di Ju? Looking at 2 staff members sitting at the table, staring straight at him, Su Ming slowly nodded. Handsome, here it's different, we need 2. Ah! The harsh scream made the 2 staff members stunned. Then, they lowered their heads in disbelief, looking at Snow and Su Ming's arms, drenched in blood. Woo woo woo! V-room! After several tragic screams, Snow's chest was drilled open, revealing her beating heart. Do you like it? I'm really giving you my heart and soul. The blood splattered from the drill on Su Ming's cheek, but his eyes were filled with deep excitement. Woo-woo, cough, I beg you. At this moment, Snow's eyes had become murky, large amounts of blood foam surged from her mouth, making her words a little unclear. Crack. Her chest suddenly shattered. Su Ming licked the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth without hesitation and reached out his palm. Thud. 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 A beating heart was thrown onto the table, along with a few broken ribs. Now, is this enough? If it's enough, then let's start. A foot stepped on Snow's broken body on the ground. Su Ming surveyed the poker table, his brows slightly furrowed. I think Su God's question is perfectly fine, there are enough chips, and Snow has played enough. Oh my god, I think the host is too cruel. I believe in killing but not in torture. I wonder what kind of cards Su God will get in this round. It can't be 4 twos with a royal flush to start, can it? Poor Snow on the ground, still so young and her body is already failing. Everyone should take this as a warning and remember to control themselves. Plain. Su Ming looked at the cards in his hand, a strange expression on his face, royal flush. 3 with 1. No. Su Ming, bomb. Seeing the 2 staff members stare at each other wide-eyed, Su Ming continued to throw down the cards in his hand, bomb. Bomb. Still a bomb. No surprises, Su Ming once again easily collected 2 chips. Su, cough, Su, brother. Snow on the ground had tears streaming down her eyes, struggling to speak. What's wrong? Aren't you already holding 4 chips? Can you not do this to me? Slap. The response to her was still a hard slap. Let's go to the next one. Snow's body was dragged across the ground, leaving a long trail of blood as Su Ming's expression slowly grew colder. The hall was very large, with nearly 100 tables. But at this moment, some tables had already started to be covered in blood, and the players in their seats looked increasingly grim. Without a doubt, they had lost their chips and began to gamble their own organs. Hee. I want to keep gambling. I'm sure I can turn the tables. This somewhat dazed player caught Su Ming's attention. His hands and feet were dismantled, sitting on a chair, staring at the poker table with a silly grin. And the drinking girl next to him had already affectionately snuggled up to a handsome and strange man. Just as his girl wrapped her arm around the strange man and they walked out of the hall. This player suddenly opened his eyes wide, and then his entire body was covered in dense cracks. Bang! In just a few seconds. His body exploded, countless blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, a very small number of players had gathered 10 chips and were starting to walk towards the next area. Is it really like this? Taking a deep breath, Su Ming's brows slightly furrowed. Just as he guessed, 5 chips for one person, and counting his own drinking girl, a total of 10 chips were needed. Unfortunately, he had been tricked by Snow earlier, and so far, he only had 4 on him. Gently pinching Snow's neck and lifting her body into the air, Su Ming's gaze turned icy, but it's okay. I won't leave you behind. Chapter 89 Rose Bar Number 12. At this moment, not far from Su Ming, Brother Yang was taking deep breaths, tearing his clothes apart, and wrapping the stump of his severed arm with cloth strips. Handsome, do you want to continue playing? A dealer gently spoke, elegantly handing a chip to Brother Yang. Then slowly cleaning the bloodied poker table. No more. Shaking his head coldly, Brother Yang casually tossed aside his severed arm and pulled the little girl behind him towards another poker table. Although he arrived first, his luck was strangely bad. After losing 5 rounds in a row, he had no choice but to cut off one of his own arms as a stake. Though he won by fluke, he couldn't stay at this table any longer. Damn it, there aren't many untainted poker tables left. Bitten the cloth strip with his teeth. He pulled hard with his right hand, trying his best to reduce blood loss. Yang Gu frowned slightly. Looking back at the little lowly behind him, a shadow crossed his face. Earlier, he had tried to detach one of the little lowly's hands as a bargaining chip, but touching the bloody wound on his back, Yang Gu gasped in cold air. That's right, the little lowly naturally did not agree to Yang Ji's demands. Then he was rejected. Still need 3 more, Here. Looking at the bloodless card table before him, Yang Ji's eyes lit up slightly, and then he quickly sat down. At the same time, another figure sat down next to him. It was Su Ming. At this moment, the card table was unusually quiet. Su Ming casually leaned against his chair, his eyes fixed on Yang Gu, making him feel a little uneasy inside. Why are you staring at me like that? What do you want? Yang Gu squinted his eyes slightly, looking at Su Ming with great vigilance, then took a deep breath. If you think I'm in the way, I can change to another table. This was unavoidable. Previously in the ballroom, Su Ming's various actions had already been mentally labeled by Yang Gu as pervert. Don't be nervous. Su Ming smiled slightly, a hint of a grin on his face. Are you thinking about taking action against the little lowly behind you, but can't beat her? So you feel deeply troubled because of this? Shifting his gaze to the little lowly behind Yang Gu, Su Ming rested his chin on his hands, starting to lead him on gently. Yang Gu did not respond immediately, his brows furrowing slightly, his gaze dark and uncertain. 1,000 points for you to perform a surgery, what do you think? Not good. Hearing Su Ming's proposal, Yang Ji's frown deepened, and he slowly shook his head. Dr. Su actually took the initiative to help others perform surgery? I feel like something is seriously wrong. Do you remember what this guy was auctioning off in the beginning? Probably sold a few thousand rule points, right? Is Su Shin after someone else's rule points? By the way, why is Shui'er so obedient now? She seems to have hardly said a word. Upstairs, on what basis do you think Shui'er, whose kidneys were dug out and lungs were fed to dogs, can still be jumping around? Watching Su Ming's focus on Yang Gu, the viewers in the live broadcast room speculated whether Su Ming was trying to extort rule points. After all, this plot seems so familiar, so warm. Alright, then forget it. Shrugging his shoulders, Su Ming nonchalantly lowered his head, looking at Shui'er lying on the ground. Puff! An arm was easily detached by Su Ming, and with a bang it was thrown on the table, making Yang Ji's eye twitch. Don't you have chips now? Why do this? If it goes on like this, the number of contaminated staff will increase, and you might not even gather 10 chips yourself. Taking a deep breath, Yang Gu took out the chip he had just won from his pocket and solemnly threw it on the table. Oh? Looking at Yang Gu beside him, Su Ming spoke in a flat tone, why not bet with chips? Because I think this is more exciting. Don't you? Playing with the 4 chips in his hand, Su Ming smiled slightly. On what basis do you think I can't gather them? After saying this, the 4 chips were casually tossed by Su Ming, scattering everywhere. You? His pupils suddenly contracted, and a thick shock appeared on Yang Ji's face. This person in front of him was insane. To just throw away the 4 chips he had worked so hard to win? He was still far from 10, okay? Clang. Boom. Before he could continue to speak, an even more unbelievable thing happened. A passing player accidentally bumped into the table corner, causing 2 chips to fly out of his pocket and land straight in front of Su Ming. Brother, this is mine. Su Ming didn't say anything, just calmly looked up and glanced at this player. In the next second, the player took a deep breath, tightly clenched his fists. A hint of unwillingness and anger appeared in his eyes. Then he did not hesitate and quickly ran away. Immediately, the box beside the dealer suddenly burst open, and dozens of chips bounced out, rolling perfectly into Su Ming's palm. What is this situation? This means that Su God doesn't even need to play these games. Even if he just leaves, 10 chips will bounce into his pocket? Isn't it obvious? No matter how you look at it, it seems like Su God is intentionally retaliating against Shui'er. Ha ha ha. Brothers, I've realized. Now I am already standing on my rooftop, ready to go to the horror world and start killing. Attached is a picture of the rooftop. Sigh, Su God is causing a lot of trouble. Already several viewers think they can do it, and they want to commit suicide to enter the horror world. Just a day ago, there was a guy who thought he was great and did the same thing, but he drank pesticide. He even specifically asked everyone to search for his livestream. In the end, in the newbie dungeon, he survived for half an hour before seeing his deceased grandmother. This. Playing with the dozens of chips in his hand, Su Ming looked at Brother Yang, who was confused, and calmly lit a cigarette. Handsome, these are my chips, you. The dealer looked at the scene before him, hesitating to speak, his expression a bit tense. Since I have them in my hand, then they are mine. Slowly raising his head, Su Ming's gaze towards the dealer gradually became cold. Do you have an opinion? And no opinion. The dealer trembled slightly, fearfully withdrawing his hand, beads of sweat slowly dripping from his forehead. He started silently dealing the cards. But, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. How could a dignified anomaly shrink back to this extent? A mere human could actually make him scared? Chapter 90 Rose Bar number 13. Please turn the cards, turn, damn. I'll flip you. As the dealing reached the end, an invisible rage surged in the dealer's heart. Gripping the severed arm on the table, the gloves visibly turned black. Hee, slap. Dazedly covering his cheeks, the dealer's mind seemed to freeze. Didn't he just throw the playing cards and then transform? What's going on? Hey! I told you he. Su Ming's gaze suddenly turned cold, and he slammed the table, standing up abruptly. Buzz. Before the dealer could react, Su Ming pulled out a drill and began drilling without saying a word. 3 minutes later. Su Ming turned over the playing cards on the table and smiled slightly at the dealer lying on the ground with his head blown apart. In this round, you lost. Skillfully taking a chip from the dealer's belongings, Su Ming gently hugged Shuer and walked to another table. I'm dying laughing, this anomaly is reckless? Why imitate others to explode? Exactly, if you want to explode, don't target Su God, he didn't intend to use lethal force, the dealer charged right up. Actually, it's quite normal, most anomalies in the horror world are lacking common sense, but ordinary players usually dare not offend them. Su Ji's voice is so gentle. If only he was holding me instead. You upstairs, do you want to be a human stick? Watching the failed explosion of the dealer who got hit back by Su Ming's drill, the viewers in the livestream couldn't help but laugh out loud. They can't handle even this little grievance, what are they doing as a dealer? Su Go, woo. Don't mess around. Su Ming slowly lowered his head, looking at Shuer, who barely resembled a human, with a tone that carried some sincerity. Don't worry, this little injury won't kill you. Besides, isn't this the thrill you've never experienced? Ah. Gently stroking Shuer's head, Su Ming also removed her other hand, then tossed it onto the table. Shuer screamed in agony, her body already lying on the ground like a dead fish, completely limp. Looking at the somewhat numb Shuer, Su Ming frowned slightly. Got it, it seems this isn't thrilling enough for you. I didn't do well enough. After saying this, Su Ming took action again, removing the last 2 legs of Shuer. Ah. It hurts. Woo. At this moment, apart from her head being intact, Shuer's body was already torn and battered. Her miserable state would make even passing dogs feel sympathy. I want to bet 3 chips at the same time. Pointing at the 2 legs and 1 arm on the table, Su Ming said calmly. The dealer paused for a moment, instinctively wanting to refuse. Handsome, it's not allowed. What if I add a drill? Buzz. Pointing at the electric drill on the table, Su Ming's expression remained unchanged. Struggling to swallow, the dealer glanced at the still warm body not far away. With a hint of a sob, the dealer said, okay, I think that's reasonable. That's right, deal the cards. Leaning back in his chair, Su Ming closed his eyes slightly. Collecting 3 chips, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly as he looked at Yang Gu, who was holding his waist and had a pale face. This is a person who needs help. Nodding slowly, Su Ming wore a kind smile as he walked towards Yang Gu. I have 21 chips. Standing in front of Yang Gu, Su Ming spoke straightforwardly. Yang Gu stood there dazed, a look of struggle appearing on his face, as blood slowly flowed down his waist. Behind him stood 2 strange figures in white coats. Woo. An angry whimper came from behind him, his little loli became increasingly impatient, the faint affection in her eyes vanished. Even with her mouth tightly taped shut, her gaze still openly scanned the handsome figures around, as if already planning to find a new savior. Ha, did you see that little loli's expression? She looks just like a girlfriend who thinks I'm useless. It's killing me, woo. Don't panic upstairs, I have a bottle of Indian oil, want to give it a try? This person is doomed, when the escort lady stops following him, it means he's done for. Sigh, when a woman truly wants to leave you, you can't stop her. Back in the day, let's not talk about it, I'm going for a smoke. Watching a scene that felt extraordinarily familiar even in the real world, many in the livestream couldn't help but sigh. When young, one doesn't know how to cherish. Only realizing the depth of regret once it's lost. When her gaze swept to Su Ming before her, the little loli's eyes suddenly lit up. It was only when Su Ming slowly raised his hand holding a steel wool ball that she reluctantly shifted her gaze away. Speak, what do you want? Taking a deep breath, Yang Ji's face became extremely grim, finally unable to hold back. He realized. That once he had no chips, he would incur the disdain of the escort lady behind him. And once the escort lady left him, it would signify that his life was in danger. 3,000 rule points. A smile appeared in Su Ming's eyes, then he slowly extended his finger, saying something shocking to everyone. But I want 30,000. His voice wasn't loud, but enough for all players in the hall to hear clearly. 30,000 rule points? This is too outrageous. This isn't just asking for a lot, it's like you don't want to save Yang Gu at all. Keep away from him, otherwise, if he has his eyes on you, you're guaranteed to die. As the surrounding players murmured, Su Ming's reputation worsened. In the players' eyes, this guy named Su Ming was a madman who killed anyone he saw. 30,000, are you serious? I think you might as well just kill me. After a brief silence, a fierce and crazy glint flashed in Yang Ji's eyes. He roared in anger. He. Su Ming smiled slightly and sat down on a nearby chair. Do you know why I'm focusing on you out of so many players? Slowly lighting a cigarette, Su Ming spoke slowly. Why? Yang Gu slowly raised his head, his face regaining its composure. Only the gaze was somewhat dark and unpredictable. Pfft, still pretending with me. Gently cradling the limbless snow, Su Ming curled his lips into a mocking smile and slowly explained. I noticed you from the very beginning when you sold that tape prop. Back then, your left hand only had a missing pinky. Although you tried your best to hide it, when I passed by you, I still noticed. Chapter 91, Rose Bar number 14. So what does that prove? Yang Ji's voice became a little low, breathing heavily. Don't rush. Seeing that most players were beginning to focus on this side, Su Ming's smile disappeared, and he slowly added. Then let me make an assumption. There is a player who discovers their tape prop is unexpectedly useful, able to directly restrict their escort girl. Then they draw an interesting talent skill, like the ability to duplicate props at a certain cost? As Su Ming said this, Yang Ji's body suddenly trembled, and then he widened his eyes in disbelief. When he successfully duplicated a prop, he realized it was a good opportunity to earn rule points, so he took out the prop to auction, but auctioning was not his main goal. During the auction of the prop, he casually shared some information to stall for time, with the aim of locking in on players with excess rule points for private transactions. That's also why he was the first to follow me towards the relaxation area, but it took nearly 20 minutes to get in. After Su Ming calmly finished saying this, Yang Ji's expression changed from anger to surprise, and then from surprise to unease. And the surrounding players all stopped in their tracks, a strong look of horror appearing in their eyes. I want to ask, how did you deduce this? Yang Ji's remaining right hand clenched into a fist, still reluctant, he looked up to ask. Before you and I sat at the same table, all 5 fingers on your left hand had already disappeared. Shifting his gaze to Yang Ji's left hand, Su Ming's eyes held a hint of mockery. If I'm not mistaken, you're also missing some toes? For example, 10 toes? Watching Su Ming calmly divulge all the guesses, Yang Gu stood in place, somewhat at a loss for words. Wow. So Su God actually knows how to deduce? Isn't he supposed to be mindlessly overpowered? Upstairs, do you look down on our Su God a bit? If he had no brains, how could he be so cunning? Indeed, that guy named Yang Gu does walk a bit unnaturally. What Su God guessed should be right. But what does the anchor mean by this? Are they planning to take this guy down? The viewers in the live stream all typed in bullet comments, feeling exceptionally unfamiliar with the scene before them. This Su God, who usually powers through with sheer force, why is he now engaging in reasoning analysis? It must be said, Su Ming's operation here has once again refreshed the audience's perception of his intellect. After a long time, Yang Gu let out a deep sigh, his eyes filled with deep fatigue. As an old player in the world of strange tales, encountering a guy like Su Ming, who is both unbeatable and exceptionally smart, would typically leave him with 2 choices. Either be directly killed by him, or be tricked out of all his rule points and then be killed. Clearly, the guy in front of him, named Su Ming, was trying to use the second method on him. What is there to judge? I'd rather be destroyed than remain intact. Kill, chop, do as you please, but I will never give you rule points. Slowly shaking his head, determination surfaced in Yang Ji's eyes as he took a deep breath and straightened his posture. Oh? Su Ming looked at this guy in surprise, slowly putting on wire ball gloves. Swish! At that moment, Yang Ji's body took a step forward, his right hand revealing a sharp dagger. Die for me! With a hint of ferocity in his eyes. A dagger glimmering with a cold light approached Su Ming's neck with terrifying speed. Puff! Ah! Schwer let out a scream, shrieking like a duck. Su Ming coldly tossed Schwer's body aside and directly blocked Yang Ji's attack. Then, taking advantage of the dagger still lodged in Schwer's body, Su Ming quickly stepped out, raised his right hand high, and delivered a slapping blow. Smack! Yang Ji's body clearly was not as sturdy as the strange dagger. And with just Su Ming's first charged attack, it almost twisted and deformed his entire face. Large amounts of blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Caught in a daze, the dagger in his hand flew out. Will you give it or not? Su Ming's face was calm as he raised his right hand again. Impossible. Smack. Will you give it? I won't. Smack. Looking at Yang Ji's face swollen like a pig's head, Su Ming's gaze gradually became somewhat cold. Will you give? I will. Smack. As soon as Yang Gu finished speaking, another loud slap greeted his face. I said I will. Whoa whoa. Holding his battered cheek in pain, Yang Ji's voice now carried a hint of crying, and his lacerated face appeared quite terrifying. Hey, isn't this guy saying he will give it? Why is Su God still slapping him happily? But it really looks satisfying to watch. Is there a chance that the slapping is so enjoyable that it just can't stop? I'm directly having a good time with this. Poor Yang Gu, he has worked hard to trap so many rule points. Putting aside the facts, I still feel some sympathy for this guy named Yang Gu. Su Ming's strength was still as usual, making the viewers in the live broadcast room feel a bit pained. If this slap were to land on them, they would probably spiral into the sky immediately, right? Sorry, I just got used to slapping. Slowly lowering his palm, a hint of regret appeared in Su Ming's eyes, so let's make a deal. Ding. Balance credited with 30,000 points. The crisp notification sound made Su Ming nod in satisfaction, confirming that his guess was indeed correct. This guy must have copied dozens of items secretly and made a huge profit. Since I've taken your money, I won't kill you. A smile appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he slowly took off his steel wool gloves. Really? Yang Ji's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. Could this guy really let him go? Generally, aren't people supposed to kill and loot? Thank you for sparing me, What are you doing with that electric drill? Yang Ji's expression suddenly froze as he stared dumbfounded at the man, who skillfully pulled out a small electric drill from his chest. Buzz. I said, I won't kill you. But it's reasonable to take some precautions against you, to avoid any chance of you seeking revenge on me, right? Looking at the trembling Yang Gu, Su Ming's mouth curled into a strange smile as he turned the drill's power to the highest setting. Buzz ah! As the drill pierced into his body, Yang Ji's scream was no less than Schwer's. Just 3 minutes later, Yang Gu watched his only remaining right hand drift away from him, unable to help but twitch his lips. The left thigh had been drilled into a deep bloody hole. Chapter 92 Rose Bar Number 15. I really only wanted rule points, but you chose to resist. After doing all this, Su Ming slowly retracted the drill. With a hint of regret in his expression, did you not know, the more you resist, the more excited I get? Leave a way out for people, although you have lost your hands and your legs are crippled, there might still be a chance to survive? Saying this, not bothering to look at Yang Ji's reaction anymore, Su Ming held Schwer's broken body and slowly walked toward the next area. Yang Gu painfully lowered his head, despair filling his eyes. What this guy said sounded nice, he hadn't killed him, but wasn't this torture worse than death? The little lowly behind showed a hint of impatience, and her state became increasingly unstable. Seeing the indifferent looks of the surrounding players, a sense of relief appeared in Yang Ji's eyes. In the past, the reason I survived to this day was nothing more than being just like this guy in front of me, extorting, killing, and doing everything. It truly proves that saying, the wheel of karma turns. A smile appeared on his pale, severely distorted face as he looked at Su Ming's back. Just give me a quick end. Su Ming, as if hearing nothing, continued to hold Schwer and walked in a certain direction. Let me smoke one more, I still have 3,000 points in my bag, it's all yours. Sitting down heavily on the ground, Brother Yang continued to speak to himself. Oh? A hint of surprise appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he slowly turned his head, casually tossing Schwer to the ground. Skillfully opening the trading interface, he took out the bloodstained cigarette box from his pocket. Snap. Lighting the lighter, Su Ming took the burning cigarette out of his mouth and offered it to Brother Yang, who bit it. Ha, this is killing me. If it weren't for those 3,000 rule points, I bet Su Shin wouldn't turn back. Is that guy really that desperate? He's about to die and still thinking about smoking? Is smoking really that addictive? Let me clarify, actually smoking isn't addictive, I only have a pack before meals and one after, I don't really have any dependency. 6,666. Your lungs are really in for a rough time with you. Enough talk, I'm going to throw away this box of cigarette butts. Watching the guy in front of him, who was on the brink of death wanting to smoke, the livestream comments flooded with "let him have one." Perhaps seeing this guy a bit more favorably, many viewers felt a surge of sympathy. They hoped Su Ming could help this poor player. Ha, this feels so good, you have a bit of my shadow from back in the day, but you're darker. Exhaling a puff of smoke, a look of enjoyment appeared on Brother Yang's face, being able to smoke before dying, really nice. Mum. Just then, the little loli behind Brother Yang's expression turned cold, and she turned to leave, looking quite handsome yet eerie. You can't leave. Su Ming grabbed the little loli's arm, his tone somewhat indifferent, at least not before he finishes the cigarette. This is a deal I promised. Mum. Seeing Su Ming's cold gaze and then glancing at the barely breathing Shuer on the ground, the little loli finally nodded, albeit reluctantly. One figure sat on the ground smoking a cigarette, while another half squatted, chatting. The scene at this moment appeared unusually harmonious, filled with warmth. About 5 minutes later, Brother Yang lay quietly on the ground, a cold dagger embedded in his chest. Do you think this trick will earn my sympathy? Interesting. Confirming Brother Yang was completely dead, Su Ming slowly stood up, his eyes filled with indifference. I have to say, Brother Yang's trick was actually quite effective, during the chat just now. I almost softened my heart. As Su Ming's and Shuer's figures disappeared from the relaxation area, other players seemed to lift a seal and began to act on their own. No one felt pity for Brother Yang lying on the ground, and no one thought Su Ming did anything wrong. Because here is a world filled with deceit, filth, slaughter, and death. No way, air. After smoking together for so long and chatting for so long, is the host's heart made of stone? Why not let him go? To the one above, if you can, go save him, and while you're at it, help him complete the task, just buy a plane ticket, go to the cathedral and overthrow the Virgin, step up. Although I think Su Shin's actions are a bit cruel, I find it quite reasonable. When you feel sympathy for your enemies, you're not far from death. Brother Yang, take care, may heaven be free of deception. Let him have one. Watching the cold and heartless Su Ming, many people could not sit still. In many people's eyes, this Brother Yang seemed like a decent person. Other than initially being forced by Su Ming to pull out a dagger to attack, but didn't Su Ming need to be so ruthless? Of course, there are still many people who think Su Ming did the right thing. Since he chose to act, he must root out the problem completely. Fitness area. Here, like a common gym in the real world, is filled with all sorts of fitness equipment, and there are some strange figures wandering around. Brother Su, do we still need to work out? In Su Ming's arms, Shuer has gradually grown some flesh and blood, looking much less terrifying than before. Keep exercising, so you can recover faster. Gently stroking Shuer's head, Su Ming's tone is a bit tender. But I feel like I'm not doing well. Smack. A whip struck Shuer's face again, and Su Ming's tone turned a bit reproachful. Woman, you can't say you're not capable, do you understand? Holding Shuer, he slowly approached the hall. Su Ming's gaze scanned around, trying to find the so-called rules in the fitness area. Where are the rules? Looking at the countless sweaty strange figures, Su Ming's brows furrowed slightly, his eyes carefully sweeping over every corner. Little handsome guy, I'm your personal trainer, responsible for correcting and improving your fitness issues. Just as Su Ming was observing, a crisp voice appeared behind him. It was a solidly built female figure, muscles bulging all over, with clearly defined lines. Her whole face under short hair looked unusually handsome. Here's my business card. If you have any issues, feel free to find me. Before Su Ming could speak, another business card was handed over. The front had a portrait of a woman, and the back was filled with dense text. Welcome to the fitness area, here are the behavioral norms during workouts. 1. The personal trainer will provide you with the correct exercise methods, so please follow the trainer's instructions. 2. If you feel tired, you can have a sip of protein powder to replenish your energy. The protein powder is white, not poop yellow. 3. If a staff member asks you to drink yellow iced tea, you must finish it all, refuse extravagance and waste. 4. The workout time should be no less than 2.5 hours. 5. If you encounter a man carrying a basketball and wearing suspenders inviting you to exercise together, please get away as quickly as possible. Chapter 93, Rose Bar number 16. A man with a basketball and suspenders, what is that? Looking at the last rule on the card, Su Ming's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Little handsome guy, are you ready? Just as Su Ming was deep in thought, the personal trainer's crisp voice rang out, making him look up at this muscular woman before him. This personal trainer has really big muscles. I feel like everything about her is big. Are you crazy? This strange person doesn't even look as good as Shuer, like a bullfrog, really don't know what you're thinking. That's not true. I think, this is an alternative beauty. I'm a freak. This all-muscle figure must be thrilling if whipped with a whip, right? Watching this suddenly appearing personal trainer, the live stream began to comment. Of course, the crowd's vision is sharp, except for a few people who think this strange figure is good-looking, most just shook their heads. Even if slightly chubby, it's better than the strange figure in front of them. I'm ready, how do we start? Slowly lifting his head, a radiant smile appeared on Su Ming's face. That's good, let's go. The personal trainer nodded, then turned and walked towards a certain place. It's worth mentioning that When Su Ming arrived here, the dozen or so players who had come before were already exercising under the personal trainer's guidance. As Su Ming gradually went further in, the state of some fitness players along the way became increasingly strange. Some were lifting hundreds of kilograms of barbells, stretching madly, their faces already turned red, with huge blood vessels running across their faces. Others were skipping rope, but instead of using a regular rope. Instead it was a steel whip covered with countless sharp spikes. Several players were jumping up and down while holding a bottle of yellow iced tea, steaming all over. Of course, none of this had much to do with Su Ming. Not far away, a strange player playing basketball caught Su Ming's attention. He was dribbling a basketball with his left hand and balancing his own head with his right hand, practicing his agility. Fortunately, this guy wasn't dressed in overalls like Rule 5 said. These sports look pretty crazy. Su Ming mumbled softly, shaking his head helplessly. He looked down at the snow-white girl in his arms, his gaze filled with tenderness. No wonder the rules say to cherish your cocktail girl. At a crucial moment, you can use her. Do you see that treadmill? The first fitness plan I made for you is to jog slowly for 10 minutes to warm up. Pointing at the treadmill on the ground, the personal trainer explained slowly with a strange smile on her face. Even with Su Ming's calm demeanor, he couldn't help but frown at the sight of the treadmill. This treadmill wasn't of the usual type. It had a track filled with steel needles, and it was stained with a lot of dried blood. Don't tell me this thing is a treadmill. Calling it a meat grinder would be more appropriate, right? It looks so scary, Mom. I'm scared. I need a hug. What is this? A treadmill. Running exercise is delicious. There's a discount today, just $9.99, get on board. See those steel spikes on top? Say it again, this thing is meant for running? The viewers in the live stream shouted in shock at the sight of the treadmill. This thing looks really thrilling. What are you staring at? Don't you like the exercise I arranged? Seeing Su Ming's lack of response, the personal trainer's smile deepened, her tone full of mockery. Like it? How could I not like it? Su Ming frowned slightly, slowly raising his head, his gaze gradually becoming somewhat dangerous. If I remember correctly, the rules didn't specify that I had to exercise myself, right? Su, brother Su. No. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, before the trainer could say anything, the girl in his arms couldn't help but scream. It seemed she sensed something bad was about to happen. Looks like I was right. Looking at the terrified and frightened face of the girl, Su Ming shook his head with a smile, then gently stroked her head. It's okay. Be good, just recover well for now. A hand wearing a spiked glove appeared in the girl's sight, causing her to instinctively close her eyes. Smack. It doesn't seem to hurt? Seconds later, the girl opened her eyes in confusion, surprise, and joy shining in them. You. I want to kill you, human. An angry roar sounded. The female trainer touched her burning face, her eyes filled with rage. Damn it, she hadn't even touched this human yet. How did it turn to the human hitting back? Trainer? Of course, it should be private training. Su Ming was unhurried, twisting his body. With a little luck, the fierce-looking, muscular female trainer stumbled past him. Buzz. The female trainer suddenly fell, knocking straight into the treadmill. Only by exercising well can one maintain good health. Su Ming's calm voice came through as he leisurely pressed the switch. As the treadmill started, the dense steel needles pierced into the trainer's flesh, blood gushing out in large amounts, looking extremely terrifying. Seeing this scene, the girl couldn't help but shrink her head, fear surging in her eyes. If it were her, she supposed she would have been played to death by now, right? Damn it. GGG. Just as the trainer lifted her head. What welcomed her was Su Ming's size 42 shoe sole. Stepping on her head, he forcefully drove her towards the steel needles on the conveyor belt. Woo-woo. G. The woman's painful whimpering, the sound of steel needles piercing her body, and the blood splattering everywhere. This scene, any ordinary person would probably lose sleep over it at night. About 10 minutes later. The treadmill stopped. Su Ming tossed away the burnt-out cigarette butt, and picked up the bloodied personal trainer. What's next? Which project should we go to? What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Frowning slightly, Su Ming asked impatiently. Woo, cough. The personal trainer still gasped painfully, until she saw a shiny electric drill spinning wildly towards her forehead. Chapter 94, Rose Bar number 17. Our next step, let's go lift barbells. With the help of the electric drill, the personal trainer's voice suddenly became clear and bright again. Let's go. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Ming stuffed the small electric drill into his chest and walked towards the place with the barbells. At this moment, another group of players walked out from the relaxation area one after another. Seeing the strange actions of those more than 10 players, everyone's expressions changed slightly. The joy of winning 10 chips earlier vanished without a trace. Is this what they call a barbell? One player couldn't help but twitch his mouth, staring at the barbell taller than a person, swallowing hard. Unbelievable, if this thing came down, he wouldn't doubt for a second. At that moment, his personal trainer smiled ominously at him, and the accompanying waitress also had a strange smile, gently encouraging him. What to do, what to do? The personal trainer's arrangement cannot be rejected. Watching this scene, the player felt like his brain was overloaded, standing stiffly in place. A barbell? A calm voice came, and the player turned around to see Su Ming standing behind him. Big boss. Seeing Su Ming appear behind him, the player's eyes brightened. Can you help me? I don't know what to do right now, please. You want me to take care of you, give you a quick end? Looking at the player in front of him, Su Ming's lips curled into a strange smile. Wow, this guy is so blatant in seeking help? Is he scared by the 10 players who came first? Is this player out of his mind? Come on, this is a rules horror story. I think there must be a way to avoid being consumed. There is indeed a way, but can you ensure you find it before you're caught? Exactly, in my opinion, using some rule points to cling to Su God's leg is quite clever. Many viewers expressed approval of this player's actions. Instead of exploring this dangerous horror world alone, why not spend a little money and cling to a big leg for comfort? After all, players who spent money in the previous dungeons truly cleared them. The player glanced around. His accompanying waitress, personal trainer, and Su Ming holding the bloodied personal trainer. For some reason, he felt an indescribable harmony looking at Su Ming standing with this odd group. After hesitating for a while, the player could only brace himself and speak. I only have 3,200 rule points on me, can you help me get through this level? Expecting Su Ming's answer, the player felt a bit anxious. Through Su Ming's various actions, his keen intuition made him realize this guy in front of him was a big shot. But, the horrific death of Brother Yang after giving rule points left him with lingering fears. What if he gave his rule points to this guy, and he turned around and killed him? No problem, no problem. Seeing this guy being so cooperative, Su Ming's smile suddenly became warm and kind, patting his shoulder. From now on, you're my brother. Bang! You like playing tricks, huh? Go lift the barbell. A big slap unexpectedly struck the private instructor beside the player, leaving him dazed. What the hell? This person has no morals, just came up and hit me. Ah! I want to kill you, you really deserve to die, really deserve to die. It was clear that the private instructor was furious. His eyes turned crimson instantly, his entire cheek began to rot, with countless blood and pus flowing down. He had the stance of not stopping until he died. Thud. Just as he was about to charge at Su Ming, the barbell above suddenly fell, a few hundred pounds of iron smashing down on the instructor's head. Just like Schwer, really not obedient at all. After saying that, Su Ming put on the steel wool gloves, held a small electric drill in his left hand, and grasped a skull-crushing hammer in his right hand. Going all out. Bang bang. V-room. Snap. All kinds of strange noises emerged, just hearing them made one's scalp tingle. Now, can we go lift the barbell? 3 minutes later, Su Ming gently helped the private instructor of the player up and asked seriously. I can. The private instructor nodded tremblingly and then barely stood up. With a somewhat twisted smile, his claws lunged toward Su Ming's waist at lightning speed. Clang! The next second, the private instructor stood there dumbfounded, looking at his shattered fingernail, then at Su Ming's pitted skull-crushing hammer at his waist. His whole person was in a mess. Could it be that he was going through a midlife crisis? Why did his claws go toward someone's hammer? Before he could think too much. Ah! I'm sorry, brother. No, don't do this. Su Ming grabbed her hair and used the hammer plus drill combo again. V-room bang. Bang. At that moment, Su Ming was like a simple construction worker, hammering again and again, the drill buzzing. This feeling is incredible. Su Ming's eyes grew more excited, his smile more twisted. As if the bloodthirsty veins deep within him were activated, a feeling of pleasure surged from within. Honestly, don't you feel that every time Su has his strange rampage, this expression seems a bit off? I think so too. Su brother looks too fierce every time like this. I'm so scared. Get lost. You upstairs, you're a man, can you not be so disgusting? I really can't. Su's expression is exactly the same as what I see in other streams when watching strange torture of players. Slap. With another slap, Su Ming forced himself to suppress the urge to kill her, his eyes slowly returning to calmness. He grabbed the private instructor by the neck, lifting her up and licking his blood-stained lips. Do you want to try and attack me again? But if you get caught by brother again, then your little life may not be safe. Su Ming's voice was very gentle, but the player beside him was trembling. Is this the true power of a big boss? Will he regret it later and casually kill himself? Should I just run away now? As if sensing the player's unease, Su Ming walked to his side, wrapped an arm around his shoulder, and a look of sincerity appeared in his eyes. Don't worry. I don't have many good traits, but a promise made will definitely be kept. His magnetic voice was filled with charm, making the originally anxious player's breathing gradually calm down. How could I doubt you? Big boss. I trust you. Forcing down his fear, the player suddenly patted his chest. His eyes looking at Su Ming were filled with trust and expectation. Throw the broken electric drill on the ground. Are you okay? After doing all this, Su Ming slowly turned his head and stared at the players behind him who were frozen, somewhat petrified. If. The player swallowed hard, looking at the bizarre corpse on the ground, then glanced at the hostess behind him, his expression showing a hint of emotion. My private coach is dead. Can I go to the next area directly? Yeah. The girl behind him looked visibly uneasy, and absent-mindedly said yeah. But when her gaze swept over Su Ming, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes involuntarily. Then I'm leaving, big guy. Yeah. Su Ming nodded, staring fixedly at the player in front of him. Wow, this man in front of me is really brave. If I remember correctly, there's a rule in the gym area that you have to work out for at least 2.5 hours, right? It might not necessarily be a problem. What if that rule is fake? But this guy probably hasn't even thought of that rule yet, right? You see how Su God looks, it's clear he's thought of it, but why doesn't he remind this player? Why should he be kind enough to remind? Is that rule part of Su God's trading conditions? The viewers in the live broadcast room began to mock the player, but they could also understand to some extent. After all, it's reasonable for a normal player to have some emotional fluctuations when witnessing Su Ming's bloody and bizarre methods up close. But if that rule is real, this guy. Am I really going? With a hint of tension and fear, the player slowly stretched out a foot, probing towards the edge of the gym area. Is it okay? A somewhat surprised voice came out, and the player's face showed a hint of joy. He waved at Su Ming and quickly ran towards the last area. At the same time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This big shot named Su Ming didn't seem like someone who would cheat and then do something dark. Mainly because that so-called brother Yan was really annoying. Yes, that's definitely it. It seems the rule is wrong. Maintaining the persona of a big shot. But at this moment, inside his heart, I've decided, big shot. I'm going to start paying now. Look. It turns out protein powder is for replenishing physical strength, and iced red tea can be given to the escorts. A voice echoed in the gym, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Of course, this included Su Ming. The player who was just about to pay looked in a certain direction. Where there was originally a player who had been polluted, his face flushed, veins bulging. But now, he had miraculously returned to normal. He was eating spoonful after spoonful of protein powder. And when he handed his half-drunk iced red tea to an escort, surprisingly, the escort took the initiative to work out in his place. Ha ha ha. I've discovered what this rule means. The player's body slowly recovered to normal, his brow relaxed, and the smile on his face could no longer be suppressed. How should I say this? I suddenly have a bad premonition. Although Su God has a bottom line, it doesn't seem to be many, right? This guy unexpectedly disrupted Su God's business. Let's bet if Su God will take action against this player. I bet 100. He will. What a joke, even if these people don't pay, the anchor would still lose 4,000 or 5,000 rule points, right? Can such material things compare to a life? Most audience members who knew Su Ming's character guessed some actions he might take next. This player, neither early nor late, just happened to shout out at this moment, undoubtedly challenging Su Ming's moral bottom line. The big shot. Struggling to swallow a gulp, the player standing in front of Su Ming looked awkward, hesitating to speak. It's fine, if you want to try for yourself, go ahead. The choice is in your hands. Thank you. After hesitating for a while, this player nodded apologetically. Watching the player gradually walk away, Su Ming's eyes flickered, slightly narrowing. Is there anyone else who wants to pay to get through quickly? Clearly, most people looked at the player who had returned to normal, showing a hint of struggle on their faces. 2,000 rule points may not be a lot, but it isn't a small amount either. And now discovering this rule trap. It seemed that passing this level on their own had become not that difficult. Don't worry, even if you don't pay, I won't take vengeful action against you. Looking at this group of timid people, Su Ming shook his head helplessly, arms crossed, quietly appreciating his private tutor panting from working out. Chapter 96, Rose Bar number 19. I'm willing. Sorry, I don't have many rule points. Here are 2,000. Let's trade, big shot. After a brief noise, only 10 players were willing to pay to get through quickly. And the remaining 16 players chose to believe in themselves and began their workout journey with the escorts. Ding. Balance credited 2,000, credited 2,000, 2,000. As the 20,000 rule points arrived one after another. Su Ming didn't idle. With an indifferent expression, he dropped the burnt-out cigarette from his fingertips and picked up the electric drill, heading straight for the 10 personal trainers. Ah. Why? You human, you are the devil. Shut up. Bam. Grabbing one personal trainer by the hair, he slammed the electric drill directly against its forehead. At this moment, the nearby personal trainers couldn't sit still and all launched attacks on Su Ming. But it was completely useless. Clearly, Su Ming stood still. These strange attacks seemed to lose aim, hitting teammates one after another. This made Su Ming want to laugh a little. Sizzle. V-room. The electric drill sparked brilliantly as Su Ming slightly narrowed his eyes, performing craniotomies one by one for these trainers. An hour later. Su Ming took a deep breath, suddenly closed his eyes, and kept rubbing his tear-filled eyes. Underestimated. If I had known opening the skull would be so hard on the eyes, I should have bought more sunglasses back then. Wow, after Su God took the money. Why is efficiency so ridiculously high? I found a blind spot. Su Shin's drill looks just like an ordinary drill. It has broken 4 or 5 already, so why can it kill these strange beings? It really seems that way. This might be some kind of skill effect? It could also be a title effect. I heard others say that those top players can get some powerful titles. Although some viewers had slight doubts about Su Ming's drill, they didn't focus on it for long. What more people cared about now was what Su Ming would do next. Those 10 players looked at Su Ming with grateful faces and then left the gym area one by one. You know, if you slack off, should I drill you along with it? Su Ming said softly, blinking at his somewhat lazy and panting trainer. His trainer's body trembled slightly, but he didn't say a word. He just worked out even harder. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming slowly walked toward the player who had first discovered the loophole in the rules. Are you here to ask me for tips? Let me tell you, if I hadn't been too excited just now, you wouldn't think, smack. A loud slap made his expression freeze. Why did you hit me? Smack. Su Ming calmly lit a cigarette and bit it at the corner of his mouth, then another slap hit him. I said they voluntarily paid, I won't trouble them. But you just had to run your mouth? Smack. With a hint of anger, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly put on a steel wool glove, his gaze becoming cold. You tell me, are you the only one with a big mouth? You found out, so what? You gonna shout about it? Smack. Smack. Not giving him a chance to speak at all, Su Ming repeatedly slapped the player's face, distorting it. The bar girl and trainer beside him just watched quietly, without any intention to intervene. Of course, if they wanted to intervene, Su Ming wouldn't mind taking them both out. Thinking about how this fool's shout cost him nearly 30,000 rule points, Su Ming took a deep breath and pulled out the skull-crushing hammer, gripping it tightly. Bang. The head burst open like a watermelon, and this player couldn't understand until his death that he had ended his own life just by shouting out in excitement. Did you really think I was a good person? Muttering softly, Su Ming carefully wiped the blood off the hammer and took the burnt-out cigarette from his mouth. Wow, the last time I saw him attacked, he didn't get this angry. How can he not be angry? If I were Su Shin, I would want to turn that guy to dust. That's at least a 20,000 rule point loss. But I think this player is innocent, he didn't do it on purpose. If I accidentally slept with your wife, please don't be angry, because I'm innocent. Some viewers couldn't help but complain about Su Ming's actions. From their standpoint, this player didn't mean to, at least it shouldn't warrant a death sentence. He destroyed my benefits, so I took action. You all have no objections, right? Carrying the half-meter-long hammer on his shoulder, Su Ming's calm voice came out, laced with a hint of inquiry. The remaining 10 or so players all shook their heads frantically. Are you kidding? Given the current situation, who would dare to object? Anyone with objections would be 6 feet under. Can I go now? After finishing all of this, Su Ming walked to the trainer who was crazily working out and sincerely asked. The trainer still said nothing but nodded involuntarily. Shui'er, let's go to the last area. Su Ming waved at Shui'er, who was gradually recovering, a gentle smile once again gracing his lips. Patter. Patter, Just as Su Ming was about to step out of the gym area, a strange noise suddenly rang out beside him. He slightly turned his head and saw a familiar basketball, along with a pair of brightly colored overalls. Smack! The moment he saw the figure, Su Ming reacted quickly and unexpectedly pulled off a big hit. No matter if it was good or bad, as long as he took the initiative, things would be easier to handle. Smack! Smack! With his left hand holding the hit, Su Ming's right hand buzzed with the drill as he quickly aimed it at the man in overall's forehead. Zing, zing! This set of movements seemed to have gone through countless refinements, flowing smoothly and seamlessly. Anyone who watched could find no flaws at all. 10 minutes later. The strange man weakly dropped the basketball from his arms, and his overalls were torn to shreds. He probably couldn't make sense of it himself. Rap, this old guy. In less than a second of appearing, why would a person with a wire ball glove and a drill suddenly hit him out of nowhere? Then, he took out the drill from his arms and ended up drilling through his own head? Chapter 97, Rose Bar number 20. No need to thank me, I have removed a potential threat for you. Seeing the surprised looks of the players, Su Ming waved his hand and smiled slightly. But what if this strange one is actually a good? Before a player could finish, he noticed Su Ming's gaze growing colder and wisely shut his mouth. Schwer, let's go. Gently stroking Schwer's head, Su Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile, then he walked toward the last area. Viewing area. Upon entering the hall of the viewing area, Schwer instinctively grabbed Su Ming's arm tightly. The scene before her seemed to have frightened her. In the hall, countless white statues stretched endlessly out of sight. There were both male and female statues, fully naked and standing in various poses on stone platforms, almost all appearing to be in their 20s or 30s. What is this? Looking at these strange stone sculptures, Su Ming slightly frowned as he scanned his surroundings, finally discovering some small engraved text behind a statue at the entrance. Welcome to the viewing area, please pay attention to the following points during your visit. 1. The statues in the viewing area are all models, which do not move or blink. 2. Please avoid making prolonged eye contact with the statue's eyes to prevent dryness in your own eyes. 3. The statues are gray and white, if the color of the statues changes, please leave immediately. 4. If the hostesses wish to touch the statues, please find a way to stop them. 5. You may not leave the viewing area until all statues have been viewed. Still, it was 5 rules, which didn't seem particularly complicated. However, the viewing area was unusually quiet, and the 11 players who had been there before were nowhere to be seen. Is it true that we can only leave after viewing all the statues? Scanning around at the endless statues, Su Ming whispered softly. He then took Schwer's hand and gradually walked into the midst of the statues. Wow! These statues are all completely naked? Oh my! I'm so excited! But seriously, what's so special about these gray and white statues? That one on the left has some abs, and that thigh in front, wow! And the one on the far right with those delicate feet. Seriously, you can fantasize over a bunch of stone statues? I'm embarrassed to be with you. Why do these statues all look so young? And they don't seem much different from real people, this is way too realistic, right? Watching this scene made the viewers in the livestream a bit excited. This really is a proper viewing area. At least these viewers are genuinely seeing it. And they began discussing which statue looked the best. Don't wander around. With a faint glance at Schwer beside him, Su Ming spoke softly. I understand, Brother Su. Even though Su Ming's tone seemed calm, a trace of fear appeared in Schwer's eyes, causing her to nod uncontrollably. Crack! A strange sound made Su Ming stop in his tracks, turning his head to look in a certain direction. That stone sculpture has tilted. In the corner, a male stone sculpture looked different from the others. Its body seemed slightly bent, and its head was tilted a bit towards Su Ming's direction. Interesting, could these stone sculptures all be alive? Looking at this peculiar stone sculpture, Su Ming smiled and didn't take it to heart. He turned around, quietly admiring the stone sculptures before him. Crack, crack. The strange sound came again, like the sound of bones rubbing together, clear yet dull. And that odd stone sculpture. Its entire body had already bent down, with a pair of grayish-white eyes wide open, staring directly at Su Ming. You won't be planning to kill me, will you? Looking at the stone sculpture which had completely shifted positions, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous smile appearing in his gaze. Taking out a half-meter-long skull-crushing hammer, he walked step by step towards the stone sculpture. I wonder if with this big hammer, you can still move. Walking straight to the front of the stone sculpture, Su Ming didn't hesitate, directly swinging a big blow down at it. Bang! Unexpectedly, this was the first time Su Ming had missed. The big hammer smashed into the ground beside the sculpture, creating a deep pit while the sculpture stood intact in front of Su Ming. Not knowing if it was an illusion. The naked man's lips on the sculpture slightly parted, as if a faint smile was forming at the corners of his mouth. Raising the hammer slowly again, Su Ming gently waved it towards the sculpture, until he was only a few centimeters away from its face. Then he slowed down the hammer, lightly touching the sculpture's nose. But this time, it seemed that nothing unexpected happened? Is this telling me to try not to damage the sculpture? Playing with the skull-crushing hammer, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly, his eyes fixed upon the stone sculpture in front of him. Then, he slowly unbuckled his belt. Sizzle! Having stood for so long, you must be tired, so let me treat you to a sip of iced red tea. Don't be polite. The next second, the stone man's eyes slowly moved to the right. But Su Ming kept his head down, not making eye contact, and unhurriedly spat onto the stone sculpture's face. As Su Ming fastened his belt and turned around, the stone statue behind him was already soaked, its gray-white face seeming to darken slightly. Goodness, did this stone sculpture really get so mad that it's spitting black smoke? Is Su God also using mental attacks? What does Su God's big hammer on the stone sculpture's face mean? Why not just smash the sculpture? Why do I feel like this sculpture looks a bit off? It can't possibly be weird inside, right? Who can say for sure? In the world of strange tales, anything is possible. I would even believe if it were a pile of poop was weird. Su Ming's actions honestly left the audience a bit confused. This statue looked exceptionally terrifying. But Su Ming seemed completely unafraid? Was this pure face slap teasing? So, Brother Su, shall we continue to admire the other statues? Schwer hesitated for a long time and nervously asked. Seeing Su Ming, who seemed completely unconcerned, turned to leave. Schwer's eyes narrowed slightly, a strange smile appearing at the corners of her mouth, her fingers quickly reaching out to stroke the statue in front of her. Bang! Schwer's arm stiffened in midair, her eyes wide open. And Su Ming, he had unknowingly bent down, firmly gripping her wrist with one hand. With a half-smile on his face, Su Ming's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. What, do you think, am I some kind of fool? Chapter 98 Rose Bar Number 21. Following Su Ming's gaze, at this moment, Schwer's fingertip was less than 10 centimeters away from that stone statue. But this short distance caused a flash of despair in Schwer's eyes. Yes, I'm sorry, Brother Su. I didn't mean it. It's okay. Schwer. Seeing her tearful, pitiful appearance, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of impulse. An impulse to be close to her. Slap. It turned out that Su Ming actually did this, a loud slap smash towards Schwer. Then without hesitation, he took out a small electric drill from his pocket and pressed Schwer to the ground, directly aiming to drill into her limbs. Ah! No! This scream was fiercer and more tragic than countless times before. Schwer's hand and foot joints were brutally shattered by the electric drill, flesh and bone separated in an instant. Even though she was a weird creature, the intense pain made her consciousness gradually blur. No. Can this Schwer just die? Why does she always have to be so stubborn? If it were a normal situation, Su would have killed her long ago, but this instance is different. Whether the bar girl lives or dies might affect the outcome. I think the one upstairs is right, otherwise Su wouldn't just keep torturing her half to death every time. Exactly. I feel that even if Su Ming were blind, he would not have eyes for this girl in front of him. As for why Su Ming didn't kill her, the viewers in the live broadcast had some guesses. This instance likely revolves around the bar girl, and once she dies, no one knows what consequences might follow. There's a high chance, like that gambler in the relaxation zone, losing the bar girl could lead to sudden death. You should consider yourself lucky. Casually tossing aside Schwer's limbs, not caring about her bleeding body, Su Ming hoisted her over his shoulder. If it weren't for fearing killing you would ruin the instance, perhaps you wouldn't even have the chance to scream now. Listening to the miserable screams from his shoulder, Su Ming's mouth curled into a strange smile. While performing surgery on her, Su Ming carefully blocked the splattering blood to avoid staining the surrounding statues. Whoa, you. Schwer's voice gradually became blurred, blood frothing from her mouth, her gaze with great difficulty looking towards that strange statue. Her eyes filled with deep despair and sorrow. Don't make a fuss, I'm in a hurry. Not paying attention to Schwer's movements, Su Ming smiled lightly, continuing to admire each stone sculpture. Ah! A sudden scream came from deep in the hall, startling Su Ming for a moment. Then looking into the distance, he saw a player lying on the ground in despair, large quantities of liquid gushing from his body, fearfully staring at a statue. Finally see other people? Su Ming slightly frowned, pondered for a moment, then picked up a cracked skull hammer and walked towards the player. When he got closer, he discovered this player was in tatters, countless holes continuously bleeding. And his feet were gradually turning a grim gray. Run! You, behind you! Seeing Su Ming approach, the player showed no surprise at all, instead a crazed look emerged on his face as he struggled to raise a finger. It's fine. Su Ming slowly shook his head, seeming unconcerned, focusing his attention on the player's feet. Crack! A strange sound came from behind Su Ming, the player closed his eyes in despair at this scene. Bang! A statue suddenly fell, crashing right behind Su Ming. Boom! A cloud of dust filled the air, a blood-red statue blankly withdrew its hand. And the innocent statue behind Su Ming, at this moment, had a large hole appear at its waist. Seeing the bad situation, the blood-colored statue quickly ran its body and disappeared into the dense group of stone sculptures in the blink of an eye. Can you tell me why it turned blood-colored? Looking at the player lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Su Ming squinted his eyes slightly and asked. The escort girl, it seems she touched it. Gasping for breath, this player turned his gaze to the escort girl not far away, a look of horror appearing in his eyes. You should leave quickly, big shot. I seem to, cough. I seem unable to complete this dungeon. Grayish-white began to spread from the player's shins, and in less than a minute, it had reached his knees. And the areas covered in grayish-white started to resemble the surrounding stone sculptures. What the hell? Is this guy violating the rules and slowly turning into a statue? Brothers, think carefully. Could it be that all the statues in this viewing area are actually transformed players? But that doesn't make sense. This dungeon only has male players, so how did these female statues appear? Regardless, it is a fact that this player is about to turn into a statue. Watching the strange scene before them, the audience almost unanimously concluded one point. If nothing unexpected happens, this player will soon become one of the army of statues in the hall. This should be a violation of the rule that the escort girls cannot touch the sculptures. I want to use you for an experiment, are you willing? Su Ming still stood in place, just gazing at the escort girl belonging to this player not far away, and spoke softly. Do whatever you want. I don't have much time left. Slightly raising his head and looking at the changes in his legs, a faint despair appeared in the player's eyes. Then a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You hold on a little longer, at least until she dies. Nodding seriously, Su Ming slung snow air over his shoulder, pulled out a drill, and walked toward the escort girl. As long as the player doesn't die, the escort girl cannot leave, which is exactly the rule seen at the beginning in the dance hall. Except for the player in the relaxation area who lost all his chips and was helpless to turn the tables, who was followed by the handsome and eerie individual. At other times, she was almost inseparable from the player. What are you going to do? This escort girl seemed to finally react, looking at Su Ming who was walking toward her with fear on her face. V-room. The answer to her was a spark-flying drill bit. 3 minutes later. Su Ming cleanly and efficiently resolved the battle and slowly took out a cigarette. Looking back, that player was already unconscious, but the grayish-white on his feet seemed to have faded. Chapter 99, Rose Bar number 22. Then let me see what the situation is. Carrying Snow Air's body, Su Ming squinted his eyes slightly and calmly walked toward the player on the ground. He lightly checked his breath with his fingers. Still alive. Slap. A crisp and loud sound rang out as Su Ming harshly slapped the unconscious player. Big shot, what are you doing? The player's already somewhat feeble body now appeared even weaker. Feeling wronged, he touched his cheek and weakly spoke. It's okay, I am just using physical means to wake you up. I must say, this is some expert physical awakening from Su God. Isn't this normal? If I'm not mistaken, a dog passing by Su God has to take 2 slaps to walk by. Making a prediction. If the host discovers that killing the escort girl is fine, the next step will be. I always feel there's some hidden connection between that statue and the escort girl, have you noticed? As the dungeon was nearing its end, some viewers with better reasoning skills had already discovered some clues. For example, what is the purpose of the escort girl? Why does she stay by a player's side without leaving until the player completely dies? This is a ghost story copy. If you fall asleep, it's easy to get into trouble. With eyes as calm and still as a tranquil pond, Su Ming ignored the player and walked straight toward Shui'er. Now that it had been confirmed that killing the hostess would not lead to death or unconsciousness. Then, what's the point of keeping Shui'er? Brother Su, do you really want to kill me? Seemingly sensing Su Ming's intent, a trace of sadness flickered in Shui'er's eyes. With a hint of disappointment on her face, she slowly lowered her head. A pair of delicate, fair hands fidgeted restlessly together, as if her heart was uneasy. You know and you still ask? Surprised, Su Ming glanced at Shui'er, his expression somewhat strange. Without any hesitation, he put on a wire mesh glove, pulled out a small electric drill from his chest, and the buzzing sound echoed once more. Are you really going to discard me after you've used me? Shui'er suddenly looked up, her red eyes already brimming with tears. Slap. Are you addicted to acting? Why don't you go fight for an Oscar? Looking at Shui'er's expression, a cold glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Or are you deliberately stalling for time so your little lover can sneak attack from behind? Suddenly turning around, he reached out. Su Ming accurately caught a gray-white statue's arm. As Su Ming's gaze gradually turned colder, an unexpected figure appeared behind him. The eerie statue that first appeared wore an exaggerated grin, with gray-white eyes gazing at Su Ming as if in mockery. Even though it looked still again. The eerie expression exuded a tremendous sense of oppression, chilling one to the bone. Buzz. Just as he realized, in an instant, the drill's bit suddenly plunged towards the statue's forehead. ZZ. ZZ. This time Su Ming's attack didn't miss but drilled straight into the statue's forehead. Crack. Crack. Gray-white dust violently fell from the statue, while Su Ming pushed the electric drill deeper inside. But he didn't know when it began. A streak of bright red appeared on the gray-white statue. At first, it was just a little, but within a few seconds, the scarlet rapidly spread. Run. Careful. The statue has turned red. The player watching the scene suddenly turned pale, hesitating for a moment before finally shouting loudly to warn them. Though he knew Su Ming's earlier actions were merely to test the rules. It did solidly save him. Shui, behind Su Ming, showed a hint of surprise, staring at the blood-red statue with unblinking eyes. Turned red? I'm so scared. With a sneer, Su Ming seemed to find the drill too slow, his left hand showed a crushing hammer. Bang! Bang! He smashed down repeatedly. The stone chips scattered more and more on the ground, while the scarlet on the statue gradually covered its entire body. Crack! A faint sound echoed as the blood-red statue raised its stiff arm at an extremely terrifying speed, aiming right for Shui's head. Boom! This classic headshot left one person and two eerie beings stunned. Player, it wasn't like this when he smashed mine, was it? Shui. Blood-red statue. Sigma, degree winky face. Seemingly discovering a new world, Su Ming's eyes brightened slightly, then his hammer vanished as he grabbed Shui in front of him. The blood-red statue's attack froze mid-motion. You hit me? With a hint of mockery in his eyes, Su Ming teased. I trust you, dear. Taking a deep breath, Shui stared at the statue in front of her, her determined eyes shimmering with a strange light. It was called trust. Crack. The blood-red statue hesitated for a moment, then stiffly nodded and reached out again. Bang. Phew. Phew. Stop, damn. A large splash of blood gushed out. Shui bent down in pain, her eyes filled with anger. Ha, good fellow, why does it all hit Shui? You wouldn't understand, Sushin's skill can't be chosen, it's just like encountering a little fishman in LOL sucking blood. What nonsense. Upstairs, I suspect you are talking nonsense seriously. This statue really struck hard, that initial slam almost smashed Shui's head. The smile on Shui's face had long disappeared, but it had shifted to the faces of viewers in the livestream. I have to say, in a horror story dungeon, a bizarre and crazy attack on another bizarre and brutal slam is indeed quite rare. Tell me, do you have a woman outside? Is this deliberate? Ha! I knew you were thinking, slap. Before Shui could finish her question, Su Ming launched another fierce attack. I don't want to hear you two argue, but afterward, I will give you both some private space. As soon as he finished speaking, the playful look in Su Ming's eyes vanished. And with some impatience, he pulled out an electric drill, slowly heading toward the crimson statue. Although the electric drill was moving slowly, it was inching closer and closer to its eyes. Creak, creak. Seemingly sensing the threat of the electric drill, the statue crazily reached out toward Su Ming, each swing carrying a strange crimson blood air. However, it was useless. Su Ming even reached out and touched Shui's pretty face right in front of the statue. It's good to be angry, you try to hurt me, before I kill you. Watching the statue's attacks becoming more fierce. Even a little frenzied in appearance, Su Ming continued to smile and deliver a blow. At the same time, he cranked up the electric drill to maximum power, aiming straight at the crimson statue's eyeball. Boom. Crash. Grab. Boom. The player who was preparing to escape was frozen in place, staring stupidly at the scene. Now and then, a meteor fell. Then the ground suddenly cracked open, and the rusted steel bars from the ceiling one after another charged toward the statue. It even seemed like a Dongfeng missile came from who knows where. This wasn't even the most absurd part. The most absurd was that the crimson statue was now badly scarred, while Su Ming was not even a speck of dust on him. Good fellow, isn't this scene a bit absurd? Sushin is like a chosen one. I think the steel bars, earthquakes, and even meteors make sense, but missiles brought from a bar? This is too scary. I feel like this dungeon is about to be broken by Sushin. I don't know why, but the worse Shui looks, the happier I feel. Am I sick? Watching the increasingly absurd scene, the viewers in the livestream had their perspectives reset once again. This bizarre thing trying to harm Su Ming was harder than going to the west to retrieve scriptures. Looking at Su Ming's increasingly absurd and nearly sci-fi luck, the livestream was filled with a strong sense of envy. How incredibly lucky must this be? Seeing the apocalyptic scene, players secretly swallowed their saliva, holding their breath, not daring to make a sound. Finally, after Su Ming destroyed 3 electric drills, the crimson statue suddenly exploded, like blood, the stone pieces scattered all over the ground. Look, your boyfriend has exploded. Putting the electric drill back into his arms, Su Ming slowly turned his head, a strange smile appearing in his eyes as he gazed at Schwer. Schwer seemed to still be in a daze, standing there vacantly, staring at the pile of rubble. After a while. How did you find out? After a moment of silence, a hint of despair flashed in Schwer's eyes as she asked back, somewhat unwilling to accept. If I'm not mistaken, the purpose of all this you did is to keep me here forever, to replace your boyfriend, right? Su Ming smiled, calmly asking. Not denying, Schwer lowered her head in despair. Looking at the tips of my own feet. There, a shade of grayish-white began to spread. Is this the final truth? It seems I guessed right. Watching the changes in Schwer's body, a touch of sympathy flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Do you want to turn into a statue? I don't want to. Schwer shook her head in despair and slowly raised her gaze, a glimmer of plea in her eyes. I want to ask you one last thing. Please don't let me become a statue, okay? Seemingly understanding her meaning, Su Ming took out the drill from his arms and slowly walked towards Schwer. In Schwer's hopeful gaze, Su Ming's lips curled into a strange smile. I won't. Damn it. Ignoring Schwer's angry curses, Su Ming slowly approached the player. Be big boss, you are amazing. You. Seeing Su Ming walk towards him, a look of admiration appeared on the player's face as he stood up excitedly. Stop talking, pay up. With his face returning to a cold expression, Su Ming slowly extended his right hand, slightly rubbing his thumb and index finger together. Although I used you to test the rules, I indeed saved your life. Watching the player's shocked expression, Su Ming's lips curled into a smile as he slowly explained. You see. I never make a loss in business. Gently patting the player's shoulder, Su Ming tilted his head and raised an eyebrow. Thank you, big boss, for saving my life. But, must you take money? The player's face fell, feeling utterly deflated. I'll give you a discount, 1,000 rule points. It's not about how much you're giving, it's a matter of principle for me. Staring into the player's eyes, Su Ming shook his head seriously. Okay, I'll give the money right now. Realizing it was a false alarm, the player breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly opened the trading panel. After doing all this, Su Ming merely cast a faint glance at the motionless Schwer, turned around, and continued to admire the statues. If he wasn't mistaken, he only needed to do one last thing now. Quietly touring all the statues. If I am not mistaken, did Su God really complete this last stage like this? No kidding. I reckon the completion condition is either to dissolve the obsession of the statue or to avoid the bizarre statue's pursuit and finish visiting all the statues. In the end, Su God directly blew up the statue. If he really finished, then this way of completing is probably unprecedented? You upstairs are wrong. When has Su God taken the conventional route to clear a level? Having gone through all this, all the viewers realized that this dungeon was nearing its end. Thus, the barrage started discussing once again, based on Su Ming's operations, what would the final completion score be? In the silent group of statues. Dear, it was Schwer's fault. Looking at the pile of broken stones on the ground, a faint hint of apology appeared on Schwer's face. She slightly raised her right hand, quietly gazing at the diamond ring on her finger, a glimmer of nostalgia in her eyes. If that day, we hadn't stepped into this rose bar, our future would have been so good. Schwer struggled to bend down and picked up a scarlet stone from the ground, gently placing it in her hand and examining it closely. We won't be apart, even in death. The shining diamond ring instantly turned to a grayish white, and Schwer's body froze in an eternal moment. It looked no different from the surrounding statues. Lifelike. About 20 minutes later, Su Ming suddenly stopped in his tracks, his body gradually becoming ethereal. Special skill, Treaster's Fate Dice, trying to imprint talent skill. Skill imprinting failed. Okay, it seems even a bit of luck cannot increase this 5% probability, right? The corner of Su Ming's mouth twitched as a hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Chapter 101 Thunder Blessing? Congratulations on clearing the dungeon, Rose Bar Score, SSS. Rewards, several rule points, a random weapon gift box. Title earned, Lucky Player. Lucky Player, after equipping, your fortune will slightly increase. Title evaluation, this time, there was really just a bit of luck. Congratulations player, Su Ming has perfectly cleared D-level instance Rose Bar. The Rose Bar instance will merge into the world of Strange Tales. Random weapon gift box? Looking at the rewards section, Su Ming's eyes brightened slightly. If he remembered correctly, his cracked skull hammer was a type of weapon, but it was just a basic weapon. It was indeed the bottom of the basic weapons. Not to mention that the power was not great, the special effects looked strong. But in fact, it had significant limitations. Replace the title Lucky Aura with Lowly Killer, hoping to get something good. His gaze flickered slightly, and Su Ming decisively replaced the title. Random weapon gift box, 80% probability for basic weapons, 18% probability for intermediate weapons, 1.99% probability for advanced weapons, 0.01% probability for basic awakened weapons. Random weapon gift box, open. Feeling an inexplicable aura of luck, Su Ming placed the treasure chest on the table, took a deep breath, and directly chose to open it. Brilliant blue light flashed. Appearing before Su Ming's eyes was a dark purple scabbard, surrounded by a faint purple electric aura. Looks like something good really came out? Watching this scene, a hint of faint surprise flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he picked up the scabbard on the table and slowly drew it out. Zila! Accompanied by a weak electric sound, it was a straight sword reflecting a faint glow. With some hollow designs on the side, interspersed with several lightning-like runes, exuding a hint of mysterious aura. From its appearance, this resembled a Tang Dao. Thunder Bestowed, a masterpiece by Master Li Heiqing of the Tang Dynasty, said to have been born at the moment when the sky was filled with thunderclouds and purple lightning swirled around it. Special attribute, Indestructible, Thunder Tribulation. Indestructible special attribute? And, what does this Thunder Tribulation mean? Looking at the description of Thunder Bestowed, Su Ming furrowed his brow slightly, then casually waved it. I'm feeling it. As the electric aura on the blade grew stronger, a sense of profound mystery emerged in his heart, and Su Ming swung it forward with force. Boom! A dragon of lightning formed from purple electric light roared suddenly. Where the lightning dragon passed, all the sofas and tea tables exploded, rising strands of black smoke, with charred marks appearing on the surface. And on the original wall, a pitch-black large hole quietly appeared. Strands of lightning still lingered inside the hole. Wow, the power seems quite large? Playing with Thunder Bestowed in his hand, a smile involuntarily appeared on Su Ming's face. Then, as if thinking of something, he quickly opened the exchange store and entered in the search bar, Thunder Bestowed. Sorry, this is an awakened weapon, you do not have permission to view it. Su Ming stiffened in place, raising the Thunder Bestowed in disbelief. This is actually an awakened weapon? Is this the basic awakened weapon? But isn't the probability written as 0.01%? So, it means, 1 in 10,000 boxes might produce one? His gaze suddenly moved to the title he was wearing, and Su Ming blinked. Shouldn't this be due to the enhancement of Lucky Player? Shaking his head, although Su Ming felt that the lucky effect of this title wasn't that strong. But it still had some effect after all. It's only been 3 days so far, the Huangquan restaurant probably has no hope. Looking at the calendar on the screen, Su Ming furrowed his brow slightly. Then he slowly took out his phone and dialed a number. By Meow? How's it going over there? Is the concert preparation ready? Oh, the stage is built, but the performers are still in training, right? Okay, no need to rush. Casually hanging up the phone, Su Ming shook his head regretfully. It seems that haste makes waste. So let's go eat a bowl of stinky tofu first. I remember where the stinky tofu shop I passed by last time was? It should be just 3 rule points for a bowl, right? Let me rest for a while, then go to relax. With a hint of fatigue in his eyes, Su Ming leisurely stretched, quietly lying on the sofa. Strange Tales Square. You messed up Mr. Su's Wuling Hongguang, you should die, you truly should die. A loud roar echoed, as Wang Chang held a loudspeaker, angrily pointing at a player not far away. That was a young man with long hair and glasses. At this moment, he was silently staring at the security guard Wang Chang. Crazy. Noticing that the security guard in front of him was strange, the player adjusted his glasses, secretly suppressing his anger, quickly took out a rag to clean the dirt off the car. Can I go now? I tell you, I'm not afraid of you, I just don't want to waste time. Get lost. Wang Chang put down the loudspeaker, straightened his security uniform, and walked with a vigilant expression next to the Wuling Hongguang, standing up straight. Why is there a brain-dead freak here? Lin Yelun, gradually walking further away, had an extremely unpleasant look on her face. It felt like she had eaten a warm piece of feces. Nauseating and revolting. No, wait, even if I feel this way, I didn't really eat it? What is this strange stinky smell? Sniffing carefully with her nose, Lin Yelun raised her head in confusion. Stinky tofu, ugh. As if triggering some kind of chain reaction, she directly stood at the stinky tofu shop's entrance, her expression twisting as she began to vomit. Hey! What are you doing? Feeling something was off, a girl quickly walked out of the shop. Staring blankly at the spectacular scene in front of her. Even if my stinky tofu is not as good as others, it shouldn't be this bad, right? I'm telling you, today you guys, don't leave. That guy, you haven't paid yet. Watching players flee from the shop, the girl's face instantly turned dark. I get it, you're someone sent by another shop, trying to disgust me, right? Looking at the suddenly empty shop, the girl, with tears in her eyes, pointed at Lin Yelan and started to curse. Ha! I'm not, ugh. Seemingly realizing something, Lin Yelan quickly took out a handkerchief to cover her nose, before sheepishly raising her head. The girl in front of her looked somewhat pure and cute, wearing a casual t-shirt and jeans that perfectly showcased her figure. At this moment, she was staring wide-eyed in anger and grievance. I just don't like the smell, stinky tofu, ugh. I'm really not from another shop, this is my first time here. Lin Yelan slowly straightened up, took off her glasses to wipe them with the handkerchief, her tone particularly sincere. Forget it, I'll just consider it my bad luck. Glancing at Lin Yelan, the girl helplessly turned around and started to clean up the plates and bowls on the table. You, how much did you lose? How about I compensate you with 100 rule points? Just consider it compensation. Seeing the girl so busy, a hint of guilt appeared in Lin Yelan's eyes, and she actively helped her tidy up the dishes on the table. Sigh, where could Su Ming be? Looking towards the street, a trace of faint sorrow flashed in Lin Yelan's eyes. Chapter 102, Ticket. As the sky gradually darkened, Su Ming's figure appeared at Strange Tail Square. Mr. Su. The moment Su Ming appeared, a glimmer of joy appeared in Wang Chang's eyes, and he shouted loudly. At the same time, he quickly ran towards Su Ming. You haven't been here all these days, have you? Looking at Wang Chang, who was standing firmly next to his car, Su Ming's expression became somewhat strange. He just wanted to take a stroll and grab a late-night snack, so he had no intention of notifying Wang Chang. Who would have thought? It's my duty to ensure Mr. Su's property safety at all times. Hearing Su Ming's question, Wang Chang immediately stood up straight and patted his chest fiercely. Seeing his earnest appearance, Su Ming helplessly shook his head, then gently patted his shoulder. Let's go, I'll take you for some late-night snacks. With that, Su Ming casually walked in a direction. Hey! Wait for me, Mr. Su. Mr. Su. Aren't we going back to the Huangquan restaurant this time? Wang Chang quickly caught up to Su Ming, closely following behind him, unable to hold back his curiosity. Maybe in a few days, it's not necessary to worry right now. Su Ming slowly shook his head, turning his gaze back with a serious expression. You should rest when it's time to rest, you only need to remember 3 rules. Ha? What rules? Hearing this puzzling remark, Wang Chang scratched his head, looking a bit confused. 1. Teach a lesson to players who are full of themselves. 2. Target solo players for extortion. 3. Remember to retreat when facing tough guys. Wang Chang's not-so-sharp mind suddenly felt overloaded, struggling to think about what Su Ming just said. I got it. In the end, Wang Chang nodded in a seemingly understanding way, his eyes filled with determination. We've arrived, the stinky tofu shop. After walking for about 10 minutes, Su Ming stopped in front of a shop named Shisher's Stinky Tofu. It shouldn't be like this. Why is it so quiet? Looking at the empty shop, a hint of confusion flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He remembered that last time he came, players were lined up to buy. What is going on now? Creak. With a creak, Su Ming pushed the door open and slowly walked in with Wang Chang. Sorry, dear customers, today the shop is undergoing a deep cleaning, we are not open. Inside the shop, there was only a small server holding a bucket of water, wearing a gray apron, continuously mopping the floor. Noticing someone enter, he reminded them without looking back. That voice sounded familiar, deepening the confusion in Su Ming's eyes. Is it really closed? Yes, please come back tomorrow, huh? Mid-sentence, Lin Yelan suddenly turned around. Su Ming, is it really you? You are. Su Ming's gaze was fixed intensely on Lin Yelan, his brows furrowed. After a long pause, he tentatively asked, You are that Lin? Lin Anlin? I am Lin Yelan. With a somewhat helpless smile, Lin Yelan shrugged, then quickly returned to mopping the floor. Wait for me a few minutes, I'll be done soon. No hurry, then I'll ask the boss for 2 bowls of stinky tofu. Sitting at the dining table, Su Ming slowly lit a cigarette, his gaze narrowing slightly. Half an hour later, Lin Yelan sat down at the table, panting, while a nearby girl brought 3 steaming bowls of stinky tofu. You like to eat it too? Surprised, Su Ming glanced at Lin Yelan as he picked up a piece of stinky tofu and put it in his mouth. Yes, I like it a lot, ugh. I like eating stinky tofu. Gagging a couple of times, Lin Yelan's eyes widened slightly, her trembling arm lifted a piece of stinky tofu, slowly bringing it to her mouth. Her eyes reflected a determination as firm as if facing death. You kid, TSK. Looks like the drunken man isn't after the wine. Glancing at the nearby girl, a knowing smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. The meaning was self-evident. This taste. As the stinky tofu entered her mouth, Lin Yelan's eyes widened in disbelief. Then she tremblingly picked up another piece, putting it into her mouth. So delicious. Such a comforting feeling. Slightly raising her head, Lin Yelan took a deep breath, her face filled with shock. Let's get serious, how did you end up here? Gently putting down her chopsticks, after finishing the last sip of soup, Su Ming's expression gradually changed. The smile in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a chilling glare. Don't be so alert, I'm here to ask for your help. Before Su Ming could reply, Lin Yelan quickly pulled out a golden card from her pocket. The card appeared semi-transparent, with faint patterns carved on it, along with a leaf-shaped design. Every line of the pattern glowed slightly, looking quite peculiar. What is this? Looking at the card before him, Su Ming squinted slightly, feeling somewhat confused. Huh? You don't know this is a ticket for the Awakening Battle? Awakening War? Hearing this familiar term, Su Ming's eyes revealed a hint of relief, then he slowly shook his head. I haven't qualified yet, so I can't check these things for now. Shouldn't be? Listening to Su Ming's answer, Lin Yelan's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Logically, on the Apocalypse train, we have all gone through about 7 or 8 instances. But every player's performance is different, and the time to obtain the Awakening War ticket varies. As she said this, disappointment emerged in Lin Yelan's eyes. So, that means you cannot participate in the Awakening War with me for now. Did I say I would help you? It seemed that Su Ming discovered a blind spot, as he slightly raised his head and spoke with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. But I prepared 50,000 rule points. Can you say that again? How much was it? 50,000. As soon as Lin Yelan's words fell, Su Ming's expression changed drastically. This is something I owe you for bringing me along. Just wait, let me calculate. How many instances did you clear before the Apocalypse train? 8, the Apocalypse train was the 9th, and after finishing the 10th instance, I received a ticket. Seeing Su Ming's suddenly eager gaze, Lin Yelan could only grit her teeth and speak up. By the way, the beginner instance doesn't count. Then wait for me for a while, and if nothing unexpected happens, it will be at most a week. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming slightly frowned. I'll add you as a friend, give me half of the deposit, and I'll contact you later? After a long silence, Lin Yelan's eyes showed a hint of suspicion, and she asked with a conflicted expression. You wouldn't be trying to take my deposit and run away, right? Chapter 103 Ghost God Temple Number 1. How could that be? What I value most is my credibility. With a barely noticeable twitch at the corner of his eye, Su Ming slowly shook his head, seeming a bit hurt by her distrust. Then I won't charge you a deposit, I'll contact you when I get the ticket. Subtly sending a friend request, Su Ming waved his hand and walked down the street with Wang Chang. Hey! You haven't paid yet? Hearing the shout from inside the house, a smile appeared at the corner of Su Ming's mouth, counted on Lin Yelan's head. Walking in the direction they came from. It wasn't long before they arrived in front of Su Ming's Wuling Hongguang. Mr. Su, have you considered getting a fancier car? Staring at the Wuling Hongguang for a long time, Wang Chang scratched his head and couldn't help but speak up. Like that Panamera or Cayenne. You paying? Suddenly turning around and rolling his eyes, Su Ming looked at the brand new Wuling Hongguang with a somewhat lonely expression. This car was a gift for completing my beginner instance. It's not that I don't want to change, it carries my past. I see. Nodding gravely, Wang Chang's eyes once again filled with determination. Don't worry, Mr. Su, as long as I have a breath left, I won't let your property face any threat. No, focus on your own safety. Patting Wang Chang's shoulder, Su Ming's tone was particularly serious. Cars can be replaced, but lives cannot. I'll just get another bodyguard, got it? Looking at Wang Chang's honest and simple expression, a smile appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Then he slowly turned to leave. If I die, I won't be able to earn a high salary, save money to marry a wife, and have kids. Wang Chang stood still, mumbling with growing clarity in his eyes. Player space. Su Ming furrowed his brow as he looked at the 156,700 rule points in his bag, falling into deep thought. Previously, he had intended to buy a powerful weapon to handle the upcoming instances. But ever since he opened Thunder's gift, actually, he didn't have that much need for weapons anymore. Blade Mastery Max, the peak of blade techniques, using it can bring understanding and apply various knife skills. Price, 50,000 rule points. That's still reasonably priced. Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly, and without hesitation, he chose to redeem it. After all, having a good blade alone isn't enough. A good knife must be paired with good knife skills, only then can its maximum power be unleashed. Buzz. As a beam of white light entered his body, countless images surged into Su Ming's mind. Some showed a figure riding a warhorse, wielding a large knife and slashing through enemies in blood, while others depicted him sitting cross-legged on the ground in quiet contemplation. and some standing on the edge of a cliff swinging a sword, or standing under a waterfall honing each move. After about a few minutes, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, and a twinkle seemed to sparkle in them. Is this called a knife? Once again touching the hilt of lacy eye, a familiar warmth flooded over him, as if two old friends who had not seen each other for many years were reunited. Ding-dling! The scabbard trembled slightly, and the straight knife seemed to hum excitedly. What a pity! Standing still and contemplating for a long time, Su Ming slowly removed his hand, a hint of regret appearing in his eyes. Although his knife skills had almost reached their peak, the distance to condensed knife energy still seemed to be a long way off. Back then, in apartment 103, what kind of monster was that, Yu Xiaoyu? Narrowing his eyes slightly, Su Ming whispered softly. Opening his friend list, it still showed that Yu Xiaoyu was in a dungeon. Next time we meet, it will be either your death, or mine. Closing the friend list, Su Ming's eyes gradually turned icy. Even though he guessed her identity was likely unusual. But, so what? Once he completed the awakening dungeon, he too should awaken his own abilities, right? If my guess isn't wrong, the ticket for the awakening war would not exceed 2 dungeons. Seemingly thinking of something, Su Ming curled his lips into a faint smile and gently clicked. Start matching dungeons. 5/20. 14/20. Match successful. Sea-level dungeon, Ghost God Temple. I don't know why, but I've been feeling restless these past few days. Could it be because of what I did that night? Aya told me, this is a secluded temple in the mountains, perhaps I can cleanse my sins here. How strange, why are the temple's main gate, the building, and even the ground, all red? I can't believe everything before my eyes. This is not a temple at all, this is hell, true hell. Absolutely do not trust anyone, not even yourself. The familiar feeling of dizziness came back, prompting Su Ming to rub his head. When he opened his eyes again, it seemed he had appeared outside a temple. As the background story described, everything here looked particularly eerie, a tide of crimson catching the eye. As if blood had filled the entire temple. A sinister, cold atmosphere followed, making the air thick with chill. Where is this? Ghost God Temple? That name doesn't sound like a good place, I hope it's not too difficult. Are we here as visiting pilgrims? Outside the temple square, strange-looking players suddenly appeared, and after a brief moment of confusion, they began to discuss. This time's dungeon, why are there only 20 people? Listening to the chatter around him, Su Ming frowned slightly, his expression becoming a little strange. After a brief exchange, the players around also discovered this critical issue. According to the usual rules of spooky dungeons, a sea-level dungeon typically means a large-scale dungeon, with participating players generally over 100. And the occurrence of smaller dungeons implies a steep rise in difficulty. Seems like this will be quite interesting. Touching the lacy eye at his waist, Su Ming carefully observed every corner of the temple. Ahem, esteemed patrons, this humble monk greets you. Before long, an old monk slowly walked out of the temple, hands pressed together, his demeanor filled with compassion. If it weren't for his bright red robe and his eyes slightly tinged with green, everyone might think this person is a kind-hearted bald monk. Chapter 104 Ghost God Temple Number 2. All the players fell silent in an instant, quietly waiting for the strange monk's next move. The old monk didn't say much, just slowly bent down and stretched out his withered right hand. Gentlemen, please come in. Then he slowly turned around and walked toward a room. All the players exchanged glances, a hint of seriousness appearing in their eyes, and they entered the temple one after another. Of course, Su Ming was no exception. As he walked through the gate of the Ghost God Temple, he found that it was somewhat different from what he had imagined. The various temples inside stretched out endlessly, a sea of blood red merging together, creating an exceptionally oppressive atmosphere. Look, there are words on the Buddha statue. A sharp-eyed player pointed at a Buddha statue, instantly attracting everyone's attention. In the temple closest to the entrance stood a giant Buddha statue, but this statue was blood red all over, looking extremely eerie. And in its palm, there were some densely engraved small words. Ghost God Temple Worship Instructions. 1. Visitors must burn at least 3 incense sticks and offer 1 pound of yellow paper to worship the Buddha every day. 2. Before 7 in the morning, there will be vegetarian meals available in the temple, but no meat dishes or raw meat will be served. 3. Between 9 and 11 in the morning, please proceed to the rebirth hall for prayers, with a prayer time of no less than half an hour. 4. There will be no nuns in the temple. If you see one, please promptly notify the abbot for handling. 5. The Buddha statue will not shed tears, nor will it move or change position. 6. Matters arranged by the abbot must be followed, you can choose to trust unconditionally. 7. If you encounter a shabby beggar in the temple, you can exchange vegetarian meals for his help. 8. Please maintain rationality at all times, you are just a visiting tourist, not a monk in the temple, or 9. The monks in the temple can be trusted unless they ask you for raw meat. So complicated? The abbot is completely trustworthy? Also, I think this vegetarian meal and raw meat are key items. They may contain clues for clearing the game. Just from looking at these rules, I feel like the difficulty this time will not be low. A group of players gathered around the Buddha statue, frowning as they discussed. Only Su Ming stood there in a daze. Not speaking or acting. Only his brows furrowed deeply, his expression looking extremely strange, with a hint of shock in his eyes. Hey! Brother! A gentle pat on his shoulder brought Su Ming back to his senses. Looking at the tall, thin boy in front of him, a trace of faint doubt appeared in Su Ming's eyes. What's up? Do you need something from me? He suddenly pushed the player's arm away and examined the player closely. He was wrapped in layer after layer of bandages, and his frail body paired with this attire made him look like a living mummy. Let's team up in this instance, we can wreak havoc together. Here's a chance to form a party. My name is Chen Chen. Cheng Chen smiled slightly, politely extending his right hand toward Su Ming. No need, thank you. Casually waving his hand, Su Ming didn't take it to heart and walked toward the giant Buddha statue. Oh? Watching as Su Ming walked away, Cheng Chen's right hand froze in the air, his gaze flickering slightly. Are you sure you're not giving me face? I'm different from them, I am an awakener. Awakener? Seeing Su Ming suddenly halt his steps, Cheng Chen's somewhat gloomy face quickly changed, breaking into a radiant smile again. I presume you are also an awakener, right? Although I don't know why we were matched with this group of unawakened players. But since we are matched, let's drain them all dry and then kill them. How about splitting the benefits, my lord? Upon hearing this, Su Ming slowly turned his head, a hint of mockery appearing in his eyes. Split? If I were you, I would just be straightforward, first work together to kill the others, then each rely on our own skills. Then, how do you know I'm an awakener? As if recalling something, Su Ming couldn't help but respond. Isn't that weapon on you an awakening weapon? I'm not blind. Seeing Su Ming use such a poor excuse to change the topic, Cheng Chen rubbed his bandaged body and shook his head with disappointment. Turning to leave, a cold expression returned to his face. In that case, I hope you can survive until the end. After saying this, his figure walked into a temple and then vanished from Su Ming's sight. Ha, I can indeed survive until the end. But you? I think it's not very likely. A strange smile appeared on Su Ming's face as he leisurely walked toward the large Buddha statue in front of the temple. Su God, what's going on? What did that player say? Why did I only hear a beeping sound? Upstairs, I have the same question. I've watched several live streams, and it seems the players' words get automatically censored when they say certain words. Such people are extremely dangerous and mysterious. It seems they have some special abilities? Then why doesn't Su God agree to cooperate with him? This way, the chances of clearing the level would greatly increase. Watching Su Ming's calm demeanor, the viewers in the livestream were a bit surprised. Moreover, the mysterious beeping words led countless people to speculate, many of whom understood spoken language and tried to guess through lip reading. But for some reason, when closely watching the playback of that player's lip movements, there was a strange power that made people dazed. This fool seems to not even remember the rules. As a player passed by Su Ming, he turned his head, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. But Su Ming's next move baffled him. Ha! Clearing the dust before the Buddha, Su Ming slowly sat down on the ground. With his hands gently brought together, he closed his eyes and silently murmured. Dude, what are you doing? You're not planning to look for clues at all, are you? Unable to hold back, this player shrugged, asking in confusion. Praying for the sins I'm about to commit. Without opening his eyes, Su Ming's voice sounded exceptionally calm, yet his expression appeared increasingly solemn. Because just a few minutes ago, the system's cold notification rang out. Random talent extraction in progress. Extraction complete, no more playing. No more playing, drop a nuclear bomb into the dungeon, and everyone except you will be directly eliminated. Chapter 105 Temple of Ghosts and Gods Number 3. Since that guy won't cooperate, then don't blame me for being rude. Inside a temple, Cheng Chen tore off a piece of his bandage and carefully placed it in one of the altars. Not only did I match with a group of unawakened players, but I also drew an interesting talent. Flying Thunder God. His eyes flickered slightly as Cheng Chen slowly raised his head, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. In the next second, his body disappeared into thin air. Almost in an instant, he had already stood atop the roof beam. This skill is so convenient, it truly lives up to being a must-have skill for killing. At the top of the roof beam, Cheng Chen smiled slightly, quietly crouching like a seasoned hunter, ready to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. Yes, this is the skill he drew, which is practically a bug. He only needs to focus on a specific object to activate Flying Thunder God and teleport. If it weren't for the several minutes of cooldown after each use, with just this move, he could easily eliminate other players. Combined with my awakening ability, I wonder how many rule points I can extort in this dungeon? Leave some to test the rules, and after squeezing the rest dry, let's kill them all. The smile on his face grew broader, and at this moment, he was incredibly grateful to have matched with this dungeon. For players like him who had awakened. This is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. Who will become my first prey? In the hidden altar, a small piece of bandage swayed gently as if alive, silently waiting for the arrival of its prey. Inside the temple, the players began to take action, some searching for the monks in the temple, while others felt their way towards the rebirth hall, preparing to head straight for the key clues. Only in the outermost main hall, a gentle breeze brushed past, and Su Ming remained quietly seated in place. After a long while, Su Ming looked up at the sky, a faint smile on his face. Not playing anymore. As the three soft words left his mouth, Su Ming slowly stood up, bowing deeply to the blood-red Buddha statue. What does this mean? Is God Su really not playing anymore and planning to give up? That shouldn't be the case, right? I remember God Su is not like this. How could he suddenly say he's not playing? Have you noticed, the streamer might have been weirdly contaminated. Ever since entering the dungeon he has been continuously bowing to the Buddha statue, not even thinking about looking for clues or completing tasks. Su brother, don't give up. I believe you are the best. I Lu Yuhan cheer for you with my real name. Go go go. Seeing Su Ming's inexplicable statement of not playing anymore, the viewers in the livestream were completely stunned. No one expected that the original dungeon fanatic would now turn into this, not only entering the dungeon to bow to the Buddha but also blatantly ignoring the eeriness in players, giving up openly. The dark clouds in the sky rapidly dispersed, and large beams of sunlight shone down on the ghostly temple. And above the dome, a small black dot could not be wiped away, and it quickly expanded with time. Guan Yin divination. Great misfortune. At the very center of the temple, in the rebirth hall, the old monk who had been sitting cross-legged beneath a ferocious Buddha statue, his blue-white eyes filled with confusion. Then, as if disbelieving in evil, he gently shook the bamboo slip in his hand, and as a blood-red divination fell, the surface still revealed the two blood-red words, great misfortune. Master, how could our temple possibly have great misfortune? You are overthinking it. Ever since this temple started sacrificing tourists for the past 200 years, hasn't it always been peaceful and prosperous? A young monk sitting beside, playing with the prayer beads in his hand, softly comforted. But unlike ordinary people, this monk had 4 arms and 2 heads. At this moment, both heads wore a bloodthirsty smile, with the right head appearing a bit eager. Master, the taste of this new batch of tourists should be quite good, right? Ha! Master, why has the sky suddenly become so bright? The left head of the monk looked puzzled, asking curiously. The sky is bright? Hearing his disciple's words, the old monk picked up the fallen divination slip, his expression turning extremely ugly. About 10 seconds later, the black dot in the sky became larger, and its appearance gradually became clear. At this point, the specific shape of the nuclear bomb could be seen, oval-shaped, its surface flashing with a cold metallic sheen. Carrying terrifying kinetic energy, it violently rushed towards the ground. Meanwhile, Su Ming still slightly lowered his head, his hands pressed together, his expression increasingly devout. In stark contrast to the giant nuclear bomb rapidly falling from above, was his eerie yet vivid piety. Boom! What's going on? Feeling the house constantly shaking, Cheng Chen glanced curiously toward the doorway, his expression appearing somewhat astonished. Could it be that a player has discovered me hiding here and is preparing to tear down this temple? No, I should be well hidden. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly saw a beam of light. An extremely blinding light filled his entire vision, accompanied by an indescribable feeling of terrifying heart palpitations. Ah! The intense light blinded his eyes. Before he could react, a terrifying high temperature swept over, and in an instant, Cheng Chen's body vanished into thin air. The entire space was filled with countless heat waves and radiation. The ground, the temple, the Buddha statue. Everything was completely turned to ashes in the terrifying explosion of the nuclear bomb. And all the players and the strange things, at that moment, saw an unprecedented light. Is this the power of a nuclear bomb explosion? At this time, Su Ming's state was very strange. Although he was in the center of the nuclear bomb explosion, his body seemed to exist in another space, clearly watching the heat waves pass over his skin, the light filling his vision. This wonderful feeling made Su Ming slightly dazed. It seemed he had heard before about a nuclear bomb attacking a certain island nation. And he thought that nuclear strikes had nothing to do with him. Unexpectedly. Today, he was lucky enough to experience the feeling of being bombed by a nuclear bomb in his ordinary life. Surely at that moment, all those ordinary lives must have seen their deceased grandmothers. The terrifying explosion lasted for an unknown time, maybe a few minutes, or perhaps it was just a few seconds. As the heat wave gradually faded, Su Ming looked at the scene around him. His brows slightly knitted. This is called transcendence in a physical sense? The temple was gone, the players were gone, the rules, he didn't know if they were still there. What met his eyes was a wasteland. At this time, Su Ming was standing in a pit that seemed to stretch endlessly. The black ground seemed to have turned into lava, emitting terrifying radiation and heat, constantly billowing black smoke. In this area, besides Su Ming, nothing else existed. Chapter 106 Ghost God Temple No. 4, Final Chapter. Wow. What the hell is going on? How could there be such a huge nuclear bomb, directly flattening this dungeon? So it turns out before, Su God wasn't slacking off, but preparing to unleash a nuclear bomb? This is just insane. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This can't be a talent skill he drew, right? There can't be such an outrageous skill, how can others even play? At the moment of the nuclear bomb explosion, the live streaming room fell silent in an instant. After a long while, the audience seemed to come back to their senses, furiously spamming 666. In an instant, countless bullet screens flooded the screen to express their shock. They couldn't even see Su Ming's figure due to the dense barrages. It seems even the strangeness can't withstand a nuclear bomb? Looking at the apocalyptic scene, Su Ming smiled slightly, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and slowly lit it. Hope my good brothers won't blame me. After all, I've never been a good person. Gently exhaling a puff of smoke, Su Ming's expression carried a hint of loneliness. If he had the chance again, he would still choose to unleash the skill without hesitation. As for the criticism from other players in the dungeon, then they should have the chance to blame themselves. Su Ming didn't even need to think. If other players in the dungeon had drawn, not playing anymore, they would probably use it without hesitation, since it could lead directly to a clear victory. Why risk one's own life to solve the dungeon for the sake of so-called sympathy for other players? Now it's good, not just players, even the strangeness has been eliminated. Slowly shaking his head, the cigarette Su Ming just puffed on was casually thrown to the ground. The strong smell of burnt air made him feel a bit nauseous. Special skill, Triester Fate Dice attempting to imprint skill, imprinting failed. As expected. Su Ming was not surprised at this result at all. If this thing really succeeded in imprinting, how could they ever enter the next dungeon? With a nuclear bomb at the start, all life under the bomb would be equal. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the dungeon, Ghost God Temple rating, SSS. Rewards obtained, several rules points, Awakening War Ticket *1. Title obtained, Nuclear Principle. Nuclear Principle, your attacks will carry a trace of nuclear radiation. When the level of nuclear radiation accumulates to a certain extent, it can make targets abnormally weak. Title Explanation, affected by the cumulative degree of nuclear radiation. The effects and symptoms vary, the resistance to nuclear radiation depends on the target's physique. Congratulations to player Su Ming, you have perfectly cleared the sea-level dungeon Ghost God Temple, which will integrate into the world of ghost stories. In the player space, Su Ming's body gradually became solid from nothingness. At the same time, a cold system notification echoed in his mind. Nuclear theory? It really makes sense. Looking at the inexplicably added title in his title bar, Su Ming's eyes brightened slightly. And this time in the dungeon, as Su Ming expected, he indeed gained a ticket for the awakening battle. It seems I guessed correctly, my progress in clearing each time is probably equivalent to 2 times of an average player. Gently stroking the golden card in his hand, Su Ming murmured thoughtfully. Awakening Battle Ticket, special item. Use this to sign up for the Awakening Battle. Upon successful clearance, you will be rewarded with your own awakening ability. Looks like this is pretty good? Looking at the ticket's introduction, Su Ming opened his player interface. As expected, in the top right corner, there was an unusual pattern, and clicking on it led to a button for signing up for the Awakening Battle. Currently displayed was a match count of 224/1000. No wonder Lin Yalan wanted to team up with me. Watching the slow increase in the number, Su Ming finally understood why this guy sought him out. The sign-up numbers for the Awakening Battle rose very slowly, almost increasing by 1 every couple of minutes. This meant that to fill up a 1,000-player dungeon, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours. If that's the case, what if I gather a few hundred people to enter together? As soon as he said that, Su Ming couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating smile. Leaving aside how difficult it was to gather a few hundred players who could get the ticket at the same time, even if they managed to gather. Could so many people really cooperate sincerely? Moreover, with limited clearance spots, he would probably have to watch out for others stabbing him in the back. You have 2 new unread messages. Lin Yalan, Sleeper Sue, you got the ticket, let me know as soon as possible. I'll come find you then. Su Ming, MVP, Drill Maniac, Billion Luck, I got the ticket, ready to go in. He sent the message, but Su Ming did not receive a reply immediately. His gaze flickered slightly as he opened another read, which was an unread message from Yu Xiaoyu. Yu Xiaoyu, Heartsword, you should hurry to join the Awakening Dungeon, right? I'm waiting for you. What a waiting for you, hee hee. Su Ming smiled slightly, his eyes gradually turning cold. Yu Xiaoyu must die. After sending her a message, Su Ming closed the friend list and began to ponder. Currently, his advantage lay in the Awakening weapon, the title, and his special skill Big Pocket that he carved out. As for the Awakening weapon, that sword behind Yu Xiaoyu should be one, though he did not know where she got it from. Regarding titles, his MVP and Nuclear Theory granted a significant melee advantage. And combined with Drill Maniac's Big Pocket, as long as he landed the first hit, it would be almost akin to a finishing move. The only drawback was that he had to find a chance to hit the target. Billion Luck can be temporarily removed. After thinking for a while, Su Ming took off Billion Luck and equipped the newly acquired Nuclear Theory. After all, wearing this item meant that every strike would emit nuclear radiation. This subtle energy might achieve unexpected results at critical moments. As for physique, that still needs to be strengthened. Looking at the balance in his bag, Su Ming opened the Mall Redemption interface again, exchanging for a high-level gene serum. Without hesitation, he stabbed it into his chest. The familiar tearing sensation surged again from within, as his skin rapidly aged, accompanied by black filth continuously oozing out. Before long, the old skin automatically fell off, revealing tender new skin underneath. The endless power flowing within is what comes with it. This feeling is amazing. After doing all this, Su Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned around, and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. Chapter 107, Storm Approaching. World of Strange Tales. In a certain magnificent and scattered mansion, a girl carrying a long sword stood in the courtyard, quietly staring at a willow tree by the wall. Miss, the guild has already allowed you to awaken early, why are you? An old man resembling a butler stood behind the girl, hesitating for a while, but ultimately could not help asking. Since when do I need those guys to point fingers at me when it comes to doing things? With a playful smile on her face, Yu Xiaoyu's tone gradually changed. Or do you have an opinion? Suddenly turning her head, her calm eyes held a hint of coldness. I wouldn't dare. However, I will report back to the higher-ups about the Awakening battle. After all, it's my duty, I hope you can understand, Mississippi. Bowing humbly, the butler's tone became exceptionally respectful. But after finishing this sentence, he left on his own. Wait, tell those guys that, in terms of identity, I still belong to them as their superior. If they dare to do anything out of line, then just wait for the reckoning that will come. Yu Xiaoyu's voice was filled with coldness, and the surrounding space trembled slightly, as if brewing an endless sword intent. Seemingly influenced by this sword intent, the white gloves on the butler's arms began to shine slightly, appearing with dense cracks like a shattered porcelain cup. One could vaguely see that the skin beneath the gloves displayed a strange grayish-blue color, which was entirely unhuman. He. Rest assured, miss, they won't do anything to you. You worry too much. The guild's matters still need this old man to handle them, as for the rest, I can't manage anything. The butler stopped, slowly turned his head, his eyes showing a meaningful smile. Then the smile became even more peculiar, shaking his head, and slowly walked in a certain direction. He. Without saying anything more, the sword intent in the surrounding space suddenly disappeared, allowing the butler to leave. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyu continued to stand silently in place, gazing at the huge old locust tree before her, her eyes returning to their usual calm. In a tea house next to the Strange Tales Square, Lin Yelan picked up a cup of hot tea from the table and asked with some confusion. It's barely been a day, how did you clear another dungeon? And it's SSS rated? Upon hearing this, Su Ming shook his head slightly. First tell me about the Awakening battle, don't leave me in the dark. All right. Seeing Su Ming forcefully change the topic, Lin Yelan wisely chose not to ask further. Instead, he stood up, picked up the teapot, and began to leisurely brew tea. As for the Awakening battle, I don't know too much either. Firstly, this dungeon is extremely special, all participants have been assessed as players capable of promoting to Awakened level. That means, these people are very scary. As he said this, a trace of panic clearly flashed in Lin Yelan's eyes. Does that include you as well? Staring at his back, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and suddenly laughed quietly. Of course, it doesn't include me, otherwise, I wouldn't be thinking of spending money to ask for your help. Hearing this question, Lin Yelan awkwardly scratched his head and quickly explained. It's because I got lucky in a newbie dungeon, so I was awarded a rather special title, barely ensuring that my evaluation in later dungeons isn't too low. I see. Su Ming slowly lifted the teacup, slightly nodding to show he understood. Secondly, the difficulty of the awakening battle is reflected not only in the strange aspects but also in the fierce competition between players. Unless it's someone particularly trustworthy, you can ensure he won't stab you in the back. Otherwise, when it comes to the relationships among players, Lin Yelan's expression began to grow serious, and his tone became increasingly grave. If that's the case, why do you still want to cooperate with me? Su Ming's lips curled into a faint smile, gently asking back. Don't you usually check the forums? Looking at Su Ming's sudden question, Lin Yelan's expression became a bit strange. What do you mean? The name Su Ming has been trending lately. With a slight smile, Lin Yelan continued to explain. The reason I want you to help is that, first, you have SSS level ratings for every dungeon. No matter how you achieve that, it proves your strength. Second, although some say you are cold and heartless, you seem to pay great attention to transactions, and so far there have been no instances of betrayal. Su Ming remained silent, simply sitting quietly in the chair, slightly lowering his head to drink tea. After saying this, Lin Yelan continued from his previous point. It's not that I don't believe in myself, it's just that there are only 10 clear spots in the awakening battle, which means the probability is 1%? Frowning slightly, Su Ming slowly put down his teacup, his expression showing some discomfort. What, are you scared? Turning to look at Su Ming's expression, Lin Yelan chuckled softly. No, mainly because the number of clear spots is too low, besides, it might be difficult for me to bring you. Looking increasingly conflicted, Su Ming furrowed his brow, looking like he wanted to say something but hesitated. An extra 10,000? It's not a matter of money, mainly. 20,000? That's all I have left. Deal. His expression instantly relaxed, Su Ming's internal conflict dissolved, and a smile returned to his lips. But just to be clear, if I encounter life-threatening danger, don't expect me to risk my life to save you. Seemingly recalling something, a calm voice emerged from Su Ming's lips. No problem, I just need a partner with aligned interests. Lin Yelan refilled the teacup on the table and casually sent out a trade request. With the trade completed, Su Ming's eyes reflected a faint smile as he extended his right hand. Pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Are we matching now? The familiar system prompt brought Yu Xiaoyu back to her senses, then she sat on the stone chair, casually opening the player panel. Awakening battle registration successful. Currently matching progress 354/1000, please wait. It probably takes about an hour, let's head back to prepare. Looking at the matching progress, Su Ming slowly waved his hand and then strolled towards the teahouse exit. At the door, Wang Chang stood quietly to the side, only moving when he saw Su Ming walk out. Mr. Su, please get in the car. Quickly opening the door of the Wuling Hongguang, Wang Chang bent down, extending his left hand to indicate for Su Ming to get in. Let's go home. After closing the car door, Su Ming looked at the 170,000 rule points in his balance, falling into deep thought. After exchanging for high-level gene potions, he was left with around 100,000 rule points, plus the 70,000 from Lin Yelan's trade. It was quite a large sum. Without hesitation, Su Ming opened the mall exchange interface to start selecting. Currently, aside from some special skills, the rest don't seem very useful. Before long, the dazzling array of equipment, skills, weapons, and more made Su Ming feel a bit dizzy. Shaking his head, he closed the mall page, leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed. About 10 minutes later, the Wuling Hongguang turned off. Mr. Su, we have arrived. Wang Chang respectfully opened the car door, watching Su Ming get out. Mr. Su, take care. As he watched Su Ming gradually walk away, Wang Chang chuckled warmly, then parked the car in a corner. Staying still beside the car, he vigilantly kept an eye on the passing players. Standing in the familiar player space, Su Ming opened the mall again, beginning to carefully select skills with good cost-performance ratios. Listening to Lin Yelan explain, the Awakening War mainly focuses on the confrontation between players, so it is necessary to make some preparations in advance. Strong attack, after dealing damage to the target 3 times, the next strike's damage increases by 10%. Price, 45,000 rule points. Unbreakable grip, while in combat, each attack has a 1% chance to restore a certain amount of health. Price, 40,000 rule points. Shadow clone, create 3 optical clones that look exactly like yourself, lasting 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Price, 55,000 rule points. Charm, passive skill contact with the opposite sex subtly increases their fondness for you. Price, 88,888 rule points. These skills are more like weakened versions of title skills. Looking at the dense list of skills, even Su Ming felt a bit dizzy. This was only filtering the combat category. According to Su Ming's current view, these skills seemed impressive, but the actual effect. The cost-performance ratio of strong attack was the only one that stood out a bit. What should I change to? Ha! Just as Su Ming was about to go back in exchange for strong attack, a rather special skill caught his attention. Flash allows for a brief teleport over a short distance after use, with a maximum of 3 charges and a cooldown of 300 seconds. Price, 99,999 rule points. This seems pretty good. Looking at the skill description, Su Ming's eyes lit up slightly. Although this skill didn't seem particularly strong, but Su Ming had the big broom skill. If he could suddenly teleport right in front of someone, then he could immediately hit them with the big broom. The effect of the big broom skill would then trigger. Wouldn't that be a finishing move? In a one-on-one situation, as long as he could surprise with the big broom control and combine it with true damage from a power drill. Even a god, as long as there's a health bar, would have to kneel. Of course, this was just an exaggerated statement. After all, other players might have some life-saving and counter skills. Although there are idiots, the players who reach the Awakening War. The possibility of that is very slim. For example, Su Ming himself still had a death doll in his bag. Previously, Su Ming was planning to buy more death dolls for safety, but he found out during the purchase that each player could only hold one. This means you can use one in a dungeon, go back to game space and buy another. But you cannot carry 7 or 8 death dolls and use them at the same time in the same dungeon. Right now, my overall strength should be much stronger than the average player. Furrowing his brow slightly, Su Ming whispered to himself. In terms of titles, he could wear 3 at the same time. While other players, except for a very few who could achieve the highest S-rank score in the novice dungeon to earn a title, had to complete the Awakening War again to get another one. Regarding skills, although not many, they were all quite practical. Generally speaking, players at this stage could only muster around 100,000 rule points in total assets at most. In terms of equipment, not mentioning the Skull Crusher hammer for now, his beginner awakened weapon Thunder's Blessing was enough to crush 99% of players. Finally, regarding the drawn talent skills. In Su Ming's view, it was almost like a dimensional strike against other players. The food exchanged from the system always lacks flavor. As he devoured a large bowl of noodle dish worth 3 rule points, Su Ming frowned slightly. If I had known, I would have let Lin Yelon treat me to a meal before coming back. The shop's run by life players, although a bit pricey. But in a competitive environment, the drinks and food made there really taste good. Secretly sighing, Su Ming exchanged for a few bottles of cola and milk, and continued eating his large bowl of noodle dish. After a dozen minutes had passed, Su Ming cleaned up the garbage remnants, then slowly walked into the bathroom. Full and satisfied. It was time to prepare to enter the Awakening War dungeon. After finishing everything that needed to be done, Su Ming comfortably lay on the sofa, bored out of his mind, and opened his attribute panel. Player, Su Ming. Special skills, Big Trouble, Imprint version, /Blink Outburst. Title, MVP /Nuclear Theory /Electric Drill Crazy, click for details. Equipment, Steel Wire Ball Gloves, Substitute Doll, Skull Crushing Hammer, Thunder Blessing, Trist's Fate Dice. Fixed assets, Rule Point 78131, Underworld Restaurant, 1 Wuling Hongwon. This panel does look pretty fancy. Once again, sighing, Su Ming closed his eyes and quietly began to wait. Please note, the Awakening War is about to begin. Please note, the Awakening War is about to begin. Current match players 967/1000, 983/1000, 1000/1000, matchmaking successful. Special Awakening Dungeon, Spirit Realm. Finally, the matchmaking is complete? Suddenly opening his eyes, Su Ming murmured to himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This place is called the Domain of the Undead, it's where I was born. Welcome to the Spirit Realm, cunning, despicable, lewd players. Here, humans are fresh, tender lambs waiting to be slaughtered, hee 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 hee. The great lord of the undead has not completely extinguished your hopes, there is still a thread of survival amidst chaos and disorder. You must be careful. Exposing your identity as a human can lead to a miserable fate. I sincerely hope you can survive as long as possible, because only by surviving can you please me to the fullest, ah. Tremble. Struggle. Like ants, lowly human bugs. Chapter 109 Awakening War Spirit Realm Number 2. Please select your place of birth, slum/rich district. Whatever. Sorry, there is no whatever option available, automatically selected for you, slum. Loading identity information. Dazed, Su Ming gradually awakened his consciousness, accompanied by the system's mechanical prompt sound, as he slowly opened his eyes. My name is Su Ming, born in the slum of the Spirit Realm. Whispering softly, Su Ming began to digest the inexplicably added memories in his mind. In the memories, I was a lonely oddity, losing my parents at a young age, growing up alone in an orphanage for lost souls. The spirit realm I was in was actually an extraordinarily large island, shrouded in a mist of darkness. It's 8 in the morning, I should go to work. Looking at the clock on the wall, Su Ming shook his head helplessly. In the original owner's memories, he worked 3 jobs a day. Morning he worked in sales, afternoon he tutored a child, and at night he set up a stall in the slum night market. So this odd life is also this tough? Recalling his past experiences, Su Ming sighed faintly. Extracting your random talent skill extraction in progress. Talent skill extraction complete, scammer. Scammer, activating this skill can make the target feel sympathy, and you can ask for compensation from them. What? What kind of thing is a scammer? Listening to the prompt sound in his mind, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. This thing sounds quite powerful, but in reality, it is indeed quite strong. Glancing around, Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly, noticing a note on the dining table. Rules of the slums. 1. Do not expose your identity as a human through actions or behavior. 2. If a beggar approaches you asking for alms, please ignore them. 3. Stay indoors as much as possible when it gets dark. If you must go out, do not converse with anyone. 4. Respect your elders and love the young, and remember to maintain good relationships with neighboring residents. 5. If a neighbor comes to ask for your help, you cannot refuse. Of course, do not forget to collect a reward after helping. 6. Killing humans can earn points. Points can be used to enhance titles. It seems that this dungeon should be a role-playing type, right? Don't let others discover your player identity? And this title? Looking at the last rule, Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly, and decisively opened his player panel. Sure enough, next to his name, there was an added title, Humble Worker. For now, it seems best to go find a job. With a slight nod, Su Ming slowly pushed open the door and walked toward the slums. Since the rules say he can't reveal his human identity, he might as well play the mysterious game for now. Are you afraid of me? Why are you afraid of me? You are human. You are human. Ah. No. As soon as he stepped outside, Su Ming heard a scream not far away. It was clear that a player had just fallen and lost everything. Little Su. Why did you leave so early again today? An old voice pulled Su Ming back to reality. What lay before him was an incredibly disgusting monster. Its lower body was made up of 7 or 8 tentacles, slimy and slowly wriggling, while its body was almost squashed into a ball of flesh. Glaring at Su Ming with dozens of dense eyes while grinning. When it smiled, it revealed its mouth full of bloody suckers. Just as this bizarre creature stared intently at Su Ming, he rested his chin on his hand, a strange smile creeping onto his lips. Bang! Like a grandma crossing the road, Su Ming jerked his body, rolled his eyes, and fell to the ground. It hurts, you just bumped into me. The strange creature froze in place, its dozens of eyes looking in disbelief at the bicycle beneath it. Then glancing at its wriggling tentacle legs, it hesitated to speak. Did I bump into you? No, I don't think. I didn't bump into you? I won't listen. It hurts. As the skills began to activate, the expression of pain on Su Ming's face deepened, clutching his thigh and twitching continuously. Pay me. Quickly, pay me. A look of confusion appeared on the strange creature's face as its tentacles moved chaotically. Finally, as if resigned to its fate, it slowly pulled out a stack of cash from its pocket. Is this enough? If not, I can go get more. It's fine, it's enough. Watching the creature take out the cash, a calm returned to Su Ming's face as he quickly stood up and took the money. Then he left without looking back. What's going on, Su God? Directly extorting the strange creature from the start? When I first saw it, I noticed Su God's smile was strange. Don't tell me his talent is just to extort directly? No way. I think Su God discovered hidden rules and knows that this creature, while looking fierce, actually has compassion. By the way, this instance is very strange. Why does the map look so big? It's divided into slums and rich areas. Is this a small city? For Su Ming's blatant extortion, the viewers in the livestream all complained, saying that these days, the strange creatures have become so ridiculous they can even be extorted right at the beginning. Of course, some people felt that this creature's empathy was overflowing, especially some extreme individuals, who were frantically spamming the chat. This creature. It's really such a bleeding heart. If it wants to give you something, just take it. Did I really bump into him? Maybe I did. At the street corner, only this strange creature remained standing in place, holding the old bicycle while being blown around by the wind. I underestimated the situation. Looking at the stack of cash in his hand, Su Ming slowly fell into deep thought. He started off planning to get a job. But without the hit-and-run skill, he really should have honestly worked and always stayed alert not to reveal his identity. Now, I should go do something meaningful. Deciding on a direction, Su Ming took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the end of the street. In his memory, There was a supreme ruler in the undead realm. They had ruled this island for hundreds of years, truly the local emperor. Since it's so powerful, shouldn't it be fun to go find it and extort it? Chapter 110, Awakening Battle Undead Realm in 0.3. In the rich area. Ah. Human. Ha 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 ha, you are human. In a luxurious villa, several oddly shaped creatures were excitedly shouting. Their eyes glowed green as they slowly approached a player in the middle. Get lost. The cold voice rang out, making the monsters even more excited, shouting wildly as they wanted to devour the delicious prey before them. You little fish and shrimp think you can take me? Swish. As Yusaya's words faded, the sword at her back trembled slightly, and a faint golden sword energy quietly swept past several monster bodies. Immediately, several monsters stiffened in place. Crack, crack. The sound of bones grinding came out, and the monsters' fierce faces shattered like blocks. Chunks of bones and flesh fell from the sky. Trash. With just a cold glance, a hint of ice appeared in Yusaya's eyes, and she calmly walked towards the door. Wow. This is a real big shot. That sword energy is so cool. Big shot, do you take disciples? Shen, don't be reckless, how could someone like her take players like us? There were still 2 players in the villa. One male player held the female player's shoulder, his face full of apology as he spoke. Sorry, big shot, Shen doesn't understand. I still have 30,000 rule points, how about? Hearing the voice from behind, a playful glimmer flashed in Yusaya's eyes. Do you think I need your rule points? Yes, we're sorry. It's our fault. A hint of panic clearly crossed the male player's face, and he quickly pulled the female player beside him and tried to leave. Swish. Another sword energy surged from Yusaya's body. It shot straight towards the 2 of them. Crack. A protective charm shattered at the chest, and the male player's face gradually turned ugly. We just randomly appeared here, let's keep to ourselves, how about it? Trash, you think you're worthy to negotiate with me? With her eyes slightly narrowed, Yusaya flicked her fingers, and another sharp sword intent gathered behind her. Wow, my goddess is too amazing. I can't handle it. The pervert upstairs, can you not be so disgusting? You scared my sister. To be honest, I don't like this kind of character from the streamer, acting like a fool. Damn, that idiot upstairs. If you have the guts, show us your location, dare to badmouth my goddess. I'll take it offline and deal with you. Calling me trash, do you really think I'm easy to bully? The male player's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of ruthlessness, then he suddenly took off his shirt, revealing serpent-like tattoos on his chest. The female player named Xian conjured a delicate dagger in her hand, taking a few steps back as her body slowly merged into the shadows, disappearing completely. Hey, you guys should go quickly, please. Lin Yelan frowned slightly, lying with his eyes closed on the dirty, chaotic street, completely disregarding his image. At this moment, he felt extremely complicated inside. His luck was a bit bad this time, standing on a street full of monsters right after being born. After sensing that the monsters' gazes were a bit off, he decisively used his title skill, Sleeper. The effect was naturally to lie flat in sleep, being ignored by all targets, while he temporarily remained invincible. Of course, the duration was limited, and in this state, he could not move at all. Tactical silence, tactical silence. Hello everyone, I'm new here. Is the streamer's body this good? Just fall asleep? It's okay, us old fans are already used to it. We feel like ants crawling all over us if we don't see him sleeping in each dungeon. Don't be afraid, new brother. This streamer is actually quite powerful. He's just tactically lying down right now. Hey, don't leave so soon. Seeing the newcomers in the livestream room run away, Lin Yelan's old fans once again fell into tactical silence. Because this situation had happened more than once or twice, everyone came to see the monsters, and no one liked watching a sleeping streamer. A few bullet screens flashed by, and Lin Yelan's livestream room fell silent again. Damn, these brainless idiots keep watching, and... Damn, I set out with high hopes and ended up dead before even starting. Feeling the strange presence passing by him repeatedly, Lin Yelan's heart was extremely complicated at this moment. It had been over 10 minutes since entering the instance, and he had been lying here since the beginning, without even catching a glimpse of the damned rules. Sharply sensing the movement around him, Lin Yelan suddenly opened his eyes. Before the strange beings in the distance could notice, he sprinted towards the room he remembered, moving at lightning speed. Clang! Phew! Damn, what bad luck! Leaning against the door, Lin Yelan gasped for breath, his eyes filled with fear. If he had slowed down just a bit and was caught by those strange beings, with his sleep skill still on cooldown. Though he hadn't needed to use the replacement doll yet, he would at least waste 1 or 2 defensive items. As expected of an awakening instance, nearly died right at the start. Noticing a small piece of paper on the table, Lin Yelan quickly picked it up and stared intently at the handwriting on it. Once his breathing steadied, his gaze gradually became calm. Looks like I need to find Su Ming first. Where on earth is that guy now? Slowly putting down the paper, Lin Yelan gazed out at the eerily shifting street, his brows slightly furrowed. Hey! You crashed into me again. Pay up. Another strange being stared blankly at the man rolling on the ground, constantly wailing. Swallowing hard, he suppressed his anger and pulled out a wad of cash. Thank you. Politely accepting it, Su Ming sincerely thanked the kind stranger before him. You're so polite. You're human, ha ha ha. Ah. The smell from you poisoned me. My chest hurts so much. Pay up. Before the strange being could finish speaking, Su Ming rolled his eyes again, pinched his nose, and painfully clutched his chest. I'm sorry, how about I pay you for my bicycle? Thank you. Ha ha ha, you are human, only humans say thank you. Ha 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 ha. You're blocking my view, and my eyes hurt so much, I might go blind. Pay up. I'm sorry, my fault. Do you see the watch on me? Thank you. Ha ha ha, you are human. You glared at me, and my innocent heart was hurt, hurry and pay up. I'm sorry, how about I give you this jacket? Thank you. Ha, you are human, boo-hoo. Please spare me, big brother. If you keep demanding, I'll only be able to give you a pair of underpants. Chapter 111, The Awakening Battle Undead World Number 4. At this moment, the strange being held its body, trembling in fear at the human before it, who looked like a devil. You're not planning to eat me now? Slightly raising his head, Su Ming squinted his eyes, a faint smile appearing on his face. No, I didn't see anything. Hearing Su Ming's question, the strange being hurriedly waved its hands, even rolling its eyes in panic as it stumbled to turn away. Hey, even though you let me go, I don't want to let you go. Su Ming's body suddenly appeared in the strange being's line of sight, his lips curling into a strange smile. Don't. And a giant hand rapidly enlarged in the eyes of the strange being. Slap. The crisp sound made the strange being's head buzz with a ringing noise. Thunder punishment. A deep voice came from Su Ming's mouth, Thunder's gift suddenly unsheathing, and a knife tip appeared behind the strange being. Puff. Along with the dazzling lightning flashing, the strange being fell straight to the ground. If I remember correctly, one of the rules is to never let the strange beings know you are a player, right? Upstairs, you're right, but I've summarized an experience. That is, rules are useless to Sushin. It's only when you reach a certain level that rules become something others set for you. Indeed, netizens are truly awake. Now the question is, where to find such an outrageous cheat like Sushin? It's even more powerful than I imagined. Slowly sheathing Thunder's gift, Su Ming shook his head gently. Turning around, I continued forward in one direction. Before long, a massive wall stood tall on the horizon. This is the border between the slums and the wealthy area. Quest condition triggered. Please join the Resistance/Undead Legion to earn merit and promote your rank. Survive until the final battle. Note, killing players can earn points. Killing players from rival factions doubles the points. Points leaderboard unlocked. State of war alert, no one is allowed in or out. Before Su Ming could react, a group of strange soldiers holding weapons surrounded him. It is worth mentioning that, through several experiments, Su Ming confirmed that the appearance of players is hidden by default, which means that the strange soldiers in front of him also had odd appearances. I came here to enlist. Seeing these oddly shaped soldiers with tattered clothes, Su Ming kept a calm face and softly explained. Enlist? You can't be a spy sent by the Undead Legion, can you? To Su Ming's surprise, the leader, who looked much like a piglet, seemed to be quite intelligent and did not easily believe Su Ming's explanation. Instead, he commanded his soldiers to close in on Su Ming. Sigh. Watching the unyielding soldiers, Su Ming let out a helpless sigh and slowly lay down on the ground. You guys poked me and caused internal injury, pay me. Strange soldier. 3 minutes passed. Su Ming looked at the half-cucumber in his hand, a bag of chips, and 2 hardened buns, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the strange soldier sat dejectedly on the ground, looking completely demoralized. Even the piglet captain was now weakly waving its tail, its eyes red, staring at the food in Su Ming's hand. Should I give it back to you? The level of poverty of these soldiers exceeded Su Ming's expectations, worse than the residents of the slums. Is the original owner's memory confused? Furrowing his brows slightly, Su Ming thought of another possibility. Because according to the quest, the Undead Legion was opposed to the Resistance. But in his memory there were only recollections of the Undead Legion and vague information about the highest-ranking commander. Where did this resistance come from? I said it's compensation, so it's compensation. We in the Resistance never take a single stitch from the common people. 6. Since you don't want it, I'll just throw it away. Rolling his eyes helplessly, Su Ming casually tossed the half-cucumber and the chips on the ground. Hey! Why are you wasting like this? The piglet captain quickly extended its tail, carefully coiling around the food, mumbling in dissatisfaction. Looking at their appearance, I seem to see the shadows of admirable ancestors. Sigh, not taking a single stitch from the common people sounds easy, but in that era, the heroes who could truly restrain themselves are worthy of our eternal memory. Actually, have you noticed, those who live decently really deserve to die? Everything they do is pitiful. Such trash shouldn't exist. I heard they just discharged some wastewater. Watching this scene, many viewers in the livestream awakened their national bloodlines. In a moment, they wished they could take the knife and personally perform sterilization surgery on those who live decently. Alright, my patience has run out. Slowly shaking his head, the smile on Su Ming's face vanished. This is my ID card, can you let me join the resistance? Taking out a card from his pocket, he handed it to the piglet captain, and Su Ming's tone sounded somewhat gloomy. The strange soldiers exchanged glances, no one spoke. Finally, the piglet captain hesitated and said, if you want to join us, that's fine, but there's an unwritten rule, you need to give a few brothers some introduction fees. Ah! You all have broken my heart. Lose money. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Ming rolled his eyes and collapsed onto the ground again. Clearly, the familiar feeling had returned again. The weird ones were speechless. 3 minutes later, a second round. With some disgust, he pointed at the pile of underwear on the ground and then looked at the surrounding, completely naked strange soldiers. Su Ming clicked his tongue, looking like a complete deadbeat. Are these underwear enough for you as a referral fee? Enough, enough. Thank you, benefactor, for returning my underwear. Whoa whoa. So embarrassed. Seeing Su Ming agree to return them, gratitude filled the eyes of these strange beings as they rushed forward to grab their own pair. It seems this talent skill has a hidden effect. Not caring about these chaotic strange soldiers anymore, Su Ming slowly shook his head. After using thieving, the items others paid for seemed to fundamentally belong to him, even if it was a second ago still on someone else's body, no one would have the thought of reclaiming it. Because, this was originally volunteered to be given to Su Ming. Undoubtedly, this is very reasonable. Chapter 112 Awakened Battle Underworld Number 5. Hee, I was just kidding with you guys, here, you can split this money. Casually tossing out a few bundles of cash, Su Ming still wore a faint smile on his face. Ha? How can we accept this? Looking around to check that no one was paying attention, Captain Pigworm quickly slid a stack of cash into his pocket. Let's go, little brother, I'll take you to report at our military camp. Even without money, I'd take you in. You clearly look like a gem among the weird. Captain Pigworm wiggled his tail and reached out a soft little arm to pat Su Ming's shoulder, looking quite generous. Okay. Silently moving dozens of little hands off his shoulder, Su Ming followed Captain Pigworm's back. I really want to chop off each of those hundreds of little hands on you one by one. He licked his lips, muttering to himself. Edge of the slums. In a dilapidated hall, several strange soldiers looked at Captain Pigworm in front of them, showing a slight smile. Pig Orb, what, are you tired of guarding the wall and looking for the brothers to drink? Sigh. I have a friend who wants to join our resistance army. Pointing at the silently standing Su Ming behind him, Pig Orb opened his mouth without changing color or beating heart. Is that so? The chief sergeant is resting inside. Hurry up and take him in to report. Listening to Pig Orb's explanation, the soldiers nodded knowingly and then walked ahead. Let's go, report to the chief sergeant, then you'll officially join our resistance army. Watching Pig Orb push open the hall door, Su Ming touched the thunder-charged weapon at his waist and slowly walked into the hall. What kind of organization is this? Resistance army? Is it the army fighting against the rich district in the slums? It seems they are quite friendly towards Su Shen. Except for looking a bit shabby, everything else is fine. If Su Shen joins the resistance army now, wouldn't he be ahead of other players by a mile? Others are still struggling to figure things out. Since that nuclear bomb from heaven last time, I'll accept anything outrageous Su Shen comes up with. Not only Su Ming, but the viewers in the livestream also looked around through his perspective. Many people supported Su Ming's choice to join the resistance army, as the ultimate goal of the resistance army should be to confront the so-called rich district and uphold justice for the common people. The hall was a bit dim, and the figure of Captain Pigworm seemed to disappear. Click, bang bang bang. The next moment, arrows shot out from hidden traps at lightning speed, targeting Su Ming. This dumbass. In a corner of the hall, Pig Orb rubbed his numerous little hands, watching the unprepared Su Ming with a gleam of joy in his eyes. Muttering softly, he eagerly awaited countless arrows to pierce Su Ming's body completely. Swish. However, it was clear he would be disappointed. Tat 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 tat. Su Ming seemed to have anticipated this, as his body vanished into thin air, and countless arrows turned the floor where he once stood into a sieve. But Su Ming had already disappeared without a trace. Ha! Where did this guy go? The scene before him seemed beyond Zhu Erba's understanding, as he widened his eyes, seemingly pondering why Su Ming's figure had vanished. I see someone. How could a ghost actually disappear in broad daylight? Indeed, this is very unreasonable. Hearing the agreement from behind, Zhu Erba nodded in full approval. In all my life, I have never seen such bizarre things. Ha! A chill ran down Zhu Erba's neck, and goosebumps sprang up on his arms, then he suddenly turned his head. Su Ming's eerie smile was right in front of him. Ah! What the brother, you old fool! A cold glimmer appeared in his eyes, and with a gentle wave of thunder grace. Puff! Ah ah! Hundreds of Zhu Erba's little hands fell to the ground at once. Seeing this scene, Su Ming, who suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder, finally sighed in relief, and a strange sense of comfort washed over him. Stop! A voice full of authority echoed, like thunder, in the empty hall. What is happening? Another sudden twist? Yeah, can someone explain? Why suddenly attack Su God? If it weren't for Su God reacting quickly. It's not just quick reaction, judging by Su God's expression, he must have anticipated this situation long ago. You guys with your low IQ, sigh. Would an army casually let an unknown person like you join? It's obvious that joining the army is a design difficulty of the instance. This sudden attack did not scare Su Ming, but it terrified the audience in the livestream. After all, no one would expect a rain of arrows to come so suddenly from one second to the next. Keep in mind, this is in a spooky instance. Those seemingly ordinary arrows might very well conceal bizarre killing power. The sound of heavy footsteps approached, as countless soldiers wielding various weapons emerged from the shadows. Candles around lit up one after another, illuminating the hall gradually. In front of the group of soldiers stood a middle-aged man with a serious expression, dressed in black scales, clearly of significant status. Captain! Save me! Help me! Seeing the person before him, Zhu Erba swallowed difficultly, as thunder grace pressed tightly against his neck, causing his voice to tremble with fear. Quiet! You have no place to speak here. With a cold snort, the middle-aged man slowly extended his hands, revealing an oversized crab claw grabbing a long spear, speaking with a fake smile. Zhu Erba just wanted to play a joke with you, hope you don't mind. Puff! Ah! Zhu Erba's stout tail was cut off with a crisp sound, and Su Ming's lips curled into a sneer. I want to joke with him too, you won't mind, right? With a grim look, he waved the large crab claw to calm the restless soldiers around. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger. How could I mind? As long as you let Zhu Erba go, then. Puff! Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, Zhu Erba's green eyes suddenly froze. His vision seemed to freeze in an instant. And then, endless darkness rushed in. Then I will play another joke, let's see when you will mind? Wiping the blood off the blade of thunder grace, the last trace of a smile disappeared from Su Ming's eyes. Thud! Zhu Erba's headless corpse crashed down heavily to the ground. Chapter 113, Awakening War Undead Realm Number 6. You. How dare you? After a brief daze, the middle-aged man's eyes filled with intense anger, and the surrounding soldiers pressed in on Su Ming. Amid dozens of armored soldiers, a figure stealthily stuck to the back of the line, fingers slightly twitching. Swish! From the shadows, a dart shot out, carrying a faint glow, like a cold venomous snake. And in the instant when everyone didn't have time to react, it swiftly lunged towards Su Ming. Clang! Accompanied by blinding sparks, the dart struck the ground heavily, leaving a pit over 10 centimeters in diameter. Watching Su Ming disappear into thin air, the person's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Then their pupils sharply constricted. With a slight force in their legs, the body rushed towards the outer perimeter of the grand hall like a ghost. Do you think you can escape? Just as she was about to step out the door, a straight knife stabbed directly into her chest. Eliminated player Xia Mo, earned points *3. The system prompt sounded, and only then did Su Ming withdraw the knife in hand, inserting it into its sheath. You dare! You really don't take me seriously. You're human. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the middle-aged man and the surrounding soldiers reacted, Su Ming had already slowly lit a cigarette. Looking at the aggressive soldiers, Su Ming did not choose to flee. With the cigarette between his lips, he lay straight down on the ground. Ah! You threaten me, I've been psychologically traumatized. Pay me. A look of disbelief appeared in the eyes of the middle-aged man and the soldiers. Then their expressions slowly became a bit bewildered. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Do you think this money is enough to compensate you? Hey! Su God is blatantly playing the rogue. Not only did he kill a player, but he also boldly faked injury? Is it just me, or did this talent skill Su God drew this time seem a bit too overpowered? I initially thought it was a single target attack, but it turns out to be a group taunts? So if that's the case, this conceptual skill is somewhat like that acknowledging the thief as your father effect? Watching Su Ming lying on the ground, rolling his eyes and twitching for no reason, many viewers burst into laughter in such a serious situation. After all, the past Su Ming was always cold and unfeeling, but this skill he drew opened many people's eyes. It turned out the broadcaster had such a ridiculous side. About 10 minutes later, all kinds of living supplies and cash had piled into a large heap. Casually taking several stacks of bills and stuffing them into his pockets, Su Ming blinked and tentatively asked, "Is that it?" That's it." Large beads of sweat slid down the middle-aged man's forehead, revealing a hint of guilt in his eyes. "We've been drained dry, there's really nothing left to compensate you." "Then let me join the rebels, you can take these supplies back, how about that?" "You want to join the rebels?" "Absolutely not." "Oh." Su Ming once again lay down on the ground, a look of pain appearing on his face. "Forget it, bring me a pen." The corner of his eye twitched unconsciously. The middle-aged man suppressed the anger in his heart and pinched a brush with a large crab pincer. Then took out a bamboo tablet and began writing something on it. "You have joined the rebels, please strive to earn achievements and elevate your position." Until the familiar system prompt sound appeared, Su Ming slowly stood up, a smile appearing on his face. Then he calmly walked towards the exit of the grand hall. "Why, are you leaving?" Watching Su Ming gradually walk away, the middle-aged man could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. "From the moment you joined the rebels, you are my subordinate, and I order you to go east." "I want to go west." Tilting his head slightly, Su Ming's gaze was calm, with a faint smile on his face. But the words he spoke sent chills down people's spines. "If you block me, I can't guarantee I can kill you all, but you will die." With a hint of a smile in his tone, Su Ming still leisurely walked towards the military camp's exit. "Could someone please explain how strong these rebel soldiers are?" I once had the fortune to witness this instance. I only vaguely remember, 3 soldiers attacking together should be able to take down an ordinary player, right? So why doesn't Su God kill all these soldiers? Are you silly upstairs? What good does killing them all do? Even if Su God can kill thousands of soldiers from the same faction, apart from being entangled, what else is the use? Clearly, the important thing in this instance is to eliminate other players. As soon as Su Ming spoke, the air in the hall suddenly froze. All the soldiers around looked at the man before them, clearly outnumbering him, but no one dared to take a step forward. The 2 corpses on the ground gradually became stiff, blood flowing along the cold floor. "I just want an identity, if it weren't for me being in a hurry." Muttering softly, Su Ming gently touched the knife at his waist. You dare to." The middle-aged man also stood in place, his flushed face showing extreme entanglement. "My lord, it would be better to report this to Captain Qian, let her decide?" Noticing the unusually awkward atmosphere, a guard beside the middle-aged man could only grit his teeth and suggest softly. Not bad. It's not that I'm afraid, I just don't want to ruin this hard-built military camp because of a fight." After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man nodded slightly. "In that case, I will report this to Captain Qian, let her handle this matter." After saying this, he slightly waved his crab claws, and a messenger pigeon quickly flew to the middle-aged man's shoulder. After Su Ming joined the rebel soldiers no longer blocked him. Outside the slum walls, Su Ming frowned slightly. Then he opened the score leaderboard to check. Awakening Battle Scoreboard. First place, Yu Xiaoyu current points, 203. Second place, Zheng Cheng current points, 68. Third place, Li Qie current points, 66. Fourth place, Su Mei current points, 47. Fifth place, Zhou Xinxin current points, 35. Sixth place, Wang Yuqian current points, 31. Seventh place, Yang Tian current points, 27. Eighth place, Zhang Yuwei current points, 22. Ninth place, Yusong current points, 18. 10th place, Lin Yelan current points, 15. Chapter 114 Awakening Battle Spirit World Number 7. The score leaderboard only displayed the top 10, and unsurprisingly, Yu Xiaoyu was far ahead. Only the top 10 in points can clear the game, which means, is this destined to be a hellish battlefield? However, Lin Yelan unexpectedly made it to the top 10, which surprised Su Ming. This guy doesn't seem as weak as he looks. Looks like I need to speed up. Gazing into the distance, there was a vast chaotic battlefield. The slum walls stretched endlessly, and Su Ming had only come out of a small city gate, so he hadn't seen many soldiers. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Su Ming could faintly hear the sounds of battle and cries of anguish. The 2 forces, the rebels and the undead legion, were constantly clashing, the air thick with the smell of blood. Kill these bastards. Brothers, kill. Avenging the fallen warriors. Medics. Where the hell are the medics? As Su Ming drew closer, the grand battlefield unfolded before his eyes. This is simply an ancient battlefield. It really makes one's blood boil. But in such a large battlefield, individual strength didn't matter much. How should Su God operate this wave? Damn! Brothers, look to the right, isn't that the lady Su God encountered before? Lady? What kind of bullshit lady? Let me tell you, the lady is just a pile of shit in front of a lowly. Players, seems like there are quite a few, huh? Since players didn't have appearance disguises between themselves, the female player who failed to ambush Su Ming in the hall immediately fled in panic. Among the two sides, some capable players didn't personally join the battlefield, but commanded their soldiers to fight. But they were all on guard and observing each other, as well as staying constantly alert to the battlefield situation, occasionally launching surprise attacks on players on the battlefield. So that's how it is. Killing the strange soldiers can earn merit, and with merit, one can be promoted. It was evident that players with merit were heavily protected by the strange soldiers, making it extremely difficult to kill them. Is it her? In the farthest part of the Undead Legion, a figure carrying a long sword was surrounded by dark soldiers. It was Yu Xiaoyu. Hey! Brother! Just as Su Ming was looking around, a voice sounded from behind him. Turning around, he saw a robust man with an easygoing demeanor, followed by several male and female players. Oh? What's up? With a smile on his face, Su Ming asked in confusion. Hello, my name is Yu Song. Politely extending his arm, the robust man chuckled as he spoke. Yu Song? Ninth on the leaderboard. Hearing this familiar name, Su Ming nodded but ignored Yu Song's outstretched hand. Brother, do you not have any merit yet, so you're feeling weak at this moment? Pointing at the rebel soldiers behind him, a trace of pride appeared on Yu Song's face. I have now been promoted to Centurion and can command them to earn merit for me freely. I can even have them hunt players from the Undead Legion to gain points. By the end, Yu Song's meaning was already very clear. How many rule points for a kill? Seeming to be interested in something, Su Ming slowly raised his head and sincerely asked. 5,000. Extending 5 fingers, Yu Song patted his chest. Don't think I'm trying to scam you. Even if these players aren't on the leaderboard, if luck is on your side, one could drop 2 or 3 points, and even if he's only worth 1 point, you wouldn't be losing, would you? Besides, players who can participate in the Awakening War aren't too weak. It still takes some effort to kill someone. This guy is so black-hearted. 5,000 rule points for 1 kill, why doesn't he just rob? Upstairs, actually, if what Su God said is correct, if only 10 out of 1,000 players can pass, then 5,000 for 1 head isn't too outrageous. Indeed, what kind of instance is this, directly indicating a 99% elimination rate? Isn't that too ridiculous? If I'm not mistaken, this seems to be the beep 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 instance. Completing it can reward, beep beep beep. The outrageous price set by this guy named Yu Song ignited intense arguments among the viewers in the livestream. However, some calculated based on the elimination rate and found the price not too high. After all, there are only 10 spots to pass, meaning the remaining 990 players would all become stepping stones. That's true. Confirming the prices, Su Ming slowly nodded. It was about what he expected. So, how many are you planning to buy? I can help you. Rubbing his fingers, a smile appeared in Yu Song's eyes. Alright, I'll buy 1,000 heads, transfer you 5 million rule points? After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming looked sincere. Damn it! Are you messing with me? Suddenly raising his voice, the smile in Yu Song's eyes vanished, replaced by a gaze that seemed to see the dead when looking at Su Ming. Oh, you noticed? Su Ming seemed to have just realized, scanning the surroundings thoughtfully as he inquired. Are you planning to scam me out of my rule points and then chop me up for points? How could that be? I value credibility the most. Hearing Su Ming's inquiry, Yu Song was stunned for a moment, then his face filled with anger. So these soldiers surrounding me, are they here just to watch a show? Yu Song slightly propped his chin, the anger on his face disappearing, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. So what if you realize 100 soldiers surround you, plus the 4 players behind me attacking, how will you deal with it? Yu Song's tone carried a hint of mockery as he looked down, pulling out a glass-colored long stick. The above radiates a brilliant glow. My long staff, almost awakened as a weapon, Your Excellency, how will you respond? In the eyes of the 2 men and 2 women behind him, a flicker of mockery also flashed, as they all picked up their weapons and moved closer to Su Ming. This was not the first time they had done this. Unfortunately, this guy before them didn't know how to appreciate their kindness, otherwise, they could have squeezed out all his rule points before killing him. Yu Song, you've already killed 3, this one should be mine. One of the girls looked indifferent, her tone somewhat chilly. Alright, the usual rule, when you kill one, remember to compensate us with rule points. Yu Song smiled, playing with his glass long staff, nodding to the other 3, speaking carelessly. I know. The 4 players quickly pounced on Su Ming, and a cold killing intent spread. Staring at the backs of the four players, Yusong remained standing still, slightly narrowing his eyes, flashing an inscrutable light. But this only lasted less than a second before he concealed it very well again. Chapter 115, Awakening Battle on Dead World N0.8. Ah! So fast, the knife. His eyes suddenly widened. Su Ming covered his chest, trembling as he fell to the ground. His brows furrowed tightly, his face gradually twisted in pain. You. And, you. How can you be so brutal? Quickly, compensate. Struggling to extend his finger toward the four players before him, Su Ming had the stance that he wouldn't get up without compensation. The four players froze, glancing at each other in confusion. The killing intent that was once there had completely vanished. Looking at Su Ming lying on the ground in pain, they momentarily didn't know how to respond. It seems we haven't touched you yet, right? One of the female players hesitated for a moment, asking weakly. PFF. Yusong, who hadn't moved, couldn't hold back a laugh, mumbling, "This kid, is he missing a screw in his head? You idiots, what are you waiting for? Just chop him up." With a look of disappointment at the four players, Yusong couldn't help but grit his teeth. He didn't pay much attention to Su Ming lying on the ground. After all, these four players under him were not fools. How could they bother with this madman who was talking nonsense at the brink of death? We really haven't touched you yet. A male player frowned slightly and then slowly raised his head. So it must be that I was too fierce just now, scaring you into internal injuries? I also think it should be like this, so let's compensate you some rule points first. As soon as this was said, Yusong, who was thinking of enjoying the show, was instantly dumbfounded. Have you all had your heads kicked by a donkey? Are you idiots? He asks you to pay, and you just give it to him? Shut up. This is what we should compensate. With a cold turn and a scold, the male player decisively opened a trade with Su Ming, transferring 5,000 rule points. The other three also nodded in agreement, transferring points to Su Ming. Yusong, I'm really fed up with these teammates. Damn it, does Su God's skill have no cooldown? Which means as long as he keeps yapping, he's almost invincible? Indeed, for these players, it's simply a dimensional strike. No, you are wrong. It seems that Su God's skill can only be activated face to face to be invincible, but with so many players, there are bound to be some who attack from a distance. Watching Su Ming's shameless demand for compensation, the audience in the livestream couldn't help but laugh and cry. Especially Yusong's face, twisted in discomfort as if he had eaten something rotten. Many viewers took screenshots, making it into a meme to post online. Is it all right now? Kid, you really deserve to die. After completing the transfer, the faces of the four changed again, their gloomy eyes staring at Su Ming, wishing they could directly gut him. These idiots finally acted normally. Watching the dramatic scene unfold before him, Yusong helplessly shook his head. Finally let out a sigh of relief. Ah! Another scream. Yusong looked at Su Ming, who had just stood up and laid back down, with disbelief, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. I'm sorry. I'll give you some more rule points. The four swiftly put down their weapons, their faces full of apologies as they traded with Su Ming. Yusong. Watching the situation unfold for the second time made Yusong's pupils slightly constrict, and then he slowly moved his feet. You, just wait for me. To Su Ming's surprise, this guy actually took out a charm, slapped it on the ground, and instantly vanished. He finally reacted, realizing that this fellow was a tough nut, and his strength was not right. When facing unknown dangers, Yusong would never bet his life. Kill. Brothers, get him. At the same time, about 100 soldiers around seemed to receive orders, icy killing intent sweeping towards Su Ming. Hee, you can't escape. With a slight shake of his head, not caring about the vanished Yusong, Su Ming smiled faintly, then slowly spread his arms and lay back on the ground. I'm hurt, you all, pay me. Hundreds of soldiers and four players were once again stunned. That's reasonable, I'll give you my weapon. Big brother, how about I give you this armor? 10 minutes later. Su Ming held 4 death dolls in his hands, his eyes flickering slightly. Snap. He slowly sheathed lacy eye, and the ground within 100 meters was stained dark red with blood. On the ground, the 4 players stared wide-eyed, their pupils fading away. Rich. It seems that God Su just extorted about 100,000 rule points? Not including the equipment and weapons on them. In this instance with 1,000 players, which means as long as God Su wants to milk it, his gathered wealth could reach a terrifying number, right? It shouldn't be so extreme. I remember if the rule points reach several 100,000, it will get flagged, right? Even if it's several 100,000, isn't that still a lot? After all, these are rule points. In just 10 minutes, the viewers in the live broadcast had already envied countless times. Countless people witnessed the 4 players being drained of every last bit. What shocked everyone the most was that the 2 female players, feeling intense guilt, nearly wanted to repay Su Ming in a different way. This Yusong is clever, he actually hid away. Since this place was some distance from the main battlefield, most people had not noticed the anomaly here. The few nearby player leaders looked at Su Ming with deep significance. But no one intended to approach. Clearly, they acknowledged Su Ming's strength, forming an unspoken understanding. Wow, brother! One person was an exception. Lin Yelan noticed the commotion here, and upon closer inspection, realized, isn't that Su Ming? You killed hundreds of soldiers? And 4 comrades from the same faction? As Lin Yelan gradually approached, he gulped. Have each one carry a dead body and throw them all onto the battlefield. Hurry! Pointing at the corpses on the ground, Lin Yelan's voice was tinged with urgency. Yes, my lord. Fortunately, the soldiers were loyal and unquestioningly carried the corpses towards the battlefield. What's going on? Seeing the scene, Su Ming handed over one of the death dolls, asking in confusion. I don't need it. I already have one, it's useless for me. Then I'll take it back to sell for money. Casually tucking the death doll back into his pocket, Su Ming's expression remained unchanged. I must say, this extortion works quite well. Before killing, I can also pocket his rule points and equipment, maximizing the value. It's just a pity that no matter how many death dolls you carry, you can only use each one once per instance, and after use, it will no longer trigger revival. Still thinking about money? If the leader of the rebels finds out that you haven't killed any enemies on the battlefield and have instead let so many die on your side, do you know what the consequences will be? I don't know, and I'm not interested in knowing. Casually shrugging, Su Ming replied absent-mindedly. At this moment, he was checking his skyrocketing rule points and the extra weapons in his backpack. The leader of the rebels and the commander of the undead army, these two are the biggest bosses in this quest. It is said that they are almost invincible. Seeing Su Ming's indifferent attitude, Lin Yelan earnestly explained. Do you know why all these players around are not coming over? With these corpses here, someone has already reported to the higher-ups. After a while, either the centurion or the rebel leader will immediately come to kill you. Once Lin Yelan finished speaking, Su Ming's gaze gradually became serious. He patted his shoulder with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Thanks for the reminder. Who is the centurion? Who is this so-called rebel leader? Sounds quite impressive. Didn't you notice? The strange one lying at the highest point is either the centurion or the leader. Where? Highest point, highest. Oh my god, it's a girl. A girl? Hey, Sugad. Don't shake, let me take a good look at where that girl is. Although the audience was full of doubts about the so-called centurion and leader, their attention was soon captured by a striking figure on the battlefield. Mentioning this, the live stream once again became exceptionally lively. Not just to help you, I most likely can't hold on to a top 10. However, I have successfully leveled up to 100-man leader. Since you understand, let's go hunt together. Before Lin Yelan could finish speaking, he looked at Su Ming, who was heading straight towards the center of the battlefield, and his expression gradually stiffened. Where are you going? Going to the other side of the battlefield, to get rid of the Chu Xiaoyu quickly. Drawing out his thunder grant from his waist, Su Ming didn't look back and quickened his pace. What? You're planning to take on a whole army by yourself? Are you looking for death? No worries. Watching the gradually distant figure, Lin Yelan stood there in a daze. This is a bit, not very considerate of the enemy, right? His expression was extremely conflicted, but in the end, reason won over impulse, directing his soldiers back to their own position. The sounds of battle filled the entire battlefield. As Su Ming stepped onto the battlefield, countless players' gazes swept over. Some hid behind soldiers, while others stood on viewing platforms, analyzing Su Ming's strength. Kill. Of course, the undead army soldiers didn't care about that. Seeing Su Ming swaggering forward, they all seized their weapons and rushed to attack. Among them were quite a few players who wanted to take advantage of the chaos. You've hurt me deeply. I want you to pay. Pay? With a hint of pain on his face, Su Ming scanned the crowd, constantly muttering about payment. The air instantly fell silent. Countless soldiers and players stopped in their tracks, their faces showing guilt as they began to search themselves. Such a bizarre scene. Not only drew the attention of players around the battlefield, but also the few centurions who were present. How is this possible? Why did all these people stop? Who is this person? Usually, awakeners wouldn't be so outrageous, right? Countless people were discussing, their eyes glued to Su Ming's next move. There is no doubt that at this moment, Su Ming became the most eye-catching presence on the entire battlefield. Is this the human that Gao Tiancheng reported to me? Interesting, really interesting. In the rebel camp, at the highest point of a battlefield platform, a figure clad in silver armor leaned against a silver throne, an involuntary smirk appeared on her lips. Her exquisite face radiated a hint of charm. With a hint of laziness in her eyes, she thoughtfully glanced down at the battlefield. Su Ming? Nice name. Slightly closing her eyes, the woman had 9 fluffy white tails swaying lazily behind her, looking exceptionally beautiful. On the battlefield. I don't want to hear it, I'm so miserable. Hurry up and pay me, it's all about the money. Poof. Poof poof. Su Ming screamed in agony, but the thunder punishment in his hand never stopped. Taking advantage of the soldiers and players around him, filled with guilt and defenseless, each slash was deadly, as nearly every blow sent 2 or 3 corpses falling. You are a devil. Ah. I want to be compensated, I'll pay. Poof. Before this player could finish, Su Ming swung his knife again. The white blade flashed, and this player's eyes showed a hint of unwillingness, followed by his head flying high. Successfully killed player by Li Xin, gained points, 5. Although the system prompted that Su Ming had gained points, this player's body gradually became transparent. And then transformed into a beam of white light, disappearing without a trace. Substitute doll? What the heck? I have a headache, you guys pay me. No surprise, Su Ming's body continued to charge forward at an incredibly fast pace, muttering to himself. And his merits and points were skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. As if sensing something, Su Ming suddenly lifted his head. Staring at a particular spot, he silently opened his mouth, a hint of cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. Wait for me. What did Su God say? Wait for him to go for that big sister? Finally, he is going to strike it that you Xiaoyu, Su God, kill him hard. May I ask if they are fighting hand-to-hand? Just to clarify, if it's not hand-to-hand, I won't watch. +1. I support the above brother, if it's not hand-to-hand, I won't watch either. At the Lich Legion battle stage. Yu Xiaoyu stood with her hands behind her back, gazing down at the increasingly approaching Su Ming, her brows slightly furrowed. Last time his talent skill forced players to share all damage, this time it seems like something similar to charm? As long as it's not conceptually invincible, you won't live to get out. With a calm smile, confidence radiated from Yu Xiaoyu's words. V-room. Accompanied by a crisp sword sound, she gently drew the long sword from her back. Yu Xiaoyu's eyes were as calm as water. The air seemed to twist a bit, with a cold sword intent spreading out. Her red lips slightly parted. Lone Star 4 styles, stepping on snow. The golden sword slowly accumulated a layer of ice crystal, snowflakes inexplicably drifting in the air, appearing clear and translucent. Swish! A sound of breaking air rang out. Yu Xiaoyu casually threw the long sword, and the ice crystal rapidly condensed in the air. In an instant, a giant ice dragon that spanned dozens of meters roared out. A dense killing intent locked on, its target was precisely the rapidly approaching Su Ming below the battlefield. Chapter 117, Awakening Battle Lich World Number 10. What the hell? What the heck is this? Lin Yelan, who had been closely watching the battlefield, opened his mouth wide and exclaimed. Even hundreds of meters away, he could still feel the faint sense of oppression. Changed moves? Seeing the terrifying ice dragon approaching directly, Su Ming slightly furrowed his brows, but instead of avoiding, he sped up a bit. Boom! The sword energy ice dragon struck the ground, countless ice crystals splattering out, piercing through the bodies of some strange soldiers nearby. Still not enough. A deep voice rang out, and Su Ming suddenly appeared several dozen meters away, swinging at the high platform. Thunder tribulation. Countless bolts of lightning locked onto Yu Xiaoyu, roaring and rushing forward. Looking at the weapon in Su Ming's hand, Yu Xiaoyu showed a hint of surprise on her face, and sword energy phantoms emerged behind her. Ding ding! Sword energy and lightning clashed against each other, like a blooming firework, looking exceptionally gorgeous. Didn't expect you to improve so much. But how many more of these attacks can you unleash? As she watched the lightning being completely extinguished, Yu Xiaoyu's lips curled slightly. Staring directly at Su Ming below. But, just a blink. Warm air flowed across Yu Xiaoyu's neck, her expression suddenly froze, and her body stood still as if electrocuted. A calm voice came from behind. Fool! Goodness! Is this guy pretending too much? From this distance, Su God can obviously teleport. I think Yu Xiaoyu must still be immersed in the joy of effortlessly resolving Su Ming's attack. She clearly has no idea how cruel people can be. Once close, can Su God directly launch his extortion skill? Though that's what they say, but Su God so arrogantly barging into the Undead Legion, those leaders probably won't just watch the show. Poof! Lightning pierced through Yu Xiaoyu's abdomen, a bloody tip of the knife shining with icy cold light. How is this possible? A mouthful of blood could no longer be suppressed. Yu Xiaoyu struggled to turn her head, disbelief filling her eyes. Clearly still over 100 meters apart, why did this guy suddenly appear behind Yu Xiaoyu? Could it be, he can teleport? For a moment, all the players watching the battlefield were stunned, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. You think you've got me under control? After a brief shock, Yu Xiaoyu's expression regained calm, and a powerful repulsion surged from her body. Su Ming's body was knocked back several meters by this sudden force, while a golden light surged on Yu Xiaoyu's surface, her abdominal wound terrifyingly healing at an incredible speed. You won't have another chance. Gently shaking her head, Yu Xiaoyu raised the long sword in her hand again, countless sword intents brewing around her. Lonely Star 4 styles. As she prepared to use her technique again, Su Ming quietly stood still, a smile appearing on his face. I'm injured, it hurts. 2 words, compensation. As soon as his words fell, the sword energy surrounding Yu Xiaoyu suddenly disappeared. She stood there, a bit dazed, blinking her eyes. Compensation? Then she seemed to remember something. Oh right. I just knocked you away, I really should compensate. How about I pay you 50,000 rule points? I've already collected almost 200,000 in rules, the current trading limit has been reached, change it. Shaking his head somewhat regretfully, Su Ming lifted lightning and walked with a smile in front of Yu Xiaoyu. For example, this weapon in your hand? Hearing Su Ming's inquiry, Yu Xiaoyu seemed to turn into a neighbor girl, answering a bit aggrieved, awakened weapons are bound, I can't trade them. Then let me think, what else do you have to compensate me? Propping his chin, Su Ming circled around Yu Xiaoyu, his eyes constantly scanning up and down. From the moment he repeatedly teleported behind Yu Xiaoyu, the outcome of this battle had already been decided. This distance was enough for him to initiate faking injury, making her feel guilty toward him from the bottom of her heart, thus continuously spilling gold coins. But with the trading limit on rule points and awakened weapons being non-tradable, he could only extort some items. Give me the Requiem doll as compensation. After pondering for 2 seconds, Su Ming ultimately decided to first get the Requiem doll, to prevent this woman from resurrecting later. Alright. He. To dare assassinate the Centurion in my undead legion, truly the ignorant are fearless. Before she could take out the Requiem doll, a hoarse voice unexpectedly came. The voice was not large, but it felt as cold as being in an ice cellar. The entire sky inexplicably changed color, dark clouds emitted an ominous aura. Clearly, after Su Ming's actions, the higher-ups of the undead legion began to intervene. Ink-black raindrops surged toward Su Ming, mixed with a strong presence of death. Poof! Without hesitation, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and lightning swiftly sliced through. Yu Xiaoyu's confused head flew high up. Successfully killed player, Yu Xiaoyu. After finishing all this, Su Ming slowly turned his head, searching for the source of the voice. Was he killed so carelessly? Doesn't Su God fear that voice will cause trouble for him? Not good. Su God originally planned to lure her substitute out to kill, what a pity. It's a simple matter, if not, just find that Yu Xiaoyu and kill her. These players are not causing any waves, the only variable now is those terrifying strange leaders. Looking at Yu Xiaoyu, who was powerless in front of Su Ming, the audience in the live broadcast showed no surprise. From the beginning to the end, the old fans never thought Su Ming would lose to this Yu Xiaoyu. With just a glance, Su Ming's pupils violently constricted, and then he suddenly shut his eyes. It was a figure dressed in a black cloak, with a face decayed like a skeleton. Its appearance was very similar to that terrifying being encountered on the rooftop of apartment 103, which one could not escape from. No, it's not that terrifying. Slowly opening his eyes, Su Ming squinted slightly because he hadn't seen any so-called mental pollution in that fleeting moment. This meant the sky might be in cahoots with that strange being, but its power was not so unfathomable. These raindrops. With a slight movement, Su Ming quickly evaded the pitch-black raindrops from the sky, rushing towards the shadowy figure. If it weren't for the flash cooldown still needing a few dozen seconds, Su Ming would have even been able to teleport right in front of it and use his skill hit and run. Chapter 118, Awakening Battle Spirit World Number 11. I won't let you get close. As if sensing Su Ming's intentions, the shadowy figure commanded its soldiers to continuously surround him while quickly retreating. It had a rough guess about Su Ming's ability. The raindrops grew thicker, making it a bit difficult for Su Ming to evade. Swish, swish, swish. Fortunately, Su Ming directly swung his thunder gift, and under the effect of his max sword skill, a semicircular blade domain appeared above his head, perfectly isolating all the raindrops outside. Although he didn't know what would happen if he got contaminated by these black raindrops, it surely wouldn't be good. You all, pay me. It still hurts, hurry and pay me. Facing the heavily surrounded soldiers, Su Ming remained calm, continuing to chase that shadowy figure. He, you can't catch me, are you annoyed? Maintaining a distance of 100 meters, the shadowy figure occasionally turned its head, its hollow eye sockets filled with mockery. I'm waiting for the flash cooldown, what are you waiting for? Seeing the shadow deliberately slow its pace and mock him, Su Ming's expression became increasingly strange. Why do I suddenly feel that this strange being is so annoying? I almost want to kill it earlier? That's to say, it seems to be mocking Su God, but it also indirectly mocks us, which is quite reasonable. By the way, have you noticed something? This strange being seems to resemble that one on the rooftop of apartment 103? Upstairs, now that you mention it, I've noticed, the one we saw before with 9 tails looks a bit like that landlord's granddaughter. The audience seemed to have discovered a blind spot. Many began searching for previous live footage of Su God in apartment 103. Through comparing the two strange beings, they found a shocking fact. Whether it was the strange being on the rooftop or the naked fox woman, they bore a high resemblance to these two strange beings in this instance. In the rebel camp. Do you really think there's no one in my rebel army? The 9-tailed fox woman slowly stood up, gracefully stretching, a playful smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Don't worry, brother, sister will help you solve your troubles. As soon as she finished speaking, one of her fluffy white tails swayed slightly, and a pure white energy shot straight into the sky. Boom! The dark clouds suddenly dispersed. The glaring sunlight pours down, directly shining on the chaotic battlefield. So, with a shrug, the silver armor on the 9-tailed fox lady shimmers with a faint light, transforming her into a white afterimage as she rushes towards Su Ming. Bold! Fox Princess, are you ready to break the war treaty? Several centurions from the undead army also stepped down from the platform, their cold gazes fixed on the swiftly approaching Fox Princess. No, I just want to take a few of your heads. Green light flickers in the Fox Princess's eyes as she chuckles lightly. The bizarre figure turned its head again, the hollow eye sockets under the black cloak staring at Su Ming, the jawbone, attached with rotten flesh, opened and closed. He. Can't catch me, are you angry, After mocking, when it turned back to continue running, its body suddenly froze in midair. Unbeknownst to it, Su Ming was already standing before it, wearing a smile that was not quite a smile. Slap! A crisp slap knocked the decayed flesh off its face, making it look exceptionally disgusting. To stand up for humanity, you really are asking for death. Slap! Taking advantage of its dizzy state, Su Ming dealt another heavy slap. It was this annoying thing that caused the previous wave to fail to completely kill Yu Xiaoyu. Because of its interference, Su Ming couldn't let her retrieve the replacement doll and hastily killed her instead. The other centurions are held up? Turning to another battlefield, the female general on the rebel side seemed to be in a fierce battle with 3 centurions of the undead army, the scene looking extremely intense. Then if that's the case, we have time to settle the score. The heavy slap continued to rain down. Watching the strange figure that had only a skeletal face, a smile crept across Su Ming's lips. Buzz. The familiar sound, the familiar electric drill, and Su Ming's familiar smile. Zzzzz. Without hesitation, the electric drill in his hand viciously thrust into a certain part of the strange lower body. Ah. Even in its dazed state, the weird figure instinctively let out a scream. Too bad the intense daze from the heavy slap made its body unable to respond. Is it comfortable? I forgot to tell you, my electric drill is different from others, it comes with nuclear radiation. With a kind smile on his face, Su Ming applied more force. The creature's screams became increasingly louder, filled with more passion and energy. About 5 minutes later, Su Ming slowly stood up, kicking away the already greenish skeleton at his feet. This thing was definitely dead. As for why the bones emitted a green glow, it was probably due to the effects of nuclear radiation. Bang! Not far from the battlefield, the Fox Princess faced 3 centurions alone and ultimately fell into the disadvantage. With a crisp sound, unexpectedly, her body was struck by a hammer, creating a deep pit in the ground. But the 3 centurions did not pursue, instead, they wore serious expressions and looked cautiously in one direction. There, Su Ming, dragging a straight knife, was slowly walking over. Is Su God going to perform the hero saving the beauty segment? I see that Fox is getting beaten so badly. That's my wife, no one can take her. I've already left a mark on the bedsheet that's just for her. 66,666. Bro, tell the truth, are you playing Pretty Flower? Why does the rebel side only have this 1 centurion, while the undead army has a total of 4? Is the strength gap that big? Cough. I said, none of you can escape today. Seemingly sensing the unusual, the Fox Princess slowly climbed to her feet, her 9 tails swaying slightly behind her, and a victorious smile appeared on her face. Today will be an important moment for my rebels to defeat the undead army. For the honor in our hearts. For the dawn. Hey! Brother, why aren't you helping me? Looking at Su Ming, who passed by him with a blank expression, not stopping for a moment. The fox girl's expression slowly became stiff. You all continue, I was just passing by. Glancing strangely at the fox general, Su Ming replied somewhat naturally. I still have things to do, as for who wins or loses among you, what does it have to do with me? The calm voice came out, and Su Ming did not lie. What he needed to do right now was to quickly find out the position of Yu Xiaoyu after resurrecting with the death doll. Do the work, and eliminate the root. Chapter 119 Awakening Battle Spirit World Number 12. Hey! Don't go! Little brother, cough cough, what you're doing isn't very honorable. The fox girl struggled to fend off the attacks from the three captains, her body continually stumbling back. Su Ming slowly stopped, a strange smile appearing on his face. You want me to help you, what, can you give me in return? Su God can directly let this fox offer herself. After all, it's not a loss. Come on, there are three captains over there, are they just looking for trouble? Why should I meddle? No, look at Su God's expression, it's obvious he is confident. So far, I haven't seen any oddities that can scare Su God. By the way, why do these female oddities in the horror story seem so beautiful? Truly pleasing to the eye. Benefits? Even at this time, you're still thinking about that. Then I'll take my leave. Without hesitation, Su Ming gradually quickened his pace, showing no intention of helping. Even in front of a pitiful fox girl. Bastard! Aren't you looking for someone? A hint of horror flashed in their eyes. Three big men have bullied me for so long, and now they just want to leave? The fox spirit gasped for breath, a fierce light showing in her green eyes, disregarding her injuries, and desperately entangling. 9 beams of light shot out from her tail behind her, intertwining in the sky, forming a huge energy cage. A dazzling blade of light cut through, and the Minotaur's head quietly fell to the ground. I understand your intentions, and I will not leave you heartbroken. Su Ming slowly crouched down, emotions sparkling in his eyes. Though he looked a bit ugly, he still had a kind heart, remembering to repay Su Ming even in death. Pulling slightly, he looked at the still motionless banknote, blinking his eyes. Without hesitation, he struck with his knife. Duong! With a swift motion, he chopped off the claw, and only then did Su Ming pry open the hand tightly holding the cash. You too, you can't run away. He. Let sister play with you. Seeing Su Ming completely kill the Minotaur, and glancing at the two panicked centurions, the fox spirit raised a faint smile. Her tail swayed slightly as she stepped toward the two. Give up on that heart, this cage of mine can't be broken in a short time. Licking her lips, the smile on the fox spirit's face deepened. Crack! A huge crack appeared at the top of the energy cage. The fox spirit, just taking 2 steps, suddenly froze, her gaze blankly staring in a certain direction. What is this? Su Ming slowly stood up and murmured softly. Not just Su Ming, but all the players on the battlefield were drawn to the scene in the distance, their eyes flashing with obscure meanings. Wow! It seems another great horror is coming. Look over there, what's going on? What is that mass of darkness? It's kind of blurry, could it be the final boss in the dungeon? I seem to see nothing but skeletons inside. No, it's zombies. Just like freaking Resident Evil. We're doomed. Run. Su God, what are you doing? Skulk and grow. Don't waste time. Looking at the dark scene in the distance, many people trembled, as if a certain fear surged through their brains. Many stared at the screen, wanting to see exactly what kind of monster it was. Boom! A strange sound echoed in the sky as the night gradually spread over the battlefield. In that pitch-black space, countless ghastly, decayed skeletons emerged from the ground, continuously howling. In the places touched by the darkness, flowers and trees instantly withered, animals lost their life force, turning into rigid, walking corpses. The leader of the Undead Legion has arrived. Taking a deep breath, the fox spirit's gaze became exceptionally serious, her face gradually darkening. Ha ha ha! We're saved! Wait for death! You lascivious fox, when the leader arrives, I will crush you under me. Unlike the fox spirit, the 2 centurions from the Undead Legion escaped from the crack in the cage, fervently gazing at the dark realm. In the center of the dark domain, in front of a massive skeleton throne, a figure dressed in a black robe stood silently. Surrounded by a grayish mist, it seemed as if countless deathly energies and the darkest curses radiated from it. Chapter 120, Awakening Battle, Undead Realm, No. 13. Is this the most powerful being from my memory? As he watched the rapidly spreading darkness, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. With its spreading speed, running would definitely not work. If so, what if I could take advantage of it? Would it drop a pile of gear? The edge of darkness is about 150 meters, one blink has a maximum distance of 80 meters, so... Looking at the 2 stored blinks, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Quietly waiting for the darkness to spread. In just a moment, he could teleport in front of the undead general and implement scamming. Even if something unexpected happens halfway, and the plan fails, then the substitute doll can still allow him to resurrect once, which counts as a backup plan. What, did he hit the small one, and the old thing couldn't hold back? But before Su Ming could take action, the crazily spreading darkness became frozen, unable to move just 100 meters away from Su Ming. The figure at the center of the dark realm slowly raised his head, and a hoarse voice came from under the black cloak. Sephi, long time no see. Leader. Noticing the change on the battlefield, the fox lady's eyes suddenly lit up as she looked back with admiration. At the edge of the rebel camp, a young man with a toothpick, dangerously handsome, strolled out slowly. His messy dark red hair covered his eyes, exuding an indescribable aura. He wore a somewhat tattered vest, revealing a solid muscular body, with a faint yellow flame slowly burning in the palm of his right hand. I finally understand, the black side is the leader of the undead army, and this beggar who just came out is the leader of the rebels. I'm dying of laughter, ha ha ha. This guy really does look like a beggar. Wait, beggar? Do you all remember the initial rules? I remember one was about a beggar, right? Is it referring to this leader? Whoa! If players encounter it, and with the help of the rebel leader, wouldn't the probability of clearing increase greatly? Seeing Sethi's appearance, many doubted he was the beggar mentioned in the earlier rules. But some argued it was just a coincidence. After all, which terrifying entity from a dungeon would beg on the street? It's clearly you who didn't keep the promise. How can you still want to blame me? Sethi's hands twisted restlessly, bones creaking. Hee, I've already lost 2 centurions, Sethi, don't get too greedy. Playing with the cane in his hand, the undead general's voice gradually became low. Caw! Caw! At the same time, a pitch-black crow on his shoulder kept cawing, its voice extremely unpleasant. What if I say no? With what seemed to be flames igniting in his eyes, Sethi appeared to lose patience, transforming into a ball of flames and rushing into the dark realm at high speed. Is this the rebel leader? Goodness, this dungeon actually has 2 such terrifying bosses. Don't worry, no matter what, bosses from the same faction shouldn't attack us. After all, by identity, we are still their subordinates. Countless players were discussing, all watching the terrifying battle between the 2 supreme leaders. Both centurions issued a retreat order, and the battlefield immediately halted the fighting, with countless strange soldiers orderly withdrawing to their own combat areas, resting briefly. Watching so intently, can't you be compared to my sister? As Su Ming was focused on watching the battle in the black space, a somewhat seductive voice slightly distracted him. A pair of long jade legs suddenly appeared before his eyes, and looking up, he saw a huge white rabbit. Is it beautiful? The fox lady's lips curved slightly, her clear eyes squinting into crescent moons. It's okay, mainly because I seem to smell a fox. Her gaze suddenly turned cold, and the fox lady's tail swayed slightly, instinctively aiming at Su Ming. Clang! Accompanied by the crisp sound of a blade, Thunder's gift was also gripped tightly in Su Ming's hand. In an instant, the surrounding air was filled with a chilly aura. Cough cough, brother, please mind your words, sister has a bit of a temper. As if recalling something, the fox lady's tail became soft again, and a hint of smile reappeared in her eyes. Take me to find you, Xiaoyu. Slowly putting Thunder's gift away, Su Ming calmly walked toward the battlefield's edge. What if sister does not? Before this, sister wants to have a deeper communication. Looking at the somewhat indifferent Su Ming, the fox lady licked her lips, a hint of allure gleaming in her eyes. Oh my! Deep communication, how do you mean by deep? You don't understand this, do you? This is an adult matter, little girl, don't pry. If you want to know, add me as a friend, and I'll explain slowly. You upstairs are too much. How can someone like you, scum, seduce an innocent and lovely girl? Why not give me a chance to do it? Goodness, every time it's always these LSPs spamming the chat, unlike me. I only sent one message. You want to die? I can guarantee that even if the so-called leader Sethi stands next to you, I can kill you. Do you believe it? Su Ming did not stop walking, but his tone grew colder and colder. Oh. You are truly boring. Helplessly shaking her head, the fox lady pointed in a direction of the wealthy area. According to my senses, she is probably in this direction and hasn't moved at all. Whether it's these 2 leaders or the other few centurions, they are ultimately a ticking time bomb. At an angle unseen by the fox lady, Su Ming's eyebrows slightly furrowed, his gaze passing over the surroundings subtly. Then 2 figures slowly disappeared at the edge of the battlefield. The wealthy area. Inside a grand villa. No way. Clearly, I'm stronger than him in every aspect. Wrong, absolutely wrong. A broken, intermittent murmuring sound arose, and Yu Xiaoyu no longer had her previous pride and calmness. All that remained was a face full of panic and fear. This was her first time, without any power to resist before others, easily being slain. His ability is unbeatable, it's not that I'm not strong enough. So there really are such perverse people. Slowly calming herself down, Yu Xiaoyu sat on the sofa, quietly holding a metal medal in her hand. With the life-saving medallion granted by the guild, even if I fail this quest, I won't be punished. The worst outcome is just not getting the task reward. Gently closing her eyes, the cruel reality shattered her pride completely, even as her heart was filled with deep unwillingness. This quest can't kill you, that's fine. One day, I will personally slay you under my sword. Yu Xiaoyu had made up her mind. A precious life-saving medallion should be saved, and when the final spots are to be decided, she would kill a player to take the quest completion spot. This way, she could avoid wasting the life-saving medallion and also avoid clashing with Su Ming in this quest. Chapter 121, Awakening Battle Netherworld Number 14. Let's not head to the battlefield yet, currently, the player scores are not many. Thinking quietly, Yu Xiaoyu slightly furrowed her brows and slowly opened the score list. Besides the first place, Su Ming, who has 296 points, the scores of other players are generally low. After returning, I need to find a way to level up. Watching the flowers and plants in the courtyard, Yu Xiaoyu murmured softly. Boom! At that moment, the courtyard gate suddenly shattered. Don't go back, you can't go back. A somewhat playful voice came, as Su Ming slowly put away the big hammer, leaning against the door. How is that possible? Seeing the scene before her, Yu Xiaoyu's pupils violently contracted, unable to help but scream out. Perhaps because she was killed by Su Ming once, upon seeing him appear, Yu Xiaoyu's previously calm heart surged once more with turmoil. Swish! The formless sword energy tore the space. Yu Xiaoyu forcibly suppressed the panic in her heart, staring fixedly at Su Ming. I hurt, pay me. Just a sideways glance, these four simple words made Yu Xiaoyu's body suddenly stiffen. Casually breaking her heart's defense. I will pay you. Her face showing a bit of struggle, Yu Xiaoyu trembled as she opened the trading interface. He. However, Su Ming did not immediately trade, but slowly walked forward, openly sizing up the girl before him. What do you want? Her scream rose by several decibels again. Yu Xiaoyu gradually became terrified, her body instinctively wanting to retreat. But because she still hadn't compensated Su Ming, even though her mind resisted intensely, her body still involuntarily moved forward. Slap! Gently slapping her cheek, a brilliant smile appeared in Su Ming's eyes. How does this feel? Is it still comfortable? You. Before she could finish, Su Ming's gaze suddenly turned cold, and then, without warning, he yanked hard. Smack! Yu Xiaoyu's left cheek twisted and deformed, even her nose was bent at a sharp angle. Ah! No! Please, I beg you. Feeling an unprecedented sense of shame, Yu Xiaoyu no longer had the pride she once did, her face covered in tears, looking especially miserable. Smack! Su Ming struck again, but this time in a different place. It hurts. Her leg muscles suddenly tensed, and Yu Xiaoyu's body trembled uncontrollably, as though shocked by electricity. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Su Ming still wore a smile, not stopping his actions. In fact, he became even more intense. Rip! A large number of torn clothing fragments scattered through the air, and Yu Xiaoyu's eyes filled with deep despair. She stood frozen, her pupils slightly dilated, as if she had lost her mind. TSK, really beautiful. Su Ming's gaze became more and more intense, appreciating her with growing admiration. Half an hour later, Su Ming casually played with a metal plaque in his hand and slowly pushed open the courtyard gate. And in the center of the courtyard, Yu Xiaoyu's still warm corpse lay naked on the cold floor. Hissing. How do I even say this? Actually, it's hard to explain, so I won't. Upstairs, you're not saying anything, right? Well, I won't either. The screen is all mosaics, can't see anything. So, think about it, why would the live screen turn into all mosaics? And for so long? A half hour of mosaic screen almost caused the live viewers' brains to crash. Some viewers who often watched live streams seem to have a rough idea, it might be that thing. Of course, there's also a bold guess, maybe what Su Ming did wasn't what everyone imagined, but rather, he was using a big hammer and drill on someone, making her experience the legendary 10 most brutal tortures. So fast? The Fox Princess, waiting outside the door, looked at the fate with surprise in her eyes, full of questioning. Let's go back to the battlefield. Without much explanation, Su Ming's eyes returned to calm and cold. As for the knot in his heart for so long, it had finally been vented in this half hour, and he had gotten what he wanted. Although he didn't extort much equipment, this death immunity medal was indeed a good thing. Any failed dungeon run could avoid punishment once, though there was no reward, it allowed for a safe escape from the dungeon at the last moment. If you were to price it, it would be about 200 to 300,000 rule points, and top players would probably be willing to pay for it. Little brother, I see a lot of potential in you. Even though you are just a human, I think the chief wouldn't mind that. If your merits are enough, with time, becoming a commander like me isn't impossible. Walking down the bustling street, the Fox Princess licked her lips, her tone full of allure. I'm just passing through, as for becoming a commander. Su Ming slowly shook his head, a sarcastic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Besides, what's the difference between you and the undead legion? As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, the smile on the fox princess's face froze. The nine tails behind her gently swayed, and with a meaningful tilt of her head, she slowly asked, "What do you mean by that? Don't harbor any murderous intent toward me, or I won't be able to resist killing you." Su Ming stopped his steps, his tone suddenly becoming serious. "It's just that your acting is too fake." Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly as he pointed at the bustling street in the rich district, along with the colorful neon lights, before continuing to speak. "If the two forces are truly dead enemies, how can you, a centurion, dare to directly invade the other's territory while they seem completely unconcerned? Aren't they afraid of you brutally slaughtering the citizens within the city?" After saying all this, Su Ming stood quietly in place, waiting for the response of the fox lady. "You are very clever." I was too eager for quick results and overlooked this detail. The fox lady fell silent for a long time, the alluring color in her eyes vanished, and a hint of coldness emerged deep within them. "Actually, your ultimate goal is probably due to overpopulation, leading to resource scarcity. So you're putting on this good show just to reduce the population and relieve the pressure, right?" Seeing the change in the fox lady's expression, Su Ming once again curled his lips into a smile. "Some things are not for you to casually speak about." As her eyes narrowed slightly, frost crept across the fox lady's face, her nine tails behind her became even more splendid, and her eyes gradually turned a dark green. Chapter 122, The Awakening Battle Realm of the Dead number 15. It seems I was right. Noticing the fox lady's reaction, Su Ming pondered again. I was wondering why there was no mention of the rebel army in the original owner's memories. If I'm not mistaken, the rebel army was only recently formed, correct? Pooh. A tail stealthily pierced into Su Ming's body, a large spray of blood burst forth. The fox lady coldly gazed at the corpse on the ground, a hint of disdain mixed in her dark green eyes. "Only you are clever? Bah!" Then, as if somewhat displeased, she stomped her foot on Su Ming's corpse, speaking viciously. "If you had ambushed me unexpectedly, maybe I would have been afraid of you. Talking so much, do you really think I'm an idiot? I didn't want to kill you originally, but you know too much." A hint of gentle regret flashed in her eyes as the fox lady slowly retracted her jade foot and squatted down, carefully searching Su Ming's corpse. What the hell? Did Su Ming just get killed by a single tail? No way. How could Su Ming, who was always cautious, make such a low-level mistake? Even when trying to uncover the truth. Do not panic. Su Ming's live stream hasn't ended yet. Besides, even if he dies, doesn't he have a substitute doll that can resurrect him? The substitute doll did not trigger. After using it, Su Ming's corpse should turn into a ball of white light instead. Strange, why is it stiff so quickly? The fox lady raised her eyebrows slightly, continuing to feel with a hint of disbelief. At that moment, a faint voice came from the fox lady's back. "I didn't expect you to be a pervert. This hurts my heart too much, pay up." Su Ming gently patted the fox lady's shoulder, causing her expression to suddenly stiffen. The fox lady looked at the Su Ming corpse on the ground somewhat incredulously, then stiffly turned to look back at Su Ming behind her. As if seeing a ghost. You came back from the dead? First, pay up." With a somewhat strange smile on his face, Su Ming slowly placed the thunderbolt on the fox lady's neck, his eyes filled with indifference. The corpse on the ground was naturally not Su Ming. It was a little toy he had rummaged from a player when he was surrounded by Yusong. So before leaving the courtyard, he specially used this substitute puppet to create a wooden avatar to prove his guess about the two forces. The facts proved that his speculation was correct. "I'm sorry, it's all Big Sister's fault." As the scam effect took place, a faint apology appeared on the fox lady's face, the dark green in her eyes dissipated, and she lowered her head to speak sincerely. "But I don't have anything to compensate you. If I were to compensate, I can only give myself to you." By the end of her sentence, the fox lady's voice became quieter and her face gradually turned red. "What use would I have for you?" Su Ming carefully examined the fox girl before him, and finally shook his head slowly. "All right." A brilliant flash of blade light cut through the air. And a head flew in a beautiful arc, still carrying a hint of confusion in its eyes. Thud. The headless body of the fox princess crashed heavily to the ground, a large pool of blood soaking the asphalt surface, making the scene look somewhat eerie. What was even more peculiar was, above the corpse of the fox princess, countless energies gathered together, slowly forming a colorful energy sphere. Noticing this change, Su Ming tightened his grip on the thunder gift and slowly backed away. The energy sphere continued to transform, its shape gradually distorting. About 3 minutes later, the dazzling energy receded, revealing the item it had encapsulated. This was actually a grayish-white egg. What is going on? Why, is there an egg? Whoa! A year ago, I saw this thing in a powerful player's livestream. It seems to be a pet egg? What the person above said is right. My cousin used to buy information about this. It is said that in some special dungeons, killing unique monsters has a chance to drop pet eggs, but this chance is lower than hitting the jackpot in a lottery. I have never doubted Su God when it comes to luck. Isn't he the chosen one? Su Ming squinted slightly, cautiously poking the eggshell with the thunder gift. Is it real? Looking at the unmoving white egg, Su Ming then reached out, attempting to touch the giant egg. Nine-tailed fox, pet to hatch the pet, please use an incubation furnace. Power? Mind? Energy? Special skill, charm, click for details, foxfire? Is this, killing this fox can drop a fox egg? As if unable to believe his eyes, Su Ming rubbed his eyelids and looked back at the pet egg. The system prompt above the white egg remained clear. I'm going to get rich. Confirming with his eyes, Su Ming quickly tossed the giant egg into his backpack, a visible joy appearing in his eyes. Once this thing is raised, with the appearance and body of the nine-tailed fox. Isn't it just a surefire superstar on the internet? Holding a concert with this as the main act, wouldn't the ticket prices soar several times? Right, after going out, I have to acquire that rose bar from last time. I wonder if the funds will be enough. Thinking of this, in the midst of his rising career, Su Ming was suddenly filled with motivation. At the border of the battlefield, the night sky was gray and hazy. Su Ming slowly lit a cigarette, sitting on a shabby stone mound, slightly lost in thought. If I get an SSS rating in the Awakening Dungeon, will the awakened ability be the strongest? If I kill both leaders, will it achieve a perfect rating? The smoke wafted as Su Ming seemed to be talking to himself or perhaps asking something. Sizzle! The burned cigarette end was casually tossed to the ground, and Su Ming sighed lightly, walking back toward the center of the battlefield. This Awakening Dungeon was particularly important, as the awakened abilities would largely determine the upper limit of future achievements. So for Su Ming, there was a need to try any possibility that could increase the dungeon rating. For example, since this is a battle royale type dungeon, would killing all players increase the rating? Forget it. Lin Yelun is still considered an ally. Shaking his head, Su Ming abandoned this insane idea. After all, he had already made a deal with Su Ming before entering the dungeon, so he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Based on his estimation, if the majority of players were eliminated by his own hands, and then both leaders and centurions were killed, the rating might, just maybe, reach the SSS level? Chapter 123, Awakening Battle Spirit World Number 16. Hee Surdy, do you think you can beat me? In the endless dark realm. The Death Spirit Army commander slightly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up. In front of him, Seth was rubbing his fists, his eyes filled with anger. His body swayed a bit, gasping heavily, taking one step after another towards the Death Spirit Army commander. Can you handle it? You'll know after a punch. Veins bulged on his right arm, wisps of brown flames rising with it. Boom! A terrifying noise came, and the two tangled together again. With a shift of the scene, the whole space was once more filled with darkness, making it difficult to see the inside. Only various strange noises echoed out, causing people to feel frightened. Wow! Is the chief this strong? A soldier couldn't help but click his tongue, sighing. Of course, whether it's the chief or the 1,000-man captain, Fox G, they are both top-tier existences. If it wasn't for the fact that we have fewer 1,000-men captains than the Death Spirit Army, we would have long led the people to conquer the rich area. A centurion standing in front of the soldier had a flickering gaze, looking towards the dark space with admiration. Whoosh! What flew by just now? Wow, seems like a human figure? Is he crazy? Daring to go in and deliver at a time like this? The two still stared ahead, then slowly shook their heads. Such things had happened before. There were always soldiers who couldn't contain their curiosity and wanted to step into the battlefield of the two great chiefs to witness the spectacle. Obviously, the outcome was often tragic. In the pitch-black space. Bang! Seth kept pounding the ground while his expression turned a bit confused. Swain, I have a bad feeling about this. What are you talking about? Swain touched the raven on his shoulder, still showing traces of mild anger on his face. I don't know about your premonition, but the bull-headed chief under me was killed by you guys. How are we going to deal with this? You know, it was just a little accident. Listening to Swain ask about this, Seth's eyes flickered a bit, awkwardly scratching his head. I lost 2 out of the 4,000-man captains under me today. You wouldn't really want to go serious, would you? Slowly sitting back on the throne, Swain looked down at Seth from above. The raven on his shoulder also caught a few times at the right moment. Back when we both got trapped in this space, we agreed to rule the Death Spirit world together. How could I? With a bit of helplessness, Seth spread his hands, shaking his dark red hair with sincerity in his eyes. Let's hope so. Casting a meaningful glance at Seth, Swain's expression was somewhat inscrutable. From today on, I'll pretend. Someone's here. Just as Swain was about to say something, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and his tone slightly changed. Hiss. With a casual reach, a blood-red lightning struck towards a certain spot. Noticing the lightning missing its target, Swain suddenly stood up, his eyes narrowing slightly. Such a reaction even left Seth stunned for a moment, and then a shadow of gloom slowly surfaced in his eyes. It's so dark here. I'm so scared, I've taken a hit. Compensation. Su Ming's tone was very calm, but it sent a chill straight to Swain's head. Because Su Ming's figure was right behind him. Compensation. Good. Sorry, I made it too dark here, I truly apologize. When he reacted, his expression suddenly became stiff. His body involuntarily waved his arm, dispelling all the surrounding darkness. Swain. Seth's voice became a bit anxious, a strong sense of dread surged in his heart. As long as the darkness scattered, everyone would see the scene inside, which also meant his persona would completely collapse. You yelled too loud, it's hurting my ears. Compensation. A strange smile crept up on Su Ming's lips, his body slowly taking form. At this moment, he had his arm around Swain's shoulder, looking like good buddies. What's going on? These two guys are actually on the same side? It can't be this outrageous, right? To be honest, the biggest bosses on both sides can be on the same side. This plot, even if put in a novel, would be quite explosive. Why did Su Shin break in? I thought that as long as this instance accumulated enough merit, as long as it ranked in the top 10, it could successfully clear. Who knows? Su Shin's actions are always unpredictable, maybe it's to get a higher score? Earlier, when listening to Su Ming's speculation, the viewers in the livestream didn't react much. But when they saw the scene unfolding as expected, they were suddenly shocked. No matter how you look at it, the poor and rich should be deadly opponents, right? Does your ear hurt? I'm sorry. Seth knelt on one knee, looking at Su Ming with eyes full of guilt, as if blaming himself for speaking too loudly. Don't mind him, little brother, what can I compensate you with? For example, this crow on my shoulder? Caw. Swain's face showed a flattering smile, pointing to the confused crow on his shoulder. The crow then called out strangely and looked directly at Su Ming, decisively pecking out a few feathers to offer as compensation. Smack, let's change to something more substantial. With a slap, he knocked the poor crow away, and only then did Su Ming look back at Swain. So, do you want to be the centurion? After saying that, Swain pulled out a medal from his pocket, handed it to Su Ming with both hands, his face full of sincerity. No need. As compensation, just let me speak some heartfelt words to you. Buzz. Slowly pulling out a drill from his pocket, Su Ming aimed at Swain's heart. What the hell? What is this thing? No way, shouldn't the leader fight hard with the necromancer? What's up with the soldiers standing between them? As the darkness in the domain was dispelled, all the soldiers stared at the bizarre scene before them. That person is a player. He is a player. Absolutely impossible, these two terrifying monsters are definitely beyond what players can contend with at this stage. He is Su Ming, he is Su Ming. Because Su Ming had not previously occupied the points leaderboard, most players didn't even know that the now infamous Su Ming was in the same instance as them. Chapter 124, Awakening Battled Necromancer Realm, number 17. You must know Su Ming is not only famous in the real world but is also well known in the world of strange tales. After all, who the hell gets World Channel announcements every few days? He is actually Su Ming, what to do? If I go apologize to him, will he forgive me? On the edge of the battlefield. Yusong stared at Su Ming's figure with a gloomy expression, his face extremely conflicted. Once he realized he was Su Ming, Yusong no longer had any thoughts of revenge, the only thought in his heart is how to resolve the hatred between him and Su Ming. If Su Ming really targets me, I will definitely die if I confront him head-on. If I hide, I can't get the clearing quota, that is also death. Taking a deep breath, Yusong felt a complex mix of emotions and began checking his backpack, waiting for Su Ming to come out so he could apologize to him. Smile, why aren't you smiling? Compensation. Compensation, give me all of it. Hiss. The drill rapidly charged toward Swain's heart, Su Ming's expression became increasingly ferocious, constantly murmuring about compensation. Right, cough cough, sorry, let me think. Swain adjusted his slightly dizzy head and spoke with difficulty. Brother, do you think this is enough? A voice from Seth came from the side, the ground around him was already filled with a large amount of weapons and supplies. Keep compensating. Su Ming's calm voice sounded, glancing at the seemingly exceptionally honest Seth, his face expressionless as he spoke. Feeling around his body, looking at his pockets cleaner than his face, a look of grief and anger emerged in Seth's eyes. Then his arms bulged with veins, and his expression became increasingly ferocious. Give it to me, take it off. Tear. The vest suddenly was ripped open, revealing a chest with strong, full muscles. This, shocking. The raid's biggest boss has actually reached the point of selling his body to make amends? No way. The key is that Su God doesn't seem to like men, right? Although this guy looks domineering, his chest muscles are exceptionally full, and his abs, wow. Oh my, playing the dungeon with cheats is different. It's all about doing your best, doing whatever you want, just enjoy. Honestly, this guy named Sethi clearly works out a lot. Even I, a straight man of steel, can't help but want to touch. The exposed strong chest muscles captivated countless viewers in the livestream. Some people managed to stay calm, but the female players couldn't help but drool, soaking the sheets with large patches of saliva. You are too much, you are too much. Looking at the completely unresponsive Su Ming, Sethi's voice grew lower and lower, his body slightly trembling. In the end, he slowly moved his hands towards his belt. What is the leader going to do? General, are you giving a massage? Watching the skeleton general being held by Su Ming, his body slightly shaking while seeing Sethi half kneeling on the ground, continuously removing his clothes. All the soldiers and players were completely dumbfounded. In their impression, wasn't their leader an undefeated existence? What wind blew today that made him play house with a human? This is his invincible skill. The only one who could understand was Yu Song, who had directly contacted Su Ming. Looking at this bizarre scene, he recalled when Su Ming easily drained all 4 of his subordinates and then killed them effortlessly. Thud. Thinking of this, Yu Song knelt down on the ground at the edge of Swain's domain. Sethi, help me hold him down, treat it as your compensation to me. Noticing the efficiency was a bit slow, Su Ming frowned slightly, then looked at the almost completely undressed Sethi and softly spoke. No, don't. This is a bit too eye-watering, it hurts my eyes to look at, pay up. Adding another compensation buff. Sethi's eyes were filled with shame and anger, but his body was strangely honest, stiffly pushing Swain down to the ground. I will pay you all. Swain seemed to have given up resisting, muttering blankly. Gloves, electric drill, thunderstrike. Zizizi. Put. Watching Su Ming brandishing the electric drill and big knife shouting at his general. Too lame, this guy is as weak as mud? Su Ming has no pressure at all when killing. Shouldn't you be wondering why Sethi came to help? Aren't those two on the same side? Su Ming. Calm down, don't mess this up. By the way, didn't Su God pick up a fox egg? Will it hatch into a little fox girl? Just as Su Ming was having more fun, the soldiers of the Skeleton Legion on the battlefield finally reacted. Damn. He's torturing the general. Brothers, kill him. This bastard must die today. In an instant, all the soldiers of the Skeleton Legion, including the 2 centurions, rushed towards Swain's domain barrier. Your soldiers scared my innocent heart, pay up. Facing the ferocious soldiers, Su Ming appeared indifferent, a posture of, if I don't cheat you, I'm not Su. Okay, I'll pay you all. Swain's vacant gaze slowly shifted, then he exuded a black aura that quickly spread towards the Skeleton Legion soldiers. My lord, it's our own people. Why are you? The moment stepping into the domain space, countless soldiers were infected by the black mist, their bodies rapidly rotting, turning into mindless zombies. The 2 centurions leading the charge were not spared either, silently collapsing to the ground. Well done. With satisfaction, Su Ming nodded as he pressed the electric drill firmly against Swain's heart, while Lei Ci repeatedly struck at his head with a knife. So he is one of our rebels. This guy can't really kill the undead commander, right? That's amazing. We have such a person in the rebel army, Lord Sethi must be quite pleased at this moment. Unlike the undead army, the soldiers of the rebel army were beaming with happy smiles. Regaining their focus, they looked at Sethi and Su Ming, who worked together with remarkable synergy, and countless cheers gathered together, echoing in the air of the battlefield. Countless rebel soldiers seemed to see a brilliant and glorious future ahead. Chapter 125, The Awakening Battle Undead Realm Number 18. Accompanied by endless screams, Swain gasped for breath, huge beads of sweat sliding down his face. However, under the effect of the scam skill, he wanted to resist but found his body weak and powerless. Compensate you. At this moment, his eyes were blank, his face dazed, and he mumbled unconsciously. Is this one of the main bosses of the dungeon? It's only been a few minutes, and he's already so weak? No. Look. Su God's attacks seem to come with a virus, why is his body gradually rotting and mutating? I noticed it too, look at Swain's fingers, how did they become 7? And there are tentacles growing from his shoulders. Something's off. Ever since Su Ming showed up, this dungeon has felt strange in a way I can't explain. Sethi. Swain. Something feels familiar about these two names. Well done. Brave warrior. Charge hard. Is this the true warrior? Ha, we are going to win. Awesome. Looking at the undead army that continued to fall, and glancing at the almost powerless Swain, countless rebel soldiers cheered loudly. Sethi. What's wrong, little brother? With some confusion, Sethi raised his head, waiting for Su Ming to continue. Your soldiers are too noisy, it's causing a slight pain in my eardrums. Why don't you go kill them all as compensation for me? His pupils suddenly constricted, Sethi's face showed traces of struggle, but he eventually nodded slowly. All right. Suddenly standing up, his muscles bulged as he stepped towards the rebel camp. Ah, the leader has returned. Let us welcome the triumphant leader. Well done, poof. A look of guilt appeared on Sethi's face, and then he suddenly swung a punch, sending over 10 soldiers flying. Ah! Bang! With just a couple of screams, those soldiers went completely silent. The surrounding soldiers looked like chickens with their throats squeezed, staring at their somewhat unfamiliar leader, unable to speak for a moment. Sorry, brothers. I need to compensate, I will use you to compensate. The regret on his face grew stronger, but Sethi's movements became more and more violent. He lifted a centurion and, using his legs with all his strength, jumped high toward the densest area of soldiers. Smash for me! Bang! A terrifying ripple of energy smashed the ground into a giant pit. Sethi brushed off the dust from his shoulders, then slowly stood up and looked toward another centurion. Run! Run fast! The leader has gone mad? The soldiers reacted quickly, and like locusts, the densely packed group scattered rapidly, all rushing towards the outskirts of the battlefield. Crazy! Including the players on the battlefield, they also used all means to retreat to the outer edges. As long as they were attacked by Sethi, even if it was just a graze, it would hurt severely if they didn't die. Do you have any last words? Or any treasures? Su Ming looked at Swain, whose body was decaying, and tried to coax him tactfully. After all, even killing a centurion fox could yield a fox egg. Kill this dead spirit army's biggest boss, it can't possibly drop nothing, right? How could this guy be so shameless? I'll pay. I'll pay you. It seemed like he didn't hear Su Ming, as Swain continued to mindlessly repeat the words of compensation. Clearly, he was already a bit mentally confused. Sigh, forget it. Looking at Swain, bloodied and barely recognizable, a hint of loneliness appeared in Su Ming's eyes. But his body put in more effort, after all, there were still others waiting in line. Ah! After more than 10 minutes, with a deafening scream, Swain spat out a mouthful of black mist and unwillingly closed his eyes. At the same time, the black crow that circled around him gradually turned to ash. Sethi, are you ready? I'm ready, you can come. Sethi was covered in blood, eyes closed, quietly standing in place. Then I'll stab? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming unhesitatingly took the electric drill and stabbed it toward Sethi's heart. Half an hour later, Sethi's once strong and full muscles were drenched in blood, countless hideous cuts spreading across his body. Plop, plop. Dripping fresh blood slowly fell from his chin to the ground. Speaking of which, it's really a bit ironic. In his final moments, Sethi's consciousness seemed to become a bit clearer as he slowly opened his eyes, filled with regret. Su Ming fully demonstrated what it meant to be ruthless with few words, continuing to dig into Sethi's heart. Be gentle, it hurts a bit, hiss. A painful expression slowly emerged on his face. Sethi took a deep breath, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. A long, long time ago, I initially thought it was just an ordinary war between Ionia and Noxus. But, during my battle with Swain, we accidentally fell into a rift in the void, and who would have thought that I would be forever trapped here? What does that have to do with me? Watching Sethi open his memoirs, Su Ming remained unfazed, continuing to operate the electric drill. Under the effect of true damage plus nuclear radiation, Sethi's body gradually rotted, specks of fluorescence pouring out from within. By the way, I still want to thank you for freeing me. Colluding with Swain has been the shame of my life. Right, remember to be careful of the void. Immediately after he finished speaking, Sethi slowly closed his eyes, his voice became extremely faint. Void? What is void? Confused, Su Ming shook his head and slowly discarded the nearly scrapped electric drill on the ground, moving towards the center of the battlefield. You'll know in the future, cough cough, if there's a chance. I hope you can take a last look at my hometown for me. His battered body quietly leaned against the edge of the throne. An unprecedented sense of weakness enveloped him. Sethi seemed to muster all his strength and hoarsely uttered his last few words. Ionia, soaring, unyielding. Chapter 126, Awakened Battle Spirit Realm Number 19. Staring intently at the two corpses, Su Ming hesitated for a long time, finally slowly shaking his head and walking towards the center of the battlefield. As for the equipment on Seti and Swain, Su Ming had little interest. After clearing the dungeon, these non-player weapons would lose their effectiveness, meaning taking them would be pointless. The battlefield, is no one left? Looking at the once lively now deserted battlefield, Su Ming blinked, feeling a bit desolate. Indeed, these players aren't foolish birds waiting here to die. Su brother, please spare me, I'm willing to be your servant to repay you. Wait, it's not completely deserted. At the edge of the battlefield, Yusong was still kneeling in place, unable to stop bowing his head when he saw Su Ming come out. Oh? Forgive you, then what's your sincerity? Slowly approaching Yusong, a peculiar smile appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he slowly opened his hand. This is all my rule points, about 50,000, and my wolf tooth club. And the armor. Give me the weapon equipment trade, if there are rules. Su Ming picked up the weapon equipment on the ground, then slightly frowned. Su Ming. You came out? At that moment, Lin Yilan's voice came from a thicket. Oh? You're here just in time. Seeing Lin Yilan suddenly appear, Su Ming's eyes lit up slightly. Come over quickly, trade with him. He pointed at Yusong, who was on his knees. Su Ming hurriedly pulled Lin Yilan over, letting him take all of Yusong's rule points. Although he had reached his limit of 200,000 rule points, Lin Yilan hadn't. Isn't this like a bank card delivered right to him? Ding. Trade successful. Brother Su. I have already given you everything I can, please have mercy and spare my life. After doing all this, Yusong's rugged face shed 2 lines of tears as he knelt down, repeatedly bowing, with streaks of blood on his forehead. I see your sincerity. Nodding slightly, Su Ming pondered for 2 seconds and smiled as he spoke. Beside him, Lin Yilan looked at the cowardly Yusong, his expression somewhat strange. Thank you. Hearing Su Ming's reply, Yusong appeared quite excited. His anxious heart eased slightly. Although he had lost all his wealth, compared to life, what do face and wealth matter? After all, he was still ranked 10th on the leaderboard, he just needed to find a way to kill a few players. Wouldn't he be able to rise again after awakening? I will work hard to repay you. It hurts, compensate me. Yusong, halfway through his words, suddenly froze, his body growing stiff, as he raised his head in disbelief. I know you have nothing left to compensate, so let's make your substitute doll pay for you. Slowly squatting down, Su Ming patted Yusong's head with a gentle smile on his face. You're not following the rules of martial arts. Put. Impressive, you figured that out. Slowly sheathing the thunder blade, Su Ming smiled darkly. A head filled with lingering terror, dripping with blood, slowly rolled to the ground. I can't understand, this person's attitude is so proper, kneeling here begging for mercy. Why must the streamer kill him? If he's going to kill, then just do it. What's the big deal? Leave aside any grievances with Su God, even if they don't know each other, I don't think it's a big deal. If Su Ming were an ordinary player who got killed by Yusong and his gang, would that make Su God just unlucky? Originally there were only 10 clearance spots in this dungeon. Even if Su God didn't kill him, others would have fought among themselves, right? Most players in the livestream were not surprised that Su Ming killed this guy. After all, even if such a person looked pitiful, who could guarantee that sparing him wouldn't lead to betrayal in the future? What if he got lucky and his strength skyrocketed? What good would regret do then? Slums. No, please spare me. A player slumped on the ground, looking at the 2 devil-like figures in front of him with a terrified scream. It hurts so much, compensate me, give me all your everything. Su Ming wore a strange smile, slowly speaking. Electric arcs danced at the tip of the knife, large amounts of blood slid down the handle, burned away by the electric light. He looked like a demon crawling out of a sea of blood. The 130th. Reluctantly retracting the straight knife, Su Ming walked towards the next direction without looking back. Don't rush, let me take a look first. Lin Yilan's indifferent voice came through. He pushed up his glasses, and a blue light appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The light shot up into the sky quickly, as if guiding the two's path forward. The reason for such quick efficiency was thanks to the skill Lin Yilan drew for this dungeon, Scout Guard. This is also why he was able to rush into the top 10 of the points leaderboard from the very beginning. Almost entirely ambushing lone players. Did you also put a cap on the points? On the dim street. Su Ming's expression was calm as he dragged Lei Guangming down the center of the street. You are human. You. It hurts, pay up. With a habitual greeting, Su Ming instinctively bumped into someone, then drew his knife. Puff. A head of an unknown horror once again became Su Ming's fallen soul. I'll hand over everything I get from the dungeons to you. Lin Yalan had long gotten used to the scene. After all, Su Ming had killed no less than 80 horrors along the way, and there was no need to worry about safety issues. Remember the equipment too. Turning his head slowly, Su Ming reminded him at the right moment. Half an hour ago, the equipment he had extorted had already stuffed his backpack to the brim, so he simply crammed it all into Lin Yalan's backpack. Now, his role for Su Ming was big backpack plus savings card plus detection device plus exclusive chat machine. Don't worry, I know. Looking up at the gray sky, Lin Yalan had a hint of confusion in his eyes. He had chosen correctly at first. Su Ming did have the ability to help him clear the game. Look, he was already second on the points list. But why did it always feel like he was being taken advantage of? Thinking this way, Lin Yalan felt even more perplexed, muttering to himself. Am I the boss or is he the boss? Did I pay money and still have to work for someone? Chapter 127, Awakening Battle Spirit World Number 20, Final Chapter. What are you still dawdling for? Go to the next one. Turning his head and glancing lightly, Su Ming looked into the distance again, his eyes mixed with a hint of anxiety. What's wrong? Seeing him like this, Lin Yalan quickly stepped forward and couldn't help but ask. Let's finish up quickly. Once the two main leaders are dead, this place will start infighting, and I'm afraid bugs will appear if we take too long. Okay, the next player is in that alley to the right. Nodding slightly, Lin Yalan's expression grew serious as he pointed to a small alley ahead. Ah. You can't do this. Clearly your points are already enough to meet the clearance conditions, why do you have to go for the kill? Countless hiding players in the slum were found out. And Su Ming ruthlessly extorted the scapegoat and then wiped it out. Detected player count below 300, final battle moment activated, enjoy this killing feast. Ding. Detected that both leaders have been killed, points ranking will be settled in 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Only half an hour left? We have to speed up. Yes, Captain. Behind Su Ming, thousands of soldiers responded in unison. Then they quickly opened the slum walls, and the neatly organized army swiftly headed toward the rich district. Hurry up, let's see how many we can take out. Turning to Lin Yalan, Su Ming slightly frowned. Indeed, after killing that swain, with the merits he had gained, he could already serve as the captain of the resistance. After gathering all the scattered soldiers together, while there was still some time, they could naturally make a sweep through the rich district. Nodding slowly, Lin Yalan once again conjured a glimmer of light in his hand, and then the glowing orb rose into the sky, flying towards the rich district. Swish! Su Ming mixed in among the resistance soldiers, his body moving quickly like a cheetah. Wherever he passed, a captain would fall. Wow, I just realized Su God's true strength is actually this amazing? Who was it that initially said 3 soldiers could take down an ordinary player? Don't just look at how powerful Su God is, it's actually because he has thousands of soldiers backing him up, otherwise, facing so many horrors alone, one spit could drown him. I really find that the people above are a bunch of fools. Did you forget the skills Su God has drawn this time? Do you think he would be afraid of a beating? Indeed, although it's said like this, watching the streamer chop vegetables with a knife, it really is quite relieving. In the face of a leaderless enemy, the soldiers of the undead army couldn't put up any decent resistance. And were easily shattered by the soldiers of the resistance, who then quickly surged into the city. You have killed player, Zhao Siming, earned points, 2. You have killed player, Lu Chun, earned points, 5. As soon as the resistance army rushed into the wealthy district, it swept through everything around like a swarm of locusts. No matter what it was, food, drink, clothing, or toys. Anything that could be used, upon sight would not be spared. After all, the resistance soldiers lived each day on whatever they could scrounge, barely getting by. Nearly all the soldiers, looking at the luxurious scene before them, suddenly had red eyes. Su Ming had no interest in directing the soldiers anymore. After all, these guys were all about the strange, how the battle was going and what the outcome was didn't matter to him at all. Time was tight, what he needed to do now was to try to extort the remaining players, to see if he could get some good equipment or items. Phew, so tired, I'm exhausted, big brother, let's take a break. Not knowing how long had passed, Lin Yalan clutched his chest, gasping for breath. A face that was originally somewhat handsome was now deathly pale, beads of sweat the size of beans constantly sliding down from his forehead, dampening the dust beneath his feet. How many players are left now? Checking his current points, Su Ming slowly asked. Half an hour ago, his points were 998, but, in less than half an hour, they unexpectedly rose to 1315. Of course, the chaos caused by the resistance pouring into the wealthy district made Su Ming's efficiency extremely high. No, cough. I don't know, probably around 20 left, these guys are hiding quite far, we don't have much time left. Otherwise, if we keep running like this, I might just... Originally, Lin Yalan's physical condition wasn't particularly outstanding, and using Scout Guard continuously in a short time not only greatly reduced his mental energy but also pushed him beyond his limits with all the running. Forget it, let's just do it this way. Slowly pulling out a cigarette case from his pocket, Su Ming found one that was of relatively good quality, struck a match to light it. This match was, of course, also extorted conveniently. Not only could it prevent fire and cold, but even that previous player guaranteed it could burn for 3 days and nights even after being thrown into water. The quality really was top-notch. A total of 200,000 rule points, and a total of 87 valuable pieces of equipment. Am I right? Exhaling a puff of smoke, Su Ming leaned against the wall, a smile flickering in his eyes. Don't worry, cough cough. Cough, no, this is yours. Lin Yelan's face turned red, his hands waving in the air trying to disperse the smoke. Smoke less, brother, this thing is bad for your health. Watching Su Ming, who was holding the cigarette and lost in thought, Lin Yelan added helplessly. We're already in a strange talk world, and you're still talking about health? Su Ming suddenly came to his senses, looking at Lin Yelan as if he were a cute little lamb. At this moment, a somewhat surprised voice entered their ears. Hey brother, look. Why has the sky turned purple? Are you joking? You must have drunk too much. How could the sky turn purple? Not far off, beside the street. One resistance soldier pulled the horn of the man beside him, jokingly scolding him. Really, look, you really need to look. The honest and simple face of the Minotaur rarely showed a trace of fear as he blankly pointed at the sky. This is... As another person also looked up, they unconsciously mumbled. The body suddenly stiffened in mid-air. Because what the Minotaur said was true. The originally gray sky unexpectedly revealed a hint of light purple, carrying a touch of dreamy intoxication, as if the sky was draped in a thin veil. Some tiny purple lights slowly flickered, like little purple stars. Chapter 128, An Unexpected Turn. It wasn't just the soldiers. This phenomenon seemed to cover the entire realm of the undead, shrouding it tightly within. Countless eerie beings stopped their actions and began to discuss this wonderful phenomenon in the sky. Why is this happening? At this moment, Su Ming also noticed the scene in the sky, his brow slightly furrowing, a hint of confusion mingling in his eyes. Brother, could it be because you killed both leaders, so a bug actually appeared? It seems very likely right now. Su Ming slightly nodded at Lin Yelan's guess, as the word Serti said before his death echoed in his mind. You must be careful, the void. Treaster's fate dice, attempting to imprint. Imprinting failed. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the Awakening Battle, the realm of the undead, earning a rating, SSS. Reward, several rule points, Nine-Tailed Fox, Pet Egg, *1, Initial Ability Awakening, Evil Thought. Awarded title, Unreasonable. Unreasonable, encounter strong control effects to forcibly break free and ignore control effects for 3 minutes. During this period, it increases strength attributes by 200%. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Title evaluation, do what you want, think what you want. You have completely gone insane. Congratulations player Su Ming, perfectly cleared the Awakening instance, the realm of the undead. The realm of the undead will merge into the Strange Tale Great World. In the player space, Su Ming took a deep breath, slowly calming the restless heart within. Just a few seconds before his consciousness faded, he saw a scene that was somewhat unforgettable. The light purple sky seemed to be torn apart, splitting open a massive black space crack. In the crack lay endless darkness, looking cold, lifeless, lacking vitality. But Su Ming saw an eye. A completely purple pupils that occupied most of the space in the crack, slowly turning. What is that thing? The void? Su Ming sat on the sofa, slowly closing his eyes, his tone somewhat puzzled. Hasn't it already merged into the Strange Tale Great World? I'll have time to check it out. After a long while, Su Ming regained his calm, glanced at the clock on the wall, then took out his phone from his pocket. Beep beep beep. Hello? 10 minutes later? All right. Putting down the phone, Su Ming stood up and walked out of the player space. In this awakening instance, he had accumulated a significant amount of wealth, and he needed to figure out a way to deal with it. As for disposing of equipment and weapons, naturally, he would head to the trading area of the Strange Tale Plaza, rent a shop, and then he could sell his items. Of course, this required a handling fee, but more wealth means more profit. Let's see who is taking advantage of whom. Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly as he put on the title that had been gathering dust in the corner, standing by the street waiting for Wang Chang. After wearing this title, the rule points he earned would increase by a quarter out of nowhere. From a certain perspective, this title effect was indeed incredibly powerful. Slowly dropping the burnt-out cigarette butt from his hand, Su Ming frowned slightly. Then he took out his phone again. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please call again later. Sorrowfully, this wave has a trace. No one answering? Wasn't it said 10 minutes before? With his eyes slightly squinting, Su Ming quickly pulled open the door of the Wuling Hongguang, immediately accompanied by the roar of the engine. At the same time, he opened another phone number on his phone. Hello? I'm Yao, help me send over a few capable employees, coordinates are. Okay, brother. A clear girl's voice came from the other end of the phone, without hesitation or questioning the news. She acted quickly according to Su Ming's demands. Smack. Shout for me. You think you're a tough guy? You're just a despicable security guard. The red-hot branding iron suddenly pressed against Wang Chang's chest, a figure twisting their hand hard, tearing the originally charred skin apart, the sharp tip of the iron stabbing into the blurred flesh and blood. Hiss. Thin wisps of white smoke rose from the bloody flesh, the air filled with a smell of cooked meat. Wang Chang's body jolted, gasping for breath, his entire face contorted in pain. As the iron was pulled away, Wang Chang slowly opened his eyes, the surface of his eyeballs covered with dense blood vessels. Come here. I want to tell you. Isn't this right? If you don't understand the situation, I have 108 types of torture to ensure you wish you were dead. Heh. Wang Chang was now bare-chested, his hands tied to an iron frame, his whole body suspended in mid-air. Blood flowed continuously from his wrists, trickling down his arms and slowly past his cheeks. In front of him stood a hunched old man, the most striking feature being the gray gloves hiding his dark, stiff skin. Cough. Mr. Su, the location is. Blood trickled into Wang Chang's eyes, distorting his face, and he coughed a couple of times, struggling to respond. Where is that little brat? Seeing Wang Chang's voice becoming weaker, the hunched old man's face revealed a strange smile as he leaned in to hear better. The location is on your grandmother's grave dancing. Screw you. A mouthful of fresh blood mixed with thick phlegm suddenly sprayed onto the hunched old man's face, the two substances merging together caused an unexpected effect. That wet, sticky feeling instantly cured the old man's hunchback. Bastard, you're just a little bastard too. Ah. I'm going to kill you. Wiping the sticky liquid from his face, the old man's expression changed from confusion to bewilderment, and finally to shock. You dare spit in my face? Does it taste a bit fishy? No worries, you'll get used to daddy's smell. A hint of mockery flashed in Wang Chang's eyes, as he disdainfully mocked. Watching Wang Chang, who was so incredibly defiant and hard-headed, the hunched old man couldn't take it anymore and quickly grabbed a bloodied big pair of scissors. I'm going to cut you. Enough. Just as the hunched old man was about to strike, a young voice sounded. The tone was very calm, as if nothing happening before him had moved its owner at all. Third young master. This guy is probably not going to spill any information, just eliminate him. I have plenty of ways to find him. In the far corner of the room, a young man with short hair was chewing gum, casually waving his hand, his expression throughout showing a sense of indifference. Yes, third young master. Listening to the short-haired young man, the hunched old man hesitated for a moment, then slowly stopped his action, placing the bloodied scissors down. Finally, he took off his gloves, revealing the dark, decaying skin on his forearms, reaching straight for Wang Chang's neck. Even Wang Chang, who had not uttered a word the entire time, finally couldn't help but roar. The skin, which had seemed normal, turned visibly gray and rotten upon contacting the decaying arm, rotting and stinking wherever it touched. Hurting, huh? Go ahead, scream. Dying at my hands would be an honor for you. The strange old man's mouth twisted into an eerie smile, his eyes becoming even darker and more terrifying. Even if. Bang! Suddenly, the door to the room burst open, and a big iron hammer with a diameter of half a meter smashed towards the strange old man. The strange old man, who was about to speak again, clearly did not see the sudden attack coming, his body thrown out by the powerful blow, crashing straight into the old wall beside him. Who is it? A cold voice rang out. The young man chewing gum slowly stood up, squinting his eyes as he surveyed the doorway. Aren't you all looking for me? As Su Ming's words fell, 3 figures in security uniforms rushed into the room. Don't move. Raise your hands. Pa. Looking at the security guard flying back, Su Ming couldn't help but twitch his mouth, then waved his hand helplessly. Forget it, just be careful, I'll handle what's inside. Gently stroking the treasure at his waist, Su Ming's lips curled into a faint smile, and then his body vanished into thin air. Bang! A clear sound of metal colliding rang out. Su Ming, intrigued, looked at the young man before him, then a shattered skull hammer appeared in his hand, smashing down toward the young man's head. You're a bit tougher than I expected. But no matter what, you're just a rookie who just awakened. Well, I'll just play with you for a while. A soft voice echoed, and when Su Ming looked again, the young man was floating in the corner of the room, close at hand. You can teleport too? With a flicker in his eyes, Su Ming glanced at the bloodied Wang Chang on the iron frame, his smile turning somewhat cold. I always bully others, yet someone dares to bully me. You three, block the room, don't let them escape. Turning to the entrance, Su Ming seriously instructed. Understood, Mr. Su. The three security guards from Huangquan restaurant, already outside, blinked and replied in unison. Kid, do you know why we are here this time? The strange old man was completely unfazed, adjusting his white gloves and smiling as he spoke. Shut up, you old fool. However, Su Ming had no intention of communicating, waving the treasure in his hand and disappearing again. After all, one should be cautious of where they step. Moreover, it seemed these two were targeting him. Smack! A crisp slap hit the third young master's face, followed by Su Ming quickly swinging the treasure, accurately stabbing toward the third young master's chest. Due to the enhancement of the Big Bang, the third young master was clearly still in a daze. If this strike landed, he would either die or lose several layers of skin. Be bold. Do you really think I don't exist? A deep voice laced with anger, the strange old man took off his gloves and silently lunged at the back of Su Ming's head. With Su Ming's back turned to the old man and the treasure aimed at the third young master, there was hardly any chance to dodge. Little guy, you're still too naive. Watching his almost guaranteed hit, the strange old man's gaze grew increasingly ferocious, and the unusual expression on his face intensified. Evil thoughts. Su Ming's eyes remained calm as he softly uttered two words. Clang. The strange old man froze in place, his expression weighted with seriousness. Puppet? Or a clone? No, neither is it. His rotting arms were firmly clamped by a large iron hammer, while behind Su Ming, another Su Ming appeared in place. But this extra Su Ming had pitch-black pupils and wore an exaggerated smile. Though he looked almost identical to the original Su Ming, their auras felt entirely different. If Su Ming's aura was icy and calm, the current Su Ming's aura leaned towards bloodthirsty and brutal. Evil thoughts, can you handle this? Su Ming didn't turn around, his tone unusually calm as he asked. He seemed to have already anticipated what was happening behind him. Hee, do you underestimate me? With this old trick, I can take down 10. Sensing the distrust, Evil Thought's dark eyes narrowed slightly as a terrifying, bloodthirsty aura erupted from within. You just need to hold on for 3 minutes. With a wicked smile aimed at the strange old man, Evil Thoughts confidently promised. Smack! With Evil Thoughts holding the old man at bay, Su Ming continued to slap the third young master, the treasure in his hand going in and out ceaselessly. Why do you trouble me with this level? With a slight frown, a meaning undefined sparkled in Su Ming's eyes. Ha! As lacy eye continued to pierce, the third young master's body gradually rotted, then his skin cracked open like molting. Immediately after, the third young master's body strangely appeared in the corner, leaving behind a dark, filthy skin bag in front of Su Ming. Don't get so excited, I'm not here to kill you. On the contrary, I want to cooperate with you. Casually taking out a piece of gum and tossing it into his mouth, the third young master shook his head slightly, his eyes full of smiles. Now I somewhat acknowledge your strength, why not sit down and talk? Talk to your mother. Bang! The evil thought that was fighting the strange old man just happened to pass by the third young master, throwing an elbow straight at his face. He's not wrong, I'm not interested in cooperating with you. Su Ming's gaze gradually turned cold, then he slowly shook his head. Then, there's nothing to talk about? Rubbing his somewhat swollen cheek, the third young master's tone became colder and colder. Since that's the case, then please go die. After finishing that last sentence, the third young master slid a folding fan out of his sleeve, opened it quickly, and waved gently, creating a fierce gust of wind. The gale blasted against the shattered walls, and the small house instantly exploded open. Damn! This human, so strong. The three security guards initially standing outside quickly retreated, fearfully exclaiming. Chapter 130, The Death of the Third Young Master. Ding Qian Pearl. Su Ming casually took out a glowing pearl, and after activating it, a layer of pale golden light shone on his body. Crack, crack. But it only held for a few seconds before the light shield exploded. Gale, is this your awakening ability? A hint of confusion appeared in Su Ming's eyes as he subconsciously asked. Delicate gusts of wind tore gaps in his clothes, and blood traces appeared on his exposed skin. There's no need for you, a dying person, to know. The third young master slowly shook his head, a glint of mockery in his eyes. Go! The light blue gale gradually solidified, forming a giant tornado, aimed straight at Su Ming. Really acting. Watching his appearance, Su Ming exhaled lightly, and his body vanished into thin air. Puff! Accompanied by a slight sound. The third young master slowly withdrew the folding fan in his hand, and then a smile appeared in his eyes. I already guessed you would use this move, but would I be so easily fooled twice by the same trick? Brother, you stabbed the wrong person. The third young master's expression instantly froze as he turned around in disbelief, staring blankly at what was behind him. It was not Su Ming. but one of the security guards who had been standing outside the house at first. Slap. Following the crisp sound, Su Ming's figure slowly materialized, his emotionless gaze fixed coldly at the third young master. Thunder tribulation. A deep voice emerged, followed by a flash of lightning, violently obliterating the third young master's bodily functions in an instant. Security. As Su Ming lightly uttered two words, the previously appeared security guard behind the third young master, disregarding his own injuries, swiftly drew a dagger, the cold blade pressed against the third young master's neck. Using all his might, he brutally slashed. A head flew high up. Third young master. The strange old man watching this scene screamed in terror. Ah! You killed the third young master, you're done for, you don't know who you've offended, puff. A slender claw pierced through the old man's chest. A large amount of blood mist erupted. The evil thought's pitch-black eyes flashed with disdain. Trash is just trash. Can't focus even while fighting. Thump. Slowly retracting his palm, held in it, was a bloody heart. Without any hesitation, the evil thought directly raised the heart, opened his mouth, and bit down on it. So satisfying, is this the feeling of blood? Ah ha 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 ha. So delicious. Licking his lips. The evil thought shifted its gaze towards Wang Chang, unconscious on the iron frame. A hint of desire in his eyes. My person. Feeling the change in the malicious gaze, Su Ming calmly spoke. Fine. Next time when there are more people, call me, otherwise it really isn't interesting. Waving his hand, the body of the malevolent being gradually vanished. Thud. The half-eaten heart also fell to the ground, and the scene became somewhat quiet for a moment. Cough, cough. The strange old man struggled to extend a finger, his body trembling as he spoke. Do you know? Even with his heart hollowed out, he still had not completely died, but before he could finish rambling, Su Ming quickly went to his side. Accompanied by a faint flash of a blade, Thunder's gift was drawn swiftly. Although he couldn't directly kill players on the haunted square, killing the strange ones would not come with any constraints. Are you okay? You did well this time, I'll give you a raise. Patting the shoulder of the previously innocent security guard, Su Ming's eyes flashed with a touch of regret. After all, this guard was just an ordinary being, though that third young master's methods were not something he could handle. To attract his attention, Su Ming specially used a prop that could change positions to move the guard here as a shield. Cough, cough, Mr. Su, cough, cough, woo, I'm fine. The guard lying on the ground spat out blood, his face pale as he gasped for breath. The intense pain twisted his expression. Besides doubling your salary, an extra 100,000 is a bonus. Ah. Thank you, Mr. Su. Startled awake from a dying dream, the guard's eyes widened as he suddenly stood up, filled with joy. The other two onlooking guards stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and teasingly said, Well done, Little Lee. You really hit the jackpot this time. If you don't treat us tonight, I will treat. Definitely will treat. I'll order 3 for each of you, guaranteed to be enjoyable. The three exchanged knowing smiles, sharing an understanding glance. Brother! How is it? Not hurt, right? Before long, a black car came to a stop, and 2 figures emerged from the vehicle, one of them a girl in a white lace dress, wearing a light blue beret on her head. It was the little lowly, Bai Mao. What could happen to me? Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming focused and, somewhat surprisingly, touched Bai Miao's head. Have you grown taller? Really? Bai Miao lifted her head, her eyes forming crescent moons. It's a lie. With a slight smirk, Su Ming withdrew his hand and slowly lit a cigarette. Manager Hong, help me check the identity of this strange being. Pointing to the corpse of the strange old man on the ground, Su Ming looked towards Xiao Hong beside him, his tone gradually turning cold. The player called Third Young Master was hard to investigate in terms of identity, but they could start with this strange old man. Okay, Mr. Su. Manager Hong nodded slightly, then seemed to remember something, frowning slightly. Mr. Su, there's one more thing that needs your decision. No hurry, take your time on the road, you guys take Wang Chang back first, I'll ride with them. Throwing his car keys to a guard, Su Ming slowly sat in the black car. How is the restaurant's revenue doing now? Looking at the scenery by the street, Su Ming gently closed his eyes and asked. Pretty good. After constant renovations, the current Yellow Spring restaurant will definitely surprise you. But, precisely because of this, most of our funds. At this point, Bai Miao's small hands fidgeted together restlessly, her head lowered with a bit of grievance. No worries. As long as there is positive feedback, continue to invest. I don't really need money right now. Looking at Bai Miao's cute, guilty expression, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. By the way, after acquiring the medium hotel, it can be transformed into a bar. This way, after the audience finishes the concert and dinner, they can dance a little, which helps with digestion. Good. Manager Hong nodded slightly, then hesitated a little before speaking again. By the way, What were you going to say earlier? Seeing his appearance, Su Ming instinctively asked. Mr. Su, it's like this. When we acquired the Spirit Media Hotel, we received a piece of news. Fengdu City is soon to send someone to take over the Spirit Media Hotel, probably within 1 month. Chapter 131, The Money-Making Concert. Within 1 month? Su Ming whispered, his gaze drifting outside the car as he fell into deep thought. Let's proceed with the original plan to renovate the Spirit Media Hotel. When they arrive, notify me immediately. Su Ming wasn't too worried about the arrival of people from Fengdu City. After all, could anyone they sent really compare to Seth and Swain? An unexpected big player coming in, they would still need to kneel. Understood, Mr. Su. The manager Hong nodded slightly, then tightened his grip on the steering wheel, looking straight ahead. Huangquan Restaurant. Before Su Ming could get close, the scene before him truly surprised him. The restaurant was no longer just a building. After acquiring the Spirit Media Hotel and nearby shops, it had gradually transformed into a large commercial street. At this moment, it was already evening, and in the center of the street stood an enormous stage, surrounded by countless players and strange beings. They waved glow sticks, held up banners, their bodies bouncing as they shouted loudly. Ah! Mimi, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. Purple sauce. Purple sauce. My idol. Dozens of strange security guards stood at the edge of the stage, maintaining order with serious faces, but at this moment, they seemed particularly insignificant. Has it developed to this extent? Looking around, a hint of admiration appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Of course. Thanks to our 2 headliners, tickets for the concert are in high demand. Even those trees on the outskirts have people climbing them just to get a view of the stage. Hearing this, Bai Miao couldn't help but smile, pointing at the trees on the outskirts. Su Ming glanced over. Goodness, those trees were crawling with figures, stretching their necks to see the stage. How much can we earn from a concert now? Not much, human spectators are only a small part. If we hold one every week, it averages about 50 to 60,000 points per concert. Frowning and calculating, Bai Miao finally said softly. That's pretty good. About 200,000 points in a month, plus the restaurant's earnings, it should be over 300,000 points, right? By the way, I'll pick out some good equipment. Later, let's see if we can hold an auction to deal with these. Thinking of his full backpack of equipment, Su Ming decisively called Lin Yelan and sent him the coordinates. Lin Yelan, the sleeper wow, big shot. Why is the location at Huangquan Restaurant? I heard it's pretty expensive there. Su Ming, Nucleus, MVP, Drill Maniac just come, you don't have to foot the bill this time. After chatting in the car for a while, Su Ming followed the 2 into the restaurant. After having Xiao Hong arrange a dinner, Su Ming boredly waited for Lin Yelan's arrival and even took a shower. So luxurious? You don't plan to bankrupt me, do you? At the dining table, Lin Yelan opened his mouth slightly, looking at the dazzling array of luxurious dishes before him, unable to help but swallow hard. And, who is this? Looking at Bai Miao, who was peeling shrimp shells and placing them in Su Ming's plate while filling his glass with wine, Lin Yelan asked once again with a soul-searching inquiry. Ahem. Bai Miao lightly coughed twice, discreetly glaring at Lin Yelan with a look that was hard to miss. Sorry, my question. Nodding appreciatively, Lin Yelan indicated he understood. Eat quickly, after we eat, take out the equipment and transfer all the points to the restaurant's public account. Su Ming picked up a box of caviar and popped it into his mouth, blinking as he slightly frowned. This thing doesn't seem as delicious as it was claimed to be. Restaurant? This restaurant and this little girl. Can't all be yours, right? Lin Yelan suddenly widened his eyes as if realizing something, and suddenly felt that the lobster in his mouth had lost its taste. As he chewed, it was flavorless. Pretty much. He slightly raised his head and glanced. Su Ming calmly lifted his wine glass and took a small sip. As expected, expensive things taste bad. Bai Miao, go get me a bottle of 1982 cola. Okay. Bai Miao nodded obediently and walked towards the kitchen. Keep 50,000 for yourself as a bonus. Is that okay? Ha ha. Then I'll transfer 150,000? MHM. The 2 exchanged casual words at the dining table, and the pleasant night passed just like that. Morning. Su Ming woke up from bed, took a glance at Bai Miao who was busy in the kitchen, and a faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Then he taught Bai Miao how to cook step by step. After a challenging breakfast, Su Ming had Wang Chang drive him back to the player space again. If something feels off in the future, just run away, don't be foolish and stay, understand? Looking at Wang Chang whose head was still wrapped in bandages, Su Ming spoke with a hint of displeasure. This was still under the condition that he had used a recovery item on Wang Chang, otherwise, just the injuries on him would be enough to make someone faint. I understand, Mr. Su. Yesterday I was too reckless, I'm sorry. Scratching his head, Wang Chang's eyes were filled with regret, his head nearly buried in his chest. I'm not blaming you, but remember, safety first. He patted Wang Chang's shoulder, and Su Ming felt a bit of a headache for this single-minded security guard. Then he waved his hand and disappeared into the street. He. Mr. Su is really nice. Wang Chang still stood in place, staring at the direction where Su Ming disappeared, a foolish grin on his face. Not for any other reason, just because yesterday Su Ming had given him a compensation of 500,000, instantly boosting his worth. If there are a few more times, would it be enough for me to marry a wife? Muttering to himself, Wang Chang's gaze seriously scanned the passing players, leaning against a Wuling Hongguang, his eyes wide with vigilance. Player space. Su Ming sat on the sofa, pondering for a while, then quickly opened the exchange list in the mall, searching for what he wanted. Fire Qilin Cub, pet a Qilin that can breathe fire, simply too cool. Price, 999,999 inch. Godzilla egg, pet a mutated Godzilla that absorbed a large amount of nuclear waste, specific strength unknown. Price, 888,888 inch. Alpaca, pet can spray corrosive water when grown, strong combat power. Price, 700,000 inch. Great monkey, pet comes with proficiency in stick skills, born with divine strength. Price, 600,000 inch. Good heavens, is this price not inflated by an extra digit? The pet interface could only be viewed after completing the Awakening Dungeon. Su Ming had never seen such ridiculous prices before. Chapter 132, Incubating Pet Eggs. That most expensive thing. Fire Qilin? Selling for 1,000,000 rule points? Even the top players might not be willing to buy this pet, right? But it seems reasonable. A basic awakening weapon can be sold for around 100,000 to 200,000 rule points. This pet is indeed more expensive, but not too outrageous. After some careful thinking, Su Ming's frown relaxed slightly. After all, this thing is indeed a bit pricey for others, but for himself, it's just a matter of saving for a month or two. Besides, didn't he already have a nine-tailed fox pet egg? Just now, he carefully searched, and the nine-tailed fox pet egg was priced at 250,000 rule points. While it couldn't compare with the top-quality pets, it was still a relatively rare breed. Pet incubation box, used to incubate various pet eggs. Different pet breeds change the incubation time. Price, 30,000 inch. This item was relatively cheap, and Su Ming decisively exchanged for it. Then he placed the incubation box on the table and took out the nine-tailed fox pet egg from his backpack. Put it into the incubation box. Current status, incubating, incubation time 1 day. Looking at the prompt above the incubation box, Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head. This incubation time isn't too long. Originally, he planned to dive straight in, but now it seems he has to delay for another day. On the east side of the Creepy Tail Square. This place is not particularly lively, unlike the gathering center for players. One villa after another stands lonely on the lawn. This is the area where some top players gather. They have as few as 4 or 5 or as many as dozens, almost spontaneously organizing into small groups called guilds. At this moment, inside an exceptionally large villa, about 10 players are gathered, sitting scattered around a round table, their eyes moving towards the figure at the top. Boss, the swordman and the third young master are dead, and the butler also got involved. What do we say about this? One young man, fiddling with his yellow hair, spoke with a playful smile. Long Yun. How can you talk to the president like that? Before the figure at the top could reply, a girl sitting next to the yellow-haired young man mercilessly flicked his forehead. You dare to flick me? Ouch. Long Yun felt a bit wronged, glaring fiercely at the girl in front of him, his tone tinged with threat. Enough. We are having a meeting. Noticing the somewhat chaotic scene, the figure at the top slowly raised his head, revealing a scarred face under the cloak. His voice was a bit hoarse, and his expression was extraordinarily cold. The swordman is dead, but even the third young master who went to woo him has also fallen to that guy named Su Ming. What does this indicate? His gaze swept around, and the president looked at everyone, waiting for their responses. It indicates that this guy named Su Ming is very strong. It indicates he had no chance to be wooed by us? It indicates the swordman is a fool. Hearing the last sentence, everyone turned to look at the speaker, a tacit agreement appearing on their faces. That arrogant woman really is a fool. Isn't there a saying that big-chested and brainless goes together? I think she's not that big either. Long Yin still had some grievances, holding his forehead and constantly mumbling. We not only lost 2 battle powers for no reason, but also offended a rising fierce person. The girl sitting next to the yellow-haired young man also supported her chin with her hands, looking utterly uninterested. Originally, the swordman was the most promising newcomer in their guild. When he first entered the Creepy Tail dungeon, the captain recognized his potential and deliberately gave him a weapon that had never been bound before. You have to know that this is an awakening weapon. Once it comes into existence and gets bound by someone, it will disappear with the owner's death. The whole guild has had only 2 over the years. One can imagine how precious it is. The one who regrets the most now should be the captain, losing both the lady and soldiers. His guts must be turning green with regret. The girl rolled her eyes, secretly thinking. Ahem, you all probably understand the situation. What the swordman did completely harms the image of our guild. Suddenly coughing twice, the president lightly tapped the table. The most ridiculous part is, asking the third young master to go negotiate cooperation, and as soon as he went, he was gone. This guy is even stronger than we imagined. Frowning slightly, the president spoke to himself. Clearly, he still had some authority, at least when he spoke, no one dared to talk back. So now that things have developed to this point, what do you think we should do? Fight him? Or should we admit defeat? It feels like we can't win. What nonsense! With the president being a 5th-tier awakened one, just one move. Wouldn't that be taken down in a minute? A group of people expressed their thoughts, while the president's frown deepened. With my strength. Unable to act in the ghost story square, I am not too afraid of the enforcers, but those guys from other guilds will probably not just stand by and watch. Once I make a move, those guys might take the opportunity to intentionally help Su Ming, and then we will never be able to turn things around. So, does that mean, President, it's best to kill him in the ghost stories dungeon? Long Yun curled his yellow hair and spoke thoughtfully. Exactly. As long as we make good use of the ghost stories rules, killing him will be quite easy. Nodding slightly, the president continued to share his thoughts slowly. Thus, I will go find the Tianji guild. As long as I pay a price to that Tianji, I can get the time when Su Ming starts matching for the dungeon. At that time, all of you match at the same time, which will greatly increase the chance of encountering him. After all, there are only so many players matching for sea-level dungeons at the same time. The crowd listened to the president's plan, nodding repeatedly. All of them were stuck at the progress of the sea-level dungeon. Once the dungeon matching reached sea level, players would typically undergo the Awakening Dungeon test. Successfully passing the Awakening Dungeon not only increased the dungeon's difficulty, but the time interval for entering the dungeon could extend up to 3 months. Ordinary players would need to clear the sea-level dungeon about 6 times to qualify for matching with B-level dungeons. Because of this mechanism, many awakened players remained stuck in the sea-level dungeon for a year or 2, which was quite common. Do you have any objections? If you think my plan has flaws, feel free to speak your mind. With a gaze slowly turning cold, the president asked stiffly. No objections. Everyone shook their heads in unison, even the seemingly most rebellious yellow-haired youth Long Yun had no objections whatsoever. Most of them were 4th-stage awakened ones, not like the 3rd young master and swordsman who were newcomers. And that Su Ming had just come out of the Awakening War, surely only reached the 1st stage. Even if he could kill 1st-stage swordsman and defeat the 2nd-stage 3rd young master, could Su Ming really kill them, the 4th-stage awakened ones? Chapter 133, Little Fox. Right now, I am matching for B-level dungeons while Su Ming's progress should only be at C-level, so I will be troubling everyone. After saying this, the president glanced at the 2 players on the right, pausing for a moment. Lion and Kiki, you are only at the 3rd stage, so don't get involved for now. Understood, President. On the right side of the conference table, a blonde strong man and a girl in a dress answered in unison. Alright, since that's the case, I'll go find Tianji, you all prepare in advance. As soon as he finished speaking, the president nodded and then vanished into thin air. The guild members exchanged glances, waiting for a long time. I always feel that Su Ming is a bit strange. I really don't know if the president's decision is right or wrong. The girl sitting next to the yellow-haired youth showed a hint of worry on her face and couldn't help but murmur. Kiki. We've said it, are we 4th-stage players really afraid of a newly awakened rookie? Be careful, or the president will sew your mouth shut. The usually playful Long Yun instantly turned dark, his tone laced with anger. Got it. Feeling a bit wronged, Kiki lowered her head, hands folded together, lost in thought. Player space. Su Ming held a glass of red wine, leaning back on the sofa out of sheer boredom. He then opened the exchange mall to select the necessary items since he still had around 250,000 rule points, which felt a bit burning in his hands. Let's skip awakening weapons since the Thunder Blessing is good enough for a while. I'll look for some useful props or equipment instead. After hesitating for a while, Su Ming finally settled on 2 items. Puppet doll, life-saving equipment type after use, it can remove all negative effects, then restore to peak condition, immune to death during use and cannot be selected. Price, 80,000. Collector, special skill when the target is in a near-death state, the kill effect is triggered with 100% chance. If the target is a player, there is a chance to forcibly steal their equipment, items, or skills. Price, 150,000. The puppet doll is an upgraded version of the death doll. Being able to clear control effects and fully revive in place is much stronger than random revival. Of course, the price is 5 times higher. During the Awakening dungeon, Su Ming encountered several unlucky players who randomly revived underground and were suffocated to death due to the lack of digging abilities. They revived, but not completely. In comparison, this puppet doll is much more comfortable. The thing used by the third young master before should also be this. As for this collector, it's a great tool for killing and looting. Looking at the description of the collector's skill, Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Crack! Crack! At this moment, a slight movement came from the incubation box, immediately catching Su Ming's attention. Is it about to be born? Watching the incubation box with curiosity, a hint of expectation flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Through the glass of the incubation box, he could clearly see the white egg gently shaking, with small cracks slowly appearing on the surface. Is something with no fur going to crawl out? By now, about 20 hours had passed. The hatching time seemed to match up. Just as Su Ming was pondering, a small pink paw suddenly popped out from the eggshell. Ah! Hearing this peculiar cry, Su Ming's expression became more strange. As time passed, a little pink paw struggled to push against the egg, causing the cracks to widen. Then, a fluffy little head peeked out, with a pair of clear, bright eyes curiously staring at Su Ming. Ah! The human and the fox looked at each other. The little fox opened its mouth wide and continued to cry out. All right, you shouldn't need milk, right? Seeing how adorably naive this little creature was, Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He casually opened the incubation box and held the little fox in his arms, carefully examining it. Type, juvenile nine-tailed fox, youth stage. Strength, 2 out of 10 spirit, 5 out of 15 energy, 10 out of 10. Attribute, light. Skills, charm level 1, fox fire level 1. It looks pretty good. Why isn't the strength and spirit full? Is it because it hasn't had milk? Looking at the somewhat listless little fox, Su Ming pondered for a while, his eyes flickering slightly. He then opened the exchange mall and exchanged some beast milk and cat food cans. As for why he exchanged cat food, it was mainly because Su Ming couldn't find any fox food after searching, so he had to make do with it. Since you are an egg that the fox princess dropped, I'll call you Little G? Ah! The little fox blinked its eyes, with its pink little paws scratching vigorously, seemingly dissatisfied with this name. Look at you getting so excited. I just used a little creativity. Petting Little G's head, a hint of a smile appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Ah! The little fox kicked its legs and jumped onto Su Ming's shoulder, looking fearfully at the unfamiliar surroundings. The 4 pink paws clutching his clothes tightened their grip even more. By the way, Little G, can you show me your charm? As if remembering something, Su Ming placed the little fox on the table, curious about its transformation. Ah! The youthful voice came out, and Little G looked a bit confused as it gazed at Su Ming, constantly gesturing with its paws. Then it tilted its head and thought for a moment. Slowly, it placed one paw on the table. Ah! A cloud of pink mist spread out, completely enveloping Little G's body. Looking at the little fox in this state, Su Ming curiously reached out to poke it. Bang! With a sudden soft sound, a heart-pounding scene appeared. A pair of jade feet hung in the air and swayed slightly. Looking up, is smooth, full skin. Damn it! Change back. Even Su Ming, who was usually calm, couldn't help but curse. The woman transformed from Little G was wearing thin clothes, but she was missing the most necessary parts. This skill called charm was a bit of an understatement. It should be called seduction instead. Bang! With Su Ming's shout, Little G's body changed again, finally returning to her original form. Seeing this scene, Su Ming finally let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he wasn't interested in her fox fire skill anymore but shifted his gaze to the large screen in the center. Good. Let's go, I'll take you out to see the world. Picking up the little fox and tucking her into his pocket, Su Ming leisurely clicked the matchmaking button. Chapter 134 Evil City Number 1. It's starting. Quick, match. At the headquarters of the Sky Guild. The president looked at the friend message from Tianji, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Okay. Got it. Seeing everyone around her starting to match, Coco let out a secret sigh. I hope Dragon Cloud runs into trouble. This guy always bosses me around just because he's older. Then, helplessly, she clicked the matchmaking button, a hint of heartache flashing in her eyes. Start matching. It had been less than a month since she last completed a sea-level dungeon, and this time she wasn't fully prepared for a sudden match. Over 2 months of leisure time had been wasted. Coco, relax. Dragon Cloud noticed her unease, shook his blonde hair, and laughed mischievously. The guild has spent resources to train you for so long, it's time to repay. And you just reached the 4th tier, that Su Ming is just a newcomer. What are you afraid of? Coco's whole face turned into a little bitter melon. She slightly raised her head, just about to say something. Swish. Dragon Cloud's body transformed into a white light and instantly disappeared. Sigh. Watching the members around her disappear one after another, Coco stared at her screen interface. Random dungeon extraction in progress. 78/200, 168/200, match successful. Sea-level dungeon, Evil City. Each person has different troubles, but the heavy burden of life cannot be easily lifted. Under the accumulative oppression of people, the unemployment and crime rates are rising. Under pressure, a piece of news that excited all citizens was announced: March 15th every year is a legally permitted day of killing. For 24 hours, there will be no constraints of law or morality. But some are afraid of death, some want money and wealth, power, so they will do everything to survive and achieve their goals. And your identity is that of a high-paid bodyguard, gaining the employer's trust and helping him fulfill his wishes. Bodyguard. Rubbing his heavy head, Su Ming's vision gradually became clear. Based on the dungeon's introduction, he could roughly guess the goal for this dungeon was to gain the employer's trust while safely navigating the day of killing. And the completion degree of the employer's goal seemed to be linked to the dungeon rating? Creak. As Su Ming was thinking, the room door slowly opened, and 3 figures walked in. The one in front looked like a young monk with his hands together, wearing a string of prayer beads around his neck. He had a peaceful look in his eyes, appearing to empathize with the suffering of others. A monk? Looking at this person's outfit, Su Ming couldn't help but twitch his mouth wildly. This dungeon is called Evil City, and you're telling me the employer to protect is a damn monk? It's as ridiculous as asking him to dig up a pile of gold from a public toilet cesspool. Is he this unlucky himself, or are all players encountering these weirdos? Ha! This dungeon is called Evil City, and there's some killing day. Why is there a monk? Forget the monk, what if this guy is a goody two-shoes? Wouldn't that be utterly ridiculous? What a rarity, Su God's luck has finally run out, this hellish start, maybe it's just the beginning of his downfall. What international joke is this? That black fan upstairs, get out of my livestream. As Su Ming entered the instance, the livestream was opened once again. Some viewers looked at the young monk before them, and then at the instance title, feeling much the same as Su Ming. It really was Xiangyu starving to eat mushrooms, Thin Man. Xiang cried. Amatba, little monk pays his respect. Seeing Su Ming sitting on the bed, somewhat dazed, the young monk recited a Buddhist phrase and spoke softly. Looking at him in this manner, a faint sense of unease rose in Su Ming's heart. Poor monk's dharma name is Silver Cicada, may I ask how to address you, benefactor? Su Ming. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Su Ming answered leisurely. Please rest well, 3 days later on the day of slaughter, we will need your full support, Master Su. Nodding slightly, Silver Cicada muttered a Buddhist phrase and then quickly left. The 2 bodyguards behind him, however, remained standing in place. Su Ming gently grasped the hilt of the thunder gift knife, and though he did not speak, his gaze towards the 2 carried a hint of inquiry. Before understanding any rules, one must maintain enough vigilance to avoid falling into traps. What if there was a rule prohibiting communication with these bodyguards? Mr. Su, since this is your first time in the extreme evil city, Master Silver Cicada has asked us to inform you of some points of attention. Seemingly understanding Su Ming's intent, one person explained on his own. First, during the period of employment, bodyguards must unconditionally obey the employer's orders. Of course, orders such as asking you to commit suicide can be ignored. Second, under any circumstances, the employer must not suffer even a scratch, unless otherwise instructed by the employer. You cannot leave the employer by more than a kilometer. Violation of any condition will result in you automatically losing your bodyguard status. Third, if you unfortunately lose your bodyguard status, please find a law enforcer and have him restore your bodyguard status. Fourth, during the duration of the day of slaughter, you can unleash all your powers. Prior to that, all your abilities are sealed. Fifth, the higher your favorability with Master Silver Cicada, the more restrictions you can lift. That's about it for now, Mr. Su. Master Silver Cicada has high hopes for you, so please don't let him down. After explaining, the person left slowly with a somewhat enigmatic smile while saying the last sentence with meaning. Just 5 rules, all revolving around this monk. This is likely just part of the rules. Thinking carefully about each rule's various implications, Su Ming's brows furrowed slightly. Extracting your random talent skill extraction in progress. Extraction complete, omniscient vision. Omniscient vision, I have a pair of magical eyes, gradually mastering everything in the world, as if I am gradually analyzing everything. Omniscient vision? Analyzing everything? Could it be another conceptual ability? After a brief moment of thought, Su Ming's pupil shrank slightly. If it truly is as he understands, and this is a conceptual talent, then this thing is even more invincible than invincibility. Chapter 135, Extreme Evil City Number 2. To verify his thoughts, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly, then he slowly closed his eyes. In another room, Silver Cicada sat cross-legged on the bed, reciting the true scriptures. Two bodyguards stood at the door with their hands behind their backs, expressionless as they stared ahead. Silver Cicada, master from the land of India, when trust reaches 70 or above, abilities will be activated. Special ability, restraining curse use on the target. If the target cannot break free, control continues. Characteristic, Great Saint Mother, especially fond of mature and intellectual women. 6. Especially the last point made Su Ming smack his lips and sigh. This little monk looks pretty serious, but unexpectedly plays so flamboyantly in private. At the moment of activating omniscient vision, merely focusing his attention on Silver Cicada, everything about him came to light for Su Ming. Silver Cicada's experiences from childhood to now, and his ultimate purpose for participating in the day of slaughter. Let me see what others are doing. Not in a hurry, Su Ming settled back onto the bed, starting to sense everything about this instance. What's going on? Did Su God draw a skill that's just useless? Why is he just sitting there on the bed? Maybe it's not the right time, don't panic. As a loyal fan of Su God, you must have strong emotional resilience. Exactly. Don't be fooled by the streamer sitting still, maybe he has the ability to kill from a distance. Just waiting to be proven wrong. In my experience, players like this are usually cowards. I really don't get why this stream is so popular. Watching Su Ming calmly sitting by the bed, the viewers in the livestream all speculated about what his actions meant. Could it really be, as some outrageous viewers said, that he plans to kill from afar? At the very top of a building in the evil city. A player used the skill Soul Swap to switch identities with the employer, then killed their bodyguard and disguised themselves as a strange NPC. And their acting was so skillful that no flaws could be detected. What a smart guy, too bad I can see through the color of your underwear. Su Ming whispered softly, then shifted his attention to another corner of the city. A cute girl curled up in a corner, burying her head in her arms. In front of her was a grotesque figure with a face full of flesh, continuously pointing at her and saying something. Coco, a tier 4 awakened? Celestial Guild? In an instant, all the information about the girl named Coco since her birth was grasped by Su Ming. You don't want to be my enemy? Sorry. Shaking his head, Su Ming's gaze gradually turned cold. Since this girl in front of him matched the same instance using the information provided by Heaven's machine, then let her come to an end here. If I let you go back, you will ultimately become a timed bomb. Marking this target in his heart, Su Ming shifted his focus again. This guy is somewhat interesting. In the suburbs of Evil City, several figures stood inside a mansion. The leader was a strange woman, and standing respectfully behind her was a player who looked incredibly ordinary. But Lu Qingyu, clone created by the clone talent, it is indistinguishable from the main body. When the main body dies, the clone automatically becomes the main body. Indeed, under Su Ming's observation, this player named Lu Qingyu was not the main body but a clone created using his talent. And his real body had already infiltrated a certain armory. Besides the two players with somewhat special talents, only the girl named Coco was worth Su Ming's attention. Before the day of slaughter arrives, under the condition of being sealed of his equipment and abilities, the power of talents takes absolute precedence. Gently stroking the hilt of the Thunder Gift Blade, Su Ming slowly withdrew his attention. From the moment he drew the talent skill, he realized that the current state of Thunder Gift was no different from an ordinary tang knife. Simply put, it was just capable of slicing cabbage and chopping watermelon. They're coming. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes, focusing on the door. Su Benefactor, this humble monk greets you. Master Silver Cicada, please close the door. To Silver Cicada's surprise, Su Ming showed no signs of shock but instead gestured for him to close the door. What's wrong? Silently walking to Su Ming's bedside, Silver Cicada intentionally or unintentionally curved his lips into a strange smile, the beads in his palm spinning. I know what you want to do. If you want to succeed smoothly, you must listen to me. Casting a faint glance at Silver Cicada, Su Ming spoke without courtesy. Su Benefactor, right now you are just an ordinary human, do not be arrogant. Amit Ba. As soon as Su Ming's words fell, In Shanzi's expression returned to calm, and he turned around to leave as if nothing had happened. In Shanzi's trust level in you, -15. I suppose you don't want others to know about your special hobbies, right? Master In Shanzi. Seeing In Shanzi like this, Su Ming was not the least bit surprised, only a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Crack. What do you mean exactly? Suddenly turning his head, the Buddhist beads in In Shanzi's hand were crushed to bits. His expression became extremely dark, the smile that once hung at the corner of his mouth completely vanished, and invisible black gas surged from around his body. I mean nothing. I just know where there are divorced women who are desperate. I was thinking of introducing them to you. After a brief silence, In Shanzi's expression instantly calmed down. Since it's like this poor monk is willing to sacrifice himself to help these homeless, pitiful women. I hope you And as his words fell, Su Ming nodded slightly, revealing a look of I knew it. Then he slowly stood up, pushed open the door, and walked out. Don't worry, wait for my good news. Through the omniscient perspective, these little matters were utterly easy for Su Ming. Within a kilometer of the city, there were at least 10 suitable anomalies, which did not violate Rule 2 of not leaving the employer's side beyond a kilometer. And it could also help the employer fulfill needs to gain favorability. Among them, Rule 3, seeking an enforcer to regain identity when you lose your bodyguard status. This is the wrong rule. The so-called enforcer is almost a guaranteed death anomaly, while bodyguard status is a talisman. Once any player loses that identity and faces it, they are doomed. Of course, Su Ming was not among them. Although the employer before the day of slaughter was an anomaly, their strength was no different from ordinary players. If it weren't for Yin Chanzi's tightening curse, Su Ming would have wanted to chop him up first. Violating the rules and losing the bodyguard identity didn't have much impact on Su Ming, it only meant a low completion score. Chapter 136 Extreme Evil City Number 3. It's over, why would this quest seal abilities? This crazy employer actually wants to sell weapons on the day of slaughter? Is he out of his mind? Wouldn't others rob him? With a helpless lift of her head, Coco's eyes were filled with despair. I hope I don't run into that Su Ming. Standing up and looking around, Coco seemed to think of something, a glimmer of joy appearing in her eyes. But it doesn't matter, even if I encounter him, I can pretend not to see him. After all, he won't recognize me. Having thought this through, she secretly let out a sigh of relief and continued to squat in the corner, picking up a stack of documents. On it was written, Arms Trading Price Guide. Under the colorful neon lights, countless anomalies were discussing information about the day of slaughter. Undoubtedly, everyone was looking forward to this day. Su Ming walked down the street with a calm expression. And he had no interest at all in what was happening around him. Filled with countless memories and knowledge, he clearly felt a part of his emotions as a human beginning to fade. Like a human watching busy ants on the ground, knowing low-dimensional existence inside out but finding it dull. Arriving at a dark and deep alleyway at the corner. Without any hesitation, Su Ming walked straight towards the depths, the deep footsteps echoing in the silent alley. But when he reached a certain place, a strange smile curled at the corner of his mouth. His foot that had taken half a step froze in midair. Swish! A silver needle glided within a centimeter of Su Ming's neck, yet he showed no signs of panic, his expression calm as water. Surprised? Your current expression is 6 parts astonishment, 3 parts doubt, and 1 part fear? Am I right? Zhang Xiaoya. Facing the dark corner where no light could be seen, Su Ming took out a cigarette and spoke to himself. Just as he clicked the lighter, slightly tilting his head to ignite the cigarette, a fine silver needle flew past his ear once more. What the heck, what is this operation? Normal people would think this alley has players ambushing? Did you hear Su God mention a name? Could he be calling this player? Since entering the instance until now, the streamer hasn't made any moves. It should be a detection type skill, right? Indeed, our live room is much smarter. I also think the brother upstairs guess is reasonable. From the perspective of an omniscient view, the viewers in the live room were not far off. Strictly speaking, Su Ming's omniscient vision indeed falls under detection type. It's just a notch higher than the typical level. Watching such a bizarre scene, a trace of fear flashed in Zhang Xiaoya's eyes as she stood in the gap between 2 walls. Impossible. My talent this time is color change. I currently look no different from the wall. How did this person see through me? Gazing at Su Ming calmly smoking, a drop of cold sweat slowly trickled down her forehead. Damn. If it weren't for my ability being sealed, how could my embroidery needle be dodged so easily by him? But no matter how reluctant, reason ultimately took the upper hand. This person before me is not to be trifled with. This thought sprouted from her heart, and Zhang Xiaoya seized the opportunity to nimbly leap over the wall, then ran madly into the complex courtyard without looking back. Su Ming calmly stood in place, a faint look of mockery appearing on his face. The freshly lit cigarette was bitten at the corner of his mouth, flickering in the dark alley. You run first, I'll give you the time of a cigarette. About 5 to 6 minutes later, Su Ming finally took his time to exhale a puff of smoke, slowly moving his feet, his figure gradually disappearing into the night. At this moment, a few hundred meters away in the courtyard. Huff! Huff! Zhang Xiaoya hid in the dark corner of a room, her face still reflecting some fear and aftershock. As an experienced veteran player, she could analyze from Su Ming's subtle body movements that he was definitely not an easy opponent. Before my ability is unsealed on the day of slaughter, don't provoke him. Creak. The sound of the doorknob turning froze her expression instantly. Zhang Xiaoya, age 24, husband died in a car accident, alone with 2 kids. Nice, I like it. It's Silver Cicada who likes it. Noticing she said something wrong, Su Ming revealed an awkward yet polite smile. You. You. If you want, I can agree to you as a condition. After a brief daze, Zhang Xiaoya immediately came to her senses, managing a forced smile. Brother, I. Seeming to showcase her charm, Zhang Xiaoya stretched lazily, then slowly turned her body, displaying her curvaceous figure completely. At her shoulders, the black gauze slipped away, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. The figure is indeed nice. Resting his chin in thought, Su Ming unconsciously leaned closer to her back. Yes, brother, I also really like your kind of. Zhang Xiaoya's mouth curved slightly as she turned her back to Su Ming, the black silk sleeves swayed gently, a pure black steel needle shot out like a phantom. Her technique was excellent, both the angle of attack and timing of release were perfect. Smack! A crisp sound rang out as Su Ming tilted his head, a bit embarrassed as he spoke. I was a bit too rough, you won't mind, right? But before Zhang Xiaoya could respond, Su Ming once again grabbed her wrist. Crack! Two crisp snaps echoed as two brittle bones broke in half. Ah! No! A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the night. Zhang Xiaoya's face twisted in anguish, lying on the ground in a fit of tears and snot, wailing uncontrollably. Be good, I don't like noisy women. Suddenly, the right foot stomped down hard. Crack! Crack! Her ankle bones were smashed to pieces, and then Su Ming removed her stockings, twisted them into a ball, and stuffed them into her mouth. Zhang Xiaoya's painful screams finally ceased. Woo! Don't be scared, I'm not a good person. Ignoring her struggles, Su Ming quickly threw Zhang Xiaoya over his shoulder and walked back the way he came. Under the gaze of the all-seeing observer, Su Ming perfectly avoided all kinds of surveillance and oddities, smoothly returning to Yin Chanzi's residence. Then he gently knocked on the door. Master, there is a poor woman who needs your guidance. I have confirmed that she is divorced with 2 kids. Chapter 137 Evil City Number 4. Benefactor, you have worked hard, this monk will guide her now. After a brief moment of surprise, a trace of unmistakable joy appeared on Yin Chanzi's face, then he raised his robe and cradled Zhang Xiaoya in his arms. Guiding this woman may take some time, I hope. Just as he was about to enter, Yin Chanzi seemed to think of something, and a clear voice came out. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her. Nodding lightly, Su Ming shook his head and let out a laugh. 3 minutes later, Yin Chanzi walked out of the room with a calm expression. Every movement and expression was extraordinarily indifferent, resembling a highly enlightened monk. Thank you for your efforts, Benefactor Su. Not at all, it's the least I can do. Waving his hand, Su Ming didn't mind the short wait. Although his time was precious, those mere 3 minutes were actually quite trivial. Yin Chanzi's trust level in you, 25. Benefactor Su, it's getting late, please rest for a while. Tomorrow. As he said this, Yin Chanzi toyed with the Buddhist beads in his hands, his expression a bit hesitant. You can arrange it. With a slight smile, Su Ming walked toward his room without looking back. It seemed that the trust gained from helping him find the fallen woman was quite high, not only did it offset the minus 15 points but even increased it by 25 points. Calculating this way, the total trust increase was actually 40 points. This young monk doesn't look too serious, why does he have such a hobby privately? Unbelievable. This Master Yin Chanzi must be a reincarnation of a bandit, right? Loves married women? How can you slander the master like this? Could it be that the master is really guiding this poor girl? Isn't anyone concerned about the timing? TSK. Men really are all the same. Utterly disappointing. Yin Chanzi's behavior shocked many viewers in the livestream not because of his peculiar tastes, but due to the big contrast between his persona and his actions. It was like some well-known righteous figures in the world, who seem honest on the surface but behind the scenes. On a dark, windy night, a murder night. Gazing at the dim moonlight outside the house, Su Ming murmured softly. Snap. Flames slowly ignited, with wisps of blue smoke rising. Su Ming's figure disappeared into the night sky. In the eastern part of the city. It was now midnight, and the bustling scenes of the day had disappeared, leaving only a few weapon shops still lit on the empty streets. Damn, why does this employer have such strange requirements? In a towering skyscraper? Kiki stood at the very top, overlooking the cityscape with a slightly annoyed whisper. She sleeps so comfortably while making me drink the northwest wind alone on the rooftop? Boom! Just as Kiki squatted down, complaining helplessly. The sound of a propeller suddenly whirred above her head, causing the black coat on her to flap in the strong airflow. Is it here? Looking at the scene before her, Kiki hurriedly stood up, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. What kind of weapon needs a helicopter to transport at midnight? As several ropes descended from the helicopter, a massive container descended. Is it a nuclear weapon? No, it can't be. Just as this ridiculous thought crossed her mind, Coco shook her head violently, unable to suppress a self-deprecating smile. It's just a few ordinary laser weapons. In principle, weapons of this level are banned on kill day. So that's it. You, who are you? Halfway through her words, Coco's face suddenly turned pale as she noticed a figure standing on top of the container. Me? My name is Su Ming. As soon as the container landed, Su Ming jumped down and snapped his fingers with a smile. Bang! A loud noise came from above, followed by the helicopter exploding, countless debris falling. What the hell? From Su Ming jumping down to the helicopter exploding, Coco finally reacted, but a flaming piece of aircraft debris had already hit her shoulder. The intense pain made her consciousness exceptionally clear. Without a moment's hesitation, she quickly took off her black coat and then rolled over, hiding her entire body behind the water tank. Sigh. I'm really not interested in things like exploding helicopters anymore. When will Su God dare to blow up some cow dung? What's so scary about that? If I were Su God, not only would I dare to blow it up, I would dare to blow up 3 pounds at once. You two upstairs, please stop grossing me out, okay? I'm just enjoying my instant noodles. Now the noodles don't even taste good. Is Su God interested in this female player? Why is he so eager to come find her? I bet there must be some affair going on. The moment Su Ming blew up the plane finally made the viewers in the livestream regain some spirits. At first, when he was squatting on top of the container, Su Ming's faint gasping had several viewers peacefully fall asleep. Seeing a pure and cute girl finally appear now, the livestream instantly became lively again. Su Ming? What a coincidence. Having caught her breath for a moment, Coco was still a bit shaken, even having trouble accepting this reality. Even if they were matched in the same instance, why could he jump down from a helicopter at midnight to find trouble with her in such a big city? You called yourself Su Ming? I think there's some misunderstanding. I don't know any player called Su Ming. Her eyes flickered slightly. Coco lay flat behind the water tank, cautiously speaking. At the same time, she was secretly hoping. There was only one water tank on the rooftop, and this Su Ming in front of her was so far just an ordinary person like herself. Maybe, the debris from the plane just crushed him to death? Hey! A deep voice floated into Coco's ear, and then her body trembled as if electrocuted, unable to believe she turned back. When did you appear behind me? Su Ming's lips slightly curled up, gently leaning close to her ear, softly speaking. Guess? I guess you are a banana grandma. An angry scream erupted, and Coco's tense nerves momentarily broke. As if giving up on herself, she closed her eyes in despair. The intense unwillingness made her chest rise and fall violently. What's wrong? Did brother bully you? Watching her like this, Su Ming reached out to pinch her cheek, speaking with a smile. Still quite soft. Chapter 138 Evil City Number 5. Just as Su Ming's arm hadn't been retracted yet, Coco suddenly opened her eyes, her expression filled with coldness and indifference. Swish! Her right hand emerged from her pocket, raising something in a strange angle, fiercely stabbing towards Su Ming's neck. This sudden sneak attack was extremely insidious, brutally ruthless. A arrogant guy, can't live long. Oh. A smile slowly appeared on Coco's cold face, her indifferent eyes looked at him as if watching a cold corpse. Puff! The moment it stabbed into Su Ming, Coco's expression froze again. This feeling seems a bit strange. She lowered her head in a daze, looking at a piece of Wang Wang ice candy tightly held in her right hand. Do you like it? I specially brought it for you. Su Ming bent down, picked up the broken ice candy that was in 2 pieces, and put one piece in his mouth, his expression full of enjoyment. Isn't a fight happening? Not paying attention is a moment when a white knife goes in and a red knife comes out. What's with pulling out a Wang Wang ice candy? No. In that moment, I saw it. Actually, this ice candy was put in her pocket by Su God. I said it. Normally, how could a female player bring this kind of stick-shaped snack into a dungeon? Eating it is inconvenient, and putting it in the pocket takes up space. So Su God's skill this time is confirmed? It's not a detection type skill, it should be a prediction. Just now, that wreckage of the plane didn't hit Su God even once. Most viewers were not surprised by Coco's sudden attack. After all, this is a horror dungeon, which old player who has survived to now is really an innocent fool. Players without any skill were either killed early by the eerie creatures or taken out by other players. A strong sense of panic floated in Coco's heart. She instinctively searched her pocket, her eyes glowing faintly again. Isn't it good to be alive? It seemed Su Ming didn't see Coco's little actions. He chewed the Wang Wang ice candy slowly, looking at the distant city outline, muttering to himself. From the moment I detonated the helicopter, your employer took 2 minutes and 14 seconds from reacting to gathering people. If you're going to waste time, I can only kill you in 20 seconds and then leave. Pointing to the parachute on his back, Su Ming patiently explained. So, tell me your purpose. The girl in front seemed to shed her disguise, the originally weak and cute demeanor disappeared, tightly gripping the dagger in her pocket, her eyes full of coldness. I need you to use celestial blessing on me. Seeing his appearance, Su Ming was not surprised at all, but directly explained. Don't ask me why I know, my patience is running thin, just asking you if you will or not. Raising an eyebrow slightly, Su Ming's gaze gradually became a bit dangerous. Ha! At this stage, besides being able to use talent skills, all your abilities have been sealed. Do you think you can easily, A hint of helplessness flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he locked the struggling figure with his arm and then slowly walked to the edge of the rooftop. He leaped off. A terrifying feeling of weightlessness struck, making Coco's face lose all color as she could only wail in despair. In just a few seconds, the huge parachute opened above, and their bodies shot up, slowly easing Coco's heartbeat. I will not grant you the blessing, even if I die. Shoo! Su Ming put a finger to his lips and then stroked Coco's beautiful hair, his eyes carrying a hint of fondness. Some things are much scarier than death, don't rush, I will take you to experience them one by one soon. I ask because I don't understand. What could be worse than death? Isn't dying the end of everything? Have you heard a term called death would be better than life? I'm curious to see where Su God will take this Coco. Excited. Who knows? I think it should be a small forest. I remember my mom used to say that if you hear screams in a small forest, don't be curious and investigate, because the people inside are experiencing torment worse than death. What is celestial blessing? Is it some kind of buff talent that enhances others' attributes? In the silent night sky, the two figures floated above the city, this scene evoking countless eerie envy. Indeed, romantic to the point of death. Damn! I just knew this bodyguard was useless. To openly defy the employer's command and secretly go on a date? Luckily, this batch of laser weapons is still here, otherwise. On the rooftop, the rough-looking strange man had already cursed Coco's ancestors up and down. Behind him, a few bodyguards were using all their strength to move the containers on the ground, afraid that their employer would unleash all his anger on them. If you bless me, you can die safely and painlessly, but if you don't. Gently tapping on the table, Su Ming pointed toward the pigpen, his tone showing no emotion. You beast. Coco's body couldn't help but tremble. She was tightly bound, and as she struggled to turn her head, she found the pigpen filled with sleeping boars, probably more than 10 in total. It's okay, it's only 12:30. If you can't figure it out, take your time, I have plenty of time. Su Ming's eyes showed no emotions, his voice light, but it sent a chilling wave deep within Coco's heart. At 3 in the morning, Su Ming, wearing a black coat, walked on the empty street. Touching the hilt of his knife, his eyes narrowed slightly, then the blade flashed. Put! The black coat was split in half, and a huge wound, nearly half a meter long, suddenly appeared on Su Ming's chest. Su Ming stopped, slightly bowed his head, staring intently at the wound that was spurting blood. Then, a strange scene occurred. The huge wound on his chest seemed to come alive, the muscles twitching slightly, and in just a few seconds, the wound completely healed. On his smooth skin, not a single scar remained. That's quite a talent, too bad you can't use the blessing on yourself. Is it 3 o'clock? Looking at the clock on his watch, Su Ming yawned and quickly walked toward his residence. As for the so-called rule of not being able to leave the employer's side by a kilometer. From the moment Su Ming obtained the ability of omniscience, he knew this rule was right, but not completely right. At least for Su Ming now, he wasn't violating this rule. After all, Master Yin Shan was fast asleep right now. Chapter 139 Evil City Number 6. As soon as he entered the room, Su Ming rubbed his head and tiredly sat on the sofa. Omniscience, while useful, was somewhat exhausting. Lying on the bed, he felt a wave of emptiness in his body. Morning. Knock knock knock. The heavy knock on the door woke Su Ming up. Outside, Master Yin Shan's voice came through. Sutras, did you sleep well last night? Creak. The door was slowly pushed open, and Yin Shan had a half-smile on his face, playing with the Buddhist beads in his palm. Master, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. It's like this, I considered that with the day of slaughter approaching, the defenseless ordinary citizens will be in a dire situation. So I want you, Sutras, to help me bring some citizens to the Setting Sun Temple, hoping to help them. After saying all this, a touch of compassion appeared on Yin Shan's face, revealing the demeanor of a learned monk. Okay, let's set out now. Nodding thoughtfully, Su Ming quietly stood behind the master, his face also carrying a hint of reverence. Someone help this old man, Robbery. Hey, you little brat in front, don't run. I'm giving you all 3 loaves of bread. Is there a kind person who can save my brother? He's about to die. I beg you. Here is a dirty, sunless corner of the evil city. It wouldn't be right to call it a slum because there are no poor people here, instead, there is only a group of beings barely referred to as humans. The ground was covered in filth, rotten corpses, and scattered excrement, with buzzing flies everywhere. And randomly laid out on the ground using grass mats, were the walking dead lying in all directions. The citizens at the very bottom, when the day of slaughter arrives, they often become the tools for everyone's venting. Whether it is the elderly, children, or disabled women. Hey! Who are those people? Isn't the day of slaughter not started yet? Noisy voices emerged from the crowd, all eyes were drawn to a few figures in the distance. Amatba, Su Benefactor, we have arrived. Silver Zen Master joined his hands, looking at these numb people, a hint of compassion appeared in his eyes. Distribute the food and water, as well as the painkillers and antibiotics. Okay, Mr. Su. Several strong men behind replied quickly, putting down the supplies they carried and walked towards the group of common people. Who are you? Are you Bodhisattvas come to save us? In a damp corner, a little girl slowly raised her head, surprise flickered in her clear eyes. But besides a few children, the others looked serious, straightening their bodies, showing signs of vigilance. Amit Ba. Everyone, please don't be nervous. This monk just wants to do a little bit to help everyone move to the Sunset Temple to safely get through the day of slaughter. Just as Silver Zen Master's words fell, a big bus drove in from the back, and the two doors opened quickly. Haha, you want to imprison us together, making it easier to slaughter us? Exactly, don't think just because you have a shaved head you're a good monk. We won't fall for that. Sigh. Silver Zen Master joined his hands, turning his helpless gaze towards Su Ming. It was clear that he meant it was time for Su Ming to perform. Little girl, do you want to go with your brother? Su Ming did not hesitate, turning to look at the little girl squatting in the corner. Beside her lay a sick boy on a straw mat, his breath exceptionally weak. I will go with you, just please heal my brother, he is sick. With a reluctant glance at the little boy, a flash of determination appeared in the girl's eyes. Don't worry, I won't separate you. Smiling and shaking his head, Su Ming turned to look the other way. There stood an elderly man, thin as a stick, leaning on a cane and staring hard at Su Ming. What about that old lady? Get lost. I would never, slap. Before she could finish, a loud slap struck her face, announcing the complete destruction of her remaining few teeth. You, ha ha ha, how dare you? There is a rule here. You can't violate a woman's wishes, or you will suffer mental contamination, right? Su Ming's tone was calm, as if he had anticipated it. Immediately, cracks appeared on his arm and rapidly spread throughout his body. Listening to Su God's tone, did he already know about this rule? Then why would he deliberately violate it? Who knows? Look at those cracks on Su God's body, oh my god, they are really scary. Exactly, is the broadcaster too arrogant? Even if he still has some means, won't he be afraid of accidentally killing himself? No way? Su God's extracted skill is predictive, but it can't eliminate damage unless, oh shit, did you forget about that female player's talent? Seeing Su Ming clearly knew the consequences yet remained so nonchalant, many viewers in the live broadcast felt puzzled. Was Su Ming really not afraid of accidentally getting himself killed? But still a very few viewers thought of that previous female player, and Su Ming's calm capital probably related to that so-called blessing of the star realm. Ha, dare to hit an old woman, you don't know. Slap. Without any courtesy, Su Ming raised his arm again and struck a loud slap. After finishing, a strange smile appeared in his eyes. Now take a look, do I have any problems? As soon as Su Ming's words fell, the scars that had been floating on his body had already healed, as if everything before was an illusion. Are you going or not? Raising his hand again, Su Ming's gaze remained as calm as ever. Don't hit. I'll go. In the end, tears don't fall until the coffin is seen. After witnessing Su Ming's brutal invitation methods, not only that old woman, but the surrounding women and peculiar disabled beings all nodded in unison, expressing their willingness. Master, is my method of salvation still okay? Looking at the extremely obedient peculiar being in front of him, Su Ming turned and walked to Yin Chanzi's side, squinting his eyes as he asked. Very good. Nodding, a hint of approval appeared in Yin Chanzi's eyes, then he walked towards the bus behind him. Yin Chanzi's trust level in you, 55. Chapter 140, The Evil City Number 7. Everyone, follow along, hurry up. You don't need to suffer here anymore, the master truly cares for you. A few bodyguards showed smiles on their faces, constantly urging the group in front of them to get on the bus. Su Ming naturally followed behind. The room. The bus slowly started and drove towards a certain area in the suburbs of the evil city. Is this the Sunset Temple? After a 2.5-hour journey, the group of peculiar beings got off the bus with panic on their faces, wide-eyed as they looked at the scene ahead. The grand temple they imagined was nowhere to be seen. What appeared before them was an endless, black deep pit. At the bottom of the deep pit, a small temple was exceptionally prominent. Ha, so it's true they are gathering us here to wait for the day of slaughter? Sigh, this is our fate. Who told us we are a bunch of worthless waste? Standing outside the bus, the peculiar beings looked forlorn, their eyes, which had regained a glimmer of life, once again turned numb. How nostalgic. Only Su Ming silently gazed at the gaping pit before him, murmuring softly, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Long before he used, all-knowing and all-seeing, he had already discovered this place. This was precisely the ghost god temple that had been bombed by a nuclear bomb before. Ha. This place can't be what I'm thinking, right? It's the instance that Su God previously bombed with a nuclear bomb? I think so too. I just watched that livestream replay. This is the ruin of the ghost god temple, alright? Even the surrounding environment is exactly the same. The key is that Su God is now in the evil city. How can it be? Could it be that this so-called Master Yin Chanzi is related to the ghost god temple? Doesn't seem likely. This Yin Chanzi seems to have some special hobbies but should be a good person. Have you seen any intention of harming others from him so far? The giant pit before them truly shocked the viewers in the livestream. After all, no one expected that outside the suburbs of the evil city, there was actually a ghost god temple that Su Ming had experienced. Moreover, it seemed to have been bombed by a nuclear bomb some time ago. At least before Su Ming left, there wasn't any new temple built at the center of the giant pit, but now there was a sunset temple here. But this is just a projection. The real ruins of the ghost god temple should be in some corner of the mystery world. Shaking his head slowly, Su Ming withdrew his gaze and walked slowly towards Yin Chanzi. Amatba, Su Donor, please lead them down. Seeing Su Ming approaching, Yin Chanzi's expression was kind, pointing towards a direction on the right. There, a cement staircase spread from the edge down to the temple at the bottom. Everyone, don't think too much. The reason for establishing the sunset temple here is that this poor monk wants to commemorate the past. As Yin Chanzi led the way, he continued to explain to everyone. Originally, this was where the ghost god temple existed, but a nuclear bomb fell a year ago, completely destroying this area. So, for the sake of making amends, this little monk specifically built the Sunset Temple to pray for the seniors. After reaching inside the Sunset Temple, after settling everyone down, Yin Chanzi led Su Ming to a room. Then, a note was handed over. Su Benefactor, I trouble you to help take care of them for one night. After the day of slaughter begins tomorrow, I will come find you. Alright, Master, leave this to me. As Su Ming's voice just fell, Yin Chanzi nodded slightly, then walked out of the sunset. Take care for one night? Looking at the note in his hand, Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly, whispering to himself. Temporary rules of stay at Twilight Temple. 1. Do not be curious about anything. There are no monks with two heads here, nor blind monks with one eye. 2. The temple only serves vegetarian dishes. There will be no meat food. 3. If you notice any strange behavior from the monks, please promptly seek the abbot and report the bizarre occurrences. 4. There will be no monks chanting scriptures at night. If you hear chanting from within the temple, please ignore it. 5. The temple is a harmonious big family. If someone asks for your help, do your utmost to assist. The rules on the note did not seem particularly complicated. There were only 5 rules. Moreover, the mention of a blind monk and a monk with 2 heads in Rule 1 looked quite strange. Interesting, this thing can actually interact? After just one glance, Su Ming casually tossed the note to the ground and pushed open his room door. What does this mean? A monk with 2 heads? That damn master, I knew he was tricking us into coming here, and now he's gone. It's over, I don't want to die here. Poor my granddaughter who hasn't married into a wealthy family yet. In the temple hall, this was the time Su Ming laughed the most since entering the world of strange tales. The bazaar in this quest actually had to adhere to the rules of its own strange tales quest. Greetings, benefactors, welcome to Twilight Temple. Please obey all temple rules. In the very center of the hall, a young little monk carried a large bucket of white porridge and placed it in front of the assembled oddities. The bowls and chopsticks are over there, please help yourselves. After studying the rules for quite some time, the oddities saw food and immediately threw the so-called rules out of their minds, rushing towards the large wooden bucket on the ground. In their eyes, nothing was more fragrant than this bucket of white big porridge. Bowls and chopsticks? Forget that. In the chaos, the large wooden bucket was overturned, and the big white porridge spilled out onto the ground. Get out of the way. Don't fight me for it. I haven't eaten in 3 days, please, just let me have one bite. You bumped into me, ouch. It hurts. Help. Just a bucket of porridge completely exposed the innermost feelings of these oddities. Don't worry, there will be more later. The little monk stood still, leisurely raising the spoon in his hand, a strange smile emerging on his face. Why aren't you eating? Looking at Su Ming, the little monk's tone suddenly became cold and unkind. I'm not hungry. Shaking his head, Su Ming's gaze glanced at the white porridge on the ground. There were wriggling high-protein white worms, mixed with thick liquid, struggling to crawl. Several unfortunate little creatures were pulled from the ground by an old woman and, with a look of enjoyment, were put into her mouth. Chapter 141, Extreme Evil City Number 8. You're not hungry, so you're not going to eat? But the little monk had no intention of letting Su Ming go. Instead, he stepped forward with an eerie tone. I have bread, instant noodles, and awesome Wangzai QQ candy, no need for your concern. As he spoke, Su Ming casually opened the packaging, tossed a QQ candy into his mouth, and began to chew with great enjoyment. The little monk stared hard at Su Ming, then sniffed slightly, confirming that he hadn't eaten any meat. His eerie expression vanished. Ah! This porridge is so fragrant. Is there more? I want more, I want more. Hurry, give me food. Those who successfully snatched the white rice porridge displayed ultimate enjoyment on their faces in the hall. Greedily lies on the ground licking. The crowd becomes increasingly crazy. Some people have already fought over the rice porridge. Brother! I'm scared. The little girl at the outer edge nervously grabs her brother's wrist, pure innocence revealing a hint of panic in her eyes. The edge of the crowd is mostly made up of the elderly and children, their frail bodies completely unable to compete with the strong in the center, only able to helplessly collapse on the ground. Everyone, please be patient, I will go serve more porridge right away. The little monk, holding a shiny wooden bucket, shows a faint smile in his eyes, then quickly walks towards the hall's exit. Interesting. Su Ming clearly notices that a few people in strange states are becoming increasingly mad, grabbing and tearing at the figures beside them, looking extremely hideous and terrifying. And the strange ones next to them are not much better, greedily and numbly muttering, porridge. I want to drink porridge. Stop. Are you all crazy? Finally, someone reacts, their terrified voice echoing throughout the hall. The crowd becomes more chaotic, the ones who have drunk the porridge tear at each other, their eyes revealing intense desire. If you don't understand, ask, did this porridge contain rabies virus? Why are these guys acting like rabid dogs and biting anyone they see after drinking it? What kind of porridge is this? Didn't you see the worms in it? Or are these strange beings actually blind? No, I think it's because these strange beings have never been exposed to rules, plus they are starving, so even though they know it's worms, to them, it's just rich protein. Fun fact, the protein in worms is actually 6 times that of beef. Everyone, the porridge is here. The little monk's deep voice comes again, as he approaches the crowd holding the wooden bucket. However, the bucket no longer contains big white porridge, but a pool of blood-red liquid, mixed with dark things, with a strong and pungent smell of blood wafting from the bucket. It can't be hidden so quickly, can it? Gazing at the scarlet liquid, Su Ming slightly furrows his brows. Drink! I want to drink. Ha, no one take it from me, it's all mine. As soon as the bucket hits the ground, those previously mad strange beings rush forward. And those who have not had the porridge now look pale, their eyes terrified as they stare at the bucket filled with scarlet liquid. Even their nerves being tough, they vaguely sense something is wrong at this moment. Drink more. Only the little monk stands aside, the Buddha beads in his palm have turned blood red without anyone noticing, looking eerie and strange. It tastes so good. I want to keep drinking. How can something taste so good? Those who drank the scarlet liquid are now completely mad, their eyes have turned blood red, and their stomachs bizarrely swell. Bang! With a crisp sound, the strange beings' bellies grow bigger, their thick veins becoming clearly visible. Bang bang bang! In just a moment, those bellies of strange beings burst one after another. Not just their bellies, but their entire bodies completely turn into pools of blood, as if the whole floor has been painted with blood-red paint. Ah! What the hell is this? Don't come near, don't come near. Big brother, can you help us? In the chaotic crowd, the little girl struggles to carry a little boy on her back, stumbling towards Su Ming. Please help me take care of my brother, I beg you. The little girl's eyes are red, her face filled with helplessness and despair, looking at Su Ming with a face full of pleading. Help you take care of your brother? Su Ming glances at the paralyzed little boy, his eyes devoid of joy or sadness. You're not bad, remember the rules on the note, do you want to pull me down with you? With a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, Su Ming gently pats the little girl's head. A smile appeared in his eyes. This is troublesome. Rule 5 clearly states that when someone seeks help, one must refuse. But the problem is that this clearly targets a bizarre trap. If Su Ming helps, isn't that dragging himself into the water? Don't forget, Su Ming has predictive talent skills, he should be fine. I feel that this is a scheme by Yin Chanzi, the purpose is to destroy all these weird things and use them for something. Watching the little girl ask Su Ming for help, many audience members expressed anger at her attempt to drag Su Ming down with her. But Rule 5 clearly states that one cannot refuse others' pleas for help. This made many people worry about Su Ming's current situation. I didn't. I'm sorry. The rules say that I cannot refuse others' pleas for help. I really had no choice. Having been exposed by Su Ming, the tears in the little girl's eyes finally fell. She struggled to put the little boy down and then knelt weakly on the ground, her body twitching uncontrollably. Please, benefactor, help us. I truly have nothing to repay your great kindness. Don't worry, I will help you. Shaking his head helplessly, Su Ming closed his eyes. It is not because of the rules, nor is it because your appearance elicits my sympathy. But because I cannot let it continue. Turning his gaze to the little monk standing beside him, Su Ming squinted slightly and slowly lit a cigarette. These bizarre endings seem almost destined. But they cannot all die in the same place. Little monk. Hearing Su Ming's voice, the little monk did not react immediately. Instead, he played with the prayer beads in his hand, whispering to himself. I advise everyone not to meddle in others' business and be careful not to bring trouble upon yourselves. Chapter 142 Extreme Evil City Number 9. Hey, short winter melon, are you deaf? Su Ming squinted, a teasing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Benefactor, is there something you want from this monk? After a while, the little monk awkwardly turned his head, his eyes gradually becoming dangerous. Take me to find the abbot. Gazing intently at the crimson ground before him, Su Ming casually exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression somewhat indifferent. What does the benefactor mean? I noticed some monks behaving strangely, and I need to report this to the abbot. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the little monk's pupils suddenly contracted, and then a smile reappeared on his face. So, you mean, the strange behaving monk refers to me? His mouth cracked into a grin. The little monk's smile grew more exaggerated, nearly stretching to his ears. May I ask, benefactor, how did you see that? Turning his stiff body completely around, the little monk twisted the bloody prayer beads, taking steps towards Su Ming one by one. With each step, his body changed. From the starting point of a cracked mouth, to flesh lumps growing from his neck, and finally, his body hunched over more and more, as if turning into a horrifying monster. Shoo! Quickly hide! Watching the little monk gradually transform into a monster, Su Ming did not show any panic but instead raised a middle finger to his lips. His face even wore a playful expression. Facing this inexplicable action from Su Ming, the little monk's eyes turned even more strange. Since you've noticed, then I will, A thick golden pestle slammed down on the little monk's head, sending his entire body flying 3 meters away. Beast! You are so bold! Accompanied by a dignified roar, an old monk in a golden robe, holding a golden pestle, slowly walked out. Looking at the bizarre crimson color on the ground, the old monk's expression darkened even more. Cough cough, you old piece of junk. Seeing the little monk on the ground twitching, the old monk's anger flared up again, flipping the golden pestle in his hand and striking hard on the little monk's forehead. Bang! There were no fancy effects, just a straightforward powerful strike that instantly shattered the little monk's head. What the heck? Could it be that Su God had already predicted that an old monk would come to save the day, so he remained so calm? I don't understand, aren't the monks from Sunset Temple all part of the same group? Why did this abbot so decisively hit the little monk? This is hard to say. What if this little monk isn't even from Sunset Temple? What if he is just a monster pretending to be a monk? Something feels off about this scenario. Why do I get the sense that there is something strange everywhere? Master, are you here to save me? Just now that was. The surviving 10 or so strange beings showed a bit of joy on their faces, their depressed hearts finally feeling somewhat relaxed. It is this old monk's dereliction of duty that has allowed this little beast to harm you. Amitba, this poor monk feels guilty. The old monk clasped his hands together, his gaze sweeping around, his expression becoming particularly pained. Thank you, Abbot, for acting in time, otherwise. Su Ming shook his head slightly, turning to leave without hesitation. Thank you, benefactor. As the little girl looked at Su Ming's back, she bit her lip and spoke from the heart. Benefactor? It's not too late to call me benefactor when you leave alive. Su Ming did not stop, but his tone carried a hint of regret. What does Su God mean? Could it be that this little girl won't be able to leave alive? That shouldn't be the case. I think this abbot looks like an ally, someone capable of protecting them. I feel like Su God seems to know something, but he hasn't said it. And this old monk might also be acting? Who knows, let's keep watching. After all, so far I can't tell who the good guys are and who the bad guys are. But Su God is definitely not a good person. Amit Ba. The old monk discreetly watched Su Ming's departing figure, slightly lowering his head and quietly reciting a Buddha chant. Then he slowly shouldered the little monk's corpse and placed it on an altar in the center of the hall. After doing all this, he turned his head, revealing a hint of guilt. This old monk will arrange rooms for all of you shortly, and vegetarian meals will be brought to you later. Please follow me. The old monk slowly extended his right hand, leading the surviving strange beings outside. This abbot should be a good person, right? I think so. Look how the master decisively eliminated that little monk. Sigh. I hope we can live through the day of slaughter safely. The somewhat shaken creatures exchanged glances, ultimately reaching a silent agreement, following the abbot's steps. As everyone left, the hall became silent again. The bright red blood on the ground slowly dried up, turning into a layer of black scab. Strangely, the originally smooth surface began to show eerie patterns, intertwining and merging to form a complex and intricate design. It surprisingly resembled the pattern above the altar. Night fell. 2/3 merged into the altar. Where will the remaining 1/3 die? The square. Or the backyard? With a slight flicker in his gaze, Su Ming sat in a rocking chair, softly murmuring. Master Yin Chan, I have high hopes for you, please. Don't let me down. Don. 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 At this moment, the sound of copper bells ringing echoed, long and deep. The rocking chair slowly came to a stop. Su Ming opened his eyes, calm as a still pond. Apollo's next, a serious duo. After 3 bell chimes, the faint sound of chanting unexpectedly arose. Though the sound was extremely weak, it seemed to be recited right beside the ear, deep yet clear. The square, huh? As if he already knew, Su Ming spoke to himself, picking up the teacup on the table and taking a small sip. Duo lulu. Apollo's AFO luo. In less than a minute, the monk's chanting grew louder. The originally peaceful and harmonious melody gradually begins to change. It feels like countless shadows are whispering around my ears. The sound grows more and more urgent. And it also becomes increasingly strange. Chapter 143, Evil City Number 10. Bang! Su Ming slightly furrowed his brows, then suddenly slammed the door shut. With his back against the door, he struggled to resist the increasingly terrifying chanting sound. How many people will be unable to resist this? Dusk Temple Square. This was supposed to be a silent and deserted place, but it is now filled with strange figures. These are the same strange beings who survived before. Everyone stand in line and accept the ghostly Buddha's baptism. In the center of the square, a Buddha statue reappeared, its face twisted, as if covered in blood. The chanting voice could be heard clearly coming from inside the statue. And beside the statue stood 2 monks, one old with one eye blind, and the young one had 2 oddly shaped heads. They watched the strange beings, whose gazes were dull, slowly approaching the ghostly Buddha with excitement. I'm coming. The closer the strange beings got to the ghostly Buddha, the more obsessed they became, their eyes growing more fervent. Hiss. At the moment one strange being got close to the ghostly Buddha, its body instantly melted at the point of contact. The whole person turned into a sticky, blood-colored liquid like a burning candle, looking extremely horrifying. Merging into one. Then another strange being pounced forward, turning into blood and merging into the ghostly Buddha. The twisted blood-red Buddha statue became even more vibrant, and the chanting voice coming from within suddenly grew grander. 11:57, 3 minutes left. In the temple room. Su Ming lay on the rocking chair, eyes tightly closed, his face showing signs of distortion. Besides the chanting echoing in his ears. Outside the door, came the old monk's gentle voice, Benefactor, is the chanting pleasant to listen to? Why not, come out and listen. Bang! 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 The knocking grew louder, and the old monk outside seemed a bit impatient, his tone gradually becoming a bit irritable. This voice, isn't it the same abbot from before? Could he not be a good person? Based on the current situation, it seems this old monk is good during the day but has some strange transformations at night. Is there a possibility that he was never a good person, just pretending to gain the trust of those strange beings? What is this chanting? Why do I feel a chill down my spine even through the screen? Not just Su Ming felt intense pain, even the viewers in the live broadcast room, separated by a screen, could sense the chill. It really felt like someone was whispering in your ear, an unwelcome presence that wouldn't go away. Benefactor, come out, come out. Bang! The door frame shook violently. Fortunately Su Ming had prepared beforehand, stacking several sturdy tables behind the door to prevent it from being smashed open. You old bastard. At this point, the chanting was no longer just echoing in his ears, it felt like someone was holding a loudspeaker, screaming crazily into his ears. Countless strange voices converged, shaking Su Ming's eardrums, leaving traces of blood. So thrilling, it's a pity he's not going to play as the accompaniment for the square dance. Su Ming's arms bulged with veins as he gripped the armrests of the rocking chair, focusing all his attention, trying to reduce the interference of the chanting. At the same time, the effect of astral blessing was triggered. His somewhat shattered eardrums were quickly repaired, then shattered again, and then quickly repaired. Open the door. Bang bang bang. Time passed second by second, and Su Ming still kept his eyes tightly closed. Both cheeks and his chin were already covered with blood streaming from his ears. Open the door. Bang. Finally. Under the constant battering of the old monk, the still relatively sturdy door finally broke, and through the large hole in the middle of the door, one could see the abbot from the day, leaning on his vajra, wearing an eerie smile on his face. He. I found you. Come with me to meet the ghost Buddha. Offer your devotion, offer your life. Through the large hole in the door, the old monk casually twisted the doorknob. After unlocking, he pulled hard. Creak. An extremely piercing friction sound emerged, and the door slowly creaked open. We're here. Su Ming never opened his eyes, took out a handkerchief, and carefully wiped the blood off his face, murmuring softly. What are we here for? The old monk, who had just stepped through the door, froze for a moment, then shook his head and walked over, wanting to grab Su Ming. Right now, the priority was to take this human sacrifice and offer it up, ensuring the ghost Buddha could unleash greater power. Slap. A crisp sound reverberated in the small room. This heavy slap successfully woke up the old monk, who was fantasizing about a bright future. You dare to be so arrogant? Spawn of evil. Coming back to his senses, the old monk tightened his grip on a vajra bowl, and with a swift motion, struck down hard on Su Ming's forehead. Isn't it said that in this copy, Su God is just an ordinary person? His ability should be sealed, right? Did you not hear Su God say we're here? If nothing goes wrong, it should be past midnight now. That means it's the start of the day of slaughter. Wow, this predictive talent skill is too useful, right? Su God didn't even check the time, yet he knows it so accurately. Who do you look down on up there? You think the streamer can only predict time? Bang! The sound of metal clashing made the old monk freeze in place. He slightly lowered his head and saw Su Ming's face wearing a somewhat strange smile. Surprised, are we? The tip of the crushing hammer was pressed tightly against the vajra bowl, and Su Ming's thunder's gift burst forth. Ziz! Lightning tribulation activated, and countless tiny lightning bolts drilled into the old monk's body, making the strange monk begin to dance a bit of disco right on the spot. You Spawn of evil A strange voice came from his mouth, and his body twisted left and right in an odd rhythm, appearing quite graceful. Did you not see? You also can sing and dance rap? Watching the old monk's impromptu performance, Su Ming blinked and asked with some confusion. Puff. The thunder's gift pierced his chest once more, this time aiming straight for the heart. Clang. The vajra bowl and vajra staff fell to the ground, the old monk's eyes widened, visible bloodshot. His entire skin turned a peculiar bright red. Chapter 144 Extreme Evil City Number 11. Slap. Watching the scene before him, Su Ming raised his right hand and interrupted the spell physically. You can transform, but I cannot, so this is very unreasonable. Shaking his head, Su Ming rolled up his sleeves and unleashed a series of heavy slaps on the old monk's face. Slap. Slap slap. After Su Ming's sequence of actions, the old monk's eyes instantly went dull, and his previously bright red skin gradually returned to normal. The bloodshot veins in his eyes slowly receded as well. If nothing goes wrong, he unexpectedly transformed this time. Puff. Thunder's gift continuously entered and exited, piercing through the old monk's chest again and again, until that black heart completely stopped beating. Thud. With an expression of reluctance, the old monk lay down, eyes wide open, seemingly still questioning why this human is so twisted. Boom. With a sudden stomp, Su Ming crushed the old monk's head, his expression calm. Why are you still staring at me after dying? Isn't it better to comply? When Su Ming lifted his right foot, the old monk's head was already a mush, almost turned into a meat pie. Those unwilling eyes naturally burst open with a pop. Showing a satisfied expression, Su Ming turned to look in the direction of the square. Seemingly sensing something, Su Ming's gaze shifted slightly, looking down at his feet. Amongst the items, it seemed to create a connection with him in the dark. Did the collector's skill drop equipment? In just an instant, Su Ming grasped detailed information about this item through omniscience and all-seeing. Vajra bowl, advanced weapon. Flip it over and smash it down on the target's forehead, with an 80% chance to break their head, a 15% chance to knock them out, and a 5% chance to kill them instantly. The stronger the target, the lower the chance to kill them directly. No way? You can still drop equipment after killing an anomaly? Doesn't it usually disappear automatically? Bro, you really are a bit out of the loop, aren't you? I heard from a big shot who specializes in collecting dungeon strategies that some special equipment has this effect when alive. But the chance won't be too high, right? This equipment Su God dropped should be worth several thousand rule points at least. So envious of Su God. He has strength, luck, looks, and smarts, all with a sprinkle of luck. Looking at this scene, many viewers exclaimed with envy. Although this thing wasn't particularly special for Su Ming, for ordinary players, killing an anomaly to drop an advanced weapon was rarer than getting caught by the cops during a risky endeavor. The stronger the enemy, the lower the chance to kill? Feeling the skill effect of this equipment, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly. So, if I encounter enemies much weaker than me, the chance to kill rises? A faint smile appeared on his face as Su Ming casually tossed the Vajra bowl into his backpack. Although it didn't reach the level of an awakened weapon, it was still one of the few fine items among ordinary equipment. Looks like exchanging for the collector back then was a pretty good choice. Muttering softly, Su Ming walked through the broken doorframe and headed towards the square. The reason for delaying time before was to wait for this new day, the day of slaughter. Feeling his abilities fully unsealed, Su Ming touched the thunder gift at his waist and his body vanished into thin air. In the next second, in the center of the square, a scarlet light shield suddenly appeared on the surface of the ghost statue. Then, Su Ming's figure reappeared out of nowhere, with the thunder gift piercing rapidly towards the light shield. Bang! A huge explosion echoed, as the fierce ghost statue bled profusely, and the scarlet light shield shattered. Due to Su Ming's sudden attack, the chanting coming from the ghost statue immediately ceased. The 4 or 5 remaining anomalies that hadn't been sacrificed suddenly woke up, looking at the ghost statue with terror and fear. Human? How dare you, how dare you? The 2 monks beside reacted at this moment, their strange gazes fixed on Su Ming, as scarlet blood energy rose from their bodies. You dare disrupt the ghost statue's ritual, you have quite the courage. Smack! Instantly teleporting in front of the old monk, Su Ming delivered a solid slap to his face, and then thrust the thunder gift out again. Put! The tip of the blade, mixed with purple lightning, pierced directly through the old monk's forehead. If it hit, the old monk would either die or lose half his skin. Master! Seeing this scene, the young monk screamed in unison, and without thinking, rushed toward Su Ming. In a critical moment, the old monk widened his lone eye, vigorously turning his head to the right. Put! Then, the thunder gift exactly pierced his only remaining eye, pushing through to the back of his head. Ah! My eye, I can't see. You will die. In strong pain, the old monk's face was filled with rage, wildly reaching for the sides. Smack! A big slap landed. Taking advantage of the old monk's moment of confusion, Su Ming kicked him hard to the side. Hey, hey, hey! This is really not respecting the elderly, is it? Why not just twist off this old monk's head? I've seen living Buddhas, but this is my first time seeing a living king of hell. Now, it's better. The old monk's 2 eyes were both blind. What is the purpose of this ghost statue? What is its connection to Master Yin Chan? At the moment, whether it's the altar in the hall or this ghost statue in the square, it is likely used to gather some kind of power? Only the 2-headed monk stood dumbfounded in place, looking at Su Ming's cold gaze, unsure whether to retreat or continue charging forward. Don't look at me like that, I'm just giving it a spa. What about you? Do you want to try my foot? Oh no, head care skills? Looking at the 2 heads of the young monk, Su Ming's gaze gradually became eager, licking his lips with some desire. I think you must also be troubled by having an extra head, right? Muttering to himself, while grinning maliciously and approaching the young monk, Su Ming's smile became brighter and brighter. You're a devil. You're not human, you're a devil. Seeing Su Ming like this, the young monk finally broke down. Screaming, he turned and ran towards the old monk. Whoosh! Su Ming's figure vanished into thin air, then reappeared before the young monk, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Leaving? Did I say you could leave? Chapter 145 Evil City Number 12. Suddenly lunging forward, Su Ming grabbed the young monk's head, then took a deep breath, his gaze turning icy. What are you going to do? I am. The young monk's 2 heads sank into deep fear, his body slightly trembling, eyes looking towards Su Ming's arm. Have you heard of skilled ones splitting skulls? A smile crept at the corner of Su Ming's mouth, his arms bulging with veins. Boom! The 2 deformed heads crashed together, producing a thunderous sound. Ah! The heart-wrenching screams echoed in the center of the square. This horrifying scene left the remaining eerie ones speechless. Is this person really human? Boom! Boom boom! Without pause, Su Ming pulled the 2 heads, half collapsed, apart, then slammed them together again. Ah! Kill me! Please, kill me! Boom! Clearly just a physical attack, yet due to the effect of the tidal nuclear theory, his face gradually corroded by nuclear radiation, slowly glowing with a faint green light. What's this sticky stuff? Feeling the sensation on his fingertips, Su Ming frowned slightly, then threw the young monk onto the ground and pulled out the thunder blade from his waist. Whoosh! The flash of the knife allowed him to see the king of hell. Are you here to save us? Brother! At this moment, only 4 eerie beings remained in the center of the square. Having not had the chance to make sacrifices, they were lucky to have saved their lives. Ghost Buddha? Seeing the Ghost Buddha standing nearby, Su Ming's eyes flickered slightly as he gradually approached. The Ghost Buddha seemed to sense Su Ming's arrival, emitting a faint red glow, with streams of something that looked like blood swirling on its surface. Then a stream of blood appeared to have a life of its own, slowly moving towards Su Ming through the void space. Interesting. Watching this scene, Su Ming stopped, smiling as he gazed at the blood approaching him. He gently raised his arm, as if to welcome it. Hiss! The moment the stream of blood touched Su Ming's arm, it quietly drilled into his body. Su Ming's pupils contracted. An infinite power seemed to erupt within him, his heartbeat gradually quickening, muscles slightly bulging. This effect looks pretty good. His right hand clenched, a hint of joy appeared in Su Ming's eyes. Buzz. At the same time, the Ghost Buddha trembled slightly, countless streams of blood flowed on its surface, as if signaling Su Ming to come closer. You want to give me more? Squinting slightly, Su Ming smiled, teasingly saying. The Ghost Buddha's trembling frequency quickened, seemingly responding to Su Ming. Master! Be careful, this statue. The eerie ones nearby shivered, fear written all over their faces as they reminded him. Su Ming seemed not to hear, staring blankly at the Ghost Buddha, his eyes gradually becoming hazy. Then his body stiffly moved closer to the Ghost Buddha. Oh no! Is Su God going to be enchanted by this Ghost Buddha? Could it be that the blood would make people addicted? Something is off, very off. Su God wouldn't be so easily bewitched. Ha, look at what you guys are boasting about. This so-called Su God is probably just something you've blown up, right? So stupid. Hey upstairs, do you believe my brother will slap you in the face soon? Do you dare to bet with me? Loser has to be my girlfriend for 3 days and nights. Sir! Don't go over, it wants to eat you. Among the remaining 4 strange beings, one was the little girl who had previously used the rules to make Su Ming help. She bit her lip, her expression a mix of hesitation and struggle, but in the end, she quickly dashed towards Su Ming, wanting to grab hold of him. After all, in this situation, all they could rely on was Su Ming, if anything happened to him. It's okay, don't worry. Su Ming's gaze shifted slightly, his eyes regained their shine, looking at the anxious little girl before him. This Ghost Buddha is quite clever, it clearly wants to eat me, yet it can't bear to throw away some bait. Seeing the plan fail, in utter helplessness, Su Ming's eyes gradually turned cold, slowly pulling out the thunder gift from his waist. The Ghost Buddha seemed to sense something, the bright red color becoming even more intense, its movements becoming more frantic. Baiyu. As soon as Su Ming drew his sword, he stood frozen in place, staring at a spray of blood shooting directly at him, lost in thought. So you only eat hard and not soft? If that's the case. When he slowly lifted his head, his eyes sparkled slightly, and a strange smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. He raised the thunder gift in his hand, aiming, and forcefully chopped down towards the neck of the Ghost Buddha. Baiyu. Another splash of blood flew onto Su Ming's chest, quickly absorbed by him. And Su Ming's blade hovered in the air, less than 0.01 centimeters away from the Ghost Buddha's neck. An unexpected scene unfolded, the originally terrifying and horrible Ghost Buddha began to change again. Its expression slowly shifted from fierce to somewhat aggrieved, 2 streams of blood tears flowed from its eyes, slowly sliding down its face. Baiyu. Yet another spray of blood burst forth. But this seemed to have no effect on Su Ming, who had already absorbed 3 sprigs of blood. Still playing the victim? Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and then a cold smile appeared on his face as his arm exerted force again. And the 4 strange beings nearby widened their eyes, fixated on this exhilarating moment. Spare the Buddha under the knife. At that moment, a loud shout rang out, causing all the strange beings to pause slightly, then turn to look in a certain direction. Only Su Ming had a strange smile on his face, not slowing down his movements at all. Bang! As soon as the blade of the thunder gift made contact with the Ghost Buddha's blood-soaked body shattered into pieces, blood-soaked debris scattering all over the ground. Su Benefactor. After a moment of shock, Master Inzan's expression turned unusually cold, and his tone gradually became low. Su Benefactor, didn't I tell you to stop? Looking at the blood-colored stones on the ground, Inzan's expression gradually changed, his face losing its usual gentleness and calm. He toyed with the Buddhist beads in his hand, his gaze toward Su Ming becoming increasingly eerie and strange. You defied your employer's orders, you have violated the rules. Perhaps you won't need to do anything, the law enforcement will arrest you, waiting for you is endless suffering and torment. As he spoke to the end, Master Inzan simply stopped pretending, flicking the small string of Buddhist beads in his hand, tilting his head to gaze at the pitch-black sky, his eyes growing more and more strange. Chapter 146, Ultimate Evil City Number 13. Let's say, is there a possibility? Looking at the confident expression on Inchanzi's face, Su Ming couldn't help but twitch his lips and add. After my ability is unsealed, why should I be afraid of the enforcers? With a hint of inquiry in his gaze, Su Ming muttered in confusion. Afraid? You have no idea how terrifying the enforcers are. Inchanzi shook his head slightly, a wry smile playing on his lips, seemingly worried about Su Ming's ignorance. Terrifying, my ass. Losing patience, Su Ming squinted his eyes slightly, raising Lacy and charging towards Inchanzi. Oh. Mani Hon. Inchanzi, with the mask ripped off, was completely unfazed as he slightly rotated the Buddhist beads in his palm, chanting a strange and obscure incantation. As he continued chanting, golden Sanskrit characters took on substance, swiftly floating towards Su Ming. Clang! Several golden runes struck Lacy out of Su Ming's hand. Then countless runes converged together, almost instantly forming a massive golden bell that firmly locked Su Ming's body within. Su Benefactor, please take a short rest. Amit Ba. A strange smile appeared on Inchanzi's face, his brow relaxing as he pressed his palms together and chanted another Buddhist phrase. Then his body gradually transformed into a golden rune and slowly vanished from the spot. Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly as he sat cross-legged inside the bell, his face revealing no hint of emotion. Look! This human seems to be trapped. Is the blood on those stones something good? Why don't we try it too? Look, isn't that the weapon from this human? He seems to be trapped now. Except for the little girl who wanted to save Su Ming earlier, the other two strange beings exchanged glances, looked at Su Ming inside the bell, then glanced at the bloodstained stones nearby and the fallen Lacy, their eyes revealing a hint of strangeness. How can you be like this? Though he is human, we survived because he broke the sacrificial ritual. You? Before the little girl could finish her sentence, one of the males swiftly covered her mouth, his eyes filled with greedy desire. Are these two strange beings just beasts? They are alive clearly because Su God broke the ghostly Buddha's hold, and now seeing Su God trapped, they reveal their true colors? As expected, strange beings, like humans, can never forget the ability to bully the weak. Why is Su God trapped? Is Inchanzi's skill really so outrageous? I think Su God probably doesn't want to, right? With his strength, this so-called Inchanzi shouldn't be able to trap him. After overcoming the crisis, these two strange beings shamelessly wanted to take advantage of a little girl, sparking a furious barrage in the live chat. Please let Su God take action. Please let Su God take action. In the face of this disgusting scene, countless viewers in the live chat ignited with fierce anger. Anyway, that human is trapped, let's take these things and then. Leering at the little girl in front of him, this strange being couldn't help but lick his lips, the meaning was unmistakable. What are you going to do? I won't allow you to bully my sister. A terrified voice rang out, it was the strange little boy who had been quietly lying on the ground. At this moment, he struggled to prop himself up, rage visible in his eyes. Let go of my sister, let her go. The little boy's eyes turned crimson, like a furious calf, gritting his teeth as he crawled towards the two strange beings. The next second. Bang! One of the strange beings wore a mocking smirk as the little boy's head was firmly pressed to the ground. You, a sickly brat, dare to act tough? Hee, do you want to know a secret? After you're disabled, how does your good sister find food every day to feed you, a useless brat? As soon as these words were uttered, the little boy's frantic struggles suddenly stopped, disbelief gradually emerging in his eyes. A terrifying guess slowly surfaced within him. No, it's exactly as you think. Do you feel useless? It's okay, you were just a disabled waste from the beginning. Watching the little boy's expression beneath his feet, the strange man smiled even wider. Don't think too much, because... Bang! He stomped down hard again. The little boy's head was completely crushed, but in his last moment, his eyes still fixed on the little girl in front of him. Mixed with a bit of unwillingness, a bit of anger, but more was guilt and self-mockery. This little waste is dead, next. He raised his hand to grab the little girl's neck, kicking the little boy's corpse aside and inhaling the scent from the girl's chest. What a pretty little girl. Let's start right now, who goes first? The remaining strange man also showed a smile, happily accepting this suggestion. The little girl's eyes widened in shock, a deep sense of despair appearing, with a few clear tears sliding down from the corners of her eyes. Seeing the actions of the three, she seemed to know what would happen next. As if resigning to fate. Her gaze gradually became numb and hopeless, a sarcastic smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Then she slightly closed her eyes, allowing the two to touch her body and begin tearing at her clothes. Inside the golden clock. Bored, Su Ming yawned, pulled out a lighter and a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and with a click, lit one. Ha! Tilting his head back, he comfortably exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes looking like a stagnant pool of water deep within. To trade your life for the lives of those three. Do you wish it? Su Ming bit the lit cigarette in the corner of his mouth, then slightly turned his head, looking at the little girl surrounded by three people, her clothes already torn apart. The little girl, who was already despairing and numb, trembled as she heard Su Ming's voice. I am willing. Suddenly, the little girl opened her eyes wide, struggling to gaze at the figure within the golden clock. A hint of faint hope appeared on her face. At this moment, the most ridiculous thing happened. In the horror tale, a strange creature actually placed the remaining glimmer of hope on a human. Fortunately, before entering the instance, I swapped on the only control release title. Throwing the half-burned cigarette to the ground, a curve formed at the corner of Su Ming's mouth, and a hint of crimson gradually colored his eyes. Skill title, Unreasonable activated. Chapter 147 Extreme Evil City Number 14. Strands of violent aura spread from Su Ming's body, his muscles swelling, and his skin seeming to undergo some changes, veins twisting and coiling on the surface. But at the same time, the little remaining reason in Su Ming began to fade, his vision turned a bloody red, only able to vaguely see a few figures not far away. Bang! An inexplicable frenzy directly shattered the golden clock. Panting heavily, Su Ming slowly moved his steps. He. Su Ming's red eyes stared fiercely at them, a few low, sinister laughs escaping from his throat. What's happening? Seeing this scene, the two strange beings stiffened, stopping their movements, turning their heads in disbelief. Then a look of terror suddenly appeared on their faces, their bodies trembling as they continually retreated. Human, oh no, sir, how did you come out? We were just joking, it really was nothing. Su Ming's pupils almost narrowed to a thin line. Watching his prey retreating, he instinctively lunged at them. Grabbing the heads of the two strange beings, Su Ming panted heavily, letting out a few strange laughs again. He. No, don't. I was wrong, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please, spare us. We won't dare again. Bang! The sound of skulls colliding echoed. Two bizarre heads shattered in response, a large amount of brain matter mixed with blood splattering out. Licking the blood off his face, Su Ming's expression grew increasingly ferocious. His muscles writhing, steam rising from his skin, and then his gaze shifted to the little girl standing beside him. The little girl stood quietly in place. Her eyes scanning the two peculiar corpses, then she slightly raised her head to look at Su Ming. Thank you. The moment their eyes met, the little girl wore a faint smile, a hint of relief appearing on her face. Su Ming leaned wearily against the edge of the square, gently stroking Lei Ci in his arms. Unreasonable, may be effective, but the limitations are too great. If I had teammates with me. He shook his head and couldn't help but chuckle. In the 3 minutes during which the title skill was activated, he would recklessly attack any moving creature around. If there were teammates nearby, he would definitely end up hitting them hard at the start. What is this skill? It seems Su God has completely lost his mind, even that little girl. Do you remember what Su God said earlier? To take revenge for her, he would use his own life in exchange. He probably guessed his own situation. This skill is too dangerous. Although it can control the chaos, the side effects are simply too severe. But it can't be said that way. Looking at Su God's previous state and the contrast after going mad, his physical strength must have increased by 4 or 5 times in this state. As Su Ming finally returned to normal, many spectators finally let go of their worries. After all, during Su Ming's rampage, the violent atmosphere he radiated made many spectators feel suffocated, as if at that moment, Su Ming had truly become a beast. The enforcer noticed, didn't they? But you won't find me right away. Since that's the case. He slightly closed his eyes, murmuring softly. Under the effect of omniscient vision, a black shadow was continually rushing towards him. Meanwhile, Yin Chanzi had already absorbed the power from the hall's altar and appeared in some remote location. Master, I wonder if what I added will satisfy you. Gazing at the direction of the hall altar, Su Ming's lips curled into a strange smile. Then he slowly stood up, his body disappearing into the night. Puff! In a certain room, Yin Chanzi's expression changed, and then a mouthful of fresh blood suddenly spewed out. What is this power? Fresh blood flowed through his body, and then Yin Chanzi closed his eyes tightly, mumbling in disbelief. Could it be that he already sensed it? No, that's impossible. Eliminating all thoughts in his mind, Yin Chanzi sat cross-legged on the bed, quickly rotating the Buddhist beads in his hands. At that moment, all his mental focus was spent combating the strange power within him. This power was peculiar, highly penetrative and radioactive, constantly corroding various internal organs, and it was extremely difficult to expel. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. In the extremely vile urban area, Su Ming rode an old electric bike, slowly entering this chaotic city. Unlike the lively and peaceful state before, the city was now filled with curses and screams, countless figures wielding various weapons slaughtering wildly. Some strong gangs were smashing doors and windows of every home, venting their long-suppressed anger to the fullest. Big brother, look. There's a greenhorn over there. An observant one pointed at Su Ming, shouting with delight. Greenhorn. Su Ming tilted his head slightly, slowly drawing out lacy eye from his waist, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Bang! A bullet shot towards Su Ming at high speed, but Su Ming seemed to have predicted it, gently swinging the lacy eye in his hand. Clang! The bullet's sharp tip struck the blade accurately, the blade flickering with a faint light, and then the bullet split apart along its center. What the hell? Cutting bullets? Isn't this a scene from a movie? Truly, Su Shin is amazing. This move has me crying for 1,000 years. Suddenly, I feel empowered. I also want to give it a try. In fact, chopping bullets looks difficult to outsiders, but to insiders, it's just a joke. When I was training in the army, if I didn't chop at least 10 or 8 bullets in a day, I felt like I had no appetite for food. Something's not right, he's not an ordinary person. The gang leader who fired the shot's pupils suddenly shrank, and he instinctively began to run towards the back of the crowd. Weren't you also fond of playing the game of wolves and sheep? Now, you've just become the sheep. Twisting the throttle, the small electric vehicle sped toward the crowd. And Su Ming's lacy eye transformed into the Grim Reaper's scythe, quickly reaping one life after another. Why you, don't kill me. I'm Chio Boss's subordinate. In less than a few dozen seconds, the Bazaar boss struggled to swallow, subtly scanning the surrounding ground covered in corpses. When he spotted a corpse, he silently cursed that guy's ancestors for 18 generations. If it weren't for that little brother's random shouting, how could they have provoked this killing god? Chapter 148, Evil City Number 15. Boss Chio? He's coming. HM? Boss Chio is coming? Are you a friend of Boss Chio? We're all misunderstanding. PFF. The flicker of hope that just appeared in his eyes shattered, and the Bazaar boss's consciousness gradually became foggy. In his dying moments, he seemed to see an elegant figure walking towards him. Even if he comes, what does it have to do with you? Be more careful when shooting in your next life. Withdrawing the lacy eye from his heart, Su Ming wiped his hand across his chest a few times, then calmly took out a cigarette case from his pocket. Snap! In the pitch-black night sky, a faint light appeared, the flickering flame illuminating Su Ming's face. Cough, cough, did you come here specifically to find me? A faint cough echoed, and in the night sky, a figure wearing a black suit, tied with a tie, and wearing a round hat emerged. Oh! A human. The figure quickly approached, standing not far from Su Ming, slowly raising his head, a hint of confusion appearing in his sapphire-like eyes. I want to make a deal with you. Su Ming didn't raise his head, exhaling a puff of smoke, holding the lit cigarette between his fingers. What deal? Let's hear it? The man frowned slightly, the look of confusion in his eyes deepening, and he continued to ask. Help me teleport to a location, that guy ran away too fast, and I can't catch up. What's in it for me? The man planted his cane into the ground, his fingers gently tapping, and after a moment's pondering, he nodded slightly. I'll help you clear the level. Looking at the strange person before him, Su Ming finally raised his head slowly, a hint of indescribable light shining in his eyes. Crack! The man's gaze sharpened, and the cane in his hand suddenly shattered, his blue eyes narrowed slightly. What do you mean? A deep voice emanated from his throat, and the man's expression turned somewhat ugly, losing the initial calm and elegance. Player, Gu Ming. Third tier awakened, random talent skill, puppet thread union. Awakening skill, arcane jump, usable once per dungeon, after activation can break any restrictions, teleport to specified coordinates. Am I right? Looking at this bizarre figure before him, Su Ming curved his lips into a smirk, casually dropping the cigarette but then gently stroking the lacy eye at his waist. Hey, how did Su Shin guess the guy's bank card password even before the fight starts? Is this predictive skill a passive one? Is it without cooldown? I don't understand, why doesn't Su Shin explain what that puppet thread union is? Looking at Su Shin like this, doesn't it mean he knows everything about all the players' skills and powers in this dungeon? This is just too outrageous, isn't it? As Su Ming directly recited a long skill introduction, countless spectators mourned for the guy named Gu Ming for 3 seconds. If he had been a bit more sensible, that would have been fine, but if he opposed Su Ming, then the next scene goes without saying, the audience could already guess what kind of death he would meet. Gulps. Gu Ming swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and his expression returned to calm. How do you know this so well? My body I'm controlling shouldn't have been exposed. None of this matters, this deal, you will agree, right? With a half smile, Su Ming's eyes were filled with expectation. No matter how you know, I cannot allow any threat to exist. Gu Ming's face gradually darkened, and he shook his head with some regret. Then, 2 tiger claw weapons appeared out of thin air in his hands, their tips flashing with a mysterious cold light. Today, it's either you die, or I perish. A voice filled with extreme anger sounded, Su Ming's eyes slightly reddening, his body bending as if he were a cheetah ready to pounce. Soon, a creamy white light appeared on his body, and countless violent energies radiated from it. What on earth is this? Surely these high-level dungeon players have some hidden tricks. Looking at this momentum, it seems he is going all out? TSK, this overflowing energy is so terrifying that I can feel it through the screen. Looking at him, I feel so scared. Is there a big brother to comfort me? I'm gonna cry. Crying? You mother! I hate these crybabies the most. Not bragging. I could knock out 10 of them with one punch. So scary. Su Ming slightly squinted his eyes, the strange look on his face deepening, murmuring softly. Come on. Let you feel my ultimate move, the deadly strike, Death Lotus, hum. Before he could finish speaking, Su Ming's body suddenly became illusory, and then a mocking smile crept across his lips. Pouting and making a pretentious expression, he said, just kidding, I'm leaving now. Aren't you surprised, young man? Didn't expect me to play you like this? You make me laugh so hard, haha. With a proud chuckle, he looked at Su Ming as if seeing a clown. Smack! A crisp slap landed solidly on Su Ming's face, and in his dazed expression, Su Ming slapped him again with a few more hard hits. Smack, smack, smack. The consecutive slaps completely left Su Ming dumbfounded. He had no idea how Su Ming saw through his thoughts, nor did he understand how Su Ming suddenly appeared beside him. And he certainly didn't get why his head was buzzing from this slap, as if he had lost his mind. You really are a master of disguise, even turning your escape skill into a big move, and you dare to mock me? Smack! As if feeling it was not enough, Su Ming put on a long-stored steel wireball glove and continued to smash down with a few more hard slaps. The hard steel wireball scraped against the soft skin. This feeling was fantastic. You just have to teleport me, and I guarantee you will clear the level. Why are you so unwilling? Until Su Ming was completely silent, Su Ming finally slowly took off the steel wireball gloves, letting out a sigh of resignation. He had originally planned to use this guy's title skill to directly teleport to Shanzi's face. But now it seemed he would have to think of another way. In addition to being able to control with the tightening curse that could hold someone to death, Shanzi could also transform his body to escape in Sanskrit form. In this state, Su Ming really didn't have a good way to chase him down. This is why, even though Su Ming knew Shanzi was heading to the hall altar to absorb power at the square, he did not immediately break free from his bindings to stop him. It's okay, you can't escape, Master Shanzi. Slightly raising his head, his gaze focused on a distant place. Su Ming's mouth cracked open, revealing a radiant smile. Chapter 149 Evil City Number 16. Cough cough. A faint cough echoed from behind Su Ming, standing out clearly in the chaotic street. Why aren't you running? With a hint of amusement in his voice, the person spoke. His eyes filled with laughter as he slowly raised his head, his cold gaze fixed on Su Ming. A calculation error. I accidentally killed this guy. Watching the corpse lying on the ground, a flicker of regret crossed Su Ming's eyes. He had hoped to use his teleportation to deal with Shanzi first, but unexpectedly. Human ant, come back with me. I will take you to experience endless suffering and torment. The black figure slowly lifted his head. And the originally dark sky suddenly showed a hint of eerie ripples, followed by an indescribable terrifying outline gradually emerging. As if a prehistoric beast opened its mouth, an extremely terrifying sense of suffocation and oppression surged forth. I won't. Calmly gazing at the shadow in the sky, Su Ming slowly lit a cigarette and firmly shook his head. The black figure slightly froze, then raised its head in disbelief, revealing its yellowish-brown skin and a mouth lined with countless sharp teeth. Miserable human bug, you may not have seen true power yet. In this place, I am the sky, I am the earth, no one dares to defy me. With an unparalleled aura surrounding it, it held a strange half-moon weapon, its tail swaying slightly as it took slow steps towards Su Ming. I'm curious, can a crocodile really be a law enforcer? Su Ming's gaze shifted, and seeing its form, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Impudent! Can you even call me a crocodile? It seemed to have hit a nerve, its eyes instantly filled with blood, its body swelling up, and an aura of madness surged from within as it lunged towards Su Ming. Su Ming remained calm, standing in place with an even bigger smile on his face. He then slightly raised his right hand, and his body vanished from the spot. Gone? The crocodile's eyes widened. At that moment, it was like a headless fly smelling something foul, clearly having its prey in front of it yet suddenly disappearing. Smack! A loud slap froze the crocodile's body midair. Before it could react, another hand appeared from an unseen angle, rapidly enlarging in its view. No! Smack! A stinging pain shot through its face, and the crocodile's long mouth was slapped askew, successfully transforming into a crooked-mouthed dragon king. You have to admit, you look way cooler like this than before. Su Ming's body emerged from behind, his eyes oddly fixed on the crocodile, rolling its eyes. The dizziness faded quickly, and the crocodile shook its dazed head, widening its mouth. "You brat, wait for me, smack." "Not waiting. Smack. What you, and I, can you be quiet for a bit?" 5 minutes passed, the crocodile gasping for breath, its head swollen into a lump, but it still vaguely managed to speak. He. My strength is strong, my body, no one can, smack. Sure enough, the crocodile's physique was very strong. Under Su Ming's continuous slapping, it surprisingly managed to briefly break free from control and continue to act tough. Wow, this crocodile is obviously an extremely terrifying anomaly. Why only talks big and doesn't fight back? Look at it, it's genuinely pathetic. Do you think it doesn't want to fight back? The key point is Su God never gives it a chance. For some reason, I suddenly feel a bit sympathetic for this crocodile, bro. I believe it can turn the tide and beat the streamer. This crocodile must taste good when roasted. I remember that some AK media often roasts them. Watching the crocodile getting slapped hard by Su Ming yet still talking tough, many viewers in the live broadcast couldn't stop laughing. Its terrifying appearance did not scare the audience. Instead, many people mocked it, telling it to stop talking and just get on with it. Strong? The harm of nuclear radiation is far greater than you can imagine. If you don't believe it, just look. With a strange smile, Su Ming quickly stepped back, holding his hands close to his chest, looking like he was watching a show. Seeing Su Ming give up using his big attack, the crocodile's blurry consciousness suddenly became clear. You arrogant fool, ha ha ha. As long as I hit you once, even the god King Garen would be torn apart by me. Let me show you my bite of death. Ow. Taking the right moment, the crocodile opened its mouth wide, with a mouthful of sharp teeth appearing, looking exceptionally clear even in the dark. Then its body spun rapidly, almost turning into a top, crashing toward Su Ming. At the same time, the shadow of the prehistoric giant crocodile in the sky also followed the crocodile's rhythm, opening its mouth wide and biting down hard at Su Ming. Wow! The crocodile brother finally exploded. The mud person still has some temper. Let your small universe explode, crocodile. This attack looks so terrifying. Can Su God handle it? Why not just run away? Don't panic, since Su God dares to remain calm here, it means he has a way to deal with it. Damn. If this crocodile wins, I would give birth to its children. It seems really fierce, right? Indeed impressive. Watching the scene before him, Su Ming couldn't help but nod, his eyes full of seriousness. The crocodile appeared exceptionally excited, as if this bite was to vent all the humiliation and grievances from before. Give it to me. PFF. A mouthful of blood spewed out, and the crocodile stood there with a stiff expression, looking a bit foolish with its mouth wide open. Crack. The shadow of the prehistoric giant crocodile in the sky also shattered. Su Ming shook his head helplessly, then with a burning cigarette half consumed, he turned and walked into the darkness without looking back. His eyes gradually became confused, blood constantly flowing from the crocodile's mouth, its blurred vision fixed on the gradually retreating figure. In his life, he had experienced countless battles and many life and death struggles. Now he found himself inexplicably dying in this strange world, killed by humans in a way he couldn't understand. Why is this happening? This strange power is comparable to the void. Struggling to touch his body, dark red blood kept oozing from the corner of the crocodile's mouth. A trace of realization gradually appeared in its eyes. Chapter 150, Evil City Number 17. Bang! Its huge body fell on the ground, its tail slightly swaying, dark red blood constantly seeping through the surface of its skin. But the unwillingness in its eyes gradually faded. So that's how it is. My organs, bones, everything in my body has completely turned to blood? Feeling its gradually withering body, the crocodile smiled somewhat helplessly. Slowly closed its eyes, and the half-circular strange weapon tightly gripped in its hand was also released. Ding! A small piece of metal plate fell from the crocodile's chest, landing with a crisp sound on the ground. It was engraved with a bunch of dense black small characters. Welcome to the sea-level copy, Evil City. Your identity is law enforcement officer. Here are the laws you must follow as a law enforcement officer. Amidst the chaos and wreckage on the broken street, Su Ming gently exhaled a puff of smoke, leaning against the wall, a faint trace of confusion in his eyes. What did he just say? God King Garen? Could it be an existence even stronger than him? Then he slightly closed his eyes again, and all-knowing all-seeing was activated once more. Rune Terra. Void invasion. Unspeakable monsters from the void. Elusive strange abilities? Galactic super soldiers, Valoran continent? Desert Emperor Shurima. Ascension ceremony. Becoming a deity. Welcome to League of Legends. Just a moment later, Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes wide, his eyes filled with horror. Through reading the memory of this crocodile, Su Ming finally understood the earlier encounters with Set and Swain. And also the Minotaur under Swain's command, and the Centurion Ninetails demon fox. And now, this crocodile-like creature, called Rek'Sai, they all come from the same place. This group of people calls that place the Runeland. And now, Runeland is being invaded by an indescribable void, with countless powerful and strange heroes being slaughtered. Some of them barely escaped Runeland and got stuck in the world of urban legends. Runeland, not in the top 10 A-level dungeons? Furrowing his brows, Su Ming exhaled a long breath, then lit another cigarette. Where is the Maserati expensive? It has always been this price. Stop speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open. Sometimes, it's good to look for the reasons within yourself, alright? Master. Su Ming remained unmoved, a faint smile still on his face as he gently called out. Creak. Umatba, Su Donor. The old door slowly opened, and Silver Zensi's gaze shifted, his face filled with compassion as he recited a Buddhist chant. Are you looking to cause trouble for the poor monk, Su Donor? Come in and sit down. Okay. With a slight nod, Su Ming boldly walked in. In the small, dim room, Silver Zensi took out a teapot and then 2 teacups. Su Donor, have some tea. Okay. Nodding again, Su Ming unhesitatingly picked up his teacup and gulped it down. Instead, Silver Zensi slightly frowned, playing with the Buddhist beads in his hand. Su Donor, are you not afraid there is poison in the tea? Okay. Still just a faint okay, but seeing Silver Zensi's face darkening, Su Ming tilted his head and pondered for a moment. Okay, good tea. Chapter 151 City of Extreme Evil Number 18. Good tea? What do you mean, Su Donor? Silver Zensi's gaze moved, the tea in his cup gently swaying, revealing his inner unrest. You know exactly what it is, don't you? Su Ming showed no panic, instead, he crossed his legs, speaking in a somber tone. Donor, the poor monk also has his struggles. My master died mysteriously at the Ghost God Temple. To seek the truth, I need to gain powerful strength, to escape the city, to walk out of this. Amatba. A hint of bitterness appeared on Silver Zensi's face, his sincere gaze focused on Su Ming. Donor, are you still willing to help the poor monk? Swish. Halfway through speaking, Silver Zensi's body vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, his expression had turned somewhat unsightly. What is the point of this, Su Donor? Help you? I'll help your mom's banana hammer. Su Ming was not surprised at the sudden vanish, instead, he drew out Thunder Gift and stabbed forward once again. No use. Silver Zensi gently twirled the Buddhist beads in his hand, his face unchanging as he smiled slightly. Then, his body reappeared in another corner of the room. And Su Ming's dagger still stabbed into emptiness. What is going on? Can this monk teleport anywhere at any time? Plus that binding skill he had earlier, isn't that too overpowered? I feel like even Su God could have a hard time against him. Who knows, just this teleportation alone makes Su God's massive pouch nearly ineffective. Not necessarily to fight, this monk wants to cooperate with Su God, right? Watching Su Ming continuously attack the air, many viewers in the livestream felt some concern. After all, this was the first time Su Ming encountered an opponent capable of limitless teleportation since he entered the instance. As long as Silver Zensi takes precautions, Su Ming's unmatched massive pouch would practically lose its function. Master, shall we continue drinking tea? Putting Thunder Gift on the table, Su Ming seemed to completely overlook the awkwardness, gently lifting his teacup to take another sip. You want me to help you? Easy. Oh. Surprise flickered in Silver Zensi's eyes, and he also sat down in a chair, his eyelids slightly lowered. Then what reward do you want? After pondering for 2 seconds, Silver Zensi asked tentatively. Just drink a few cups of tea with me. I, a mere human, am already extremely honored to help the master. Shaking his head slightly, Su Ming's smile nearly overflowed. Donor, don't belittle yourself. This humble monk is just a mere ant. Though somewhat surprised by Su Ming's sudden change in attitude, Silver Zensi still raised his teacup, his eyes showing a hint of a smile. After all, with Su Ming's help, many things did not require his own effort, making everything somewhat more convenient. Come, let's drink. Please, Donor. The two exchanged glances, both revealing satisfied smiles. Where is that stupid guy? When he comes out, I will definitely make him understand why the flowers are so red. User is a top-level best-selling novel translation expert. They focus on translating stories that are emotionally powerful and easy to understand for a wide audience. I've always been the one bullying others, and now someone dares to bully me, damn it. Outside the small thatched hut, the thug's eyes grew darker, tightly gripping the crowbar in his hand. He had made up his mind. Once that person came out, he would sneak up from behind and hit him on the forehead when he least expected it. Little bastard. With a torn cloth draped over his body as a disguise, the thug's heart was burning with rage. For a man, stealing his beloved car was the same as stealing his wife. Especially if it was discarded carelessly afterward. The next step of the plan is like this. Inside the thatched hut, Silver Zensi spoke seriously, while Su Ming listened carefully, occasionally asking questions. From here, we'll move to swipe. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Silver Zensi's body disappeared again, and the small wooden table in front of the two was violently pierced, instantly shattering into pieces. Master, you. Taking a deep breath, even though Silver Zensi had always had a good temper, he was now angry at Su Ming's change of heart. Don't ask. I'm just messing with you. Slowly lighting a cigarette, Su Ming spoke to himself. Your tightening spell can only be used once in a short period. If the target can't break free, they'll be imprisoned until death. So you were originally planning to kill me. What's the problem with me messing with you? Hearing Su Ming's words, Silver Zensi's face turned dark. How do you know? To be fair, Su Ming being able to break free from the control didn't surprise Silver Zensi. But how did he know that without breaking free, he'd be imprisoned until death? Heh, even so, you underestimate me. Master Su. Even though there was some doubt in his heart, Silver Zensi didn't lose his composure. After all, his other ability was still a bug-level existence. The Great Universe technique, which can ignore distance, space, has no cooldown, and allows instant movement. Right? Before Silver Zensi could explain, a strange smile appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and a curve slowly formed on his lips. Am I going to cut you? Holding Lacy and tilting his head, Su Ming cheerfully reminded. So what, I can, pft. Before Silver Zensi could finish his words, his face suddenly changed, and a hint of disbelief appeared in his eyes. He immediately trembled and clutched his chest, coughing up a large mouthful of dark red blood mixed with some internal organ fragments. I'm waiting for the nuclear radiation inside your body to explode. What are you waiting for? Standing in front of Silver Zensi, Su Ming raised an eyebrow, a smile appearing in his eyes. Why, haven't I already? Silver Zensi's eyes gradually lost their color. The Buddha beads he had been holding in his palm dropped with a thud onto the ground. His proud Great Universe technique, however, couldn't be activated due to the impact of the nuclear radiation. You greatly underestimated the power of nuclear radiation. Su Ming slowly shook his head, a trace of regret appearing in his eyes, but his movements didn't stop. Lacy quickly entered Silver Zensi's body. Back when he first stepped into the so-called Sunset Temple, Su Ming had already noticed Silver Zensi's intentions through, all-knowing, all-seeing. Then, when no one was paying attention, he quickly hacked away at the altar for more than 2 hours. And with each of Su Ming's strikes, there was slight nuclear radiation attached. So, after he continued for over 2,000 blows, the altar in the hall turned into a nuclear radiation contamination source. When Silver Zensi absorbed the blood power from the altar, he naturally also absorbed the intense nuclear radiation into his body. Cough cough. Master Su. I think we can talk again, slap. Silver Zensi barely gathered his strength and struggled to lift his head, just about to say something. But what met him was an enormous slap to the face. Talk to your mom. Slap. Su Ming didn't hesitate. He slapped him again, knocking Silver Zensi dizzy, then, with Lacy in his hand, began doing some unspeakable things to him. In the small thatched cottage, the disoriented screams of a silver-haired young man echoed. Occasionally mixed with Su Ming's low murmurs. Hiss. No way. How can this person be so perverted? Clearly, it's 2 men, how could this happen? The thug twisted his somewhat sore neck, his brow slightly furrowed, disbelief written all over his face. If I can't beat him, will I also be? As if thinking of a certain possibility, a chill ran down the thug's spine, a wave of cold rising from his heart. No. You are a Chang, you are fearless a Chang. You must kill this bastard. Silently motivating himself, but the thug's gaze at the thatched cottage grew increasingly anxious, his right hand gripping the pry bar trembled uncontrollably. Until the screams inside the cottage grew weak, a man's figure slowly walked out of the room. Here he comes. Now is the moment to avenge past humiliations, let us. The young thug grew more and more excited, forcibly suppressing the panic within, quietly waiting for Su Ming to pass by. Smack. You idiot. Su Ming didn't look back, hands in his pockets, with a cigarette in his mouth, calmly walked away. On the cold ground. The thug finally got what he wished for, lying next to his wrecked beloved car, peacefully closing his eyes. Is this what a man is? He really moved me deeply. First, he chased for half an hour, then got bitten by mosquitoes for half an hour, and finally was casually slapped dead by Su God. I can't imagine how bitter he must have felt. What is this? This is a warrior charging forward for love. Why bother? It's just a car, wasn't it just driven by someone? Though it's wrecked, it's not like it can't be replaced. Above the evil city, a high-tech flying saucer-like machine quietly hovered in the air. Inside the flying saucer, and in one sealed pure white room, with indicators flashing crazily, an ear-piercing alarm rang. Warning! Warning! Experiment target, codename 007 Crocodile has died, unknown error occurred in test site 3. Repeat, unknown error occurred in test site 3. Warning! On the walls of the room, countless electronic screens are embedded, one screen recording the scene of Su Ming killing the crocodile. What's going on? How can this situation occur again? 007's combat power is top tier, there shouldn't be any uncontrollable factors in any laboratory. Where did this guy come from? On a mechanical throne, a man in a white robe murmured to himself. And below the throne, several figures that looked like half-mechanical hybrids stood in order. My lord, this situation has actually been ongoing for about 2.5 years now. Since then, every one of our testing sites has had problems from time to time. And regularly, some inexplicable presence appears to interfere. They come and go without a trace, they always appear out of thin air and vanish into thin air. A half-mechanical being spoke, his voice sounded synthetic, cold, and emotionless. You don't need to tell me, I've been researching these travelers for a long time now, but it's really a troublesome matter. The figure on the mechanical throne shook his head helplessly. Then slowly waved his hand, closed his eyes, leaned back against the mechanical throne, not knowing what he was thinking about. Evil City. The sun hung in the sky, and at the very center, the tall building stood out particularly. In just one night, an extremely bizarre event occurred. The front of the building was made up of large electronic screens, usually used to display advertisements. But all the screens turned into a blood red. A few brief lines of large text occupied this towering building that was hundreds of meters tall. Are you still worried about not completing the tasks given by your employer? Are you worried that your skills are insufficient and you won't survive until the end of the killing day? No worries, just come to me, and all of this will no longer be a problem. You only need to spend a small amount of insignificant rule points, and you can stay worry-free. You won't suffer a loss or be tricked. Dumb people stay away, I have a bad temper. At the top of the tall building, Su Ming sat on a rocking chair, holding a glass of 1982 Coca-Cola, with a satisfied smile on his face. His hard work tonight was worth it. Not only did he successfully take control of this building, but he also fully utilized his business acumen. Jiang Taigong fishing, the foolish are hooked. Who is it? Damn, his tone is bigger than my grandmother's foot fungus. Isn't he too arrogant? To be honest, I really can't stand this kind of arrogant guy. Could what he's saying be true? Should we go over and take a look? For a moment, countless players noticed the scene before them. After all, the hundreds of meters high display screen was clear to anyone who wasn't blind. Of course, most players were disdainful of Su Ming's attention-seeking actions. Some wanted to see this fool, some wanted to take advantage of the situation, while others just wanted to give it a try and see what was going on. But no matter the purpose, more and more players began to move closer to Daxia. So excited. The more eliminated players, the higher the score. Killing one by one is too troublesome. Let me tell you what it means to go all in. Under the all-seeing surveillance of Omniscient, Su Ming's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Chu Guang, is everything set up? Taking a sip of wine, Su Ming asked without looking back. I'm ready, master. A player stared blankly at Su Ming's back, a silly smile on his face, drool flowing down his chin, occasionally breaking into a goofy grin. On his shoulder, a lazy pink fox with 9 tails was resting. Ah. At this moment, the little fox was half closing its eyes, resting its head on its paws, yawning out of boredom. Chapter 153 Brutal City Number 20. No way, just use charm once, and you're already so weak? Su Ming said helplessly with a smile, drinking the 1982 Coca-Cola in his goblet, looking extremely elegant. Ah. The little fox seemed to understand Su Ming's words, reluctantly perked up, and rolled its eyes at him. That look seemed to say, you do it if you're capable? Okay, get ready, guests are coming soon. Su Ming's gaze pointed straight down, as if crossing hundreds of meters, looking at 2 players on the street. Tiangu, could it be a trap? A player looked at the man ahead, his expression a bit conflicted, licking his lips, unable to help but advise. Bang! Hey, what are you doing? Holding his head where a big bump emerged, the player looked pitifully at the Tiangu in front of him and suddenly stopped. Do you know why I hit you? Why? Tiangu smiled, a fierce and sharp glint in his eyes. Which player has survived to this point is not cunning and crafty? Of course, except for you. Looking at the little brother in front of him somewhat fondly, Tiangu helplessly slapped his forehead, eyes filled with despair. No matter the rule points or equipment skills, he gave him everything he could, but this kid just wouldn't be reliable. He dares to play like this, he must have his reason. According to my guess, he is looking for partners. Are you sure? Looking at how Tian-gu deduced the guy's purpose in just a few words, the admiration in his little brother's eyes deepened. You, just do your best. Raising his fist the size of a sandbag, Tian-gu quietly sighed again, then turned without looking back and walked towards Dasha. Whoosh! Where did that dart come from? The little brother's face went white, staring wide-eyed at the black dart less than a centimeter from his neck. Swallowing a few hard gulps. It's not just equipment, which means this is a weapon from the dungeon. Is this guy robbing an entire army? Brother Tian calmly pulled out the dart and then took a dagger from his bag, tied with a thin string at the end. Brother Tian, what are you going to do? If you don't want to meet the king of hell, then stop talking. It seems that guy has set up a test here to filter out the strong. Brother Tian's expression became extremely serious, and his tone was unusually grave. Then he bent down, carefully threw the dagger into the hallway. Clang! Bang bang bang! As expected, a dense volley of crossbow arrows shot out from the passage ahead. If a person walked through here, they would not only die but also have their skin shredded. Although these are just ordinary weapons, don't be too careless, there might be some real monsters hidden inside. While testing, Brother Tian advised from behind. After 2 seconds, Brother Tian seemed to notice something was wrong and suddenly turned around. Damn it! Such a big younger brother, and he's gone. Clearly, he was standing behind him just a second ago, how could he have vanished in the next? Who is it? If you have any business, come for me, don't make jokes about my brother. His chest heaved violently, Brother Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, leaning against the wall, scanning the hallway with a wary gaze. Crack! A faint mechanical sound made Brother Tian's body shudder slightly, then he instinctively lunged forward. Sizzle! In the next second, the wall he had just leaned against erupted with dense black holes, with beams of energy lasers shooting out. That was close. Sweat dripped down his forehead, Brother Tian's gaze flickered slightly, and the skin on his body began to change. Petrification. Faint gray and white spread from his skin's surface, gradually spreading all over his body, and then Brother Tian's muscles became as rigid as rock. In just 2 to 3 seconds, Brother Tian slowly stood up, his expression unchanged. Sizzle. Countless red lasers hit Brother Tian, melting his clothes, but his flesh only scattered a few gray fragments. Brother Tian slowly opened his eyes, his grayish-white pupils filled with endless coldness. I don't care who you are, let my brother go. Boom. Then Brother Tian's petrified hands clenched tightly, striking the wall forcefully, almost moving so fast it became a blur. Bang. Crack. In an instant, all the laser holes in the wall were smashed, and countless mechanical parts fell to the ground. Give me back my brother. Still shouting hoarsely, Brother Tian angrily pounded the ground where the two had been standing. If he guessed correctly, this floor also had traps, and beneath it lay hidden mechanisms. Rumbling. Sure enough. When he struck the third floorboard, a metal platform was shattered, revealing a dark, empty hole. Brother Tian wasted no time, glancing at it and leaping down. Wow. No wonder he's tattooed, not only bold and careful, but he also looks incredibly fierce. For those who don't understand, may I ask, does his full body petrification make every part incredibly hard? I want to see just how hard it is. Petrification seems like an awesome skill, and it truly is impressive. His power has multiplied by who knows how many times, and his body is almost immune to regular firearms. To be honest, Brother Tian has basically overpowered players of the same level. I really don't know how he got this skill, and why it's so insane. Interesting, Chu Guang. Move the ground spike trap, I'm going to meet him. In a room, Su Ming watched Brother Tian going crazy on the electronic screen and spoke casually. Stretching lazily, he walked towards a secret passage. Yes, master. The player named Chu Guang replied with a vacant expression. As his hands made movements, countless mechanisms began to shift, and some deadly weapons were gradually retracted. This was his awakening skill, 100 mechanisms performance. The ability to control all machinery and weapons within a certain range, turning them into one's own weapons. This was also the reason he immediately sought out the evil city's weapon warehouse after gaining the duplication talent skill. But, after struggling to gather a lot of weapons, before he could unleash his power, he was enchanted by a sudden little fox. How can this be, no one? As his vision gradually cleared, Brother Tian's face became increasingly grim. For every second he hesitated, his little brother became more and more in danger. No one knew how utterly deranged this player, who set so many traps, could be. He didn't dare to gamble, and he couldn't afford to gamble. Chapter 154 Evil City Number 21. Ah! His rage almost peaked, Brother Tian's body trembled slightly, and then his arm slammed down forcefully onto the ground. Boom! A strange scene occurred. Brother Tian, already quite tall, grew even larger, becoming more and more robust. It was as if he transformed into a true stone giant, with his head almost touching the 3-meter-high ceiling, a terrifying aura surging from his body. Is it worth wasting your big move here for a first-level awakened little brother? A somewhat teasing voice came, Su Ming biting on a cigarette, smiling as he looked at the giant stone man before him. You little brat, give me back my brother. Brother Tian, who had been like a headless fly, suddenly turned his head, his deep and angry voice echoing in the small basement. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Ask your mom, give me back my brother. Without any politeness, seeing the person who took his little brother appear before him, Brother Tian swung his fist, as big as a sandbag, and struck fiercely toward Su Ming. Slap! The crisp sound left him frozen in place. Su Ming sat on Brother Tian's massive shoulder, his legs slightly swinging, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Your skin is really thick, you actually made my hand hurt. Rubbing his slightly aching palm, Su Ming switched hands and lightly patted. Can you listen to me now? Your mom, slap. Are you listening? You, slap. After several hundred exchanges back and forth, Brother Tian stood bewildered in place, while Su Ming took a deep breath, constantly rubbing his hands. His skin is really tough. Speak, what do you want? As long as I have it, I can give it to you, just please return my brother. About 5 minutes passed, and Brother Tian's body returned to a normal size. Moreover, the petrification effect all over his body was gradually fading. It wouldn't be long before the petrification effect completely disappeared. Realizing he was not Su Ming's opponent, Brother Tian, feeling somewhat desperate, closed his eyes, biting his lip as he spoke. Why is this guy so obsessed with his little brother? This is a spooky dungeon. Normally, a character like this couldn't survive for long. It shouldn't be possible? Exactly, this feels strange. Even for a little brother, it shouldn't reach this point, unless... I have a rather bold guess. Upstairs, unless what? I also have a rather bold guess. How about we add each other as friends and privately discuss this? Fishing net black silk photo. It means that if they don't have any hidden relationship, I can't believe it. As a Fujoshi, I'm really looking forward to their reunion scene. Just thinking about it gets me pumped up. Seeing Brother Tian's desperate look, this moment instantly stirred many viewers in the livestream. A wave of gossiping fire was burning fiercely. First, the assumption that Brother Tian was a soft-hearted good guy was dismissed. With his personality, he definitely wouldn't have lived to this point in a sea-level dungeon. After ruling out all possibilities, there is only one truth. And Su Ming's gaze was somewhat strange, if not for his omniscient observation, which allowed him to read Brother Tian's memories and past. He truly suspected that these two had some kind of special bond. Well, if you want your little brother, I have a condition. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming revealed a strange smile, openly examining Tianji's smooth body. Seeing Su Ming's peculiar gaze, Tianji's hair stood on end instantly. You tell me, what do you want? Cough cough, but let me make it clear, I'm not that type of person, about some things. Let me play a tune? Wiggling his middle finger, Su Ming grinned and spoke, raising an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to a certain spot. After a brief moment of confusion, Tiangu came back to his senses, letting go of the tension in his heart. As long as it's not that kind of thing, that's fine. In that moment, he chose to be a true man. Come on. I'm ready. After showing a resolute expression, Tiangu took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Put. Just kidding. Looking at Tiangu, who seemed ready to face death, Su Ming shook his head and laughed. Be my #1 henchman, and after this chapter ends, I'll set you free, how about that? As soon as Su Ming's words fell, Tiangu suddenly opened his eyes, filled with deep confusion and surprise. I'm just a 3rd-tier awakened one. Seeing you like this, you should be 4th tier, right? Do you still need my help? You can only answer yes or no. Su Ming turned around and slowly walked towards the darkness. At that moment when he said those words, the previous playful tone was gone, replaced by a coldness devoid of any emotion. Tiangu. I'm sorry for you. Woo woo. Suddenly, a figure dropped from the other side of the room. It was his dusty little brother. Fortunately, aside from being covered in dust and dirt, his brother had very few wounds. I am willing. Seeing his brother return safely, Tiangu completely relaxed. A subtle joy appeared in his eyes. Luckily, you survived once again, brother. A year ago. E-level instance, Plants vs. Zombies. A translucent countdown appeared in the sky, and countless strange creatures surged forth. Only 3 minutes left to clear. Brother, how's the situation up front? How much fighting power do those pea-shooter brothers have left? Don't worry, Tiangu. We are steady this time. You've sheltered us for so long, the brothers all remember it. A walnut stood firmly in front of a sunflower, its heavy body blocking countless strange creatures. The walnut turned its head and smiled goofily upon hearing the sunflower's question. But in front of it, countless pea-shooter bodies were trampled by the strange creatures, leaving a ground full of corpses. Hiss. Intense pain made the walnut shudder slightly. When it turned its head, countless crazed creatures were biting at its body. Large drops of blood fell, and the feeling of flesh being torn apart brought the walnut close to fainting. Brother, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. Tiangu, will soon clear it, cough cough, as long as I'm still alive. Countless strange creatures devoured his body like locusts, but he never moved an inch, his solid form blocking countless crazed beings. As long as I'm still alive. This was the last sentence the walnut said to the sunflower before fainting, and also his final promise. Chapter 155 Dark City Number 22. South Third Gate, 3 players have infiltrated, 2 third tier, 1 second tier. Laser weapons are damaged and can't operate normally. Screeching alarm bells echoed in the small control room, and Zhu Guang quickly adjusted various mechanisms with rapid finger movements. At this time, the first batch of players had begun to flood into Daxia, using various means to start destroying the mechanical structures. You go. Su Ming didn't even turn his head, staring at a certain direction on the monitor, calmly speaking. Okay. Tiangu did not hesitate, he raised his arm to look at the display on his wrist and swiftly walked towards a certain passage. Hey, Tiangu. I'm going too. Seeing Tiangu suddenly leave, his little brother panicked and immediately grabbed his weapon, wanting to follow. The 3 players on the other side are among the strongest in this instance. Are you going to, not afraid of getting your brother Tian killed? Su Ming wore a faint smile on his face, somewhat helplessly speaking. After a long silence, the little brother looked at the gradually blurred back of brother Tian, showing a hint of struggle in his expression. Remember, leave them a breath, see how much good stuff you can extort, then split it 80/20ths. But when doing things, make sure to keep it clean. Don't worry. Brother Tian waved his arm back at Su Ming, his figure slowly disappearing into the darkness. So, what can I do? Watching various players on the monitoring screens, the little brother rubbed his fists, with fighting spirit gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Su Ming. Mr. Su, where else do we need to fight? Don't worry, I've never been useless. Pour me a cup of coffee, Xiaoli. Xiaoli's mouth dropped wide open, wanting to say something, but he never spoke again. Annoyed, he walked to the coffee machine. After pouring a full cup of coffee, he helplessly handed it to Su Ming with a long face. Huff. Su Ming slightly furrowed his brows, raising his head a little, staring intently at the ceiling. His expression became somewhat complicated, a hint of fatigue appearing in his eyes. Thanks. As the steaming coffee entered his mouth, Su Ming barely started to regain some spirit, gradually coming back to himself. Evil thought. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, an eerie shadow suddenly appeared, becoming solid from its initially vague form. Except for its pitch-black eyes, it looked exactly like Su Ming. Mr. Su, what is this? Seeing the suddenly appeared second Su Ming, Xiaoli's eyes brightened as he slowly moved closer to examine the other Su Ming. Watch your mouth. Are you looking at a monkey? Do you believe I can punch you into the wall so hard you won't be able to get down? Noticing Xiaoli's gaze, the evil thought took a step forward and suddenly grabbed Xiaoli by the collar, dark killing intent flickering in its black eyes. Be brother. I was wrong, please spare me, I can warm your bed. Watching the suddenly violent Su Ming, and feeling a slight suffocating sensation, Xiaoli rolled his eyes and weakly begged for mercy. Damn, this evil thought looks just like a thug, huh? No, wait, where did Su God get this skill? I don't know if it's a thug, but I can guarantee that both Su Ming and this so-called evil thought are definitely not good people. Actually, what I'm most curious about is how this guy called evil thought sees the road with those pitch-black eyes? What's so strange about this? There are all sorts of bizarre things in the world of weird tales. I've seen plenty of weirder skills and items. We are on the same side. No kidding, I know, I just can't stand this brat. Taking a deep breath, the evil thought tossed Xiaoli to the ground and then wanted to spit on him. 2A. But then thought better of it and spat into the nearby trash can instead. Before the instance ends, I can't leave, you know. Su Ming took a gentle sip of coffee, looking at the evil thought like a hoodlum, speaking earnestly. Does Latesi belong to you or to me? To kill these players, you don't need Latesi. Just a casual glance, Su Ming withdrew his gaze. Then I'm off. Tonight, let's hunt for some fun. Ha ha. The evil thought savored the slight scent of blood in the air, its pitch-black eyes slightly squinting, revealing an extremely exaggerated smile. It's finally out, I want to kill 100, oh no. 1,000. Hee hee. As the room gradually quieted down, after confirming that the evil thought had left, Xiaoli cautiously stepped closer, still lingering with some fear on his face. Mr. Su, this. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Seeming to know what Xiaoli wanted to say, Su Ming calmly shook his head. But then he immediately looked up at the ceiling, lost in thought again. Seeing Su Ming's strange demeanor, Xiaoli, no matter how many doubts and confusion he had in his heart, no longer dared to ask more. Although he was relatively weak, he But it doesn't mean he is foolish. So, what should I do next? With his hands nervously rubbing together, Little Lee looked somewhat restless at this moment. All the players inside the instance are handled by Brother Wang and Shu Guang. You just need to stay by my side and keep watch. Unless there is a major accident, otherwise, do not disturb me. As his gaze swept over the serious Shu Guang working hard, and the Little Lee standing behind him, Su Ming's tone became somewhat heavy. Don't worry, I understand. Seeing Su Ming so serious, Little Lee suddenly patted his shoulder, standing tall beside him, looking like a loyal bodyguard. With Brother Tian's help, Little Lee's employer task had long been completed, so at this moment he was completely calm and even had time to tidy up his slightly messy hair. This time, will you forcefully intervene? A faint whisper arose. Su Ming's gaze seemed to penetrate through the ceiling, staring directly at the giant disc above the dome. But unfortunately, the space above the dome does not belong to the Extreme Evil City instance. So Su Ming couldn't find out the detailed information inside the disc, but through the clues connected in his own memory. The giant eye from before in the Void Fissure had intricate connections with the disc above Extreme Evil City. Buzz. In the distant outskirts of the Great Xia, a point of white light appeared in some space, causing the space to seem to tremble slightly. But after just a few seconds, it returned to calm again. Failed? Suddenly opening his eyes wide, a trace of confusion appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The moment the light appeared, Su Ming was already prepared to fight at any time. But, that place seemed to have been disrupted by something? Chapter 156 Extreme Evil City Number 23, Final Chapter. 10 o'clock at night, there are still 2 hours left until the day of slaughter ends. Su Ming slowly lit a cigarette, then a hint of exhaustion resurfaced in his eyes. Pour me another cup of coffee, Little Lee. Rolling his eyes, Little Lee showed a look of helplessness. Above the dome. Trying to enter laboratory number 3. Please wait. Space anchor point positioning completed, about to teleport the Void Watcher for cleanup. Beep. Alert, alert. The Research Institute is under attack by unknown creatures, initiating Level 1 defense protocol. Boom. A terrifying force continuously slammed against the flying saucer in the sky, suddenly throwing the originally quiet Research Institute into chaos. What's going on? Unknown creature invasion? Could it be that the beings from the runic realm have breached containment? I have long suspected that with our power, we cannot fully control that area. No, no. Look at the sky, what is that? The flying saucer swayed unsteadily as countless researchers wandered around like flies, gazing in fear at the giant creature outside the saucer. Hurry! Don't worry about laboratory number 3. Quickly terminate the program and release the Void Watchers. Go! The man's face on the mechanical throne turned particularly grim, roaring as he manipulated a lever, his entire face turning red. Hiss. The space outside the flying saucer rippled slightly, like pebbles thrown into water creating endless ripples. Tear. Immediately after, a phantom-like crack appeared. The crack rapidly expanded, accompanied by the sound of space being torn apart, a shade of purple gradually spreading outward. In just a few seconds, the purple light almost filled the entire sky. Ugh! A chilling low moan came from the crack, followed by purple tentacles with enormous suckers writhing slightly. Above the tentacles, a giant eye swayed left and right, its purple pupil almost reduced to a thin line. It unabashedly gazed at another colossal creature in the sky. And that other colossal creature was equally unyielding, a cold murderous intent spreading across the sky, the intense pressure making everyone on the flying saucer feel suffocated. What on earth is this thing, that even the Void Watchers have become so cautious? Looking at the two terrifying creatures frozen in the sky, the man once again sat back on the mechanical throne, a hint of fear rising deep within his eyes. Mr. Su, the players around the Great Xia have basically been cleared, and these players usually have extreme personalities. About 150,000 rule points have been collected, but there aren't many pieces of equipment. As he pushed open the door, Brother Wang's body was covered in wounds, and he struggled to open his backpack, ready to trade with Su Ming. But the vast majority have been killed by me. Brother Wang picked up the cold coffee on the table and casually poured it into his mouth as he spoke. Just keep your portion, and leave the equipment for yourself. Waving his hand, Su Ming didn't care much about the rule points, but instead pondered over future plans. After killing the highest power in the dungeon twice, he clearly felt that an existence detached from the dungeon had taken notice of him. If he attracted attention again, they might directly intervene. Could it be the runic land I guessed before? No, that's not right. According to their memory analysis, the runic land is currently in the phase of being invaded by the void, so, could the void be an opposing force? Thinking of this, Su Ming's eyes slightly narrowed, and his fingertips unconsciously tapped on the tea table. Destiny die of Tracery and Judgment. Skill judgment failed. A system prompt brought Su Ming back to his senses, and almost at the moment of the prompt, lightning bestowal flew out of his hand. Bang! The blade stabbed straight into the wall, the handle slightly shaking, and countless dust particles continued to fall. Ha! Chu Guang stared dumbfoundedly at his hands, then turned to look at the half-embedded lightning bestowal in the wall. Where am I? Oh right. I remember encountering a pink fox, and then, what was I doing? He couldn't help but scratch his head, his eyes filled with more confusion. That was the dungeon's final boss. After I killed him with that bro, I saved you. Blinking, Su Ming walked step by step towards the wall and put away his lightning bestowal. Time was up, no one had been silenced, such a pity. Is it? Clearly, Chu Guang was not the dumb and sweet type. He turned to look at Tiangu, wanting to chase after an answer. Ahem. What he said is correct, he is the famous Su Ming. With an unnoticeable cough, Brother Wang continued with the lead. Su Ming? The one who has been breaking scoring records. Chu Guang's expression instantly became a bit excited, his eyes wide as he looked in Su Ming's direction. Big guy is amazing. This is the first time I've accidentally completed the dungeon, thank you, bros. I'll treat you all to a meal when we go out. Definitely next time. Su Ming also smiled, cupping his hands together and giving him a slight nod. Congratulations to player Su Ming for successfully clearing the sea-level dungeon, Evil City. Clearance score SS. Reward, several rule points, skill upgrade points *1. Gained title, Breaker of Illusions. Breaker of Illusions, after use, can know the target's state, abilities, skills. The stronger the target exceeds one's own limits, the weaker the effect. Title evaluation, while you are fighting, you can loudly tell your enemies that your underwear is the color of shit. In the blank player space, Su Ming rubbed his heavy head and lethargically lay on the sofa. Ah. Little G kept scratching Su Ming's head with her paws, her 9 pink tails occasionally brushing against his face. Countless pieces of knowledge seemed to have vanished. Su Ming frowned slightly, the dizziness in his head becoming increasingly severe, as if someone was quickly erasing the vast amounts of memory he had absorbed. What a pity. Shaking his head with some regret, Su Ming slowly closed his eyes. Before, through omniscience and omnivision, it almost made him a top expert in all fields. All kinds of strange and bizarre knowledge are all under control. But clearly, the Weird Tales copy will not be so kind as to offer benefits. The rating is only SS. Is it because in the final elimination phase, Brother Tian took away a lot of points? As for whether he reached SSS rating, Su Ming was somewhat indifferent. What he wanted to know more was, where exactly is the Runeland, and what does the Void really exist as? The biggest possibility is that these two forces exist above the top 10 A-grade copies. S-grade copies. Of course, these are just Su Ming's speculations for now. Chapter 157, The Crisis at the Restaurant of the Underworld. The Breaker of Illusions? Looking at this title before him, Su Ming was somewhat surprised. After all, even though, all-knowing and all-seeing, had not been engraved, wasn't this title essentially a weakened version? That said, Su Ming casually opened the title interface and began to think seriously. Being unreasonable has significant side effects, but being able to break all control effects is still quite good. What if I get ambushed one day? At least I'll have a countermeasure. After hesitating for a long time, Su Ming ultimately chose to equip the new title. Nuclear Principle Unreasonable Breaker of Illusions. This basically covers the 3 essential elements of combat: enchantments, frenzy, and insight. What's the skill upgrade point? Looking at the glowing orb in his backpack, Su Ming furrowed his brows slightly and took it out to hold in his hand. Skill upgrade point, you can strengthen any of your skills. By the way, I have quite a few skills, what should I strengthen? Looking at the enhancement points in his hand, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly, but in the end, he did not choose to use them immediately. If there is any emergency in the future, he could use them accordingly. Ding ding ding. Master, there's a call for you, Master, there's a call. Before Su Ming could sit back down on the sofa, an ear-piercing ringtone rang, slightly startling him. Wang Chang, what's the matter? Mr. Su. You finally picked up the phone. Miss Bai Miao has been looking for you these past few days. Shouldn't you go see her? Wang Chang's voice on the other end was somewhat anxious, and his tone sounded very worried. I understand, you prepare to drive. Don't worry, I've been waiting here for you. After hanging up the phone, Su Ming looked at the dense call logs on his phone, and a hint of unease rose in his heart. Something happened at the restaurant of the underworld? Beep, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Sure enough, Bai Miao's and manager Hong's phones could no longer be reached. He had no idea what their current situation was. After washing his face, Su Ming didn't pause even for a moment and quickly opened the door and walked out. Tell me, what happened these past few days? Walking to his Wuling Hongguang, Su Ming looked at the slightly haggard man before him and calmly asked. Mr. Su, please get in the car first. Wang Chang didn't answer directly. Instead, he pulled the car door open and signaled Su Ming to get in. Then he started the engine and sped towards the location of the restaurant of the underworld. Is someone causing trouble? Hmm. Wang Chang was seriously driving, his expression somewhat solemn, Miss Bai Miao vaguely mentioned. Just a few days ago, a group of people suddenly broke into the restaurant. It seems they should be from Fengdu City. I'm not sure about the rest, you might need to judge after you arrive. After saying this, Wang Chang fell silent. I understand. Looking outside at the speeding scenery, Su Ming rested his eyes wearily. The most troublesome situation had eventually occurred. Though he previously guessed that someone might come from Fengdu City, more likely, the restaurant of the underworld had already integrated into the world of weird tales and had nothing to do with the copy world anymore. Fengdu City is an A-grade copy, but why can some characters inside affect the world of weird tales? He murmured softly, and Su Ming slowly closed his eyes. About half an hour later, Su Ming opened the car door, looked at the empty restaurant of the underworld, and a wave of ominous premonition surged in his heart. Bai Miao? Xiao Hong? Quickly walking into the restaurant, Su Ming drew the thunder gift from his waist. His eyes slightly squinted. The usually lively restaurant seemed strangely eerie at this moment, completely empty, yet the dishes on the dining tables were still warm. Mr. Su, could it be that everyone has already? Wang Chang, who followed behind, felt his pupils suddenly contract, his face changing repeatedly, and finally he spoke, somewhat in disbelief. Shut up. Turning back and shooting a look at Wang Chang, Su Ming couldn't help but scold. His gaze flickered as he walked through the hall, carefully observing every corner of the restaurant. So that's how it is. A smile appeared on his face, and then Su Ming's eyes sparkled with an eerie blue light. Break delusion, activated. Stir-fried cucumber with tofu, copy duration 5 minutes. Braised pig trotter, copy duration 5 minutes. Since you've gone through such trouble to set this up for me, why hide and sneak around? With just a glance, Su Ming found it somewhat boring and sat down on a chair, popping a few grapes into his mouth. Good. Accompanied by the sound of applause, a figure slowly walked out from the darkness. He was a middle-aged man who appeared polite, with blue eyes and slightly curled golden hair, a faint smile on his lips. In his hand was a black cane, and he stood upright, dressed like a true noble. Indeed, impressive. No wonder that girl Bai Miao has such high expectations of you. Allow me to introduce myself, my name is Thomas Jackson. You can call me Mr. Jack. Elegantly striking the ground with his cane, Mr. Jack looked at Su Ming with an expression as if admiring a rare gem. Tom, what do you want with us? Feeling the increasingly strange atmosphere, Wang Chang suddenly stood tall, stepping forward firmly, standing in front of Su Ming. Oh, you damn bastard, I'm not Tom, call me Mr. Jack. This sentence seemed to touch the middle-aged man's sore spot, and he slightly shook his cane, an eerie smile appearing on his face. Bang! Wang Chang didn't have time to react before his body seemed to be hit by an invisible force, and he flew backward. Alright, this annoying fly has disappeared for now. Swipe. Before Jack could finish speaking, his figure suddenly froze, as if fixed in place. A pale blue blade light swept through behind him, neatly slicing his body in half. Su Ming's figure gradually appeared, but there was no joy on his face. Instead, he cautiously scanned the surroundings. Ah, such a fast blade. An abrasive laugh came from above, as Jack stood on a central floating stage, looking down at Su Ming with satisfaction. Looking directly into Su Ming's eyes, Jack said something with deep meaning. Little brother, do you wish to die, or to live? Peak level 4 awakened? Slightly shaking the lightning gift in his hand, Su Ming took a deep breath, a hint of worry slowly appearing in his eyes. It was not that he was afraid of this so-called level 4 awakened. But this guy's purpose was to trap him, if he guessed right. Bai Miao's side was currently facing a strange attack from Fengdu City. Why can you associate with the weirdness of Fengdu City? Looking up at Jack, Su Ming couldn't help but ask. Oh? You found out? Kill me, and you'll know the answer. To Jack, it was not surprising that Su Ming could guess his intentions. After all, this was the famous Su Ming, with intelligence and abilities far surpassing most people. But you don't seem to be as strong as the rumors say. It appears you're only at level 2 or 3 at most. Puff. Before Jack could finish his sentence, his expression instantly froze, a glimmer of fear appearing in his eyes. I haven't even pretended yet, what are you playing at? Su Ming coldly retracted his arm, looking at the vividly beating heart in his palm. He couldn't help but lick his lips. Before the evil thought could indulge, Jack's body, along with the heart, gradually turned into a pile of grey dust. This is his copied doppelganger. On the ground, Su Ming squinted his eyes slightly, shaking his head helplessly. Ha. How thrilling. Didn't expect, you can create clones? The piercing laughter echoed again, as another Jack slowly appeared, leaning on a cane, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. I thought someone with so many SSS ratings would be so strong, but, is this all? These are not your real body. In this realm, you can create infinite copies, can't you? Su Ming casually summoned the evil thought back, his expression gradually darkening. You're clever, but unfortunately, you met me. You will be slowly consumed here. Jack did not refute, a bizarre smile lingering on his lips, standing quietly in place. In the depths of the corridor, on the balcony, outside the door. Jack after Jack emerged from every corner, all with the same smile on their lips. On the street. The entire commercial street around the Yellow Spring restaurant became dilapidated, while the Yellow Spring restaurant at the center was enveloped by a huge barrier, barely revealing some trembling shadows inside. Miss, when the barrier can't hold on, you must leave first. I will try to hold them off for a while. Inside the restaurant, the red manager, pale-faced, leaned against the wall, various horrific wounds crawling all over her body. No, you take these employees and prepare to retreat. Leave this to me. Bai Miao's blood-red eyes fixed intently on the barrier outside. At this moment, both her hair and clothes had completely turned into a strange crimson color. Her body was also covered in frightening wounds, but under the influence of the scarlet energy, they were healing at a terrifying speed. Around Bai Miao's neck hung a transparent crystal, continuously releasing energy. But the surface of the crystal was already covered in cracks. It was clear it couldn't hold on much longer. Mr. Su, no news yet? Seeing Bai Miao like this, the red manager coughed painfully twice, a touch of heartache gleaming in her eyes. Crack! A subtle sound echoed, as the transparent crystal around her neck shattered completely. This scene made both the red manager and Bai Miao's expressions change simultaneously. Just as Bai Miao was about to say something, a loud explosion sounded, shattering the barrier that covered the entire Yellow Spring restaurant like shards. Boom! In the moment the barrier shattered, the sky suddenly turned a bloody red. Everyone seemed to fall into a hellish abyss of blood. Dong, dong, dong. A rhythmic strange sound echoed, as a blood-red bridal sedan slowly emerged from the darkness. Surrounding the sedan were 4 blood-red paper dolls, their light steps neither hurried nor slow. We welcome the Lady of Blood Charm. Several figures stood respectfully by the street. One middle-aged man slowly raised his head. It was the president of the Tianxiong Guild. Although that guy Su Ming happened to arrive, but rest assured, my lady, I have long sent people to hold him back. Oh? Su Ming? A seductive voice came from the sedan, and then a lovely figure draped in a red veil leaned out of the window. What does that have to do with me? The voice of the Lady of Blood Charm suddenly turned cold, her flat tone sending chills down one's spine. The president's face changed repeatedly, then again revealed a humble smile. Yes, 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 my lady, you're right. Please handle the Yellow Spring restaurant without worry. The players beside them were so nervous they didn't dare to breathe, like frightened chicks burying their heads deep in their chests. And, do we need to get lost? A surge of bloody energy rippled from the sedan. A calm voice of Shui Mingyan rang out. Then, as if nothing had happened, she turned her head, her clear voice faintly mixed with a hint of anger. With you useless fools, how dare you try to lay hands on the property of Fengdu City? As soon as the words fell, the blood-colored paper figure lifted the flower sedan again, quickly approaching Bai Miao and Manager Hong, crossing over the few members of the Tianxiong Guild. Clearly, she did not take the members of the Tianxiong Guild seriously at all. Damn it! The president, looking down, gradually had a dark expression, but did not dare to raise his head to meet Shui Mingyang's gaze. Initially, they had specifically asked Tianji to find out that Fengdu City was about to take action against Huangquan Restaurant, and since Su Ming was the owner of Huangquan Restaurant, that's how this situation arose. But they never expected. This beast actually doesn't take me seriously at all? Among the awakened, with the same Tier 5 combat power, if it weren't for Fengdu City behind you. Taking a deep breath, the president clenched his fists, forcibly calming the anger inside. Although extremely displeased, he truly could not afford to provoke Fengdu City, as once they angered them, the entire guild would be close to destruction. In another space, Jack waved the cane in his hand, a mocking smile on his face. Su Ming in front of him seemed to be running out of strength, and the speed of his blade swings was getting slower and slower. Meanwhile, there were dozens of clones from his side crazily attacking him. According to the current situation, Su Ming's death was only a matter of time. Ha ha ha. Is there anything else you want to ask? I can show mercy. Nothing. Su Ming shook his head, stopping his movement, and the fatigue on his face disappeared. What, have you given up resistance? Looking at Su Ming like this, Jack's smile grew wider. All the clones slowly moved closer to Su Ming. I've asked everything I wanted, now. His gaze flickered slightly. Su Ming slowly lit a cigarette, snapping his fingers casually. Snap. Ha, still pretending with me? You're so stubborn. As he spoke, Jack's voice grew smaller and smaller, his eyes slowly widening, a hint of disbelief gradually surfacing. Everything about Huangquan Restaurant, including his own body, seemed to be erased by a strange force. Everything was gradually disappearing. Laugh, keep laughing. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Su Ming spoke with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Chapter 159, The Frustrated President. What's going on? My core body should be inaccessible to you. Jack panically closed his eyes, sensing for a few seconds, and visible anger appeared on his face. Now you can't continue copying, right? Su Ming stood in place, looking playfully toward a certain direction. The entire Huangquan restaurant became more and more illusory, eventually disappearing completely. Before Su Ming's eyes was a desolate little street behind Huangquan restaurant. Bang! A door of a low house beside the street was slammed open, and then a figure suddenly flew out. Cough cough. Mr. Su, I. Put. The person in front was Wang Chang, who had been knocked away by Jack at the beginning. He was lying on the ground all covered in blood, struggling to point with his finger toward the nearby house. Don't move. Lifting Wang Chang's body, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly, then he looked at the half-open door. Leave the rest to me, go back to receive your bonus. With a crisp low sound, Thunder Gift suddenly unsheathed. Jack, huh? I'll let you laugh thoroughly. His gaze gradually turned cold, and Su Ming's body disappeared into thin air. The next moment, he drilled into the house, appearing behind Jack's main body. With all the hairs standing on end, Jack's eyes twitched, and he raised his hand to swing the cane. However, what awaited him was a large hand that continued to get closer. Slap! It landed squarely on Jack's face, wiping the last trace of a smile from his face completely. Bang! In Huangquan restaurant, Bai Miao's petite body was once again smashed to the ground. Even if it's not life-threatening, it makes her current state particularly tragic. The strength of Fengdu City is nothing much. Slowly standing up, a smile appeared on Bai Miao's face as she casually wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, staring unwaveringly at the blood-charming lady before her. My lord, why don't we help you together? As time passed, the president occasionally cast his gaze toward the back of the Huangquan restaurant, feeling a growing unease in his heart. Where is that guy Jack? A peak 4th-level awakener shouldn't have trouble with a newly awakened rookie, right? Could it be that he wanted to play with Su Ming for a bit, which caused him to delay a little? This is my own business, if you dare to interfere. Who would have thought that, even though she hadn't taken down Bai Miao at the first moment, the blood-charming lady still spoke with an aloof tone, sternly scolding the members of the Sky Vault Guild. You all stay here, I'll go see how Jack is doing. Suppressing his anger, the president's brow was tightly furrowed, and his expression grew a bit grim. Yet, he still didn't dare to erupt. After momentarily calming his emotions, his face gradually cleared up. Yes. President. Good. The others naturally had no objections. Anyway, the current battlefield was not something they could intervene in, they just needed to patiently wait for the outcome. And the final outcome was clear. Everyone looked at Bai Miao, whose breath was growing weaker, then at the obviously displeased president, and no one dared to speak further. The president was clearly satisfied with his authority, lightly clearing his throat twice. Ahem, since that's the case. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, a round object rolled to the president's feet. Jack! Ah! Including the president, all members froze briefly before all couldn't help but exclaim. The round object before them was none other than Jack's head. For some unknown reason, his cheeks were puffed out, making him look like a round ball. And Jack, with his eyes wide open in death, had his mouth torn to the roots of his ears, looking like a clown with a horrifying smile. No need to run again, I brought him along on the way. A crisp voice came from the other end of the street, and a figure, biting a cigarette, slowly emerged from the darkness. Su Ming looked at the blood-red sky, dropped the cigarette butt in his hand, and muttered thoughtfully. It seems we are still in a space similar to a domain? He then set his gaze on the blood-red veiled bride standing by the flower palanquin, the effect of the Yi-break delusion, skill activating. Blood-charming lady, daughter of the 10 Yama kings of Fengdu City, a special type of the uncanny. Skill, blood-colored bride, undying physique, will king summoning seal. What are those 3 question marks? Looking at this luxurious skill panel, Su Ming's brows furrowed slightly, his expression becoming serious. Especially her last skill. Could it be that she directly summons one of the 10 Yama kings? And what in the world is that undying physique? Does it mean never dying? Su Ming is indeed as powerful as rumored. The president's hoarse voice came through. Surprisingly, he appeared exceptionally calm at this moment, looking at Su Ming with a hint of admiration. Looking at the strength fluctuations, both are around the 5th level. After glancing at the blood-charming lady and then at this so-called president, Su Ming slowly shook his head. Though both looked like they were at the 5th level, the true power was far too different. The blood-charming lady could easily use any skill, and this president probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Hey! Kid! The president is talking to you. Are you deaf? No worries. Why don't you join me? If you follow me, I can overlook what you've done. Idiot. Without even looking at the president, Su Ming walked straight towards Shuai Mingyang. After being insulted like a dog several times in a row, the president clenched his fists, his whole body shaking violently. At this moment, he could no longer hold back, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Su Ming's back, a silver-white long spear appearing out of nowhere in his hands. I really am, giving you face, really giving you face. Boom! A tremendous sound of an explosion erupted, the silver-white spear, mixed with dazzling energy, shot towards Su Ming's back at high speed. I told you, you're an idiot. Su Ming's body split into two, one quickly closing in on Shui Yang, while the other vanished into thin air, causing the silver-white spear to strike nothingness, leaving a dark hole in the ground. Seeing this bizarre scene, the president couldn't help but show a hint of confusion. Darling, I'm behind you. A devilish whisper rang out, causing the president's pupils to suddenly shrink. Just as he was about to turn around, he didn't expect Su Ming to predict his prediction. A powerful kick swung fiercely at him. Smack! Immediately followed by the cold sensation of lightning piercing into his body. How is this possible? Cough. A mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments surged from his throat, the president's face visibly turned pale. Chapter 160, The True Form of Evil Thoughts. The Tianqiang Guild, right? So you are the president, huh? Taking advantage of the president's dazed state, Su Ming quickly twisted the handle of the thunder blade inside him, making his wounds even harder to heal. Thunder Tribulation. At the moment of pulling it out, dazzling electric light flashed wildly, countless arcs of electricity coursing through the president's body. President! Damn, let go of the captain, how dare you! Until Su Ming finished a series of lightspeed combos, everyone finally reacted, grabbing their weapons and rushing toward Su Ming. Cough cough. A large mouthful of black smoke spewed from his mouth, a hat fell to the ground, and the president trembled as he touched the top of his head. Crap! The last few strands of hair were burned off too. Aha! How dare you burn my hair, today, you must die. Countless grievances and anger erupted at this moment, the president seemed to transform into a crazed beast, his blood-red eyes fixed fiercely on Su Ming behind him. Swish! Seeing countless attacks flying towards him, Su Ming smiled slightly, then his body flickered again, temporarily creating a small distance. Oh! Let me tell you a surprise, what you burned off isn't just hair, but also... Go to hell! The furious president had completely lost his mind, rushing towards Su Ming at an incredibly terrifying speed. No, today, none of you can escape. Putting away his playful smile, Su Ming took a deep breath, his gaze gradually turning cold. Mr. Su! Seeing the figure suddenly burst forward, the barely conscious red supervisor showed a hint of surprise. I knew you would come. Brother. Bai Miao obviously also breathed a sigh of relief, forcing a smile, then gazed warily at Shui Yang in front of her. At this moment, a hand swiftly launched towards Shui Yang's chest, piercing through her red wedding dress in an instant. Shui Yang slightly tilted her body, while a surge of blood-colored energy rose, suddenly deflecting the hand. This woman still has a bit of spirit. Evil Thought showed no surprise at this, instead, the smile on his face grew more ferocious. Then his hand transformed again, the skin gradually turning black, the 5 fingers rapidly extending into sharp black bone spikes. Impudence! Shui Yang waved her sleeve casually, a blood-colored paper figure eerily appeared in front of Evil Thought, its bloodied hands trying to entangle Evil Thought. Be careful! At this critical moment, line end. Evil Thought extended his transformed right hand, the sharp bone spike suddenly slashing forward. Pierced through the paper figure in front. Buzz. But even so, the half of the body that made contact with the paper figure began to turn slightly red, followed by a strange red color quickly spreading, wanting to completely swallow the Evil Thoughts. Puff, so interesting, you are just a slightly larger human ant. Blood Beauty still stood calmly in place, watching the bizarre changes happening on the Evil Thoughts, her tone filled with strong sarcasm. Looks like I have to show some real skills, being mocked by you little lady, TSK. Looking at his body stained with red, the Evil Thoughts narrowed his dark eyes slightly, not feeling the slightest panic, instead, his expression became increasingly strange. Roar! A hoarse roar broke from the throat of the Evil Thoughts, and then his whole body rapidly changed. His appearance, once identical to Su Ming's, completely transformed at this moment, countless black scales broke through from under the skin, and the other hand also turned into black bone spikes like the right one. The black scales spread to the neck before stopping, and behind the Evil Thoughts, a black tail swayed slightly. A pair of pitch-black eyes emitted a hint of coldness, like a demon creeping up from the depths of hell. So good. So good. Finally, I can experience a real battle. The surface of the black scales shimmered with a cold light, while the red that had spread over half of his body had long since disappeared. At this moment, the Evil Thoughts looked more like a scaled monster than a human. This palace actually misjudged you? You human bug, whoosh. A terrifying gust of wind lifted the red cloth off Blood Beauty's head, revealing the pretty face beneath the cloth. The only drawback is, only one side looks good, while the other side of her cheek was covered in blood-red worms, constantly devouring her body's functions. Still my palace? At that time when I claimed kingship, you were just a little tadpole. The evil thoughts leaped up, then, with a gaze full of intense desire, extended his black claws, fiercely thrusting toward Blood Beauty's head. This palace stands here for you to attack. What can you do to this palace? Watching this scene, Blood Beauty slightly raised her head, her eyes once again showing a hint of sarcasm. Puff! 10 bone spikes firmly pierced into her head, causing the worms on her decaying cheek to drop to the ground. But... human ant, is this all? This palace is an immortal existence, let you see the surprise this palace has prepared for you. With a strange smile, Blood Beauty waved her hand and struck the evil thoughts back, then stood calmly in place. Bloody bride, let me have an immersive experience with you in the bridal chamber? You, how do you know? As soon as the words of the evil thoughts came out, the calm eyes of Blood Beauty slightly rippled, with a somewhat surprised response. At this moment, the space where the two were located had already changed. It had turned into an ancient mansion, and countless paper figures were busy handling various matters. The eerie carriage had already stopped next to the evil thoughts at some point. A blood-colored paper figure pulled the rope, seemingly inviting him to board the carriage. My lord, dare you to worship heaven and earth with me? Blood Beauty revealed a strange smile on her face, a tender white hand slowly resting on the evil thought's shoulder, gently exhaling, wanting to lean her head on the evil thought's chest. The evil thought's dark eyes widened slightly, his hands unconsciously drooping down. His expression gradually became peaceful. Even when Blood Beauty placed her hands on his shoulders, a silly smile appeared on his face. Yes, just like that. My lord, why aren't you quickly carrying me into the carriage to worship heaven and earth? I guarantee to make you comfortable. As Blood Beauty continued speaking, the smile on the evil thought's face grew wider, his hands covered in black scales slowly moving up along her waist. Ah! A somewhat dazed soft call, Blood Mei Yang somewhat satisfiedly closed her eyes, unable to help but lick her crimson lips. Chapter 161 Unexpected Swap. Wife, come, give me a kiss. Evil Thought narrowed its eyes slightly, gently grabbing Blood Mei Yang's head, and slowly leaned in. Feeling the atmosphere reaching its peak, a glint of smile flashed in Blood Mei Yang's eyes, then she closed them, allowing Evil Thought's actions. Evil Thought smiled, its tail swaying behind it, its mouth slightly open. Then let me devour you. Suddenly, its lips widened, black fangs gleaming with a cold shine. Crunch! With one bite, it clamped down on Blood Mei Yang's head, Evil Thought somewhat satisfyingly chewed, visible enjoyment appearing in its pitch-black eyes. Really delicious, bit into maggots, damn. Feeling a bit nauseous and gagging a couple of times, Evil Thought's eyes showed a hint of struggle, but in the end, it still chewed and swallowed her head. This was different from the usual. Simply devouring her head visibly enhanced Evil Thought's power. Tasty, I want more. With a hint of lingering taste, it licked its lips again, grabbed Blood Mei Yang's headless body, and opened its mouth to bite again. Bang! A delicate white fist smashed into Evil Thought's face, sending its body crashing towards the blood-colored bridal palanquin. Boom! Instantly smashing the palanquin into pieces, the powerful impact also tore apart several innocent paper figures around. Blood Mei Yang's headless body remained standing, countless blood vessels and muscles intertwined at her neck, seemingly growing a new head. Aren't we supposed to consummate our marriage? It's just eating your head, isn't it? I'm not saying, but you're really too distant. Evil Thought rubbed its head, grumbling as it stood up from the broken palanquin. It seemed unexpectedly unfazed by the situation in front of it. Just 4 to 5 seconds later, Blood Mei Yang's head grew back again. The same half beautifully alluring, half decayed, but her expression looked increasingly eerie and terrifying. Sigh, my lord, you have such a ruthless heart. With a hint of a mournful wail, Blood Mei Yang gently waved her blood-red sleeves, a charming smile appearing on her face. I forgot to tell my lord, I am immortal. While chatting, the entire blood-colored space changed shape again, and then the ground turned soft, gradually evolving into a blood-red swamp. Sigma men will never fall into a woman's trap. Evil Thought snickered, muscles shifting behind it, and in an instant, a pair of black bone wings grew out. No one dares to claim invincibility, and even fewer dare to claim immortality. A chilling deadly aura suddenly emerged. At this moment, Evil Thought truly resembled a real demon. Su Ming, as a newly awakened guy, I admit you are strong. But, you must know, I have roamed the world of strange tales for 2.5 years, and the number of awakened ones who have died at my hands is countless. Watching his subordinates entangled by Meow and the Red Supervisor, the president shook his wide coat, a smile gradually appearing on his face. Although Su Ming is strong, given the current situation, defeating him is just a matter of time. Come. I'll let you see what real power is. Heart Sword, 10,000 swords strike together. A slightly illusory golden longsword was drawn from the president's hand, and at the same time, the 100-meter space around him transformed into an ocean of sword intent. Countless illusory long swords darted back and forth, each carrying a piercing deadly aura. Die. The president's expression gradually became ferocious, his hands pushing forcefully on the heartsword. In an instant, the densely packed golden longswords firmly locked onto Su Ming, the sound of sonic booms almost merging into one. Unable to teleport, unable to evade, the space was completely sealed. The illusory longswords were almost squeezed into a solid form, stabbing straight towards Su Ming. Brother! Mr. Su! Feeling the power of this strike, Bai Miao and Supervisor Hong both exclaimed in shock, frantically trying to rush over. Two sisters, don't be anxious, let's play with the brothers first. Feel pity? Feel angry? Ha ha ha, today you all will die. Blame your foolish boss for provoking our Sky Vault Guild. You can't escape. Soul Sever, Divine Ban. At this moment, members of the Sky Vault Guild were fired up. Even if it meant trading injury for injury, they would not let the two advance. To die under this move, you can be proud. Coldly staring at Su Ming, a hint of a smile appeared in the crazed eyes of the president. In the world of horror stories, players cannot use life-saving items like the dead doll or puppet doll, which means that killing Su Ming here would truly lead to his death. The only hassle is that he would face endless pursuit by the enforcers. It's not important, it doesn't matter, worst case, I can just escape into Fengdu City to hide for a while. As if already seeing the scene of Su Ming bleeding, the president's smile grew wider. Since they've come this far, there's no need to consider the consequences. Anyway, with his strength as a fifth-tier awakener, the enforcers couldn't kill him instantly, he completely had hoped to escape into the dungeon first. Boom! Countless golden swords smashed towards Su Ming in an instant, the dazzling golden light nearly blinded everyone. When everything finally settled, the air was filled with thick black smoke, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. Hee hee hee. A strange laugh echoed from the bottom of the pit, leaving everyone in shock. With his current strength, it's impossible for him to still be alive. No, this isn't him. In just a moment of distraction, the experienced president quickly reacted and retreated rapidly. This is a turn-based game, now it's my turn. In the center of the pit was a black sphere, its surface appeared somewhat pockmarked, but it seemed the inside had not been harmed. Killing is not a crime for me. The black sphere slowly opened, revealing a sinister face of malice. Then, the scales on its body gradually transformed and quickly returned to its original form. Who are you? Where is Su Ming? Staring at this bizarre scene, a trace of panic gradually appeared on the president's gloomy face as he asked in disbelief. Similarly, Bai Miao, Supervisor Hong and several members of the Sky Vault Guild were equally puzzled, all shifting their gazes toward the suddenly emerged malice. Su Ming? He's over there. In response to this strange question, the malice tilted its head and casually pointed in a direction. Smack! Clap! The crisp and dense sounds of slapping echoed continuously. At this moment, Su Ming was holding the body of Blood Mainyang with one hand, and ruthlessly giving her face a brutal oil massage with the other. How did your face rot like this? Clearly, you don't exercise regularly. Frowning slightly, Su Ming instinctively slapped the good side of her face with no interest in the other side's skeleton. What the hell? Sir, what's wrong with you? What happened? Members of the Sky Vault Guild were suddenly unsettled. Watching Blood Mainyang standing still and receiving endless slaps made everyone feel absurd. Yes, this is the genuine Blood Mainyang. Considering her true strength, the president wouldn't last a few rounds against her, but why? Chapter 162, Spare My Adopted Son. Don't be so surprised. Just as everyone was frozen in shock, the malice had quietly approached a member from behind, a wicked smile playing on its lips. Puff! Before the person could react, a vibrant heart exploded in his chest. Behind you! Finally, someone screamed, while the president's face had already turned ashen. In a reflex, he once again urged the heartsword. Bai Miao, Xiao Hong. Evil Thought showed no signs of panic. Instead, he turned with a smile to look at the president not far away. Go rest, I can handle this alone. Sizzle! A pair of bone wings tore through his skin once more, appearing behind Evil Thought. Immediately after, screams of panic from the members of the Tianqiang Guild echoed continuously. Why can Mr. Su control blood charm? We all know her strength. Due to Evil Thought's overwhelming pressure, the manager Hong and Bai Miao received a brief moment of rest. Bai Miao had already returned to her lowly form. But her pure white lowly outfit was stained with blood and dust, and several large holes were torn in her white stockings. Watching Su Ming strike blood charm with a terrifying frequency, there was still some surprise and disbelief in their eyes. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the world, it was just that the scene before them was too suspicious. If they had to draw an analogy, it was like a baby casually swinging around an adult like a toy. Bai Miao, can you find materials to seal the strange one? Strange? Clearly, Bai Miao felt a bit unfamiliar with this term, widening her eyes and asking back in confusion. I mean something that can seal you all, do you have any? To conserve energy, Su Ming merely shook his finger, gently tapping Blood Charm's cheek to keep her in a half-awake state. Are you talking about the demon-suppressing stone? I do have some basic ones, but for Blood Charm's level. Baimia lowered her head and thought for a moment, then took out several necklaces from her pocket, each embedded with a glowing black stone. Try putting this on her. If it doesn't work, we'll think of something else. Glancing at the nearby battlefield that had turned to a frenzy, Su Ming furrowed his brow slightly, then spoke. After he had stacked several hundred doses of nuclear radiation, Blood Charm's body was already a wreck, her muscles and internal organs nearly turned to a puddle of blood. For an ordinary strange being, this amount of radiation would have been enough to kill it several times. But Blood Charm's undead quality made things a bit troublesome for Su Ming. What if she unleashed a deadly move the moment he let go? Okay. After carefully selecting, Baimia took out the largest black stone necklace, then ran before Blood Charm and quickly put it on. Buzz. But the moment the necklace was worn, Blood Charm's body seemed to trigger some kind of reaction. After a slight tremor, a burst of bloodlight condensed from within her without any warning, but it did not harm Su Ming and Baimiao. Rather, it shot straight toward the sky at a terrifying speed. Not good. Watching the scene unfold, Su Ming squinted slightly, his expression gradually becoming serious. If he wasn't mistaken, the roll of that bloodlight. Boom. The sky, which had turned gray due to Blood Charm being controlled, underwent another change. Blood red spread from the cloud layer, gradually covering the entire sky. And this time was different from before. Along with it came a terrifying pressure, a feeling of helplessness and fear, as if facing a god, rising in everyone's hearts. Yama. Evil Thought, who was in the midst of a killing spree, slowly withdrew the smile from his face, no longer having the playful and unruly look from before, and rushed towards the president. You. PFF. Before the president could understand what was happening, his chest was instantly pierced, a blood-red heart exploding along with it. Don't blame me for digging out your heart so quickly. I wanted to play a bit longer with you, but unfortunately, there's an old man who doesn't play fair. Evil Thought casually tossed the president's heart into his mouth, chewing as he stared at the clouds in the sky, murmuring to himself. Before long, the clouds gradually transformed into a terrifying sea of blood, countless bloodstreams surging and churning. And above this sea of blood, countless vengeful spirits jumped into it, their miserable wails and desperate roars echoing in the sky. All the people on the ground were trapped by an invisible force. Like sinners shackled, waiting for Yama's judgment. You all have crossed the line. The deep roar was soul-stirring. With just one sentence, Su Ming's eyes filled with bloodshot veins, as if countless ghosts were tearing at his head, and endless pain piercing into his bones, deep into his soul. Cross, what the hell? You hit the smaller one and now you come for the bigger one, right? Don't push your luck. Enduring the torment of pain, Su Ming took a deep breath and shook his head helplessly. From the very beginning, he had been wary of Blood Mei Yang's trick, Daddy is coming. He never expected that she would successfully summon him in the end, and this Will King, at first glance, he was definitely a top-tier existence. Under Yama, all beings are equal. The voice echoed again above the sea of blood, and then a figure materialized from the void. This was a solemn-looking middle-aged man, dressed in a red robe, holding a uniquely shaped weapon, stepping on the void, emotionless as he walked step by step toward the ground. As he moved, the blood sea behind him gradually shrank into his body, and the Wheel King's figure gradually grew larger. Humans are nothing but ants. His gaze swept around, then fixed on the now unshackled Blood Mei Yang, who knelt on the ground. Disappointment flickered in the Wheel King's eyes. You disappoint me greatly, Xinger. Father, I. Blood Mei Yang suddenly raised her head, panic appearing in her eyes, wanting to say something. Go back and reflect on your actions for 30 years, no need to say more. The Wheel King slightly shook his head, then his gaze turned cold as he looked at Su Ming. You are quite impressive, to reach this point as a mere human ant, but unfortunately, an ant is still an ant. Sadly, I am in a bad mood today. You have some skill to subdue my little girl. As he said this, the Wheel King smiled and shook his head, a hint of amusement in his eyes. But, in this world, what matters most is to have a backing. So, sadly, you can rest easy and die. Not wanting to waste words with this human ant, the Wheel King casually raised his hand, sending a ripple of blood lightly toward Su Ming. At that moment, the world fell silent. All that remained was this seemingly unremarkable ripple. Upgrading, unreasonable, can break control in an instant and be invincible, but can I really draw it? Watching the approaching ripple, Su Ming's pupils shrank into a fine line. His body tightened to the utmost, as if every cell was exerting all its strength to prepare for a deadly struggle. A backing, huh? Then I will be his backing. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly echoed from the horizon. The ripple before him instantaneously froze, and Su Ming slowly raised his head, his expression instantly solidifying. A look of unprecedented shock appeared on his face. In the distance, on the mountain top, a gigantic spider, as large as a mountain, quickly approached. Even Yama. Dare not harm my righteous son. Chapter 163, The Might of the Spider. In the distance, there was a giant spider, as massive as a mountain, its many compound eyes fixed on the Wheel King floating in midair. SZZZL. Then, its enormous mouth moved, and a thick thread shot straight toward the Wheel King. What kind of monster dares to show off in front of me? The Wheel King clearly didn't expect this situation, but he remained calm, his expression unfazed as he drew his hands from behind. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he quickly pulled Blood Mane Yang behind him. A smile appeared on the Wheel King's face, his gaze shifting slightly, and a terrifying shadow of the blood sea surged in front of him. Wherever his gaze landed, blood-colored ripples formed from nothingness, eventually turning solid. It looked effortless as it snapped the spider's thread. Little spider, upon seeing me, why do you not kneel? Kneel down. After dissolving the spider's silk, the Wheel King had no intention of stopping. Instead, he lifted his hands from thin air and forcefully pressed down. Boom! A sea of blood suddenly appeared above the giant spider's head, countless tormented soul screams merging into one, the terrifying sound waves nearly taking on form. And the sea of blood itself seemed like a world, rapidly pressing down toward the spider. The Wheel King's power is actually this terrifying? Watching the scene that looked like the end of the world, Su Ming lowered his head, gazing at the Wheel King's back, his eyes slightly shifting. Unreasonable, special title, upgraded. Desperate fight, within 10 seconds after using the skill, exempt from any control, and enter a rampage state lasting 3 minutes until everything around is killed. The side effects are still so obvious? After upgrading the skill unreasonable, looking at the skill description, a hint of worry appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. By Niao, Xiao Hong. Listen well, once I break free from this imprisonment, I will first attempt to control the Wheel King, and after I help you break this restraint, run as fast as you can. A trace of madness gradually ignited from the depths of Su Ming's eyes, as malevolent thoughts were retracted back into his body. Adopted son. Adopted father? The thunderous shout caused Su Ming's momentum to falter slightly, and then he looked curiously at the giant spider. At this moment, the spider was still pressed down by the sea of blood, appearing somewhat unable to move. Don't worry, let me show you how your adoptive father can unleash his power. This Wheel King is merely a temporary summon projection. What a big show-off. With a hint of sarcasm, the giant spider's 8 sharp legs suddenly plunged into the ground, and then its entire body's color became more vibrant, colorful spots emitting a strange glowing light. What is this? Noticing the spider's changes, the Wheel King's expression shifted, his usual calm arrogance could no longer be maintained. Because, the power this spider displayed was unexpectedly on par with his own true form. In other words, it had the strength of the 10 kings of hell. How could this be? It's just a mere beast. Wow! Accompanied by a strange roar, the giant spider's body grew even larger, and its 8 legs suddenly exerted force. Bang! The seemingly towering sea of blood was instantly shattered by the immense force. Countless white spider silk broke free from the sea of blood's restraints, shooting toward the Wheel King at lightning speed. Wheel Method Seal. As one of the 10 kings of hell, the Wheel King, with his rich battle experience, sensed the spider's intention in an instant, then a strange jade seal flew from his chest, transforming into a massive blood-colored barrier. Chinger, open the teleportation portal. With a serious expression, he commanded Blood Charm, and the Wheel King's face looked somewhat gloomy. However, Blood Charm seemed to not yet grasp the battle situation. Seeing her father's sudden demeanor, she didn't immediately open the portal but instead complained softly with a downcast look. Why? Father, you are one of the 10 kings of hell, why fear this mere? Slap. A resounding slap struck Blood Charm's face. The Wheel King's previously gentle demeanor vanished completely. When he turned back, his face had already turned exceedingly ferocious and terrifying. I said open it, just open it. Why so much nonsense? As the Wheel King was currently controlling the Wheel Method Seal to fend off the dense spider silk, seeing Blood Charm still not obeying, he couldn't help but get angry and slapped her again. Whoa. Father, you actually hit me. I will tell Mother. This scene caused the 5-star General MacArthur, far across the Atlantic Ocean, to send a telegram. Foolish little princess, arrogant brainless. Su Ming also looked strangely at the still-wronged Blood Mane Yang, unable to stop the corners of his mouth from twitching. This guy is truly a powerful burden. Open the portal, open it. The place remained motionless for a long time, while Blood Mane Yang soberly cried with her head down. The spinning king's eyelids twitched, and the feeling of a brain hemorrhage made his scalp tingle. Crack, crack. A crisp sound of shattering echoed. The spinning king's face suddenly turned pale, slowly raising his head to gaze at the barrier above. Ah! Father! Spider silk is coming in, save me, father! The spinning king did not turn back. The anger and pain on his face slowly faded, and his pale countenance regained calmness. Ah, I never thought that I, the Grand Spinning King, would have such a useless daughter. When mentioning Blood Mane Yang, a hint of faint regret appeared in the Spinning King's eyes. In the moment the spider silk pierced his body, a smile returned to his lips. Su Ming. Spiders? Today I suffer, but this grudge I will remember. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The spider silk did not pause at all. While the spinning king continued to show off, it quickly wrapped his body. It also bound blood Ming Yang together. Boom! Countless spider silks only needed a slight effort to crush the spinning king's body, causing it to burst apart. The originally blood-red sky slowly returned to its original color. Adopted son. After doing all of this, the spider retracted the silk, then its body quickly shrank, gradually becoming human-sized. Adopted father. Seeing this scene, Su Ming felt a slight relief and responded loudly. Adopted son. Yeah. Adopted father. The spider quickly approached and then stopped in front of Su Ming, extending a leg to rest on his shoulder, countless compound eyes reflecting Su Ming's figure. My dear adopted son, I never thought you would become this strong. No, mainly its adoptive father who was awesome, easily crushing the king of hell. Chapter 164, Coming and Going in a Hurry. A little flattery is good for physical and mental health, and Su Ming naturally understands this. Moreover, the spider's appearance was just right, truly helping him solve a huge problem. Cough, cough, this was just the projection of the king of hell, killing him doesn't take much effort. Lifting a leg to scratch his head, the spider was obviously in a good mood, and then thought for a moment before continuing, of course. Even if the real spinning king came, the outcome is still uncertain. Eat, adoptive father is awesome. Nodding in full agreement, Su Ming curiously said, at that time in the amusement park, I remember I didn't acknowledge you as my adoptive father, how could that be? Hee, the whole amusement park was built on my spider web, and I am extremely sensitive to sound. To be precise, when you first called me adoptive father, I heard it. The spider shook his head, then raised a leg pointing to blood Ming Yang, tightly wrapped in spider silk, asking. Adopted son, what are you planning to do with this girl? She has an undying physique, seems temporarily impossible to kill, why don't you just swallow her, adoptive father? Looking at this human-shaped mummy, Su Ming slightly frowned and then slowly lit a cigarette. Alright then. Without any hesitation, the spider opened its mouth wide and directly swallowed blood Ming Yang. Adopted son, you must know, the so-called undying is merely measured by your current strength. Remember, there is nothing truly undying, truly unextinguished, even if it was once. As he said this, the spider's countless compound eyes flickered, but finally, he didn't say it out loud. What once was? Not only Su Ming, even by Miao Xiaohong nearby, and the remaining 2 members of the Sky Dome Guild all perked up their ears, wide-eyed wanting to eavesdrop. Don't think too much about it now, when the time comes, you will naturally understand. Extending a spider leg to gently pat Su Ming's shoulder, the spider slowly shook his head. There was no intention to reveal the secret. All right. With a slight nod, Su Ming didn't ask further. It's getting late, I still need to take care of some things. See you later, my adopted son. After finishing all this, the spider's voice sounded somewhat carefree as it gradually walked back to where it came from, its 8 legs taking a stride that showed no recognition of kin. And its body grew larger, slowly occupying half of the mountain peak. What a rush to come and go. Gazing at the messy underworld restaurant, then looking at the somewhat desolate street, Bai Miao couldn't help but smack her lips, a hint of indignation flashing in her eyes. These guys from Fengdu City act as if they are so important. Put. Manager Hong couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. Miss, how can you insult the turtle like this? After the incident settled, the employees of the underworld restaurant swarmed out, starting to clean up the environment, clearing away the surrounding ruins. Mr. Su. At that moment, the girl from the dance troupe, a cat-eared girl, popped out from an unknown corner, smiling and greeting Su Ming. After nodding with a smile, Su Ming turned to the remaining 2 members of the Sky Dome Guild. Do you have any last words? As soon as he opened his mouth, the 2 were so frightened they fell to their knees, crying and begging for mercy. Please, you are magnanimous, spare us this once. We can be your watchdogs, aren't you in need of security? We can work like oxen and horses for you. Yes. Be your watchdog. The rapid shift in tone made Su Ming feel a bit unadapted. These 2 were initially so confident, filled with vigor. Now sensing something wrong, their attitude made a complete 360-degree turn. Be your watchdog? Gently resting his chin in thought, Su Ming pondered. Yes. Just be your watchdog. After all, leaving us alive won't cost you anything, and you can use us to your advantage. Exactly. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the 2 became even more courteous, energetically marketing themselves. You misunderstood. What did we misunderstand? The 2 exchanged glances, somewhat confused, and asked back. You thought of me as a tolerant and magnanimous good person. I prefer to cut to the chase, so I'm sorry. A kind smile appeared on Su Ming's face as he explained warmly. Damn, you think you can take my kindness for granted? I'm going to fight you. As the last flicker of hope shattered in his heart, one person's expression dramatically changed, gritting his teeth and charging at Su Ming. The awakening weapon in his hand shimmered, an invisible energy brewing within. The other person, however, bowed his head, quickly running off in the distance. It seemed he wanted to slip away while his companion distracted attention. The smile on Su Ming's face vanished, and his gaze calmly observed the scene before he turned without looking back towards the underworld restaurant. Seeing Su Ming's actions, the player rushing forward displayed a hint of shame and anger, raising his weapon with all his might and throwing it at Su Ming's back. I'm going to fight you. Damn you. Put. Bai Miao expressionlessly extended her arm, catching him as if he were a chick. Crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed, and then the player's eyes widened, his head twisting at a strange angle, slumping to the ground. Not far away, Manager Hong's figure flashed swiftly, chasing after the other person fleeing. Underworld restaurant. Looks like I need to speed up my strength improvement, otherwise, Fengdu City will inevitably become a hidden danger. Sitting on the broken sofa, Su Ming slowly picked up a cup of coffee, his expression a bit serious. Then he turned to Bai Miao. How long will it take to renovate the restaurant? At least about 2 weeks. All right. After putting down his coffee cup, Su Ming leaned back on the sofa, tiredly closing his eyes. He had also paid attention to some news about the top 10 A-level instances in Fengdu City during his previous life. Upon reaching this point, it is different from ordinary dungeons. As long as you are qualified to participate in an A-level dungeon, you can enter at any time through specific teleportation points. That is to say, there are only 10 A-level dungeons in total, and they are in a semi-open state. It's a pity that no one knows if there are higher-level dungeons after A-level. Based on Su Ming's speculation, there is a high probability that there are. But in the more than 2 years since the Haunted World appeared, no player has been able to access a dungeon above A-level. Not even the currently recognized top player, the 9th-tier Awakener, Liu Bai. Although he has successfully cleared 4 A-level dungeons, according to his own words. A-level dungeons are already the limit. Who? Looking at Su Ming, who was gradually falling asleep, Bai Miao shook her head full of white hair, and a hint of smile flashed in her glass-like eyes. Wang Chang, carry my brother back to his room, don't let him catch a cold. Okay, Mississippi. Wang Chang nodded, using strength to lift Su Ming along with the sofa, then strode towards the second-floor lounge. Chapter 165 Death Row Island No. 1. After a rare few days of rest, Su Ming returned to the player's space again. Random dungeon extraction in progress. 67/200, 134/200, match successful. D-level dungeon, Death Row Island. The moment I stepped onto the island, I fainted inexplicably. When I woke up again, I found myself trapped in a metal cage like a dog, and those masked guys around looked strange. Why is this happening? Why am I handcuffed? What did I do wrong? I understand. I understand. They are using us for a long-lost voice entered Su Ming's mind. When he opened his eyes again, a strong feeling of hunger surged from his abdomen, and his lips had long been cracked from lack of water. The lack of food wasn't too problematic for the time being, but if he didn't replenish his water supply soon, it wouldn't be long before he fainted from dehydration, waiting to die slowly in the iron cage. How do I get these handcuffs off? Su Ming slightly lowered his head, realizing that he had a pair of black handcuffs on his wrists, made of some unknown material, and no matter how hard he tried, they wouldn't budge. The surrounding environment was dark and damp. Occasionally, a few cockroaches and rats scurried around the corners, seemingly not paying Su Ming any mind. Is this a cell? As he scanned the surroundings, Su Ming frowned slightly, his gaze revealing some thoughtfulness. To be precise, this place was even more rudimentary than a cell, just a small iron cage in the room, containing 2 plastic plates, likely holding food and water. Bang! He forcefully slammed the handcuffs against the edge of the cage, producing a few crisp sounds, but no other reaction. And it was evident that these handcuffs did not merely restrain his hands, but more importantly, sealed his abilities, reducing his physical condition to that of an ordinary person. Thus, if he didn't find a way to break this predicament, he feared that within a few hours, he would likely die of thirst in the iron cage. Clank! Suddenly, the door opened. The glaring sunlight made Su Ming instinctively squint his eyes, and from the corner of his eye, he saw a figure at the doorway. 007, are you willing to cooperate with us for the experiment? The person wore a clown mask and a rather special uniform, their tone was exceptionally cold. I am willing. Slowly raising his head, Su Ming pursed his cracked lips, revealing a hint of a smile. Oh? Finally willing? That's good. The masked person took 2 steps forward, crouched down slowly, their gaze towards Su Ming appeared particularly satisfied. ZZZ. Unexpectedly, the masked person did not follow the expected script. Pulling out an electric baton from behind, resting it against the edge of the cage, they suddenly pressed the switch. Immediately, a strong surge of electricity surged into Su Ming's body from the cage, a terrifying pain and numbness instantly engulfed him. Hee, what a pity, we have already found a more suitable test subject than you. Your value is now dispensable to us. Leisurely releasing the switch on the electric baton, the masked man spoke with a tone that seemed half-smile, fixating his gaze on Su Ming in the iron cage. It was clear that if Su Ming could not demonstrate some value, his inevitable fate awaited him, death. This is rare, Su God actually rested for 3 days before starting this instance. Fortunately, it's not hell time anymore, or I might end up dying suddenly one day. But Su God seems not well? Something's off, I've stayed up for 7 days and no streamer looks this exhausted, he won't be stuck in my phone, will he? Oh my, this is the first time Su God has been shocked, I've never seen him this miserable before. As soon as the instance began, a large number of viewers flooded the livestream, and the barrage of comments grew heated. But Su Ming's current predicament genuinely surprised many people, as based on past experience, he usually dominated like a god. What was going on this time? Could it be that Su Ming's cheat hadn't activated yet? I see. Shaking his heavy head, Su Ming slowly closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. I'll give you 3 minutes to show your value. If you can't. Once the time is up, I'll be leaving. Casually slapping the iron cage, the masked man stood up slowly, his tone taking on a strange quality. Looks like you're nearly dying of thirst? I'm so merciful to help you out, let you drink something. Oh, right, I've been a bit fiery lately. While joking, he slowly unbuckled his pants. The masked man even casually whistled a few notes, as if already anticipating the scene of Su Ming crazily lapping it up. Random talent skill extraction in progress, skill extraction complete, 100% empty-handed catching the white blade. 100% empty-handed catching the white blade. When someone attempts to attack you with a weapon, you will definitely catch the weapon, and during the skill's duration, you will gain temporary invincibility. Hearing this system prompt, a strange look reappeared on Su Ming's face. What the heck is this skill description? Why are the skills I draw getting stranger and stranger? 100% empty-handed catching the white blade? Definitely catch the weapon? Looking at the masked man gradually unzipping his pants, Su Ming softly murmured, and a strange smile slowly appeared on his face. With your appearance, even if you dug out my teeth, I'd find it too fine. I bet your wife must be very unhappy, huh? The sudden 2 sentences left the masked man stunned in place, then slowly raised his head, his eyes gradually shifting from surprise to rage. Am I giving you an inch? Seems like you haven't had enough fun, right? He immediately took out the electric baton again, placing it on the iron frame, preparing to torture Su Ming once more. Let's see if you're still so stubborn. Pressing the switch on the electric stick again, a strong current surged out instantly. Feeling good, huh? Letting you speak so carelessly, The masked man shook his head, then blinked his eyes, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Wasn't this 007 locked in the cage? How did he suddenly squat in front of him, hands gripping his electric baton? Hello. Su Ming also slowly lifted his head, and under their gazes meeting, he casually greeted the masked man to show his politeness. Casually throwing out a soul-stirring question. Why is there a pink Hello Kitty printed on your underwear? Chapter 166 Death Row Island Number 2. What the hell is it to you? The masked man instantly became furious with humiliation, angrily increasing the electric current output. Why do you have to ask everything, you bastard? Zzz. Sparks crackled in the air, and Su Ming's body visibly grew an electric arc coat. It's easy to imagine just how powerful this so-called electric baton really was. Tingly and numb, My suggestion is to increase the massage intensity. Su Ming's mouth curved slightly, revealing a row of white teeth. He looked as if he had more spirit and energy. No, it's impossible. How did you get out? Why weren't you harmed by such a strong electric current? The masked man's pupils suddenly contracted, frantically placing his other hand on the electric stick, trying to pull it away from Su Ming's grip. Don't, let me feel good for a bit longer. In his invincible state, Su Ming's gaze appeared somewhat dazed, indulging in the tingling sensation. Help! This guy is not right, reinforcements. I need backup. As he spoke, the masked man exerted all his strength to pull out the electric stick. But alas, Su Ming's hands were like iron pincers, tightly gripping the electric stick, preventing any movement. Since you are in such a hurry, how about you enjoy it too? Looking at the masked man in such a state of panic, a strange smile appeared on Su Ming's face as he grabbed the electric stick's handle and with his strength turned the stick around and pushed hard. The terrifying electric current made crackling sounds, drilling into the masked man's body in the same way. The moment the current pierced in, the masked man started dancing a popping dance. His twisted face and miserable screams reflected his inner despair at this moment. Sizzle! Minutes later, the electric stick ran out of power, and the masked man's body emitted an enticing smell of sauce. Golden oil droplets slid down to the ground, mingling with the scent of roasted meat, drifting in the wind. So fragrant. Su Ming swallowed hard, licked his cracked lips, and quickly pulled open the masked man's clothes, starting to search eagerly. Indeed. After just a few touches, he found a bunch of keys. There were 4 or 5 keys on the iron ring, one of which had a note attached, reading 007. Clink. As the key turned, the handcuffs in Su Ming's hand clicked open. And at the moment the handcuffs were released, his skills and storage space quickly returned to normal. Even his physique improved a lot, and the feeling of impending death gradually disappeared. This skill is pretty good. Although it looks unreliable, I must say the effect is quite strong. Casually taking a cup of coffee from the storage space, Su Ming's gaze scanned around, where a wrinkled note in the corner of the room caught his attention. He picked up the crumpled paper and unfolded it, revealing some hasty red handwriting. The paper looked somewhat yellowed and old, as if it had existed for a long time. Looks like it was written by a prisoner? Congratulations, you should be temporarily out of danger, right? My number is 001. By the time you read this, I might already be dead. If you want to escape alive, the only way is to release all the first-generation experiment subjects, cause a riot, and hijack a helicopter to leave this damned island. Remember, the prison will riot at midnight every night. This is the best chance for you to gather clues. While avoiding pursuit, if you encounter the island's indigenous people, please escape as soon as possible. The first-generation experiment subjects are on your side, so do your best to help them. This is your hope for survival. There can't be any sharks on the island. If you see a shark, pretend you didn't see it, and don't show any panic at all. Dolphins might be able to help you, so always be prepared with some food. Must not. The note ended here, appearing as if some words had been torn away by someone else. Sharks, dolphins? Are there also indigenous people on this island? Looking at the information on the note, Su Ming's brows furrowed slightly as he began to analyze carefully. From what was written, sharks and dolphins should be opposing forces, symbolizing the strange versus the players? Then what about these so-called indigenous people? Neutral, or? The tangled and chaotic powers made Su Ming shake his head. The things on the note could not guarantee to be all true. Yet in the subsequent actions, some useful information could indeed be referenced. Bang! The door opened, and it was noon. The glaring sunlight illuminated the earth, while outside the room lay a dense jungle. Is every prisoner kept separately? Glimpsing the number on his chest, Su Ming squinted slightly, and Lei Ci appeared again at his waist. Because not far away, there was also a female player dressed in prison clothes, covered in blood, quickly approaching. Big brother! Help! Help me! As the figure came closer, Su Ming then realized that behind her was a strangely uniformed person chasing her at a terrifying speed. It seemed like a fight to the death. Sorry, we're not familiar. Looking at the spinning and jumping girl in the jungle, Su Ming's expression did not change much, shaking his head with some regret. Then he quickly ran in the opposite direction, without a hint of nostalgia. After all, this was at least a B-level instance. Who knew what kind of strange power was lurking inside and what abilities it possessed? Just take that electric baton before, even a 5th-level awakened might not last long against it. If it weren't for the invincibility when blocking blades, after taking a few seconds, fresh roasted Su Ming would have been served. Brother, as long as you save me, I can give you whatever you want. The girl was covered in blood, her golden hair framed a beautiful face, and her slightly trembling lips made one want to cherish her. I don't want anything. Looking into the girl's sincere eyes, Su Ming's gaze was as calm as a pond. I advise you to keep your thoughts to yourself. If you continue to run, there is a chance to survive, but if you provoke me. His tone suddenly turned cold, and Lei Ci slowly unsheathed from his waist. I don't mind killing you all. I'm sorry. Seeing Su Ming like this, the girl resembled a frightened rabbit, her voice trembling as she apologized. Then she turned and fled in another direction through the jungle. But it seemed she was somewhat exhausted, causing her speed to slow down, and soon she would be caught by the masked man behind her. Swish! A sudden change occurred. At the moment the masked man's electric baton was about to strike the girl, her figure instantly vanished without a trace. You're playing with fire. Su Ming sighed lightly, his gaze gradually becoming cold. At this moment, it seemed he had switched places with the girl, standing before the masked man, while the girl appeared where Su Ming had just stood. Thank you, kind person. Realizing Su Ming's gaze, the girl lifted her golden locks, turned back and smiled gently, her crystal-clear eyes shimmering with gratitude. Chapter 167 Death Row Island Number 3. You think I'm a big fool, huh? Alright. Looking at the masked man before him, raising a half-meter-long electric baton, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly, slowly revealing a strange smile. Everyone die for me. Sizzle. 100% empty-handed to catch the blade. Strange and deep words gushed from Su Ming's throat, his hands clasped together like lightning, firmly holding the baton above his head. ZZ. A strong and terrifying current surged from the electric baton, causing Yun Xian to instinctively squint and flash a hint of fear on her face. Fortunately, she had the opportunity to trade places with this player, otherwise, she would be in big trouble. Even at the brink of death, this guy still wants to play a new trick? Just with the naked eye, it was visible that countless electric arcs danced on Su Ming's body, and his clothes were almost burnt into charred fragments. But why use that strange posture? Does he have some special kink? Thinking this, Yun Xian shuddered and shook her head, her golden hair fluttering in the wind. Then she quickly darted into the jungle without looking back. No matter what, the best strategy is to retreat. Little sister, don't go. Why not stay and play nicely with brother for a while? Just as she took 2 steps, a slightly hoarse voice echoed, causing Yunxin's body to suddenly stiffen. A hint of disbelief slowly appeared on her face, and with a rigid expression, she turned back. There stood Su Ming in the open space, like a god of war. Even though he was wrapped in countless lightning bolts, his expression showed no pain, rather, he raised an eyebrow at her. He was just a whistle and a beckon away. This guy isn't right. Yunxin was certainly not a vase, her sharp intuition constantly warned her to stay away, to escape quickly. Watch how I use a feather to lift a pound. With a meaningful smile, Su Ming tightly gripped the electric baton, his arm muscles bulging, instantly moving the tip toward the masked man. What? At this moment, the masked man's mind was blank, until the terrifying current covered him. He finally cried out in pain. His whole body fell limp, the 2 blood-red eyes under the mask filled with deep shock and unwillingness. Little girl, didn't know you liked to play with excitement? As if he sensed Yunxin's gaze, Su Ming slightly raised the corner of his mouth, his expression filled with anticipation. Pervert. As soon as Su Ming's words fell, a strong sense of disgust appeared on Yunxin's face, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Since you don't appreciate kindness, don't blame me for being ruthless. Softly murmuring, watching Su Ming pressing the electric baton against the masked man beneath him, Yunxin gave up the idea of escaping. Originally, she just wanted this simping guy to be a tool, helping her block the pursuit. Since this guy intended to take advantage, she decided it was time to get serious. With you like this, you can't possibly be distracted, right? With a peculiar smile, Yunxin slowly reached towards her chest. When she took it out again, her fingertips were already pinching 4 darts. Don't underestimate these darts, each one is laced with deadly poison. Yunxin's gaze gradually became icy, just as Su Ming still had his back to her. If he turned back to block the darts, he would inevitably loosen his grip on the masked man, putting him in a dilemma. Sensing the movement behind him, Su Ming shook his head without speaking. Die. Without any hesitation, Yunxin raised the dart in her hand high, a shout echoed from her mouth. 100% unarmed against a drawn blade. In the next second, her expression instantly froze, her eyes wide like she had seen a ghost. You, how can you? Staring at Su Ming squatting in front of her, hands clasped tightly around her right hand, she blinked in disbelief, her mouth forming an O shape. Then she immediately reacted, and from nowhere, another hand appeared holding a delicate little pistol, and without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. American-style Iato. Fighting down the fear in her heart, she turned her head to the side. Yunxin quickly pressed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 10 bullets were fired in succession. He should be dead now, this pervert. More than 10 bullets hit Su Ming's body perfectly, making Yunxin involuntarily breathe a sigh of relief. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she would have surely turned the tables in this side quest. Wow, this girl not only throws darts but also knows American-style Iato? Su God seems to be in a tough spot, first getting hit by the electric baton, then darts with poison, and now bullets at close range. This round looks precarious. What can I say? In this situation, unless Su God can be invincible himself, otherwise he won't die but he'll definitely lose some skin. Why does Su God always mention unarmed against a drawn blade? I don't know why, but I'm just very familiar with it. Could it be a newly released random skill? Watching Su Ming continuously suffer fierce attacks. Even the longtime fans who had exceptional confidence in Su Ming held their breath at this moment, fearing that their beloved idol might collapse at any second. Such is often the case with strange story copies. Even if you can fight through countless instances, just a moment's inattention can lead to disaster. Well, how about you take a look at me? A calm and relaxed voice came again from Su Ming, but it made Yun Xian feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Impossible. In a strange story copy, nothing is impossible. Shaking his head, Su Ming put away the smile on his face and seriously looked into Yun Xian's eyes. How about you take another look behind you? Ha? Listening to Su Ming's suggestion, Yun Xian instinctively turned her head, followed by a piercing scream. Ah! Why can't I just kill her? The dark thought sat on the ground, lazily raising an arm, the stub of a half-burned cigarette flickering dimly. Keeping her around has its uses. I can use her as a gift for the natives or as food for the sharks. We must make full use of resources, right? Besides, even if you kill her now, she still has life-saving items like a scapegoat doll, which wouldn't benefit us. Glancing at Yun Xian, who was missing all her limbs on the ground, Su Ming slowly shook his head and replied calmly. But you, are you actually smoking? Damn. What gives you the right to call me a tool? Can't I enjoy myself? Hearing Su Ming's words, the Dark Thought stood up, looking like a cat with its tail stepped on, clearly unhappy. I am your Dark Thought, no doubt, but we are essentially one. Can't it be that you call me out for the dirty work every time and enjoy yourself when it's comfortable? With a fierce glare, the Dark Thought's pitch-black eyes clearly flashed with a hint of resentment, even mixed with a touch of grievance. Chapter 168 Death Row Island Number 4. Wasn't that just a moment ago when I let you enjoy? Pointing at the disfigured Yun Xian on the ground, Su Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes. Not enough, it completely doesn't satisfy me. Shaking his head, the Dark Thought took a deep breath, looking somewhat unsatisfied. This human strength is too weak, the flesh is not firm, and to be honest, it doesn't taste good at all. Help, when did Su Ming get this Dark Thought? It's so cool and cute. Say it honestly. This Dark Thought's looks are just a bit worse than that of the viewer's grandpa's, but still one in a million. I've been keeping an eye on Su Ming's skills. It seems like he got this thing after completing the Necromancer copy. Could it be a reward for clearing the instance? With two Su brothers, if I could date him, wouldn't we be able to? Don't rush, this is just the beginning. Patting the Dark Thought on the shoulder, Su Ming smiled slightly, then the Dark Thought transformed into a wisp of black smoke and slowly dissipated. Then he slowly squatted down, calmly surveying Yun Xian on the ground. Smack! Don't play dead, I know you're awake. A large slap forced Yun Xian to open her eyes, filled with anger. You've already taken revenge on me like this, what do you want now? Nothing much, mainly I feel that I still need your friendly help later. Ignoring Yun Xian's curses, Su Ming hoisted her up and turned to walk deeper into the jungle. It was daytime now. Let's see if we can find some natives, that way I can also have a gift to exchange with them, right? On the east side of the primeval forest. Here still stood a dilapidated prison, inside was also an iron cage, but the masked guard had already collapsed on the cold ground. Creak! The iron cage swung open with a loud bang, and a disheveled young man slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Kidneys. Hey! Could it be a silly player? Two shadowy figures stood outside the iron cage, and one frail young man frowned slightly and cursed softly. Shaoli, take out some food, he shouldn't be in a good state. Sigh, Brother Tian. Can't we just focus on completing the main task? I'm already holding you back, and now this. Stop talking nonsense. Brother Tian suddenly turned around and glared at Shaoli, his brows tightly furrowed. All right. Seeing Brother Tian looking a bit angry, Shaoli shivered all over and quickly took out some water and food from his backpack. Water, food. The moment the young man in the iron cage saw the food, his eyes suddenly became bright, like a hungry wolf, and he leaped forward to quickly snatch the food from Shaoli's hands. Drink more water, don't choke. Watching this scene, Brother Tian couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, then casually walked to a corner and slowly lit a cigarette. A few minutes later, the young man in the iron cage seemed to regain some strength and managed to crawl out of the cage. Two benevolent ones, hello. My name is Li Yi. Looking at the two unfamiliar faces, Li Yi scratched his head a little shyly, a look of gratitude appearing on his face. Hey, our electronic pet hasn't died yet? Every time I bet, I feel like I can win. Isn't that right? Every time it looks like this guy is just muddling through, but somehow each time he seems to have the luck of the goddess, turning danger into safety. Isn't that strange? No way, I can't take it anymore. The odds on this guy dying are already 110. See those two players? They must be here to teach him a lesson. This time I'm going all in. 6. The brother upstairs, please calm down. You're already the 89th person in this livestream to go all in, without exception, the 88 brothers before you have already gone to the rooftop. Recovered? Turning back in surprise, Brother Tian looked at Li Yi, who had become lively, raised an eyebrow and asked with some surprise. Shaoli beside him stared at Li Yi with wide eyes, full of curiosity. This has to do with my ability. Li Yi scratched his head a little shyly, a hint of embarrassment appearing in his eyes. Sometimes he couldn't understand it himself, he almost always muddled through every instance, yet somehow always managed to clear it safely. And he even bumblingly passed the awakening instance, successfully becoming a first-tier awakened one. My ability is a bit inconvenient to disclose, I hope both of you understand. Hesitating for a moment, a glimmer of apology flashed in Li Yi's eyes as he spoke softly. After all, ever since he cleared apartment 103, every instance's random talent had been super speed regeneration, no one would believe him if he said it. What's even funnier is that after awakening, his awakening skill turned out to be the max version of super speed regeneration, blood droplet rebirth. No problem, but you know, there's no such thing as a free meal in this world. Brother Tian seemed unconcerned and looked seriously at Li Yi. This instance is a bit dangerous, and I'm worried about my brother's safety, so you want me to be his bodyguard? Not only Li Yi, even Xiaoli standing behind Brother Tian was stunned, disbelief welling up in his flushed eyes. Let's put it this way, which big boss treats his little brother so well? Going into the instance and even helping find a bodyguard. No, you misunderstood. Brother Tian smiled again, calmly lighting another cigarette, then slowly explained. Forget about being a bodyguard, I want you to be a meat shield for my brother. At that time, I will hide you in a secluded place, and if any danger arises, you'll have to help him bear it. If you're still alive in the end, then I'll take you to clear the instance. How about this deal? As soon as Brother Tian finished speaking, Li Yi's eyes widened, and without hesitation, he pounded his chest and confidently guaranteed. That look was as firm as if he was joining a party. So decisive, aren't you going to think about it again? Seeing Li Yi's expression, Brother Tian was a bit surprised and carefully observed him, not knowing what to think for a moment. No need to think, mainly it's a professional fit. With a determined gaze fixed on the two, Li Yi's expression would certainly earn him a thumbs up from anyone who saw him now. Alright, then, sign here. Brother Tian didn't hesitate, taking out a contract from his backpack and slowly placing it between the two. But the moment he brought out the contract, a hint of discomfort flashed in his eyes. Chapter 169 Death Row Island Number 5. Done. As the two signed their names, the contract transformed into a thin stream of golden light, quickly splitting into two and merging into Li Yi and Xiaoli's bodies. After this, I'll take you to a hidden place, you two be smart. If nothing goes wrong, when I come back, the mission will be over. Remember, any danger you must stand in front of my brother. If you break the contract. Only after seeing the contract vanish did Brother Tian slightly squint, his tone full of warning. Don't worry, if I break it, I'll be struck by lightning, hit by a car. Still puffing his chest, still with a determined look in his eyes. At that moment, Li Yi felt as if he had found a familiar feeling, like a month ago in apartment 103, where there was once a boss who led him to kill rampantly. Like this man in front of him called Brother Tian, full of masculine charm and a sense of security. Get lost. Seemingly sensing the change in Li Yi's gaze, Brother Tian raised his hand and quietly shouted without politeness. Rest assured, Brother Tian, I won't fight with Xiaoli over you. As long as you're willing, I'll forever be your little third party, smack. A loud slap made Li Yi unable to help but twitch his nose, his eyes full of grievance. Then he sadly looked at Xiaoli. You didn't tell me your man was so fierce, smack. Die. Ah. No. I won't speak randomly again, I'm sorry. I'll keep your secret. Smack. Bang bang. Oh damn, if it weren't for you wasting a contract, do you believe I would just kill you now? In the small room, the sounds of screams, cries, and angry roars from the men were constant. I really doubt how this guy has lived until now. Does he have a big brother like me? Xiaoli leaned against the door, casually pulling out a bag of sunflower seeds, watching the two in front of him with great interest. Wonderful, truly wonderful. As the intensity peaked, Xiaoli couldn't help but start clapping, excitedly cheering for the two. Then. Ah. Brother Tian, I was wrong. I will absolutely not chatter, Brother Tian, boo-hoo. Smack. You too, damn it. Soon, this splendid performance gradually transformed into three-person land fighting. The landlord cursed while using his hand to slap the two peasants down. Brothers, I'm blind, I can only hear sounds. What is the streamer really doing? What's with the smack? Truly, my brother Tian. So mighty and powerful. Honestly, every time the mission ends, I'm very curious about what he and Xiaoli do afterward. Such things are best left alone, everyone knows in their hearts. Although, forget it, I still like Brother Tian. Actually, I think Li Yi isn't bad either. Could it be that Brother Tian is preparing to train him well? In the jungle. Gurgle? A few primitive men draped in animal skins, glaring hungrily at a player in front. What are you talking about? This was a young man with bright red hair, wearing a silver armor, holding a red spear, barefoot on the muddy ground. Get out of here! The leading primitive man seemed somewhat impatient, pointing at the youth and roaring. And behind him, several primitive men's eyes grew fierce as they raised their bows. The atmosphere between both sides instantly dropped to a freezing point. Damn it, a few broken primitives, I spit. Wind spear. The boy's gaze suddenly turned cold, swinging his spear, an invisible wind rushed toward the primitive men. Monka. At the same time, the primitive men's arrow shot out. Put. Strangely, the seemingly ordinary stone arrow actually ignored the youth's swift wind and struck straight into his shoulder. How is this possible? The red-haired boy's pupils suddenly contracted as he forcefully pulled the arrow from his shoulder, his pale face staring ahead, a shadow gradually appearing on his face. I was just trying to have some fun with you, but since it has come to this. He slowly closed his eyes, his hands tightly gripping the spear, and then his body began to rise bizarrely into the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Several arrows were again aimed at the boy, shooting towards him at an incredible speed. Die! The boy suddenly opened his eyes, a faint flicker of fiery red flame appearing in his gaze, and then he forcefully threw the spear. The moment the spear left his hand, it began to glow red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, a flame ignited on the spear, the fire growing stronger, ultimately enveloping the spear completely. Boom! A massive explosion echoed through the forest, the terrifying heat turning giant trees into charred remains. And the moist earth below also became dry and hard. Whew! Gently exhaling a breath of murky air, a slight relaxation appeared on the boy's face. What age is it, and yet you still can't use some high-tech stuff? The red-haired boy casually took out a cigarette, snapped his fingers, took a small sip, and a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. Wow, the streamer is amazing, he actually took out these primitive people without breaking a sweat. I remember the rules said not to provoke them, but it seems like these natives are just like this? What's so scary? Hey, wait. These few people are indeed dead, but what the hell is that giant black shadow on the right? Where? Don't talk nonsense, the crowd's eyes are sharp, I'm telling you. WC, I saw it too. Streamer, run. From the perspective of the live stream room, there was indeed a vague shadow in the sky that was continuing to approach. In an instant, many viewers wildly spammed comments to warn the red-haired boy, and if all went well. Thud. 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 What sound is that? The ground trembled slightly, causing the red-haired boy to raise his head, a serious look gradually appearing in his eyes. Woo la la la. What the heck? In a swamp, Su Ming was leaning against a big tree, playing with the gifts given by the primitive people. Hearing the commotion, he slowly raised his head. What's happening over there? Is someone starting a fire on purpose? From a distance, he could see the black smoke drifting in the sky. And a large number of primitive people beside him, after greeting Su Ming, angrily rushed in that direction. Good kid, luckily you ran into me. Seeing the dense crowd of primitive people, Su Ming smiled slightly, then followed behind the large group. Chapter 170 Death Row Island Number 6. Roar! A giant elephant, dozens of meters tall, trampled several trees, twisting its body casually. On its back stood a large number of primitive people. Some held sharp stones, some raised their spears, and many had stone arrows knocked on bows, coldly staring at the red-haired boy on the ground. No, it's just a few natives, why are so many suddenly appearing? A bead of cold sweat slowly dripped down the red-haired boy's forehead. Gulp! Swallowing hard, he hesitated not at all and turned to run deep into the jungle. Whoosh! However, just as he turned, a flurry of arrows shot precisely in front of him. If they had come a bit closer, he might have been turned into a sieve. Bro, don't get excited. A deep voice came from among the primitives, causing the red-haired boy to freeze for a moment. So you guys can speak Mandarin, you should have said so earlier. The boy looked around, his expression filled with surprise. No, don't get me wrong. I'm a player too. The crowd parted in the middle, and Su Ming's figure slowly emerged, looking at the boy with great interest. I know what you want to ask, and I know what you want to do right now. But none of this matters. If you give me all your possessions, I will let them release you. How about it? Without giving him a chance to speak, Su Ming sincerely asked. Are you serious about this? After contemplating for a long time, the red-haired boy's expression revealed some hesitation. Of course. You can't escape anyway, so why not give it a try? Seeing the fish taking the bait, a faint smile slowly appeared on Su Ming's face as he continued to coax. Alright, then come over for the trade. Ultimately, he made up his mind, his eyes flickering as he slightly nodded. I only have over 80,000 rule points left, 3 advanced weapons, and these items? Looking at the various items laid out in the trade box, Su Ming's smile grew brighter. And, your grandmother's banana? As he said the last part, a proud smile appeared on the red-haired boy's face, and without hesitation, he thrust his spear forward. What a joke! He was always the one extorting others, and this was the first time someone tried to extort him. 100% empty-handed against a drawn blade. Ha! Feeling the resistance in his hand, the red-haired boy's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down. At some point, Su Ming had already squatted down, his hands pressed together firmly holding off his spear. It's a pity you don't trust me. Slowly shaking his head, the smile on Su Ming's face vanished, replaced by a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Actually, I think what Su said is true. If this red-haired guy honestly handed over his belongings, he probably wouldn't have any trouble. Now that we are at a B-level dungeon, these players are all seasoned veterans, and almost all of them carry a substitute doll. How could they willingly let themselves be extorted? But this guy still wants to sneak attack? He really doesn't know Su's reputation. You're right. If I suddenly meet a player who comes right up and asks me for money, my first reaction would definitely be a big slap. Although the red-haired boy's actions were extremely sinister, not a single viewer in the livestream showed any signs of panic. There's a saying that practice makes perfect. For the various risks of extorting others, Su Ming had already experienced countless times, and those players who dared to make a move all ended up unwillingly checked into the funeral home. Damn! They are going to shoot arrows. Let go of me. I don't want to die with you. Glancing around at the primitive people, the red-haired boy shouted frantically, without time to think. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless arrows and stones rushed towards the two, and in the increasingly terrified gaze of the red-haired boy, stones smashed against his armor piece by piece, while stone arrows pierced through his body. You wait, I will definitely kill you sooner or later. Blood gushed from his mouth as the red-haired boy glared at Su Ming's face, seemingly trying to remember his appearance. To be honest, I really feel scared. Watching the red-haired boy who threatened him even in death, Su Ming couldn't help but curl his lips, nodding in agreement. You better hold on to your... Before the red-haired boy could finish speaking, his eyes rolled back and his limp body collapsed to the ground. As the substitute doll's effect took place, his body gradually transformed into a wisp of white light drifting away. Woo la la. At this moment, all the not-so-smart primitive people watching Su Ming squatting on the ground, hands filled with dozens of stone arrows, fell into deep thought. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen someone catch a blade empty-handed? Giving the surrounding primitive people a glare, Su Ming left without looking back. As for what he wanted, he had already obtained it from the primitive people. A stone spear engraved with strange runes. Walking in the primitive forest, Su Ming suddenly stopped in his tracks and slowly reached behind his neck. With a lightning-like force, he yanked. Looking at the small gadget in his palm, Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression gradually became serious. Sure enough, just as he guessed, a leech the size of a palm slowly squirmed, its tiny round suckers searching for a breakthrough in his palm, its chubby belly proving that it had already feasted on Su Ming's blood. Puff! With a forceful push from Su Ming's palm, the palm-sized leech burst apart. But Su Ming's face showed no signs of improvement. Similar to the initial hunger he felt in his body, this time it transformed into a strong sense of weakness, mixed with hints of fatigue. How much blood did this little thing suck? It feels like it's about to drain you dry. The body of evil thought appeared out of thin air behind Su Ming, looking at the wound on his neck and clucking in admiration. No, I must have suffered from some kind of alternative mental pollution. Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming checked his body again, confirming there's no surprising issues, then explained. If I'm guessing correctly, avoiding attacks from toxic insects and beasts is a hidden rule. The local creatures here are quite strange, for example, the defensive traits of primitive people. Based on Su Ming's physical quality, let alone a palm-sized leech, even a leech as long as an arm shouldn't be able to drain him to the point of weakness. The only explanation is that whether it's the primitives or the toxic insects and beasts, they are endowed with a special rule, making seemingly simple and ordinary tactics sufficient to kill players. Chapter 171 Death Row Island Number 7. Did the rules not mention dolphins? Maybe dolphins can help you lift this state? Watching Su Ming, whose breath visibly weakened, Evil Thought couldn't help but shake his head and spoke with some resignation. I was thinking the same, take me to the seaside. Su Ming's gaze shifted slightly, and he slowly nodded his head. Okay. Without any hesitation, Evil Thought supported Su Ming on his shoulder, his skin on the back slowly squirming, and a pair of shiny black wings began to grow. Let's go. With a slight movement of the wings, their bodies floated into the air and quickly darted toward a direction. Don't you think, actually Su God and Evil Thought look quite matched, even having a tiny bit of couple resemblance? Who says they don't? Except for their eyeballs being different, aren't the rest of their features identical? What the heck couple resemblance? Who cares about anything? I wholeheartedly support this pair. I'm totally rooting for them. Quiz time, reward, a selfie in black stockings. Brothers and sisters, who do you think is stronger, Evil Thought or Su God himself? Watching the harmonious duo, many viewers in the live stream room sent heartfelt blessings. After all, at this moment, Su Ming looked like a gentle little wife, causing a flurry of imaginations. In a hidden experimental base. Several masked figures sat at the entrance, boredly gazing at the sky. Old Su, didn't we hear that an original experimental subject escaped before? What's the situation now? One of them tapped his palm with an electric baton, looking at the man sitting on a rocking chair beside him. Original experimental subject? It's already been caught back, that guy is now locked up in the base's cage. The masked man named Old Su was different from the others, not holding an electric baton. Instead, he carried a silver-colored metal pistol. At this moment, the gaze beneath his mask appeared a bit weary. I'm telling you, that guy's abilities are indeed quite strange. It took Team A a lot of effort to catch him back. Strange abilities? How strange? The first masked man who asked paused his actions, curiously responding. And due to his question, it sparked the curiosity of the other masked figures. Xiao Zhou. Just do your job well. Concerning these internal messages of the organization, don't ask what you shouldn't. Old Su's face suddenly changed, coldly addressing the masked person who had asked the question. Why yes, I'm sorry, Brother Su, it was my mistake to speak. Little Joe shivered, seeing Old Su's rising anger, quickly hiding the electric baton behind him, apologizing nervously. You see, even though everyone looked like masked people, Old Su's identity and status were fundamentally different from theirs. Not to mention someone like Little Joe could anger Old Su, even 10 Little Joes would still be in danger. Ahem, just pay attention next time. Looking at the terrified Little Joe, Old Su finally nodded satisfyingly, his sharp gaze softening slightly. Sai, who told you to be with me for so many years? Normally, I wouldn't leak such confidential matters to anyone. Does Brother Su mean? The previously listless masked people instantly stood up straight, their eyes filled with eager desire. Little Joe even lowered his voice, tentatively asking. Ahem. After coughing lightly 2 more times, seeing the adoring gazes around him, Old Su enjoyed lifting his chin, his eyes leisurely surveying the crowd. After confirming there were no outsiders, Old Su carefully continued to explain to the few people. The capture was conducted by Team A. We were just on the outer perimeter, and I heard that guy can turn almost anything he touches into a bomb, constantly shouting something like, Art is explosion? By the way, actually, these first-generation test subjects were captured from all over the world, so each of them is hard to get along with, and most have been unwilling to work for the organization. As this news came out, the eyes of the masked people turned particularly excited. Even though Old Su was just a low-ranking member of Team D, the hidden information he could access was enough to shock everyone. Is there more? What does that first generation we're holding look like? Does it have 8 legs? What does the organization want with capturing them? As various questions were thrown out by the masked people, the corner of Old Su's mouth curled into a smile. This time, he pondered for a while before calmly explaining, some things you can't know, but some other information. After again cautiously glancing around, Old Su instinctively looked up at the sky, then I'll say a few things that can. What the hell? Huh? The masked people looked at Old Su in confusion, and then their gazes were drawn upward. A figure covered in black scales, sporting enormous black bone spurs, zipped past. It could be vaguely seen that the monster's claws seemed to grasp a human figure. Which first generation escaped? Run! Only stunned for a second or two, the experienced Old Su dashed lightning fast toward the base's main gate, shouting to the others as he fled, Why aren't you running? Are you all waiting to die? Every first generation is frighteningly powerful. Run! What's going on? Hearing Old Su's warning, the masked people finally scrambled into the base's main gate. Boom! With a deafening sound, the laboratory base's door suddenly slammed shut. I will contact the higher-ups right now, requesting Team A or Team B for support. You guys keep a close eye on this first generation's movements, understood? Understood. Seeing Old Su's serious demeanor, the masked people stood straight, chanting in unison. Brother Su, let me go with you? This scene made Little Joe's body shiver slightly, his face revealing a hint of conflict, quickly following Old Su's shadow. Little Joe? Go back and monitor the movements of the first generation. Suddenly turning around, seeing the somewhat flustered Little Joe, Old Su spoke with discontent. Brother Su, I'm scared. Besides, those few over there are enough already. Xiao Zhou's voice seemed a bit wronged, facing Lao Su's scolding. Not only did he not leave, but instead quickened his steps. Bastard! Chapter 172 Death Row Island Number 8. Lao Su, who was already in a hurry, had no time to waste, quickly ran to a room, took out the key from his waist, unlocked the door, and then quickly instructed. You just guard outside the room, wait for me to finish contacting. Pooh. Before he could finish speaking, Lao Su's eyes suddenly widened, and his body began to stiffen little by little. His arm holding the doorknob trembled slightly, unable to believe, he turned back and stared blankly at Xiao Zhou, who stood calmly behind him. Why? Lao Su's gaze gradually lost focus, numbly raising his arm to feel the wetness on his chest. There, a shining knife tip flickered with a cold gleam. Drip! Crystal-clear drops of blood fell onto the dust-covered floor, and the narrow corridor seemed extraordinarily quiet at that moment. I'm sorry, Su Gu. Xiao Zhou's gaze was like a stagnant pool of water, as if he had become another person, skillfully pulling out the dagger and taking out a handkerchief to carefully wipe off the blood. and Lao Su silently opened his mouth, like a fish that had left the water, about to suffocate. But in the end, he didn't utter even a single word. Life surged away as Xiao Zhou pulled out the dagger. You really are a good big brother. Looking at Lao Su's wide-open eyes, somewhat unwilling to close, Xiao Zhou slowly removed his mask, gently squatting down and placing his fingertips on him. Then a strange smile appeared on his face, looking at the cold corpse and softly speaking. From now on, I will be called Su Yi. As soon as Xiao Zhou's words fell, his body began to gradually change, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes began to multiply, his entire skin darkened a shade, and his facial features began to change shape at a slow pace. Bang! Lao Su calmly closed the contact room door, lowering his head to glance at the Xiao Zhou lying on the ground, and smiled strangely. The first generation? You, covered in explosives, won't that be beautiful? His voice carried a hint of expectation, and Lao Su leisurely walked deeper into the base where the first generation was held, his broad figure slowly disappearing into the silent corridor. Wow, this host is quite the tricky one. This time he drew a skill akin to transformation, right? He directly turned into someone exactly like Lao Su. I have to say, the host's IQ is truly impressive. From escaping the iron prison to impersonating a special operative of Ding Group, it took less than a day. At this rate, do you think the host will end up directly blending in as a member of the A-team? Or perhaps even become a high-ranking official in the organization? No, haven't you noticed, his target this time should be that so-called first generation. Hey! Why is that base closed? Su Ming looked down, confused by the tightly shut doors of the base on the ground. Normally, shouldn't they discover him and activate various weapons to strike from the air? Whatever, let's go find the dolphin, it just means eating a few less hearts. Evil thoughts constantly stirred the wings behind him, glancing disdainfully at the ground, then a faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'm not bragging, these lowly creatures, heh. On the eastern shore of the primitive forest. Tianji's eyes flickered slightly, looking serious at the giant creature before him. What a big fish. Under the towering body, Tiangu looked like a tiny ant. Roar! Before Tiangu could react, a mouth the size of a truck bit straight down towards the ground, and the sharp teeth glistening with cold light filled the air with an extremely strong fishy smell. This was a giant shark dozens of meters long, and on the beach beside it lay several bloody dolphin corpses. What else can you do except for being loud? With eyes slightly narrowed, a low and hoarse voice emerged from Boss Tian's throat, and then all the muscles in his body swelled, a grayish-white hue spreading from his heart. Come! Aiming at the thickest of the sharp teeth, Boss Tian's arm suddenly grew a few sizes larger, and his fist, as hard as granite, slammed down fiercely. Bang! A huge shockwave visibly swept across the entire beach, sending the giant shark's body flying several meters and smashing a nearby massive rock to pieces. Boss Tian stood firmly in place, still maintaining his punching stance. Yet the seriousness in his eyes showed no sign of fading. He exhaled lightly and slowly withdrew his fist. Crack! A subtle yet crisp sound came from within him, and several fine cracks spread from his hardened fist. A body this fat must taste great as sashimi, right? Tilting his head slightly back, Boss Tian's body began to change again. His already muscular physique grew even taller, the grayish-white gradually mixed with a hint of light black. Roar! The pain seemed to awaken the shark's ferocity. It glared at him with its lantern-like eyes, thin strands of blood appearing within, then an odd sound erupted from its depths. I'll say this. Today, it's either you eat me, or I'll eat you. With his petrified arms raised high, Boss Tian's forehead bulged with veins, charging forward like a human cannonball. Whoosh! However, the shark performed a strange maneuver, leaping high and perfectly dodging Boss Tian's strike. Big fool, why are you running? Are you scared by your Boss Tian's might? Seeing the shark not intending to clash head-on, Boss Tian, slightly annoyed, taunted while gradually approaching it. His gaze toward the shark was like looking at a dead fish. Lulu. As Boss Tian got closer, the shark whipped its massive tail and opened its mouth, emitting a series of strange sounds. Ha, now you're cowardly? Sorry. Your Boss Tian doesn't accept surrenders. The smile on Boss Tian's face grew wider, and his momentum climbed step by step. At that moment, he looked like a god of war. The shark widened its eyes, shaking its tail again, pointing towards the sea. Roar! Lulu. Hiss! Countless strange low groans echoed with the waves, and beneath the sea, terrifying shadows swam, occasionally surfacing with giant fins. Boss Tian suddenly stopped, locking eyes with the shark on the beach. Meanwhile, the shark continued to wave its enormous tail, looking at Boss Tian as if he were a fool. That bare-eyed gaze seemed to say, "Are you pretending? I'm watching you keep pretending." Chapter 173, Death Row Island Number 9. Brother Shark, you don't play fair, do you? As giant sharks came ashore, Boss Tian's already grayish-white face gradually turned purple-black. These are big sharks, each like a death warrant. Roar! The first shark that battled with Boss Tian seemed to sense his unease. It lay on a large rock, continuously emitting odd sounds, as if mocking him. Screw you. Since there's no escape, let's just fight directly. Boss Tian's fist smashed fiercely into the ground, then he launched himself toward the shark in an extremely bizarre manner. Hiss. The nearby shark minions could not stand by and watch the scene. How can a human dare to mess with their big brother right before their eyes? In an instant, the closest shark opened its bloody maw, its tail propelling its whole body toward Boss Tian. The air was filled with the stench of blood, the sharp teeth aimed at his head. Ha, that's right. Let me take you beasts down. Bang! In his peak state, Boss Tian naturally felt no fear. With a swift kick, he struck towards the shark's teeth. Though this shark was not small, it was nothing compared to the giant shark at first. It flew back faster, like a toy. Several huge shark teeth turned into a graceful arc in midair, shooting back into the waves. Roar! The shark leader watched its underling being beaten so badly and clearly felt a bit embarrassed. It turned and jumped off the rock, then its tail suddenly powered up, launching its massive body high into the air. It seemed to want to use its terrifying body weight to crush Tiange to death. The giant shark leader's gaze was extremely cold, its huge eyes reflecting Tiange's tiny figure in the sunlight. This was its sincere killer move, the Titan Shark Press. This terrifying move had been unstoppable and invincible since it became aware. Whether it was humans, weird creatures, or the original ones, none had survived until now. Hiss. Roar. The surrounding little sharks saw their boss truly angry and could not help but cheer loudly, seemingly celebrating the impending victory. The little shark that was first knocked away by Tiange was now lying weakly on the shore. Its huge eyes sparkled with an emotion called gratitude. He knew that the boss was trying to help him reclaim his honor. Damn it! With the giant shark looming overhead and the little sharks circling around, Tiange showed a pained expression. But the sharks before him still underestimated Tiange's true strength. Petrified ultimate form, solid as a rock. As a deep shout rang out, Tiange's already towering 3 or 4 meter tall body freakishly soared even higher. His entire body almost completely turned into stone, and in an instant, he grew to over 10 meters tall. Come on, if you can crush me, do it. Feeling the shadow getting closer overhead, Tiange shouted angrily, gathering all his strength to push upwards towards the sky. Boom! The ground trembled continuously, and the waves crashing against the shore strangely flowed back. All the little sharks stood dumbfounded, their mouths agape in disbelief, their tails unconsciously swaying slightly. The leader's massive body, over several dozen meters long and weighing hundreds of tons, was actually caught by a human. Without a doubt, this battle gave these little sharks a serious lesson. The gods in their hearts crumbled. Damn, Tiange, my idol. You've never let me down. Look at these stunned sharks around, they look like they've never seen the world before. I'm dying of laughter. To be honest, I know Tiange's strength well. If he hadn't been held back by Shaoli so many times, he would at least be among the top players now. But it's not fair to say that, if Shaoli hadn't risked his life to protect Tiange in that E-level dungeon, there wouldn't be the Tiange we have now. Watching the incredibly brave Tiange, the audience in the livestream was going wild with comments. Many fans shouted 666 because of his terrifying move. Old viewers who were familiar with Tiange knew that once he unleashed his ultimate form, it meant the peak of battle. But almost everyone's gaze was drawn to the giant shark overhead. Only a few viewers noticed the surrounding sharks eyeing Tiange and began to worry for him. Hiss. Roar. After a brief moment of shock, countless sharks let out deafening screams, opening their mouths wide to bite at Tiange. Damn it! A drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. At that moment, Tiange's several meter-long legs were firmly planted on the beach, while his hands strained to hold up the massive body of the giant shark. For a moment, he found himself unable to deal with these little sharks. In the end, it was too arrogant. I never thought I would be dragged into the water by these unassuming little sharks. With a sense of helplessness, Brother Tian lowered his head, his arms, raised high, were becoming more and more strained, and a hint of regret rose up deep in his heart. Brother, it seems I can't continue to accompany you anymore. Countless sharp teeth were already within reach, and Brother Tian closed his eyes in despair. Waiting for the judgment of fate. A few seconds later. Why doesn't it hurt at all? Could it be that my skin is thicker after turning to stone, so they can't bite? No, that can't be. I shouldn't feel nothing at all. Muttering in confusion, Brother Tian slowly opened his eyes, but the scene before him made his pupils constrict violently. The sharks were still the same sharks, their sharp teeth glistening ominously and reeking of foul breath. But strangely enough, these sharks, clearly within less than a centimeter of him, had not moved at all. Their eyes darted wildly, a visible fear emerging from the shark's eyes, looking at what was behind him. Could it be that there is some terrifying creature behind me? Having already resigned himself to certain death, Brother Tian chose to be fearless and slowly lowered his head to look behind him. Long time no see. A clear voice rang out, and Su Ming stood calmly in place, holding a filthy stone spear in his hand. Wow! You are Su Ming? Blinking his giant stone eyes, Brother Tian raised his eyebrows slightly, a visible surprise appearing on his face. But the joy lasted only a fleeting moment before he fell back into silence. Although they had met in the last dungeon, and he helped Su Ming eliminate some players. But, who could say for sure about this dungeon? Chapter 174 Death Row Island Number 10. Su Ming, long time no see. After hesitating for 2 seconds, a hint of helplessness appeared in Brother Tian's eyes, then he continued. Can you? 1,000 rule points. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Ming raised his hand to interrupt. What did you say? His brain went momentarily blank, and then disbelief returned to Brother Tian's face. Of course, it wasn't because the extortion was too much, rather, 1,000 rule points was hardly anything for players of their level. Why was this guy being so generous to him? Could it be because of his muscular body that caught Su Ming's attention? For a moment, Brother Tian dragged the massive body of the giant shark while letting his mind run wild. Of course, the rule points are just a bonus, it's the usual deal, this dungeon, you work for me. Seeing Brother Tian's increasingly bizarre expression, Su Ming, on the ground, seemed to sense something unusual and spoke with a hint of annoyance. He didn't have any special preferences, only because Brother Tian's peak 4th level combat power was nearly crushing compared to other awakened ones of the same level. If it wasn't for Su Ming's abnormal equipment and title, and a slight advantage from the random skills in each dungeon, he couldn't be sure he could handle Brother Tian with his 2nd level awakened strength. Wait, why does this guy named Su Ming get to have Brother Tian work for him unconditionally? Brother Tian can't be living under someone else's roof. Don't flatter yourself, Brother Tian matched up with this guy in the last dungeon. I specifically checked, do you know who he is? It's Su Ming. Su Ming? The guy who shot up to the top of the rankings in just a few months in the live broadcast? That makes sense. Indeed, the current live broadcast rankings are mostly top masters, and only a few new players are incredibly freakish. Of course, none of them are as freakish as Su Ming. Clearly, after a brief period of silence and confusion, when the audience in Brother Tian's livestream recognized that the player before them was Su Ming, they naturally felt that what he said was entirely reasonable. After all, although Brother Tian's strength is quite good, it still falls a little short compared to those monstrous freaks. And this Su Ming is a man who comes with cheats when he enters the dungeon, recognized by countless people as the freak among freaks. You should have said that earlier, you scared me to death. Damn it, I'm out of strength. Hearing Su Ming's explanation, Brother Tian, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly had his gaze sharpen, then took a deep breath, his arms trembling uncontrollably. His ultimate move's time was about to end, and once the huge shark's massive body pressed down. Don't panic, just watch me. Looking at the scene before him, Su Ming did not show any panic, his body flickered out of thin air. Puff! The stone spear in his hand gently pierced a hole in the giant shark's body and then quickly pulled it out. Are you kidding me? With that broken stone stick, can... Brother Tian hadn't finished speaking, and the next second he was slapped in the face again. The giant shark, which had been lazily lying on Brother Tian's arm, was only supposed to quietly wait according to the next step of the plan. Waiting for the tiny human beneath to lose strength. Then, it would take a leap and press him down, letting him suffocate to death. But just as it felt a slight sting in its abdomen, it seemed to recall some unbearable past, and its eyes suddenly widened. With a panicked howl. Roar! Immediately, the giant shark's massive body began to thrash wildly, as if it had received some tremendous shock. It no longer had the mood to care about the human beneath it and started thrashing its tail, heading straight for the coast. Splash! The huge waves swept over as the giant shark sped into the deep sea. Splash! 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 On the coast, the younger sharks seemed to just wake up, seeing their leader fleeing, and as younger ones, they naturally couldn't continue to show off here. After exchanging glances, they used their tails to support their bodies and jumped into the sea one after another. In just a moment, countless sharks vanished without a trace, leaving only Brother Tian's towering body in the wind looking disheveled. I'm sorry, I was being rude. Realizing the danger had passed, Brother Tian's body gradually returned to normal. After splashing some seawater on his face, he looked uncertainly at the stone spear in Su Ming's hand and couldn't help but ask. Where did you get this thing? Why did those sharks act like they saw their dad? Don't you look at the rules? Su Ming played with the stone spear in his hand, and after a while, he put it away in his bag before casually explaining. I brought a player to find the primitive people, and then they gave this as a gift. So you treated the player as a gift to the primitive people, so you received this return gift? Nodding slightly, Brother Tian, of course, wasn't a fool, he finally understood. No. Su Ming's expression became extremely strange. They didn't want the player, I just killed their leader and became the new leader. So naturally, the spear, which symbolizes the leader, belongs to me. After a long silence, line end. Brother Tian finally raised his head slowly, giving a thumbs up. Nice. So why are you here? To find dolphins. And where are the dolphins? I ate them. Nice. In such a short conversation, Brother Tian was once again left speechless. Did this guy always play by his own rules? So, why did you eat the dolphins? After calming his emotions a bit, Brother Tian launched his existential questioning again. Good brother. I can't quite understand. If you didn't come for the dolphins, why be so brave and confront those sharks head-on? Patting Brother Tian's shoulder, Su Ming asked with some concern. Then, taking out a chunk of meat still stained with blood, he shoved it into Brother Tian's hand. The primitive animals and residents here seem to have a special attribute: as long as they hurt someone, that person will fall into various weak states. As long as you deduce according to the rules, you can infer that the consumption of dolphin meat eliminates negativity. I have already tried this before, this rule is true. As he spoke, Su Ming took out a barbecue grill from his backpack, then pulled out a charcoal gun and some charcoal, laying various seasonings on the beach. Do you prefer cumin or fried? While tinkering, he asked, slowly raising his head, but his arm froze in midair. His mouth slightly agape, Su Ming's face showed a rare expression of shock. Ha! Brother Tian's body trembled slightly, his eyes widened in confusion, and he unconsciously smacked his lips. In his hand was half-eaten raw meat. Chapter 175 Death Row Island Number 11. Well, actually, I like this taste. This is a symbol of a tough man. As if sensing the awkward atmosphere, Brother Tian coughed deliberately, speaking calmly without a hint of embarrassment. Ignoring this guy, Su Ming took out another piece of meat and placed it directly on the iron grill. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Because dolphin skin has more fat, there's no need to apply extra oil. This time, did you bring your brother again? While grilling the meat, Su Ming asked. This time I was lucky to match with him again, he should be safe for now, I found him some bait. In case of danger, he can run away immediately. With an indifferent shrug, Brother Tian smiled casually. Only smacking his lips, he reluctantly took another bite of the broken meat. It's getting dark, what do you plan to do? Me? Su Ming slowly raised his head, his brows slightly furrowed, answering matter-of-factly, doesn't the rule say that prisoners will riot at midnight? It's just uncertain if the first generation refers to a violent outbreak. So we should find a place to hide first? Wait for the heat to pass before continuing to act? Nodding slightly, Brother Tian offered a cautious suggestion. No. Without thinking, Su Ming flatly refused, then pulled out a lighter to light a cigarette for himself. My idea is to charge directly, let all the first generation out, and then kill all these guards. Your idea is indeed good, but what if the rule says differently, and the first generation is not on our side? At this moment, Brother Tian felt a bit out of sync with Su Ming's rhythm, but after pondering for a moment, he still mustered the courage to ask. Are you foolish? That makes it even simpler, just kill all the guards in the first generation, and we can clear the level, right? With a strange look, Su Ming answered matter-of-factly. The sunset by the sea turned bright red, the coastline almost submerged half of the sun. It wasn't far from complete darkness. Alright then, I will go with you when the time comes. Shaking his head helplessly, Brother Tian looked at Su Ming's calm and composed expression, various thoughts flashing through his mind. In the end, Brother Tian still chose to follow one path until the end. Since the last quest led him to follow this madman Su Ming, eliminating 90% of the players, he had achieved the highest rating ever, yes. The rewards he earned for clearing the level increased significantly compared to before. This was also one of the reasons he was willing to follow Su Ming again upon their reunion. By the way, is it okay if I use the grill? I mainly want a change of taste since I'm tired of eating raw meat. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva secretly, Brother Tian looked at the piece of broken meat in his hand, his gaze involuntarily shifting to the golden, dripping grilled meat on the grill, cautiously asking. Throwing a piece of grilled meat in front of Brother Tian, Su Ming rolled his eyes helplessly. Eat, you need to be full to set off. Experimental base. At the deepest part of the base, it was dark and damp, old water pipes constantly leaking water stains, and the yellowing walls were covered with clusters of moss. In the center, in a giant cage, a figure was securely tied up above the iron frame. Cough. Is the water and food here? Just leave it. Seemingly sensing someone approaching, the man leisurely licked his dry lips and weakly shouted. Not today. Sui stood in front of the iron cage, looking at the long-haired man with flickering eyes, then unceremoniously replied. Not there? There should be food and water, right? Otherwise, do you want me to die? Hearing this somewhat unexpected reply, the man tightly bound by countless iron chains suddenly opened his eyes wide, like a bloodthirsty and brutal beast, sending chills down one's spine. What caught the most attention was his left eye, hollow and devoid of an eyeball, replaced instead by a dense array of intricate machinery. Clang! He forcefully knocked the handcuffs in his hand, and a slow smile emerged on his face. My suggestion is to feed me quickly. Otherwise, if I die, your entire base will have to accompany me in death. The tone of the long-haired man was filled with a hint of threat. But this was not mere alarmism. Being one of the 4 originals, DDLA's importance outweighed that of anyone on the island, even the highest commander. Sir, please don't rush. Even facing DDLA's overwhelming presence, Su did not appear flustered at all, rather lowering his voice and carefully leaning closer to the cage. We are in this together, I am an undercover. As soon as the words fell, DDLA did not show the excitement Su imagined. Instead, he frowned slightly with a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Do you think I'm a fool? When you caught me at dawn, weren't you the one cheering on the sidelines? My name is Zihan, this identity is just my disguise. Evidently, Zihan was well prepared, gradually thinning his body and slightly deforming his bones, then reaching up to his face to casually tear off the surface of his skin. At this moment, he transformed into a stranger, a young man with 3 parts chill, 3 parts handsomeness, and 4 parts effeminacy. Sir, are you satisfied with this skin of mine now? He. Gently covering his mouth, Zihan looked at the long-haired youth in front, raising his delicate fingers and giggling. Then, he pressed his entire soft body against the iron cage, a delicate voice emerging from his throat. I need your help. In exchange, how about I let you out? Here it comes, Zihan's classic return. This long-haired, bad boy-looking guy is probably about to fall into his magical hands. I'm new here, is there something off with the host? I've watched for a long time, and found he has courage, strategy, and power. He's really impressive. Hey! Newcomer? Brother, you've come to the right livestream, let's exchange contact info, and I'll tell you all about it. I'm freaking out, I've already checked his account. It's not easy for a handsome young guy to come along, and let me, this tough one, teach him. I guarantee he'll feel comfortable. Originally, Zihan's livestream had only a few loyal fans discussing his various moves. Unexpectedly, another newcomer who looked somewhat handsome suddenly entered, naturally attracting the attention of several seasoned fans, who all started adding him as a friend, trying for a real-life encounter. Actually, every night at 12 o'clock, this set of handcuffs will greatly weaken. I still have a chance to get out. Looking at the suddenly strange boy, even the exceptionally eager Didela couldn't help but shiver, instinctively refusing. After all, as a straight man, one always has an innate wariness against someone like this in front of them. Chapter 176 Death Row Island number 12. But I've already found out, at this time, members of Team A will specifically come to suppress. Even as one of the 4 originals, you've only escaped 3 times after a long time, and each time you were caught back the next day. But I also enjoyed a few days of freedom. Didera shook his head helplessly, his expression gradually becoming one of despair and desolation, as he sighed to himself. The purpose of this death row island is to imprison us 4, escaping for real is impossible. This left Zihan in a dilemma. He never expected that after all his struggles to sneak in, this so-called first generation actually wasn't too keen on getting out. What was going on? I got it. You think I look bad like this? Being good at reading people's expressions, he finally noticed something unusual and then smiled shyly. Since you don't like it, how about this? Zihan's body began to change, as muscles and bones seemed to flow on the surface like water. In just a few seconds, he turned into a muscular bald man. Do you like this? This is actually my favorite look. Get lost. At this moment, Didera could no longer hold back, forcefully banging the shackles on his hands, struggling to turn his head away. You don't like it? Then how about this weak scholar look? A few minutes later. Didera raised his head in despair. He felt even more hopeless in his already weak state. What kind of people are these? He finally confirmed that this guy in front of him was not a member of the guard team because he had never seen such a freakish shapeshifting boy in all this time. This is simply ridiculous. I'm dying of laughter. It seems this guy in the iron cell only just discovered the host's special preferences? Too bad it's a bit late. Totally. What I admire most about Boss Zihan is that as long as someone looks good, be they strange, human, or animal, he can handle them. I'm so looking forward to what will happen next. Wait, why hasn't that new guy replied to me? Did you guys drag him away? Ha ha. Lao Wang, we've known each other for so long, don't you know my power? If you have no abilities and nothing attractive, who can you blame? Is your mom looking for a slap? Do you want me to post that last video with the whip and collar on the forum? I'll help you promote it? No, Brother Wang. I was wrong. But if you're really going to post, remember to help me promote it, make sure to find me a handsome 0. Just kidding how about this, I'll let you out, you can make a big scene at the base, and then I'll take the opportunity to run away, how does that sound? Seeing that Didera wouldn't budge, Zihan returned to his original form and could only retreat and negotiate. Okay. After a long silence, Didara closed his eyes numbly, and a trace of comfort unexpectedly rose from deep within. This guy finally let him off the hook. Don't worry, I've had the key for a long time. Waving the key in his hand, Zihan laughed proudly. As the highest-ranking member of this temporary base, Suyi from Team D naturally had the keys to keep watch over the first generation. Of course, once it got close to 12 o'clock and the restrictions of the shackles weakened, the key would have to be handed over to the guards of Team A for safekeeping. But right now... Click! With a crisp sound, the cell door suddenly swung open, and Zihan quickly stepped inside. Help me unlock these handcuffs, don't worry about the other chains, they're just decorations. Glancing at Zihan, Didara's mechanical left eye turned slightly. You're not planning to kill me the moment I'm free, right? Seemingly thinking of something, Zihan's eyes widened, a hint of vigilance flashing in his innocent gaze. Don't worry, I'm a good person. As for these things that go back on their word, I never do. With a slight smile, Didara's gaze was full of sincerity, he looked more like a friendly big brother next door. Click. The moment the handcuffs were removed, Didara's mouth widened into a grin. But I don't really like people like you. While speaking, Didela slightly opened his mouth, and then a mouthful of spit unexpectedly sprayed onto Zihan's face. You. The sudden scene made Zihan's expression change slightly, and then he quickly retreated. Too late, oh, art is. With an extremely exaggerated smile on his face, Didela slowly snapped his fingers. Art is explosion. Explosion. Zihan stood quietly at the edge of the cage, his long arm covering his mouth as he stifled a laugh. His gaze towards Didela looked as if he were observing an interesting toy. What did you do to me? A drop of cold sweat slowly dripped from Didela's forehead, his eyes slightly narrowed, and then he quickly tore off a piece of his clothing, racing towards Zihan like lightning. However, the torn piece adhered steadily to Zihan's body, yet no expected explosion happened. Alright, brother, I just wanted to interact with you, nothing else. Zihan lazily stretched, a faint smile lingering on his face. When I was unlocking your handcuffs just now, I left my mark inside your body. As his words fell, Didela's pupils suddenly constricted. At this moment, he noticed an inexplicable circular symbol had appeared on the palm of his right hand, emitting a faint green light. After being marked by my devouring god seal, you are now mine. Impossible, impossible. I am the first generation, I shouldn't be controlled, how could it be? Didela rubbed his palm vigorously, but that circular symbol showed no signs of changing. Come. Come here, brother, you are so handsome. I want you to hug me. Zihan completely tore off his disguise, greedily licking his lips as he slightly curled his fingers at Didela. Clearly, his body strongly resisted, yet Didela felt an icy terror rise within him. Because his body was uncontrollably moving step by step towards Zihan. With his hand slightly open, he then hugged Zihan tightly. The two men nestled against each other looked exceptionally strange in the dim, cramped iron cage. Chapter 177 Death Row Island Number 13. The night on Death Row Island was not dark, the bright, shining moonlight fell, looking exceptionally beautiful. Except for the countless leeches, venomous snakes, and spiders in the forest. Why does my back head feel a bit itchy? Brother Tian held a torch in his left hand and a metal machete in his right, advancing while cutting down the bushes along the way. But at this moment, his face looked abnormally pale, and fine sweat kept dripping from his forehead. Let me take a look. Su Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, slowing his pace to stare at Brother Tian's back, remaining silent for a long time. What's wrong? Why don't you speak? It's nothing. Snap. The crisp sound of bursting came from Brother Tian's forehead, and then a large amount of blood flowed down his hair. Just a mosquito, don't pay any attention. Really? Fake, that mosquito's belly is almost as big as your head, I feel like it's ready to suck out your brain if it can't draw blood. Once Su Ming raised his hand, Brother Tian's eyebrows twitched wildly. This mosquito had mouthparts as thick as fingers, if it continued to suck. Well, can you keep an eye on it for me? I'll have a bite of meat first. Silently swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Brother Tian handed the torch to Su Ming and decisively took out a piece of already roasted dolphin meat to gnaw on. We need to speed things up. It's almost 12. Brother Tian's right hand gradually turned grayish-white, and the speed increased a bit. The two quickly ran towards a certain direction. At the center of Death Row Island. This place was different from the shabby prisons scattered throughout the primitive forest. The magnificent 4 bases towered intermittently, and at the very center where the bases intersected was the headquarters of the guard organization. Why didn't number 4 come back today? In a spacious office, 6 figures draped in military coats were casually sitting on one side. Beside the round table, there were 2 empty chairs. Who knows what's going on with Lao Wen and Xiaoyang? It seems they heard that they left number 4 at the temporary base. Temporary base? Ha, really bold, aren't they afraid number 4 will escape again? Who cares, anyway, it's not us who will be embarrassed later. Besides, haven't they gone over there to suppress it? Just do your own job. After a brief exchange, 6 figures dressed in military coats walked in pairs toward their respective bases. Booming. The roar of the engine echoed through the bushes, startling Su Ming and Tiangu, who were continuing forward. Did I just hear something strange? A motorcycle? Su Ming's brow furrowed, staring intently ahead while 2 shadows spread out from his body. The strange sound grew closer, and 2 blurry shapes gradually became clear. Xiao Yang, about those fried crabs you made for me last time, to be honest, they weren't handled right. How can you fry crabs weighing half a kilogram? I'm sorry, brother one, do you prefer them raw? 2 motorcycles sped through the dense primal forest, and the 2 people on the motorcycles were chatting aimlessly. Strangely, whether it was bushes or swamps, the 2 tires rolled over steadily, undeterred by the complex terrain of the forest. Raw? Don't you know there's serious nuclear radiation pollution recently? Are you trying to get killed? Forget it, let's stick to fried. The middle-aged man on the right motorcycle shook his head helplessly, then pulled out a windproof lighter to light a cigarette. Ah, that's nice, huh? Escaped prisoners? As soon as he turned his head in a certain direction, he saw 2 figures running not far away. Oh? Running away after running into me? Xiao Yang, let's see who catches them faster. The more the prisoners ran, the more energetic Lao Wen became, turning off the engine and jumping off the motorcycle. Brother one, aren't we supposed to suppress number 4? There's still time, just consider it a bit of fun. Seeing Lao Wen so decisively capture the prisoners, Xiao Yang shook his head helplessly, then shut off the engine and quickly followed. Little brat, run fast. If I catch you, you'll see what that feels like. Lao Wen leisurely chased behind, the smile on his face growing more and more eerie. He was very familiar with the process of capturing prisoners. After all, besides the first generation, there were occasionally prisoners who successfully escaped. What awaited them was a game of cat and mouse. Prisoners are destined to never leave Death Row Island. Brother one, stop playing around. It's almost 12 o'clock. Xiao Yang's voice faintly came from behind, which made Lao Wen's face show a hint of displeasure, but he didn't say much. His gaze gradually grew cold as he slowly raised his gun. Bang, bang. Accompanied by 2 faint gunshots, 2 beams of energy light shot like lightning into the backs of the 2 figures. Is that all? Watching the 2 tumble to the ground, a flash of disdain crossed Lao Wen's eyes, then he took out a pair of handcuffs and walked toward them. But in that moment, the 2 figures in front of him gradually changed form, with one turning into a pink little fox, lying softly on the ground. Puff! A sharp knife tip pierced through Lao Wen's chest, causing his pupils to shrink violently as he turned his head in disbelief. Even evil thoughts can be dizzy, looks like this handgun is pretty powerful. Su Ming coldly stood behind him. As he spoke, lacy eyes stirred violently in the man's chest, completely shattering his heart. Finally met someone interesting. A smile blossomed on Lao Wen's face. As if nothing had happened, he grasped the knife handle firmly. Then let me show you what true strength is. Crack! With Lao Wen's sudden burst of strength, a crisp sound echoed, leaving both of them stunned in place. What's up? Why are you trying to show off when you're fine? Su Ming fell silent for 2 seconds, and finally couldn't help but ask. After all, his lacy eye had an indestructible attribute, and this guy was recklessly trying to break it. It's easy to imagine. Impossible, a knife is harder than my arm? Looking at his soft and floppy arms, Lao Wen finally realized the seriousness of the situation, and then his body strangely became intangible, instantly creating a distance of dozens of meters. Crack! A faint sound of bone collision echoed again, and in an instant, Lao Wen's body returned to normal, even the big hole in his heart disappeared. Kid, don't blame me for not playing fair. Seeing the distance open up, Lao Wen slowly raised his arm, the dark mouth of the silver gun aimed straight at Su Ming. At the same time, a smile slowly appeared on his face. I bet your gun is empty. Su Ming stood calmly in place, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile, as if Lao Wen's gun was aimed not at him, but at Lao Wen himself. Chapter 178 Death Row Island Number 14. Bang! The trigger pulled, a brilliant beam of energy shot out from the gun's mouth at the speed of light. Bare hands against a sharp blade. But at that critical moment, Lao Wen's smile froze again. Su Ming's figure had somehow appeared in front of him, oddly pinching his gun with both hands. Even if your gun has bullets, if I say it doesn't, then it doesn't. With both hands firmly blocking the gun's mouth, Su Ming's smile grew brighter. Because the silver gun began to gradually turn red, and when there was nowhere for the terrifying energy to escape, a magical phenomenon began to occur. Boom, boom, boom. Dazzling energy exploded from where the 2 connected, causing Lao Wen, unable to react, to instinctively close his eyes. Smack! Under invincible status, Su Ming naturally landed a surprise slap. At the moment, he hit Lao one of the 8 members of the infamous armored squad, the sharpshooter. And thus the curtain fell. Smack, smack. The big fat man kept slapping, Lei Ci kept poking, and the nuclear radiation continued to accumulate. Gradually, Su Ming's gaze took on a trace of melancholy. Thinking back to that day running under the sunset, that was my lost youth. Smack. What do we do with these 2 corpses? Dig a hole and bury them. Su Ming sat next to the bonfire, calmly eating grilled dolphin meat. While Brother Tian bandaged himself, his face covered in various bruises. This kid looks weak, but hitting people really hurts. Touching his somewhat collapsed nose, Brother Tian's eyes once again flared with anger. Bury it? I want to roast this bastard and feed him to dogs. Do as you like. Grabbing the corpse of the young man on the ground, Brother Tian really walked towards the grill, looking like he really intended to roast him alive. Hey! Handsome. I'm cold, can I warm up by the fire? At that moment, a somewhat clear voice rang out from the darkness, causing the just relaxed Brother Tian to become tense instantly. Who? Come out. But Su Ming inadvertently glanced towards another direction, his eyes showing a fleeting hint of surprise. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. As a figure gradually approached. A boy dressed in white casual clothes wore a bright smile, introducing himself to the 2. I am Zihan, I barely escaped using the 12 o'clock handcuff to suppress and weaken time. Can I ask if we can form a team? Get lost. Before Su Ming could speak, Brother Tian impatiently stared at the boy, a murderous gleam gradually appearing in his eyes. As a reward, I can give you an analysis of a clue I discovered. I guarantee, absolutely real. Seemingly realizing that Su Ming was the decision-maker, Zihan's gaze skimmed over Brother Tian, and he smiled widely as he explained to Su Ming. Oh? Then tell me. Su Ming didn't lift his head, continuing to heat the grill by the bonfire. Calmly, he began to speak. So, you agree? After receiving Su Ming's affirmative response, Zihan restored her smile, her eyes slightly squinting. As far as I know, there are 4 original ones, and they are not on our side. In other words, the so-called rule of rescuing prisoners during the chaos is not entirely correct. It can be understood that the term prisoner not only refers to the originals but should also include imprisoned players and some natives. After saying this, seeing Su Ming's thoughtful gaze, the smile on Zihan's face grew even wider. And? Step closer, and I will twist your head on the ground like a ball. Slightly raising his head, Su Ming coldly added. Sweat beads appeared on his forehead, and Zihan's body instantly stiffened. He was now less than 3 meters away from Su Ming. Damn! What do you want? Realizing the danger, Tianji's body jolted, quickly turning gray and white, eyeing Zihan with hostility. What's wrong? Aren't we teammates? I don't have any thoughts, I just wanted to show you another rule. Innocently shrugging, Zihan spread his palms, revealing a crumpled piece of paper. Since you won't let me get close, you can look at it yourself. Throwing the paper beside Su Ming, Zihan twitched his mouth, gradually stepping back. Another rule? Su Ming's mouth curved slightly as he focused on Zihan's eyes, slowly squatting down, reaching his fingers toward the paper on the ground. The moment his finger touched the paper, Zihan's mouth broke into an exaggerated grin. Boom! A dazzling fire erupted, followed by a terrifying explosion. Su Ming! Tianji's expression changed drastically, his body instantly petrifying and then quickly lunging forward. Don't rush, it will be your turn soon. Zihan turned his head, watching Tiangu charging at high speed, unfazed as he snapped his fingers. Snap! Didila instantly appeared next to Tiangu, then lightly touched Tianji's body with his finger. Bang! Another violent explosion erupted, and Tianji's petrified body was suddenly blown back, flying through the air. But that was not the end. Didila appeared ghost-like in midair, grasping a few strands of hair in his palm and lightly tossing them aside. Bang, bang, bang. The successive hair bombs completely ignored Tianji's defenses, accurately exploding at the same wound. Instantly tearing apart Tianji's abdomen, shattering his petrified organs inside. So simple, 2 little fools. Zihan stood still, covering his mouth and chuckling softly, his gaze toward Tiangu gradually turning greedy. Don't kill him, let me enjoy him properly later. It's fine if he accidentally dies, we can just take advantage of the heat. Take advantage of the heat? A puzzled voice came from behind. Su Ming brushed off the ashes from his hands, looking at Zihan with an extremely strange expression. Could it be that taking advantage of the heat means treating him like barbecue? Suddenly turning his head, seeing Su Ming completely unharmed, Zihan's smile slowly faded away. Very impressive, you actually managed to remain unscathed under DDLA's explosion, making me have to take your strength seriously. But... As he said this, Zihan smiled and shook his head, then took a deep breath, his tone becoming somewhat eager. Since you're not dead, come over and let me enjoy it. Pa! You perverted bastard. Looking at Su Ming unharmed, Tianji's eyes shone with surprise. Even while continuously being bombarded, he found a moment to mock Zihan. You don't know how strong he is, do you? You think you can. But just halfway through his mockery, Tianji's expression gradually changed. At this moment, he couldn't even feel the pain in his body. Because Su Ming stiffly walked up to Zihan, slowly raising his arm and gently pulling the smiling Zihan into his chest. Chapter 179, Death Row Island Number 15. Su Ming. Tianji's expression froze. In an instant, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he recklessly charged towards Su Ming, heading directly into the explosion caused by Deidara. Petrification ultimate secret, as solid as a rock. Buzz. Then his body underwent a change again, countless muscles bulging, and he rapidly grew taller, transforming into a giant more than 10 meters high in just a second or two. Boom boom boom. The giant foot stomped down on the ground, and the solid gravel beneath visibly sank. Wow. Not bad at all. Looking at the suddenly transformed Tiangu, Zihan's gaze shifted slightly, then he shook his head with a bit of mockery. Your strength is quite good, but unfortunately. A hint of regret gradually revealed in his eyes, his gaze turning cold. Deidara, show me. Snap. As soon as Zihan's words fell, Deidara, expressionless, spread his hands, and the mechanical left eye on his face spun wildly. An invisible wave of terror spread out. Why? The giant like Tianji's muscles bulged, and he threw a heavy punch towards Deidara. But a mere few meters felt like a chasm. His arm, over half a meter thick, exerted tremendous force, but the air around him clung to him like thick maltose. What a pity. I can't even have the body warm. Watching the scene before him, Zihan instinctively stepped back 2 steps while holding Su Ming's arm, a hint of faint regret in his eyes. He was certain that with Tianji's current strength, there was absolutely no way he could survive Deidara's terrifying move, even his body would cease to exist. This was precisely the most terrifying skill under Deidara's big move, Death Bomb. Sorry, brother, I was forced to. Unbeknownst to Wen, Deidara was chewing on a piece of gum, expressionless. Tiangu struggled to lift his head, a hint of despair gradually revealing in his eyes. Whether above his head or around his body, the air had become extremely thick, and the scorching smell of gunpowder filled his nostrils. From a distance, one could see the air around Tiangu twisting and warping. By the time the thick air stabilized, he was trapped tightly inside a giant bomb more than 10 meters wide. Art is an explosion. A cold voice rang out, as Deidara stopped his hand movements, and a piece of gum was quickly spat out from his mouth. Clearly, the gum was about to be the fuse for igniting the bomb. Not far away, Zihan, playing with Su Ming's arm, raised the corners of his mouth, leisurely taking out a handkerchief to wipe and displaying an expression of everything being under control. At this moment, Tiangu seemed to sense his fate, struggling to turn his head, despairingly murmuring, "Brother. Farewell." At the end of his line of sight was a small, shabby ordinary prison cell. Bang. Just at this moment of despair, something unexpected suddenly occurred. A shadow emerged out of nowhere, swiftly grasping the gum midair, then slamming it back into Deidara's mouth. Deidara's right eye widened in shock, involuntarily chewing the gum he had just spat out. Soft and hard, it retained a hint of fragrance. It's a familiar taste. Wait, what the hell am I thinking about? Who is this black shadow? At this moment, his head was firmly locked by a pair of arms covered in black scales, a strong sense of suffocation filling him with deep terror. This is... The sudden scene not only left Deidara bewildered, but Zihan, holding Su Ming's arm, couldn't help but grip tighter, his expression instantly becoming tense. Only the perceptive Tiangu noticed the abnormality, looking at the scale-covered shadow, his eyes filled with a glimmer of life-saving joy. Su Ming? He instinctively spoke, then glanced at Su Ming beside Zihan. A brilliant smile gradually blossomed on Tianji's face. Since Su Ming has broken free from control, it means this battle is not over yet. Ha ha, I said it. You scared me. I really thought Su God was under control, but now it seems it's not that simple. Exactly, the evil thoughts can be unleashed, which means the battle is about to sound the charge for a counterattack. What about Zihan's fate? If I'm not mistaken, that sissy was scratching Su God's arm with his nails earlier, right? To be honest, he has surpassed most players, at least able to harm Su God. Isn't anyone curious about what this evil thought really is? Although it usually looks like Su Ming, why can he turn into a black-scaled monster? This is a bit strange. Seeing the situation finally turning around, many viewers in the livestream secretly let out a sigh of relief. After all, they thought Su Ming was completely doomed and would become a toy in that pervert's hands. Roar! A deep roar like a beast erupted from Tianji's throat, countless thick veins bulging on his body, making him look like a war god reborn from fire. He grasped the thick air around him with great force, as if the liquid-like air was being torn apart bit by bit. Su Ming? Seeing Tianji's reaction, a chill surged through Zihan's body, instinctively wanting to shake off Su Ming's arm. Do you know, you just hurt me? Su Ming's arm was no longer gentle, suddenly gripping Zihan's neck firmly, slowly lifting his body up. Is this unexpected? Are you still wondering why I could break free from your control? A strange blood-red hue began to spread from the depths of Su Ming's eyes as he slowly tilted his head back, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But in Zihan's eyes, this was no different from the Grim Reaper beckoning to him. His head felt swollen with blood, and Zihan's vision gradually became blurry, even seeing Su Ming starting to create afterimages. Cough, cough. His brain was already severely starved of blood. In a few seconds, he would suffocate and die. At this moment, the only thing he could do was activate the God-eating seal again to regain control over Su Ming. Thinking of this, a faint glimmer of hope began to emerge again in Zihan's murky eyes as he forcefully suppressed his body's instincts, struggling to move his hands away from his neck, and then used all his strength to make a bizarre gesture. You, cough cough. God-eating. Chapter 180, Death Row Island number 16. Buzz. With this action, the effect of the God-eating seal activated again, and a strange power of control emerged. The rune in the palm of Su Ming's left hand flickered with a faint light, as waves of strange power invaded his body, attempting to seize control of the neural center again. I'm sorry. I might disappoint you. Su Ming whispered, the blood-red eyes reflecting Zihan's painful struggle. Like a clown desperately performing. Desperate fight, unreasonable upgrade, remove all control, fully immune to control effects for 10 seconds, then enter a 3-minute rampage state. Crack. A slight sound of bones cracking occurred, Zihan's eyes widened suddenly, then he slumped down softly. Su Ming, I am here to help you. Boom. A huge explosion echoed, Tianji's chest rose and fell violently, releasing a massive amount of steam. Without any interference, he finally tore this explosive barrel apart from the inside. 5 seconds left, run quickly. However, there was no trace of a smile on Su Ming's face, his blood-red eyes looked like they were about to drip blood, and his calm expression gradually twisted into a fierce grimace. Clearly, Tiango was not a useless teammate. Without even saying a word, he charged away in the opposite direction with his long legs, covering 5 or 6 meters at a time. Although Su Ming's words were somewhat hard to understand, since he said so, there must be a good reason for it. Revive, you gay. Standing in place, Su Ming casually tossed Zihan's corpse to the ground, expressionless as he lit a cigarette. Swish. As he expected, at the moment Zihan completely died, his body transformed into a streak of light and quickly reformed. It was the upgraded version of the death substitute doll, the puppet doll. Tough guy, clean your neck for the next time we meet. Restored to full strength, Zihan did not immediately attack Su Ming but instead squinted his eyes slightly and quickly retreated deeper into the jungle. Run faster, you have 3 seconds left. Huff. Gently exhaling a puff of smoke, Su Ming tossed the recently lit cigarette to the ground. Boom. A loud explosion caught his attention, and he saw Dala clutching his left shoulder, breathing heavily. Meanwhile, the malicious thoughts were knocked against a nearby tree trunk by the shockwave from his self-destructive explosion. I'm finally free. Ha ha. Zihan. Zihan. Suddenly lifting his head, Dala's face twisted into a bizarre smile, gradually becoming mad. Taking advantage of Zihan's resurrection moment, he finally had the chance to blow up his left hand, breaking the shackles of malice along with the palm pattern. Do you know? When you controlled my body to take off your clothes, I only had one thought. Kill you. Zihan. I want you dead, I damn want you dead. Immediately after, Dala's right eye turned red, and his body almost turned into a blur as he charged straight at Zihan's back. At the same time, his body began to swell rapidly, like a balloon, a furious aura visibly spilling out from within. What's going on? I remember this guy was controlled by that player, right? Why does his state look somewhat strange? If I'm guessing correctly, he probably has been, what happened? Goodness, these people really go all out. No wonder he didn't attack Su Ming immediately after regaining his freedom, instead, he was willing to do anything to kill that Zihan? And don't you all notice, his body is gradually expanding, plus this guy's ability is to create bombs. Could it be that he wants to go down together? Watching Dala lose his sanity with fury, the viewers in the livestream surprisingly felt a trace of sympathy for this strange being. Not for any other reason but to think of his experience, even placed in the realm of the bizarre, it was extremely explosive. Su Ming was rarely silent. He couldn't quite understand what this Zihan had done. Why would it make a first generation lose his reason and desperately want to die with him? Swish. Dala's body shot forward, while Zihan also quickly fled with a ghostly method. The violent aura overflowed even more, and Dala's swollen body continued to inflate, but it seemed like he was about to burst. I want you dead. Zihan. Zihan, you must die, you must die. Seeing Dala on the verge of explosion, Su Ming slowly closed his blood-red eyes. Let me help you, this head. I don't want it anymore. Just as Su Ming's words fell, a streak of pink appeared out of nowhere in the depths of the forest. It was the little fox Ji. Yeah. With a soft fox whimper, Ji's 9 pink tails lifted up, wrapping her small body in countless pink smoke. Charm, skill activated. At that moment, the retreating Zihan suddenly came to a halt. His eyes gradually became dreamy, his body seemed to tremble with excitement, and a foolish smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not far in front of him, a perfectly built man was barely clothed, his chiseled face exuding charm, and the flowing lines of his muscles radiated a strong scent of hormones. Do you want to play? The man seemed to sense his arrival, his sword-like eyebrows gradually relaxing, his narrow, elongated eyes slightly squinting, as he gently caressed his abdominal muscles and playfully beckoned with his fingers. He. Zihan, a bit dazed, extended his arm into the air, wanting to gently stroke him. So beautiful, no, wait. The scene suddenly shattered, a pink mist quietly disappearing, and Zihan also abruptly woke up. Immediately, the hair on his body stood on end, his body stiffly standing in place, slowly turning his head to look behind him. Zihan, die. You die for me. DDLA's inflated body quickly cracked open, countless sparks chased away the darkness from the seams, and a brilliant light erupted in the darkness. Boom. The earth shook violently, terrifying cracks spreading like spider webs crazily around Dela. A giant mushroom cloud rose from the forest, shining light illuminating the entire sky. Ha 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 ha. Art is an explosion, ha. The mad laughter echoed in the silent night sky, then raging flames mixed with terrifying heat burned the surrounding trees. Countless poisonous insects and beasts fled in panic. Chapter 181, Death Row Island Number 17. Something's wrong, this explosion. In the central base of Death Row Island, a man wearing a military coat had flickering eyes, his eyes slightly narrowed, and his face was becoming increasingly grim. Did Lao Wan and Xiao Yang have an accident? This terrifying explosion. It shouldn't be, their abilities should completely suppress number 4, but why? Confusion was evident in the man's eyes, and a hint of worry surfaced on his face. What are you doing? Don't lose focus. A low shout brought him back to reality. A middle-aged man with a white buzz cut beside him showed displeasure, his hands resting on a special iron cage slightly trembling. At the same time, a strange energy within him flowed along the chains toward a pair of handcuffs. In the center of the huge iron cage, a large monster stood quietly, looking somewhat sinister and terrifying. Sorry, boss. The man hesitated for a moment, deeply glanced in the direction of the explosion, then pushed aside his chaos and focused fully on suppressing the number 1 inside the cage. Clatter, clatter. He, you all made a mistake again. The moment the man placed his hands on the iron cage, the sound of shaking chains rang out, and the monster in the very center of the cage slowly raised its head, revealing its scarred, rough face, a sinister smile creeping up the corner of its mouth. Thank you. Bang. Not good. Warning. Warning. Number 1 has broken free from restraints. Number 1 has broken free from restraints. Please suppress immediately. A hurried alarm sounded, accompanied by a cold mechanical voice. The two people outside the cage exchanged a glance, their faces gradually becoming serious. Let's see if we can stop it. Roar. Piercing sword energy flew out from behind, large trees being cut down in half. Brother Tian's eyes carried a hint of fear, his legs almost becoming a blur, using all his strength to run quickly. Brother Su, big brother. Why are you chopping at me? Don't, The moment he turned his head, a terrifying blade light surged in, gradually enlarging in Brother Tian's eyes. The blade light streaked across. A severed arm fell heavily into the damp mud, causing Brother Tian's face to instantly turn pale, an unprecedented feeling of weakness spreading throughout his body. But he didn't dare to have the slightest pause, once again gathering his spirit and fleeing in a frenzy. After all, Su Ming in front of him seemed to have completely gone mad, brandishing his knife without hesitation and chasing after him. After 2 or 3 minutes of pursuit, Brother Tian was already covered in dense wounds, all from the occasional sword energy strikes. He. Su Ming grinned gleefully at the silhouette ahead, his crimson eyes filled with a hint of mockery, unconsciously licking his lips. Swish. The body vanished into thin air again, and the next moment appeared ahead, with a cold gaze swinging the knife again. And this knife, straightly aimed at Brother Tian's head. It's over. Before he could even stop in his tracks, Brother Tian's bloodied face revealed a hint of despair, reluctantly closing his eyes. Never expected that after finally killing the enemy, he would die ambiguously at the hands of his teammate. Having just unleashed a powerful skill, he could barely manage even partial petrification now, and without any defense, this knife was more than enough to take his life. Clang. The lacy eye trembled slightly in midair, a drop of blood fell from Brother Tian's forehead. The knife's tip had already pierced the skin. A streak of bright red spread along the blade. You. Su Ming stood in place, his scarlet eyes slowly closing, while the lacy eye in his hand gradually moved away. What the heck? Goodness. Su Ming has finally recovered. I didn't dare to breathe for those 3 minutes, fearing he would chop the streamer to death. If it weren't for him being the recently popular Su Ming, I could believe he was this dungeon's strange boss. So damn scary. Who's to say otherwise? I bet Brother Tian is so scared he wet himself right now. This is completely insane. Fortunately, that Su Ming still has a bit of conscience, knowing to remind Brother Tian to run first, otherwise Brother Tian would very likely have been chopped to death. Watching Su Ming suddenly stop his actions, not only did Brother Tian secretly breathe a sigh of relief, but the viewers in the livestream finally let go of their tense hearts. If their streamer was killed by a crazed teammate, who would they turn to for justice? I'm just kidding with you, don't be afraid. When he opened his eyes again, Su Ming's eyes gradually became clear, and a bright smile slowly appeared on his face. Really? Seeing this guy finally returning to normal, Brother Tian cautiously reached out to wipe the blood from his forehead. A heart that was once heavy began to lighten. Now you know why I told you to run early, right? Looking at Brother Tian's grotesque injuries, as well as the severed arm on his shoulder, Su Ming's gaze slowly turned a bit guilty. You have almost no fighting power left, find a chance to hide for now. I have some things to take care of, wait for my news. After saying this, Su Ming slightly raised his head, looking toward a direction far away. Then Brother Tian opened his mouth, his expression changing slightly, a hint of unwillingness slowly rising on his face. If you kill a first generation, your rating will basically reach S or so, no need to worry. Seemingly understanding what Brother Tian wanted to say, Su Ming slowly shook his head, smiling as he interrupted. Kill a first generation? Blinking in confusion, Brother Tian looked up, somewhat puzzled, and asked back. Wasn't that guy Daedara dead along with Zihan? What do you mean by you killed? Because. A strange smile appeared on Su Ming's face, and the lacy eye in his hand drew out again. Puff. Brother Tian dumbly looked down, staring in disbelief at his chest, his body involuntarily bending down, half kneeling on the ground. Cough cough. What are you doing? I almost thought you were going to stab me again. Gasping heavily, Brother Tian covered his chest, his face showing an expression worse than crying. This knife did not pierce Brother Tian's heart but accurately opened the pocket on his chest. A ball of white gum fell to the ground. Smack. The gum began to deform and twist, remarkably expanding rapidly, transforming into a figure in just a few seconds. Hi, long time no see. Daedara dusted off his clothes, looking at the two with a slightly awkward expression. If I say this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me? I didn't even notice you hiding on Brother Tian. This is your S rating, Brother Tian. Turning his gaze to the astonished Brother Tian beside him, Su Ming's lips curled up slightly, shaking the lacy eye Dao, his meaning obvious. Big brother. Don't kill me. I'm still useful. Looking at the two people who gave him no chance to explain and decisively struck, a hint of panic appeared in Daedara's eyes. Having barely survived by pretending to be dead, how could he be willing to be completely killed off like this? How is this possible? Didn't this guy go mad looking for that player to perish together earlier? How did he suddenly come back to life? Sure enough, I had already guessed it. The first generation isn't that foolish to risk his life for one player to perish with him. Is this what love is? Su God willingly giving a first generation head to Brother Tian to make up for his guilt. Actually, I think that Brother Tian looks like a tough guy, so when Su God finds him to play, he definitely shouldn't pick up the soap that fell on the ground. After a brief moment of surprise, many viewers reacted and gradually accepted this twist. Although this first generation Daedara hadn't died before, looking at the situation, even if he was alive, he couldn't escape the two's deadly hands. Many people secretly noted, this is the first gift Su God plans to give to Brother Tian, which is of great significance. Oh? Speak up. Brother Tian forced himself to stand straight, blocking Daedara behind him to prevent him from escaping. Think about it. Next, when we go to deal with other first generations and those guys from Team A, I can cooperate with you from the inside and outside to catch them off guard. Wonderful, wonderful. Brother Tian seemed to be pondering, a look of agreement appearing on his face. First, let all the first generations out to fight Team A, then after they injure each other, we can take them all down. What do you think? Taking out a piece of gum from somewhere, Daedara pondered for a while and seriously suggested. Wonderful, wonderful. Brother Tian couldn't help but nod while listening, his tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxing, his gaze toward Daedara becoming softer. You won't, if that's the case, I'd rather die. Glancing inadvertently at Brother Tian, Daedara shuddered all over. Unbearable past events resurfaced in his mind, making him move a few steps like a startled bird. Cough, cough, don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Su Ming, what do you think? Shrugging, Brother Tian withdrew his gaze, slightly raising his head and rolling his eyes helplessly. Throughout, Su Ming maintained a faint smile on his face, with the lacy eye following Dadara's neck, showing no sign of relaxation. Sounds good, but what if you betray us and backstab us? That's impossible. I've always kept my word. Listening to Su Ming's doubts, Dadara's mechanical left eye flickered slightly, his brows furrowing slightly, with a hint of sadness from distrust in his eyes. If I have ulterior motives, I'll choke to death drinking water, suffocate eating food, and die from constipation, alright. Die from constipation? Both Brother Tian and Su Ming's eyelids twitched, an involuntary image flashing in their minds. Don't worry about these details, just ask if you trust me. If you don't trust me, just kill me and be done with it. Like a broken pot, Dadara lay down on the ground with his hands under his head, looking like a dead pig that doesn't fear boiling water. Of course, the lacy eye still pressed tightly against his neck. That's not out of the question, but I have a better method. Su Ming reached into his chest calmly and pulled out a scroll, handing it over to Dadara above his head. Sign this, and you will survive. This is... Looking at the yellow parchment scroll, Dadara showed a hint of surprise, then frowned as he took it. Master-servant contract? What a joke, I'm a first generation. How could I sign something like this? Sizzle. A tiny blood vessel was cut. A small spatter of blood splashed from the neck, causing Dadara to stop suddenly at the words on his lips. Don't worry, it's just a formality. Signing your name won't harm you. The blood flowed along the ground towards Su Ming's shoes as he slowly crouched down and coaxed. After all, you are the first generation. I believe in your credibility. Fine, I'll sign it. A wise man doesn't suffer losses in front of him. Dadara understood this principle well. He valued his own life more than anyone else. Previously, when he seemed to lose his mind and wanted to perish alongside Zihan, it was a deliberate ploy to attract the attention of Tiangu and Su Ming, which led to the seemingly absurd scene. At worst, he would pretend to yield first, then become a double agent after reaching the base and eliminate these two guys. To him, this was just a piece of scrap paper, utterly without constraint. Thinking this, Dadara signed his name while secretly considering the upcoming spy plan. At the most exciting moment, a proud smile involuntarily appeared on his face. I'm really a genius. Slap. The moment his fingerprint was pressed down, Dadara quickly lost his smile, as an electric shock deep in his soul struck him, causing his expression to gradually become stiff, and he looked at Su Ming in panic. You seem to have control over my life and death, how is this possible? Then he seemed to come to his senses and pulled at the parchment roll with both hands. But the scroll didn't budge at all. Explode. Shut up and don't explode. Su Ming's mouth twitched slightly, speaking without courtesy. As Su Ming spoke, an odd thought unexpectedly rose deep within Dadara's heart. Su Ming is right. You, me? This. No need to be surprised. To you, this is just a piece of tattered parchment, but to us, this is a contract of servitude. Tiangu, unable to hide his envy, explained bluntly. This thing was similar to what he had used on Li Yi before, except the master-servant contract was more expensive, costing a whopping 200,000 rule points per piece. What does this mean? Generally speaking, a Tier 5 Awakener has to go broke to afford one. This guy is really rich. Glancing at his empty backpack, Tiangu couldn't help but click his tongue and lit a cigarette. Chapter 183 Death Row Island Number 19. Your name is Dadara, and your ability is to turn anything you touch into a bomb, right? After confirming the effectiveness of the contract, Su Ming nodded with some satisfaction and wrapped the scroll before tossing it into his backpack. At this moment, Dadara had no trace of a smile on his face. He was slightly distracted as he instinctively replied. Slap. A heavy hand landed on his shoulder, causing him to suddenly come to his senses. I'm sorry, Master, Lord. After a brief moment of silence, Dadara stiffly spoke, his eyes seemingly losing their luster. Master? That sounds too ugly. Just call me Mr. Su. And... Seeing Dadara's lifeless demeanor, Su Ming couldn't help but curl his lips, gradually revealing a faint smile. Don't worry, I'm not like that, Zihan. First, I won't restrict your freedom except for doing business. Second, I like women. Upon hearing this, Dadara's face finally regained a hint of expression. Is that true? True. Let's go. Head straight to the guard army headquarters, and along the way, tell me about the other first generations. With another pat on Dadara's shoulder, Su Ming turned without looking back and walked toward the center. The headquarters of the base wasn't very far from here, and considering Dadara's earlier explosion, they likely had realized something was off. Now, what needed to be done was to take advantage of the chaos and catch them off guard. Hey, Li Yi. What's up, Shali? Next to a hidden cell, two seemingly weak figures were seated on a sofa, thoroughly enjoying their hot tea. What was that firelight in the sky just now? Did you see that? Yeah, I saw it. It's probably just those prisoners fighting. We just need to hide here and wait calmly for the way out, right? Li glanced at Xiao Li, puzzled, his eyes showing a hint of confusion. That's true, I'm useless. Not only can't I help Brother Tian, but I might even hold him back. In fact, I've told him many times, no need to worry about me. The steaming cup of tea was held in the air, and Xiao Li's gaze shifted toward the direction of the explosion, his expression looking a bit worried. There's no way around it. Every player starts completely unequal from the moment of awakening. Li shrugged dismissively, looking at his palm. For example, even though I've awakened my own talent, I still can't beat an ordinary unawakened person. I can only barely keep myself safe. With a self-deprecating smile, Li poured Xiao Li another cup of hot tea, kindly trying to comfort him. By the way, what is your awakened talent? Can you share it? Xiao Li unusually fell silent for a few seconds, finally shaking his head with dimmed eyes, softly uttering 4 words. Rewind time. What did you say? Say it again? Li Yi's eyes widened in shock, his whole body suddenly jumping up. Didn't I make it clear? Rewind time. But Xiao Li showed no sign of a smile, calmly picked up the steaming cup of tea on the table, and casually threw it to the ground. Bang. The cup shattered violently, hot tea splashing onto the floor. Watch closely. At the moment the cup shattered, Xiao Li's eyes slightly narrowed, his pupils gradually expanding like a line. In the very center, a silver light quickly spread to his entire eye. The next second, time seemed to freeze, the slightly quivering ceramic shards stopped trembling, and Li Yi's body was also frozen in that moment. Buzz. The shards gradually gathered together, the boiling hot tea rapidly converging, and in a brief moment, the cup filled with hot tea miraculously returned to the table. Holy crap! At the instant time restored, Li Yi shouted out excitedly. From his perspective, Xiao Li seemed to have simply spoken that sentence and the cup bizarrely reappeared, as if it had never been moved at all. You call that a waste talent? Taking a deep breath, Li Yi blinked hard, plopping back down onto the sofa, his eyes filled with intense jealousy. A talent that involves time can't be trash, right? Especially the super outrageous time rewind. If talents had rankings, this guy would probably at least be rated S. Then what the hell are we still doing here? Since you can rewind time, let's go out and have fun. With time rewind combined with his blood rebirth, theoretically no one could kill him, right? I never expected this Xiao Li to be playing dumb and hiding his strength. This talent is simply invincible. My gosh, rewind time. This skill, if nothing else, must be the most overpowered in history, right? I remember that So and So could slow down the flow of time and was already a top player. If he can rewind time, doesn't that mean unlimited resurrection? This is even crazier than that Su Ming next door. Indeed, if I had that talent, what the heck am I doing here? I'd just go out and smash through the dungeon, right? Seeing the moment Xiao Li revealed his talent, the few viewers in Li Yi's livestream instantly became restless. You tell me he's trash, you tell me he needs a meat shield to protect him? Xiao Li continued to calmly gaze at Li Yi, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. When Brother Tian found out, he was just as excited as you, jumping up and down. But unfortunately, you were too happy too soon. By the end, Xiao Li's voice grew quieter, his tone seeming a little lost. Seeing Xiao Li's expression, Li, coming back to his senses, seemed to guess something, his brow slightly furrowing. Are you saying that? Are the side effects of this thing, or the cost, very great? Yes. Nodding indifferently, Xiao Li's eyes visibly showed a hint of regret. After that, I tried to help Brother Tian rewind his injuries during battle. But, an unexpected cost emerged. Saying this, Li Yi was clearly aroused by curiosity, and he couldn't wait to ask, what cost? Swish. Xiao Li slowly stood up and suddenly took off his shirt. Seeing this scene, Li Yi's pupils suddenly contracted, and then his face gradually became unpleasant. The imagined gruesome scars did not appear, but on Xiao Li's chest, there was only a thin layer of translucent skin left. The ribs were clearly visible, and one could vaguely see a bright red heart beating weakly. Almost all of his upper body was gone, skin and flesh almost entirely vanished. Rewinding time will produce different causes and effects, and some of these effects will act upon oneself. In other words, if I rewind someone else's body state, my own will have to pay back that cause and effect. I don't quite understand what you mean. It seemed quite easy when you rewound the teacup just now, right? Looking at Xiao Li's appearance, Li Yi reluctantly turned his gaze away and casually asked back. The cost of rewinding only depends on one factor, that is, the disturbance it causes to the established future. Drinking or not drinking a bowl of tea doesn't have much impact on future development, but if a player is supposed to die and I rewind them, the chain reaction would lead to my own death. Chapter 184 Death Row Island Number 20. Got it. So, after using your talent, theoretically, you can change anything, but it depends on whether you can bear the cost? Analyzing Xiao Li's talent characteristics, Li gradually calmed down, and his expression became somewhat serious. So? There was something he wanted to ask but found it hard to voice. Did Brother Tian really care for Xiaoli just out of loyalty, or was there something more? What is it? It's nothing. It's not what you think. As my strength increases, the backlash I experience will correspondingly decrease. According to Brother Tian's estimate, the cost of reviving a player above level 5 is less than death. With a slight upturn of his mouth, the joy that had just appeared on Xiaoli's face quickly faded away. It's a pity I'm so useless. I can barely touch the threshold of level 2 now. Is that so? The two exchanged glances and slowly raised their teacups, gently clinking them together. Cheers! At midnight. Today, Death Row Island felt heavier than usual, with gray clouds blocking the moonlight. The bone-chilling cold wind made the leaves shiver slightly, and the bird calls that could be heard everywhere grew fainter. The entire forest seemed to fall into silence. It's going to rain heavily. Brother Tian's steps were heavy, each step sinking into the damp soil creating a deep pit. Crack! A few dry branches snapped underfoot, and a few drops of blood fell to the ground, startling a few owls from the treetops. Slowly stopping, Brother Tian slightly furrowed his brow, biting one end of the blood-soaked bandage with his teeth, and tugged hard on the other end with his right hand. The sharp pain caused beads of sweat to appear on his forehead, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Xiaoli shouldn't have gotten into trouble, right? Once this dungeon is cleared, I'll find a way to get him a self-defense weapon. Gazing into the distance, Brother Tian murmured softly, then gathered his spirits and continued on, albeit staggeringly. The slash that Su Ming delivered while in a berserk state was not particularly serious, but the explosion from Didera had nearly shattered his entire abdomen. Even with some medical supplies to treat it, it barely maintained his condition from worsening. That's why Su Ming had him hide and recover from his injuries. Crack! A faint chewing sound came from the right front, making Brother Tian slightly furrow his brow. A tiger? Or a lion? Just a moment of distraction. Brother Tian didn't pay it any mind, as long as those damn guys didn't provoke him. Ow woo. Ow. After just a few steps, Brother Tian's face gradually darkened. In the dark bushes, pairs of glowing green eyes appeared, all filled with hunger and greed. Brother Tian was already seriously injured. How could he encounter a pack of wolves at this time? Brother Tian should, maybe, possibly hold on, right? What are you talking about? Who do you think you're looking down on? Even if Brother Tian has only half a breath left, he can still kill this bunch of beasts in an instant, right? That can't be said like this. Remember that blood-sucking mosquito before? It almost took half of Brother Tian's life, okay? Even if these beasts pose a slight threat, I think it's still unlikely to kill Brother Tian. You know. Brother Tian is a dominating force in almost every instance. The sudden appearance of the wolf pack truly startled the viewers in the live stream, but many were not overly worried. After all, Brother Tian's strength was undeniable. Even though he didn't look well right now, at this moment, most fans had absolute confidence in Brother Tian. Wolves, huh? Quickly taking cover near a big tree, Brother Tian squinted his eyes, watching the approaching pack of wolves, and his remaining right hand gradually turned grayish-white. Probably the scent of blood attracted the wolves. The muscular gray wolf licked its tongue excitedly, crouching and closing in to surround him. Ow woo. With the howl from the lead wolf, the pack instantly bared their fangs and lunged forward. You filthy beasts, you think you can feast on my flesh? Come on. Bam. With a heavy punch, Brother Tian sent one wolf flying. His chest heaved violently, and his expression became increasingly ferocious. Ow woo. But in that moment, several wolves lunged at Brother Tian, opening their bloody jaws to bite down. Petrify. Instinctively punching away two wolves, Brother Tian's whole body instantly turned grayish-white, enduring the fangs of the other two wolves. Bam, bam, bam. One after another, wolves were sent flying. Even in a wounded state, Brother Tian still displayed impressive strength. With every solid punch, he dealt near-fatal blows. Ow woo. Ow woo. But this seemed to further provoke the wolves' ferocity. Watching their comrades die one by one, the remaining wolves recklessly lunged at Brother Tian. Even if they die, they wanted to bite off a piece of his flesh. Huff. After a few minutes, Brother Tian's face became increasingly pale, and glaring bite marks appeared on his abdomen. These wolves may seem ordinary, but their attacks still carried a kind of penetrating force. Even Brother Tian's remarkably high defense in his petrified state still resulted in several wounds. What a ridiculously terrible day. Watching the countless wolves charging at him persistently, Brother Tian couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. Perhaps he never imagined that one day he would be driven to the brink by a pack of wolves. Does it have to be this way? Then don't blame me for being rude. Taking a deep breath, a determined glint appeared in Brother Tian's eyes, and his muscles began to swell wildly. Ow woo. Ow woo. At that moment, the urgent howls rang out again, and before Brother Tian could react, all the wolves nearby turned and fled in a panic. This sudden scene left Brother Tian standing in disbelief. The ultimate skill he was about to activate was suddenly paused. The wolves in the forest are almost at a dominant level, what could scare them so much? A trace of ominous premonition surged within him. Without hesitation, Brother Tian burst forward at incredible speed, fleeing in one direction. He. You look so delicious. Let me eat you. The deafening voice echoed from behind. Tiangu instinctively turned his head, his pupils almost shrinking to a thin line in an instant. It was not a player from the instance, but a towering monster 3 to 4 meters tall, holding a massive axe, its body stitched together with chunks of flesh and thread. The aura it emitted was even more intense than that of the previous Daedara. Chapter 185, Death Row Island number 21. Where did this monster come from? Could it be another original? Tiangu gasped for breath, leaning against a big tree, his expression filled with helplessness and despair. Little bug, why aren't you running? The monster's whole face was no longer human, looking like a rotting zombie from a biohazard outbreak. Its blood-red eyes were fierce like a beast, with no lips on its chin, as if it were biting a crown of metal. Ha, the taste of prisoners is still so delicious, especially someone like you, even more appetizing. With a tearing sound, the monster casually tore a player's corpse in half, slowly raising the axe in its hand, step by step approaching Tiangu. Tiangu did not reply, his muscles began to swell, the bandage on his severed arm suddenly tearing apart, and he transformed once again into a stone giant over 10 meters tall. Ha! The monster slowly raised its head, its cold gaze mixed with a hint of sarcasm and amusement. A fine bud you are. You have the right to know my name. I am Sane. As soon as he finished speaking, Sane let out a sinister laugh, casually throwing the broken player body aside, and the massive axe suddenly swung towards Tiangu. Booming thunder. The dark clouds grew denser and gloomier, and a blinding lightning bolt split the sky, dispersing the darkness for a moment. Next came a torrential downpour, raindrops falling onto the branches, making a rustling sound. Is the storm coming so fiercely? Standing by the window, gazing at the dark clouds in the sky, Li Yi's eyes flickered slightly, his brows furrowing tightly. I don't know why, but I feel a bit uneasy. A voice from behind, that of Xiaoli, made Li Yi smile and turn back, with his hands behind his back. What's wrong? Are you actually afraid of thunder? It's not that, I'm worried about Tiangu. Xiaoli slightly raised his head, hesitating to speak, his eyes revealing a hint of worry. Don't you know Tiangu's strength? Didn't you say he was close to the top player level? Why are you worrying for nothing? A player like him could never. Bang. Outside the window, a few sturdy trees were shaking violently, countless leaves sliding down from the branches. Crack. In just a few seconds, a tree several meters thick was suddenly snapped in half, falling to the ground without warning, violently washed by the pouring rain. It looked like it had suffered a terrifying impact. What's going on? What happened outside? Xiaoli, look. Pointing in that direction, Li Yi's expression gradually grew serious, a hint of panic emerging in his eyes. A tree 2 to 3 meters thick, even if it took both of them a whole day to chop it down, yet here was this bizarre scene. Run quickly. It seems like something is coming from that direction. With a shout, Li Yi quickly opened the room door, braving the rain and running in the opposite direction. Run. Are you an idiot? Instinctively glancing back and seeing Xiaoli still standing there, Li Yi's eyes filled with anger as he quickly turned back to grab Xiaoli's arm. If it weren't for the contract on me, if you die, I wouldn't survive either. Do you think I'd care about you, you idiot? Let's go. Roughly pulling Xiaoli's arm, Li Yi's eyes slightly reddened, desperately dragging him outside. Running now still offered a glimmer of hope. If they delayed any longer, both would die here. Ego, let go of me. Xiaoli's trembling voice caused Li Yi to pause in surprise, stopping in his tracks. Then he turned back, a bit exasperated, gripping Xiaoli's collar tightly. Are you out of your mind? Xiaoli shook his head darkly, then trembled as he pointed his finger at a spot not far away. Two figures emerged, locked in battle. One figure was a gigantic gray and white giant, towering over 10 meters tall, but at that moment, the giant was clearly at a disadvantage. A fat monster wielding a blood-stained axe, wildly chopping at him. With almost every swing, a tear wider than a meter would rip open on the giant's body, even though no blood flowed out. But from the giant's painful cries, it was evident he was losing strength, his massive body being pushed back like a toy. He is Brother Tian. Eyeing the petrified giant, Xiaoli spoke softly. Brother Tian? What about Brother Tian? Can't you see how he has become like this? If even he can't defeat that monster, what are we supposed to do? Are we just going to deliver our heads to him? Li Yi's voice grew increasingly urgent, his tone sharpening, as he unhesitatingly threw Xiaoli over his shoulder and fled wildly. Damn it, I signed a contract with you. If you die, I die too. Even if you want to go deliver your head, I'm not done living yet. As Li Yi struggled to run, he muttered curses under his breath. Gone was the tranquility of their earlier tea-drinking moment. This is what a normal dungeon player's mindset looks like, right? If you can't even protect yourself, thinking about saving others is either stupid or brain-dead. Indeed, I think the streamer is right. Although the streamer has a strong self-healing ability, the monster in front looks somewhat wrong. It must be a peak existence in this dungeon. Well, I actually had the fortune of watching the live stream of this dungeon. The fat zombie in front is actually the first of the 4 original ones. Sane. Sane? Is he really strong? He seems to only have an axe. That player-turned-giant is too weak, right? If it were me, I'd just use a Gatling to blast that trash to pieces. Although Li Yi's action seemed cold-hearted and ruthless, all the viewers in his livestream felt he was doing nothing wrong. After all, players with a bleeding heart often don't survive the novice dungeons. Listening to Li Yi's rambling, Xiaoli rested his head on Li Yi's shoulder, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint smile, as he slowly closed his eyes. Put me down, the contract has been lifted. Brother Tian needs me. Smack. A yellow parchment fell to the ground in front of Li Yi, forcing him to momentarily halt his steps. The scroll slowly unfolded, and the torrential rain seemed to wash away the writing on it, Xiaoli's name gradually fading away. Ha! Ha! Cough cough! Li Yi's chest heaved violently, as he tilted his head back, raindrops choked him, causing him to cough. Chapter 186 Death Row Island number 22. You big fool, even if you can revive Brother Tian, can you bear the cost yourself? Seemingly realizing his tone was too impulsive, Li Yi calmed down, lowered his voice, and added. To put it simply, the reason Brother Tian is so good to you, probably is to keep a way out for himself. This is the weird world of scary stories. Where has such deep affection come from? Xiaoli ignored him, gently patting Li Yi's shoulder, turning to look at the scarred gray giant not far away. Time, rewind. In the next second, Xiaoli's body reappeared next to the small house, turning back to Li Yi with a slight smile, then charging toward Brother Tian without looking back. I give up. How has this person been manipulated into this state? Such a good talent wasted. I've said what I had to say, goodbye. Realizing Xiaoli's intentions, Li Yi gave a self-deprecating smile, then left without looking back. As for the outcome of this battle, who lives and who dies, it was something he could not interfere with. Since he couldn't participate, he simply chose to stay away from the conflict. Where should I hide? As time goes by, it seems not safe at all. Occasionally, a few player corpses appear by the roadside, making Li Yi's expression gradually turn grim as he moves forward. He, worms. Only well-exercised worms are more delicious. Whoosh. Another axe cleaves down, leaving a 2-meter-long scar on Brother Tian's thigh, but Brother Tian is clearly not easy to deal with. He suddenly strikes with his right hand, delivering a punch straight to Sane's head, twisting half of his face. Ah, so good, so refreshing, so exhilarating, hee. It's been a long time since I've encountered such an interesting meal. Sane does not rush to kill Brother Tian. Instead, he stretches out his hand and fiercely pounds on his distorted head, his crimson eyes revealing a hint of thirst and excitement, but even more, a bloodthirsty madness. Since you want to enjoy, then I'll make you enjoy it to the fullest. Taking the chance while Sane does not continue his attack, Brother Tian swings his right leg like a whip, striking hard at Sane's chest. Bang! The ground trembles slightly, the dull thud sounds like war drums, sending Sane's body flying several meters, crashing heavily against a sturdy tree. Ha. So good. Half of Sane's chest collapses, but he still leans against the tree trunk, laughing heartily, as rotting flesh is washed away by the heavy rain, revealing wriggling worms crawling out. Is this Sane really that abnormal? Brother Tian's ultimate form attack seems to have no effect on him? Yeah. I remember Brother Tian used to clear dungeons, and once he activated his ultimate form, he would instantly kill anyone he met. Usually, those strange creatures couldn't withstand even one hit. But we can't say that. Wasn't Brother Tian beaten up badly by that Didera before? Of course, I don't think Brother Tian is weak. This guy must be like that Didera, a first generation in this dungeon. It looks like his physical strength is terrifying. As the final blow is delivered, Brother Tian's body rapidly shrinks, quickly transforming back into human form. But he looks even worse than before. There is hardly a good piece of skin left, with countless wounds constantly gushing blood, and his pale face shows almost no signs of vitality. Yet even like this, Brother Tian still uses his remaining right arm to prop up half his body, his face showing no fear. Still coughing, still laughing, Brother Tian. Ha? Little Li? Get lost. This is not a place for you. Looking at the staggering boy who suddenly appeared, Brother Tian was surprised for a moment, then roared furiously. Get lost. The farther you go, the better. He picked up a muddy stone and threw it at Little Li, and a fierce expression appeared on Brother Tian's face like never before. You know, I can rewind your time. Little Li took a deep breath, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Pointing to his own heart. I told you to get lost, can't you understand human words? Go, get out of here. Go. By the end, Brother Tian's voice has become extremely hoarse, and his eyes were filled with deep pleading. Alright. How touching, I'm almost crying, ha 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 ha. Excitedly clapping his hands, Sane casually spat out a piece of internal organ, unable to help but cheer. Since another meal has come, let's end it here. It's almost dawn, those annoying flies will come to catch me. Before that, let me feast properly, ha ha ha. At the end, 2 streams of blood tears flowed down from Sane's eyes, a strikingly crimson light glowed on his body. I have completely gone crazy. Holding the axe high above his head, Sane's body bent slightly, like an uncontrollable truck, he charged straight toward the 2. Brother Tian, let me block for you one more time, only this once. Little Li's figure gradually approached, squatting down gently to grasp Brother Tian's arm, the smile in his eyes growing wider. Time, rewind. Click. The scene froze, and the entire space seemed to solidify at this moment. Brother Tian opened his mouth wide, still wanting to say something more. Sane, with a mocking expression, fixed in midair. In the first second, the severed arm of Brother Tian quickly grew flesh, a new, tender white arm appearing out of thin air. But a hint of fatigue flashed in Xiao Li's eyes, his handsome face seeming to age a few years. Brother Tian, do you remember what you said, that brothers are meant to fight side by side, to never part? Xiao Li finally did fight side by side, but to never part. In the second, countless wounds began to quickly scab over, a layer of old skin rapidly shedding, and the new skin became smooth and flawless, all wounds disappearing without a trace. Xiao Li tiredly supported his forehead with his hand, his black hair gradually turning pale, and a wrinkle slowly appearing at the corner of his eye. But those silver eyes remained as bright as ever. Do you remember that time I was bizarrely cut in half, helplessly lying on the cement waiting for death? You said that after I reached the 5th level, I must go to Fengdu City and kill rampantly, with you as the main force and me as backup. You promised to rip that mysterious head off and use it as my chamber pot, but Xiao Li may not be able to wait for that time, but you must save the chamber pot for me. You promised. In the 3rd second, the shattered organs within Brother Tian began to slowly fuse, the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys regaining vitality. His pale face gradually showed a hint of red. At this moment, Xiao Li had quietly transformed into an aged old man, his colorless temples slightly shaking, the wrinkled skin on his face turning waxy yellow, and his hunched, emaciated body exuding an air of gloom. Yet those silver eyes still stared unwaveringly at the person before him, his aged cheeks lifting slightly, forming an unpleasing smile. Brother Tian, farewell. Chapter 187, Death Row Island number 23. Thud. The dry, emaciated body crashed heavily to the ground, the frozen time and space around gradually recovering. Xiao Li. Brother Tian's eyelashes twitched slightly, and when he opened his eyes again, they were already brimming with tears. You delicious bugs, all of you die now. Sane's blood-red eyes widened, his lips curling into a vicious smile, muscles in his arms suddenly tensing, lifting both axes high. Wait for me to take you home. Gently placing Xiao Li's withered palm down, Brother Tian suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes radiating a chilling cold. Bang! An extremely terrifying explosion erupted, an invisible shockwave spreading out centered on the 2. Countless towering trees seemed to be erased by an invisible force, instantly turning to dust. Ha! How is this possible? The massive axe was stuck above his head, Sane's fierce face froze, straining hard yet unable to advance an inch. At the axe's blade, a strong hand firmly grabbed it, an arm as black as ink shimmering with a faint light, looking like a perfect piece of obsidian. Let's bury my brother together. Crack! The fingertips suddenly exerted force, and the giant blade was instantly crushed. On the other side, Sane glared furiously at this bug with blood-red eyes and, feeling humiliated, continued to swing the axe. Petrify, black obsidian. As soon as Brother Tian's words fell, a faintly glowing blackness spread from his arm to his entire body, a heavy and oppressive momentum surging from within. Awakened, 5th stage. Ha! What is going on? I remember Brother Tian didn't have this skill before, what the heck is this skill? Moreover, wasn't Brother Tian's skill supposed to turn into grey-white stone? Why is it suddenly black? What did he just say? Black obsidian? Based on my guess, Brother Tian must have tapped into his potential, combined with some favorable timings, thus, evolving into a super Tyrannosaurus. Something feels off. Didn't the streamer just say he was about to die, and was about to be killed by this zombie? Why is he suddenly fully revived? Originally, Brother Tian's livestream was already filled with whales. Countless loyal fans sent a uniform barrage of comments, Brother Tian, safe travels, may you have peace on your journey. But nobody expected that the development of events would often come so suddenly. Watching Brother Tian continue to fight vigorously, many loyal old fans were moved to tears. Having experienced a moment between life and death, Brother Tian finally broke through the 4th level threshold, officially reaching the level of a top player. Once he crossed this watershed, the improvement in strength was undeniably earth-shattering. Just like now. Bang! Sane struck a heavy axe at Brother Tian's chest, producing only a white crack on his body, and the damage he sustained could almost be disregarded compared to before. You've become weaker. Slowly shaking his head, Brother Tian's muscles bulged, and he grabbed Sane's neck, slamming its hundreds of pounds of weight fiercely against the huge stone. Then he lifted a massive rock from the side, crushing it between itself like making a hamburger. Let's bury my brother together. Murmuring softly, Brother Tian continuously lifted the giant rock and slammed it down, lifted it, slammed it down. Guard Organization Headquarters Base. Boom. Ha! Art is explosion. Didera was launched by the two blown open gates of the base, holding his stomach and almost crying with laughter. Alarm! Alarm! Detected initial wave fluctuation. Please implement arrest immediately. Please implement arrest immediately. The piercing alarm sounded, causing the base headquarters to go into chaos instantly. What's going on? Where are Old Wen and Xiaoyang? Forget about that for now, we need to control number 4, or the base will blow up. The sudden scene turned the remaining 6 members of Team A's faces extremely grim. Not only did number 1 escape, but now it seemed number 4 was also in trouble. If the higher-ups ask about it later. I don't need to say much, do I? After this operation, everyone prepare to write a 20,000-word reflection. Of course, the premise is that the higher-ups spare our lives. A middle-aged man pushed up his glasses, threw the lit cigar on the ground, and coldly said as he walked out. Is Boss Yi angry? Old Wen and Xiaoyang messed up big this time, right? Exactly, and we have to clean up the mess. The remaining 5 looked at each other, seeing some helplessness in their eyes. Then they quickly left the conference room and walked toward the base gate. You really are arrogant, number 4, where are Old Wen and Xiaoyang? Boss Yi appeared at the gate, coldly staring at the somewhat crazy Didera, with the dark muzzle of a gun aimed at his head. Those two? They might be dead? Didera casually spread his hands, with a smug smile on his face. If you want to catch me, just shoot. I bet your gun has no bullets. Is that so? Seeing Didera so self-assured, Boss Yi's mouth curled into a cold smile. You have already been surrounded by us. Swish. 5 figures cloaked in military coats emerged all around, staring at Didera with interest. In an instant when several figures appeared, Didera's expression slightly changed, and he quickly found a direction to flee. Too late. As soon as Boss Yi's voice fell, 6 figures all pulled the trigger, energy light intertwining at light speed, forming a 6-faced azure electric net rushing toward Didera. Bang! Several explosions rang out from within the electric net. After trying a few times, Didera seemed to give up resistance, standing obediently in place with a touch of helplessness on his face. I really don't know how Old Wen and Xiaoyang are managing things, letting this number 4 run wild everywhere. Let's quickly capture him and take him back to sleep. I'm so sleepy. The men cloaked in military coats were not surprised at all. The pistols in their hands were specially designed to restrain the initial ones. As long as the electric net formed, no initial one had ever escaped from it. Put handcuffs on him. The dark handcuffs were tossed in front of Didera. Boss Yi spoke expressionlessly. Yes, boss. Bang. One person stepped forward, picked up the handcuffs from the ground. As soon as he opened it, he turned it around and shot Diadala in the chest. Diadala instantly fell limp on the ground. As the electric net gradually disappeared, his hands were also shackled with black handcuffs. After finishing all this, the man carried Diadala's body on his shoulder and grinned wickedly at Boss Yi. Boss, according to the rules. Chapter 188 Death Row Island number 24. Go! Just don't kill him, the rest is up to you. With a casual glance, Boss Yi answered indifferently, then took out a cigar from his pocket, preparing to light it. Xiao Tiancheng, what happened to your neck? Just as confusion appeared on his face, Boss Yi's pupils suddenly constricted. What's wrong, boss? I'm fine. Xiao Tiancheng instinctively touched his neck and felt a touch of warmth. Then, in a daze, he looked down at his palm. His palm was wet, blood, bright red blood. Before he could say anything, Xiao Tiancheng's vision gradually blurred, followed by an endless darkness flooding in. Thud. His body instinctively collapsed to the ground, and the Diadala on his shoulder gradually became blurry, then transformed into a pink little fox. The black handcuffs also fell from the fox's neck, causing ripples in the small puddle on the ground. This is... Before the several people could react, a familiar mad laugh came from behind, so clear and audible. Ha ha, art is an explosion. Boom. The ground beneath their feet suddenly exploded, mushrooms clouds rising one after another, black smoke filling the entire open space. In a radius of several hundred meters, the sound of explosions continued unceasingly, and the terrifying heat almost distorted the air. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Raindrops fell on the black scorched earth, instantly turning into steam and dispersing. "Mr. Su, how's my little operation?" Delighted with his masterpiece, Diatola's smile grew even more intense, his fingers restlessly twisting. However, the white patch on his head made his expression slightly awkward. "To be honest, your hair balm is really good, but too bad." "Too bad what?" Seeing Su Ming's somewhat regretful expression, Diatola blinked in confusion, instinctively touching his hair. "Nothing, I'm just curious if it can grow back?" Looking at the white scalp, Su Ming curiously poked it with his finger and chuckled softly. No need to pay attention to it." Naturally smoothing the remaining intact hair on the other side, Diatola's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Cough, cough. Under the drenching rain, the flames on the ground gradually extinguished, and the thick smoke began to dissipate, revealing 5 figures. "I didn't expect, number 4, that you would actually collude with the other prisoners?" Boss Yi touched the gruesome blood scab on his body, glanced at his tattered military coat, and his expression gradually darkened. Just with Diatola's attack, at most, they would only be slightly injured, it was not enough to kill them. "However, all your struggles are in vain, block them for me." Bang, bang, bang. Everyone pulled the trigger at the same time, unleashing the suppressed anger in their hearts. As for the little prisoner beside Diatola, looking at his breath could only be considered the most ordinary type. Naturally, he was not taken seriously by anyone. Barehanded to catch a white blade. Seeing this scene, Su Ming's expression was strange as he twitched his mouth, then suddenly put his hands together. Swish, swish, swish. What the hell? Boss Ye's eyes widened in shock, and he even cursed. Because his body was unexpectedly uncontrollable, as if drawn by a magnet, it rushed toward the little prisoner. What's going on? Isn't Su Shen's ability to catch other people's weapons with 100% skill already quite abnormal? I didn't expect he could also forcibly attract others over? I think it makes sense, since it's 100% barehanded to catch a white blade, then those handguns must appear in Su Shen's palm. No matter which way it is. Look at those 5 guys over there, they probably still don't know what's happening, right? They must be more confused than us. Have you noticed? This game actually has no girls. Without girls, what's the fun in living? The audience in the livestream quickly refreshed their understanding of this skill. They never expected it could draw enemies from hundreds of meters away. Many even speculated that this might also pull themselves over from hundreds of meters away, making it a perfect combination of teleportation and invincibility. Did Era quietly swallowed, staring intently at the 5 people in the distance who moved at an astonishing speed, rushing towards Su Ming? Their speed was so fast that they left after images just to shove the barrel of their guns into his palm. Then, an even weirder scene unfolded. The pistol continuously shot electric nets. Su Ming was surrounded by countless electric lights, his black hair stood up high like a scion. What are you looking at? Why are you just standing there? Blow him up. Holding 5 gun barrels in his hands, Su Ming half squatted on the ground, adding with frustration, I'm invincible, don't be timid. Blow them up hard, bring me the damn Italian cannon. Although Didera didn't fully understand what Su Ming meant, he was genuinely shocked. You must know, the guns in the hands of Group A inherently suppressed the first generation and could easily knock out a first generation with a shock. Yet Su Ming seemed to possess the strength of the lowest level prisoner. How could he withstand being shot in the face by 6 pistols? Italian cannon? What the hell is that? Didera was filled with confusion, but didn't have time to think more. He quickly grabbed a handful of hair and lightning fast stuffed it into Su Ming's hands. Run! Forget the electric gun. The sharp instincts of Big Yi alerted him that something was wrong, and he glanced regretfully at his pistol before quickly loosening his grip and retreating. Explode! Didera certainly wouldn't give them the chance, directly detonating all that hair while retreating. Boom! Another giant mushroom cloud rose, and Su Ming, standing firm at the center of the explosion, still held onto 5 pistols, calmly gazing at the towering flames around him. Looks quite beautiful. Though he said this, Su Ming's grip tightened even more. If he wasn't careful, they would really break. Sigh. Didera squinted his right eye, his expression not at all excited, but rather feeling worse than eating shit. The power produced from turning body parts into bombs was the greatest, so... As the breeze blew, Didera's trembling hand slowly reached toward the back of his head, where it was already bald. Chapter 189 Death Row Island number 25. Are you okay? If you die, it doesn't matter, just don't drag me down with you. Thick smoke drifted across the battlefield. Didera stood with his hands in his pockets, looking somewhat worried. Cough cough. Do you think if I died, could you still stand here and talk? As the smoke cleared, Su Ming frowned and instinctively wiped the dust from his face. Who exactly are you? Big Yi pressed on his bleeding abdomen, his previous calm replaced by a heavy gaze fixed on the boy before him. Something's not right. How can a prisoner be this strong? Not dead yet? Without any nonsense, Su Ming grinned, his eyes glued on Big Yi. You want to kill me? I can't die, at least not now. Noticing Su Ming's intent, Big Yi's pupils suddenly constricted, forcing himself to stay calm. Why can't you? It doesn't matter if they die, the organization can send new people at any time. But if I die, all the prisoners, including the first generation, will be instantly released. Think about what will happen then. Just like that number one, just him alone can. Su Ming. A figure slowly walked from the distance, holding an ugly head in hand. It was Brother Tian. Number one? The moment he saw the head, Boss Ye's expression changed drastically. After staring for a long time, he took a deep breath. Tremblingly took out a cigar from his pocket, gave a self-deprecating smile and said, to put it nicely, our duty is to guard all the prisoners. To put it bluntly, what difference is there between us and the prisoners? Slap. A sudden big slap hit his face hard, picking up the cigar that had fallen on the ground. Su Ming looked at the dazed Boss Ye like he was an idiot. You're still telling me a story. What's wrong? Are you ready to share your feelings, turning hostility into peace? Fool. If you kill me, aren't you afraid that they all slap? Under the somewhat incredulous gaze of Boss Ye, Su Ming mercilessly slapped him again. Thunder tribulation. Ziz. Lightning pierced directly into Boss Ye's chest, countless electric arcs shining, destroying everything inside him from the wound. At the moment Boss Ye completely died. All the black handcuffs instantly lost their suppressive power, countless prisoners' eyes flashed with strange light. Sure enough, Su God knows a key issue, don't give such people a chance to breathe, who knows what bad thoughts they harbor. Indeed, villains always die from talking too much. Wait, is Su God a villain? But could what he said be true? Once he's dead, countless prisoners will be released and then surround Su God? What nonsense is he talking? Even if what he said is true, Dead Prison Island is so big. Do you think all the prisoners can unite to attack Su God? Haha, I am finally out. The paper on the ground. Is this the rule of this instance? Speaking of which, I've been in the instance for a day, I don't know how far the other players have gone. Not just prisoners were released, but also some weaker players who couldn't break through by midnight. So hungry. I need to find something to eat. One player helplessly covered his stomach, carefully walked towards the cell door. Puff. A huge lizard man casually extended its tongue and pulled the player who just stepped out into its mouth, crunching loudly. Beside it lay several broken corpses. If nothing unexpected happens, you have indirectly caused a large number of players to die. What does that have to do with me? Su Ming slowly shook off the ash, looking at Brother Tian's cold expression, a smile gradually appeared in his eyes. Even if I don't kill this Boss Ye, after your promotion to level 5, you would kill him, right? Brother Tian did not deny it, nodding straightforwardly, then slowly stepped forward. Boom. It was this step that made Su Ming and Didera furrow their brows instantly. Are you planning to eliminate me, your rival now? Casually shrugging, Su Ming's gaze became colder, opening his palm, the freshly lit cigarette was quickly soaked by the rain. Though Didera said nothing, his hand reaching into his sleeve seemed to be brewing something. What does this Brother Tian mean? Does he want to kill Su God after his strength breakthrough? Is it not obvious? Before, he couldn't beat Su God and naturally didn't dare be reckless, but now it's different. After all, players in the instance aren't saints, switching any player would probably do the same. The weak getting killed is just their fate. What a thankless wretch. Su God helped him before, but he didn't expect, sigh. Watching the scene before them, countless viewers couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. From Brother Tian's demeanor and actions, it seemed he was determined to kill Su Ming. The once carefree smile has long since vanished, replaced only by indifference and peace. Many people speculate that the expression Tiange shows now is his true state. Watching the two people's actions, Tiange stopped in his tracks and slowly shook his head. Player Chung Tian wants to trade with you, yes/no? Glancing at the suddenly popped-up message box, Su Ming looked at Tiange in surprise, then chose to confirm. Trade successful. Cheng Tian has transferred you 145,362 rule points. What do you mean? Looking at the suddenly increased 140,000 rule points in his account, Su Ming blinked and asked with a smile. These rule points should be all of Tiange's possessions, more or less. There's more, some equipment. Without answering Su Ming's question, Tiange continued to shake his head with a calm expression and opened the trade again. But this time, Su Ming refused. Are you preparing to give me your inheritance? Feeling a bit lost, wanting to end this painful life? I just seek a glimmer of hope. A trace of bitter laughter appeared on Tiange's face, and then he slumped down in the mud, looking up at a certain place. With your ability, you will surely go further than I ever could, and you will see more. So far, I have searched all the materials and haven't found a way to resurrect players. What do you mean? Are you saying about Shaoli? Vaguely sensing something was wrong, Su Ming whispered a question. Chapter 190 Death Row Island number 26, Final Chapter. Slowly closing his eyes, a hint of self-mockery appeared on Tianji's face. I always thought we were true brothers. Taking care of him was not to take advantage of his ability. But why, when I am already prepared for death, do I unconsciously move toward his direction? Enough! Su Ming waved his hand impatiently, interrupting Tianji's words. What happened between you has nothing to do with me. Do you mean you want me to find a way to resurrect players in the future so that you can revive Shaoli? If you think that's not enough. Tiangu nodded, rubbed his reddened eyes, and his tone sounded a bit tired. I understand, let's prepare for battle. More people are coming. Gazing into the distance, Su Ming slightly nodded, and his weapon Lei Ci slowly came out of its sheath. Swish! Then his body vanished into thin air, silently appearing behind a figure covered in mud, with Lei Ci lunging like lightning towards him. Damn! B-boss! A somewhat familiar voice made Su Ming pause slightly. With no time to stop, Lei Ci could only slightly change direction, cutting off a strand of muddy hair. Who are you? I'm Li Yi, boss, from that apartment dungeon earlier. Seeing Su Ming in front of him, Li Yi hurriedly wiped the mud off his face, revealing a joyful expression. Come. Boss, you don't have to say much, I understand. What's your price? Looking at Li Yi, who was so straightforward, Su Ming finally had some impression. Wasn't this guy the one who choked on his own vomit back at apartment 103? Just 10,000. It had been a long time since he collected protection fees like this. Su Ming felt a bit troubled, regretting the moment he spoke. He really had no clue about the market price for B-level dungeons. After all, when they robbed, they usually drained everyone dry to maximize profits. Okay, deal. Hearing this number, Li Yi's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he opened the trade and transferred the 10,000 rule points. Alright, it really looks like he is going to lose out. Now the average players are not as poor as he imagined. Well, boss, I am all set, and next. Looking with some fear at Tiangu not far away, Li Yi instinctively moved to hide behind Su Ming. After all, this could be considered a split the bill, and although Shaoli released the contract himself, what if Tiangu blames it on him? I won't eat people. As the rain gradually lightened, Brother Tian calmly lit a cigarette, glanced at Li Yi, and softly spoke. Don't worry, since I've taken your protection fee, I will do my best to ensure your safety. The first generation has all been released, this instance is over. Countdown to escape, 60.59.58. Big boss, can I get my protection fee back? Smack. Do you know what it means when money leaves the cabinet, no responsibility? Su Ming squinted his eyes, and when he raised his palm again, a layer of steel wool had unknowingly appeared on it. Just kidding, big boss, I can still show you respect. I'd be happy just to have the chance. With a smile that looked worse than crying, Li slowly pulled Su Ming's hand down and forced a smile to comfort him. But inside, tears had already flowed like a river. Su Ming, Brother Tian slowly raised his head, the air around him already filled with smoke, opening his mouth but not knowing what else to say. I'll try my best, if there is such a possibility. Gently patting his shoulder, Su Ming's body gradually became illusory. Creaster's Fate Dice Skill Determination in progress. Determination successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill, 100% empty hand catching sharp blade. Congratulations player Su Ming on successfully clearing B-level instance, Death Row Island. Clearance score SSS. Rewards, some rule points, max knife skill enhancement. Obtain title, Knife Technique Master. Knife Technique Master increases the power of knife-related moves by 200%. Any knife technique can be automatically learned to the highest realm without comprehension. Title evaluation, my big knife is already eager and ready. Player space. Su Ming looked at the title in front of him with some surprise, his eyes shifting slightly. It seemed that in this instance he hadn't used Lei Ci that much, so why were the title and rewards related to knives? Could it be that I accidentally broke through my knife skill realm while in a berserk state? Thinking and thinking, there was only this possibility. Brother Tian had also vaguely mentioned that he seemed to be constantly slicing him with knife energy. Where is this? A voice from behind made Su Ming startled, then he turned around in disbelief, staring at the bewildered Didala. Congratulations player Su Ming on successfully obtaining SSS rating, Death Row Island integrated into the Strange Tale world, the instance will be permanently closed. Damn, if I remember correctly, Death Row Island is a B-level instance, right? How can this earn SSS rating? B-level and above instances are incredibly challenging to clear. What is this Su Ming? Why can he almost always obtain the highest score in each instance? I don't know, maybe he's cheating at the game. The World Channel unexpectedly exploded again as countless players expressed their amazement. D-Dala? Looking at the figure standing in the player space, Su Ming was genuinely a bit confused. He understood that the effect of the contract role could indeed sign a contract with a strange being to help him. But it seemed only effective within the instance. It didn't have the ability to bring the strange being out of the instance, did it? Could it be because Death Row Island is integrated into the Strange Tale world? Feeling that his connection with Daedala was still strong, Su Ming slightly frowned, attributing it only to the merging of the instance with the big world. Mr. Su, may I ask where this is? Daedala was curiously sitting on the sofa, fiddling with some snacks on the coffee table. Creak. Casually tearing open a bag of chips, he dumped them into his mouth and chewed. Daedala slightly closed his eyes, filled with enjoyment. Welcome to my residence. This is the northern part of the square, my proud little first generation. Su Ming murmured softly, his squinted eyes becoming increasingly bright, and his smile gradually blooming. This was the ideal bodyguard, and one that didn't require a salary. Hey! What is it, Mr. Su? On the other end of the phone, Wang Chang sounded somewhat confused. You've been fired. You heard right, from now on, you're in charge of my logistics work. Smack. Putting down the phone, Su Ming's frown gradually relaxed, and his gaze toward Daedala became increasingly gentle. Let's go, I'll take you for a walk. Patting Daedala's shoulder, Su Ming pushed open the door and walked out. A walk? Where is that? A hint of confusion appeared in Daedala's eyes, his brows slightly furrowed, and then he reluctantly stood up. Mr. Su, this is. Wang Chang stood in front of the Wuling Hongguang, his expression somewhat gloomy as he asked. There was no doubt, this was the guy who would take over his bodyguard job. Although he seemed a bit reckless, the hint of strength he exuded still made Wang Chang secretly alarmed. Let's go, to the nightclub. Glancing at Daedala, Su Ming raised his eyebrow and slowly opened the back door. What kind of machine is this? It doesn't feel very practical. Where are we going? The nightclub? A series of questions flooded Daedala's mind, and looking at the two of them getting into this metal box, he couldn't help but shake his head. Clang. What the hell are you doing? As soon as Wang Chang sat in the passenger seat, feeling gloomy, his body suddenly stumbled, nearly falling under the seat. Su, boss, which direction is the nightclub? Under the Wuling Hongguang, Daedala helplessly held up the car with one hand, looking around at the environment, momentarily unable to find the direction. Su Ming, Wang Chang. For a moment, both people in the car fell into silence. Su Ming stiffened his body, gripping the seatbelt tightly to prevent himself from sliding down. Put it down, quickly put it down. I meant for you to drive, not to lift the car. Clang. Again, a loud bang as the Wuling Hongguang crashed heavily down, and Wang Chang, who had just managed to climb up, fell again. Cough cough. Su, Mr. Su, this car seems to be broken? After calming down for a while, Wang Chang, pale-faced, shakily climbed into the passenger seat, his face turning darker and darker. Why didn't you say earlier? Is this key supposed to go here? Daedala smiled awkwardly, then fumbled around to start the car. Boom. Finally, the engine roared to life, and with a push on the gas, the Wuling Hongguang slowly began to move. It seems there's not much problem now. Before Wang Chang could let out a sigh of relief, a glance at Daedala, who was seriously turning the steering wheel, rendered him momentarily dumbfounded. Hey brother, look, this machine is not sturdy at all, this disc just falls off when you touch it? But to be fair, the design is quite unique. Playing with the steering wheel in his hands, Daedala's eyes instantly revealed curiosity, watching with great interest. Steering wheel? Looking at what Daedala held, even the calmest Su Ming felt a bit confused at this moment. Meanwhile, the car's speed was increasing rapidly. In just a few seconds, it had reached 70 or 80 miles per hour and continued to soar. Crack. And what's this iron piece? Why is it placed at the bottom? Sitting up straight again, Daedala held the brake pad with one hand and the steering wheel with the other, curiously scanning around like a curious kid. What the hell? Seatbelt. Quickly buckle your seatbelt. At this moment, Wang Chang's face turned green, looking at the speeding car with a look of deep despair. And not far away, a thick tree with a diameter of several meters was swaying its branches as if waving at them. Bang! The speeding car crashed violently into the tree trunk, and in an instant, the front of the car crumpled, with gasoline leaking outside, enveloping the entire vehicle in thick smoke. Well, now I have a reason not to pay Daedala. Su Ming quietly stood aside, smiling as he watched the wrecked car, softly murmuring. Just 1 second before the crash, he decisively unbuckled his seatbelt and used a teleportation to vanish onto the side road, narrowly escaping. Cough cough. Su, Mr. Su. The Wuling Hongguang was slightly lifted, and two figures, covered in black, slowly crawled out from the ground. Wang Chang, you keep being the driver, the salary remains the same. Once again, using the rules point to exchange for a Santana. Su Ming looked at Wang Chang, whose face was filled with grievance, and couldn't help but shake his head. I didn't K. Gulu by Ubu. Carry the wolf, carry the wolf, carry the wolf, carry. Hey! Let's shake it together. The loud music echoed, and countless men and women twisted their bodies and danced freely. At the edge of the dance floor, a young girl seemed to be attracted by something. After a brief daze, she picked up a glass of wine and smilingly walked towards a man. Handsome guy, would you like a drink? The girl stopped, seriously gazing at the melancholy man before her, her beautiful eyes filling with fluttering affection. The man's table was already stacked with empty bottles, one drink after another going down, as if he had no interest in anything else. With a faint glance at the girl, he casually took the glass and drank it, then picked up a bottle to pour more. Handsome guy, can I pour for you? My name is Xiaoxin, what do you call yourself? Seeing that the man did not reject her, the girl was overjoyed, lifted her glass, and started to pour wine. Bending slightly, she seemed to inadvertently reveal a glimpse of her charming figure. Tiangu. Tiangu shook his head. At this moment, his face was red, exuding a strong smell of alcohol, looking somewhat drunk. He hugged the girl named Xiaoxin tightly and leisurely continued to raise his glass. Oh, you are so bad. Xiaoxin's cheeks immediately turned a shade of red, her body appeared to shy away but actually pressed closer. Tiangu, your chest muscles are so big, and there's this manly scent. As she spoke, her dreamy eyes lifted to cradle Tianji's face, her lips slightly parted, her tongue unconsciously licking the corner of her mouth. Ha! Crack! A faint cracking sound echoed, and Tianji's hazy eyes suddenly turned cold. What were once gentle hands caressing the girl's neck turned black, as he slightly tightened his fingers, her entire neck instantaneously dislocated. And her body went limp and fell in an instant. Buzz. The girl, who seemed like any other person, underwent a subtle change, her fragile skin becoming waxy yellow, her whole body quietly transforming into a muddy figure. If you use such disgusting tricks again, I won't mind twisting your head off. Tiangu seemed not surprised by the scene before him, and continued to take up the empty wineglass, pouring more for himself. Oh, why isn't your little follower beside you this time? Let me think, he can't be dead, right? The formerly empty ground gradually revealed a dark shadow. As the darkness deepened, a crisp and melodious voice emerged. Mud began to materialize from thin air, quickly piling up and reshaping, ultimately forming a human figure again. You are looking for death. As her words fell, Tianji's hand poured wine paused in midair, his entire face visibly darkened. Chapter 192, don't worry, it's a May thing. I came this time to seek your cooperation. After a brief silence, the woman changed her usual attitude, putting away her carefree demeanor and spoke solemnly. At the same time, a drop of cold sweat slowly dripped from her forehead. You have reached the 5th level? Feeling a faint sense of pressure, the woman took a deep breath, then thought for a moment and continued to speak. Perhaps I no longer have the qualifications to cooperate with you, so can I please ask you for a favor? After saying this, seeing Tiangu unmoved, the woman furrowed her brows tightly, biting her teeth added. No matter what the request is, I can agree to you, including myself. Only then did Tiangu put down his wineglass, slowly raising his head to look at this old friend before him. What I want is... Just as he was about to say something, Tiangu suddenly focused his eyes, then looked unexpectedly towards the other side of the stage. What's wrong? The woman was also drawn to the attention, raising her head in confusion to ask. Miss, beautiful and kind like an angel, may I ask you to dance with me? Wow, your eyes are so cool. Are they modified? Take my hand, kiss my lips, yes. Just like that, don't think about anything. Su Ming calmly opened a bottle of beer, numbly staring at the figure of Didera in front of him. Even Wang Chang beside him was amazed, his eyes glued to every move he made. How many is this now? Watching the two figures swaying wildly on the dance floor, Su Ming couldn't help but ask, twitching the corner of his mouth. Mr. Su, this is the 3rd one. The first was a young married woman, they went to the bathroom for 10 minutes. The second was a mature woman, but she was really wild, actually on the couch. That's enough, why do you remember so clearly? Giving Wang Chang a glare, Su Ming bluntly criticized, look at others, now look at you. Although he is useless at everything else, but he's good at picking up girls. Mr. Su, I'm just learning. If I had his skills, wouldn't I be worried about finding a wife? Wang Chang stared at Didera intently, his gaze shifting from disdain to admiration and infatuation. It had only been half an hour since they arrived at the bar. No need to try hard. I'll tell you a simple and understandable method, guaranteed effective. Patting Wang Chang's shoulder, Su Ming cracked a strange smile, then waved to a waiter not far away. What can I help you with, sir? Go find me 5 young and pretty ones. 20,000 each, tell them to take good care of my friend. Smack. A stack of cash slapped onto the table, exactly 100,000. Don't worry, boss, I'll get you some college girls, guaranteed young and pretty. At the sight of the cash, the waiter's eyes instantly widened. He hurriedly pocketed the money, patted his chest, then quickly ran down a corridor. What's the matter, Brother Wang? I'm still drinking with guests. If they're not happy later? Yeah, why did you suddenly call us over? In a moment, 5 pure and cute girls stood in the corridor, looking at Brother Wang with confusion. Ahem, a guest needs you to drink with him, and he's very generous. 5,000 each. Be more proactive, how you're proactive is up to you. The guest said those who perform the best will get an extra 20,000. Hiss. As soon as Brother Wang finished speaking, the 5 girls looked at each other, their breathing becoming a bit rapid. Just 5,000 was almost a month's salary for them, and if there's an extra 20,000. Brother Wang, where is he? A chorus of voices erupted, causing a blooming smile on Brother Wang's face. As expected, it's me. Including the performance bonus, he could get a big share. Plus setting an extra bonus could motivate them, it was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Watching the girls surrounding the two, each eager to attach themselves, a genuine smile appeared in Brother Wang's eyes. You did well, go take a break. At that moment, a strange voice came from behind, making Brother Wang pause slightly. It was a young-looking man, with slightly curled red hair that caught attention, strange symbols seemingly printed on his forehead, making him appear instantly likable. Seeing the unfamiliar man in front of him, Brother Wang stopped playing with the cash, quickly stuffed it into his chest, and then impatiently asked, "Who the hell are you? Go away if you have nothing to do." Puff. The next movement of the other person made Brother Wang's eyes bulge wide open, his pupils nearly shrinking into a line. You. Struggling to look down, he saw the strange-shaped dagger piercing into his chest, and Brother Wang's vision darkened. His limp body was supported by the red-haired youth, whose lips curled into a weird smile. Su Ming? Su Ming. His gaze turned to the two sitting and drinking by the dance floor, the youth's eyes slightly narrowed, his tone filled with meaning. Su, Mr. Su, what is this? Looking at the 5 pure girls surrounding him, Wang Chang rarely showed a hint of embarrassment. Even when facing various tortures before, he had remained unmoved, but now his old face was flushed. There was no other reason. These several girls were more proactive than each other, their tones and actions filled with ambiguous teasing. In the face of such a situation, Wang Chang could naturally only hold out for a short while before conceding defeat. Do you like it? If you don't, should I shout a few more for you? With a smile and a shake of his head, Su Ming leisurely raised a glass of wine and drank it all down. As if recalling something, he quietly leaned close to Wang Chang's ear and kindly reminded, "You can touch, you can hug, you can kiss, but it's best not to. But it's okay, just one taste." Su Ming? A surprised voice came from behind, and Su Ming raised his eyebrows. Brother Tian? You also came to the Rose Bar to have fun? Shall we go have a drink together? Brother Tian seemed a bit surprised, then a smile appeared on his face as he pointed to his seat. Sure. With a slight nod, Su Ming immediately stood up. You have fun, remember my reminder. Watching Wang Chang, who was immersed in tenderness and enjoying himself, Su Ming helplessly shook his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Chapter 193 Invitation to Fengdu City. What's wrong? Are you starting to drown your sorrows in alcohol now? With a slight flicker in his eyes, Su Ming looked at Brother Tian, who was filled with the scent of alcohol, and couldn't help but tease him. Come, fill it up. With a somewhat helpless shake of his head, Brother Tian pulled out a chair, then picked up another bottle of wine, wanting to pour for Su Ming. No rush. Who is this? Looking at the short-haired girl beside him, Su Ming sat down calmly, somewhat puzzled as he asked. Although the girl was young, her figure was still somewhat developed. Her bright, intelligent eyes added a touch of liveliness to her appearance. Moreover, the aura she emanated was not weak, it seemed she was close to reaching the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Is this your friend? Not answering immediately, the girl took a gentle sip of her drink, her gaze shifted back to Brother Tian. After all, Su Ming seemed to barely be at the 3rd tier, which was not remarkable to her. What she needed to do now was to think of a way to get Brother Tian's help. MHM. Brother Tian nodded slightly, seemingly not caring about the girl, just focusing on drinking. How about you think it over again? I heard there might be a way to revive players in Fengdu City, but I don't know if it's true. If it's true. Brother Tian froze on the spot, his murky gaze instantly becoming clear. Are you sure? Not only did Brother Tian react greatly, but even Su Ming, hearing this name, slightly frowned. Fengdu City? Murmuring softly, Su Ming's expression gradually became serious. It was told to me by the heavenly machine. The girl smiled slightly, then bent down to link her arm with Brother Tian's, pleading desperately, and I can personally give you a mid-level awakening weapon, how about that? I don't care about anything else, is there really a way to revive players in Fengdu City? That makes sense, it is known as the Land of Death, and there's that legendary Emperor of Fengdu, perhaps there really is a way. As his words fell, Brother Tian suddenly stood up, staring directly into the girl's eyes. If you're lying to me, I will kill you myself. Pausing, he gently caressed the girl's cheek, his tone becoming lower and lower, the terrifying pressure of a fifth-tier awakener enveloping the area around her, no matter where you run to. Don't worry, I swear this is what the heavenly machine personally told me. And I need that thing to heal my sister's soul injury. Isn't this a win-win choice for us? Under the terrifying pressure, the girl slightly trembled, struggling to explain, then I will trust you once. After a 2-second silence, Brother Tian gently patted the girl's shoulder, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a smile. Just as he was about to pick up the wine cup, as if remembering something, his brows furrowed slightly. Right, I need 4 people to team up to enter Fengdu City, and now there are only 2 of us? Now with you, there are 3 of us. The girl shook her head with a strange expression, looking at Tiangu, who seemed slightly impatient, and hurriedly explained, this time, Tianji also needs to find something, so we are going together with him. Tianji? Nodding slightly in a daze, the smile on Tianji's face became even brighter. That's perfect. If you trick me then, I will beat you all to death. Although Tiangu smiled brightly, the chill in his tone gradually made the girl's cheeks turn pale. No, I won't trick you, Tiangu, I really won't. Alright, so who is the last person? After drinking a cup of wine, Tianji's tone finally softened a bit, then he looked at Su Ming with some interest. How about you? I can't go, besides I don't really want to go right now. Shaking his head slowly, Su Ming calmly refused. What he said was the truth, although he would face Fengdu City one day, going now to seek death was not very wise. From Su Ming's rough understanding, Fengdu City had 10 Yama Kings and 1 Fengdu Emperor. That projection of the Wheel King was at least of level 7 or 8, let alone their true forms and the Fengdu Emperor above them. Isn't he just level 3? Looking at Tiangu gazing at Su Ming, the girl, who had originally been smiling broadly, slightly furrowed her brows and hesitated to continue. I'm not trying to be rude, but mainly level 3 strength. As she said this, the girl's eyes filled with worry. Being one of the top 10 A-level dungeons, the difficulty of Fengdu City was more than a level higher than B-level dungeons. Even she, a player on the verge of peak level 4, needed to find help to team up, and was extremely cautious, fearing that one careless mistake could leave her forever trapped in the dungeon. But why did Tiangu think this level 3 boy had the ability to team up with them? Was his brain not working right after breaking through to level 5? His name is Su Ming. Tiangu didn't explain much, just calmly stated the name. Su Ming? Isn't he the one who always gets SSS ratings, the hottest rookie king? In an instant, the girl's expression changed repeatedly, and then a flash of eagerness suddenly appeared in her eyes. Su Ming's reputation spread from novice players to top players. Who the hell didn't know this guy was a dungeon bug, and had already advanced to level 3 in just a few months? If he were given some more time. Thinking of this, the girl decisively moved closer to Su Ming, her eyes hot as she licked her lips. Good brother, could you just help us? I can guarantee that as long as we clear the dungeon, your strength will easily reach level 4. I said. I don't want to go. Rubbing his forehead in frustration, Su Ming still shook his head. Fengdu City has the hope of reviving Shaoli, could you help me? Noticing Su Ming's attitude, Tiangu rubbed his reddened eyes and asked seriously. If there's hope for someone to create a miracle, then I think it can only be you. Suddenly rolling his eyes, Su Ming picked up his wine cup and resolutely turned to leave. I'll give you the intermediate awakening weapon that Xiao Xin has, and it's just a knife, perfect for you. Su Ming paused for a moment, then continued on. But this time, the pace of leaving was obviously much slower. Cough. Seeing Tiangu continually signaling to her, Xiao Xin quickly caught on, her face showing a bit of indecision, but she ultimately made up her mind to speak. The most valuable thing in my bag is only a pet evolution fruit. You can sell it for about 200,000 rule points. And its production channel is scarce, making it a rare item. A fruit with a strange shape, emitting a faint fragrance, appeared in her hand. Oh. Su Ming stopped his steps, decisively turning around after a thought of less than a tenth of a second. In that case, I'll bet my life on this. If I die in Fengdu City, then I deserve it. Silently accepting the pet evolution fruit, Su Ming spoke without a blush or a flutter in his heart. Chapter 194, What is Special Service? Ding. You have a new friend request. Player QXIN has sent you a team request, do you accept? Team mode, Fengdu City. Starting matchmaking. For /1000. 12/1000 inch. Got it. Seemingly afraid that Su Ming would change his mind, QXIN clicked on matchmaking like lightning and then finally relaxed. The team mode is different from the previous matching. Once the captain confirms the match, the team members cannot cancel it until the match succeeds. That's why QXIN was at ease handing the evolution fruit to Su Ming first. This is But at this moment, Su Ming's attention was not on Xin. Instead, he looked at another person in the matching team, his pupils suddenly constricting. Team member, Captain Xin, member Chung Tian, Su Ming. Lin Yalan. Lin Yalan? Looking at this name, then glancing at his friend interface, that guy indeed changed from being online to starting matching. What's wrong, Su Ming? Tianji will arrive soon. Noticing the change in Su Ming's expression, Xin thought he was a bit impatient and softly comforted him. Tianji is called Lin Yalan? You're not mistaken, right? Seemingly unable to believe his eyes, Su Ming frowned slightly and confirmed again. That's right, Tianji is indeed called Lin Yalan. By the way, he's also a bit of a celebrity, although his strength is similar to ours, his fame is already quite large. Back then, even before I awakened, his name Tianji was already circulating among the top players. Then I want to ask, when did you awaken? As Xin explained, Su Ming's expression grew stranger. What's wrong, Su Ming? Is there a problem with this Tianji? Listening to their conversation, even Brother Tian, who had been drinking, was intrigued and put down his wine glass to ask. I have awakened for quite a while, probably almost a year now? Tilting her head and thinking carefully, Xin answered somewhat uncertainly. I see. Nodding slightly, Su Ming pulled out the cork from a bottle of red wine, and as the red liquid slowly flowed into the cup, his gaze became increasingly serious. Since Tianji had already become famous over a year ago, then who was Lin Yalan that he encountered on the sentry train and in the awakening battle? If he really is Tianji, how did he disguise his power and enter the low-level dungeon with him? It needs to be known that under normal circumstances, each player can no longer enter a dungeon of a lower level once they reach a higher dungeon level. Interesting. With his eyes slightly squinted, Su Ming leaned against the sofa, murmuring with a serious expression. Thinking back now, there were indeed too many coincidences between them. The music was still deafening, and men and women in the dance floor swayed freely. Brother Tian continued to drink, while Xin sat beside him, playing with some small gadgets. Only Su Ming sat quietly on the sofa, seemingly feeling somewhat out of place with everything around him. Creak. The heavy door of the dance hall was slowly pushed open, and a short-haired boy adjusted his glasses, walking in leisurely. And at the moment he pushed the door, Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes wide. Swish. His body disappeared into thin air, and the next second, a cold blade was pressed against Yalan's neck. What? Is this how old friends greet each other? Lin Yalan appeared exceptionally calm, turning his head to look at the indifferent Su Ming behind him, smiling slightly. What are you doing? Su Ming? The sudden change caught Brother Tian and Xin's attention, and they quickly reacted. Rushing toward this side, tension unexpectedly appeared on his face. Xin pushed her forehead, beads of sweat emerging. Could it be that they are enemies? Glancing at each other, both of them showed shock and a hint of worry in their eyes. This is ridiculous. Don't even think about expecting everyone to cooperate? It would be good enough if they don't attack each other. I need an explanation. Su Ming stared fixedly at Lin Yalan, his tone unusually stiff. At the same time, behind him, a shadow slowly emerged, with an identical Su Ming standing there, arms crossed, smiling. Even a pink little fox crawled out on his shoulder, opening its mouth wide at Lin Yalan in front, showing its cute little teeth. Put the knife down, let's talk calmly. Gently gripping the edge of the lacy knife, Lin Yalan smiled calmly, then walked straight to an empty sofa. Sit. With some helplessness, Lin Yalan spread his hands, sat down on his own, and curiously admired the DJ girl on stage. Brother, I lost, so as punishment, let me kiss you, hee hee. I lost too, how about you touch me? 5 girls surrounded Wang Chang, leaving the honest man in a bit of confusion. After blushing and punishing him, he gradually mastered the skill and slowly reached out his hand, discreetly wrapping it around one girl's waist. Oh dear, brother, you are so bad. The girl teased, her tone seemingly a bit resentful, but her body leaned closer to Wang Chang. She even kindly placed his hand where it should be. Ahem. Now, let's drink. This ambiguous action made Wang Chang's face turn red again. He awkwardly coughed a couple of times, then raised the cup on the table and drank it all in one go. Delicious. Is this the joy between men? Gently closing his eyes, Wang Chang seemed to be rejuvenated, that passionate heart was becoming restless. Mr. Su said we can only hug and kiss, but can I choose one to be my wife? After all, they all look so pure and lovely, clearly good girls. Thinking of this, the corner of Wang Chang's mouth lifted higher, and for a moment he even thought of a name for the child. Let's call it Wang Xiaoqiang. So, next we will play. Just as he was midway through speaking, the originally deafening music suddenly stopped, and the girls' laughter disappeared. This made Wang Chang, who sensed something was wrong, suddenly open his eyes wide. Hello, may I ask if you need special service? Mr. Su Ming. Raising his head slightly, Wang Chang looked at the waiter in a tuxedo standing in front of him, blinking in confusion. First, I am not Su Ming, and second, what is special service? Chapter 195, Unexpected. Looking at Wang Chang's bewildered expression, the waiter's smile grew more sinister as he slowly leaned closer to him. Special service naturally refers to whipped. A sharp dagger stabbed in, causing Wang Chang's face to go pale in an instant. Blood flowed continuously from his abdomen, accompanied by a powerful pressure that immobilized him. Su Ming. Who told you to be so clueless? Can't you keep a low profile? As the dagger struck home, Wang Yi returned to his original form, watching the person in front of him with a playful gaze. As long as someone is pierced by his dragon scale dagger, they will bleed until they die. It truly is a sinister and deadly assassination tool. Cough, cough. I told you, I am not Su Ming, I am Wang Chang. I am his bodyguard. Looking at the extremely arrogant man in front of him, Wang Chang coughed loudly, managing to speak with difficulty. At the same time, a sea of resentment surged in his heart. Although his duty was to protect Mr. Su, it wasn't supposed to be like this. Is this person suffering from some serious illness? Still hoping to be tough, hoping I will let you go? Gently patting Wang Chang's cheek, Wang Yi smiled even more, lightly laughing and shaking her head. You say you are Su Ming's bodyguard, but why are 5 girls surrounding you while the guy with you is all alone drinking off to the side? Wang Yi's soul-searching question left Wang Chang momentarily speechless. It seemed she had a point. How could the boss be drinking alone while his underling enjoyed life surrounded by girls? Ahem, since you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? Blood continuously flowed from his abdomen, making Wang Chang's face grow even paler, but he still managed a faint smile. Oh? You're dying, what do you want to bet with me? Wang Yi smiled nonchalantly, crossing her arms, quietly watching the dragon scale dagger lodged in Wang Chang's abdomen, bleeding him dry. Ahem. Wang Chang opened his mouth, showing no fear in his eyes. Let's bet. Before I die, Mr. Su will come to save me. On the other side of the stage, Su Ming stared at 3 identical Lin Yilans, slowly falling into thought. So, to put it another way, did you find Lin Yilan, or Lin Yilan? Or Lin Yinan? The 3 figures stood side by side before Su Ming, asking with great interest. Is this your awakening skill? After staring at the 3 figures for a while, Su Ming finally asked with a serious expression. Though the 3 Tianji looked identical, their auras differed greatly. The figure on the left emitted a strong oppressive aura, appearing to have already reached level 5. The middle one had an aura slightly weaker than Su Ming, probably at level 1 or 2. As for the figure on the right, even when Su Ming activated his title skill, Breaker of Delusions, he could not see through it. Actually, no matter who you recognize, every one of them is me. With a slight smile, the left and right figures vanished, and Lin Yilan slowly extended her right hand. Let's get to know each other again. I am Tianji, also known as Lin Yilan. If I remember correctly, the last time Huang Quan restaurant was besieged, it was you who deliberately leaked the news, right? Su Ming still stood coldly in place, stroking the hilt of his thunderblade, ignoring Lin Yilan's movement. Yes, on one hand, I wanted to eliminate the Tianxiong Guild, and on the other hand, I was helping you connect with that giant spider. So, you should thank me. Lin Yilan smiled and kept her right hand raised in the air, appearing exceptionally humble and kind. Connect? Su Ming's pupils suddenly constricted, his gaze becoming deeper, but he helplessly shook his head and reached out to shake hands with Lin Yilan. Even he wasn't clear about the situation with the giant spider being his adoptive father's matter, and this guy. Oh right, if you keep chatting with me, your little brother will end up getting a box lunch. Pointing in a direction, Lin Yilan reminded with a half-smile. You don't need to worry about that. However, Su Ming remained calm as always, sitting on the sofa and taking a sip from his wineglass. Boom! A huge explosion erupted, causing the music to abruptly stop, and thick black smoke filled the ballroom. Cough cough. What's going on? Kuxian wrinkled her delicate nose, fanning her hands to try to disperse the surrounding black smoke. Ah! Run! There's been a huge explosion. It's clearly an earthquake. Hurry up and run out through the emergency exit. In an instant, the bar was in chaos, with guests panicking and fleeing in all directions, except for Su Ming and a few others who sat quietly in place. Art is an explosion. Bang! With Dida LA's maniacal laughter, another explosion suddenly sounded from the side of the stage. Crack! The space at the stage, which had nothing, suddenly shattered like a mirror, revealing 2 figures inside. Cough cough. I can't believe it. Which idiot randomly threw a bomb? Is there truly no sense of decency? In the center of the explosion, one dark figure coughed violently while angrily looking around. It was Wang Yi who came to assassinate Su Ming. Quality? What is that thing? Dala looked strangely at the young man in front of him, then directed his gaze at Wang Chang, who was blasted to the ground, and his face suddenly darkened. Just before arriving at the bar, he had successfully recruited Wang Chang as a little brother. Now, in an instant, his little brother was beaten to this state? One must look at the owner when hitting a dog. Look at my dandruff bomb. Die, you bastard. Filled with rage, Dala suddenly appeared beside Wang He and soon began to scratch his hair at a terrifying speed. In an instant, countless flakes of dandruff covered Wang He. Even a battle-hardened Wang He was momentarily caught off guard, but his terrifying instinct made his body retreat at high speed. At the same time, he suddenly tore open his shirt, ready to throw it off. Sorry, your movements were too slow. Dala stood calmly in place, watching Wang He while slowly raising his right hand. Snap. Boom, rumble. In an instant, countless explosion sounds echoed in the dance hall, and bright lights continuously flashed on Wang He's body, with densely packed dandruff bombs exploding on him. Dandruff also belonged to Dala's body part, so the power of this bomb was much more intense than those transformed from touched objects. And Wang He, as expected, was instantly blown into a bloody mess, but it seemed he did not die completely. The bloody fragments weirdly burrowed into the ground, vanishing without a trace. Oh? He didn't die? Instead, Dala seemed a bit upset, pulling a few strands of hair to turn into hair bombs to blast through the floor. Chapter 196, Ice Soul. Forget it, there's no need to chase. At this time, Su Ming's figure gradually approached, looking at the ground where Wang He disappeared with a slightly furrowed brow. What's going on? Clearly just a second-tier awakened one, he came to kill Wang Chang? And this escape ability is a bit freaky. In an instant, I couldn't sense his aura anymore. Muttering softly, a faint hint of doubt appeared in Su Ming's eyes. To kill a Wang Chang, nearly causing a second-tier awakened one to lose his life, isn't that a bit crazy? As for the possibility that this guy came to kill him, Su Ming didn't think of that at all, mainly because this guy was too weak, likely just a small pawn against him. Put. Casually pulling out the dagger lodged in Wang Chang's abdomen, Su Ming tossed it aside. As long as this player weapon wasn't specially traded away by its owner, it was no different from scrap metal in the hands of other players. Cough, cough. Mr. Su, thank you. As the dagger was removed, Wang Chang was finally able to move his body and struggled to raise his head in gratitude. Clearly, I saved you. It has a lot to do with Big Brother Su. As if sensing something was off, Dala changed his tone mid-sentence, smiling broadly. This time counts as a work injury. Only then did Su Ming shift his gaze away from Dala, slowly crouching down to take out some healing bandages to wrap around Wang Chang. Then, boss, this time. You can move around freely for a day, just don't cause trouble for me. If you need money, tell me. Rolling his eyes, Su Ming spoke somewhat helplessly. Alright, boss. Well, I'll take my leave. Just as Su Ming's voice fell, Dala's figure had already disappeared from the stage, leaving only his voice lingering. Su Ming looked helplessly at the ruins before him, his brow slightly furrowing. Hey! Did you blow up my bar? Sure enough. Su Ming looked towards the sound and saw a girl with a butterfly tattoo on her chest walking slowly out of a narrow passage. I'm talking to you. I saw it. That guy using bombs just now is your subordinate, right? I'm telling you, not just the cost of renovating the bar, but also the lost work cost, my mental distress compensation, and... All right. Su Ming interrupted the girl's words with some impatience, then frowned and thought for a moment before decisively pulling out his phone. Bye meow? Last time you said you wanted to start some new business, right? Come over. What for? Calling someone, huh? I'm not afraid. Watching Su Ming's actions, the girl's eyes narrowed slightly, faintly flashing with fierce light. Boom. A terrifying aura spread out. She actually had the strength of a beautiful level 5 awakener. Even the recently promoted Tiangu seemed to be slightly weaker in breath. Since you are not afraid, then just wait a bit. A faint smile curled at the corner of Su Ming's mouth as he slowly turned and walked toward Tianji's table, picking up another bottle of wine. Ha! I want to see what happens if you don't pay. I assure you, you won't walk out of the Rose Bar today. The tattoo on the girl's chest flickered with a faint glow as it rose and fell, looking somewhat dazzling. The terrifying energy seemed almost uncontrollable, subtly leaking a hint of pressure. If you really can't afford it, just wait to work for me for a lifetime. Dare to try to run out of the bar, and I'll break your legs. Staring intently at Su Ming, the girl stood quietly in place, a smug smile appearing on her face. Your bar is too small, I really can't offer more than 1 billion. This location is good, don't just look at the scale. 1.5 billion? I'll add 200 million for you. If 1.2 billion is still not enough, then I'm sorry. Deal. Snap. The contract suddenly slapped on the table. Su Ming stood teasingly in place, watching the girl bargain. Do you still want to break my legs now? I'm sorry, I spoke too loudly, it was my mistake. Mr. Su. Bowing seriously, the girl's tone was exceptionally sincere. At the same time, she felt a bit shocked inside. This seemingly unimpressive human actually had so much money, effortlessly able to take out over 10 billion to buy her bar. If you feel uncomfortable, you can leave now. Carefully reviewing the acquisition contract, Su Ming spoke without raising his head, seemingly not taking the girl in front of him to heart. Even if her strength was equivalent to a level 5 awakener. Mr. Su. If I leave here, I have nowhere to go. Then keep working. Do well, and I'll let you take over some stores on the Huangquan Hotel Commercial Street. That's better than playing small here. Su Ming still kept his head down, his tone exceptionally calm, but the smile at the corner of his mouth could no longer be contained. However, what he said was also the truth. The Huangquan restaurant had already acquired all the shops on an entire street, and a chain of stores had formed around it. Because of this, most of the earned rule points and cash were used to grow stronger, with only a small portion kept as working capital. Don't worry, Mr. Su, I will definitely work twice as hard. Hearing this promise, the girl raised her head with some surprise, her face full of seriousness and longing. Then let's leave it at that. Su Ming waved his hand, then walked out of the bar without looking back. Bai Miao, you've worked hard during this time. If you feel tired, you can take a proper rest. Don't worry, I know. Carefully planning the renovation drawings, Bai Miao slightly raised her head, gazing at Su Ming's back, a faint smile appearing in her eyes. Player space. Lei CI can almost be sold, let's put it on the trading platform for now. Casually placing Lei CI on the trading platform, Su Ming then surveyed the items on the table, examining them carefully for a long time before he slowly picked one up. This truly is a mid-level awakening weapon. TSK. The appearance is so unique. Swish. As he drew the pure white blade from its sheath, a crisp low hum echoed along the blade. This was a uniquely shaped long knife. The transparent blade, like crystal, was hollow-carved with some strange patterns, and its shape was different from an ordinary curved knife. The middle was recessed and the front end was slender, looking more like a sickle carved from ice crystal. Ice Soul, intermediate awakening weapon from Tianshan Forging Peak, forged with 36,000 strikes, absorbs moonlight essence, born of spirit and soul, belongs to the extreme cold blade. Characteristic, attacking targets can cause ice attribute damage. When snow and ice value accumulates to a certain extent can freeze enemies. With Ice Soul Blade Spirit, can summon Blade Spirit to assist in battle. Chapter 197 Fengdu City Number 1. Ah. The little fox's cry brought Su Ming back to his senses. It looked plumper than before, its pink body lazily lying on his shoulder. Its 9 pink tails appeared even more vibrant. The effect is not bad. I sleep on this side, you sleep on that side. Rest well. If nothing unexpected happens, it should finish matching in 2 or 3 hours. Once again, Su Ming opened the matching interface, waved his hand, and lay tiredly on the sofa. Matching successful. The city of Fengdu. This is the ancient realm of the dead, the final resting place for everyone after death. When you arrive here, it marks a new beginning. Everyone is equal in Fengdu. If you want to have a comfortable life, then work hard. Remember, only by working hard can you earn rewards. A grand and magnificent palace complex stood in the city center. Countless figures busily rushed about, occasionally glancing toward the palace with a hint of envy. The scene shifted. Crack. You're so slow at farming, do you not want to eat today? A soldier who looked fierce raised his whip and suddenly lashed it down toward a ragged figure. The whip struck heavily against his back, leaving a shocking scar. Ah! A scream rang out, causing those nearby to turn their heads and look at that player with serious expressions. Indeed. About 100 people in this field were players, surrounded by several eerie soldiers, their sharp gazes surveying the area. If they found anyone working slowly, it was a whip to the back. What are you looking at? Get back to work. Noticing everyone's gaze, the soldier whipped the unlucky one again, then seemed unsatisfied and kicked him hard. Cough. I curse you. The player clutched his abdomen in pain, struggling to raise his head with eyes full of anger. Buzz. An invisible aura exploded, pressing toward the soldier with overwhelming power. 5th level awakened? Seeing this scene, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of seriousness appearing. A quick scan revealed that most of the 100 players here were 5th level or above, with only a few at the 4th level. As for the 3rd level, there was only Su Ming. He's done for. Tiango, Lin Yelan, and Kursen stood beside Su Ming, instinctively directing their attention to the player. And at the moment of entering the instance, the rules regarding the farmland automatically appeared in the players' minds. 1. You cannot leave the farmland until the farming time is up. 2. Do not insult or attack others, especially the soldiers supervising you. 3. If you encounter leeches in the farmland, please report to the soldiers immediately. If a leech attaches to you, head to the medical room for treatment promptly. After finishing work, do not forget to ask the soldiers for your rewards. 5. The whole team must complete the task before you can leave. You dare to defy me? Sure enough. The soldier's face suddenly darkened the moment he heard the player speak. I'm a 5th level. What can you do to me? Crack. The player's eyes widened, disbelief etched on his face. His attack actually had no effect on the soldier, who instead grabbed him by the neck and twisted gently. The man no longer had a breath of life. Now, is there anyone else who wants to try? The soldier casually tossed the player's body to the ground, returning to his spot, coldly watching the other players. I forgot to tell you, all resurrection items are ineffective in Fengdu. Watching the surprised expressions on a few faces, Lin Yelan lowered her voice to explain. If that's the case, then that guy's teammates will suffer. Su Ming nodded contemplatively, a strange look appearing on his face. Oh? Why do you say that? Haven't the others not broken the rules yet? Tiango frowned slightly, glancing at Su Ming with a hint of confusion. Think about the 5th rule, the whole team must complete the task before leaving, but this guy is already dead, so... Hearing Su Ming's explanation, Tianji's pupils suddenly constricted. After some fear, they glanced at the soldier. I don't know how many people have discovered this information, we need to be careful. Once one person is eliminated. Even Kirsten put away her smile, her face pale as she reminded, this is basically a total annihilation trap. We must be extremely careful, after all, this is Fengdu City. There's no need to worry so much. Lin Yelan hoisted the hoe on his shoulder, smiling faintly, seemingly unconcerned about the current situation. Indeed. Even Su Ming nodded in agreement, showing that Lin Yelan was right. What are you all mumbling about? At a time like this, you're not focusing on work. Watch out for the soldier. What are you doing? Just chatting, huh? Ha? Kirsten's face suddenly turned pale as she grabbed the approaching soldier's attention. And this time there was more than one, for soldiers approached simultaneously, their whips raised high. Tianji's breath suddenly quickened, ready to transform into a stone giant at any moment. Hee, something good will happen. Some fools are throwing away their heads at the beginning. Exactly, I guess this will lead to a total annihilation, right? The players around observed this side subtly, mockingly laughing. Ahem. After a slight cough, Lin Yelan stepped forward slowly, wearing a faint smile. Don't be in a hurry, wait for him to come over, let's see how. But before he finished speaking, Su Ming's faint voice came from behind, causing Lin Yelan's expression to suddenly stiffen. Walk so slowly, are you lame? The leading soldier stopped in shock, his whip swaying slightly in the air as he instinctively looked at another soldier beside him. Yes, don't look at others, I'm talking about you, ugly little squirt. Don't be so unconfident. Su Ming frowned slightly, speaking with a bit of disappointment. It's not easy to see Su God live, why is he insulting so strangely as soon as it starts? Isn't the streamer fearless? Didn't he just see that soldier kill a player in one blow? He's probably still angry. Although I can't understand Su God's operation, I think there must be deeper meaning, just watch. Hey, did you notice? It seems there's another girl this time, and she's a freaking weapon. As the dungeon opened, a large number of viewers surged into the live stream again, raising the heat to the top of the rankings in less than a few minutes. No other reason, just because of Su Ming's actions that made countless viewers blood boil, wanting to see what kind of death Su Ming would face next. Are you talking about me? The soldier's brain seemed to be still crashing, standing there dumbfounded and pointing at himself. Su Ming unceremoniously stepped forward and casually slapped his face. What? I'm hitting you back. Dare to hit my brother? Although this slap didn't deal much damage, the critical hit was as high as 999. As he looked around at the numerous players with shocked and mocking expressions, the soldier felt a burning pain on his face. Instinctively, he raised the whip in his hand and swung it hard toward Su Ming's head. Su Ming, be careful. Damn it, boss, are you insane? Art is exploding. At this moment, the most anxious was the previously silent Didala. Seeing Su Ming directly opening up for punishment, he suddenly tore off a large handful of hair and threw it at the soldier. After all, if Su Ming died, he would be the first to be finished. And Tiangu and Kirsten also came back to their senses, exchanging glances, gritting their teeth and charging forward. Only Lin Yelan stood still, squinting his eyes as if deep in thought. Humble human bug, die for me. The soldier's right arm flexed with muscles, his face flushed as he swung the whip fiercely down. This strike was powerful. It looked even more dangerous than the previous one that killed the 5th level player. Su Ming still stood coldly in place, the whip almost turning into a shadow, constantly enlarging in sight. Buzz. Unexpectedly, the whip did not strike Su Ming's head. Instead, it was firmly caught in his palm. No matter how hard the soldier tried, it couldn't move even a bit. What's going on? Not only the soldier was stunned, all the players looked at Su Ming as if he were a ghost, wondering why a mere third-tier awakened one could stand unharmed before the soldier. He could even turn the tables and grab the whip. Are you even capable, little dog? Seems like you haven't eaten? A strange smile curled on Su Ming's face as he continued to mock without mercy, slightly shaking the whip in his palm, causing the soldier's body to shake along with it. And you lot, did you all lose a ball too? Or have you all undergone a sex change surgery and can't get it up anymore? Silence, a deathly silence. Tiangu froze halfway, his body stiff in place, while Didela stared blankly at the handful of hair, tears welling in his eyes. As for Kuxian's expression, it was the most wonderful, going from doubt at the beginning, to surprise in the middle, and now to shock. Within just a few seconds her heart felt like it had taken a roller coaster ride. What's going on? He's only third tier, right? Struggling to swallow, Kuxian trembled as she turned her head towards Tiangu, as if waiting for his answer. Chapter 199 Fengdu City Number 3. Oh, I forgot to tell you, his strength isn't what makes him powerful. Looking at the extremely bizarre scene before him, Tianji's originally tense expression instantly relaxed. Then where is it? Kuxian couldn't help but retort, then gently leaned close to Tianji's ear, whispering anxiously, Are you saying that his is better than yours? Cough cough. Suddenly coughing twice, Tianji's eyes froze abruptly, angrily turning his head to push Kuxian away. What I mean is, it seems every random talent he gets in different dungeons is extremely bugged, entirely beyond what ordinary players can imagine. By the way, what's your random talent this time? Attack bonus, all attacks increased by 20%. Waving her hand, Kuxian casually answered, once again turning her gaze towards the few people not far away who were in a standoff. Am I talking to you? Are you genetically brain dead, stuffed with earwax? Bang. Casually tossing the whip aside, that soldier's body was sent flying. And you 3 mutts, you dare shout at me? After tossing that soldier away was not enough, Su Ming turned his head and continued to mock expressionlessly. Human! You have some nerve. Kill him. The other 3 soldiers raised their whips with fierce expressions, ready to strike Su Ming. Wait. As if realizing something, one soldier narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression becoming serious as he pulled the other 2 back. Why is this guy so arrogant? Does he have backing we cannot afford to provoke? This statement caused the other 2 soldiers to freeze in place for a moment, as if it made some sense. What if this person is the illegitimate son of some big shot in Fengdu City? Wouldn't they face consequences later? Human, do you have some realm of Yama? Or are you the son of some wealthy family in the city here to experience life? The initially speaking soldier slowly stepped forward, surprisingly showing a hint of a flattering smile. His confident eyes locked onto Su Ming, as if waiting for him to give a positive response. Su Ming smacked his lips, slowly raised his head to look at this wise soldier. I have nothing, I just simply find you few garbage unpleasant. Damn. I really can't hold back any longer, kill him. Does this human really see us as monkeys? As soon as Su Ming's words fell, the originally slightly softened expressions of the 3 could no longer suppress their inner fury. 3 leather whips fiercely lashed out at Su Ming. Crack, crack. The sharp crackling sound came out as the 3 whips landed solidly on Su Ming's body. But is this all? I knew it wouldn't even make me flinch. Su Ming stood still, casually blowing at the corner of his clothes, looking indifferently at the 3 soldiers before him. How is that possible? With 3 lashes like that, an ordinary human would have turned to dust by now? I must be seeing things, I can't handle this. I need to go take a nap. One soldier, sensing danger, rubbed his eyes and quickly retreated, leaving 2 others still stunned in place. He realized that this human was different from others, something strange radiated from him. As an experienced soldier, knowing when to adapt and take advantage was the most basic skill. What a pity. It's already too late. Su Ming slowly lowered his head, moving his palm, his gaze becoming somewhat eerie. At the same time, the first soldier who had run stumbled and fell to the ground, his breath weakening, while the Su Ming standing still seemed to absorb all his strength. His aura skyrocketed at a terrifying speed. What's happening? I feel like... Feeling weak and powerless, the soldier mumbled in disbelief, then blacked out completely. What's going on? Why does this guy seem like he's become completely soft, like Yang Wei? I remember Sushin didn't have this skill, and besides, his abnormal mocking. I understand now, this is the skill he got from this quest? No way, I think, he must have discovered some loophole in the rules to subdue this strange one. After all, no matter how much he cheats, he can't win every time, right? Who's to say for certain? Who even remembers that? It's like starting with a royal flush. And you all. Give it to me. Looking at the other 3 soldiers, Su Ming's lips curled slightly, as if the voice whispered from his throat was that of a demon. Buzz. As the strange aura rose, amidst the terrified gazes of all players, the other three soldiers gradually became as shriveled and thin as the first one, as if their strength was flowing away with their blood. Meanwhile, Su Ming's face looked increasingly flushed, and he appeared at least 7 or 8 years younger. Is this the star-absorbing technique? Something's wrong. Why do I feel like that player is the strange one, and these soldiers are the victims? No, the soldiers seem to have lost their strength. One player, suppressing his fear of the soldiers, approached the unconscious soldier and suddenly swung a knife. All eyes were drawn to him, waiting with varied expressions for the next reaction. Clang! With a sound of metal clashing, the knife struck the metal armor, leaving only a faint white mark. The player, blushing, scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I'll be more accurate next time. Thud. This time hit right on the head, chopping off half of the soldier's skull. Yellow brain matter mixing with blood flowed all over the ground. I did it! Seeing this scene, the player held back his excited heart, quickly crouched down, and began to search the soldier's body. He caressed that bronze armor, eager to get it off. Good stuff. There's a high chance this is a piece of equipment. It's mine. In an instant, most of the nearby players reacted in unison, rushing towards the soldier's corpse while casually murdering the player who had killed the soldier. Meanwhile, a small number of players turned their gaze to the other 3 half-dead soldiers, and without any rules binding them, almost everyone started to loot for equipment. The scene became utterly chaotic. Is this human nature? Clearly, they were terrified before. Now, once the threat is gone, their true nature shows. Isn't it perfectly normal? Lin Yelan and the others stood in place, helplessly shaking their heads at the chaotic scene before them. Chapter 200 Fog City Number 4. Tiangu, are we not going to take action? That corpse has at least one person's worth. With just the few of us, we should be able to get a share. But Kirsten seemed a bit restless, her eyes fixed eagerly on a whip that had fallen to the ground. Looking at its aura, it was the same as the bronze armor on the soldier, both being high-level awakened weapons. In A-grade dungeons, these awakened weapons can drop from the bazaar beings. Unlike player items that become bound, after the bazaar dies, they belong to no one. Not going. Tiangu stood still with an unchanged expression, his arms crossed over his chest as he spoke coldly. Why not? I know Su Ming, it's good enough that he doesn't steal from others, and he won't let others steal from him. Shaking his head, Tiangu looked at Su Ming's back, his tone somewhat playful. The chaotic farmland, due to the deaths of the 4 soldiers, saw most players caught in a turmoil of fighting, while only a few, either proud or weaker players, huddled in corners, weapons drawn, watching their surroundings warily. I told you, did I tell you to touch my spoils? A voice cold to the bone came from the center of the battlefield, and Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of anger flickering in them. The crowd froze in shock, then someone looked up at Su Ming, a glint of amusement in his eyes. You could take out the soldiers with special means, not attacking you was already returning your favor. But, if the awakened weapon is called masterless, doesn't that mean it doesn't belong to you? Quickly finishing these words, that person chuckled and shook his head, a faint disdain on his face. In his hand, he held a leather whip. Exactly. Even if you're strong, can you beat dozens of players? Take my advice, don't get into trouble. Ha ha. Screw you, dare to steal my armor, huh? Chaotic voices erupted, no one willing to acknowledge Su Ming. After all, if an awakened weapon was snatched by someone else, as long as they exited combat, it could begin to bond with the new owner, becoming forever out of reach. And most players in the field barely had one mid-level awakened weapon. High-level awakened weapons were even rarer and no one would ever think they had enough of them. Alright, very interesting. Where was this unity when fighting the soldiers? Now you all join forces to push out me, the contributor, right? Su Ming remained silent for a moment, then his face broke into a smile once more. Alright, but did you all forget something? I have absorbed the powers of 4 soldiers. A trace of coldness slowly emerged in Su Ming's eyes as he lightly placed his hand on his waist. Ice blade, unsheathed. Shadow sword style. Swish. A flash of white blade light swept across, the sky seemed to darken, and the temperature plummeted in that instant. This is... Everyone froze in place, gazing up at the sky in a daze. A beam of snowlight fell from the clouds, accompanied by dense black blade shadows, accurately slashing towards the players on the ground. Hiss. Brothers, I just arrived, is this the power of a martial sage? Terrifying. Where did this weapon come from? I remember Su God always used the glowing, by Yubi a thunder gift, right? He must have bought it. But this weapon looks so strong, way stronger than that previous thunder gift. No, you guys are wrong, it's not the weapon that's strong. It seems Su God absorbed the abilities of those 4 soldiers, and his power must have surged to a terrifying level. While most viewers were in awe of Su Ming's new weapon's power, a few sharp spectators were quick to catch on. Whether it was Su Ming's previous actions or this grand blade strike, it appeared as if he had planned this all along. Step by step, traps were set, waiting for the strange and the players to step in. Some unknown individuals had begun to speculate that everything Su Ming prepared was to plan to extort nearly 100 players here one by one. Ah! Don't! Puff! Snow fell, countless blood splattered in the air, looking extremely dazzling. But that white blade of light did not completely come down, it was just the sharp blade aura that cut some players' bodies. Everyone was frightened by this sudden, terrifying attack, frozen in place, not daring to move. Now, can you hear me speak? Su Ming still stood in place, a faint smile on his face. You? Why are you the most jumpy? Looking at a player with a bit of a headache, Su Ming seemed a little impatient. That person was the one who mocked him at the beginning, still holding that whip in his hand. I don't want to hear what you say. Su Ming waved his hand casually, and the snowlight frozen in the air spread out, accompanied by 108 dark shadows floating down lightly. Puff! A round and plump head rolled off from the neck, eyes wide with 7 parts confusion and 3 parts disbelief. Big brother, we didn't mean to offend you. Yes, great leader, please spare us, we can warm your bed, boo-hoo. After a brief shock, some players regained their senses and decisively lowered their postures to beg for mercy. After all, that invisible knife above their heads could chop down at any time. In this situation, anyone would feel a chill in their hearts. Who would want to accidentally anger this demon and end up being chopped up? Where would one go to complain? I know you didn't offend me. Nodding slightly, Su Ming replied as if it was only natural. But before those players could show a smile, the chilling second half of his words came from Su Ming's mouth. But unfortunately, I want to offend you. 10,000 rule points per person, that's your life money, if it's not enough, then you can die. Calmly finishing his words, Su Ming slowly lit a cigarette and casually added, you have the time it takes to smoke one to think. Big brother, isn't this? Puff. I let you think, not to fart. Another player died, and terror emerged thickly in the eyes of the remaining players. However, their hearts relaxed slightly afterward. After all, 10,000 rule points actually weren't that expensive. Even though they all had replacement dolls, those could only be used once per instance. Avoiding losses as much as possible was naturally worth it. I'll pay. I hope you keep your promise, big brother. Hesitating for a while, a girl gritted her teeth and cautiously walked to Su Ming's side. Ding. Pleasure to cooperate. Listening to the prompt that the balance was received, Su Ming's face blossomed into a smile and then pointed behind him. Be proactive, go over there. Chapter 201 Fingdu City Number 5. Okay. Nodding slightly, the female player decisively stood behind Su Ming, her face showing a hint of joy from having survived a disaster. With this girl taking the lead, other players soon stepped forward to contribute their rule points. After all, what's more important, money or life? Among the awakened players here, there were no fools. In just half an hour, Su Ming and the others had gained an enormous sum of 200,000 rule points. The rest were some players using equipment and items to offset their debts. Cough cough, do what you need to do, just complete your tasks. Waving his hand casually, Su Ming finally stood up, picked up a hoe, and started farming. Although the soldiers in this field were gone, the work still had to be completed, otherwise who knows what consequences would come from breaking the rules. Su Ming. What's going on with you? After hesitating for a long time, Brother Tian slowly approached, unable to help but ask. Yeah, you clearly were just level 3, why suddenly? Kuxian also nodded in agreement, showing a hint of confusion. Before entering the instance, Su Ming was indeed at level 3, but why did he suddenly soar in power? Can he even crush nearly 100 players? You have to know that among these players, apart from Brother Tian, at least a dozen have reached the 5th level. If we calculate this way, Su Ming's strength is already at the peak of the 6th level, and it might even be the 7th level? Don't each of you have a talent? It's just that by coincidence, my talent is a bit abnormal. Su Ming smiled and shook his head, providing no further explanation, continuing to swing his hoe to till the soil. To be honest, he was a bit surprised when he first drew this talent. It could almost be said to have no lower limit and a very high upper limit. Taunt, you can taunt anomalies, becoming invincible during the taunt period, and once the anomaly's anger towards you reaches a certain level, you can forcibly absorb all abilities and attributes of that target. Simply put, as long as Su Ming successfully taunts an anomaly, everything about it belongs to Su Ming. Ah! It's a leech! Just then, a cry made Su Ming come back to his senses, looking towards a nearby player. At this moment, his calves were already covered in a thick mass of leeches, working hard to suck blood. In just a few seconds, his calves had noticeably shriveled, and his skin became loose and aged. It seemed as if all the flesh and blood had been devoured. What the hell is this thing? I can hardly feel my calves, ah. In a panic, the player bent down and started desperately pulling at the leeches, but those leeches clung on like chewing gum, indifferent to the player's efforts. Still taking turns to suck everything from his calf. Go to the infirmary, yes, go to the infirmary. Looking towards a nearby room with a sign that said infirmary, the player had no time to think, barely managing to stand up and run towards the infirmary. Outside the infirmary, a doctor had appeared at some point, smiling and waving at him. Oh dear, you certainly weren't careful, but it's alright. With me here, you will be safe, hee hee. The doctor showed a slight smile, shaking his head helplessly at the player rushing towards him. Help, help. In an instant, the player reached the doctor, panic-stricken, rolling up his pants to show his injuries. Oh, your calf has been drained dry? If that's the case, then. Crack. With a casual twist, the doctor removed the player's right leg. Ah. What are you doing? Intense pain twisted the player's expression as he yelled angrily at the doctor. Wow, so this is how healing works? I suddenly feel the streamer is really unlucky. Exactly, look, others haven't been caught by leeches, but he was the first, he's the one who stood out. So the question is, since chopping off the leg can avoid the leech infestation, why didn't he cut it off himself? Let me ask you, who could have thought that this doctor's treatment would be so simple and violent? Some viewers in this player's live stream commented, feeling some sympathy for the streamer's sudden misfortune. Wait, this method isn't very effective, it's just treating the symptoms without addressing the root cause. The doctor was indifferent to the player's doubts, instead frowning as he took out a mask from his pocket and put on a pair of latex gloves, looking very professional. Yes, could you please take it seriously? I feel like I'm about to die. The player looked at the doctor organizing his equipment, forcing down his anger, and whispered while holding his thigh in desperation. All right. Nodding slightly, the doctor seriously extended his hands, cradling the player's head. What are you, crack? Another crisp sound echoed. The player's head was honorably removed. Indeed, this treatment is much more effective, you must already feel no pain, right? Looking at the head in his palm that wouldn't close its eyes, the doctor once again broke into an eerie smile, then slowly turned to walk into the room. All the players present fell silent, and most of their faces turned ugly. Isn't the rule to go to the medical room at the first sign of leeches? Is this really the treatment? Ah! My leg! Another player exclaimed, as several leeches crawled onto his leg. Can anyone tell me, what should I do? As he frantically looked around, the other players showed sympathy, regret, and a hint of mockery in their eyes. But no one responded. Big guy. I know you can do it. Please, save me. In his moment of despair, he suddenly saw Su Ming standing calmly in place, and immediately grasped onto him like a lifeline. Sorry. As everyone expected, Su Ming just shook his head, not intending to help. There's no saint in this instance. Please save me. I have money. 40,000 rule points, is that enough? It's all I have. If that doesn't work, I have weapons. Seeing Su Ming's firm rejection, the player panicked even more, instinctively gripping Su Ming's sleeve, his face turning red with anxiety. Bang! With a casual motion, Su Ming threw the player aside, resting the hoe on his shoulder, expressionless as he lit a cigarette. Don't test my patience. Then, as if recalling something, a strange smile appeared on Su Ming's face. There's another way. Do you want to try? Isn't it on your leg? It's simple, just cut off the legs. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, the player suddenly stiffened. In this instance, cutting off your own legs at the start is almost like signing a death warrant. Even using healing items would make it hard to grow back. Swish. The player abruptly raised his head, looking dumbfounded at Su Ming, who was slowly sheathing his knife. I haven't even. I don't care what you think, I care about what I think. Su Ming stood there with a smile, slowly putting the icy blade back in its sheath, staring intently at his smooth wound. He then ominously reminded him, hurry and stop the bleeding, or you'll be done for. Ha ha ha. Su God is still so domineering, cutting off his legs without a word. I'm not just being smart after the fact, I thought of this method when the unfortunate guy got killed by the doctor, and it seems it's just as I thought. But if all 100 players here do this, will they just pass the challenge? No, if it appears on the leg, that's one thing, but what if it appears on the chest or the head? Would they just cut off their head? Exactly, I think there must be another solution. Why doesn't the streamer think of a way, instead of making others disabled? If it were someone else cutting the streamer, would the streamer feel bad? Feel bad? Get lost. That idiot upstairs can be a living bodhisattva instead. Ah! Instinctively screaming, the player didn't waste time, quickly pulling out a bandage to wrap around himself, while also getting an unknown pill in his hand, and without hesitation, swallowing it. As the bandage wrapped around, the blood from his legs stopped gushing out. Meanwhile, the calves that Su Ming had chopped off, with leeches still attached, rapidly shriveled and rotted, their wrinkled skin bursting open, revealing numerous newly hatched leeches underneath. Hiss! Seeing this scene, all the players couldn't help but gasp. These leeches, in less than a minute, not only drained the calves but even laid eggs inside? You can imagine. The surface of the skin had large leeches, and inside were tightly packed bug eggs continually hatching into small leeches. Just thinking of that scene gives one chills. Thank you. Watching this scene, the player was frightened, and he couldn't help but look up at Su Ming, gratefully thanking him for his survival. No need, I just used you as an experiment. Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming casually dropped the cigarette butt and continued to swing the hoe to work. Now it seems, even if the body is covered with leeches, one can quickly cut off that part without seeking a doctor's help. This way, it also indirectly avoids triggering the rule of going out before finishing work. You all pay attention, keep an eye on yourselves, the sooner you find these things, the better. With a slightly profound glance back at Tiangu and Lin Yelan, Su Ming advised seriously. Got it. A few nodded, continuing to pick up the pace of their work. Each of them had been assigned a trench to dig, as long as they worked it to the end, the job would be done. However, the ground was very hard, even Tiangu, a strong 5th-tier awakener, could barely dig out a small hole with each strike. Damn, I've got leeches on me too. On the left arm, right? I'm chopping it off. Swish. With an angry roar from a player, his left arm fell. Me too, but it's my right leg, forget it, I'm chopping it. Another player's face turned ugly. After hesitating for a while, he finally hacked off his right leg. After all, the doctor in the medical room didn't look friendly. Better to lose a leg or an arm than lose a head, right? Woo woo woo. I also have leeches, someone help me chop. Damn, you think this is a bargain hunt? Chop it yourself. Like an infection, soon most players got hit, with leeches popping out all over their bodies. Ah. Why are you all losing arms and legs? I'm just, hiss. One male player turned pale, trembling as he grabbed somewhere on the middle of his thigh, too frightened to bring down his sword. After all. Brother, you're really unlucky, huh? I suggest you still. One companion beside him frowned slightly, looking at the hesitant guy, his tone turning serious. Swish. A quick knife to cut through the chaos. His companion swiftly wrapped a bandage to stop the bleeding before he could react. Brother, sorry, this is to save your life. By the way, you're lucky, at least you won't lose combat ability like others. Ah. It hurts, so painful. The player squatted down in agony, his whole body twitching, tears streaming down his red eyes. It's easy to imagine how much it hurt. We're in trouble. A cry of surprise came from Su Ming's team. Didala stared at his hands with a grim expression, his gaze dark. Boss, my hands. Got it. With a casual glance at Didala, Su Ming touched the ice crystal at his waist and quickly moved closer to him. Be quick, boss. As if sensing his upcoming fate, Didala suddenly closed his eyes, his face filled with determination. What are you doing? Come on, I'll take you to the medical room. Looking at Didala in confusion, Su Ming rolled his eyes and slowly walked toward the medical room. Ah. Tiangu and Kuexayan both looked a bit dumbfounded, raising their heads to watch Su Ming gradually walk away. And Didala, after a brief moment of daze, joyfully followed Su Ming's steps. Going to the medical room before finishing work is like asking for death, isn't it? No, that rule is set for players. Only Lin Yelan calmly adjusted her glasses, her gaze appearing a bit profound, but once some people cheat. Violating the rules doesn't matter. Are you sure that doctor can really take on Su Ming now? After saying all this, Lin Yelan slowly stretched her back and then looked expectantly at the direction of the medical room. Wait, why does he dare to go to the medical room? Isn't he supposed to have unfinished work? No. Didn't you forget how those soldiers died before? Should we follow him? Players in the fields had different expressions, but Su Ming's actions undoubtedly sparked some expectation in them. What if Su Ming really has a way? Maybe he could finish this level his way? Chapter 203 Fengdu City Number 7. At the edge of the field, the doctor adjusted his glasses, standing at the door of the medical room with a strange expression. Silently waiting for Su Ming and his group to arrive. Bang. The hoe struck the ground. Su Ming stared at the doctor with a blank expression. Here to see me for treatment? No problem. Smack. A crisp sound rang out as the doctor's black-rimmed glasses fell to the ground. Treat well. With a big slap, Su Ming pointed at Didala and then looked at the doctor with a serious gaze. Hiss. He actually doesn't take this doctor seriously? He just came up and slapped him hard? Our role model. The players following Su Ming's group whispered among themselves, but no one dared to step into the field, as each of them had yet to complete their tasks. You hit me? The doctor was stunned for a moment, then forcibly suppressed his rising anger and picked up the broken black-rimmed glasses. Okay, you want to play like this? Then let me treat you properly. Are you a eunuch? Su Ming's sudden remark stunned the doctor's brain once again. Eunuch? What do you mean? The doctor's expression froze, and then he was momentarily dazed and instinctively retorted. It means you're a coward. I've slapped you in the face, can't you act like a man? If you have the guts, grab my clothes and hit me hard. Saying this, Su Ming decisively grabbed the doctor's hand and placed it on his collar, simultaneously lifting his face, slightly closing his eyes, appearing ready to be at their mercy. What's going on here? The doctor instinctively tightened Su Ming's collar, his mind filled with question marks. Having worked in this profession for many years, he had encountered many odd characters, but he had never met someone quite like this. You little brat. Since you're asking for a beating, I won't hold back. Swoosh. The doctor's expression turned suddenly dark, and he inexplicably revealed a sharp, white surgical knife in his hand. Without hesitation, he instantly slashed toward Su Ming's neck. Didila, standing beside, instinctively felt a chill in his neck and nervously watched Su Ming's figure. Clang. The sharp surgical knife struck Su Ming as if hitting a metal surface, the strong recoil shattering the doctor's grip and causing dark red blood to trickle down his wrist. How is this possible? Looking at Su Ming, who was unharmed, the doctor stared in disbelief at his surgical knife, then, disbelieving, slashed again. Stop struggling. My skin. Oh no, my skin is tougher than you can imagine, buddy. Gently moving the doctor's hand aside, Su Ming slowly leaned closer, a strange smile appearing in his eyes, and gently grabbed the surgical knife. Let me teach you. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Thud. The surgical knife suddenly stabbed into the doctor's eyeball, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. Countless blood burst forth. At the same time, the originally terrifying aura of the doctor began to weaken rapidly, while Su Ming's aura steadily rose. Here it comes again, beating up the strange entities. This has almost become Su's trademark move, right? Exactly, every time I watch Su's livestream, he's either bullying strange entities or the players. It's not surprising anymore. This doctor seems a bit weak, that surgical knife couldn't even cut Su's neck. What do you mean by that? Do you want my electronic pet to die? If Su is gone, I'll send you to the world of bizarre tales to face the consequences. Watching this familiar scene, many viewers in the livestream couldn't help but sigh, as Su Ming beating up strange entities was nothing new. If that instance suddenly changed style, many old fans might not adapt. Is this the feeling of absorbing others' power? I think I might be falling in love with it. Removing the surgical knife, Su Ming extended his tongue to lick the blood from the blade, his smile growing increasingly eerie. Ah! My eyes. What have you done to me? Why is my power? The doctor painfully covered his left eye. The heart was already filled with raging waves. Why is this human in front of me so terrifying? Whether it's their aura or... I'll ask you one last time, do you want to be cured or not? As time passed, the leeches on Didara's hands increased, and his hands visibly became shriveled. If he didn't take action soon, he estimated he would be drained dry in just a few minutes. I'll treat you. Seeing things had come to this, the doctor sincerely nodded his head, then lowered it to pull a pair of latex gloves from his pocket. That's right, it's better for everyone if we do this early. The game nodded in satisfaction, and Su Ming patted the doctor's shoulder with a hint of kindness in his eyes. But he seemed unaware that the doctor's mouth slightly curled up as he lowered his head. The skin under the gloves began to turn slightly red and wriggle. It seemed something was trying to come out from inside. Shall I start? The doctor slowly raised his head, his expression returning to normal, then quickly walked towards Didara. Watching the doctor walk towards him with a strange smile on his face, Didara felt a sudden stir in his heart for some unknown reason. Before you make a move, think it through. But Su Ming appeared out of nowhere behind the doctor, crystalline sharp blade pressed against his throat. Little brother, do you really have to do this? Feeling the chilling aura behind him, the doctor's smile slowly became stiff as he cautiously moved his finger to adjust the blade. You're being overly courteous, this is not necessary. Cough cough, don't worry, I'm just holding a knife. With an awkward cough, the doctor grabbed Didara's arm and then bent down slightly, opening his mouth. What the heck? What are you going to do? Seeing this scene, Didara instinctively got goosebumps, pulling his hands back with all his strength. But no matter how hard he tried, the doctor held his hands tightly. I'll be quick, just bear with me. Slick. The sound of a tongue licking echoed, and the thick leeches suddenly became soft, releasing their suction from Didara and scrambling into the doctor's mouth. Ugh. Behind, Curson witnessed this shocking scene and instantly began to gag, quickly retreating to the side. No way? Is this really the method for treatment? Why does this look so disgusting to me? Ugh. Some players watching from a distance also couldn't hold back, their faces turning pale as they turned their heads away. Chapter 204, City of Fingdu Number 8. Alright. The doctor slowly raised his head, a half-leech still remaining at the corner of his mouth, casually wiping it away before turning to leave. Wait. What else do you want? The doctor suddenly turned around, his expression becoming extremely impatient, his tone unusually low. Mind your attitude. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, then appeared in front of the doctor out of thin air, reaching out to grab his throat. A hint of bloodlust flickered in his eyes, and his arm slightly tightened. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed, the doctor's face instantly turned pale as a mouthful of blood mixed with leeches spewed out. It's not that I can't deal with you, it's just that you are still useful, understand? Pointing to himself and then to the area he had worked on, Su Ming's tone became somewhat eager. Go eat all the leeches along the way, I don't want to be contaminated by that disgusting stuff. You said. Bang. Want to commit suicide. What did I say? I didn't hear clearly. After throwing the doctor to the floor, Su Ming suddenly stomped his foot. His chest instantly caved in a bit, the sound of breaking ribs echoing one after another. What else do you want to say? It's all right. I'm just discussing with you, you have room to refuse. Su God, yes, I'm just discussing with you, you can either choose to die or choose to be killed by me. That's what you say, but why are you putting a knife to his throat, Su God? What happened to freedom and democracy? Exactly, if I were that doctor. Could I refuse? Finally, encountering a uniformed doctor in this instance, why couldn't it be a female doctor? What I want to see is not this. Well, could you possibly put the knife down? Struggling to twist his head, the doctor broke out in fine cold sweat, then pointed to the knife tip at his chin. Oh, this is just a bargaining chip for our discussion. Subtly retracting the ice blade into its sheath, Su Ming dragged the doctor's limp body towards the field like a dead dog. Is it this intense? This. As a player passed by, he pointed at the doctor, then at Su Ming, his expression excited yet stuttering. If you want help, just offer money, if it's not enough, go borrow. Su Ming's kind voice came at just the right moment, casting a slightly meaningful glance at this player. Then, without pausing his steps, when he reached his farming area, he tossed the doctor into the ditch. Come on, show us. The doctor, devoid of hope, lifted his head, eyes full of pain and despair, ultimately crawling difficultly in the shadows, looking extremely miserable. Watching this strange scene, all players stared fervently at Su Ming, their eyes filled with various emotions. After all, what Su Ming just said was remembered by many. This big shot isn't too bad, at least he can connect with people. As long as there's money, one can not only remain safe but also obtain some help from the big shot. This is indeed a fact, as long as you have money to give to Su God, he won't mind lending you a hand. So far, Su God is one of the few players who is quite trustworthy, right? It seems he has never stabbed anyone in the back, but surprisingly hasn't been backstabbed by a white-eyed wolf? You're mistaken, there are indeed white-eyed wolves, but the premise is that they can overpower Su God. I think that person upstairs must be new, don't you know that Su God is hacking? Which player can compete with him? In the center of Fengdu City. Countless dark gases swirled in the sky, like black dragons constantly writhing. On the ground stood 10 magnificent palaces, and in the center of these palaces was a large classical imperial palace. Outside the palace, a crowd of armored soldiers were densely packed, while inside the palace stood numerous civil and military officials. Impudent! On the central dark dragon throne sat a tall figure draped in a dragon-patterned imperial robe, his face blurred. Zhuanluan, do you know your crime? In front of the crowd stood a middle-aged figure in a white robe. Zhuanluan Wang had a cold expression, hands cupping together, slightly bowing. Your Majesty, it was not Zhuanluan's rashness, it was truly because of the young lady. Not long ago, the young lady was sent to capture the Spirit Media Hotel, and then encountered a human, and that. Enough. I don't want to hear your explanation. The figure in the dragon throne spoke with a hint of anger, and then gentle tapped his fingertips on the table, his tone seeming a bit playful. So, what do you think, how should I punish you? Return to your Majesty, going out of the city without permission influences the outside order, it should be 3 years of confinement and a deduction of 100 years' salary. Zhuanluan Wang squinted slightly, his expression pained. Biting his teeth he added, but I did it for the young lady, now she has. Enough, I don't want to pursue this further, don't let it happen again. The Emperor of Fengdu seemed a bit tired, waving his hand lazily. Thank you, Your Majesty. Once again cupping his hands, Zhuanluan Wang's face showed no joy, only a numbness standing in place, eyes filled with sorrow. Don't think too much. That human has already arrived. Looking at Zhuanluan Wang's dejected figure, the Emperor of Fengdu's tone suddenly turned gloomy, seemingly turning his head, fixating his gaze in one direction. As soon as the words of the Emperor of Fengdu fell, Zhuanluan Wang raised his head in disbelief, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Your Majesty, could you tell me his location? Near the Soul's Rest Street, go. Retracting his gaze, the Emperor of Fengdu looked at Zhuanluan Wang. The tone carried a hint of anticipation. I hope you can take revenge, I really hope so. Return to the great Emperor, I shall do my utmost. The Wheel King's expression turned serious, his tone became unprecedentedly sincere, and then he respectfully turned around, slowly walking towards the outskirts of the palace. With every move he made, there was a terrifying might. Even if the emperor does not speak, I will still torment you, little beast, to death. Even in death, I will continue to torment you. Only in this way can the anger of the little girl be calmed. With each step, the anger in the Wheel King's eyes grew stronger, and a sea of blood seemed to rise around him, with a strong killing intent almost solidifying. I hope everything goes smoothly. Once the Wheel King walked far away, the Fengdu Emperor murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. When he spoke a certain phrase, he instinctively touched his chest, emotions seemingly stirred a bit. Su Ming, long time no see. Chapter 205 Fengdu City No. 9. Outside the city of Fengdu, the Seoul Town Street. Though it's called a street, the place is densely crisscrossed like a maze. Countless small paths wind ahead, with no end in sight. Ghosts and souls drifting by further made this place exceptionally eerie and sinister. Welcome to the Seoul Town Street, human. When Su Ming and his group stepped onto the street, a weak-looking scholar stood at the entrance, his cold face appearing exceptionally handsome. Since you have come here, I won't waste words. The scholar shook the fan in his hand, a hint of a smile emerging on his pale face. The Seoul Town Street, as the name suggests, its purpose is to pacify souls. Some have done great evil, some are very temperamental, or are mentally unhinged, or are deceitful with vicious methods. After explaining carefully, the scholar pointed to the plaque of the Seoul Town Street. From here on in, each of you will tread different Seoul Town streets, encountering all sorts of unbelievable experiences. Listening to the scholar's introduction, more and more players began to gather, all arriving from the farming task. Compared to the initial 100, there were now only 78 players left in Su Ming's area. Excuse me, is this the only entrance to the Seoul Town Street? One player surveyed the surroundings and then timidly asked. Since this quest had a total of 1,000 players, it seemed a bit unreasonable that only 100 were from their area thus far. No, the Seoul Town Street is like an inner world, but there are more than just this entrance. The scholar took out a brush, continuously writing something on it. So we need to pacify the wandering souls inside, and after reaching a certain number, we can clear the level, right? Another player voiced his doubt. Do you see that huge altar over there? The scholar slightly tilted his head up and pointed to an altar beside the Seoul Town Street, then calmly added, by collecting a certain amount of merits, you can activate the altar and move on to the next stage. But... As he reached this point, the scholar stopped his brush, a smile that was more of a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let me remind you all, these wandering souls can only be pacified to gain merits, not just exorcised. By the way, line up. I will give you your tokens. The scholar seemed to have finally finished writing, and he opened the fan, revealing the still wet ink. Seoul Town Street Rules. 1. No use of force is allowed in the Seoul Town Street, as the wandering souls are sensitive. 2. Only when the wandering souls feel grateful and are willing to let go of their obsessions can they transform into merits. 3. Based on the amount of merits, the types of completion tokens can be divided into 4, supreme, upper, middle, and lower. 4. The time limit for the challenge is half an hour, and if you exceed it, the consequences are on you. 5. Once you venture deeper into the Seoul Town Street, if you wish to return along the reverse direction fork, you can merge in. The rules seem not complicated and can even be said to be easy to understand. Su Ming stood still, slowly frowning and lit a cigarette. What's wrong, Su Ming? Can you see some loopholes in these rules? Tiangu slowly approached, watching the scholar with a guarded expression, and lowered his voice to ask. Currently, there are 4 or 5 points that may have some issues. As for the first 3 points, I tend to think they are a reminder for us. For example, using force may lead to unpredictable consequences, or that time is a very important factor. With a serious expression, Su Ming shook his head and exhaled a puff of smoke, continuing to add, as for that symbol, naturally, the better its quality, the more beneficial it will be for us later, this is beyond doubt. Indeed. Nodding in agreement, Tiangu continued to stare at the scholar, his gaze flickering slightly. I advise you not to touch him. Patting Tianji's shoulder, Su Ming closed his eyes and shook his head slightly. This guy seems quite weak, if nothing unexpected, he looks like just a level 2 or 3. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Tianji's frown deepened. Don't you think, the more it seems like this, the more likely it is a trap? Lin Yelan's voice came from behind the two, accompanied by Kurson and Didala. Exactly, there were several soldiers and doctors in the last level, why does this one only have a weak scholar? Something's off here, right? Don't act impulsively, brother Tian. Linking her arm with Tianji's, Kurson stuck her tongue out and acted cute. Just as Su Ming and the others were still discussing, some commotion appeared among the players, and indeed a few individuals were eager to try, their gazes towards the scholar becoming somewhat unfriendly. Let them try, it's fine. Su Ming remained calm, standing in place, extinguishing the cigarette but on the ground, then shifting his gaze towards the Street of Souls. Did everyone see clearly? Then line up to get the decree. This thing can store the merits you have gained. The scholar seemed unaware of any abnormality, still smiling as he took out a bag, shaking the decrees inside. He then looked at the nearest player and handed out a piece from the bag. Here, the first one, poo. As he spoke halfway, the scholar's face suddenly froze, and then he violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. And behind him, a shadow appeared that had not been there before, gradually revealing a human figure. This was a remarkably strong player, with strange runes carved all over his right hand, and on his smooth forehead was a large soldier character. Is this it? Boring. Yang Jirite's arm began to change, withdrawing from the process and gradually transforming back to its original form. After casually taking a piece of the decree, he lazily turned around to leave. What is this? His hand can change into a blade? Did he just kill this scholar? Players around were shocked, their astonishment turning into a hint of regret. It should be known, in this type of dungeon, killing some key anomalies could directly affect the scoring. In other words, the big piece of cake just now was swallowed whole by this guy. Is it the inheritance of the war god? Lin Yelan, at the back of the crowd, looked with slightly contracted pupils, murmuring softly. Tianji, what are you saying? What is the inheritance of the war god? Kursen suddenly turned her head, asking with great interest while curiously glancing at the bald uncle, a strange look in her eyes. Do you know why I am called Tianji? Lin Yelan did not directly answer but revealed a mysterious smile, adjusting his glasses on the tip of his nose. Although the powers of awakeners vary, there is still a hierarchy. I know this, like my clay body double, when used well, it basically remains in an immortal state. Kursen nodded slightly, waiting for Lin Yelan's next explanation. But what if someone can find your true self, or even directly attack your soul? How will you respond? In my view, the clay doll substitute technique has a limited awakening capacity, because it cannot evolve through certain conditions. Lin Yelan lightly teased without holding back, glancing at the bald player's back with a hint of envy in her eyes. But the war god, like my heavenly machine, can continue to evolve. If luck is enough, it can reach the ultimate end, evolve into divinity. What are they talking about? What skills? Can they really reach the end and evolve into divinity? Is this going to the heavens? Why does it sound so impressive? Honestly, I've heard this in many live streams, but I don't know why they always talk about skills and players in such a way. I guess this must have been automatically harmonized, right? Strange, why don't they let us know? But I think that guy is just boasting. How can a player get divinity? Is this about becoming a god? Or going to the heavens? As soon as those words were spoken, even Brother Tian and Su Ming's attention was drawn, suddenly turning their heads to stare intently at Lin Yelan. So, your heavenly machine also has a chance to evolve into divinity in the future? I'm just a support type, far from combat classes. Lin Yelan smiled without denial, glancing at Su Ming with some hesitation, then slightly furrowed her brow, opened her mouth but made no sound. Look quickly. At that moment, changes occurred again at the entrance of the Soul Town, causing countless players to exclaim. The originally calm passage trembled slightly, and mysterious wails and roars came from within. Vaguely, some strange figures seemed to grow restless, struggling to slam towards the door, distorting and deforming the membrane of the passage. Young people, still so impulsive. Unknowingly, the scholar's somewhat playful voice rang out again. A bizarre atmosphere spread in the air. Yang Jiao frowned again, his face dark as he turned to look at the scholar. Alive again? Or unscathed? Taking a deep breath, Yang Jiao's right arm turned again into a strangely shaped weapon, and his body shot out like a cannonball. Good opportunity for an assist. Several players close to the scholar, though confused about how he could revive fully, instinctively swung their weapons and quickly lunged at him. Puff. Another few mouthfuls of blood sprayed out. A strange smile appeared on the scholar's pale face, and then he slowly closed his eyes, his blood-soaked body leaning toward the ground from the chair. If you have the skill, then... Confirming the scholar's death, Yang Jiao finally pulled his hands out from the hole in his chest and sighed softly. But before he could walk far, the scholar's cold and eerie voice rang out again. You pierce me and then leave coldly, isn't that too irresponsible? Sigh, today's youth really just start chaos and abandon it. Puff. The unfortunate scholar spat out another mouthful of blood, his body limp and falling down. Actually, I don't like this kind of violence. I prefer a gentler approach, best to take it slowly. I feel like this guy is off. Is he acting just like the performers in some videos I watch? Bro upstairs, can you share? Honestly, my friend wants some. This scholar looks so miserable. Is his job just to keep getting beaten and resurrecting? No wonder he is so weak. What's the point of this? I feel this scholar is not simple, this player might be in big trouble. Puff. Another mouthful of blood, accumulating into a large area, staining it red. The surrounding players fell silent, staring blankly at the scholar who kept reviving and then falling down again. For a moment, I didn't know how to do it right. Go to hell, I didn't expect you to be such a damn gay. Die already. Puff. The blades formed by his hands almost created after images, continuously stabbing into the scholar's chest and pulling out again, then stabbing in again. His body couldn't even be described as tragic, it was almost turned into a pile of minced meat. Snap. Yang Jiao's body suddenly stiffened, panting heavily as he raised his head to look at Su Ming, who had suddenly approached. Big boss, what's up? Don't waste your energy, it seems he is immortal. Su Ming slightly shook his head and looked again at the scholar who had instantly returned to his former state, eagerly waving a folding fan as he watched Yang Jiao. A twisted excitement gradually appeared in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Why don't you continue? Man. I want you to go harder. Come and torture me until I'm in pieces, let me experience the ultimate pain, let my soul be elevated. You make me so obsessed. With a slight twitch of his mouth, Su Ming instinctively moved his feet, standing a bit further away. This guy looked a little out of his mind. As for where he was wrong, Su Ming couldn't think of it for a moment. It seemed he had heard some similar news in his previous life. Such people should be called a masochist? Don't stop me, I'm going to kill this disgusting thing today. Die for me. Clearly, the scholar's words once again provoked Yang Jiao's anger. He quickly stepped forward, his hands turning into strange weapons again. Before you act, take a look at your token. Casually taking a token, Su Ming's brows slightly furrowed, then he glanced at Yang Jiao before walking straight away. By the way, if nothing goes wrong, killing the scholar will likely provoke the wrath of the spirits in the Soul Town, and your chance of gaining merit may greatly decrease. As he passed by, Su Ming smiled slightly and softly reminded him. Ha! Yang Jiao suddenly looked down, his hands instantly morphing back to normal, taking the token from his arms to hold in his palm. Remaining protection duration, 49 minutes 38 seconds. Half an hour, that is, an hour. 10 minutes have already passed? Suddenly raising his head, Yang Jiao's face turned extremely ugly. Chapter 207, Fengdu City Number 11. Did era, don't wander around when I go in, wait for me to come out. As players began to step into the Soul Town one after another, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly, and as he passed by Did Era, he softly reminded him. I know, boss. Did Era nodded, then a smile crept across his face as he walked towards the scholar. He was Su Ming's servant, so he didn't need to complete tasks specifically. Previously, when his hands got covered with leeches, it was simply because he was too close to Su Ming, acting as a shield to save him. Scholar, what's your name? Why can't they kill you? Handing over a cigarette, Didara patted the scholar's shoulder, showing a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Me? Su Jia. The scholar also smiled, then helplessly waved his hand. I don't smoke this thing. But you, I find you a bit strange. You're clearly not human, why do you hang out with these humans? Once the topic opened up, the two chatted back and forth like old friends. This Didara guy, unexpectedly getting close to this peculiar one? 6. Speaking of, isn't he also peculiar? Why can Su God bring him into the horror story instance? I see others seem unable to do that. Indeed. I was lucky enough to watch a few live streams before. They could also contract other peculiars in the instance to help themselves, but it would expire once the instance ended. Why can Su God? Isn't Su God fond of cheating? Perhaps this peculiar is something he got by cheating, otherwise, why would he be different from other players? This is unreasonable. As Su Ming entered, the livestream lens stayed strangely at the entrance of the Soul Town. I don't know if it's due to a delay or some special reason. But it was precisely because of this influence that many viewers refreshed their understanding of Daedara, and many were waiting to see a good show. Could it be that this guy named Daedara could still make strange friends, let a strange one betray, and turn around to help himself? Sigh, too much talk is all tears, back in the day. A puff of smoke was slowly exhaled, and a hint of soul-stirring melancholy appeared on Daedara's face. His tone seemed a bit heavy. Then, playing with a token on the table, he added gloomily, originally, I was just a prisoner, my current life is merely a different cage, though this cage has gotten a bit bigger. Is that so? By the way, what is your ability? Immortality? No, not at all. No good. As the words were half-spoken, Suja suddenly raised his head, looking towards the sky not far away, his brows almost knitting together. Brother, let's go. Quickly, find a place to hide. Ha? What's wrong? Daedara was a bit slow to react, instinctively asking back. Someone is coming. The aura feels a bit off. Don't resist. Suja seemed to sense something, his smile slowly disappearing, a glint of gloom then emerging. Swish. In an instant, waving the folding fan in his hand, before Daedara could react, his figure instantly vanished. The sky quietly stained with a hint of blood, a few clouds inexplicably changing, as if melting, gathering together to form a sea of blood. An extremely cold aura spread through the air, blood waves hitting the sea surface, countless wronged souls screaming alone. What's wrong? You seem to be bringing bad news. Suja retracted the folding fan in his hand, his gaze coldly fixed on the center of the sea of blood. Where are the people? From the depths of the blood sea came a voice suppressing its anger, followed by the figure of the Wheel King slowly appearing. Wearing a white robe that rustled with no wind, hair wildly scattered, he looked like an angry lion, extremely volatile. Who are you? His brows slightly furrowed, Suja smiled mockingly as he waved the folding fan in his hand, his gaze gradually turning icy. I am here on the Emperor's orders to set assessment challenges for this group of humans. Now that you've aggressively sought me out, what does that mean? A faint aura gradually rose from nothingness, slowly ascending along the blood sea in the sky. Suja smiled coldly, then suddenly switched his tone to a stern one. Could it be? You are underestimating the Emperor's majesty? Bullshit. The Wheel King's brow tightened, and the surrounding blood sea began to boil violently, as terrifying as boiling magma. The Emperor told me, the killer of my daughter is among this group of humans. Let go of the soul suppression street, I'll go in, kill that human, and leave, not disturbing your trial. How about it? Upon hearing the Wheel King's words, Suja revealed a hint of just the right amount of confusion, instinctively waving the folding fan in his hand. No, I cannot let down the Emperor's expectations. This is the Emperor's meaning. Taking a deep breath, the Wheel King's tone grew increasingly deep, his eyes quietly glimmering with a hint of anger. Ha! The Emperor's meaning? Do you have a royal decree or any document? Instantly rendered speechless, the Wheel King stared fiercely at Suzhou on the ground, opening his mouth as if to say something more. Enough, enough. I don't care if you lost your daughter or your son, what does that have to do with me, Su someone? At this point, Suzhou once again revealed a hint of just the right sympathy, my condolences. It's just a daughter, if she's gone, just have a few more, when they die, it's bound to come with experience. Like this, wouldn't you see it more clearly? Under Suzhou's mocking words, the Wheel King's face visibly began to darken, the surging blood sea resembling his fury, unable to contain it anymore. You want to die? Then come on. Others may fear you, Wheel King, but I, Su someone, do not fear you. With a light laugh, Suzhou unfolded the folding fan in his hand, and a word suddenly appeared, war. At the same time, his aura began to undergo a strange change, rapidly rising from the originally second or third tier level, and invisible pressure surged, blocking countless blood seas from the sky. The folding fan in Suzhou's hand quietly shimmered with a metallic sheen, fantastically beautiful. His gaze, cold as ice, fixed on the Wheel King in midair, as Suzhou's body gradually became both real and illusory, his clothing billowing in the wind, creating a somewhat hazy beauty. I said, as long as I am here today, on the Soul Town, you cannot interfere. Chapter 208, Fengdu City Number 12. Soul Town. In the empty street, eerie wails could occasionally be heard, the sky was gray, and shadowy figures of ghosts lurked in the dark corners. Su Ming slowly walked down the center of the road, his brow furrowed, feeling conflicted at the sight before him. 5 forked paths, which way should I go? In front of him were 5 alleys leading to unknown destinations, whichever path he looked at seemed no different. All were pitch black, all emitted a strange aura. Which one should I choose? Standing still, Su Ming asked as if talking to himself. Of course, choose the big one over the small one, choose left over right. Oh, then you go leftmost, and I'll go rightmost. Receiving a positive response, Su Ming tilted his head and then strode into the rightmost passage without looking back. Little sister, wait for me. Brother is coming to save you. A shadow appeared in place, malevolent thoughts slowly taking shape. Watching Su Ming enter the rightmost passage, a hint of delight appeared in his eyes, licking his lips, gazing hungrily at the leftmost passage. I warned you, don't say I enjoyed this on purpose. Ah. Sister. Swish. The figure of the evil thought also vanished, and the entrance to this forked path fell into an eerie silence again. Bright. Unprecedentedly bright. The sunlight was so piercing that Su Ming felt momentarily uncomfortable. What's going on? Where did the sunlight in Fengdu City come from? Murmuring softly, Su Ming opened his eyes in surprise. Before him was a rural scene from the 70s or 80s, at the village entrance were various coffins, and dozens of villagers in mourning clothes, with white cloths wrapped around their heads, were sorrowfully kneeling before the coffins, continually murmuring something. It was clearly noon, the sunlight exceptionally glaring, yet an inexplicable chill filled the air. As Su Ming slowly approached, he finally heard what they were saying. Please, don't come to harm us. You've already killed so many, isn't it enough? How many must die for you to be satisfied? Spare us. The villagers' voices sounded like begging for mercy, yet also held a sense of guilt. It seems the ghost that needs to be dealt with this time should be the existence the villagers are talking about. But how can I find it? Looking at the praying villagers, Su Ming's eyes moved slightly, then he walked up to a villager. Can you tell me what happened in this village? Spare us. However, the villager seemed not to hear Su Ming's voice, still staring blankly at the coffin before him, kneeling on the ground with his hands clasped in prayer. I'm a Taoist, I come from Longhu Mountain. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, the villager suddenly raised his head, staring at him in shock, his expression changing from blankness to excitement, hope slowly surfacing in his eyes. And not just him, other villagers also turned to look at Su Ming, who resembled a Taoist. Cough, 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 yes. I just happened to pass through, not knowing what happened, could you tell me? Waving the dust in his hand, he inadvertently touched the peachwood sword at his waist. Su Ming's weathered gaze swept around, revealing 7 parts sympathy and 3 parts worry. His yellow Taoist robe sparkled, looking dazzling. Taoist priest. Are you a Taoist priest? That's just wonderful. Why don't you come to my house to rest? I have 2 tails of meat and half a hen. Without exception, once the identity of the Taoist priest was revealed, the villagers around him surrounded Su Ming like he was a living Buddha, all asking about his well-being. At the same time, a look of expectation and hope appeared on everyone's faces. I have to say, it's just right. Looking at his own outfit, Su Ming felt secretly pleased. Without needing to use any force, just by wearing a cosplay costume, he gained the trust of these villagers, which was like having a smartphone for an open book exam. The difficulty was instantly reduced geometrically, wasn't it? The reason he had this outfit was because last time at Huangquan Hotel, Mai Miaofei insisted on playing some role-playing game. She said Su Ming should be the Taoist priest while she played a little zombie. Besides that, there were doctors and patients, police and prisoners, teachers and students. Ahem, of course, let's set aside those tangents for now. It's like this, Taoist priest, recently our village has been inexplicably starting to have deaths. One villager lit a cigarette, took a puff, with sorrow written all over his face. Just half a month ago, we found a mad woman in our village. Mad woman? Nodding slightly, Su Ming did not continue to interrupt. Yes, a mad woman. It seems she was the wife that Li Guangguan brought back 3 years ago. During that time, every night, villagers passing by that river would always see the mad woman covered in blood squatting there, as if she was gnawing on raw meat. But just this was still acceptable. From then on, her shadow could be seen every night. Saying this, the villager pointed at the not-so-wide river not far away, his expression somewhat wistful. And also, the chickens, ducks, and livestock that everyone raised kept disappearing mysteriously. This also proves that this mad woman has gone mad, and if we don't handle it, the consequences are unimaginable. Hearing this, Su Ming tossed away his cigarette butt and thoughtfully asked. So you all joined together to kill this mad woman, and then unexpectedly, she transformed into a vengeful ghost to seek revenge on you? No. We didn't. We just locked her up to prevent her from causing more harm. One villager sighed helplessly, the worry gathering on his brow. The livestock at home are the foundation for supporting a family. If this mad woman continues like this. So we thought of locking her up in a small room, bringing her water and food every day, that way at least she wouldn't starve. Then how could it be? Upon hearing this, Su Ming sensed something was off and quickly continued to ask. But not 2 days later, she just died. No one knows how she died, and I can guarantee that aside from me bringing her food every day, no one else went near her. The one saying this was an older villager. Seeing the respectful expressions around him, he should be the village chief. So the problem lies in the cause of this mad woman's death? Seemingly thinking of something, Su Ming frowned again, his gaze drifting toward the river at the village entrance. Didn't you say she was the wife brought back by Li Guangguan? So where is this Li Guangguan? The surrounding villagers exchanged glances, and after a moment, one of them slowly spoke. He died over a year ago. He died over a year ago? Su Ming's eyes flickered, but he said nothing more, directly walking toward the riverbank. Taoist priest, where are you going? Some villagers looked at Su Ming's actions, feeling confused, and then quickly followed him. Take me to the place where that woman was discovered. A small, not-so-wide river, with several houses scattered along the banks. It's here. Slowly squatting down, Su Ming gazed at the moss on the ground, searching carefully. Taoist priest, what are you doing? It's nothing, just looking casually. Only 1 hour. The difficulty of this should not be high. Gently twisting a handful of soil from the ground, Su Ming slightly squinted his eyes, gradually becoming serious. His fingers lightly rubbed, and some tiny black-red tissues vaguely emerged. Is it like this? Not good, not good. Wang Matzi is dead. Just when Su Ming had made a discovery, a villager's scream suddenly came from behind, causing him to turn his head. He saw a rough-looking man running in panic, his face pale and his expression filled with fear. Bang! The village chief frowned, suddenly slapping the man's head, showing some displeasure. What are you panicking about? The Taoist is here. Taoist, shouldn't you go take a look? Turning around, the village chief slightly hunched his body, a flattering smile appearing on his face. Let's go. Nodding, Su Ming did not hesitate and followed the villagers toward a certain house. Creak. Pushing open the old door, a foul smell instantly rushed in. Ugh. Wang Mozi just died, why does it smell so bad? Exactly, let's quickly bury him. The villagers looked pale as they stared at Wang Mozi's corpse, murmuring east and west. After all, the corpse before them looked truly terrifying. It had obviously just died, but it was already in a state of decay. If it weren't for the slightly human-like swollen face, the villagers might have not recognized it. Taoist, how could Wang Mozi die so tragically? Is it really that crazy woman who killed him? The village chief's eyes were full of sorrow as he stared blankly at the corpse lying on the bed, his expression extremely pained. Then, weakly waving his hand, he signaled the villagers to carry the body out. Wait. At this moment, an odd expression appeared on Su Ming's face as he walked straight to Wang Mozi's corpse and began to undo his pants. Taoist? You? What are you doing? This is disrespectful to the dead, be careful of retribution. The villagers watching this scene suddenly became a bit anxious, rushing forward to push Su Ming away, and then moved toward the coffin placed at the door. Sorry, Taoist, they might have been a bit overwhelmed recently and their emotions are hard to control. Please don't take it to heart. Silently stuffing an envelope into Su Ming's arms, the village chief had a somewhat simple smile, a small gift as a sign of respect. I absolutely cannot. Subduing demons and eliminating evil is my duty. Rescuing the people from peril is also my indispensable responsibility. Furrowing his brows slightly, Su Ming shook his head seriously to refuse. Please take this money for some snacks, and once the Taoist completely eliminates that crazy woman. The village chief said no more, just making a gesture with his thumb and index finger, as if to say you know what I mean. In that case, I will accept it. Reluctantly accepting the envelope, Su Ming's gaze again turned to the coffin as he softly asked. How many coffins are there in the village? To put it another way, how many people have died so far? Died, 14. Hearing this question, the village chief's expression dimmed as he lowered his head, his already aged face looking even more haggard. 14, huh? Can I open these coffins to take a look? Nodding with a serious expression, Su Ming looked rather casual, his gaze surveying around the village. I'm afraid not, it's our village's rule that the dead cannot be disturbed. I hope the Taoist can quickly deal with the female ghost to prevent her from harming others. Taking a deep breath, the village chief once again stuffed an envelope into Su Ming's pocket, his expression growing more anxious. Su Ming stood quietly in the room, staring intently at the village chief. After a long while. He. A strange laugh came from Su Ming's mouth, clearly audible. If you want me to kill the female ghost, I must search for clues. If you insist on stopping me from opening the coffin, then you can solve it yourselves. Slowly shaking his head, Su Ming's expression suddenly turned indifferent, pushing open the door and walking straight toward the village entrance. It seemed like he thought of something. Suddenly stopping his steps, his face slowly turning with a strange smile. I forgot to remind you, if this female ghost isn't dealt with, there might not be any survivors in this village in 3 days. As soon as Su Ming's words fell, the village chief's face became increasingly ugly. He slowly lowered his head, a hint of struggle appearing on his face, but he still did not speak. However, Su Ming's steps were getting faster and faster. And in less than a minute, he walked back to the outskirts of the village, as if he really intended to leave. Taoist. Look, as long as you want to see, I will show you. Sure enough. Su Ming suddenly stopped, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his gaze fixed on the wheezing village chief. Then get someone to help me open the coffin. Remember, all coffins must be opened. He slowly lit a cigarette, casually leaning against a large tree, his face still holding a faint smile. The villagers who had run with the village chief seemed to still not know what was happening. They looked at each other in confusion, seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. A group of people stood still, not moving for a long time. Didn't you hear? Open the coffin and let the Taoist see. Seeing the scene, the village chief got angry, hitting the edge of the coffin with his wooden staff turned cane, shouting angrily. But village chief. A villager opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped when his gaze fell on Su Ming. But what the hell? If we don't deal with this crazy woman today, we'll all die. What are you standing there for? Open the coffin. After the village chief shouted, the villagers began to pry open the nails on the coffin boards, and then one by one, the coffins were opened. Under the sunlight, the bodies inside the coffins looked decayed, the stench spreading out strongly. Chapter 210 Fengdu City Number 14. Rip. Su Ming's expression was cold as he tore open the pants of the bodies one after another. What are you doing? See for yourself. With a playful look, Su Ming pointed at these bodies, opening his mouth bluntly. These 14 bodies are all men, why are their lower bodies missing? A hint of horror appeared in the village chief's eyes, and he stepped forward, staring blankly at the inside of the coffin. Looking around, just as Su Ming said, all the men's lower bodies had disappeared. The village chief, about to speak, seemed to think of something, and his face suddenly became ugly. If I'm not mistaken, you should have hidden some things from me, right? Looking at the helpless villagers, Su Ming sneered and continued, Li Guangcan has been dead for a year, so what has his wife been doing in the village? In a year's time. Walking again towards the riverbank, Su Ming picked up some black-red mud from the ground. This isn't poultry blood, this is human blood and flesh. Gently sniffing it at the tip of his nose, Su Ming slowly closed his eyes, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. The scent is tender, this is fetal blood and flesh. Sigh, it's not, even if Su God has some ability, how did he smell this stuff was blood, and even differentiate it as human blood? Yeah. It's one thing to differentiate it as human blood, but how can he smell the blood of a fetus? Well, I think, isn't there a possibility that Su God has that broken delusionist title? Could it be that it detected this? It really seems possible, otherwise, it can't explain why Su God's nose is like a dog's, but isn't it said that abilities can't be used here? Or could this be a passive effect of a skill? After a brief shock, some keen viewers began to notice the anomaly. After all, no matter how strong the sense of smell, it couldn't be used as a testing device directly. So the audience speculated that the only explanation for Su God's operation was, Su God's delusionist title is a passive skill, and just observing it has already shown the data, allowing Su Ming to instantly analyze this as fetal blood and flesh. What do you mean? The village chief's face grew darker and darker as he suddenly slammed the coffin board. Enough. We want you to destroy that crazy woman's ghost, not to play detective. Oh? Su Ming's eyes flickered as he stood with his hands in his pockets. The surrounding villagers seemed to intentionally or unintentionally close in, surrounding Su Ming. Honestly, how many of you have raped that woman? You didn't even let her stay pregnant, forcibly. As he spoke, a visible look of disgust appeared on Su Ming's face, and he couldn't help but spit out a thick phlegm. So what? We called you just to help kill the female ghost. Since you don't want to get involved, just get lost. Get lost. You are not welcome here, get lost. The voices rose and fell, the villagers became increasingly agitated, and their bodies slowly leaned in towards Su Ming. Daoist, don't ask any more questions. Taking people's money, clearing their disasters? The village chief's expression turned ugly as he fixed his gaze on Su Ming, speaking each word slowly. Snap. Lighting a dry cigarette, his furrowed brow softened slightly. Actually, I feel sorry for that girl Suehua too, but our village in the mountains, towards women. Sigh. Is that enough? Su Ming unceremoniously interrupted the village chief's reminiscence, smiling as he asked. Daoist, do you plan to leave, or do you plan to help us get rid of the female ghost? A hint of faint hope appeared in the village chief's eyes, glancing subconsciously at Su Ming. I don't plan to leave. That's good, please help. Hearing Su Ming's answer, joy surfaced on the village chief's face as he leaned on his cane to stand upright. Looking at the villagers surrounding him, Su Ming gently stepped forward and pushed the village chief back down. I don't plan to leave, but I also don't plan to help you kill the female ghost. You're right, taking people's money and clearing their disasters. Su Ming's smile grew increasingly sinister as he tossed 2 envelopes back to the village chief, but the money I want is not these useless pieces of paper. Crunch. With his eyes wide open, a look of disbelief appeared in the village chief's eyes, then he struggled to look down. He saw Su Ming's hand pressing down on his neck, his Adam's apple seemingly blocking his windpipe. Ha! Ha! He wanted to say something more but couldn't make a sound, finally collapsing to the ground helplessly. This scene came too suddenly, even the nearby villagers did not react in time. When they came to their senses, what they saw was already the cold corpse of the village chief. Village chief! You dare? Kill him. Take down this scum, avenge the village chief. Dozens of villagers quickly rushed towards Su Ming, young and old, men and women, but all wore the same expression. Anger, nothing but anger. At that moment, an inexplicable chill appeared, and the temperature in the air suddenly dropped. You don't need to interfere, woman. Seemingly realizing that his way of speaking was off, Su Ming opened his mouth again to add, even if I don't use my abilities, killing them is like killing a chicken, you are too slow. Bang. With one punch, he smashed a villager's head, then grabbed another woman and hurled her fiercely into the crowd. Su Ming's face was calm and unhurried, looking extremely relaxed. If I had known you were this kind of scum, I wouldn't even bother to act with you. Puff. Blood sprayed wildly as Su Ming killed several more villagers, with excitement gradually appearing on his face. Devil! You're no different from a ghost. You're the ghost, you are. Finally, some villagers were terrified, their faces full of fear as they looked at Su Ming, and they instantly fled in panic. You can't escape, no one can escape, you all have to die. Every muscle in Su Ming's body tensed. At that moment, he was like an invisible killing machine, fully unleashed without using any powers. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, a pale hand blocked in front of Su Ming's eyes. Su Ming blinked, only to realize that there were almost no survivors around. Only a few pregnant women and children are left. What? Are you still conscious while being a ghost? Shifting his gaze up, Su Ming showed a strange smile, recklessly looking at the female ghost called Suihua. Chapter 211 Fengdu City Number 15. The female ghost's clothes were tattered, countless blood scabs congealed on her skin, looking exceptionally terrifying. Yet at this moment, her eyes were blood red, glaring fiercely at the corpse on the ground. Hiss. The midday sunlight fell upon her, sizzling in sound. A pitiful person, what a shame this life is like this. If there's a next life, I hope you get a good birth. Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly, removing the female ghost's hand, then turned to walk in the direction he came from. It seemed she had fulfilled her wish, so there was no need to waste more time. Thank you. A low hoarse voice came through, causing Su Ming to pause, standing for a while without turning back. It's just a mutual need, you have already paid the price. Stepping out again, the female ghost's body slowly became ethereal, then transformed into a milky white light quietly drilled into Su Ming's chest. There, a special token glowed. The dark space tunnel rippled again. Su Ming turned to look back, vaguely seeing 5 paths he had come from. But now in front of him were 5 new openings. Remaining protection time, 42 minutes 55 seconds. Looks like I need to speed up. Noticing time was running out, Su Ming slightly frowned, then set his gaze on the middle path, stepping forward without hesitation. Buzz. The dark tunnel rippled again. At the entrance of the Soul Town. Several players came out, all showing the same expression, a mix of pain and regret. Brother, did you accidentally use your power too? Yes. Are you too? The players exchanged glances, revealing a hint of a bitter smile. But thankfully, I thought breaking the rules would mean death. Now it seems, besides failing the challenge, it doesn't look too dangerous? One player looked towards the entrance of the Soul Town, muttering thoughtfully. Look, something seems off. At this moment, one player's face gradually turned ugly, their voice showing signs of panic. What's wrong? No, this is not the original Soul Town. Wasn't there an altar here, and that scholar? Pointing to an empty space and then to where the scholar had stood before, that player warned with a pale face. And no way? The players finally noticed the anomaly. Everything around was too quiet for a city. Except for the sounds made by a few, there was no other movement. Quick, look, in the Soul Town, it seems like something is crawling out. In an instant, the players' hearts jolted, quickly drawing their weapons, watching the shadow slowly emerging from the Soul Town. In an old residential building. Unaccountably, sounds of a man and woman quarreling could be heard, extremely annoying. Bitch, do you not love me anymore? Bang. The sharp sound of a slap echoed in the small space. Su Ming's vision was engulfed in darkness, leaving him a bit bewildered for a moment. I still love you, he just accidentally went in. The woman's sobbing pleas mixed with the sound of glass shattering, sounding filled with despair and pleading. Something is off, why is it so dark? In the darkness, Su Ming murmured to himself, then raised his hands to rest on his chest. Still unable to see a thing. Surrounding him, there was not a glimmer of light, and the darkness seemed to completely engulf him, making Su Ming a bit panicked for a moment. Could this be a feature of this level? Or have I gone blind? The above two were Su Ming's most probable assumptions about the current situation. It was very possible the difficulty of the second scene had drastically increased. Also, his waist seemed a bit sore, and his legs felt somewhat numb. Why is the live streaming room so dark? Has Su God gone? I don't know either. Anyway, as soon as he stepped into that dark vortex passage, he turned into this state, and now no one knows what really happened. Listen carefully, is there a man and a woman arguing? This means Su God is not dead. Even if he is blind, we should still be able to see something from our God's perspective, right? And this scene feels familiar to me, as if I once hid in. Am I sitting cross-legged right now? Feeling something strange in his body, Su Ming's tone became increasingly puzzled, then he reached out his hand to grope around in the darkness. Cold touches, humid air. This made Su Ming have a bad premonition. Still pretending? I've already found out, that bastard is right here, isn't he? Clang. A blinding light suddenly shone on Su Ming's face, making it hard for him to open his eyes for a moment. When the man saw Su Ming, he suddenly pulled him out of the wardrobe and slapped him fiercely in the face. Su Ming, who opened his eyes a crack, changed his expression slightly and instinctively grabbed the man's arm, slamming him hard onto the ground. Husband. Seeing this scene, a disheveled woman rushed forward anxiously to help the man up. Look at the lover you raised. Really has no guts. Get out, get lost. Disgusted, the man shook off the woman's hand, struggled to get up, then pointed at Su Ming in shock and anger. I figured it out, you hid in the wardrobe just to run away when I wasn't paying attention, right? Ha, since I caught you today, let me tell you. Only one of us can live. Su Ming. Clarify, what lover, what wardrobe? Turning his head slowly, Su Ming looked at the gigantic wardrobe behind him, then at the couple in front of him, a trace of black lines slowly appearing on his face. Why did stepping into the passage lead me here? Even if I appeared in any corner of the room, I could still argue, but how did I end up hiding in a wardrobe? Seeing this, a rare touch of frustration appeared on Su Ming's face, then he helplessly spread his hands. Let me explain, actually. Su brother, are you okay? Did my husband hurt you? I'll go get some ointment. Who would have thought this woman wouldn't play by the rules? After being pushed away by her husband, she grabbed Su Ming's arm and looked at him with a pained expression. She gently stroked him and then turned to rummage in the corner for something. So you're really stuck with me, huh? Looking at the couple playing their little game, Su Ming found it hard to distinguish whether they were acting or if he really had something going on with this woman. The woman in front of him looked mature and sexy, her voluptuous figure couldn't help but make one's imagination run wild. And the man looked weak, with a lingering air of decline between his brows, looking like he was suffering from deficiency. Two ghosts? Always arguing over infidelity? This is so ridiculous, right? Taking a deep breath, sorrow appeared in Su Ming's eyes, then he walked over to the sofa by himself, saying nothing more. But seeing this, the man was unhappy. Although he dared not approach, he still pointed at Su Ming, yelling, "This is my house, and you better get lost." Do you believe? Believe that I'll slap you to make you obedient? Slightly raising his head, Su Ming feigned a smile as he teased, while raising his own palm. Seemingly thinking of something, Su Ming frowned slightly and asked in a commanding manner, "How long have you been married?" None of your business. Slap. Let me first clarify, I didn't use any ability, it's just that this hand is acting up on its own. Glancing at the man's reddened cheek, Su Ming calmly withdrew his hand. He also discovered some rules in this place. The power of these ghosts was generally not very high. Although they couldn't hurt him without using their abilities, they also couldn't harm Su Ming. 2 years. 2 years? That shouldn't be the case. You don't look like someone who can be tormented like this for 2 years. With a frown, Su Ming muttered to himself. Brother Su, come have some tea. At this moment, a young woman brought over a cup of tea, completely ignoring her husband's feelings. She carefully blew on it before handing it to Su Ming. Su Ming appeared calm, but the man beside him looked completely deflated, trembling with a strong resentment rising from within him. What are you staring at? Smack! Su Ming suddenly stood up and delivered a surprise slap that left the man dazed. What are you stuttering for? You've only been married for 2 years, and you're already like this at such a young age. What does that indicate? Su Ming spoke coldly, taking the opportunity to ask while the man was still in shock. It shows I'm weak? Clearly, the man had fallen into Su Ming's rhythm, and his expression gradually began to fall as his tone became weaker. No, it's well known that men generally remain strong until about 30. So what? Is there something wrong with my health? The man stubbornly raised his head, continuing to argue. Su Ming slowly shook his head, a hint of amusement appearing in his eyes as he added. There are marks on your left ring finger, and many of them. Don't be quick to deny it. It shows that you take off your ring every so often, and then put it back on. The freshest mark on your finger should have been taken off just yesterday, right? So, what have you been doing during this time? Not giving the man a chance to respond, Su Ming gestured for the woman to look at the man's finger. Honey. What's going on? Are you cheating on me behind my back? I knew it. No wonder I make you goji berries and sea cucumber every day, and you say you have the heart but no strength. I get it now, you've lost interest in me. After Su Ming's analysis, tears welled up in the woman's eyes, bloodshot with hints of sorrow. At this moment, the man's face turned pale and flushed, and his expression grew somewhat guilty as he hung his head in silence. Well. You heartless man. I'll fight back. Noticing the man seemed to concede, the previously stable woman's expression suddenly turned agitated, grabbing the man's collar and starting to tear at him. Even if you do this, how are you any different from me? Aren't you bringing a wild man home? The man seemed somewhat exasperated, abruptly pushing the woman away and glaring at Su Ming with intense anger. Su Ming rolled his eyes at the man and turned directly away. So, since you both are like this, why bother with the details? Now that they couldn't deny being the adulterer, Su Ming decided to follow the topic and lead them gently. Since you both want to have fun, why not each have your own fun? Looking straight at both of them, Su Ming revealed a faint smile. I would willingly leave her, and you can just pretend that none of this happened. You can continue with what you were doing at night, wouldn't that be good for both of you? Of course, if either of you want to stop, then just divorce, that would make things easier. The woman and the man fell into rare silence, with neither saying a word for a moment. Now that both had discovered each other's actions, since that was the case. In the end, a look of dilemma and relief appeared on the man's face as he softly asked, "Why don't we just give it a try?" "Okay." The woman licked her lips, her fake tears vanished without a trace, her demeanor completely transformed from before. "I won't care if you're able or not, if needed, we'll solve it ourselves." "Well, I think this is pretty good." The man and the young woman exchanged a glance, nodded slightly, and their eyes revealed a hint of comforting smiles. Then they looked at Su Ming, and a light anger appeared in the man's eyes. "Are you not leaving yet? Are you planning to stay here for dinner? Farewell." Turning slightly, Su Ming opened the wardrobe again. He then took out a toolbox, slung it over his shoulder, and a smile crept to his lips. "Actually, I'm a plumber." Buzz. The man and the young woman cuddled together, their bodies gradually merging, ultimately transforming into a milky white light that flew into the token. To be honest, these two are also odd. I just said it casually, yet they really chose to forgive. Amazing. Looking at the cramped room with some sentiment, Su Ming felt a strange shock. But being able to perfectly resolve their grievances is a good thing. In Su Ming's view, how they are is none of his business. Is there only one merit? How stingy. Casually shrugging, Su Ming's tone carried an obvious disappointment. Immediately, a pitch-black entrance appeared, and Su Ming stepped into it without hesitation. Chapter 213 Fengdu City Number 17. The familiar fork in the road appeared once again. But ahead stood a figure that caught Su Ming a bit off guard. That person wore a white robe, with hands clasped behind him, as if gazing at something. "You came? You are." The instant Su Ming saw this figure, his pupils sharply contracted, and his voice became a bit lower. This was none other than the projection he had previously encountered at the Huangquan Hotel. The Wheel King. Fortunately, it's not too late. If I'm not mistaken, you just obtained your second merit, right? The figure in white robe slowly turned around, revealing a sharply defined face, and smiled softly. "Are you here to kill me?" "Well, you are right, human." The Wheel King showed no courtesy, his words filled with a hint of regret. "Unfortunately, you are within the Soul Town. According to the assessment rules, I cannot directly kill you." "Then what are you babbling about here?" After a brief pause, a strange smile appeared in Su Ming's eyes. "Honestly, as one of the top 10 Yama, you dare not act against me while I stand here. Then, what's the difference between you and a useless person? Kid, you are so bold." As soon as Su Ming's words fell, the Wheel King's face suddenly changed, and a terrifying sea of blood surged from his body. At the same time, a formless breath filled the air, and immense pressure pressed down on Su Ming. Creak. A slight sound of bones cracking was heard, as Su Ming's body shook violently as if 1,000 pounds were pressing down, causing him to gradually bend over. "What's going on? Isn't this a trial in the Soul Town? It seems like this sudden appearance is a bit off. This strange thing looks fierce, just based on its momentum, it almost crushed Su God. It's over. I think Su God is really at the end of his rope this time. Indeed, something is off. It seems like it has some past grievance with Su God, and should be specifically looking for trouble. What to do? Su God's current strength seems completely unable to contend with it. Are the strange things in this dungeon that perverse? Aunt, do you know why I specifically came to find you?" Seeing this scene, the Wheel King smiled, walking mockingly toward Su Ming, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. Cough cough. Because your brainless daughter was played with by me, and her bones are non-existent, she died horribly." Suddenly, as Su Ming coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, a hint of red appeared on his pale face, continuing to mock. "And you, this useless old dad, can only watch helplessly. Kneel down." Boom. The Wheel King's face suddenly darkened, his originally cheerful face now filled with frost, as he forcefully pressed Su Ming down to the ground like a chick. The force was great enough to create a deep pit in the ground of the Soul Town. For a long time, the Wheel King finally exhaled lightly, as if he had expelled all his irritation, while his brow slightly furrowed as he looked at the deep pit. He wouldn't be dead, right? That would really be a problem. A faint unease rose in his heart, and the Wheel King waved his hand again, dispersing the surrounding sea of blood. It revealed the figure of a person in the center of the pit. Is he dead? Aunt. Staring directly at Su Ming's figure, the Wheel King's expression changed repeatedly, and he finally spoke coldly. During the assessment period on Soul Town, directly using lethal force against him was, to put it mildly, merely crushing an ant. But, slightly turning his head, the Wheel King's gaze shifted in a certain direction, and his inner turmoil grew stronger. Su Jin knew he had barged in forcibly. If he were reported to Emperor Fengdu, he would probably be dismissed, right? As one of the 10 Yama kings, destroying the trial rules on someone else's turf was a serious taboo. Hiss. Could Su God really be heading for a box lunch now? Isn't that too tragic? There's no way to fight back. As expected, this streamer is an idiot. Clearly unable to win, yet still mocking this anomaly. Isn't that just asking for death? Exactly. I just saw this livestream at the top of the heat. I thought it was some great god. Didn't expect it to be a clueless streamer. I really don't know how he has survived until now. Are those two little black guys upstairs? Dare you to bet a pack of spicy strips? I assure you Su God won't die, do you believe it? Sigh. Slowly closing his eyes, the Wheel King felt a bit complicated at this moment. Wait, why do I feel like my power has weakened a little? Could it be that I've been too restless lately and haven't rested well? He murmured softly. Once again focusing his attention on the pit, the Wheel King waved his sleeve, and countless dirt chunks rushed towards him, trying to fill the pit. I say, you old coot, did you not eat? Is that all the strength you have? To everyone's surprise, the originally motionless Su Ming, who seemed to be dead, suddenly raised his head, disdainfully wiped the dirt off his face, and continued to mock angrily. The Wheel King was instantly stunned. He looked at Su Ming in disbelief, and then a hint of surprise and confusion appeared in his eyes. The surprise came because the human before him was still alive, which meant he had not violated the rules, but the confusion was why he seemed completely unscathed. Even those humans with a fair amount of strength would have been crushed to dust by him with ease. This guy. What are you looking at? Can't you hear me talking to you? Or have you gotten Alzheimer's from old age? Suddenly leaping from the pit, Su Ming grabbed the Wheel King's collar, and then was about to slap him. Impudent brat, how dare you? Buzz. A terrifying aura surged again, and the endless sea of blood churned. The Wheel King's anger had almost reached its peak, he could no longer suppress his rage and had no time to think about the consequences of killing Su Ming. At that moment, only one thought remained in his mind. Kill this foul-mouthed human. Boom. In extreme rage and loss of reason, the Wheel King unleashed all his power, striking Su Ming's abdomen fiercely. Not surprisingly, Su Ming's body was flung back again and crashed straight into a dilapidated wall, creating a large hole. The speed of his entire body was so fast that it left after images in mid-air. Huff, huff. The Wheel King, having vented his rage, suddenly gasped for breath, his eyes fixed red on the large hole in the wall, and in a flash he appeared in front of Su Ming again, grabbing him once more. He seemed intent on desecrating the corpse. However, before he could strike again, the noise coming from his hand froze his expression again, a chill rushing straight to the crown of his head. Because, this human seemed to have revived again. Cough cough. There's quite a bit of dust. With this. To be honest, the strength you have is even weaker than that old lady I paid for at the foot massage place last time. I wonder if your wife might not be too satisfied with you. Su Ming's crisp voice emerged from his throat again, like a devil's whisper lingering in the ears, causing the Wheel King to finally change his expression. Something is wrong. My strength. Staring blankly at Su Ming, who seemed unaffected, and looking at his own hands in disbelief, the Wheel King couldn't help but have an absurd thought rise in his heart. Could it be that I can't kill this human? Go on, I'm still waiting for your massage with essential oils? Is this all you can do? Seeing that the Wheel King stood still for a long time, it was instead Su Ming who became a bit unwilling, grabbing the Wheel King's hand and wanting to hit it on his own head. His eyes filled with an extremely excited and twisted smile, while a faint satisfaction appeared on Su Ming's face. No, something is really off. At this moment, instead of thinking about how to kill this human, the Wheel King suddenly realized something even more incredible. That is, it seems that my strength is slowly fading away? Frowning suddenly to sense it, his face became increasingly ugly, and as he seriously focused on this human in his hand, a rare emotion known as fear gradually surfaced from deep within him. In the few minutes since encountering Su Ming, his strength had inexplicably disappeared by 1/10. To know that as one of the 10 Yama kings, the Wheel King is almost at the top of the pyramid, and even just 1/10 of his strength could make almost all humans bow and become playthings beneath him. Come on, keep going. You wouldn't want to run away like a coward, would you? Noticing the Wheel King's abnormality, Su Ming raised his head with a dazed look, blinked, and smiled at the Wheel King. This feeling of constantly absorbing strength is really enjoyable. Unlike other strange encounters where it drains completely in an instant, this wonderful feeling can last a little longer. I knew my brother Su Ming wouldn't die easily. It seems he is deliberately toying with this weirdness. Brother. Sister loves you. Where are those little haters? Come on. Speak up, black fans. Exactly, don't you see how many miracles Su God has created? If you enter the bizarre world, you probably wouldn't even survive the newbie dungeon, so how can you have the face to complain here? Su God resurrected, ha 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 he he he. Wait, brothers. To celebrate, I'm going to sacrifice my dog's balls to cheer everyone up. Watching Su Ming get back on his feet, countless viewers in the live room were completely stirred up, erupting in sharp cheers once again. Originally, those little haters went from being impassioned at first to silent later, and finally exiting and blocking the live room. A series of actions flowed like clouds in water, smoothly enjoyed by all. But this is not over. These IDs were basically targeted by fans, as countless people crazily added them as friends to send their warm greetings. Oomph. Even if I don't kill you personally, you won't survive. With a keen intuition, the Wheel King caught a whiff of crisis, and at this moment, he didn't have time to think any longer, tossing Su Ming aside. Then his gaze turned to the 5 channels leading to the next level. A hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. Sea of blood. With just those 2 simple words, 5 waves of blood sea appeared out of nowhere, eerily sealing off the 5 openings, preventing Su Ming from advancing to the next level. Even if I can't kill you, so what? I will block your path, and take away your merit token. What will you do? A strange smile appeared on his face, and with a casual motion, the token on Su Ming's chest automatically flew into his hand. Whoosh. Then, the Wheel King casually tossed it away. The token swiftly plunged into a wave of sealing blood-red splash. What a pity, I haven't broken the rules. You just can't take this token, and you won't be able to move to the next level. After saying this, the Wheel King's eyes regained a brilliant smile, and he waved his hand at Su Ming, gradually becoming ethereal and visibly disappearing from the spot. This kid has a problem. Let's leave it to the rules inside Seoul Town to erase him. Outside Seoul Town, the Wheel King frowned tightly, still trying to communicate with the power inside him. But that 1/10 seemed to have vanished into thin air. No matter how he sensed it, he couldn't feel a trace. Oh. You came out so quickly? At that moment, Suja's figure reappeared, still holding a folding fan, a faint smile on his face. But this smile was filled with a chilling coldness. I have reported your act of forcefully breaking into Seoul Town to the Emperor. Get ready to be punished. The Wheel King merely cast a cold glance at Suja, then his body turned into a shadow and swiftly sped toward the Imperial Palace. Smack! But a folding fan accurately knocked him back from mid-air, instantly making the Wheel King's face filled with frost. I will naturally explain this to the Emperor. As for you, this annoying fly. Do you have anything else? As he said this, an invisible killing intent burst from the Wheel King's body, the endless sea of blood surging around, his gaze on Suja revealing unprecedented murderous intent. One misstep after another had pushed the Wheel King to his breaking point, his repressed emotions on the brink of explosion. The Emperor's business has nothing to do with me. But you forcing your way into my territory, let's settle this score. Suja chuckled lightly, shaking the folding fan in his hand, while his body naturally leaned back. At the moment he landed, a rocking chair appeared out of thin air, catching him steadily. Seeing Suja like this, the Wheel King laughed in anger, his eyes narrowing slightly, the icy killing intent no longer concealed. Do you want to die? If you really want to die, I can grant your wish. Clearly, Suja didn't care, taking out a brush to draw something on the folding fan. While a cold sneer sounded clearly from his throat. Hee, did you think I didn't notice? You've weakened. And you've weakened a lot. Smack. The folding fan suddenly flipped, and Suja slowly stood up, presenting the other side of the fan to the Wheel King. Take your chance, or lose your life. Chapter 215, Fingdu City Number 19. Seoul Town. Su Ming stood there somewhat stunned, looking at the 5 blood-red whirlpools at the entrance. Then his expression turned a bit strange. This guy can't really think that just sealing the token means he's won, right? Shrugging casually, Su Ming simply turned and walked back through the 2 passageways he had come from, heading straight to the original entrance. It's getting a bit boring. With his eyes slightly closed, a hint of tiredness appeared in Su Ming's gaze, and he sat cross-legged on the ground. It must be said, the Wheel King's true strength was still quite strong. Just by taking 1/10 of his power, it had already brought his own strength to a terrifying level. As for how high exactly, even he found it hard to grasp. Not knowing how long it had been. The surrounding space rippled, and a shadow completely black began to take human form. Here, I just got 18, is that enough? Casually tossing out a token, the evil thought's lips curled into a charming smile, and then his body gradually became ethereal. How? How many? 18, there was just no way further ahead, so I returned. Well, I'm a bit sleepy, gonna head back to sleep. The evil thought's voice grew weaker and then disappeared. Looking at the 18 marks on the token, Su Ming blinked, then walked toward the outskirts of Seoul Town. The Wheel King thought sealing his token would guarantee everything would be fine. Unbeknownst to them, they helped the evil thoughts take a piece as well, and surprisingly, this guy's efficiency was unreal. Su Ming. You came out? How did you do? As soon as he stepped out of the Seoul Calming Street, Brother Tian and Lin Yelan were already waiting outside the door. Their tokens mostly had 3 or 4 marks on them. Not bad, I got 18 marks. 18? Are you sure you said 18, not 8? Suddenly lowering his voice, Brother Tian swallowed hard, his eyes wide open. I'm sure. No. Where's Didala? With a slight frown, a sense of unease surged from within Su Ming, making him look up and glance around. Wasn't the Su god sealed with that strange token? Why is there still a token? 18 marks of virtue? Look around, those players have at most 3 or 4 marks. What is this 18 marks? Exactly. We were watching the whole time, and Su Ming just sat there doing nothing, didn't expect this many to suddenly appear? I officially report him for cheating. Whether Su Ming is cheating or not, don't we know? We've been watching his livestream, you tell me how he's not cheating, how can he do it? Many viewers in the livestream had never seen Su Ming's evil thoughts before, now seeing a figure suddenly appear and hand over a token, countless people accused him of cheating, not even pretending. After a while. Didala? Is that the guy chewing gum? We didn't see him when we came out? The group exchanged glances, each seeing the confusion in the other's eyes. When they came out, they really hadn't noticed when that guy named Didala disappeared. Forget it. Through mental sensing, Su Ming could confirm he wasn't in any immediate danger, so he decided not to think too much about it. Let's go exchange for virtue first. Scanning around, Su Ming noticed there were still about half the players left, around 70 or so, which meant this level was a bit more dangerous than the previous one, with a slightly higher elimination rate. But it didn't seem too high, it was a bit inconsistent with the usual tendency of the ghost story copy. What's wrong, Su Ming? Didn't you say you were going to exchange for virtue? Nodding seriously again, Su Ming slowly walked towards an altar, which had a small opening above, just right to fit a token. Damn! You dare to steal my token, right? I'll beat you to death. Bro, you have 3 marks, how about giving me one? As he got closer, he noticed some players with flickering eyes, scanning around and seemingly ready to snatch. After all, the rules mentioned that the symbols are divided into 4 levels, and it's very likely that different levels determine the difficulty of the next level. But they all had at least 1 or 2 marks, probably those players who couldn't even get one wouldn't be able to leave the soul calming street. Look! That boss has 18 marks. A keen-eyed player in the crowd focused on Su Ming's token, his expression stirring, turning his eyes and growling. It's real. With this number, he must be able to exchange for a top symbol, right? Exactly. Why don't we team up? The crowd buzzed with discussion, and several players looked at Su Ming's token, their eyes flashing with unrestrained greed. But soon they hid it, pretending nothing happened. After all, they had already experienced Su Ming's strength during farming, and naturally, they didn't dare to stick their necks out. Some people seemed to be a bit unhappy? Calmly standing in place, Su Ming curled his lips into a strange smile, then suddenly appeared behind a player, lightning fast, grabbing his neck. You, what are you doing? This person was the one who led the initial uproar, blending into the crowd. Feeling the difficulty of breathing increasing, fear gradually appeared on this player's face. I'm sorry. I just envy. Crack. Su Ming still wore a kind smile, then he slightly tensed his fingers, and a series of cracking bone sounds echoed. In just a moment, Su Ming let go of the wrist. The player's body fell limply to the ground, and until the moment of death, he couldn't understand why this seemingly kind big boss would break his neck over such a trivial matter. You guys go exchange first, I will keep an eye on these guys. Looking at Brother Tian and Lin Yelan, Su Ming's gaze flickered as he pointed towards the altar, then slowly stood before them. Now, does anyone still want the merit on me? Smack! He generously tossed the token into the crowd. Su Ming tilted his head and slowly lit a cigarette, not glancing at the token again. The token wobbled on the ground, but the surrounding players seemed to see the Grim Reaper. Panic-stricken, they scattered like a tide, instantly creating a vacuum zone centered around the token. Since no one wants it, I won't be polite. After finishing half the cigarette, Su Ming slowly bent down and picked up his token once Brother Tian and the others were done exchanging. Chapter 216 Fengdu City Number 20. How did you all do? What did you exchange for? Seeing the faint joy on their faces, Su Ming raised an eyebrow and instinctively asked. Both Tianji and I got 4 merits, and it seems we exchanged for a medium charm? Brother Tian flipped his palm, revealing a charm paper shimmering with faint light, etched with some peculiar patterns, and its purpose seemed unclear. It seems most players can only exchange for inferior ones. Looking at the token engraved with dense merits in his palm, Su Ming decisively tossed it into the altar's opening. Boom! The altar trembled slightly, as if an inexplicable light enveloped Su Ming, causing the countless players around to be shocked once again. What is going on? This altar not only moves but also shines? Probably because the big boss has too much merit. Really envy. Whispers arose again, with only Lin Yelan slightly bowing her head, gently brushing her fingers against the charm paper in her palm, a hint of inexplicable joy flashing in her eyes. Where is this? Looking at the scene before him, Su Ming felt a bit confused. The altar that was close at hand had vanished, and what appeared in his field of vision was an expansive gray space. Countless gray air currents spread out, something fearsome seemed to be hidden in the depths of the gray, causing a hint of unease to rise in Su Ming's heart. You have returned. An ancient and mysterious voice echoed from all around. This voice pierced the soul, causing a hint of pain to ripple across Su Ming's expression. What on earth is this? Who are you? Forcing down various discomforts that surged in his heart, Su Ming's pupils suddenly constricted, trying to locate the source of the voice. You have returned. The strange voice resounded again, still coming from all directions, wrapped in an eerie and sinister atmosphere. Who the hell are you, only daring to speak but not showing yourself? After saying this, Su Ming's expression changed slightly again. You. Buzz. The surroundings changed rapidly, countless images swirling together. A glance was enough to make one dizzy. Su Ming, what's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Brother Su, what are you doing? Brother Tian and Kerson's calls brought Su Ming back to his senses slowly, and when he reacted, he found a brilliantly golden charm paper lying quietly in his palm. The surface of the charm paper shimmered dazzlingly, countless profound runes combined into an overall pattern in a strange and mysterious way. So beautiful that one couldn't help but turn their gaze away. As I expected, Su God's 18 merits can definitely exchange for a top-notch charm. This thing looks so beautiful, I estimate in the real world, just selling it as artwork would be worth at least 100 million, right? I think too much. If I have 100 million, would I buy this thing? What for? To worship it as an ancestor. Have you noticed? The scholar from before seems to have disappeared, which shouldn't be the case. Is this the ultimate talisman? Indeed, when compared, the one in my hand is no different from toilet paper. So beautiful. Can you lend it to me to have a look? Kuexayan's eyes sparkled, shining with an inexplicable light, as she slightly tilted her head and stared eagerly at Su Ming. Feel free to look. With a slight smile, Su Ming casually handed the ultimate talisman to Kuexayan. Su Ming. A voice with a somewhat complicated tone appeared behind Su Ming. What's wrong, Lin Yelan? Turning around, Su Ming noticed Lin Yelan's gaze, and then raised an eyebrow slightly, the corner of his mouth slowly curling into a smile. Don't tell me, you came here this time just to want this thing? Lin Yelan's face showed some surprise as he stared at Su Ming for a good while, before solemnly nodding. Yes. Then a serious look appeared on his face, his voice becoming more somber. I need this ultimate talisman, it is the spiritual guide required for my next advancement. Su Ming's expression changed, and he slowly lit a cigarette, putting away the playful smile on his face, his tone turning somewhat serious. I have a few questions that confuse me. First, how did you know I could obtain this ultimate talisman? Secondly, something that can help you advance must be very valuable. Why do you think I would give it to you? Finally, how can I be sure that the future you will not become my enemy? After saying all this, Lin Yelan fell into a rare silence, showing signs of hesitation and struggle on his face. Finally, he shook his head slowly. I will tell you everything, but not now. I don't need this talisman right now, but when I do in the future, I will offer something more valuable in exchange. How do you see that? Su Ming stared expressionlessly at Lin Yelan, remaining silent for a long time. Put. Suddenly, Su Ming laughed mockingly, turning around and slowly walking in a certain direction. Everything else is not important, the premise is that you must prove you are not my enemy. You must know. As he said this, Su Ming turned his head oddly, his eyes slightly squinting. I do not hold grudges for enemies. I prefer to kill them on the spot. Lin Yelan still stood in place, watching Su Ming's back, his expression as if deep in thought. Noticing the atmosphere growing cold again, Tiangu and Kuexayan exchanged glances, both reading a trace of confusion in each other's eyes. We are friends with Su Ming, right? Sticking out her tongue, Kuexayan looked into Tianji's eyes, unable to resist asking with a strange expression. Should be? Tiangu scratched his head, his tone sounding somewhat uncertain, as Su Ming was filled with too many mysteries, causing those around him to subconsciously wish to keep some distance. Sigh, let's go. To the next level, we are already trailing behind. With a light sigh, a rare worry appeared in Tianji's eyes, and he hurriedly grabbed Kuexayan's arm, moving toward the two's retreating figures. By the way, Tiangu. What is it? Looking back at Kuexayan, Tianji's gaze became increasingly puzzled. Is there still something? Then what do you think our relationship is? Strangers? Ah. Are you a mouse? Why are you biting me? I'll give you one last chance. What is our relationship? Kuexayan opened her mouth, a hint of fierce light gradually rising in her eyes, her tone turning increasingly unfriendly. Chapter 217, Fengdu City number 21. He's dead. My daughter, at last, your father has avenged you, but there's still that damn spider. The Wheel King sat in the palace, his gaze lingering far away, anger rekindling in his eyes. That human was just collateral, the real murderer is that spider. That guy's strength. Furrowing his brows slightly, the Wheel King irritably slammed his teacup down on the table. Anger surged along with a hint of wariness. Report! A voice suddenly came from outside the door, bringing the Wheel King back to calmness. Come in. With a casual wave, the spilled tea vanished, and the Wheel King lay indifferently in his chair, his face expressionless and cold. The humans have arrived, please let the King of Hell open the trial assessment. The visitor was a warrior fully wrapped in armor, kneeling on one knee, speaking respectfully. Got it. Impatiently waving a hand, the Wheel King calmly walked towards the palace entrance. Entrance to the 18 layers of hell. The Wheel King, dressed in a white robe, stood coldly before the entrance, his hands behind his back, scanning the dense crowd of players below. First, congratulations, you have survived to reach this stage. Once you pass the next level, it will mean you have earned the qualification of permanent resident in Fengdu City. After that, whether you want to advance or leave, no one will stop you. But leaving means giving up your status as a permanent resident. After saying this, the Wheel King changed the subject. First, let me introduce the contents of this level. Ha! Halfway through, the Wheel King's expression changed slightly, his gaze fixated on a certain direction. There, a young man with black hair was smiling gently at him. It was Su Ming. My lord? A nearby guard noticed the Wheel King's dazed look and couldn't help but whisper a reminder. Bang! But as soon as he finished speaking, his body was suddenly hit by a powerful force, causing him to fly back and crash against the wall, his entire body compressed into a heap by the overwhelming impact. Not even a scream escaped his lips, and he had already fallen silent. Not only the nearby guards, but even the players densely standing in the plaza fell into rare silence. A look of solemnity appeared in their eyes simultaneously. This guy looks much more violent than expected. It seems this level's difficulty will increase quite a bit. This was the truest thought in the hearts of countless players. I don't need you to interrupt while I'm talking. Suppressing the anger in his heart, the Wheel King slowly placed his hands behind his back, staring intently at Su Ming for a while before finally shifting the topic. First, you need to enter the 18 layers of hell. The conditions to pass are quite simple: survive after walking through all 18 layers. I have 3 rules. 1. You cannot jump between levels, you must find a way to pass on your own, and you cannot harm each other. 2. You can summon a Spectre General or even a Spectre King once at a necessary moment using a talisman. The quality of the talismans in your hands determines the summoning level. 3. There is no time limit, surviving to get out is the goal. The rules didn't sound too difficult, but seeing the thoughtful look on the Wheel King's face, Su Ming couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Is this top 10 King of Hell really holding a grudge? If so, then why not just lay my cards on the table and give him something new? Looking at the Wheel King's face that seemed to wish for his death, Su Ming smiled slightly before turning to Tiangu and the others. You guys develop quietly, don't be reckless. Then, without looking back, he squeezed through the crowd and shot forward with immense speed. What are you going to do? With some confusion, Tiangu instinctively asked. Don't mind me, I'm going to deliver ahead. His voice gradually faded, and when Tiangu looked again, his eyes widened in shock. What is Su God going to do now? Just barely surviving from that strange hand, and now he wants to court death? Am thinking from another angle, could it be that this strange one barely survived from Su God, and now Su God wants to eliminate the root cause? How is that possible? Have you heard what the players around are saying? This is one of the top 10 kings of hell, and so far, not a single player has been able to fight against this existence. No wonder it's Fengdu City, even that universally recognized strongest player, Lu Bai, can't defeat this guy? It's simply monstrous. Upon learning of this strange identity, the vast majority of old fans began to waver slightly in their view of Su Ming's strength. You have to know, Lu Bai is currently a peak existence in the world of strange tales. If he can't even defeat the so-called 10 kings of hell, how can Su Ming? Do you really want to die this badly? Under the rules of the Soul Town, I don't dare to kill you directly. But now, you haven't even entered the 18th level of hell. As Su Ming rushed towards him at high speed, the Wheel King clearly showed a trace of surprise, followed by a sneer devoid of warmth. At the same time, with a casual wave of his hand, the guards behind him immediately understood. Swipe. The entrance to the 18th level of hell was blocked by a wall of people, preventing Su Ming from sneaking in unexpectedly. Now, let's see how you die. With an increasingly radiant smile, a hint of anticipation emerged in the Wheel King's eyes. Although he had his own ways to bypass the rules to kill Su Ming in the 18th level of hell under his jurisdiction, it still wasn't as quick and satisfying as this. Thinking about the scene of tearing Su Ming in half with his own hands, a sense of comfort rose inexplicably in the Wheel King's heart. What is this guy doing? Is he an idiot? Ha, this is killing me. Does he want to rush in first and seize the opportunity? To be honest, this guy is truly stupid. Even if he gets in first, what can he do? Now it's good, not only is the entrance blocked, but he'll probably face execution for offending the strange. Su Ming's speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed to the front row. The players along the way hurriedly cleared a path, mockingly staring at this reckless guy before them. The entire square had almost 600 or 700 people. All the surviving players from this dungeon were gathered together to challenge the 18th level of hell. Most of them, of course, had never seen this guy before and felt that Su Ming was foolishly seeking death. "Stop, you, don't be in such a hurry." The Will King gently waved his sleeve and pointed to the entrance blocked by soldiers, a trace of pride appearing in his eyes. "I have to admit, you are very clever. You noticed that I can't directly kill you due to the rules during the trial, so you want to sneak in while I'm not paying attention to hide, right? What a pity." As he said this, a hint of vague regret appeared on the Wheel King's face, seeming to lament Su Ming's situation. Chapter 218, Fengdu City number 22. "What a pity, your grandmother. I came specifically to insult you, this incompetent howler. What else can you do besides barking like a dog all day? Am I not standing right on your face and dealing damage to you?" As soon as these words came out, almost all the players stared at Su Ming with disbelief. Is this guy crazy? Even if he wanted to die, he shouldn't be so arrogant, right? Doesn't he know the consequences of angering the strange? Crazy, this guy is definitely driven mad by the dungeon. I heard that some outrageous players provoke terrifying strangeness, and then the strange, in anger, imprison them. They let countless men take turns torturing them, making it impossible for them to die even if they wanted to. Yeah, I remember that when that guy was finally released, it had been a year, and he even got a special title called Chrysanthemum Remains. The scene before them felt familiar to many, as if they were recalling past events. They became eager spectators, excitedly anticipating Su Ming's fate. Anticipation +1. Anticipation +2. Anticipation +10,086. As everyone expected, the Wheel King's face suddenly darkened, and an uncontrollable, terrifying aura erupted from his body. The raging anger almost turned into a physical thing, with waves of blood surrounding him, a sea of blood quickly forming. Sea of blood for burial. A scarlet hue gradually appeared in the sky, with a layer of blood covering the clouds above. The roaring sea of blood seemed to pour into the entire Fengdu city, as countless strangeness looked up, staring blankly at the bizarre scene in the sky. This time, the Wheel King was utterly consumed by anger. In the Soul Town, he could still bear it, after all, only he and Su Ming knew. But now. His gaze swept over the square filled with hundreds of players, and the Wheel King swiftly intended to unleash a grand strike to crush all the humans. If he didn't display his authority, then as one of the 10 Yama Kings, the Wheel King would definitely be nailed to the pillar of shame for others to mock. Lowly human ants, let me show you the true power of this seat. As the Wheel King lightly grasped the void, it seemed like a corner of the blood sea in the sky was being lifted, as a torrent of blood surged, carrying billions of ghosts to tear open a hole in the clouds. A vast and spectacular blood waterfall rushed straight down towards the square. What the hell? What's going on? Is this creepy thing going to wipe us all out? Help! Seeing the scene, the spectators were instantly shocked and began to flee in panic, producing sharp screams. Humph! These little ants dare to provoke me. The Wheel King, observing all of this, returned to his proud demeanor, hands clasped behind his back. It's over. At that moment, a solemn voice exploded in his mind, causing the Wheel King's face to suddenly pale. With some reluctance, the Wheel King waved his hand again. Swish! Hundreds of players' bodies instantly disappeared, all entering the 18th layer of hell in the blink of an eye. But Su Ming was the only exception. What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn red? Near the Soul Town, by the roadside stall, Didala took a bite of a kebab, looking up at the sky with some confusion as the originally grey clouds quietly transformed into waves of blood. It's that dog that bites anyone it sees, but who's strong enough to force it to use its ultimate move? Suja shook the folding fan in his hand and looked in a certain direction, a flash of excitement in his eyes. But the enemy's enemy is a friend, let's go see if we can help. Help? Didn't you just say you would take me to the Ghost KTV? And that you would get me some foreign girls? Didala leaned back in his chair, still savoring the moment as he grabbed a handful of grilled squid skewers, his words mumbling. Don't worry. We'll go first, let's go see the excitement. With a helpless smile, Suja gently waved the folding fan in his hand, and then the two gradually became ethereal, disappearing from the barbecue stall. By the time the owner reacted, he only saw a few pieces of ghostly money on the table. Boom, boom, boom. The blood waterfall above continuously poured down, filling the square outside the 18th layer of hell. Fortunately, the Wheel King had previously set up a barrier around the area, preventing the blood sea from flooding other regions. Ha ha ha. This is a great gift I'm giving you, do you like it? From ancient times to the present, countless opponents have perished under this move, and you are the first lowly human with such weak strength, you should be happy. Floating above the blood sea, the smile on the Wheel King's face grew increasingly twisted, a feeling of pleasure rising within him. Hey, I thought you were engaged in a world-shaking battle. I didn't expect it was just to kill a human who came to test. Impressive, my dog. Slap, slap. Clear applause echoed, as Suja stood grinning on top of a building, waving the folding fan, starting to mock in a quirky tone. Suja. The moment the figure appeared, the Wheel King's heart felt as if it had hit rock bottom. This guy was always opposing him. Things like crossing the river to tear down the bridge and kicking someone while they were down had become everyday occurrences. You respond quite quickly, truly a good dog. Nodding slightly, a trace of appreciation appeared on Suja's face, and Didala behind him also nodded in agreement. Are you insulting me? Believe it or not, I can take your sister's soul and let her enjoy herself? Looking at Suja's smiling face, the Wheel King closed his eyes, and his tone suddenly changed. Speaking of which, her taste is really quite nice. As if recalling something, the corners of his mouth slightly curled upward, his tone seemed to linger with unfinished thoughts. You want to die? Suja's smile froze on his face, then his tone suddenly became gloomy, and he waved his folding fan fiercely. A wild wind rose. Countless tornadoes of all sizes emerged from nowhere, swirling with unmatched killing intent as they charged towards the Wheel King. What, you want to keep cursing me? I'm listening. Looking at the furious Suja, the Wheel King's smile became even brighter, planning to kill Su Ming while simultaneously infuriating Suja. A second bloom in the moment of joy. It felt so good, truly so good. Blood waterfall. With just these two brief words, the Wheel King crossed his hands in front of his chest, and countless blood flowers surged and boiled toward the tornadoes. The two forces clashed madly, making one feel suffocated as if the apocalypse were coming. The temperature, it's a bit too high, a few degrees lower would be more suitable. In the center of the sea of blood, Su Ming's figure flickered, casually grabbing a nearby wrong soul to wipe his eyes, eagerly watching this battle between the kings of hell. Chapter 219 Fondue City Number 23. Bang. The sea of blood surged, blocking countless tornadoes, and the Wheel King made a backhand gesture, causing dense blood droplets to appear in the void. Then the blood droplets fused together, quickly transforming into 6 round balls of varying sizes and colors. 6 paths of reincarnation? As he saw the 6 round balls appear, Suja's eyebrows twitched and a sense of inexplicable heart palpitations surged in his heart. The 6 paths of reincarnation is a unique skill belonging to the 10 kings of hell. But currently, besides the top 2 kings, Qin Guang Wang and Chu Jiang Wang, other kings of hell should not have reached this level yet, right? Didn't expect this, did you? Surprised, right? Since the moment my daughter died, my state of mind has already changed, and I have unconsciously comprehended the 6 paths of reincarnation. Seeing Suja's shocked expression, the Wheel King chuckled, his face filled with shadows. I can say that I am now the strongest after Qin Guang Wang and Chu Jiang Wang. What do you have to fight against me? Ninth Hall, the equal King Lu? The Wheel King squinted at the 6 blood balls spinning at his fingertips, his eyes somewhat obsessed. This time, from completely defeating the equal king, he would challenge Qin Guang and Chu Jiang, making all those who once looked down on him kneel. He wanted to sit on the throne of the first king of hell. And everything he lost, power, dignity, he would reclaim all of it. Clap clap clap. Just as the Wheel King was immersed in his grand plans, he suddenly heard a crisp applause, looking confusedly at Suja. It wasn't him? Wonderful, truly wonderful. Brother, hurry and chop his foundations with the fan. Looking at the tense battlefield situation ahead, Su Ming suddenly leaped out of the sea like a wave, and beneath him appeared an inflatable raft. In the waves of the sea of blood, Su Ming lay at the edge of the raft, took out some biscuits and chewed on them, casually grabbing a can of 1982 cola, the excitement in his eyes growing stronger. The stronger the Wheel King became, the stronger Su Ming became. The weaker the Wheel King became, the stronger Su Ming also became. This made perfect sense. No, this strange big shot's fighting, and Su God just watching is fine, but he's eating snacks and drinking drinks? I think Su God's stomach is really good. That cola says it was produced in 1982, and he still drinks it as if nothing happened. Amazing. That whatever strange talk world has come out, and you tell me whether expired drinks are good to drink? Exactly, even if Su God took out a piece of dinosaur dung fossil from the Jurassic era and said it was a delicacy, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Seeing Su Ming enjoy himself so leisurely, many viewers felt a secret thrill. While players in other live streams were frightened and struggling to survive, who else was like Su Ming, doing whatever he wanted in the dungeon? Look at those balls in your hand, why are they oval? My grandmother can roll them better with her feet. Think about it properly. With half-closed eyes, Su Ming continued to mock the Wheel King. Stretching lazily, it seemed he was pondering what to say next. Boss. Standing at the edge of the roof, Didala finally spotted Su Ming, his face full of excitement as he raised his hands. Relax, let me think about how to annoy this little brat first, don't disturb me. Carelessly waving a hand at Daedala, Su Ming continued to furrow his brows. After a while. If I remember correctly, that blood seductress seemed to be rubbed down to look like a ball. There were still 4 or 5 strong men helping out. The figure of the Wheel King froze in midair, staring blankly at the well-conditioned Su Ming, unable to believe his eyes for a moment. You? Wasn't this guy buried by his own big move? Why does he look perfectly fine? Could it be that my memory is distorted? Fighting, and you're distracted? Just as the Wheel King was lost in thought, Suja smiled slightly and appeared behind him like lightning. The fan handle thrusting forward, accompanied by a beam of light, tearing a horrific scar on the Wheel King's shoulder, revealing glimmers of white bone. Bang! With a few light sounds, the 6 paths of reincarnation that the Wheel King had managed to gather violently exploded. You dare! The horrible pain brought the Wheel King back to his senses. At this moment, he could no longer mind Su Ming, forcing himself to focus entirely on Suja. To the Wheel King, Su Ming was merely a tenacious little ant. Blood Sea! Another roar. The Wheel King activated the Blood Sea again, furiously crushing towards Suja. The 2 men exchanged blows. After several rounds of entanglement, Suja slightly squinted, his breath showing some exhaustion. In terms of real strength, he was indeed slightly weaker than the Wheel King at this moment. Then, Suja curled the corner of his mouth into a faint smile, placing the folding fan in front of his chest and gently fanning it, his body gradually becoming illusory. This time I'm not in good condition. But just halfway through the phasing of his body, Suja suddenly froze. The Wheel King's aura seemed to drop even lower? Who on earth is it? The Wheel King, of course, also felt this strange power slipping away, and this time it was even more intense than the last, directly falling by 1/5. Calculating these 2 times, it meant that without knowing what had happened, his power had inexplicably disappeared by 1/3? No, it's that human. Recalling everything from this time period, the Wheel King's pupils suddenly contracted. The timelines of the 2 power disappearances were both right after this human mocked him, and that human's aura was continually strengthening. What are you staring at me for? If you have the skill, go deal with him. Seeing the Wheel King suddenly glaring at him, Su Ming pointed at Suja and casually spoke. You're not right. You're absorbing my power, you vampire. Even with the Wheel King's long reflexes, he finally grasped the gist of what was happening. Then his body vanished into thin air. And the next moment, he appeared in front of Su Ming, deep in his stare igniting an extremely violent fury. Die. His right hand suddenly shot out, the Wheel King's fist glowing with a strange red light, fiercely smashing down towards Su Ming's head. Shouting weakly, this place, Fengdu City, really leans towards the yin while the yang declines. Watching the fist rapidly enlarge in front of him, Su Ming shook his head in amusement, slowly closing his eyes while a strange smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Bang! Incredibly terrifying power slammed Su Ming from the surface of the Blood Sea into the ground, flooding the Blood Sea, causing the entire plaza's level to drop by at least 10 meters. One can imagine just how outrageous the force behind this furious punch from the Wheel King was. Chapter 220 Fengdu City number 24. Boss. You won't be turned to dust, right? Standing on the roof, Daedala saw this scene, his face instantly pale, stuttering as he pointed at the Blood Sea. If all goes well, your friend has had an accident. Express your condolences. Suja's voice timely appeared behind Daedala, carrying a hint of regret, but the tone was exceptionally certain. Watch me take this guy down, then I'll treat you to karaoke. By the way, to avenge your friend. Patting Daedala's shoulder, Suja's body vanished once again, reappearing with a cold gaze directed at the Wheel King. Your time is decreasing rapidly, this time. I won't let you escape. A defeated foe, based on you? The Wheel King's face showed no hint of panic. Even with 1/3 of his power diminished, he believed he would remain undefeated against equal King Suja. Buzz. An eerie aura spread again, and in a moment of distraction, the expressions of both men changed once more. The Wheel King's aura decreased by another 1/5. This meant that at this moment, he only had half of his full strength. What the hell? Noticing this scene, the Wheel King's face turned completely dark, a rare hint of panic flashing in his eyes. Looking down, unexpectedly, Su Ming had somehow sat back on the inflatable boat, leisurely waving at him. It wasn't just the Wheel King who was stunned, Suja, who was at the side, was equally bewildered. The folding fan in his hand unconsciously shook, his gaze blankly fixed on this absurd human in front of him. Now it seemed, the powerful move from the Wheel King was aimed at him after all. Under Yama's full power, this human stood firm against all attacks, completely invincible. What kind of situation was this? Could it be, he was not actually human? Now you realize? Too late. Looking at the Wheel King's expression, Su Ming slowly shook his head, then stood up. An invisible, terrifying energy spread out, causing his body to slowly hover in the air. Clang. The blade rang lightly, and a terrifying and sharp sword aura appeared from nowhere, manifesting from the void. Lines upon lines intertwined. From afar, the entire 18-layer hell radiated out 10 kilometers, transformed into a terrifying cage of sword aura. Within the cage, countless sword auras rapidly sliced through, violently stirring the sea of blood, turning the ground to dust, frantically and violently destroying everything in sight. What the hell is this sword aura? Why do I feel like it's everywhere? When did Su God's strength become this formidable? Don't you realize that the Wheel King's strength has been declining? I have a bold hypothesis. Su God's talent is stealing others' power? Impossible, right? If there are no limits, then if he steals a bit, wouldn't Su God become the biggest boss in the dungeon? It's still very possible. After all, Su God is currently recognized as a cheat. He has used so many cheats that it's hard to count. Some of them were truly insane. Damn! Watching the sky full of sword aura, the viewers in the livestream collectively dropped their jaws in shock. The strength Su Ming displayed at this moment, without exaggeration, even the most recognized strongest player, Liu Bai, could not compare. A sword aura field with a diameter of 10 kilometers could only be produced by some strong and bizarre A-level dungeons. Sword aura can even threaten me? Feeling the change in the surrounding environment, the Wheel King seemed to have a brain crash, struggling to lift his head, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Since taking the position of Yama, he had spent thousands of years to achieve his current success. But this thief. Put. A large mouthful of black blood suddenly spewed out, and the Wheel King's eyes were filled with disbelief. Words could not fully describe his feelings at this moment. This power, it's mine. Give it back to me. A roar like a beast echoed through the square. At this moment, the Wheel King's hair stood on end, looking rather terrifying. Suja, tell me, what right does he have? Halfway through his words, the Wheel King choked up again. Suja had long since vanished, taking Didela along with him, disappearing from the square. At this moment, there were only Su Ming and the Wheel King staring at each other. Wheel, I'm tired today, let's fight another day. A vast voice echoed out, but Suja's figure had already floated to a mysterious place in Fengdu City. To be precise, this was a red light district. Brother, why are you running? My boss is still there. Coming back to reality in confusion, Didela showed a hint of panic on his face, then he wanted to run back the way he came. If the boss is dead, I can't live either. It's better to die in a pile, that way, when we go to hell, we can look after each other. Western girl. Suja gently waved his folding fan, pointing at a building and speaking with a half-smile. Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's go in and take a look. Suddenly turning around, a smile reappeared on DDLA's face, and his tone became unusually firm. If the boss is dead, it means I must face this calamity. Let's go then, let's face the tribulation. I love golden-haired hot girls. Okay. Unintentionally glancing back, a strange light flashed in Suja's eyes. He had a feeling that if he stayed there any longer, not only would the Wheel King be in trouble, but he might not escape either. That human indeed looked quite ominous. Forget it, this is no longer something I should worry about, let the great emperor feel the headache. With a helpless shake of his head, Suja chuckled lightly. Then followed and stepped into Dynamic Zone Business KTV. Fengdu City, Imperial Palace. Sitting on the throne, the figure in the dragon robe still had his head bowed, making it hard to see his face. Great Emperor, really not going to care about this human? It seems the wheel. Below the throne, a young man in a black robe slightly frowned. Beneath his long black hair was an extraordinarily handsome face. This matter is for the great emperor to decide, let us focus on our own tasks. Chu Jiang. Another middle-aged man clad in coarse cloth wore a serious expression, speaking with particularly grave tone. Sounds nice, but isn't this guy blatantly slapping our Fengdu City in the face? Really? Shut up. Looking at the still somewhat unconvinced Chu Jiang King, Jin Guang King's tone took on a hint of anger. This is the Imperial Palace, and you have no say here. Be quiet. Oh. Seeing that Qin Guang King seemed to have genuinely gotten angry, Chu Jiang King reluctantly turned his head and stared blankly at the nearby pillar. Chapter 221, Fengdu City number 25. No need to pay attention. A dignified voice sounded, and the Fengdu Great Emperor slightly shook his head, his face showing no clear expression. No need to pay attention? Hearing this conclusion, Chu Jiang King lowered his head in disbelief, a strong wave of shock surfacing in his eyes. He had followed the Fengdu Great Emperor for many years. And he understood somewhat what kind of personality the emperor had. For anything that harmed the reputation of Fengdu, the emperor would always crush it with unmatched might. And now. Step down. The calm voice of the Fengdu Great Emperor echoed again. Although Chu Jiang King had many doubts in his heart, he did not dare to ask further. Outside the Imperial Palace, Chu Jiang King gazed in a certain direction, then slightly frowned. Who on earth is this human, to make the emperor back down? I have to go take a look. Murmuring softly, Chu Jiang King's eyes flickered slightly, then he headed straight toward the direction of the 18 layers of hell without looking back. I underestimated you, human. At this moment, the Wheel King's white robe was already stained red with blood, he looked somewhat disheveled. And his heart was filled with both shock and anger. This guy had clearly been an ant that could be crushed before entering Fengdu City, but in such a short time, he had absorbed half of his power and could even contend with him? Want to buy 6 flavor Remania pills? I think your body is failing, will you faint halfway through the fight? Su Ming quietly floated in midair, a smile slowly forming at the corner of his mouth as he took out a box of 6 flavor Remania pills. What is this thing? No matter what you are doing, go die. Looking at the incessant chatter of Su Ming, the Wheel King disappeared with a cold face, impatient. Then, his body oddly floated behind Su Ming, suddenly throwing a powerful punch to the back of his head. Bang! A fist firmly caught the Wheel King's arm, making his face turn even darker. Haven't you eaten? Su Ming raised an eyebrow, then gently squeezed with his right hand, and the Wheel King's body suddenly stiffened. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed, tearing off half of his sleeve. Before the Wheel King could react, Su Ming swung his ice blade, and a crisp blade sound rang out, the blade piercing straight into his chest. Puff, puff, puff. But it wasn't over yet. 108 black knife shadows solidified from the illusion and instantly turned the Wheel King's chest into a honeycomb. Slap. Then, Su Ming's right hand, which had released the Wheel King's arm, swiftly slapped him again. A crisp sound echoed in the sky. The bewildered Wheel King stood dazed in place, his mind filled with question marks. By the time he realized what was happening, the sparkling blade tip swiftly came down towards his head, the Wheel King's pupils instantly widened, a trace of extreme panic exploded. His instinct told him, if he got hit by this knife, he might die. Smack! However, before he could react, Su Ming struck again with a powerful slap to maintain control. It's over. This was the last thought of the Wheel King before he lost consciousness. A gentle breeze brushed by. The Wheel King stood in midair, dazed, but after a long time, he didn't feel any pain, causing him to feel puzzled, and he slowly opened his eyes. But what lay before him was already empty, and Su Ming's figure had vanished without a trace. His head was still intact. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief, a playful voice behind him made his expression change slightly. Trash? You? Suddenly turning his head, the Wheel King saw an extremely handsome face, with a hint of mocking smile on the young man's face. Humph. Where's that human? Seemingly thinking of something, the Wheel King snorted coldly, his face returning to indifference. Human? Hee, if it weren't for me saving you, you probably would be. His gaze turned towards the entrance of the 18th level of hell. The King of Chu Jiang continued disdainfully, is this your attitude towards your savior? Swish. The King of Chu Jiang's body appeared out of thin air at the entrance of the 18th level of hell, then he waved his hand without looking back. I'll go see what this human is all about, you keep watch. Wheel King. Coldly staring at the King of Chu Jiang for a while, the Wheel King's anger, which had finally calmed down, rekindled once more. Now that he had lost half of his power, he was already significantly weaker than the bottom-ranked equal king, Suja. He could only endure the King of Chu Jiang's arrogant attitude. Wait until my power returns, Chu Jiang King, huh? Standing coldly in place, the Wheel King's gaze grew colder, breathing heavily, feeling as though countless ants were crawling all over him. Tongue-pulling hell. Ah. No, no. I beg you, don't come. I can't take it anymore, ah. Cries of agony echoed together. Appearing before Tiangu and others was a ragged man bound by chains. Beside him stood 2 soldiers, one responsible for prying open his mouth, while the other soldier, with a wicked smile, picked up a large pliers and forcefully pulled his strange tongue back. Ah. You woo. As expected. The extreme pain twisted the man's strange face, countless blood gushed out. And the severed tongue was casually thrown into a nearby oil pot by the soldier. In no time, a peculiar meat aroma spread out. Tiangu, are we really going to pull out the tongue? Watching this live scene of pulling out a tongue, Koexayan's little face turned pale, hugging Tianji's arm, her whole body tightly pressed against him. The tongue-pulling hell looked vast, filled with countless soldiers and strange sights as far as the eye could see. Of course, many players were mixed in among them. At this moment, they stood in place hesitating, much like Tiangu and his group, all watching each other, waiting to see who would be the unfortunate soul to test the waters. You. Step forward. A female player suddenly went pale, her face filled with terror as she looked at the 2 soldiers in front of her. I don't, you have the wrong person. Woo-woo. Her mouth was suddenly covered, and the 2 soldiers revealed wicked smiles as they reached for her. Woo-woo. Just at this critical moment, the panic and fear on the girl's face vanished completely, cracks appearing on her body. Then, a piece of white paper slid off her. In an instant, her body exploded, turning into countless sheets of paper that floated in the air. The two strange soldiers exchanged glances, a look of surprise etched on their faces. Chapter 222, Fengdu City Number 26. Beautiful. Indeed, there is some power here. Seeing this scene, the players showed delight on their faces. Since a player's skill could allow for escape, the so-called tongue-pulling hell wasn't so terrifying after all. After all, everyone was at least a third-tier awakened player. Who didn't have several skills up their sleeves? After a brief silence, the two soldiers finally regained their composure, one of them sporting a smirk. Well done. Here's your reward. Whoosh. The female player's figure reappeared nearby, but before joy could cross her face, she found her petite body once again in front of the soldiers. And once again, chains emerged, binding her tightly. It's over. Watching a player easily subdued, the other players exchanged glances, some unable to believe it. Put. Caught off guard, one soldier swiftly pulled out her tongue and tossed it into a hot oil pot. After a moment of bubbling, the soldier placed the fried tongue at the corner of the female player's bleeding mouth, his eyes filled with mockery. Eat. Woo woo. I won't. If you eat it, we will accept you. And you can move on to the next layer of hell. As soon as the soldier said this, the female player's eyes widened in shock. Her face was filled with deep conflict. If every layer of these 18 levels was like this, could she really survive? In the end, she made up her mind, opening her bloodied mouth and swallowing the tongue in one quick motion. Gag. What followed was a wave of extreme nausea. Ha 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 ha. The two soldiers stood by, clutching their bellies in laughter, appearing excessively excited. I feel so sorry for the streamer. This first layer of hell involves tongue pulling, and the next has to do with finger cutting. I really doubt the streamer is still around after this set of trials. Who knows? The difficulty of the first two levels was manageable. Why has it ramped up so much here? So, what's the purpose of the charms that each player received before? Wasn't it said they could summon the strange? I suspect it should summon a strange thing to take their place in executing the punishment? Seeing this scene, the players fell silent, some revealed traces of fear on their faces, unable to resist asking. Can I choose not to challenge the levels? Put. As soon as he spoke, two bronze spears pierced through his body. Until death, he couldn't understand. He had merely asked casually, why did they suddenly turn on him? Fool, once you enter hell, there is no turning back here. Lin Yelan's eyes flickered as he spoke regretfully. Tianji, do you know some of the circumstances here? Tiangu turned around, somewhat surprised, looking at Lin Yelan, whose expression remained unchanged. I know a bit. Frowning slightly, Lin Yelan produced a yellow charm. Do you remember this? Medium-grade charm. Tiangu and Ku Xin exchanged glances. In unison, they opened their mouths. Yes. It's the talisman. After using it, you can summon a strange helper. Depending on the strength, he can help you get through some levels. But basically, a low-level talisman can barely help you pass one layer of hell. At this point, Lin Yelan thought for a moment and continued, the mid-grade talismans we have can usually help pass 2 layers, if lucky, 3 layers is also possible. But there are 18 layers in total? Kirsten's tone still seemed a bit troubled, as if she was trying her best to think of a way out. There are more ways to clear the levels than just breaking through. Lin Yelan smiled calmly, and under the bewildered gazes of Tiangu and the others, he walked straight towards a player. What is he going to do? I don't know. Tiangu shook his head, his eyes glued to Lin Yelan's every move. Brother, could you spare a light? Walking up slowly behind a player, Lin Yelan wore a strange smile and patted his shoulder. The player turned around with a slight frown and rudely shrugged off Lin Yelan's hand. What the hell? Bang! Before he could react, his body flew straight away. Lin Yelan still stood there smiling. But his fingertip moved slightly, and a talisman glowing with a faint golden light shook gently. My talisman! Damn! Seeing that familiar talisman, the player's eyes showed a hint of killing intent, and he quickly stood up to rush towards Lin Yelan. At the same time, a knife appeared in his hand, aiming to slash down on Lin Yelan's head. Hold on! 2 soldiers suddenly appeared, coldly pinning the player's knife in midair. Humans must not kill each other. If there's another time. Ha! The soldier harshly warned and then forcefully swept his spear. PFF. The unfortunate player's right hand dropped to the ground, blood gushing from his shoulder. Calmly retrieving the bronze spear, the soldier gave him a meaningful look before turning away. Why? Clearly, he struck first. Why is he not punished? PFF. Another bronze spear came flying, but this time it wasn't aimed at the player's right hand but directly at his head. A mass of brain matter mixed with blood exploded. The player's body twitched briefly, then unwillingly widened his eyes, and his body slumped weakly to the ground. Look, 2 mid-level talismans. Now I can safely survive through 4 layers. Walking calmly back to Tiangu and the others, Lin Yelan had a radiant smile on his face, raising the 2 talismans in his hand. Countless players stood there dumbfounded, their eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Why did this guy strike first while that player was just a passive counterattack? Yet the soldiers directly killed that player? And this guy named Lin Yelan didn't have a scratch? This doesn't seem fair? Wait. Didn't that strange one say before that we can't kill each other? A scream drew all players' attention. A young man in the crowd suddenly realized, then hurriedly explained, isn't it possible that simply grabbing something doesn't escalate to mutual killing? As long as there's no intent to kill, the soldiers won't interfere? After saying all this, countless players seemed to come to understanding and began to look around at other players, their gazes becoming eager. Well said. I'm gonna rob. Just when the young man proudly finished his analysis, he looked down. What the hell? His talisman was gone? Looking up again. Even the damn silhouette of that thief was gone? Damn your grandma, I'm going to rob. The clever boy never let himself get into trouble, seeing his talisman being sneakily taken away. The young man swiftly made a backward swipe. A player nearby jolted and then stared blankly at his empty hands. Goodbye to you. Then the young man decisively turned around. The body slipped away to a strange rhythm, leaving behind another innocent unlucky soul. Fight. After all, they don't dare to kill, what are you afraid of? Give it here. Gradually, the players' eyes turned red, and the vast majority joined this battle for the sigils. Even Brother Tian, Lin Yelan, and a few others were no exception. In the daily grind of work, they rarely have a bit of spice in life for their own entertainment, completely not thinking of helping to mediate, okay? Tianji, what to do? My mental power is severely depleted, I can hardly hold on now. Kursan's little face had long turned pale. Among the 3, Brother Tian mainly bears the damage, Lin Yelan mainly counterattacks. And her mud doll, as a consumable, tries its best to create opportunities for both of them. But it is precisely like this that she is now suffering from significant exhaustion. Now there is only one way left, which is... Lin Yelan caressed a stack of talismans in his pocket, a hint of heartache flickering in his eyes. Then, looking at the 2 who were getting slower in their movements, he furrowed his brows slightly and slowly pulled out the talismans from his pocket. Summoning 3 should be enough, right? He pulled out 3 pieces of talisman paper, Lin Yelan murmured, and then gently threw the talismans into the air. Rush like the law commands. Boom! Just as he was about to recite the incantation, a horrifying explosion echoed from the dome above, freezing everyone in the tongue-ripping hell, both eerie beings and players, in place. Everyone even forgot the fight, simultaneously looking up at the sky. A dazzling red light erupted from the clouds, the terrifying shockwave rippling everything around, leaving only a pure red glow. This is... booming. The sound did not stop, but instead grew louder, making people's eardrums tremble. Meteor, that's a meteor. What a beautiful meteor. No, this is hell. Where did the meteor come from? The soldiers who were marveling suddenly snapped back to reality, then their pupils suddenly constricted. That meteor dragged a dazzling red tail, crashing straight towards the ground. The intense heat made the surrounding space somewhat blurred, the meteor already breaking the sound barrier, with successive sonic booms following. That seems to be coming at us, run. What the hell? Looking at the rapidly enlarging flames in their field of vision, everyone's eyelids twitched, not caring who they were fighting, all madly fled towards the distance. Nobody wanted to be hit by something that terrifying just like that. 3 seconds later. Booming. A huge mushroom cloud rose, and a deep pit with a diameter of several dozen meters appeared on the ground. Chapter 224, Fengdu City number 28. Cough cough, which old jerk kicked me? A slight coughing sound rang out, and Su Ming's body slowly appeared at the edge of the pit, touching his slightly burned hair, his whole face almost black like a pot bottom. Alright, don't let me know who it is. As Su Ming slowly walked out, he finally noticed the countless gazes around him looking at him. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a handsome guy? By the way, I'm late, are you guys okay? Suddenly rolling his eyes, Su Ming walked straight towards Brother Tian and the others. Su Ming? Looking at Su Ming with some surprise, Brother Tian slightly furrowed his brows, genuinely unable to understand why he descended from the sky. And smashed such a big pit? You killed someone. Before Su Ming could get closer. Finally, a soldier reacted, approaching Su Ming with a dark expression, slowly pulling out a bronze spear. Be careful. Brother Tian couldn't help but shout loudly, instinctively petrifying his body and leaping towards the bronze spear. After all, this spear was aimed at Su Ming's forehead, and Su Ming did not understand the power within. If it struck true. Puff. The bronze spear pierced through Brother Tian's pitch-black arm, making him involuntarily grunt. Violating the rules means death. At the same time, other soldiers quickly gathered around Su Ming, all stabbing their bronze spears. This guy looked pretty cool when he showed up, but he's useless. What a pity, he probably doesn't know the rules, right? Surrounding players commented, coldly looking at Su Ming, mercilessly mocking him. Why are these soldiers so blind? Can't they see that Su Shen's entrance is different from ordinary players? Basically, when God Su comes here, the rules become toys. Anyone who breaks the rules might die, except for God Su. Aha brothers, look at the screenshot I took. Do you see those girls? Wow, did I just scare the hell out of them? Image.jpg. What? It's uncensored? Brother, from now on I'm following you. Just let me sip the soup while you eat the meat. As the soldiers surrounded Su Ming, countless players appeared tense, seemingly expecting the consequences of breaking the rules. But the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was completely different. It was absolute trust in Su Ming's strength. Oh? With his eyes slightly squinted, a strange smile appeared on Su Ming's face as he looked around at the players and the anomalies. Then he spoke softly. Forgive me for being straightforward, everyone here is trash. Clang. Dozens of bronze spears pierced Su Ming's body, but unlike the bloody scene the players imagined, Su Ming stood quietly in place. Only a few small holes appeared in his clothes, exposing his bronze-colored skin beneath. Ignoring the players' shocked expressions, the ice blade slowly drew out from its sheath, and Su Ming's expression turned cold. Watch closely, this knife. Buzz. Countless chills gathered, the temperature around them dropped instantly, then dense knife energy spread in the void, locking down a certain area tightly. What are you going to do? Something's wrong, you want to kill me? Run. Except for a few people, everyone's face showed deep terror as they looked at the swirling knife energy, rapidly retreating. No matter if they were players or anomalies, none were exceptions. But when they retreated to a certain boundary, no matter the methods they used, they couldn't leave. And the knife energy, with the passing time, became denser and sharper. The invisible killing intent spread out, chilling everyone to the bone, their hearts racing. This is my knife energy cage. As Su Ming slowly waved the crystal-clear ice blade, 108 knife shadows appeared, and countless knife energy instantly burst forth. Ah! My eyes. Devil, you are. Put. The cries of despair and fear echoed in this space, bursting forth like a tidal wave. And Su Ming stood quietly in place, sheathing his blade. Click. A lighter sparked a weak flame. Su Ming slowly lit his cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke. Su Ming, well done. After it was all over, Koexayan's eyes sparkled with a strange light, and she suddenly rushed over to give Su Ming a hug. Whoa, if you hadn't come, we would have been beaten to death by them. These bastards have no mercy at all. The sounds of joyful weeping echoed from Su Ming's arms, making the originally calm Su Ming twitch his mouth. Ahem. Brother Tian, who wanted to say something, had already lost his petrification effect, but his old face remained as dark as obsidian. Well, it's none of my business. Without leaving a trace, Su Ming pushed Koexayan away, turned around, and expressionlessly took another drag from his cigarette. He could more or less see the relationship between these two. But whether Brother Tian could handle it was another matter. Oh my, aren't you getting too excited, come? Brother Tian, a kiss. Peck. Su Ming, with his back to the two, seemed even more silent, even instinctively taking a few steps back to avoid disturbing them. What's going on with you? Brother Tian behind him questioned in confusion, making Su Ming slowly turn around and say nonchalantly, I just fought with the Wheel King, almost killed him. And then? With a look of I'm waiting for you to continue your story, Brother Tian tightly hugged Koexayan, his hand constantly rubbing her head. At this point, Su Ming helplessly spread out his hands and continued to add. You might not believe it, but it seems I was inexplicably kicked by someone, and then I ended up in this 18-layer hell. Could it be that another king of hell has made a move? With a hint of uncertainty, Su Ming shook his head, appearing somewhat indifferent. After all, invincibility is a matter of time. Not being able to absorb the power of that unlucky Wheel King for now doesn't seem to matter. The next wave will strike back together. Let's go, I'll take you for a quick pass. He patted Lin Yelan's shoulder nearby, casually tossing the cigarette butt in his hand and signaling the others to move. Quick pass? Is this how it's done? Just follow me. Choosing a direction with the most soldiers, Su Ming smiled mysteriously and suddenly produced something out of thin air. A dazzling steel ball twisted and coiled, like a rose blooming to its fullest. Chapter 225, Pingdu City number 29. As Su Ming and the others approached, the soldiers gathered a short distance away suddenly stood up, their bronze spears pointed at Su Ming. Kid. I don't care who you are, you're gonna face the law, or we won't recognize you. Bang. The steel ball glove viciously ripped off a large chunk of the soldier's face, instantly rendering him speechless. Su Ming stood coldly in place, grabbing the soldier by the neck with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Or what? I'm curious to hear. But the lifeless soldier obviously could no longer answer his inquiries, and was carelessly tossed aside by Su Ming. What great courage! Brothers, charge together! Another soldier shouted as he charged at Su Ming, his bronze spear aimed directly at his eye. Bang! Another brutal slap, Su Ming unceremoniously sent him flying. The surrounding soldiers seemed to know no fear, one after another charging forward madly, their faces filled with anger. And Su Ming didn't hold back. With one brutal slap after another, soldiers were left bloodied and battered. How ruthless! Is this guy really that insane? Aren't these soldiers supposed to be invincible? Why do they seem so weak in his hands? No. I understand. They must have triggered a key point, and these soldiers have grown weaker. Players watching from the sidelines were all talking amongst themselves, and one guy who looked smarter suddenly slapped his thigh. He raised his knife and slashed at a nearby peculiar soldier. Poof! Idiot! The soldier only shot a cold glance, then shifted his serious expression towards Su Ming not far away. Do you recognize it now? I recognize you. Bang! What about you? Casually ripping apart a soldier's corpse, Su Ming turned slightly to look at the next soldier. Since he absorbed half of the Wheel King's power, even Su Ming himself was uncertain at which awakening stage he was at. Anyway, it felt very strong, an immense feeling. Just a casual brutal slap could turn soldiers into a near-death state, let alone using other attacking means. At this moment, all the players stood frozen, staring blankly at Su Ming's performance. As he walked along, the ground was littered with countless soldier corpses, some with exploded heads, others with mutilated bodies, and some were even reduced to blood and flesh fragments. At this point, Su Ming resembled a specter emerging from hell. I'm losing my patience. Rubbing his somewhat sore palm, Su Ming's gaze gradually turned cold, scanning the remaining soldiers. In the entire center area of the tongue pull hell, almost none of the soldiers remained. The remaining soldiers' faces began to show a hint of fear, but more so, still held hostility towards this arrogant human. We are the uncanny ones, what right does a mere human have? Looks like these soldiers still haven't realized the severity of the situation, so many have died, yet they remain so stubborn? Su God nearly killed the Wheel King, now coming here to deal with these soldiers is purely a dimensional strike, isn't it? Who would argue otherwise? I'd bet that it was only because Su God got ambushed, or that Wheel King would have already died. But the strongest in Fengdu City isn't just the 10 kings of hell, it's the great emperor of Fengdu. Countless soldiers turned pale once more, staring blankly at the sky. Su Ming stood calmly in place, slowly drawing out the ice blade from his waist, its cold edge pointed towards the clouds. What if I show you 1,000 blades firing at once? As he spoke, a layer of ice crystals suddenly appeared in the sky, as if freezing the clouds. Countless frosts gathered together, and a multitude of crystal-clear long blades emerged, almost filling the entire sky. On each blade, a cold and fierce killing intent spread. What was most terrifying was that thousands of blades were nearly as powerful as a full-force strike from a first or second awakening level fighter. The singular power might not seem very strong. But, in this space, there were at least hundreds of thousands of ice blades, and the gathered aura brought a deep sense of despair. This. All the people on the ground began to turn pale. These blades seemed not only aimed at the soldiers but also at the players, even firmly locking onto countless lingering souls. This meant that Su Ming was preparing to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Brother. Don't get excited. Under this terrifying pressure, finally, a soldier's mental defenses were completely destroyed by fear, as he dropped his bronze spear and knelt on the ground. I'm sorry, my lord. I am the one who lacks insight, I hope my lord will spare me. With this precedent set, almost all the soldiers gave up resistance, fearfully kneeling on the ground. Weren't you all fearless? Looking at the scene before him, Su Ming smiled slightly before sheathing the ice blade again. Then he slowly turned to leave with Tiangu and the others, leaving behind a profound remark. So, it seems that these ghosts are your weak spot? That scared me. Just now when those ice blades came down, I felt like no one could survive. Forget that feeling. In the players' group, one player shivered and patted his teammate on the shoulder, still bearing a hint of fear on his face. This feeling was like having a gun pointed at his forehead and a knife at his throat. Not wetting his pants was already a sign of good mental quality. Smoke a cigarette and calm down. Thanks. Thud. Casually lighting a cigarette, the two struggling friends supported each other and squatted on a small mound of dirt. Our squad's talismans were stolen this time, we probably won't survive this round. It doesn't matter, sooner or later, this day would come, it just arrived a bit early. The player shook his overcoat and wiped off some dirt before seemingly recalling something. By the way, what did the big guy's last words mean? Who knows? He seemed to say that your weak spot is this group of lingering souls? The player's eyes flickered slightly, then looked at the countless waiting ghosts. A bold idea emerged in his mind. If I'm not mistaken, his words hint at another way to clear the level. What are you doing? Seeing the player's gradually departing figure, his teammate turned around in confusion and asked loudly. Going to test my guess. Waving his hand. The once despondent and numb expression on the player's face re-emerged with a smile, and a flicker of determination began to appear in his eyes. Chapter 226, Fengdu City number 30. What is that? Giant scissors? Curson suddenly exclaimed, looking at not far away where someone was wielding giant scissors, continually cutting fingers, while those ghosts' fingers grew back after being cut. Then the soldier continued to cut. Along with the tragic screams, feelings of despair and madness filled the air. Don't mind it. Shaking his head, Su Ming still maintained his calm demeanor, as if finding it a bit unsatisfying. He pulled out another dusty weapon from his pocket. Skull Crusher Hammer. Oh. A human has come? Ah, come over, come over. Let me have some fun. I haven't seen a human in ages, probably a few hundred years, right? The soldiers not far away looked at Su Ming, who was walking straight toward them. A hint of joy appeared in their eyes at the same time. After all, for them, tormenting humans was more exciting and satisfying than torturing these spirits. The most important thing was that they could also eat some meat to satisfy their cravings, so naturally, they were extremely excited at this moment. But they probably could never imagine. Bang! Without a word, it was a heavy blow that directly smashed a strange head open. What do you mean? I'm in a hurry, let me go to the next level. Bang! Another blow sent several soldiers flying randomly around. Su Ming didn't hesitate, striking the lonely ghost on the iron frame. Awesome! Su Ming is really fierce. The brothers behind didn't dare to fall behind, following closely as Su Ming stepped forward. After all, a moment of inattention could mean being hacked to death by random swords. Bold! They cannot die. This human is too arrogant, brothers, kill him. Seeing Su Ming attacking the spirits in an instant, all the soldiers panicked. They hurriedly picked up their weapons and attacked Su Ming. Looking at the soldiers surrounding him, a mocking smile gradually blossomed on Su Ming's face. Do you think you can kill me? Then his gaze gradually turned cold, and a faint killing intent radiated from Su Ming. If you don't let me go, then I will clear out this so-called scissor hell. Kill. The soldiers finally moved. But Su Ming was even faster than them, suddenly drawing out the ice blade and sweeping it towards the ground. Boom. A blade aura hundreds of meters long emerged from thin air, the terrifying kinetic energy slicing a deep, bottomless crack in the ground. Countless soldiers instantly turned to dust. Su Ming's expression remained unchanged as he continued to ask without emotion, let me down or die here. After a brief silence, countless soldiers reluctantly made way, some kneeling on one knee unwillingly. Iron Tree Hell. Su Ming, cut them all down. Sin Mirror Hell. Brother Su, maybe I should help you cut? Steamer Hell. Brother Su, what do we do? How about we steam them all? Copper Column Hell. God Su was my buddy, you trash weirdos, could you kill me if you had the ability? Knife Mountain Hell. Look clearly, this is my grandpa Su. You all still won't kneel? Ice Mountain Hell. Kneel down. What can I say? I feel like I'm witnessing a real man gradually transform into a sycophant. Brother Tian, you are a real man. If I were you, I would just charge in and start fighting. This isn't the Brother Tian I remember, right? Why do I now feel that he has a kind of dog-influenced feeling? Goodness. Besides God Su, this guy is also quite talented. This speedrun through over 10 layers of hell is truly a speedrun. It's basically just Su Ming cutting once per level, isn't that outrageous? Watching Brother Tian's title for Su Ming gradually upgrade, Lin Yelan and Curson, standing behind, wore extraordinary expressions. I never expected that you would also become a bully behind someone. Looking at Brother Tian standing proudly beside Su Ming, Curson couldn't help but pinch her forehead, unable to resist the urge to complain. Hearing the voice from behind, Brother Tian, without blushing or skipping a heartbeat, turned around. What do you know? I'm thinking of Grandpa Su. If he keeps shouting, won't that wear his voice out? We cooperate, I shout, he acts. Ah, right. Nodding reluctantly, Curson furrowed her brows and thought for a moment before asking Lin Yelan beside her, where are we now? I feel like we've gone through over 10 layers of hell? Yes. Nodding slightly, Lin Yelan pushed up her glasses and glanced at the space passage not far ahead, casually replying. Next is the last layer. Saw hell. But it doesn't matter, the difficulty of every layer won't be too outrageous, it's just our talismans. As she touched the dozens of talismans in her pocket, Lin Yelan smiled helplessly. Looking at Su Ming's back, a surge of indescribable emotions flooded his heart. It seemed that every time he followed him into a copy, they practically won effortlessly, right? There was no need for any scheming or strategies, just a direct push forward? Hell of blades and saws. Once again, ordinary soldiers and ordinary ghosts. Brother Tian suddenly stepped forward, his expression serious as he cleared his throat. Ahem. Grandpa Su is here, you all. Ha! This line that he had said more than 10 times didn't come out this time, instead. A hint of panic gradually surfaced in Brother Tian's eyes. Because an inexplicable figure suddenly appeared before him. A stunningly handsome young man with flowing hair biting a leaf at the corner of his mouth, smiling and winking at him. Meanwhile, Su Ming tucked away his nonchalant demeanor, carefully examining this long-haired youth, then sensing a familiar aura. As if recalling something, his brows furrowed slightly, and he asked uncertainly, "Are you the guy who kicked me for no reason before? If I really watch you kill the Wheel King, it won't be good to explain to the Emperor." Not denying it, the young man shrugged, then a lazy smile crept onto his lips. "Let me introduce myself, my name is Qin Mu." "Of course. They all call me King Chu Jiang." Gazing intently at Su Ming, the curiosity on King Chu Jiang's face grew thicker, with strange emotions surging in his eyes. At the same time, his body moved slightly, stepping closer to the group. Seeing this unexpected guy, Su Ming didn't appear flustered. Instead, he calmly pointed behind him. "You all step back." Chapter 227, Thingdu City, number 31. "Oh? It seems you want to have a go with me?" Looking at the cold-faced Su Ming, King Chu Jiang frowned, then his lips bloomed with a smile again. "If you really want to fight with me." Smack! A crisp sound of a slap caused King Chu Jiang's unbelievably handsome face to freeze suddenly. And it wasn't just King Chu Jiang, even all the soldiers in the Hell of Blades and Saws stood dazed, staring blankly at the scene before them. Before them was the famous King Chu Jiang. How did this human dare? Did he not fear being dismembered, flayed, and ground to dust? You. Touching his somewhat stiff face, King Chu Jiang, after a brief moment of shock, immediately had a gaze as cold as a deep pool. Though this slap couldn't cause real harm, but this was plain face-slapping, absurdly so. A mere human ant, die for me. With a deafening roar, King Chu Jiang's ultimate fury erupted. Water. Endless yellow spring water appeared out of nowhere, a torrent of river water surging toward them, shocking Brother Tian and his group. Even Lin Yelan, who normally remained calm, showed a hint of panic in his eyes now. "Su, Brother Su, what do we do? I don't want to die yet, boo-hoo." Xian had already tightly grabbed Brother Tian's wrist, almost clinging to his back, looking exceptionally pitiful. "You all go first, I will hold them off." Now, the battle was beyond their capability to intervene, Su Ming instructed, then with a gentle wave of ice blade, a sharp blade of air split the yellow spring, forming a circular passageway. Hurry! Brother Tian wasn't a fool. Seeing Su Ming's actions, he guessed his intentions immediately, then rushed toward the passageway made of blade air without hesitation. He. Did I say you could leave? You all shall die. King Chu Jiang's expression darkened. With a thought, the yellow spring water rapidly compressed, splitting from the long river into round balls resembling hail and violently smashing toward the passageway. Boom, boom, boom. Countless hailstones surged in, and the once stable surface of the passageway was instantly covered with cracks. The cracks rapidly widened, and the yellow spring water followed, surging in. No! Xian is still at the back. At this moment, Tiangu and Lin Yilan had already stepped out of the passage, but only Xian was still a bit behind. But at this moment, the dark and terrifying yellow spring's water had already started pouring in. It was too late to go back for rescue. As soon as the terrifying yellow spring's water touched Xian's body, it corroded everything quickly like sulfuric acid. Xian. Tiangu opened his mouth wide, his eyes bloodshot as he screamed. His hands tightly clenched together, his chest heaving violently, and his expression toward King Chu Jiang gradually became fierce. What do you want to do? Lin Yilan shook his head gravely as a heaviness settled on his shoulder. Don't go. But? There's no but. Even if she is your wife, a gentleman's revenge is not late even after 10 years. With your current strength, you're not even worthy to wipe their shoes, you know? Tianji's tone became impatient, but Lin Yilan's tone was even more intense. Without a word, he grabbed Tianji's collar, trying to drag him toward the exit. Well, who is going to pull her away? As the two turned around, a voice from behind stunned them, and they turned back in disbelief. They saw Su Ming helplessly standing at the entrance of the passage, releasing an invisible sword intent from his body that pushed away the surging yellow spring's water. Xian was trembling as she hugged his thigh, her weapon pressed tightly against his pants, leaving no gap. Tiangu and Lin Yilan exchanged glances, then Tiangu suddenly realized, quickly rushing to Su Ming's side and pulling Xian up. You scared me to death, I really thought. Stupid man, none of you can be trusted. Xian glanced at Tiangu with disdain, giving a cold snort that made her somewhat adorable. Of course, except for Brother Su. She smiled and waved at Su Ming, then followed Tianji's steps into the passage. As countless soldiers witnessed this scene, they looked at Su Ming as if he were a monster, but none dared to stop him. What a joke, if this human can even collide with King Chujiang. If they dared to have any objections, wouldn't they be lighting lanterns in the toilet? Humans are indeed the most disgusting creatures, just for a few pitiful trash. He. King Chujiang's calm voice came, laced with deep mockery. His gaze shifted towards Su Ming's back, with even deeper amusement in his eyes. A water spear made of yellow springs pierced through the sword intent domain, creating a large gash on Su Ming's back. Su Ming slowly turned around, gently touching the hideous wound on his back, looking at the smiling King Chujiang, and finally shook his head helplessly. If I remember correctly, you are also a human in your life, right? Isn't that calling yourself trash? I am different from you ants, I am one of the 10 noble kings of hell. Fengdu Emperor was also a human in life, right? As soon as he said this, King Chujiang raised his eyebrows uncontrollably, then angrily scolded, "You toothy human, today I will punish you here." Truly brainless, in this day and age, a genderless freak can be one of the 10 kings of hell? Have you turned into a spirit from a beast? Su Ming smiled faintly, continuing to mock without any fear. Shut up. Countless yellow springs surged again, and King Chujiang's handsome face turned a pig liver color, becoming increasingly restless. Netherworld yellow springs. With a single move, it was already a major attack. The overwhelming yellow springs surged towards Su Ming, countless rotten corpses speeding up in front of his eyes. But Su Ming stood motionless in place, not even thinking of attacking. The room. Just as this terrifying attack arrived, an inexplicable aura slowly rose, the tumultuous yellow springs froze in midair, and the surrounding space seemed to solidify. Why don't you avoid it? An ethereal voice rang out from the horizon, and a majestic figure in a dragon robe strode across the yellow springs. Because I am not afraid. Su Ming shook his head, calmly lighting a cigarette, carefully observing the shadow above in the sky. Emperor? At the moment the shadow appeared, the most panicked was the king of Chu River standing beside him. Strictly speaking, he had abused his power by trespassing into the 18 layers of hell. Now. Step back. With a cold glance at him, the Emperor of Fengdu slowly spoke. Feeling terrified, the king of Chu River clasped his hands in salute, his face growing even paler. He wanted to say something else, but in the end, he only managed to say one word with great difficulty. Yes. You are. The Emperor of Fengdu? Looking at the king of Chu River's nearly lifeless expression, Su Ming spoke thoughtfully. At this moment, all the soldiers around knelt on one knee, no one daring to look up. Human, you seriously injured the Wheel King and provoked the majesty of Fengdu City. What punishment should you face? Chapter 228, Fengdu City number 32. After the king of Chu River left, the Emperor of Fengdu finally looked at Su Ming, his tone extremely cold as if suppressing his anger, sounding very stiff. Standing still, Su Ming rested his hands under his chin, thought for a while, then raised his head to look at the Emperor of Fengdu. Do you have a cross-eyed problem? First of all, I am not the severely injured Wheel King, I have him on the brink of death. Secondly, which of your eyes saw me provoking Fengdu City? Wasn't the Wheel King the idiot who came to find trouble with me? As soon as he finished speaking, countless soldiers in hell tightened their grips. It's over. Daring to speak to the Emperor like that, perhaps the Emperor would be so furious that they would all be wiped out. Human, you. Are you disrespecting my majesty? As expected. The Emperor of Fengdu fell silent for 2 seconds, slowly extended a finger, a murderous intent filling the air, and spoke word by word. I will make you understand what it means to wish you were dead. Swish. A huge black hole appeared in the void, with faint light swirling, unknown where it led. And the Emperor of Fengdu did not give Su Ming time to react. With a casual wave, the black hole suddenly expanded dozens of times, instantly swallowing Su Ming's body. After doing all this, the Emperor of Fengdu fell silent again, his gaze sweeping around, showing obvious signs of struggle. All the soldiers lay prostrate on the ground, trembling as they continuously knocked their heads. Humph. In the end, the sky rumbled like thunder, and the figure of the Emperor of Fengdu gradually became illusory. Scared me to death. That was close. If the Emperor really got angry, wouldn't we go to heaven? Yeah. Thanks to the Emperor sparing me, we really walked a circle at the gates of hell. Once the Emperor of Fengdu completely left, the soldiers dared to gradually raise their heads, exchanging fearful glances. What do you think will happen to that human? What more needs to be said? I guess the Emperor intends to use the most cruel methods in the world to torture him. Let him seek life but find no escape from death. So tragic. Really too tragic. Mentioning Su Ming's fate, all the soldiers shook their heads in sympathy, then stopped thinking too much. The Emperor's methods of torture are hundreds of times more terrifying than this so-called 18 layers of hell. Skinning, tendon pulling, tongue pulling, finger cutting. These would be considered child's play. Fengdu City, Imperial Palace. At this moment, the Imperial Palace was extraordinarily quiet, the gates tightly closed, and the interior seemed particularly eerie and frightening. But the scene before his eyes left Su Ming absolutely speechless. He had thought the Emperor of Fengdu would torture him severely, but unexpectedly. "My lord, please have some tea." The Emperor of Fengdu was now standing respectfully at the side, holding a tray with a steaming cup of tea on it. I'm not really thirsty." For a moment, his mind was still figuring things out. Su Ming rubbed his forehead and softly declined. "Then, my lord, please try some fruit." Seeing Su Ming refuse, the Emperor of Fengdu became anxious, hurriedly setting the tray on the table, and then, not knowing where he got a plate of fresh fruit, he handed it over with both hands. Su Ming carefully examined the surroundings. Good lord! Was he sitting on the dragon throne? The armrests on both sides were adorned with 9-clawed golden dragons. Countless mysterious and dense runes spread out, clearly a remarkable treasure. "My lord, do you like this chair? How about, you take it?" Seemingly sensing something, Emperor Fengdu's lips twitched, and he suggested with a hint of heartache. "Okay." No matter what, even though he couldn't understand why Emperor Fengdu's attitude towards him changed so much, he wouldn't let a good opportunity pass. Swish. He quickly stored the dragon chair back into his storage space. After examining it for a long time, he looked at Emperor Fengdu's amiable, even somewhat humble demeanor. Su Ming slowly stood up, confusion written all over his face. "TZ, do we know each other?" "What? The boss was captured by Emperor Fengdu? Outside the 18th layer of hell." Didara knelt on the ground, pain etched on his face, mumbling to himself with vacant eyes. Beside him stood Suzhou in white clothes, shaking the folding fan in his hand, sympathy filling his face. "Yes, I also just got the news from the king of Chujiang. Is the news reliable?" Didara raised his head slightly, still unwilling to give up hope. "The king of Chujiang said it himself, what do you think?" Suzhou shook his head, gently patting Didara's shoulder. "Brother, take it easy. Usually, those captured by Emperor Fengdu are tortured for a while before disappearing completely. Didn't you say if he dies, you can't survive either?" "Yeah, whoa, then why am I so sad? I still have a beautiful life ahead of me. I haven't finished enjoying foreign girls yet." This statement struck directly at Didara's heart, causing him to break down and cry immediately. All right. As per tradition, you have about 3 to 4 days left, how about?" Leaning closer to Didara's ear, Suzhou revealed a wicked smile. "Let's go all out for 24 hours? Yes. Can I order 5 at once? I'm afraid that later." "Sure." The spark of determination gradually ignited in Didara's eyes as a resolute look appeared on his face. "Tonight, let's hunt to our heart's content." He slowly lifted his head, his tone as firm as a fearless warrior ready to face death. "Still thinking about these things when you're almost dead? Men really are worthless, ugh." At the entrance of the 18th layer of hell, Koxian looked at Didara's back with irritation, her tone extremely angry. "This is his own choice. You too, without Su Ming, it's almost impossible to pass this level, do you know?" Lin Yelan's calm voice echoed out, a hint of pain hidden in his eyes. Is what they said true? Only Brother Tian seemed to react, grabbing Lin Yelan's shoulder with urgency. "Yes, according to rumors, Emperor Fengdu has no feelings, he treats all who break the rules the same. Even if Su Ming doesn't injure the Wheel King, just by using the method of getting us through quickly, he has already broken the rules." Lin Yelan shook his head, tiredly leaning against the wall, his eyes slightly squinting. "So what now, do we just watch Su Ming wait to die?" A heavy fist slammed against the colorful wall. Brother Tian lowered his trembling head, disbelief filling his reddened eyes. Chapter 229, Fengdu City number 33, Final Chapter. "Don't rush, there is still one way." "What way?" Brother Tian suddenly raised his head, looking at Lin Yelan, who wore a furrowed brow, unable to hold back his inquiry. Lin Yelan's lips curled into a strange smile as he gently pushed up his glasses. "That is, to use the entire populace of Fengdu City as leverage to threaten Emperor Fengdu to release him." "Are you insane?" As soon as these words came out, Koxian's voice rose several decibels, looking at Lin Yelan in disbelief. "I have some special explosives here, although they won't work on high-level weirdness, those ordinary weirdness." He pointed to the nearby street, devoid of any joking demeanor. After pondering for 2 seconds, he concluded, probably around 500 tons of TNT would be enough to paralyze Fengdu City. "What about ourselves?" Listening to this crazy plan, Brother Tian smacked his lips and pointed at himself. "I'm talking about a threat, of course. If it doesn't work, the worst outcome is just going down with it." 6. In this case, as the Emperor of Fengdu City, he shouldn't just stand by? After a brief moment of surprise, Curson began to seriously consider the feasibility of this plan, which didn't seem so absurd. Seeing the expressions on the two of their faces, Lin Yelan shook his head and smiled. Of course, I have a second plan. Buzz. At that moment, a strange golden light appeared in front of the few, causing Lin Yelan's pupils to constrict violently. Congratulations on successfully clearing the A-level dungeon of Fengdu City. Teleport countdown, 4.59. It's over. Barbie's done. The system notification flashed in the minds of the three, which meant they only had 5 minutes left to stay here. I wonder how Su Ming is doing over there. If we could forcibly teleport out, it would be a good thing. After a brief silence, Lin Yelan let out a slow sigh, softly comforting them. Humans. A grand and solemn voice echoed from the sky, or a flicker of light slowly ignited in the void. Then, the points of light intertwined and gradually formed a large golden dragon pattern throne. And in the center of the throne, there sat a shadowy figure in imperial robes with a blurred face. This is... Lin Yelan squinted slightly. If nothing unexpected happened, the person before him was the ruler of Fengdu City, the Fengdu Emperor. As a successful challenger, I give you 2 choices. 1. Join Fengdu City, and I will appoint you as 9th-rank ghost officials. 2. I grant you a treasure, and you may leave this place. Before the 3 could react, the Fengdu Emperor calmly stated the 2 choices and then sat quietly on the throne. Your Majesty, can we choose the treasure ourselves? I've heard that there are items in Fengdu City that can bring the dead back to life. After a brief silence, Brother Tian stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully to ask. Curson and Lin Yelan both remained silent, observing the Fengdu Emperor's reaction. The treasure cannot be chosen, and I only have 2 items that can bring the dead back to life. Unless you stay in Fengdu City to become a first-rank ghost official, I will consider whether to grant them. The Fengdu Emperor slowly shook his head, seemingly not surprised by Brother Tian's request. Throughout history, countless people have gone to Fengdu City for trials, many wishing to obtain items that could bring the dead back to life, but over all these years, he had only given out 3. That was over thousands of years. Please grant me a treasure, Your Majesty. I want to leave Fengdu City. After hesitating for a long while, Brother Tian finally shook his head bitterly, then buried his head deeply in his arms. What about you? The Fengdu Emperor leisurely continued to ask, with no sign of emotional fluctuation. We choose the same. Curson and Lin Yelan exchanged glances and then nodded slightly. I understand. As everything concluded, Fengdu City returned to its previous calm. This group of players wanting to come out of the 18 layers of hell would likely still take some time. And how many could come out would depend on fate. Imperial Palace. That chair you just had was pretty cool. Can I? My lord, didn't you already take the dragon throne? That's just a temporary projection forged with ghostly power. Looking at Su Ming's enthusiastic gaze, the Fengdu Emperor twitched his mouth and respectfully explained. Oh. Feeling a bit bored, Su Ming wandered around, looking at the increasingly respectful Fengdu Emperor, and casually continued to ask. Why are you so afraid of me? To be fair, I'm just an ordinary human. Or. As he finished, his voice turned into a heavy tone, with 2 identical voices overlapping to ask in unison. At that moment, the Fengdu Emperor's body suddenly shuddered. I cannot disclose your identity, nor speak of it. But please rest assured. I absolutely have no malicious intent. I have always been your most loyal. All right. Su Ming waved his hand impatiently, feeling a bit helpless with the way Emperor Fengdu was speaking cryptically. I should leave. With this action of his, Su Ming could almost confirm that Emperor Fengdu seemed more concerned about his own evil thoughts. My lord, won't you stay a little longer? No need. I wonder what treasure the Emperor will reward me with. In an instant, this pressure again landed on Emperor Fengdu, who was now somewhat at a loss. If he offered something too light, it would lack weight. But if he offered something too valuable, it would pain him. Finally, he seemed to have made a certain decision, his voice trembling as he asked, how about I give you an item that can bring the dead back to life? Bring the dead back to life? Isn't this exactly what Brother Tian wants? Hearing this word, Su Ming's brows slightly furrowed, and he subconsciously began to nod in agreement. But after hesitating for a moment, he slowly extended 2 fingers. My lord, what do you mean? Seeing the somewhat confused expression on Emperor Fengdu's face, Su Ming smiled slightly. 2 items, all of them for me. Player space. Tristart's Fate Dice Skill Determination in progress, determination failed. Congratulations to player Su Ming for successfully clearing the A-level dungeon, Fengdu City. Clearance score, SSS. Rewards, several rule points, Reincarnation Bead *1, Reincarnation Treasure *1. Acquired title, Bandit. Bandit, violating rules has a 50% chance to be immune from punishment, and when completely overpowering others, you can demand their weapons. Title evaluation, this path is opened by me, this tree is planted by me. If you want to pass through from now on. Chapter 230, Black and White Photo? Come. Little girl, let's have a touch. He, let Big Brother have a good feel. As Su Ming was secretly thinking, an unknown hand reached toward his thigh, making Su Ming shiver all over. Then a big slap landed. Pa! The crisp sound finally made Dee-Dilla wake up, blinking rapidly, then showing a joyful expression. Boss! Oh my god, boss, you didn't die? Overjoyed, Dee-Dilla stretched out his arms wanting to hug Su Ming, but was inevitably kicked away by Su Ming. Be normal, I'm not into guys. Looking at the increasingly deranged Dee-Dilla, Su Ming forcibly suppressed the urge to hit him again, and then slowly pushed open the door of the player space and walked out. Bang! With the door suddenly closing, Dee-Dilla in the room was taken aback, then let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Boss! Let me out! I finally get to rest. Ah! Boss! In the room. Only the sound of Dee-Dilla's hysterical howling remained. Rose Bar. Hey, we actually came out alive, but Su Ming. This is the cruelty of the world of strange tales, no one can avoid it. Bang. The crisp sound of clinking glasses rang out as Brother Tian, Lin Yelan, and Kurson sat at the table, their faces flushed. A pile of liquor bottles were placed on the table, it seemed like the three were preparing to get very drunk. Big Brother Su, he is really a good person. Wiping away a few tears from the corners of her eyes, Kurson couldn't help but lower her head, her body slightly trembling. After successfully matching in the bar before, the moment they came out of the dungeon, the three appeared in the bar. Facing such a change, all three felt a bit melancholy for a moment. Ding! You have a new message, please check it in a timely manner. Who is it, sending me a message right after coming out of the dungeon? After downing 3 bottles of beer, Brother Tian couldn't help but burp, and then reluctantly clicked to open the message dialogue. Let me see, holy crap. Su Ming. Seeing the familiar name, Brother Tian rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming again, holy crap, it's really Su Ming. He's not dead, he actually isn't dead? Really? The other two exchanged a glance, their expressions changed from shock to surprise, and then a strong joy emerged. Hurry, let him come to the bar. After a moment of daze, Kurson quickly called to Brother Tian. Not long after. A figure slowly pushed open the bar door, scanning the room. Stride directly towards a table. What happened to you all? Seeing baskets of beer, Su Ming asked curiously. At the same time, he marveled at their efficiency, having finished off 4 or 5 cases in less than half an hour after leaving the instance. We're happy, really happy. Brother Tian awkwardly put down a bottle of beer, then laughed, pulling Su Ming to his side. It's definitely worth celebrating to have safely passed through Fengdu City. Lin Yelan also nodded slightly in agreement. Brother Su, we missed you so much, but you came late, self-imposed punishment of 3 bottles. Coexian timely offered several bottles of beer, wearing a mischievous grin. Just as Su Ming sat down, he caught a glimpse of something in a corner. He bent down in confusion, wanting to pick it up. Did you drop something? Dropped something? Drop, hey, that's personal property. Brother Tian, who almost didn't react in time, suddenly grabbed Su Ming's sleeve, but it was still too late. Su Ming had already pulled out a photo frame from the crack of the sofa with a strange expression. Hiss. Why is there a photo of me? At the moment he saw the frame, Su Ming's eyebrows shot up in surprise, then he asked uncertainly, if it's my photo, that's fine, but why is it still in black and white? It looks really ugly, no, is this a death photo? His voice instantly shot up several octaves as Su Ming pointed at the black and white photo, almost gasping for air. Goodness, not only were they drinking without him, but they were also hanging his death picture to drink? Is there something really wrong with them? All three at the table turned their heads, and no one spoke. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into a strange silence. Crack! Suddenly breaking the frame, Su Ming waved his hand, speaking irritably, forget it, I'll pretend I didn't see it, let's continue drinking. Hearing this, the others still wore awkward smiles. By the way, Su Ming, weren't you caught by the Emperor of Fengdu? Silly. Before Brother Tian finished speaking, Coexian suddenly slapped his head, a hint of disdain on her face. Do we even need to ask? It must be that the clearance time was up, and he was forcibly sent out. That's indeed the only possibility. Lin Yelan calmly adjusted her glasses, her tone very certain. You're right, what you said is correct. Even Su Ming smiled and nodded in agreement, clearly accepting their guess. Even if he honestly admitted he had some complicated relationship with the Emperor of Fengdu, they clearly wouldn't believe it. Rather than doing that, it was better to go along with the flow. By the way, I seem to have gained a treasure, quite interesting. With a casual swipe, a bead that emitted a milky white glow appeared on the table. The others showed no surprise. Brother Tian casually opened a beer bottle, a hint of a smile on his face. A treasure? We all have them, we can all gain items upon clearing. Halfway through his sentence, Brother Tian suddenly froze. Then, with a bit of nervousness, he reached out, carefully touching the milky white bead. Reincarnation bead. After use, it can recall lost souls. The simple introduction of a few words made Brother Tian's expression grow increasingly excited as he rubbed his eyes, fearing he was seeing things. You're not mistaken, this is the item to resurrect the dead. Seeing Brother Tian's disbelieving look, Su Ming smiled and patted his shoulder, slowly lifting the corners of his mouth into a smile. So how about we make a deal? At this point, Su Ming leaned slowly to Brother Tian's ear, his eyes sparkling with laughter. I'll sell you the reincarnation bead for 1 million, how about that? 1 million? Brother Tian was momentarily stunned, and as he heard this number, it brought him back to reality. 1 million rule points isn't that expensive. On the contrary, for an item that could resurrect a player, its value was far beyond what could be measured by rule points. If Su Ming were to take it to the auction house, this thing could sell for 4 to 5 million rule points, and those top players would sell everything they had to gather the money. I still have 180,000 rule points left. With a downcast gaze, Tai Brother's voice was weak like a mosquito, revealing a deep sense of despair. Chapter 231, Equal King Suja. Take it. Of course, I know you don't have that much money. Rolling his eyes, Su Ming shook his head helplessly, then a smile curved on his lips. Since you don't have money, just owe it for now. But the interest. I understand. Nodding with understanding, Tai Brother quickly tossed the reincarnation orb into his backpack, as if afraid of being robbed. 20% interest a year, is that okay? Whatever. Nodding slightly, Su Ming casually picked up a bottle of beer and began to drink. What are you waiting for, brothers, let's go. With an affirmative answer, a smile bloomed again on Tai Brother's face, the lingering worry gradually fading away. Not knowing how much time had passed, Su Ming slowly walked out of the bar. Outside, a familiar Wuling Hongguang was parked, and Wang Chang stood solemnly in place. When he saw Su Ming, he quickly bent down and opened the car door. Mr. Su, please. Booming. As the engine roared, the vehicle slowly drove toward the Yellow Springs restaurant. Mr. Su, this Yellow Springs restaurant is sure to amaze you. Oh? Seeing Wang Chang's somewhat mysterious look made Su Ming curious. You open your phone and search for Yellow Springs restaurant. Staring straight ahead, Wang Chang's honest face broke into a smile as he reminded again. I want to see what's so mysterious about this. Taking out his phone from his pocket, Su Ming typed Yellow Springs restaurant into the search engine as prompted. Yellow Springs restaurant, located in the northwest ring of the strange world, the surrounding area has been rapidly developed recently, becoming the biggest winner in the world of strange tales. Yellow Springs restaurant has a long history, it is the top choice for the upper class. Yellow Springs restaurant live app has been launched, click to download. More beautiful girls to play with you. Yellow Springs restaurant consumption guide, how to enjoy the best quality service at an affordable price. Today Uncle Gua will take you for exploration. What? Doubting whether his eyes were deceiving him, Su Ming clicked on the live app page. Well, what came into view was the cat-eared girl who had once sold herself to cover medical expenses in the instance. The already beautiful cat-eared girl, after careful crafting, had a unique style that instantly caught Su Ming's eye. The most important thing was that this live stream had beauty and skin smoothing features. In other words, from this live interface, she looked much prettier than in reality. What, how did they do this live stream? Casually flipping through the live homepage, the scene before Su Ming became more and more shocking. Although there were not many streamers, only a dozen or so at present. But these streamers were all unique, whether in their speaking skills or personal talents, all reached an impeccable level. And basically, each live room had only a few hundred viewers, but thanks to I Love Playing Mahjong Brother for sending 3 cloud-piercing arrows. May the Mahjong Song sail smoothly and bring wealth, power, and women. Again, thanks to my Mahjong Brother for the cloud-piercing arrow, much love. Wow. Thanks to Boss 4 sending a romantic sea of flowers. Brother is the sky, sister is the earth, love you deeply. After carefully studying for a while, Su Ming raised an eyebrow, unable to hold back the smile on his face. These gifts were all high-end gifts. A cloud-piercing arrow was worth 100 rule points, while the romantic sea of flowers, super rockets, and so on, were even worth 300 rule points. Especially that carnival, which was worth a full 1,000 rule points. Mr. Su, are you satisfied with this live broadcast effect? Wang Chang slowly turned his head back and then explained carefully, Miss Bai Miao even set a new policy where the live gift income is divided 9 to 1, which means the streamer receives gifts worth 1,000 points, and they can keep 100 points. 100 points? Su Ming's mouth twitched, questioning in disbelief. If he remembered correctly, wasn't it always a 5-to-5 split with the anchors on the live streaming platform? What is this 9-to-1 split nonsense? Won't they have complaints? Complaints? This job is so sought after that everyone is scrambling to get in. Hearing Su Ming's question, Wang Chang explained jealously, these anchors can earn several thousand points in gifts a day, and they can split a few hundred. And a few hundred points, when turned into cash, is equivalent to tens of thousands a day. Mr. Su. By the end, Wang Chang became more and more excited. Can you tell the miss to let the male anchor try live streaming? With your attitude, forget it. Su Ming rolled his eyes at Wang Chang and spoke impatiently. But then again, if one anchor makes several thousand, wouldn't 10 anchors make tens of thousands of points a day? If lucky, one could earn 1,000,000 points in a month? Thinking it over like this, live streaming really is a lucrative industry. After a moment of quiet reflection, Su Ming casually awarded every anchor a carnival. After all, they were all his employees, a little encouragement was definitely necessary. Mr. Su, please get out of the car. After a while, Wang Chang pulled the door handle and stood respectfully outside the car. How quickly things are changing. Walking again on this bustling street, Su Ming couldn't help but feel emotional. Just months ago, this was merely a restaurant on the brink of closing down, and now it has developed surrounding industries, turning into a giant. Mr. Su. Mr. Su. It was unclear if Wang Chang had sent a message earlier, but the Huangquan restaurant was not open, and all employees stood outside waiting respectfully. At the forefront were, of course, Bai Miao and Supervisor Hong. Let's talk inside. It wasn't that Su Ming disliked this feeling, but countless players and strange beings were watching not far away, making him feel a bit awkward. Approaching the hall slowly, Su Ming waved his hand casually, go on and get back to work. Yes, Mr. Su. Only then did the employees disperse, leaving Bai Miao and Supervisor Hong standing in place. Su Ming was not polite, taking the coffee that Bai Miao handed him with a half-smile as he opened his phone. Things have been developing quite rapidly, especially with live streaming. Isn't that all thanks to you, Brother Su? Bai Miao stood behind him, giving Su Ming a massage, her face showing a gentle smile. I remember you said at the beginning, if there was a live streaming platform, it would earn more than a concert. So naturally, we decided to focus on this area for development. By the way, about the technology side. Seeming to think of something, Su Ming questioned with curiosity. After all, just having money isn't enough to build a live streaming platform, one must know some programming, right? At least connections to get listed, right? That's me. While Su Ming was puzzled, a figure in white, carrying a folding fan, slowly walked over. It was Su Zhe. You, aren't you the equal king of Fengdu? Looking at the person in front of him, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, slowly putting the coffee on the table, his tone turning unfriendly. Hee, Brother Su, don't panic. Su Zhe was not polite at all, sitting straight on the sofa and pouring tea for himself from the teapot. Bai Miao. A low voice came from Su Ming's mouth, making Bai Miao pause slightly. What's wrong, Brother Su? How many benefits did this guy take? Did he take shares or assets? Nothing at all. Slightly stunned, Bai Miao answered without thinking. Seeming to see Su Ming's confusion, she continued, ever since that blood charm girl came by last time, not long after, he came. At that time, we thought he was looking for trouble, but unexpectedly. Unexpectedly, I would help you unconditionally, right? Su Zhe took a sip of hot tea, then waved the folding fan in his hand. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Originally, I was just following the Emperor's orders to offer you help. I never expected. With sharp eyes fixed on Su Ming, his smile grew stronger. I didn't think the mastermind behind it all would be you. This really surprised me. The Emperor's orders? Listening to Su Zhe's explanation, Su Ming felt even more confused. Recalling the Emperor of Fengdu's previous attitude towards him, looking at the equal king who was helping him build a live streaming platform unconditionally made it even harder to understand. What virtue or ability do I possess that has drawn such attention from the Emperor of Fengdu? If I had to say there was something different, it would be that every skill I extracted from the dungeon feels like a cheat. Go find the Emperor. Once you go, everything will be revealed. Still leisurely playing with the teacup in his hand, Su Zhe smiled oddly, as if hinting at something. This is the token to enter Fengdu City. Be careful, it doesn't allow you to enter the dungeon. Dungeon? Looking at the golden token on the table, hearing Su Zhe's words made Su Ming's pupils suddenly shrink. It clearly is a bizarre thing. Why can it utter the word dungeon? Or could it be, the top 10 kings of hell and the Emperor of Fengdu itself have already transcended the dungeon, so they know all this? I can't reveal too much here. Su Zhe put away his smile and suddenly flipped open his fan. Rules. I understand. Nodding slightly, Su Ming slowly put down the coffee in his hand, then turned his head to look at Bai Miao. Keep an eye on this guy, call me if anything seems off. Brother Su, are you really going to Fengdu City? Bai Miao's hand froze in midair, her head tilted up slightly, her white hair floating. Her tone was filled with deep concern. Fengdu City is a place full of powerful bizarre things, like those top 10 kings of hell. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Shaking his head to signal by Meow not to fret, Su Ming took a deep breath, gave Suja a meaningful glance, then slowly walked out of the restaurant. I'm very curious, what will your choice be? In the restaurant, Suja waved his folding fan, calmly watching Su Ming's retreating figure. Will it be to continue on or to start all over? Mr. Su, are you leaving again? Without hesitation, Su Ming tiredly sat in the back seat and slowly closed his eyes. To Fingdu City. Oh, okay, to Fingdu City, to Fingdu City? Suddenly turning around, Wang Chang's face lost its honest smile for the first time, his tone sounding a bit frantic. Fingdu City is undoubtedly a forbidden land where bizarre things lurk, a place no living person should enter. As the saying goes, the living do not enter, and the dead do not exit. Just wait for me outside, I'm not asking you to go in. But arrive in 1 hour, and the bonus is 100,000, arrive in half an hour, and the bonus is 500,000. After a brief silence, a light sparkled in Wang Chang's eyes for the first time. Mr. Su, please fasten your seatbelt. I'll show you what true speed is. Roar. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, Wang Chang pressed the accelerator hard, with a fierce expression. Even if the King of Heaven blocked the way, he wouldn't let off the gas. Damn, is that van insane? Doesn't he care about getting his license revoked for running red lights? And can such a van really go this fast? Stop, stop. I'm a traffic cop, I repeat, I'm a traffic cop. Yet this seemingly fragile Wuling Hongguang charged forward like a soldier, refusing to slow down whether confronted by players or bizarre things, red lights or traffic cops, only letting its taillights grow more distant. Alright, this is where we stop. Looking at the familiar city walls, Su Ming's gaze flickered slightly, then he spoke calmly. Mr. Su, do you really not need me to go in to ensure your safety? You know Fingdu City. Wang Chang's face showed a hint of hesitation as he fixed his gaze on the words Fingdu City for a long while. Finally, he mustered the courage to follow Su Ming in. Do you think you are strong? Just wait here. I'll be back. With a slight twitch of his mouth, Su Ming slowly took out a token from his chest and walked unflinchingly towards the gate of Fingdu City. Fingdu Order, the holder is invincible within Fingdu City. Seeing this token is like meeting the Emperor. At this moment, 2 soldiers clad in bronze armor at the gate sensed the movement and raised their spears menacingly. Stop. Humans are not allowed to enter. If you take another step forward, I will. But halfway through, seeing the golden token in Su Ming's hand, the soldiers' expressions changed to fear, unable to utter another word like ducks with their throats being choked. What are you going to do to me? We meet the Order's envoy, we meet the Emperor. We meet the Order's envoy, we meet the Emperor. Suddenly, both soldiers knelt on the ground with cupped fists, their faces filled with horror, beads of cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. No one expected that the human before them actually possessed the Fingdu Order, something that hadn't appeared for many years. The aura of authority emanating from it strongly proved that this token was authentic. Let me in. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, the 2 soldiers quickly opened the city gate, then stood respectfully to the sides, their hearts filled with a sense of survival. Seeing the bearer of this token was like meeting the Emperor. Even if they were ordered to commit suicide on the spot, they could only comply. Those who defy the Emperor's authority find that death is often the least painful outcome. Chapter 233, The Past. As Su Ming just entered Fingdu City and was about to sigh, his expression suddenly froze as he looked at a figure not far away. Wheel King? It was clear that the Wheel King had long been waiting at the city gate, seeing Su Ming with no hint of surprise. Meeting again, haha. With a cold laugh, the Wheel King did not show anger like in the instance but instead extended a hand, speaking with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Let's go, I'll take you to see the Emperor. Without the support of the taunt skill, Su Ming's aura returned to that of a third-tier awakener. The Wheel King clearly sensed this change, but given that Su Ming held the Fingdu Order, he made no further moves. A path formed from blood then unfolded, and the Wheel King's tone remained flat. Please. Oh. Without a trace of fear, Su Ming stepped in. As soon as he entered the path, his figure strangely appeared at the palace gate. Humph. With a cold snort, the Wheel King's figure vanished. Back here again, huh? Murmuring softly, Su Ming lowered his head to look at the gleaming Fingdu Order in his hand, a hint of wonder appearing in his eyes. After a moment's thought, he slowly entered the palace. The Imperial Palace. My lord, you have arrived? The Emperor of Fingdu still wore that friendly and humble look, standing respectfully to the side. The Emperor called me, is there something you need? Su Ming was not polite, taking the previously seized dragon chair and casually sitting down. The corners of his mouth twitching unconsciously, the Emperor of Fingdu turned his head aside and then served up some plates of fruit. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about the Divine Research Institute. Divine Research Institute? Hearing this unfamiliar term, Su Ming blinked in surprise, then frowned to ask. Previously, he speculated that there might be S-level dungeons above A-level ones, like the Land of Runes or the Void. But now, what on earth was this Divine Research Institute? Brought by the rules of the instance, I couldn't tell you before. The Divine Research Institute can be said to stand above everything, even creating the entire world. The Emperor of Fengdu suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with gravity. Then, staring intently at Su Ming, he continued, "What we call instances, to them are merely laboratories, perhaps. Some gods are watching us." At this point, Su Ming did not appear too shocked. Instead, he took a deep breath and fixed his piercing gaze on the Emperor of Fengdu. "How do you know that you are in a replica? And how do you know about the so-called gods?" "My lord, everything was told to me by you." The Emperor of Fengdu slowly raised his head, and then the crown on his head dissolved, revealing an extremely ordinary middle-aged man's face. But the moment Su Ming saw this face, his pupils suddenly constricted. "You? Now you should believe it, right? My lord." With ink-like eyes staring at Su Ming, a smile gradually emerged on the Emperor of Fengdu's face. "After 3,500 years, I have finally waited for you again, King of Hell." Su Ming. A series of question marks floated in Su Ming's mind. After a brief moment of confusion, he finally thought of some key ideas. "Don't tell me I am the King of Hell? My lord, you have not yet regained your memory. Allow me to slowly explain." The Emperor of Fengdu smiled helplessly, then his gaze became nostalgic as he began to recount a long-buried past. 3,500 years ago, a massive entity called the God Research Institute quietly emerged. They did not belong to this world, as if they came from the void. Due to the uniqueness of Blue Star, it was chosen as the ultimate target for their God creation project. Thus, a premeditated plot unfolded on Blue Star. A game called Rule Horror Story pulled ordinary people into the replica, cultivating them step by step like raising a silkworm. At that time, Blue Star's technology was underdeveloped, and they directly pulled living people in, which led ordinary people to remain completely unaware of the existence of the Horror Story replica. In the end, those who survived possessed unparalleled power. At that time, the highest level replicas were three: the Land of Runes, the Void Realm, and the Land of Hades. Strictly speaking, they had transcended the replicas and created their own system of power. Within the three factions, each had an existence that had reached the pinnacle. They evolved step by step, ultimately reaching a realm comparable to the gods. Annihilating rules, peering into causality, and even faintly sensing the presence of the God Research Institute. To go further and break free from the shackles of the gods, the three factions began to slaughter each other. Countless individuals grew stronger for the sake of becoming stronger. In the end, the Land of Runes was shattered, the Void Realm hid away, and the Land of Hades was obliterated. But one person stood until the end. That was the ruler of the Land of Hades, the King of Hell. After annihilating all opponents and absorbing their powers, the King of Hell felt no joy at all. Because he had a faint premonition that once he took this final step, it might not signify transcending. After much thought, he ultimately chose to take this last step and reach an unprecedented realm, which made future generations refer to him as the first god. At the same time, the King of Hell sensed the existence of the God Research Institute, and as time passed, this feeling grew stronger. It seemed that something within was enticing him to keep pursuing, to explore. After spending hundreds of years, he successfully found it and eagerly stepped inside. Before leaving, he looked at the chaotic replica space and made another decision: to pass a small part of his power to a subordinate, so they could help watch over the last piece of the shattered Land of Hades. This became what is now Fengdu City. And today's world of horror stories is like a fusion of the ruins of the three former factions, gradually developing into a new world. So, my lord, do you really not remember what happened after entering the God Research Institute? The Emperor of Fengdu stood still for a long time, wearing a hint of bitterness on his face. I don't remember. His mind struggled to digest this information. Su Ming frowned tightly. Until now he still couldn't quite believe it. It wasn't the shock of his own identity, but silently lamenting in his heart, how could he be so strong? Hearing the tone of Emperor Fengdu, it seemed he was just a little brother before, and he was the greatest boss who commanded all the copies. It is certainly joyous that you have returned, my lord. It's just a pity that your strength and memory have almost been entirely lost. Looking at Su Ming on the throne, Emperor Fengdu couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Chapter 234, The Expected Betrayal. Then, he seemed to think of something, respectfully stepped forward, and slowly handed over the crown. My lord, since you have returned, you are still the unquestioned and revered King of Hell. Your subordinate has come to report. With a powerful tone, Emperor Fengdu knelt on the ground, holding the crown high. To be honest, if what you say is true, it is rather interesting. Looking at the crown that symbolized supreme power, Su Ming smiled slightly, then slowly shook his head. Sorry, all these years, you've worked hard. Serving you, my lord, is my honor. A deep voice came from his throat, and Emperor Fengdu's gaze became even more devoted. Seeing this scene, Su Ming nodded with satisfaction, and casually picked up a grape. Then if that's the case. Poof. The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out, and Su Ming's body froze in place. The grape in his hand fell down. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Emperor Fengdu's body, not knowing when, appeared behind Su Ming, his hand holding the dagger trembling slightly. A complex emotion emerged in his eyes, murmuring numbly. I'm sorry, my lord, you have lost your memory and power. Your subordinate has waited for you for 3,650 years. 3,650 years. Clearly, you have failed. You said that when you returned, you would surely take us away from this hell, but you went back on your word. 2 lines of tears slid down his face, and Emperor Fengdu's dark eyes reflected Su Ming's silhouette. We waited so long, never thinking it would end like this. Gently loosening his grip on the dagger. The pain on Emperor Fengdu's face gradually disappeared, his eyes slightly narrowing, and his expression became increasingly fierce. Since you have failed, lost your memory and power, then hand over the source. In this dark age, my talent is actually not much worse than yours, isn't it? In fact, living here for a lifetime is quite good. Whether it is status or power, everything can be achieved as long as you desire it. Under your former source power, all causality will be erased, and any resurrection techniques will no longer work, so you can rest easy. My Lord King of Hell, I will always remember you. I will find the best grave for you. Have you finished talking? The cold voice echoed again in the palace, causing Emperor Fengdu's pupils to contract violently, and he suddenly turned to look in a certain direction. In the corner, Su Ming stood there intact. Then he lowered his head in disbelief, staring blankly at the Su Ming corpse in front of him. The corpse quickly became soft, then gradually melted away like mud. Is this a mud figure? Impossible. Clearly, you clearly saw through the source that it was my true body. Why has it turned into a mud figure now? The Su Ming in the corner slowly walked out, still wearing a lazy smile. Looking at Emperor Fengdu with a hint of amusement, is it possible that I used causality power to mislead you into thinking that mud figure was me? Impossible. You have lost your memory and power. How could you use causality power? What if I recovered my memory? At the other end of the palace, the figure of Su Ming slowly reappeared. However, there is one difference. His eyes, like those of the King of Hell, are as black as ink. Why are there 2 adults? It can't be. Looking at the Su Ming that appeared again, the King of Hell's face darkened, filled with collapse and despair. He had already tested Su Ming in the dungeon before. But at that time, Su Ming had not shown any ability of malice. This led him to not notice any abnormalities from beginning to end. Moreover, through causal calculation, Su Ming had indeed lost his memory and power. This was why he had thoughts of rebellion. After all, devouring the origin of a primordial god was enough for him to have the capital to transform, a goal he had yearned for over 3,000 years. No, you are right. Su Ming slowly stepped forward, gently plucking a grape and placing it in his mouth. I indeed have no memory or power from before, but I have also deceived myself. Before I reincarnated and lost everything, I had already arranged a backdoor for my future self. Pointing at the malicious thoughts not far away, Su Ming smiled slightly and continued to explain, my power has indeed been almost entirely wiped out, but my memories have not been lost. To prevent those guys from the God Research Institute from finding me again, I sealed the last bit of power in all my memories. And through causation, I set all my innate skills to bug-level existence, also to quickly enter high-level dungeons and then awaken the carrier of memories and that tiny bit of power, which is my malice. Glimpsing the somewhat unwilling King of Hell, Su Ming seemed to know what he wanted to ask, a smirk of mockery curling at his lips as he continued, it is precisely because I know you can use causal power, that I set a crucial note in advance, that is, the master personality I have does not connect with the memories of malice. The malice existing in my body has almost no causal relationship with you, so you cannot sense it. The King of Hell fell silent, lowering his head. His facial expression constantly changing, sometimes ashamed, sometimes harsh, sometimes fearful. He never expected that his seemingly foolproof, seamless plan would still fall into Su Ming's trap. Ha! Taking a long breath, the King of Hell closed his eyes, his tone growing increasingly somber. I admit defeat. No wonder you were once the unparalleled King of Hell. But now, you still have no chance of winning at all, my power has surpassed you too much. As he said the last part, the King of Hell suddenly opened his eyes, the depths of his black eyes surging with intense killing intent. Oh! Su Ming returned to sit on the throne, the smile deep in his eyes disappearing, replaced by endless coldness. Even the God Research Institute cannot do anything to me. Or rather, do you think you can kill me? Chapter 235, The New Ruler. Master, this is a move you once taught me. The King of Hell's face was expressionless, countless black energies gathering behind him, and then they all converged into a black sun. Terrifying power flowed, accompanied by the continuous contraction of the black sun, a trace of destructive aura entangled. This is the cycle of heaven and earth. Without any hesitation, the king of hell's gaze turned extremely cold, pointing to the void towards Su Ming. Boom, boom, boom. The black sun locked firmly onto Su Ming. In his eyes it enlarged rapidly, as if wanting to completely obliterate every inch of his body. In the end, the black sun morphed into a black hole, enveloping Su Ming's entire body. He. Seeing this scene, the king of hell finally showed a hint of a smile again. No one understood the power of the cycle of heaven and earth better than him. As long as hit, there is no chance of survival below godhood. Using your master's ultimate technique to defeat you, it really is somewhat ironic. The king of hell's tense heart finally relaxed. But he still did not leave. Instead, he stared intensely at that black sun. Without seeing Su Ming's body with his own eyes, he still felt a little uneasy. After a long while, the expression of Emperor Fengdu changed slightly again. Because, why is the black sun still not disappearing? It shouldn't be like this? His heart gradually sank again, and Emperor Fengdu squinted his eyes, staring hard at that black sun. Crack! Without warning, a thin crack appeared on the surface of the sun. Before Emperor Fengdu could react, more cracks followed in succession, spreading like a spider web over the black sun, out of control. Bang! Then, with a loud explosion, the black sun shattered instantly. And at the spot where it had been, Su Ming still watched himself with a smile. How is this possible? This is the reincarnation heavenly way, the peak ultimate skill of the underworld. Su Ming remained completely unmoved, slowly walking towards Emperor Fengdu step by step. You also know this is the peak ultimate skill of the underworld, right? You also know this is the big move I passed on to you? But... Snap. With a crisp snap of his fingers, a subtle smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. On what basis do you think the former me could penetrate the three realms and would be so foolish as to share my power with you? For the sake of, just this moment. A tiny black sun rose from Su Ming's fingertip, emitting fluctuations that felt eerily familiar to Emperor Fengdu. Reincarnation heavenly way. No, I won't accept this. His pupils contracted rapidly, and Emperor Fengdu's face was filled with horror as he let out a fierce roar. But that tiny sun gave him no chance at all. Though the energy fluctuations on its surface seemed vast, like a candle flickering in the wind about to extinguish. It emitted an inexplicable pressure, rendering Emperor Fengdu's body completely immobile. It was as if this tiny black sun was born solely to restrain him. Hiss. As an intense darkness entered Emperor Fengdu's body, his twisted face instantly froze, countless black fumes peeling away from him. It seemed at that moment, all his power surged towards Su Ming. This made him increasingly weak, while Su Ming's aura grew stronger and stronger. From 3rd level, he instantly soared to 4th level, then 5th level, 6th level. Until finally, every movement from Su Ming emitted terrifying fluctuations that made hearts race. And Emperor Fengdu lay on the ground like a dead dog, weak and without strength. It's a familiar power. But unfortunately, it lacks a lot compared to before. Su Ming slightly closed his eyes, and at this moment, evil thoughts had long merged with his body, becoming one. When he opened his eyes again, Su Ming's face returned to calmness, expressionless as he looked at the figure of Emperor Fengdu on the ground. My lord, you. Cough cough, can you? No. Puff. The ice crystal wrapped around countless black fume, swiftly severing Emperor Fengdu's head. From this moment on, his ambition, plotted for over 3,000 years, was finally shattered completely. The King of Equality. A mysterious voice rang in Suja's mind, causing him to freeze while drinking coffee. Then a look of disbelief appeared on his face. In an instant, he noticed the ruler position of Fengdu City had changed, and the breath of Emperor Fengdu had disappeared completely. What's happening? Even he lost his composure, then heavily placed down the coffee cup in his hand, and before Bai Miao and Supervisor Hong could react, his body vanished from the restaurant. At the same time, the expressions of the various Yama kings in Fengdu City were filled with doubt as they quickly hurried toward the imperial palace. On the cold throne, Su Ming lay casually on top. When all 10 Yama kings had gathered, he finally slowly spat out the grape skin from his mouth, his voice carrying a trace of laziness. From now on, you all will obey my commands. Any objections? The 10 kings of hell beneath the throne exchanged glances, and finally, King Qin Guang clasped his hands in respect, asking, May I ask, my lord, what about the great emperor now? He couldn't think too much. After all, the situation was too sudden, too strange. The Fengdu emperor had not shown his face, and this human had actually sat on the throne, becoming the ruler of Fengdu City. You must know that their current good attitude was entirely due to Su Ming becoming the ruler, able to control their lives and deaths at will, but the connection to the Fengdu emperor was severed. This forced them to speculate. The Fengdu emperor? He is dead. Su Ming scanned the room, his expression unchanged as he spoke. As soon as his words fell, the bodies of the 10 kings of hell slightly trembled, their faces displaying various emotions. The Fengdu emperor actually just died like that? Wasn't this a bit hasty? Juanluan, why aren't you speaking? Turning his gaze to a shadow, Su Ming smiled slightly and kindly asked. Hearing this, King Juanluan's body suddenly tensed, a flash of hatred and resentment momentarily appeared in his eyes but was quickly concealed. Then he lowered his voice and spoke in a hoarse tone. Su, my lord. I am willing to walk through fire for you, without hesitation. King Juanluan's voice was somewhat unsteady, yet he managed to stammer it out, while lowering his body even further. Su Ming did not shift his gaze from King Juanluan's face, his smile becoming even more inscrutable. But I see your expression, it seems you are a bit unconvinced? Chapter 236, The Death of King Juanluan. I dare not. King Juanluan fell directly to the ground, a trace of panic on his face as he continuously knocked his head against the floor. Su Ming did not speak, nor did he make any other moves, just lazily lying on the throne. The other kings of hell also stayed silent. Everyone wasn't foolish, it was obvious, this newly appointed ruler was about to make an example of someone. And at this moment, King Juanluan was that example, they were the observers. My lord. It is because I was young and didn't understand your status, please forgive me. I assure you, my loyalty is true. Clearly, King Juanluan sensed a hint of danger, making his speech increasingly sincere, as if he regretted it deeply with a flushed face. Because he knew that if Su Ming was determined not to let him go, the only path awaiting him would be. Don't panic. I haven't said I want to kill you. After a long while, Su Ming finally stood up, stroking the armrest of the dragon chair. I just want something from you, so don't be so anxious. Those who know me understand that I never hold grudges. Walking forward, he patted King Juanluan's shoulder, gently lifting him up, and Su Ming's expression became even kinder. Seeing that Su Ming seemed to intend to let him go, a look of surprise appeared on King Juanluan's face, followed by intense joy. My lord, please say, as long as you want it, as long as I have it. Puff. A hand suddenly pierced through his chest, and King Juanluan instantly turned pale. Dumbfounded, he looked down at the blood on his chest, murmuring unconsciously, why, you are not. Right, I'm a person who never holds grudges overnight, after all, grudges should be repaid on the spot. Pulling out a bright red heart, Su Ming shook his head with some regret towards King Juanluan, who told you not to kill me. Since you couldn't kill me, then I'll have to kill you, sounds reasonable, right? Bang. The body fell heavily to the ground, King Juanluan's eyes wide open, still showing some resentment and unwillingness. The other 9 kings were so scared they didn't dare to breathe, fearful that Su Ming would casually slaughter them too. Especially King Chu Jiang. At this moment, he slightly lowered his head, his face filled with anxiety, not daring to look Su Ming in the eye. After all, it seems that he had trouble with Su Ming before, right? King Chu Jiang. He's here. King Chu Jiang's body shook, the elegance and calmness of the past disappeared, and at this moment, a smile even uglier than crying appeared on his face. My lord, you're looking for me? Clean the entire imperial palace, and throw this guy and the corpse of Emperor Fengdu out. After a brief moment of shock, a hint of gratitude appeared on King Chu Jiang's face. Yes, my lord. Even more, his heart was filled with great relief. Fortunately, this guy didn't kill him too. Looking at the corpse of the Wheel King, King Chu Jiang's face revealed a slight smirk of glee. Get back to what you were doing, the meeting is over. After giving some more instructions, Su Ming wearily waved his hand, and then his body gradually disappeared. In a short time, he absorbed the power accumulated by Emperor Fengdu for 3,000 years. Even though this power essentially belonged to him, it still made him somewhat uncomfortable. This power felt like a kind of indigestion. Huangquan Restaurant. Mr. Su, your power. As soon as he entered the restaurant, Manager Han's face showed an expression of horror. In just half a day's absence. Why did Su Ming's power suddenly surge so much? Just a hint of aura leaked unintentionally made her feel an extreme sense of oppression. As if this person before her was the ruler of all beings, an unapproachable god. Call by Miao as well, I have something to announce. Unconcerned, he waved his hand. Su Ming didn't explain much, but walked straight to the center of the hall. In the center of the hall, Lin Yelan and Brother Tian were already seated, one holding a cup of coffee. You came so early? Su Ming smiled slightly, casually pulled up a chair, and poured himself a bottle of red wine. Didn't Ku Xin come with you? No. She was too tired last night and didn't want to go out today. Hearing Su Ming mention it, Brother Tian spoke without hesitation, then smiled and continued to explain. But I sent Shaoli to pick her out some necklaces. By the way, how can you still talk nonsense here? As the owner here, you are too stingy. You're even unwilling to drink some red wine. As if remembering something, Brother Tian pretended to be angry and spoke harshly. But as soon as his voice fell, his pupils suddenly shrank. You. Even Lin Yelan, who was usually calm, revealed a rare astonished expression. As if seeing a ghost, he stared wide-eyed at Su Ming. Alright, I know you are excited, but don't get too excited yet. At this moment, Bai Miao just happened to feel the shock as well, leaving Su Ming speechless. Don't look at me like that. Glancing around, but the three still showed no reaction, staring as if at a rare treasure. Their eyes not moving even for a moment. Seeing the three of them with identical expressions, Su Ming sighed lightly, helplessly spreading his hands. Forget it, since it can't be explained in one sentence, let me explain it to you well. %you and %. After a long and intense discussion, the three finally had to accept the seemingly absurd, yet truly absurd fact. This is how it is, so I can now say that I am the final boss of Fengdu City. Then, what do you plan to do next? Frowning deeply as he thought for a long time, Brother Tian finally couldn't help but ask. And although Bai Miao didn't speak, she still looked at Su Ming eagerly, waiting for his reply. Next, I will continue to search for the location of the God Research Institute. Saying this, Su Ming took a sip of red wine, looking at the sunny street, his gaze somewhat profound. To accomplish the goal I once did not complete. Chapter 237, Waiting for Your Return, Finale. By the way, didn't you want this symbol? Taking out the intricate and mysterious talisman from his pocket, Su Ming patted Lin Yelan's shoulder and gently placed the precious talisman into his embrace. The latter's expression was complicated. After a moment of silence, he ultimately accepted it. You don't need to say much, these things are of no use to me now, just take it. Seemingly knowing what he was going to say, Su Ming chuckled, interrupting Lin Yelan's words. After glancing at a few people, he slowly walked towards the transparent glass door. Tightly gripping the talisman in his hand, Lin Yelan slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When I become a deity, I will deduce heavenly secrets for you. Heavenly secrets? I don't believe in that stuff, I only trust myself. Waving his hand, Su Ming appeared indifferent. Then, after the Yellow Springs restaurant. Bai Miao slightly lifted her head, her red-rimmed eyes gazing at Su Ming's back, somewhat hesitant to speak. The restaurant? Wait for my return. For some reason, at that moment, Bai Miao suddenly felt that Su Ming's next return would be a long, long time away. Perhaps. Despite 1,000 thoughts, Bai Miao ultimately nodded slowly, a gentle smile blooming on her face. As if time had returned to the past. When she first met Su Ming, she stood anxiously in front of the restaurant, softly promising him. Brother, wait for your return. The end, Scattering Flowers. This book has finally been completed after many ups and downs, now let me share my feelings, -0.0. Up to now, I actually had no outline at all, relying solely on sheer determination, which was truly tough. I admit that in the end, I indeed struggled, the later chapters became increasingly smaller and more tedious. Which caused disappointment among the audience gradually. After summarizing my experiences, I think it's because I didn't grasp the plot enough and the portrayal of the characters' emotions was not clear enough. Also, I lack proficiency in the subgenre of copycat stories. Although the ending may seem somewhat rushed, fortunately, I still insisted on writing it to the end, bringing a conclusion to this book. After deep reflection, I've decided to write a story about a boy tormented by evil spirits, growing step by step on the brink of death. The protagonist is not invincible, but I can assure you it won't be too boring or dull. I will try to create outlines and detailed plans, grasp the progression of the plot, and face the shortcomings of this book for improvement. Not invincible plus non-traditional supernatural plus sequential weapons plus humor plus ghosts in the story. The book will be called I Feed Ghosts with My Body, Controlling the Inferno on Earth. If there are those who like supernatural themes yet are somewhat timid, feel free to check it out. Everyone's support is my motivation to keep writing. If the results are really poor, just pretend I didn't say anything ovo. So, this book is officially completed. I guess it's sort of an open ending. As for why I say so much, it's completely to make up the word count, huh? Yes, and by the way, let me do a little promotion for my new book, at least I think the new book is quite interesting. Thank you to all the audience who have read this far, I'm astonished you have liked Spider for so long. Thanks to everyone. If fate allows, we shall meet again in the next book, won't we? The end, Scattering Flowers. Degree?